The man was sitting in front of the computer, fighting fiercely with a few happies across from him. Sparks flew everywhere as he typed on the keyboard. The battle to protect the family tree became fierce. Suddenly, his eyes went dark, and when he opened them again, he was already in the first row of the classroom. The crystal on the podium exploded with dazzling purple light. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, classmate Lu Xing awakened his epic talent, and the whole audience was in an uproar. The head teacher called the name expressionlessly. Li Yang, it's your turn. It turns out that this is a world where everyone can change their job. Everyone who is 18 years old or older must touch the job change crystal, awaken their profession and talent, and become a warrior who fights against Warcraft. Leon walked forward with a confused look on his face and reached out to touch the crystal. The sun was shining brightly outside the window, but suddenly it was covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. In a beam of dazzling light, a Ho totem emerged. Life occupation, farmer. Before the man could react, the classroom erupted in laughter. Lu Xing crossed his legs and sneered, "Top-level anomaly, just to awaken a farmer?" At this moment, a crisp prompt sound suddenly rang in Li Yang's mind. The Divine Planter system is activated. This system can connect to the store in another world to help you grow divine plants that subvert common sense and step onto the road to the top step by step. Then, 3 talent options appeared in front of the man, 2 with dazzling purple light and 1 with pale white light, healing aura, invigorating power, and day's plant shop. The head teacher frowned and slammed the podium heavily. "Don't hesitate. Choose the healing halo." But the man's expression changed, and he clicked on the most inconspicuous white option, day's plant shop. Seeing Li Yang's choice, the audience in the classroom was in an uproar. "Huh? What's going on? Why didn't you choose the worst one when you had 2 epic talents?" Everyone stared at Li Yang on the podium in disbelief, as if trying to see the answer from his face. What on earth was going on in Li Yang's mind? They had no idea. Fuck, is he crazy? Such a good opportunity. He just gave it up like that. What's the point of choosing a white talent? No higher education college will want you after you graduate. Isn't it possible that Li Yang has completely given up on treatment? There were discussions one after another, and some strange voices were heard. In fact, I think Li Yang is quite rational. After all, the minimum requirement for the farmer profession is too low. Even if you have good talent, it is useless if you can't go to a good college. Given Li Yang's family conditions, it might be difficult for him to even pay the tuition. The people in the audience were chattering, and the atmosphere in the classroom seemed particularly heavy. The class teacher, in particular, had mixed feelings. He watched helplessly as the title of excellent class teacher that he had already obtained was lost. No, what on earth is Li Yang thinking about? 2 epic levels. The head teacher was furious. It would be hard to make a wrong choice even with your eyes closed, right? Is he deliberately going against me? Thinking of the 2 sentences he had just said, the head teacher couldn't help but wonder if Li Yang was angry and didn't even care about his future. Is Li Yang sick? At this moment, Li Yang just quietly looked at the pairs of eyes below the classroom podium, which were either puzzled or contemptuous, and sighed secretly in his heart. "Oh," Li Yang sighed softly, his eyes filled with deep helplessness towards this world. The entertainment industry in this world is so backward. They have no idea what Crazy Dave's plant shop means. What they don't know is that compared with those 2 epic talents, Dave's store is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Come on, I have a system, and I'm definitely the protagonist. Li Yang thought to himself, with a hint of contempt and certainty in his eyes. The head teacher was about to say something, but was interrupted by Li Yang waving his hand. "Okay, stop wasting time, next one," Li Yang said impatiently. This sentence choked the head teacher. The head teacher stood there speechless for a while. No, he's not that arrogant. The head teacher muttered to himself, and couldn't help but start to doubt whether the boy in front of him was still the Li Yang that the head teacher was familiar with. A farmer profession, a white talent. Where does this guy get the capital to pretend? So arrogant. Is this still the honest Li Yang? Okay, next one. The head teacher finally managed to say this on the podium. There were still many students waiting to awaken their professions, so he had no choice but to give up. The head teacher was so angry that he kept it very secret. He watched Li Yang walk down the platform with a relaxed look on his face and return to his seat, looking very proud and relaxed. The head teacher still couldn't understand what was going on in Li Yang's mind. Why didn't he choose an epic talent, but chose the worst one? This is an important bargaining chip for the class teacher to strive for the title of excellent class teacher. This kid, is he angry today? Just to be angry with me. He even gave up his own future. What on earth is he thinking about? The head teacher's mind was full of question marks. He stood there pondering, but could not figure it out. Liang had already sat back in his seat with a calm expression, but he was silently studying his own system in his heart. He already roughly understood what the divine plant in the system's name meant. As the name suggests, it was a divine plant. From the literal meaning, it was indeed a dimensionality reduction attack, completely beating the other two talents. But in a world where combat skills are everywhere and fireball spells are flying everywhere, can Crazy Dave's plants really have any advantage? Liang held his forehead and suddenly felt a bit like getting on a pirate ship. Please rest assured, this system will do its best to assist you to become the strongest existence, and step by step to the peak of life. The novice mission has been completed. You have successfully selected the matching talent and obtained the mission reward. Mission reward, a fair and honest novice gift pack. Please choose whether to use it. The system suddenly appeared again and reiterated the first sentence, as if trying to convince Li Yang that its existence would not disappoint him. Then, a gift package appeared out of thin air in front of Li Yang. The atmosphere has been created to this extent. Why hesitate? Li Yang immediately chose to open it. Newbie gift pack has been opened. Congratulations on getting Sunshine X 600. Congratulations on getting the mysterious prop, Golden Shovel. Golden Shovel. You can remove any plant you have planted and convert it back into a certain amount of sunlight. The current return amount is 50%. Tips. This item can be used as equipment and cannot be destroyed. 600 suns, plus a shovel that returns resources. Well, at least it's not so shabby. Putting aside the effect of the golden shovel for the time being, Li Yang is more concerned about plants. Since the system emphasizes divine plants, the focus should be on these plants. Li Yang narrowed his eyes and immediately opened Dave's plant shop. Waby Waby? Waby Babu. The voice came before anyone was seen. Hearing this familiar strange cry, Li Yang's eyes twitched suddenly, and he almost couldn't hold it together. A rough man in a white shirt, jeans, a pot on his head, and talking nonsense appeared in front of him. My name is Dave, remember? Seeing this character who looked like he had walked out of the game, Li Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, this is a plant store after all. Dave is just the facade. The key is the performance of the plants. Li Yang is now eager to know how strong these plants are. After all, the system dares to guarantee that if ordinary peas and sunflowers are grown, then Li Yang really has to consider starting his life over again. Wow, meat! Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Crazy Dave waved his big hands like hairy sausages, mumbling something in his mouth, and threw a card over casually. A system prompt pops up immediately. Dave's store opening promotion. Give you a free plant card. Congratulations on unlocking plant. Pea shooter. Pea shooter. Each planting consumes 100 points of sunlight. Cooling time is 7.6 seconds. Shooting interval is 1.4 seconds. Plant characteristics. The pea shot by the pea shooter can cause fixed damage to ordinary monsters below level 40. Every 5 peas will cripple the monster, and 10 peas will definitely kill it. This upper limit will increase as the job level increases, and the data panel will be updated at the next job change. Shit. Li Yang's eyes widened, and he was instantly shocked. This damage mechanism is not a numerical value, but the number of attacks. This is a rule-based ability. This is too outrageous. As long as the target is below level 40, 5 Ps will leave it with little health, and 10 Ps will kill it directly. Generally, new job changers have to practice hard for a long time before they can reach the level of a level 40 monster. And Li Yang, a novice farmer, only needed to plant a pea plant in the ground and wait for a dozen seconds, and a level 40 monster fell. This is simply against the will of heaven. More importantly, in the setting of Plants vs. Zombies, the horror of plants has never been their individual combat power, but their ability to deploy troops in a systematic and large-scale manner. 1 pea shooter can take down a monster. What about 10? 100? 1,000? This is not the little garden in the game. This is reality, as long as there is enough sunlight. Li Yang can even plant pea shooters all over Yinzhou, and by then, Li Yang, you're really amazing. A slightly sarcastic voice behind him interrupted Li Yang's fantasy. Lu Xing, a notorious villain in the class, was sitting with his legs crossed and talking nonsense with a smug look on his face. Everyone knew that Lu Xing was a relative of the head teacher. Although Lu Xing's family did not have a prominent background, he was an expert in flattery and was a popular figure in the eyes of the teachers in the college. Lu Xing usually likes to put on airs and report others at any time. Previously, because Li Yang was easy to bully, Lu Xing even used covert operations to intercept the official aid funds that originally belonged to Li Yang. Lu Xing said, but speaking of which, Li Yang, you should be grateful that I took the money. It would be a real waste of the country's resources if we gave you trash like you. Aha! Li Yang remained silent, just staring at Lu Xing quietly. Seeing this, Lu Xing thought that Li Yang was being cowardly as usual and couldn't help but continue to taunt him. But the next second, "You idiot, what are you barking about?" Li Yang slapped the table with his palm and said coldly, "Why, your father gave you face." Li Yang said, "Why don't you open your mouth and talk properly? Instead, you're spewing shit here. I see you can't speak 3 human words, but you can make 7 dog barks very realistically." Although the original owner did not dare to resist due to pressure, Li Yang now does not have this problem. Li Yang can't stand this kind of bullying, not to mention Lu Xing, who dares to intercept his own aid and dares to take the initiative to provoke today. Then don't blame Li Yang for being rude. All the students around were shocked by Li Yang's sudden outburst, and the classroom fell silent in an instant. Lu Xing was stunned. He had never seen Li Yang like this before. He stammered, "You, what the hell do you mean?" Li Yang said, "I said, you can't tell the difference between the big and small kings, right?" Lu Xing said, "Be careful of me." Li Yang said, "Be careful. Your mother died in the toilet. Why don't you go and burn incense? Why are you barking at your father here? If you say one more word, your mother's urn will fly right off the spot." Li Yang didn't wait for Lu Xing to finish, and he offered up Zhuan's greetings without any hesitation. Every word pierced Lu Xing's heart like a nail. Lu Xing's face turned red, his teeth clenched, and he could only utter one sentence in the end. You are rude. I am rude. Fuck you, get out." Li Yang had no intention of stopping at all, and sprayed even more vigorously. Li Yang's few words made Lu Xing speechless. "Li Yang, what are you doing?" The head teacher on the podium finally couldn't help but speak and shouted. Li Yang raised his head with a faint smile on his face and said in a calm voice, "Nothing, just asking about the health of Lu Xing's family." As soon as he said this, the head teacher was speechless and almost didn't react. After a while, the head teacher came back to his senses with anger on his face. He was about to explode, but finally changed his tone. "This is a classroom. Pay attention to discipline. Okay, everyone keep quiet. I have something important to say next." Of course, the head teacher wanted to punish Li Yang, but seeing the desperate evil spirit in Li Yang, he had to stop. At first, the head teacher couldn't understand why Li Yang chose the worst talent. But now, considering Lu Xing's provocation and Li Yang's reaction, everything makes sense. The stupid ones are afraid of the arrogant ones, and the arrogant ones are afraid of the desperate ones. If someone like Li Yang, who can even give up his epic talent, really makes a fuss and the official aid money is exposed, not only Lu Xing, but also the class teacher, will be implicated. Right now, the wisest thing to do is to quickly take advantage of the situation and put the matter behind us. On the other hand, Lu Xing's face was already red and full of anger, but he was completely unable to fight back after being scolded by Li Yang. Lu Xing racked his brains, but couldn't think of a more vicious word to respond. If this continues, Lu Xing might really die. Chapter 4. Your future? What does it have to do with me? Okay, students. The head teacher stood in front of the podium, looked around the room, and interrupted the noise in the classroom with a serious voice. While the last few are still in the process of changing jobs, let's go through everything we need to do today all at once. The atmosphere suddenly quieted down, and everyone focused their attention on the stage. The head teacher looked around at everyone and said calmly, "After you complete your career awakening, you will soon be entering the graduation season. Depending on the profession and talents that each person awakens, they will embark on different life trajectories in the future. Some may be selected by the military, while others may be able to enter a higher education institute for further studies. And more people will directly devote themselves to society and start to fight for their lives. You all know that this world is not safe. So, another of our tasks is to ensure that you have the most basic self-protection capabilities before leaving school. After we come back next week, we will organize a week-long dungeon trial, as usual. You will enter the novice dungeon in groups, increase your level through actual combat, and gain combat experience. Students who are studying life and careers must also be responsible for logistical support and simulate the various realistic challenges that they may face in the future society. After the trial, I will score each student based on their performance in the dungeon. At the same time, the Academy will compile a comprehensive list of graduates, which will directly affect your post-graduation arrangements. Those who rank high will also receive a limited number of recommended students from the college. For those students with average talents and unremarkable careers, this may be your only chance to enter a higher education college. So, I hope you all take this trial seriously and don't take it lightly. Did you hear that clearly? I understand. The audience responded in unison, but the tone was obviously perfunctory. Everyone knew that this so-called recommendation quota had probably been decided long ago. The only recognized top awakener in the class was Lu Xing. Apart from Li Yong, who had awakened 2 talents, Lu Xing was the only one with a purple epic talent. As for Li Yong, although he had special talents, he did not choose any. Therefore, the outcome seemed to have been predetermined. This recommendation spot was most likely to go to Lu Xing. Lu Xing will take first place in the class with an overwhelming advantage and compete with geniuses from other classes for the precious recommendation qualification. As for other ordinary students, they can only watch from afar and are not qualified to participate in this fight between gods at all. But what about Li Yong? Li Yong didn't seem to be listening to what the head teacher said. He was completely focused on his system interface. His attention was completely attracted by the system called Dave's Store. When the store just opened, Dave was very generous and gave Li Yong a pea shooter card. But if he wanted to unlock more plants, this little sunlight was obviously not enough. If you want to unlock it, you must first accumulate more sunlight resources. Li Yong knows very well that there is only one best way to quickly produce sunlight, by sunflowers. But the problem came. Li Yong looked through the entire store, but the prices made him almost curse on the spot. After completing the novice mission, he only got 600 sunshine points in total. He thought he was quite rich. But when Li Yong looked at the price list of plants, he was dumbfounded. Sunflower, 500 sunlight required to unlock, 50 sunlight required to plant. Marigold, 500 sunlight required to unlock, 50 sunlight required to plant. Potato mine, 250 sun to unlock, 25 sun to plant. Nut wall, 500 to unlock, 50 sun per plant. Double P, 2,000 sun, 200 sun to plant. The unlocking price is 10 times the planting price. Li Yong couldn't help but complain. Did Dave get this from robbery? It's simply robbery. Although he complained, he had no choice. Li Yong gritted his teeth and decided to smash all the sunlight to unlock the sunflower first. As soon as Li Yong thought about it, Dave threw a card from the store and landed it accurately in front of Li Yong. Then, the system prompt pops up. Congratulations on successfully unlocking the plant. Sunflower. Each plant consumes 50 sunlight, cools down for 7.5 seconds, and produces 25 sunlight points in 24 seconds. Sunflowers will continue to produce sunlight, which will be automatically collected by the system, making it completely possible to operate the system automatically. In other words, as long as you plant one, you will get your money back in about 10 minutes. Li Yang's eyes lit up, and he immediately decided that the first thing he would do when he got home was to plant a circle of sunflowers in the yard. After one circle, the sunlight output would be as high as a cheat, and Li Yong would soon be able to achieve sunshine freedom. Just as Li Yong was fantasizing about the future of the Green Empire, a voice pulled him back to reality. Student Li Yong, Li Yong. Li Yong looked up and saw the head teacher standing in front of the classroom, calling Li Yong. Most of the other students had already left, leaving only Li Yong. Just as Li Yong was about to pack up and leave, he was stopped by the head teacher. Then, the head teacher took Li Yong into the office. As soon as he entered the office, he took out a thick envelope from the drawer and put it into Li Yang's hand. The head teacher said, "There are 5,000 yuan in it, a little gift from the teacher." Li Yong lowered his head and felt the money in his hand. There was no need to guess, it was definitely money. "I called you here to discuss something with you." The head teacher paused, and when Li Yong didn't say anything, he continued, "I know there may be some small misunderstandings between you and Lu Xing." The head teacher continued, "He's not a bad guy, he's just a little blunt and not very good at talking. But now he's the only student in the class who has an epic fighting talent." The head teacher said, "He has a good chance of getting the qualification of a recommended student. But you also know that colleges and universities will conduct a comprehensive investigation of students' backgrounds when admitting them." The head teacher said, "If you have any disagreement with him, it may have a great impact on his future. So I would like to ask you to be gracious and not hold grudges against the past for the sake of our 3 years of being classmates. The head teacher continued, if you take a step back, the world will be broader. It won't do you any harm. How about, for the sake of the fact that I've taught you for 3 years, why don't you turn a blind eye? Liang just found it funny. The head teacher's words were so emotional, but the purpose was to make Liang give up the recommendation student quota. Liang was bullied by Lu Xing for 3 whole years. His resources were taken away and his dignity was trampled on. Now, with just an envelope and 5,000 yuan, he wants Liang to pretend that nothing happened? Liang smiled faintly. So, you mean this is related to Lu Xing's future? The head teacher nodded. Yes, he is so talented. It would be a pity if he missed the advanced college because of a small matter. Liang snorted coldly. His voice was not loud, but every word was heart-piercing. That has nothing to do with me. The head teacher's face froze, and an embarrassed look appeared on his face. The head teacher suppressed his anger and said, so what do you want? Liang spread his hands. Anything is fine. Do you think you can get rid of me with money? As for the recommendation quota, that bastard Lu Xing can forget about it. The head teacher laughed in anger and said, you want to grab that spot too? Liang, what can you compare with him? You are a farmer, and you chose 2 white talents. You are overestimating yourself. If you think 5,000 is too little, just tell me. I can give you some more. Liang said nothing more and threw the envelope fiercely in the teacher's face. Fuck you. Keep this money for burning paper. He turned around and walked away without mercy. The head teacher was the only one left standing in the office, his face livid, unable to speak for a long time. The head teacher never dreamed that Liang would not only dare to refuse, but also dare to scold him, the teacher. This kid, is he still the same Liang as before? Chapter 5. Deploy troops and develop a large army of plants. After leaving the office, Liang walked home alone, still pondering a question in his mind. Where should his future go? Every basic job changer academy in Yunzhou would set up a number of recommended students every year, reserved for students with outstanding talents. These lucky ones could not only enter advanced academies to continue their studies, but they might even receive special training from the country. As for Liang, although Liang is not a combat profession, he has a plug-in that could be said to be against the sky, the system. With the help of the system, Liang can produce powerful plants, and his future combat power is immeasurable. When there is enough sunlight, Liang can even grow marigolds that can print money, so he doesn't have to worry about money at all. As long as time is enough, Liang can completely become a professional ceiling in life with terrible fighting power. But Liang now has to face a realistic problem. Although Liang can grow a bunch of plants with explosive combat power, what about Liang himself? Liang was essentially just an ordinary farmer, without even a single attack skill. Once this ability was exposed, and he was targeted by someone with bad intentions, he would be in big trouble. Before Liang fully grows up, he must find a reliable big power as soon as possible to protect him. As long as he can get shelter during the growth period, Liang can quickly use resources to complete his transformation without fear of any hostility. In the final analysis, Liang needs a strong backer who can protect his safety and help him grow. Looking around, what is the most powerful force? There's only one answer: the country. In this vast land of China, almost all copies are directly managed by the state, and no one controls more than the state. But the problem is, for an ordinary person like Liang, it is not easy to get in touch with the national level. Want to apply? The review process is lengthy and basically means no response. Ordinary people, no matter how talented they are, will hardly attract the attention of higher-ups without resources and connections. This society is no longer an era where talent alone can get you ahead. Therefore, the best way is to create a big enough commotion to let the official management of Yunzhou see Liang and even alert the imperial capital. Liang has also thought about this opportunity. Liang will use the system's plan ability to quickly raise his level in a short period of time and be ahead of all his peers. A profession that only allows for daily living has made it to the top of the graduation list with overwhelming performance, which is enough to attract people's attention. While thinking, Liang had already returned to his hometown in the suburbs. As soon as he entered the village, he saw the neighbor lady waving at the door. Xiaoyang, are you done with school? Come to my house for dinner tonight. This woman is an empty nester and one of the closest people to Liang after his parents passed away. She takes good care of Liang and almost raises him as her own child. Liang quickly smiled and greeted him. As soon as he turned around, he saw the old man opposite him walking slowly towards him with his hands behind his back. Xiaoyang, The weeds in your yard are almost taller than a person. Do you want me to help you clear them out? Liang quickly waved his hands and replied with a smile. Oh, no need. I'm still young and strong. I can handle it myself. To be honest, Liang's house was indeed quite shabby. His parents died in a beast tide caused by a riot in a dungeon. Since then, Liang has been living alone in this old house. The living conditions are not comparable to those in Yinzhou City, but the yard is large and there is a lot of open space. Because of his busy school life, Liang had never taken care of his backyard, which was overgrown with weeds and looked very dilapidated. But today, Liang planned to make good use of the land to plant plants. On his way home, Liang exchanged the sunlight for some sunflower seeds and prepared to plant them in the backyard. As soon as he entered the house, Liang excitedly scattered all the seeds into the soil. Even though they were seeds, the plants in the system didn't follow common sense at all. Just seconds after they were planted, they grew wildly, broke through the soil, and blossomed and bore fruit. Sunshine plus 25, sunshine plus 25, sunshine plus 25. The golden sunflowers swayed slightly, as if nodding to Liang. 200 sunlight can be exchanged for 4 sunflowers. At the rate of 50 sunlight per minute per sunflower, it only takes 1 minute to get back the investment. Moreover, these guys produce sunlight even at night, which is simply a 24-hour sunlight factory. Liang's mood brightened up instantly when he thought of this. Liang took out the old rocking chair from home, put it in the yard, lay down on it leisurely, squinting his eyes and looking at the sunflowers. When the sunlight was almost accumulated, Liang unlocked the wall of nuts from Dave's store. At this point, the 3 core defensive sets were finally complete. Then, Liang continued to exchange a few pea shooter seeds and planted them in the front row. The green trumpet heads emerged from the ground, and Liang looked at the pea shooter with a smile on his face. Since we're here, let's test your power. Liang held his chin and muttered to himself. The pea shooter seemed to be responding to Liang's call, shaking its head and preparing to fire. The next second, with a bang, a pea as big as a fist flew out and instantly hit the big iron gate of the yard. With a muffled bang, a big hole was smashed in the iron gate, and dust flew up. Liang was stunned. That wasn't just any iron sheet. It was a 3-centimeter thick steel plate. How could it be penetrated by a pea? Liang looked down at the pea shooter and suddenly felt a chill on his back. If this hit a person, he would be seriously injured instantly or even killed. Now, Liang no longer doubted whether these plants were effective against Warcraft. Instead, he quickly constructed a set of brushing dungeons scenes in his mind. However, although these plants are powerful, they cannot move, which is still a disadvantage. What should he do? He thought of a solution: flower pots. If he chased monsters with flower pots in his arms during the dungeon, the scene, just thinking about it, made him excited. And this is still the most basic pea shooter. What if we change it to high-damage plants such as squash, big mouth flower, cherry bomb, and hot pepper? Wouldn't it be able to kill small monsters instantly? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Liang continued to browse Dave's store and unlocked a few new gadgets. For example, the potato mine was cheap, had high damage, and was a perfect early defense partner. Coupled with the outer nut wall, it was a direct iron bucket formation, as stable as an old dog. Liang also took a fancy to the marigold, a plant that can produce gold coins. Who doesn't love something that can grow money? Liang made decisive arrangements. While studying the system plants, Liang began to set up the formation in the backyard and carefully practiced the layout of every inch of land. This was no longer just growing vegetables, but a real war exercise. Liang looked at the area in the backyard and sneered. If any monster dared to step into this area in the backyard in the future, they would never get out alive. Come one, kill one. Chapter 6. The beast tide is coming, a godsend opportunity. Liang hardly rested the whole night. Liang spent several hours setting up a small test field in his backyard and the surrounding open space. According to the battle system Liang had envisioned in his mind, he planted more than 50 sunflowers and hundreds of pea shooters in one go. Even in the corners leading to the main road of Yinzhou, Liang quietly buried several rows of nut walls to form an outer barrier. Warcraft is the biggest threat to this world. Liang simply set the imaginary enemy as a beast tide, and the formation strategy is also based on this goal. Liang covered the outermost part with high defense nut walls. 3 or 5 potato mines were hidden behind each wall to defend against surprise attacks. Further back, there was a line of fire formed by pea shooters, neatly guarding the wasteland on both sides of the street. Ever since he witnessed the pea shooter shoot a pea through a 3 centimeter thick iron door, Liang has been confident in the output capacity of this plant. It can almost be said that it is easy to deal with monsters below level 40. This is Liang's first generation of plant army. Clear offense and defense, reasonable layout, and extremely efficient. In the backyard, Liang also planted a large number of marigolds and sunflowers to increase production capacity. After the arrangement was completed, Liang returned to the backyard. He was stunned when he saw the gold and silver coins with metallic luster rolling all over the ground. Although the marigolds didn't spit out legal tender, they were real gold and silver. You could take them anywhere to exchange for money without any problems. What's even more outrageous is that a marigold plant can produce 2 gold or silver coins per minute. This thing is even more powerful than a bank printing money. Liang was so happy that he ran into the house, found a big sack, and put all the treasures on the ground into it. Doing this job, there is really the joy of harvest. As Liang picked up the money, he couldn't help but complain, "System, you can help me collect the sunshine. Can't you collect this money as well?" The system did not reply, but only popped up a line of prompts. Golden mushroom. 500 sunlight is required to unlock, 50 sunlight is required to plant, and can only be planted on magnetic mushrooms. However, the card of the magnetic mushroom showed that it had not reached the unlocking level and was currently blocked. Not only that, high-level attack plants, such as cherry bombs and peppers, were also not unlocked for the time being. In other words, if you want to continue to expand your military, you must upgrade your professional level as soon as possible. Liang touched his chin lightly, realizing that time was running out. Liang quickly removed the marigolds and collected the sunlight that was returned. Overnight, Liang collected tens of thousands of sunlight points just from the marigolds and sunflowers. Liang originally thought that it would take several days to achieve sunshine freedom, but it was credited to his account in a few hours. Of course, the premise of all this is that Liang currently has too few plant cards available. When the card pool expands in the future, there will never be enough sunshine for flowers. Liang yawned loudly, put away the last bag of gold coins, closed the warehouse door, turned off the yard lights, and prepared to rest. It was almost 1 a.m. Liang planned to go into the city at dawn, buy a storage ring, and then find a suitable novice dungeon for actual combat drills. Just as Liang was thinking, he just stepped into the house when a shrill alarm suddenly came from the direction of the city wall. Woo-woo-woo dash, the rapid and shrill frequency seemed to have a kind of oppressive feeling that made people feel instinctively uneasy. Liang frowned, and his heart suddenly tightened. This kind of 3 long and 1 short alarm rhythm was not unfamiliar to Liang. This was a beast tide warning. Liang immediately looked towards Yinzhou and saw that bonfires had been lit on the distant city walls. In this world, instability in the copy space often occurred. Once the space rifts are disordered, the monsters will rush out in groups and attack human cities. This phenomenon is collectively called the beast tide. The beast tide has been regarded as one of the most common catastrophic events on the blue planet. Although the frequency of beast tides is not low, every time the alarm sounds, people still tremble because no beast tide can be easily dealt with. Less than 5 minutes after the alarm sounded, lights began to light up throughout the village. Villagers packed their clothes and prepared to evacuate overnight. The old man opposite, wearing only a pair of red shorts, ran out in a hurry, knocking on the door and shouting, "Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang, don't just stand there, the beast tide is coming. Hurry up and pack up your things and retreat with everyone." The neighbor lady was also shouting anxiously at the door, "Come out quickly. Yunzhou is going to close the city. If you're a step late, you won't be able to get in." This is not an ordinary monster. The beast tide is coming, and even the warriors have to fight hard to resist. Others in the village also shouted and prepared to escape. According to previous procedures, there was only about a 10-minute window from the alarm to the arrival of the beast tide. These 10 minutes were the only chance for everyone outside the city to retreat back into the city. After the gates were sealed, only the military and combat professionals could stay on the front lines to fight the enemy, and everyone else had to retreat. Liang was also familiar with this process, and this emergency mechanism had been repeated hundreds of times. But this time, Li Yang's mentality was completely different. "Uncle and aunt, you go first. I'm young and fast on my feet. I'll catch up with you soon after I pack up." Liang opened the door and responded, looking calm and composed. When the neighbors heard this, they all looked puzzled. "What are you trying to deal with? This is a beast tide. Run for your life, kid. Why are you still wasting time?" Everyone was talking at once, and urging Liang to leave quickly, but Liang just smiled and didn't explain. To others, this sudden beast tide was a natural disaster and a signal to flee. But for Liang, this was clearly a chance from heaven, a chance to test the actual combat capabilities of the plant army, a novice copy that could directly generate experience points and combat reputation. If he could become famous during this beast tide, Liang would be able to completely get rid of his low-class status. It was only a matter of time before the Yinzhou authorities noticed Liang. So Liang stood calmly at the door, watching the villagers flee in a hurry and close his own door again. Liang looked up at the approaching flames of war and the roaring sounds in the distance in the darkness, his eyes gleaming with a hint of heat. Come on, let me see a real beast tide. Chapter 7. It's over before it even started? The neighbor lady still didn't give up and tried to persuade Liang a few more times, but Liang was determined. In the end, she shook her head helplessly. Seeing that Liang had made up his mind, the neighbor lady had no choice but to give up. In the end, she just repeatedly reminded Liang to be careful, and then hurriedly left the village with other villagers. Liang watched the village return to silence, and his heart gradually calmed down. Liang turned and walked into the backyard, and planted 2 more pea shooters in the open space. Then Liang took a deep breath, raised his head, and looked around. The village, which was originally noisy, was now dead silent. It seemed like a completely different world in just a few minutes. Now that everyone has evacuated, the next stage should be controlled by Liang. Divine plant start. As Liang gave this order, a series of slight rustling sounds suddenly rang out in the village. The plants that had been buried in various places quickly rooted out from the ground and broke through the soil, completing the entire growth process in just a few seconds. A large number of pea shooters poked their heads out from both sides of the road, swaying rhythmically in the night wind. In the front, oval nut walls also rose one by one, standing in place like soldiers. These nuts looked shaky and would fall down with a slight push. But Liang knew that they would not be shaken at all by even a gust of gunfire, let alone the slightest breeze. Behind the nut wall, the ground bulged slightly, and silver-gray metal sticks emerged from some small mounds, making regular beeping sounds. These were the potato mines planted by Liang himself. Liang has always been impressed by this explosive plant with low sunlight consumption and high lethality. With 25 points of sunlight, it can kill a target within a grid in one hit. This cost-effectiveness is something that Liang has never thought is too much. Before getting the pumpkin, potato mines had always been Liang's favorite. Now, Liang has laid an astonishing number of pea shooters, nut walls, and widespread potato mines. When these units are piled up in hundreds, how terrifying power will be unleashed. Liang did not jump to conclusions, but quietly found a position with an excellent angle and waited for that moment to come. As expected, the advance team of the Beast Tide was extremely fast. Less than 5 minutes after the villagers had evacuated, the first wave of monsters appeared at the end of the horizon. There are not many monsters, but from the roar coming from afar, one can already feel the ferocious aura approaching. A shrill wolf howl pierced the night sky. The giant wolf monster in the lead rushed over at an extremely fast speed, raising a sky full of dust. Smoke and dust rolled, the wind blew, and there was even a pungent smell of blood in the air. Although this was only a branch, the aura that brought with it a sense of oppression was enough to make people feel scared. In contrast, the quiet village before us almost looked like a pasture waiting to be slaughtered. The system prompt appeared in front of Liang at the right time. Beast Tide detected approaching. Danger level, low. The level distribution of Warcraft is as follows. 80% below level 20, 19.5% between level 20 and 40, and 0.5% above level 40. Current situation judgment, 100% battle victory rate. As soon as the prompt came, a whistling sound of wind followed. Several peas had already drawn an elegant arc in the air and shot directly towards the monsters in the front row. Bang, bang, bang. The fist-sized peas hit the monster, and a large amount of blood instantly exploded. The giant wolves didn't have time to react at all, and were directly beaten into a bloody mist and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the remaining leopard-like monsters roared and charged. However, as soon as they pounced, they were stopped by the nut wall and could not move forward at all. They bit and ripped madly, trying to break through the defenses, but found that these round obstacles were harder than steel. Some monsters even used elemental attacks, with flames, ice cones, and lightning, but they couldn't even scratch the skin of the nut. The pea shooters in the back took the opportunity to bombard continuously, and in a short time, the front row monsters were almost wiped out. Seeing that they could not attack directly, some monsters began to change their strategy. They bypassed the nut wall and tried to pass through the gaps between the buildings to enter the heart of the village. The result, boom! A loud noise broke the silence of the night, and thick smoke mixed with the familiar smell of burning filled the air. Kill LV.18 Shadow Black Wolf with Potato Mine. Gain 1800 experience. Kill LV.26 Shadow Grey Wolf with Potato Mine. Gain 2600 experience. Kill LV.40 Shadow Wolf King with Potato Mines. Gain 3,800 experience points. Congratulations to the host for upgrading. LV.18 LV.19. Li Yang sat on the roof, looking at the body blown several meters away on the ground, and said in surprise, "The explosive power of this landmine is too outrageous, isn't it?" Just now, it seemed that only one explosion was used, but it killed 3 monsters instantly, including an elite wolf king. This guy's really powerful. He can deal with it. The system prompt pops up again. The host is about to reach the upper limit of the second job transfer. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible. After the job transfer, more advanced plants will be unlocked, such as cherry bombs, pumpkins, big mouth flowers, ice shooters, etc. When Liang heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up and his emotions soared. Oh my god, can cherry bombs be used? Potato mines are already powerful enough. One can kill 3 monsters. What about the cherry bomb? It has a 9 grid range, 9 times greater than the potato mine. Moreover, the cherry bomb does not need to be preheated at all. It explodes as soon as it hits the ground, and the cooling time is long, so it can be used for preemptive bombing. If this kind of thing can be planted in large quantities, it would be like turning on a wushuang cheat. Imagine the scene of entering a dungeon with a bag of cherry bombs on your back. How cool would it be to clear the entire screen? While Liang was staring at the beast tide, watching the fireworks, the atmosphere at the Yunzhou City military headquarters was unprecedentedly tense. Military Minister Wei Songfeng was holding the phone with a gloomy face at the moment and asked into the other side of the headset, "What did you say? The beast tide in the east has stopped. How is it possible? Where did they stop? Did any blocking troops go there?" The frontline observer on the other end of the phone also sounded clearly confused and anxious. According to the detection radar, beast tides broke out almost simultaneously from all directions of Yunzhou City, except for the one in the east, which did not reach the designated attack area. The troops on the east wall waited all night for the enemy to show up, but they didn't see a single shadow. Subsequent reconnaissance revealed that the beast tide had long stopped near a village in the suburbs and seemed to have encountered great resistance. Not only did they fail to advance, but they fought repeatedly on the spot, suffering heavy casualties. According to past experience, the beast tide is like a flood and a beast, and it will never stop unless it is completely eliminated. The current situation indicates that something has stopped the entire group of monsters. But the question is, who can forcibly block the entire group of monsters in a village in the east where no one has come to help? Even if the military personnel took action personally, they might not be able to do it so accurately and efficiently. Wei Songfeng frowned in thought and couldn't help but feel a strong curiosity in his heart. Who on earth was there, stopping all this? Chapter 8. This boss is definitely an expert in guns and cannons. The beast tides are becoming more and more frequent nowadays. It doesn't look like a good sign no matter how you look at it. In the military office, a figure slowly spoke, with a hint of worry in his tone. Zhang Mingshu said, "Now, not only in Yunzhou, but also in the whole of China, and even on the entire Blue Star, humans are under unprecedented pressure to survive. More and more copies are out of control, and the continuous invasion of beast tides are all realistic warnings. The power of the alien world is getting stronger and stronger, and we humans must keep up." Zhang Mingshu finished speaking, leaned back in a chair, and sighed softly, looking out the window at the gloomy scene. The person who said this was a middle-aged man sitting opposite the military chief Wei Songfeng. Zhang Mingshu is slightly plump and wears a pair of black frame glasses. He looks gentle yet dignified. Zhang Mingshu was wearing a white shirt and a cyan badge on his left chest, which clearly stated his identity. Mayor of Yunzhou City, Zhang Mingshu. As soon as Zhang Mingshu finished speaking, the call on the other end of the phone finally ended. Wei Songfeng put down the phone, rubbed his brows, looked at him, shrugged, and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? The list of talent selection for this year hasn't come out yet." Wei Songfeng said, Although Yunzhou has never produced any nationally renowned figures, we are not without talents here. This time, when the list comes out, I plan to compete with various colleges for talents. Wei Tsongfeng said, "What the military lacks most now is fresh blood. If we can absorb these young people, the combat power of our Yunzhou military can be doubled." Wei Tsongfeng paused, then added, his tone much more serious. "As for what happened last night, get someone to investigate it immediately." Wei Tsongfeng said, "What exactly stopped the beast tide in the east? If it was an internal fight between the monsters, then forget it. But if it was done by a job changer, even if our military kneels down to him, we have to invite him in. The older generation has almost all retired. There must be someone to take over, right?" Wei Tsongfeng's words were powerful, and it was obvious that Wei Tsongfeng attached great importance to this matter. Zhang Mingshu nodded and responded calmly, "You are right. But no matter who that person is, we must keep a low profile first. The impact of what happened last night was too great, and there will definitely be waves in Yunzhou." Zhang Mingshu said, "If this kind of existence with extraordinary combat power is exposed in a high-profile manner, it may not be a good thing. And so far, it seems that no one has been particularly outstanding among this year's graduates. The time for talent selection may have to be adjusted back." The next morning, as the sky was just beginning to turn pale, the defenders on the Yunzhou city wall finally breathed a sigh of relief. The defenders had been on alert all night. Their nerves were as tight as a string, and they dared not even blink too often. But in the end, the legendary beast tide did not come until dawn. It should have been the most critical moment last night, but the defenders kept silent. As soon as the alarm was lifted, the military immediately sent scouts to the east to investigate the situation. Everyone wanted to know what was going on. As soon as the city gate was opened, the scouts rushed out without stopping, galloping towards the area where the beast tide had been unusually stagnant last night. Following the coordinates provided by the observer, they soon arrived at an ordinary small village. No one expected that the village in front of them would become the core area of the entire beast tide battle. As soon as they entered the village, the scouts were stunned by the scene before them. The main road in the village was about 3 meters wide, but now it was filled with monster corpses. The bodies were piled up so hard that the floor tiles were barely visible. Blood stained the walls and the ground red, and the strong smell of rust had not yet dissipated. The bushes, walls, corners of the house were full of broken limbs, which was shocking. The closer you get to the outside of the village, the more dense craters and explosion marks you can see. The holes are as big as pot lids, and the smallest ones are as big as bowls. Some hidden areas are full of dark brown burn marks, obviously bombarded by high heat attacks. This is too exaggerated. What kind of weapon was used to cause this? A scout squatted down to inspect the crater, touched the edge with his finger, and muttered to himself, "This kind of power doesn't seem to be produced by a monster. It doesn't look like the regular military equipment either. It's more like some kind of high-level gunner did it." Several people gathered together and began to discuss in a low voice. However, after a while, someone raised another question. If it is really the masterpiece of the gunner, then the firepower coverage is too perfect. And we didn't even notice any explosions or flames last night. Does that make sense? The most important thing is that there wasn't even a shell left at the scene. It's just like after a fighter fights a perfect battle, he cleans up the battlefield. As soon as these words came out, several people immediately laughed. Come on, who would sweep the floor after a fight? Can you not be so mysterious? Even if someone really did that, there should be some smell of gunpowder left after the explosion, right? The result? Even the air was too clean, almost like the forest in the early morning. The more the discussion went on, the less anyone could explain what had happened. The scout team had not reached any conclusion until the villagers who had taken refuge last night returned one after another to pack up their belongings. Everyone had a huge question mark in their mind. Who on earth could have used an inexplicable force to repel an entire branch of the beast tide in this land? At the same time, in the center of Yunzhou City, in front of a breakfast stall opposite the job transfer square, Liang was sitting on a small bench by the roadside, eating freshly fried dough sticks and drinking warm soy milk. After dealing with the beast tide last night, Liang took advantage of the opportunity and rushed back to the city early in the morning. Liang wanted to complete the second job transfer smoothly before dawn, but the job transfer square was temporarily closed. The impact of the beast tide has not yet completely dissipated, and even the job transfer system that is usually open 24 hours a day has been suspended. It is detected that the host has reached the second job transfer condition, LV.20. Please complete the job transfer as soon as possible. The system repeatedly reminded Li Yong in his mind, with a tone as cold as a debt collection robot. Don't rush me. The square isn't even open yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Li Yong muttered softly, taking a bite of the fried dough stick and taking a sip of soy milk. When the door opens, I'll be the first to rush in, okay? Li Yong raised his head and looked at the building opposite the city center square. There is a huge electronic screen hanging on the outer wall, playing the news. This is a permanent propaganda facility in the city center, which rotates around the clock, sometimes news, sometimes advertisements. Li Yong often used it as background music when he was bored, and today was no exception. The news being broadcast happened to be a follow-up report on the beast tide last night. In the video, the reporter is interviewing on the front line. We have now arrived at the area where the most intense fighting took place last night. According to military information, this area should have been hit hard, but in the end, there was no loss. While cleaning up the battlefield, the reporter found some very strange gadgets. The camera switches, and a crystal-clear, hard, bark-like object with a regular textured shell appears in the picture. The reporter held it up and introduced it seriously. According to the test, this thing looks like a plant debris, but it is extremely hard and even bullets can't penetrate it. Li Yong looked at the object, raised his eyebrows slightly, and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. He was too familiar with that thing. It was a fragment of Li Yang's nut wall. Chapter 9. Gold coins for money. Reasonable, right? In a video, the reporter pointed the suspected plant fragment at the camera, showing its texture and hardness in detail. This kind of thing has never appeared in previous beast tides, so it has attracted great attention from experts and spectators. Is it the remains of a special weapon used by a job changer, or an unknown structure in the body of some monster? No one can give an answer, but fortunately, even though this thing caused a sensation, no one has yet linked it to Li Yong. This made Li Yong feel more at ease. After all, there was no intersection between nut wall and ordinary life professionals. Li Yong smiled and shook his head, slowly finishing his breakfast. Li Yong picked up the heavy sack at his feet, easily paid the bill, and left. No one noticed that in the slightly open gap of the bag, a dazzling golden light flickered quietly. The bag contained the gold coins he produced from the marigolds last night. This was just a small portion of what Li Yong brought out for daily expenses. According to Li Yang's current gold coin reserves, even if he did nothing, it would be enough for Li Yong to live a carefree life in Yunzhou for several years. After leaving the breakfast stall, Li Yong opened his career panel and checked his current status. Name, Li Yong. Profession, farmer. Life, level, LV.20. Physical strength, defense, strength, agility, and spiritual power, 20 each. Professional talent. Days plant shop, normal white. Status, the upper limit of the second job level has been reached. It is recommended to complete the job change as soon as possible to unlock new talents. The battle last night undoubtedly brought Li Yong to the peak of his current level. Although it seemed very glorious to resist the beast tide by himself, it was actually not cost-effective in terms of experience gain. Even a small branch of the beast tide contains hundreds of monsters. Many of them are high-level monsters, and killing them alone can provide a lot of experience. But once the experience is full, the excess will be wasted and cannot be accumulated. However, this is a system setting and cannot be forced. But there are also benefits. The battle last night at least proved that Li Yong was fully capable of handling a small beast tide of this scale alone. It can even be said that Li Yong did not exert his full strength. The total number of plants planted last night was only a few hundred. If Li Yong was given more preparation time to arrange a larger plant array, Li Yong is confident that the entire Yunzhou city will be covered with sunflowers and archers. In that case, even if a complete beast tide attacks, Li Yong may not be unable to turn the tide. Thinking of this, Li Yang's mood gradually became excited. Li Yong was eager to know what new talents the system would give him after completing the second transformation, and what new plants would be unlocked. It didn't take too long before the job transfer hall was finally open to the public. Citizens lined up one after another, and Li Yong was the first to enter the self-service job transfer area. Just as the cleaners removed the fence, Li Yong was already standing in front of the job transfer crystal and pressed his palm. In an instant, a beam of dazzling white light bloomed from the crystal. Just like the first job change, the system begins to guide a new round of talent generation process. Detected that the host has reached the second job change requirements. Do you confirm the job change? Confirming. Job transfer successful. Level cap raised to LV.40. New talent acquired. fine plant management. Description: allows the host to freely control the growth rhythm of the plant within a range of 1,000 meters, maintain the seed state, and activate or remove it at any time. Can be used with the sunshine shovel. The original talent, Dave's Plant Shop, is upgraded simultaneously, and more plant cards can be unlocked. This new talent, though seemingly ordinary, directly solved the biggest trouble he encountered last night: the 2 hours of post-battle cleanup. Now, Leon can activate plants on demand without having to plant them in large quantities in advance. He can also recycle plants on the battlefield at any time with one click without having to manually pull them out one by one. The efficiency has been improved by more than a little bit. The newly added plants in the store are even more dazzling. While the Sunlight Value reserves are still sufficient, Leon bought all the unlockable ones in one go. These cards will be put aside for the time being, and the next step is the focus. Leon also has an important mission on this trip: to exchange the gold coins produced by the marigolds for currency that can be circulated in the human world, and then buy himself some new equipment, and then spend some money in a chic way. Leon carried a bag full of gold coins on his shoulders, hailed a car, and headed straight to the dungeon trading market. It only took half an hour to drive from the job transfer square. The dungeon market was bustling with people, and countless job changers came here every day to exchange their lost items for money. Whether it was monster bones, viscera, scales, or rare ores, the bank had a special counter to handle and recycle them. These salesgirls are well-informed and ruthless in handling all kinds of rare goods. But when Leon slowly placed a bulging sack on the counter, opened it a little, revealing a touch of golden luster, the atmosphere of the counter changed. The teller was stunned, staring at the pile of gold coins with wide eyes, and didn't speak for a long time. These are not fakes, but real gold coins. The surface alone is enough to blind people. The young lady quickly stood up and ran to call the duty manager. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, with neat hair, came in quickly with a professional smile on his face. "Hello, sir. Are you here to make a deposit?" The manager's eyes could no longer hide his excitement. After all, although Yinzhou was not a remote place, it was still very rare to see gold being sold so intensively. "Yes." Leon nodded and said calmly, "Help me change these into RMB and deposit them into my account." Before he finished speaking, the manager immediately made a silence gesture and his face became cautious. The manager said, "Sir, thank you very much for choosing our bank. Since your transaction amount is huge and involves privacy protection, are you willing to move to the VIP exclusive reception room? We will keep it confidential for you throughout the process." Chapter 10. Damn, does your family run a gold mine? The bank manager in front of me was tall and thin, wearing a neat suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looks like what most people would consider a successful person. After saying the above, the manager immediately instructed the receptionist behind him. "Collect all these gold coins, weigh them, and keep them safe. Apply for a blank gold card for this gentleman. The information will be sent to you later." After giving all the instructions, he nodded to Li Yong very politely. This guy is quite capable. Li Yong raised his eyebrows and didn't say much. Follow the manager around the corner and arrive at the VIP-only hall. The layout here is very luxurious and especially used to serve some distinguished guests. The manager took Li Yong to sit on a soft sofa, then clapped his hands and called two young and beautiful waitresses in formal attire. "Dear customer, please allow me to introduce myself first. I'm a manager of this bank. My name is Lu Xian." His voice was very calm, but through the corners of his mouth that couldn't stop rising, Li Yong could feel the uncontrollable ecstasy in this guy's heart. Li Yong nodded and said, "My name is Li Yong, and I'm from Tianyin College." Tianyin College? Hearing this, Lu Xian was a little dazed for a moment. You know, his eldest son Lu Xing happens to be studying at Tianyin College. Why didn't he remember Lu Xing mentioning that there were people with such wealthy families in Tianyin College? Let's put our doubts aside for now. He is a very professional person, and he will never ask about the privacy of such customers unless it is necessary. Then, "Mr. Liang, in order to prevent any unexpected situations, can you tell me the source of these gold coins? These days, it's not easy to come up with such a large amount of gold coins." Lu Xian spoke respectfully, and at the same time stood up and made tea for Liang. Seeing this, Liang took the tea and took a sip, then said calmly, "It's a family heirloom." Lu Xian was stunned for a moment, and faced with a seemingly outrageous answer, he resolutely chose to believe it. Nowadays, because of the existence of copies, Blue Star often has priceless equipment and props worth millions or even tens of millions, or even more outrageous amounts of money. The amount of currency in circulation in the market has become huge, and the gold and silver reserves, which are the backbone of the monetary system, are mostly stored in the hands of a few people and are becoming relatively less and less in the market. Therefore, while the job changers are frantically pursuing power, major banks and chambers of commerce are also constantly chasing after something more essential, such as gold. There is even a saying among businessmen. Since ancient times, money has flowed like water, but gold has won the hearts of the people. The more gold a bank stores, the easier it is for it to survive stably in the ever-changing world market. People are also more willing to choose banks with a lower probability of bankruptcy for savings and transactions. Of course, there's so many reasons and they seem so complicated, but they can actually be summarized in one sentence. Banks need gold. Leon needs money. Then just exchange. Everything else doesn't matter. Faced with a big customer like Li Yong who came to him, how could he not take him seriously? The batch of gold sent by Li Yong was not a huge fortune that could change the situation. But for Yinzhou Bank, it is also very precious. After the receptionist finished weighing the gold, the information was immediately delivered to Lu Xian. Lu Xian calculated on the computer for a long time, and finally stood up and bowed to Li Yong. According to the current gold price, the gold you brought is worth 2.2 million. If you find it acceptable, I will draw up a contract now and help you apply for a VIP gold card. If you hold a gold card from this bank, you can enjoy a 20% discount on all your purchases in this dungeon trading market. Li Yong nodded and accepted it with pleasure. I didn't expect that I would get an unexpected reward when I came here to save money. Lu Xian helped Li Yong deal with these things very efficiently. While Lu Xian was printing the contract, Li Yong, who was sitting next to him, suddenly asked, "If I have the chance in the future, I might come back a few more times to exchange money with you. The amount is not too small. Your bank should be able to find the money for you, right?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xian, who was standing in front of the printer, felt his legs go weak, and he almost fell to the ground. Besides, and I'm also worried about whether I can find a bank. The gold that Li Yong brought this time is already extremely rare. As a result, could his family be a gold mine? It's so horrible. Of course we can find it. We can find as much as we want. You really can't judge a person by his appearance. Mr. Li Yong, you are so generous at such a young age. I guess you must be from a noble family, right? Ahem. Let's get back to the topic. If the total gold reserves you have are indeed sufficient, I actually have a small suggestion. We may be able to sign an agreement. From now on, your gold will only be collected by us, and the price we collect will be 20 higher than the market price. I don't know, what do you think? Lu Xian quickly made a suggestion. Judging from Li Yang's tone, the gold reserves he has must be much more unimaginable. If I can seize this opportunity and get enough gold through Li Yong, using the gold as a bargaining chip, he got promoted and made a fortune. There is even the opportunity to be transferred directly to the headquarters. Wouldn't that be easy? Thinking of this, he became more and more excited. Although he was trying hard to remain calm, his red cheeks told it all. Li Yong did not refuse the opportunity to get more money. Compared with the gold coins collected last night, what he brought to the bank this time could even be considered a drop in the bucket. Even if he plans to join the country in the future, why not do it if there's an opportunity to earn a stable income? Seeing that Li Yong agreed, Lu Xian quickly tore up the contract in his hand and drafted another one. While printing, he was happily chatting with Li Yong. Come to think of it, my son also attends Tianyan College. His name is Lu Xing, and he also graduated this year. Maybe Mr. Li Yong has met him before. Hearing this familiar name, Li Yong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Lu Xing? Yes, one is Lu Xing and the other is Lu Xian. It is obvious that they are father and son. That's more than just seeing it. It couldn't be more familiar. Chapter 11. Fun, love to play. However, Li Yong did not say this. I just followed the process, checked the contents of the contract, signed it, and took my VIP gold card. The contents of the contract took effect immediately. Because it was a deeper partnership, the 2.2 million originally in the card became 2.64 million. With the money, Li Yong went straight to the trading market. Apart from anything else, he bought 5 of the storage rings that are most commonly used by job changers in one go. With these things in hand, he will never lack space to store things in the future. But logically speaking, shouldn't the general system come with a storage space? Li Yong was confused, but unfortunately he did not get a response from the system. He shrugged and continued walking. He used the money to eat and drink and change his clothes. I strolled around until the afternoon and then took a taxi to leave. On the way home, he heard the report about the time of last night's beast tide from the driver's radio. The Yunzhou municipal government and the military jointly issued a statement to express their gratitude to all the personnel who contributed to Yunzhou during the beast tide attack. I hope that in the future, more job changers will be able to stand up bravely and defend their homes. The driver in front was chatting with Liang casually and lamented that although Yunzhou was just a small city in a remote area of China, in the face of danger, the municipal government and the military never failed to respond and were very helpful. To this, Liang nodded repeatedly, expressing his deep agreement. And in the following time, Liang opened Dave's shop and planned to take this opportunity to take a good look at the new plants he had obtained this time. But suddenly, a rapid phone call interrupted his thoughts. The phone was picked up, and there was an emergency notice from Tianyin College on the other end. According to the academy, due to the unexpected beast invasion, the academy's originally scheduled graduate exam could not proceed normally. In order to ensure the safety of students and to solve the upgrade problems of those who have just changed jobs, the college decided to temporarily recall this year's graduates and prepare follow-up plans. The beast tide last night did not bring any harm to the urban area of Yunzhou, but it was a devastating blow to all copies near Yunzhou City. All the various dungeons that were originally used for leveling were in chaos, with monsters of all levels running around randomly in random dungeons. If we throw these new job changers without any level into such a place at this time, it would be like throwing meat buns at a dog, and they will never come back. After hanging up the phone, Liang returned home and tidied up his yard. By the way, he stuffed all the collected gold and silver coins into the storage ring. After doing this, he planted a few sunflowers in some corners that were difficult to notice. As long as the sunflowers are within the range of the system can automatically collect the sunlight they release. A few million or even tens of millions of gold coins are enough to spend. But sunshine is essential. He didn't want to get stuck on something as basic as sunlight when he needed it. At this time, in the center of Yunzhou City, on the municipal building, Mayor Zhang Mingshu and Military Minister Wei Songfeng were in the office on the rooftop, looking at the two brown pieces of wood in front of them and looking at each other in bewilderment. This is the only useful thing found after searching the entire battlefield. Your military's efficiency. Zhang Mingshu sighed and left his words halfway. Wei Songfeng on the opposite side was rubbing his temple with a look of headache. That was the battlefield where the beasts were fighting. The affected area covered most of the village. After searching for so far, I have only found 2 of these. Looking at the traces of battle, I thought the guy was a gun master or something like that. But look at this thing. There's no way to guess what it is. Some people even judged that it was left by a plant-type monster. Why don't we screen all the high-level job changers in Yunzhou City? See if there are any related professions? Wei Songfeng made a somewhat clumsy suggestion. Zhang Mingshu on the other side shook his head repeatedly. It's too risky to do this, and it will cause a lot of trouble for others. By then, even if you do screen them out, they probably won't be willing to work under us. We need to think about whether there is any way to recruit or attract that job changer. Wei Songfeng sat down on the chair, looking a little depressed. Well, if you ask me, why don't we just put up a bounty? Let him see our sincerity. Just offer a reward of 5 million and let him come and claim it himself. I don't believe that anyone would have a problem with money these days. This is 5 million. Zhang Mingshu glanced at him unhappily. I just told you to keep a low profile, and you're doing this? You even offered a 5 million reward. Who are you trying to show off to? Judging from the man's approach of leaving no trace, he certainly didn't want to draw too much attention. If you do this, it might backfire. However, you said something right. We really need to let others see our sincerity. After all, he is such a powerful person. We must not bury him. Wei Songfeng sighed and picked up the 2 pieces of wood on the table. I'd better continue studying this thing. You said this thing is so hard. What kind of plant could it have fallen from? If we could make a weapon out of this plant, wouldn't it be very powerful? This talent must be found. Otherwise, I will feel guilty. The next day, early in the morning, Liang got up from the bed and stretched. He glanced at the sunflower planted at the head of his bed, which was always smiling, and then looked at his system interface. In just one night, his total amount of sunlight has soared to 500,000. There's so much sunlight that he can't even use a modifier when playing games. If nothing else, stock up on some cherry bomb seeds. After storing them, you can put them into the storage ring. The cooling time of the cherry bomb is 50 seconds. Just remember this and take a look at it from time to keep redeeming it. From now on, whether you're entering a dungeon or doing something else, just have fun with it. Fun, love to play. I looked at the time, and it was already late. Leon quickly put on his clothes and walked out the door. By the time I stepped into the college gate, the class bell had already rung for a while. Chapter 12. The first on the list is actually a daily living profession. When I arrived at the classroom, the head teacher had not arrived yet. The whole classroom was in chaos. Many people were discussing the beast attack that happened the night before. No one noticed that Liang was late. Liang didn't care at all. He walked to his seat and sat down. He didn't notice the sharp gaze from someone behind him. "TSK, what are you pulling for?" Lu Xing, who was sitting behind Liang, said in his heart and looked at Liang with extremely sharp eyes. On the day of the holiday, Lu Xing was speechless because of Li Yang's previous remarks about Zhuan. He was depressed at home for several days. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he almost fell sick. Seeing that Li Yang was late today, according to his usual habit, he had to take advantage of the situation to give Li Yang a warning. But now he is a little afraid. The head teacher has already told him that Li Yang refused the hush money. Before, he colluded with the class teacher to bully Li Yang for being honest, suppressing him openly and doing some small tricks behind his back. Li Yang was originally timid because he was still considering his future. He was afraid that he would make enemies everywhere and that he would be unable to move forward if he offended too many people. But Li Yang now is like a completely different person. He was fearless and even dared to confront him in public, scolding him so badly that he had no chance to fight back. If this goes on, once the conflict becomes irreversible, Li Yang might really drag him and the head teacher into the water at all costs. By then, we will probably be in big trouble. Hateful. The more you endure, the angrier you will be. The more you take a step back, the more you will lose. Lu Xing cursed in his heart, but tried his best to restrain his expression. After a while, the head teacher finally walked into the classroom and began to greet loudly. "Everyone, please be quiet and line up in the corridor. We will go to the college auditorium later to take the comprehensive quality test and be included in the list of graduates." After that, he briefly talked about the arrangements of the college. Due to the impact of the beast tide invasion, it is definitely impossible to work in groups to clear the dungeon normally like in previous years. But it is impossible for the academy to throw a bunch of blank job changers directly into society. Without a basic level, those fledgling job changers would find it difficult to even pass the novice dungeon. Especially for life-related occupations, if you leave the college without any level foundation, you will be at a disadvantage in your future job. Therefore, the college decided to go all out and change its strategy to manage in batches. A large team of students of different levels, led by teachers, went to clear out several novice copies closest to Yinzhou. Firstly, those copies are close enough to Yinzhou, so the probability of high-level monsters appearing is relatively low. Secondly, with the protection of the teachers, the students' personal safety is also guaranteed. In addition, helping the official clean up the copy can also increase the reputation of Tianyan College. While other academies were keeping their moves, Tianyan Academy took the opportunity to start leveling up ahead of schedule, thus also being able to seize some resources from other academies. Killing 4 birds with 1 stone, isn't that wonderful? But before that, we still have to go through the same routine as in previous years. First, a final round of statistics will be conducted on the information of all graduates of this year, and then the order in which they enter the copy will be determined based on their comprehensive qualities. This is what is called the graduate list. The ranking of the big list is mainly related to the student's level, occupation, talent, and daily academic performance. In this way, the comprehensive qualities of a job changer can be reflected to the greatest extent. Those who rank high will naturally be the focus of the college's attention and will be allocated recommended student places. In this ranking, you may not be clear about the others, but Lu Xing is definitely among the top positions on the list. After the career awakening ceremony, the students had a more or less clear idea of the situation in each class. In the entire Tianyan Academy, there are only a few people who have changed their jobs and obtained purple talents. Even in the entire combat branch, the number of job changers is not too large. Things like occupation and talent account for the majority of the rankings on the big list. Therefore, Lu Xing, who possesses both of these qualities, must be among the best. Many people were somewhat dissatisfied, but that was all. That's how the world is. A person's success is inseparable from strong strength and solid background. In other words, as long as you have the above 2 points, Even a pig can step on the wind and take off on the spot. After all the students came to the auditorium and took their seats, the dean of Yuntian College walked onto the stage holding the microphone. Next, the college staff will register the information of each student one by one. Please be patient, students. Once the information is collected, we will directly display each student's information along with the ranking on the main screen in the auditorium. As an annual graduate ranking, the ranking of this list will strictly follow the principles of fairness, justice, and openness. The dean never tires of talking about this same thing that is repeated every year. The two teachers behind him connected the computer and placed a large blankboard on the main screen. The staff and the audience acted quickly, using special equipment to collect the occupational information of each student. After the students whose information was being collected chose to agree, their grades in various subjects, occupations, talents, and levels were all transmitted to the large screen above. The rankings of the graduate list have begun to appear. Isn't that the guy from class 2? It's a rare profession indeed. It's a pity that his talent is a bit poor and he's only green. Otherwise, he would definitely take first place. Oh, which class is this guy from? His name is Lu Xing. Oh, purple talent. This kid is amazing. Hey, don't forget Su Gue from our class. He's a fire mage, and his professional talent has even awakened to the purple epic level. He's already been booked first on this year's list. The dean said so himself. Almost halfway through, the outline of the big list had been finalized. Just as everyone guessed, the top few people were all the geniuses in their respective classes. Lu Xing, in particular, had a good advantage over the others and firmly sat in the top 3. No way, this is incomparable. These guys have good jobs and great talents. They're all chosen by God. How can ordinary people like us compare with them? People like Lu Xing have both good careers and talents. Even though many people feel dissatisfied, they have no choice but to accept this result. Looking at the envious and jealous eyes of the people around him, Lu Xing finally regained some confidence. Even his back straightened a lot. Although his academic performance was lagging behind, he failed to get to first place and was only ranked 3rd as a goalkeeper. However, the collection of information is coming to an end. Those talented players that we had heard of before were also posted on the rankings. If nothing unexpected happens, he will have secured one of the top 3 spots this time. Humph, so what if I can't get first place in the school? When I get out into society, I will be far better than them in terms of talent, resources, connections, and power. Only then will these little brats in the academy be able to truly see the gap between me and them. Looking at his high ranking, Lu Xing began to feel complacent. In the end, he didn't have long to be happy. A few exclamations suddenly came from the side. Oh my God. First, what is going on? A new number 1 has emerged, and it's a life-related profession? Fuck, am I dazzled? This farmer who changed his job is actually at level 20. Chapter 13. 2 days, 20 levels far ahead. Along with those exclamations, all the students in Li Yang's class turned their heads and looked at the people sitting in the back row. At this time, Liang was wearing the college uniform, and his face was full of calmness. Everything that happened before his eyes was within his expectations. Just as he had planned. Just 2 days after graduation, the farmer profession has skyrocketed to level 20. No matter where he is an extremely explosive existence. I saw a group of directors and the dean gathered on the podium, discussing something nervously. Liang understood that his goal had been achieved. Looking at the heated discussions among the people around him, class teacher Liang, who was standing at the back, began to feel panicked. This is not quite what we planned. The person who suddenly appeared should have been Lu Xing. As long as Lu Xing can maintain his position in the top 3 and get the recommendation from the academy, he will have the hope of becoming an elite job changer trained by the country. Similarly, as the class teacher who has supported Lu Xing for 3 years, whether it is this college evaluation or the selection of the Dean of Studies in a few months. He is stable. What's more, Lu Xing's family is wealthy, and his father Lu Xian is the general manager of the largest bank in Yinzhou. In terms of both talent and background, he is much better than others in the class. By letting Lu Xing surpass others, he can not only achieve the achievements a teacher deserves, but also win the favor of Lu Xing's father Lu Xian. With Lu Xian's favor, his own promotion, and his nephew becoming an elite job changer, he exerted his influence within the upper echelons. As long as he continues to develop according to this standard process, his identity and status will definitely surpass more than 90 of the people in Yinzhou. By then, won't you be able to have whatever you want? As for the other people in the class, he had no intention of caring about them at all. After all, this world is very cruel. To survive in this world, strength, brains, and background are all essential. However, the appearance of Li Yang broke all this. Li Yang was originally the least favored person in his class. He still remembers very clearly what Li Yang said to him at that time. At that time, he gave Li Yang 5,000 yuan, hoping that Li Yang could wipe out the grudge with Lu Xing. Unexpectedly, Li Yang not only did not appreciate it, but directly stated that he wanted to compete with Lu Xing for the recommendation spot. At that time, he just thought that Li Yang was just bragging because of his youthfulness. As a result, in today's graduate rankings, when everyone was unable to level up due to the beast tide, Li Yang was far ahead of everyone with a terrifying advantage of 20 levels. A person who had just changed his job to a life-related profession reached level 20 within 2 days after the beast tide attack. Who would dare to believe this kind of thing if I told them to others? He thought Li Yang was stupid and a little stubborn for refusing his hush money. As it now seems, this was entirely because Li Yang was confident at the time. Level 20? How could he be level 20? Looking at the dean and his group walking towards them, the smiling head teacher's expression suddenly froze. Uncle this. Lu Xing hadn't recovered from the fact that he was suddenly kicked out of the top 3, and he stammered to his class teacher. Hey, how many times have I told you? When you're working, you should refer to your job title. The dean is still here, so you better watch your words. The head teacher curled his lips, adjusted his mentality slightly, stood up and walked towards the dean with a smile. What was happening now was far beyond his original expectations. He had to at least figure out what was going on. The dean and a group of directors came to Li Yang. This old man in his 70s was so excited on his way here that he directly used the skill, wind step, to speed up. When he got closer, Li Yang even saw that his hand was shaking slightly. You are Li Yang, right? Your level. Li Yang knew that he was doubting. After all, it was hard to believe that a job changer of a life-related profession could reach level 20 within 2 days after awakening his profession. So he simply pulled up his information panel, placed it in front of him, pointed at the information on it, and said, Dean, rest assured that my grade is genuine and there is no trickery involved. When the dean saw Li Yang's information panel, his eyes suddenly widened. This is not just level 20. Li Yang has even completed the second transformation. As a person who has just awakened to a life-related job changer, he completed the job change in just 2 days. What a terrifying power. Dean, this is Li Yang's message. A principal nearby immediately asked someone to get Li Yang's personal information. His parents died in a beast tide, and he lives alone outside the city. There were no relatives who could help, not even any recipients of official aid. Perhaps because of his poor family background, Li Yang has always studied very hard. Although his profession and talent were not good, he still became the well-deserved number 1 in the list with his far-leading level and excellent academic performance over the years. In terms of family background, Li Yang should be considered as one of the lowest-class people in Tianyin College. It is precisely because of this that the strength he now demonstrates is even more surprising. Student Li Yang, did you improve your level by yourself? The old dean took a long time to calm down his excited heart and turned to look at Li Yang. Li Yang nodded and answered without hesitation. The goods are genuine and the price is fair. No one can be cheated. Then, the dean asked a question that everyone was concerned about. But, how do life-related jobs level up so quickly? Li Yang looked in the old dean's eyes and said calmly, grow some crops. The entire auditorium suddenly fell silent and fell into deathly silence. Many people couldn't even tell whether Li Yang was serious or just joking. Grow crops to upgrade? If Li Yang had a purple epic talent, or even a gold legendary talent, then they would accept it. But now he is just a farmer with white talent. If he can upgrade by planting things, what's the point of having these combat professions? But the dean is, after all, an old hand who has lived for over 70 years. I could hear some clues from Li Yang's tone. He could feel that Li Yang's profession must be very special. In public places, walls have ears. He nodded slightly and said, Student Li Yang, please wait a moment. Come to my office later, and we'll talk in detail. After saying that, he waved his hand and motioned Li Yang to sit down first. He turned around, returned to the podium impatiently, and made some brief, polite remarks. What I'm talking about is nothing more than things that everyone knows. Things like the dangers of beast tide attacks, the difficulty of clearing the dungeon, and the need to unite as one to overcome difficulties together. Then he encouraged everyone to seize the opportunity, upgrade well, and pay attention to safety. After he finished explaining everything, he walked at full speed and came to Liang surrounded by several directors. He hurriedly left the auditorium and walked towards the dean's office. Chapter 14. Report immediately. Can't wait any longer. Tianyan College, in the dean's office. The old dean Su Minghong quickly opened the office door and asked Liang to sit behind the desk. Xiaolu, go get Liang a glass of water. Su Minghong waved his hand and gave direct instructions. Liang's class teacher, also known as Xiao Lu by the dean. After listening to the dean's words, he immediately nodded and bowed, then ran to the water dispenser with a paper cup and poured a glass of water for Liang. Now, the situation has completely reversed. Liang, who was originally completely ignored, has now transformed into a talent that the dean values very much. At this time, as long as Liang mentioned the previous official aid funds intentionally or unintentionally, forget about things like promotion and salary increase, or pleasing Lucien. As a class teacher, he could be expelled from the college on the spot and return to the pre-liberation era overnight. Now, he only hoped that Liang would let bygones be bygones and not mention this matter in front of the dean. Even if Liang would use this as a threat and extort a large sum of money from him later, he would be willing to do it. Student Liang, can you tell me in detail about what you just mentioned in the auditorium? Regarding your methods of upgrading and stuff like that. I'm very curious. As he spoke, Su Minghong laughed cheerfully. Try to be as approachable as possible. Liang just picked up the water cup, took a sip, and glanced at the head teacher, who had a complicated expression on his face. He said nothing, yet it seemed as if he said a lot. Su Minghong reacted immediately and said seriously, Xiaolu, please go out first. Let me talk to Liang alone. He was the first person in the history of Tianyan Academy to reach level 20 in a life profession within 2 days of his job change. No, there's no need to mention Tianyan College. Looking at the entire Yinzhou, this kind of thing is probably unprecedented in history, and we must take it seriously. As he spoke, Su Minghong's cheeks became noticeably redder. After working at Tianyan College for so many years, Liang's class teacher had never seen Su Minghong so happy. There was no way out. He could only leave with an uneasy mood. For a moment, Liang and Dean Su Minghong were the only ones left in the huge office. Su Minghong breathed a sigh of relief, and his tone softened a lot. Student Liang, there are only 2 of us in the office now, so there's no need to worry about walls having ears. If there's anything you want to show, please bring it out. Seeing this, Liang was no longer reserved. He raised his hand, gently stroked his storage ring, and took out a seed from it. Then he stood up and walked straight to a pot of lotus that Su Minghong had placed on the windowsill. Bury the seeds. Then, while doing the work at hand, he explained, Actually, what I grow are not ordinary crops. If the venue is big enough, I can demonstrate other lethal weapons. But for now, let me just show you the basics. What you're going to see next is one of the crops I used when I upgraded. It's called walnuts. After saying that, Liang lightly snapped his fingers and activated his professional talent, exquisite plant management. In a blink of an eye, the plants he planted in the soil began to grow wildly. In just a few seconds, it expanded to the size of an adult. A huge brown nut instantly crushed the flower pot and fell to the ground with a loud boom. Dean Su Minghong, who was sitting behind the desk, suddenly widened his eyes, opened his mouth, and shock was written all over his old face. Regardless of anything else, what shocked Su Minghong was the color and texture of the nut wall in front of him. It really looks too familiar. He has been friends with the current Yunzhou Mayor Zhang Mingshu for many years. He had also seen with his own eyes and even touched the strange plant fragments that the military had found when investigating the mysterious job changer. Because of this, the moment Li Yang's nut wall appeared, Su Minghong could almost conclude that this was most likely the thing that the military and municipal government were desperately looking for. However, to be on the safe side, he still used an identification spell on the nut wall. Plant name, nut wall. Plant characteristics. The nut wall can withstand any attack below level 40. This upper limit will increase with the increase of the occupation level and can withstand a total of 50 times. The damage sustained during the attack cannot be repaired. Fuck. Looking at the information panel fed back by the identification technique, Su Minghong almost swore. However, he is over 50 years old after all. What kind of storms has he not seen? I took 2 deep breaths right there trying to calm down, but damn it, I can't calm down at all. Shit. How can he stay calm? Liang took out this thing called crops in front of him, and the meaning was already very clear. The mysterious job changer who single-handedly repelled a small group of beasts and whom the military and municipal government had been looking for 2 days was actually him, a farmer who had just changed his job and had ordinary talents of white quality. On the night when the job transfer was completed, he used his skills to stop an entire branch of the beast tide. In comparison, the fact that he was 20 levels ahead of the rest of the school was nothing to mention. After killing so many monsters, shouldn't you be at level 20? But this is even more outrageous. He reached level 20 after experiencing the beast tide. In other words, when he was fighting against the beast tide, he didn't even have the second level. A job changer who has not yet experienced the second transformation defeated a small group of beasts. Su Minghong finally realized what it meant to see something new once in a lifetime. Dean, how about you calm down for a moment? Li Yong saw that Su Minghong was breathing rapidly and looked like he was about to pass out. I was a little worried that the old man might burst into tears on the spot out of excitement. Su Minghong nodded repeatedly and sat back in his seat. He took off his glasses with trembling hands and let out a long sigh. Then he said, "Student Li Yong, I'm afraid my Yuntian Academy can't accommodate a Buddha like you." After seeing Li Yang's strength at first, Su Minghong even planned to give him the college's recommended student spot. But looking at the strength Li Yong has shown now, Su Minghong decided that this recommended student quota must not be given to him. Because I am not worthy of him at all. What kind of life profession is it? And what kind of white talent is it? In the face of true strength, none of it is worth mentioning. So, it's better to just ask Li Yong what he really needs. Su Minghong is not a person in a high position, so he may not be able to see that far. But from his superficial perspective, Li Yong had just changed his job a few days ago, but he was able to stop the next branch of the beast tide by himself. Then when he reaches level 40, won't he be able to defeat the entire beast tide directly? At level 60, at level 80, I dare not even think about it. Su Minghong can conclude that with Li Yang's strength, he will definitely become one of the people who change the world in the future. We can't wait any longer. Absolutely not. Student Li Yong, I'm going to report your situation to the higher-ups. What do you think? Hearing this, Li Yong nodded without hesitation. Then, he held his chin up thoughtfully and murmured, "By the way, if I apply directly, do I still need to take up the college's recommendation quota?" Hearing this question, Su Minghong on the other side was slightly stunned, and then answered, "That may not be the case. After all, your situation is rather special and cannot be generalized. For the specific situation, we need to report your situation and then discuss it in detail." Chapter 15. Quick, I want to see him now. After that, Li Yong had no other questions. Then, at the request of Su Minghong, Qian demonstrated the pea shooter. At the same time, the new plants unlocked after the second transformation were briefly introduced. For example, Ice Shooter Cherry Bomb. He wanted to show it again, but was so scared that Su Minghong quickly stopped him. This prevented an explosion that could have blown off the ceiling. "Okay, Li Yong, to be on the safe side, I will personally take these, crops of yours to show to the mayor." After a conversation, Su Minghong finally decided to take Li Yang's crops to the municipal building himself. "I plan to continue reporting to higher authorities through the mayor's connections, and it would be best if I could report Li Yong directly to the imperial capital authorities. After all, with Li Yang's current strength, there is no need for him to level up with those ordinary job changers. It would be better for the country to pay attention to it as soon as possible, so that Li Yong can take advantage of the opportunity and realize his ambitions." The two sides hit it off and decided to continue the discussion for the time being. Then, Su Minghong stood up and escorted Li Yong out of the dean's office. Li Yong looked calm. He returned to his class in full view of everyone and sat in his seat as if nothing had happened. The students around gathered around, excitedly wanting to ask what had just happened. Where did Li Yong get such a high level, and what secrets does he hide? What did the dean say when he brought Li Yong into the office just now? But Li Yong simply evaded the question. He doesn't intend to make everything public until everything is settled. Anyway, so far, everything is going steadily as he expected. At this time, Su Minghong in the office had already changed his clothes. Then he put the plants that Li Yong left in the office as evidence into the storage ring and drove away towards the municipal building. After driving for a while, President Su Minghong finally stopped downstairs of the municipal building. Because he had not informed the municipal government in advance, he waited at the door for a while before being allowed to enter. When Su Minghong pushed open the door of the mayor's office on the rooftop, Mayor Zhang Mingshu was sorting out the latest batch of information at his desk. After seeing Su Minghong's wrinkled old face, he stood up immediately with some confusion. "Hey, old Su, what brings you here?" Su Minghong smiled cheerfully and replied, "I have good news for you, old friend. The relationship between the two is very good. Back then, they were actually old classmates who studied at the same college. But despite this relationship, the appearances of Su Minghong and Zhang Mingshu at this time were completely different. Zhang Mingshu looks like a middle-aged man who has gained some weight, while Su Minghong is already a white-haired old man. This is also the impact of the gamification of the world. By increasing their level, job changers can increase their lifespan. Especially after level 60, this improvement will become very obvious. It's a pity that Su Minghong is not a particularly talented job changer. Like most people in this world, I am stuck below level 60. Most of my time and energy are invested in the college's educational work. I rarely have the endless energy and time to level up like when I was young. Zhang Mingshu on the opposite side is actually about the same age as Su Minghong, but his level is slightly higher at over level 70. Although he has been busy managing municipal affairs for many years, he still looks younger than Su Minghong. After hearing what Su Minghong said, Zhang Mingshu immediately raised his eyebrows in confusion. "Good news? What good news?" Su Minghong raised his hand, rubbed his storage ring, and released Li Yang's plant. Bang! The giant wall of nuts hit the tiled floor of the office, accidentally creating some cracks. Plop! Zhang Mingshu, who was sitting behind his desk, sat down on the floor with his eyes bigger than bells. Is this what the fragments originally looked like?" Zhang Mingshu asked stutteringly, his tone full of disbelief. Who knows best about the plant fragments found on the front lines in Yinzhou? Apart from Minister Wei Tsongfeng of the military, it is him. The texture and color of the fragments are exactly the same as the nuts placed in the middle of the office. This is the original fragment he has been looking for. I wasn't as exaggerated as you when I first saw this thing. Don't get excited yet. I have more important news here, Su Minghong said with a smile, as if to tell you not to make a fuss. These words successfully aroused Zhang Mingshu's curiosity. He asked with great interest, "What's going on? Did you meet that mysterious job changer?" Su Minghong waved his hand. "It's more than just an encounter. That job changer is a student from our academy." Before Zhang Mingshu could sit still, he jumped up again and let out a sharp roar. "Student?" Su Minghong said calmly, "Yes, I'm still a student and will graduate soon this year." Zhang Mingshu felt his head buzzing, and he was almost unable to speak. It's simply fantasy. If Su Minghong didn't have any evidence, Zhang Mingshu would definitely think so. But now, the huge nut was solid evidence like a mountain, and he had no choice but to believe it. However, Zhang Mingshu rubbed his head, still unable to believe it. But a student? How was it possible to do such a thing? Su Minghong smiled and said, "Old buddy, there is something you may not believe in anymore, but it can indeed explain many situations that do not conform to common sense. This thing is called life. Some people are not born with good looks, but they can do earth-shaking things. Remember the strange phenomenon in the sky and earth that suddenly appeared and disappeared last Friday? I think that should also be made by my student. If it wasn't destined, what kind of farmer could grow such a plant?" Zhang Mingshu stood there in a daze. His heart, which had been calm for decades, began to beat violently again. Such a powerful job changer is still a student. This proves one thing. This strange man mentioned by Su Minghong is absolutely a chosen, one who only appears once in a century. A genius. He didn't even bother to test the plants. He slapped the table and said excitedly, "Quick, please invite Li Yang himself over. I want to see him now." Chapter 16. Days Card. This isn't just a conceptual technique. Seeing my old friend show this attitude. Su Minghong also breathed a sigh of relief. I originally thought that the things I reported would encounter some obstacles or something. But now it seems that Zhang Mingshu is much more positive about Li Yang's affairs than he is. However, what Su Minghong wants is not just Zhang Mingshu's appreciation of Li Yang. Old Zhang, before that, I want to discuss something with you. Based on the strength that Li Yang has shown so far, he is already at a level that can be recorded in the history of our Yinzhou city. Can talents like these be treated differently from other less special talents? If I remember correctly, China seems to have a policy specifically for this level of talent. Su Minghong did not say it directly, but Zhang Mingshu on the opposite side actually knew it well. He calmed himself down, slowly sat back behind his desk and asked, "You mean the Tangshan project?" After the world was gamified, the world structure has changed to varying degrees due to the emergence of the job transfer system. In the original world, technology was the primary productive force. And now, there is something that has gone hand in hand with technology. That is talent. As the core of the job transfer system, the attributes of people are infinitely magnified. Among them, those who stand out and have brought their profession to the extreme may even possess the godlike power to make clouds and rain with a flip of their hands. For this reason, countries around the world have begun to vigorously cultivate their own talents. China's Tangshan project is the product of this work developed to its extreme. Tangshan means to understand the mysteries. The purpose of the plan is to hope that the special talents in the plan can understand the mystery of the special powers contained in themselves, the mystery of those alien powers, and make use of them. To a certain extent, the talents recruited by the Tangshan project are the elites among China's elites. The expression on Zhang Mingshu's face paused for a moment, and then he slowly said, "I didn't expect you to take the initiative to make such a request. However, being able to display such strength is enough to show how strong Li Yang is. Let's observe for a while. I want to know for myself how strong this student Li Yang is. This is the first time in Yunzhou in such a long time. But if our Yunzhou really has a special talent who can enter the Tangshan division, I, old Zhang, have witnessed history in my lifetime. Okay, Lao Su, make the call. Tell someone from your academy to send Li Yang to me as soon as possible. I want to personally understand the extent of this student Li Yang's strength." After saying this, Zhang Mingshu suddenly felt something was wrong and immediately shook his head. "No, I'll send someone to pick him up myself. After all, he is the mysterious boss that our municipal government and military have been searching for. He helped so much during the Beast Tide. We have to show him the sincerity of the municipal government." As he spoke, Zhang Mingshu picked up the phone on the table and called his driver. Then, he skillfully reached his hand under the table, fumbled around a bit, and pulled out a bank card. This was the 5 million bounty prepared for the mysterious job changer that the two had talked about when they were discussing countermeasures with Wei Tsongfeng before. At this time, Li Yang, like other students in the class, was busy packing his personal belongings at his seat. Now that the list of graduates has been compiled, all that remains is to wait for the combat-oriented teachers in the academy to be ready and set out to start the work. In fact, Li Yang was still struggling over whether to go or not. After all, they were going to level up those new job transferees who had no levels in the academy. It was a waste of time to let a job transferee who had already passed level 20 go and do it. But at this time, the system suddenly issued a task. New task: kill 200 monsters below level 30, 0/200. Mission reward: Dave's item shop. Prop shop? Li Yang tapped his head and carefully recalled the props in Plants vs. Zombies. If nothing else, could it be possible that he could grow the cart like he grows plants? Push forward all the way and kill instantly. No matter who you are, as long as you are on the route of the invincible cart, you will be crushed under its wheels. Isn't this a purely conceptual technique? It seems that I have to brush this book. By now, he has stockpiled more than 100 cherry bombs. With these things, you can blow away all the monsters you see in minutes. Completing 200 kills should be easy. As a result, just as Li Yang had packed up his things, there was a knock on the door outside the messy classroom. The head teacher knocked on the blackboard to ask everyone to be quiet. Then he quickly walked down from the podium and opened the door. When I saw several civil servants in suits standing outside, I was so scared that my soul almost flew away. His originally rosy face suddenly turned pale. He stuttered and couldn't utter a word for a long time. His body was shaking like a sieve, and he was trembling so much that he couldn't stand steadily. "Comrade, Tintin." The head teacher thought that it was Li Yang who reported the matter of the aid funds, and the municipal government sent people to arrest him. As a result, the municipal elder who was in charge just frowned, looked at the class teacher thoughtfully, and then directly ignored him and asked, "Excuse me, who is Li Yang? Please come with us. Mayor Zhang hopes to meet you in person." The noisy classroom became chaotic again. "What's going on?" "Oh, that's reasonable. After all, Li Yang is ranked first on the list." It actually caught the mayor's attention. "Isn't this too exaggerated?" "Nonsense. A farmer who has just changed his job and reached level 22 days ago. Wouldn't you be curious?" This time, the spot should be taken by Li Yang. It's a pity for Lu Xing. He originally had a chance to be in the top 3, but now, TSK, TSK, TSK. He was squeezed out of the top 3 by Liang. It's so frustrating. Before he finished speaking, the student in the front row deliberately coughed twice. The person who said this turned around and found Lu Xing looking at him with a gloomy face. He was so scared that he quickly shrank his neck and hid aside. Liang threw his packed things into the storage ring, then stood up and looked over there. I am Liang. The attitudes of those municipal staff members became much more moderate. They nodded respectfully and left with Liang. Then, the small classroom became silent again. Everyone in the classroom looked at each other, and no one dared to speak first to break the silence. Chapter 17. More than talent? A genius. The other side. Liang took the car sent by the municipal government and came directly to the municipal building. The people coming and going were somewhat curious about this young boy who suddenly appeared. But after seeing the several men in suits surrounding Liang, they all showed expressions of awe. These are the mayor's personal bodyguards. The person who was accepted by these people must be an important person invited by the mayor personally. Looking at the clothes he is wearing, it seems to be the school uniform of Tianyan College, right? I didn't expect that such an ordinary-looking boy could be personally received by the mayor. I've never seen such a thing before. But this little brother is quite handsome. If I weren't so busy with work right now, I would really like to go up and have a chat with him. If there's a chance, ask for his contact information. If this little brother doesn't want to work hard anymore, I don't mind supporting him. Several female employees passing by were whispering to each other, and the chattering sound also reached Liang's ears. Liang raised his eyebrows and glanced over there. The young ladies in black silk short skirts immediately ran away with the documents in their arms. In response, Liang could only sigh softly and followed the bodyguard all the way to the office on the rooftop. Who would have thought that before I even knocked on the door, the person inside had already come out impatiently to greet me? Is this the Liang that old Su mentioned? Oh my, you can't judge a person by his appearance. I didn't expect that Liang, at such a young age, has such abilities. The person who came out to greet us was a middle-aged man wearing a white suit and looking a bit overweight. Liang had seen him on TV. He was the current mayor of Yunzhou City, Zhang Mingshu. He is considered to be the most powerful person in Yunzhou City and the one who best represents the official position. Liang was actually quite surprised. He knew that he could quickly contact the authorities through the dean. But I didn't expect the dean to be so efficient. It's been less than an hour, and he was directly contacted by the mayor. It's like a little cow riding on an electric wire. So cool and lightning all the way. Dean Su Minghong walked out of the office, still with that smiling, approachable expression on his face. He also joked with Zhang Mingshu beside him. "Old man, what did I tell you just now? You have to give me some face in front of the students of my college. If you don't want to call me Dean Su, at least call me by my real name." Zhang Mingshu waved his hand, quickly pulled Li Yang into the office, and then winked at the bodyguards beside him. "Go out, close the door, guard it, and don't let anyone in." The bodyguards in black suits immediately did as they were told. Soon, only Li Yang, Zhang Mingshu, and Su Minghong were left in the office. After asking Li Yang to take a seat, Zhang Mingshu turned around and picked up a flat envelope from the desk behind him. "Student Li Yang, if what Dean Su said is correct, you should be the mysterious job changer we have been looking for, right? What on earth did you do in the village to the east? You can't really have repelled that small branch of the beast tied by yourself, right?" Facing personal inquiries from the mayor of Yunzhou City, Liang doesn't need to worry so much. He immediately raised his head, met Zhang Mingshu's extremely excited gaze, and said, "Yes, I was the one who repelled that small group of beasts at that time. I also took advantage of the experience gained from killing those monsters to reach level 20. These two simple sentences instantly answered the biggest doubt in Zhang Mingshu's mind. Moreover, it shocked him deeply. With the help of these beast tides, I reached level 20. The time when the beast tide broke out was not far from the time of the job transfer ceremony for all members of Tianyan Academy. In other words, he most likely fought off those monsters without any basic level. This is more than just talent. This is genius." Thinking of this, the distinguished mayor of Yunzhou suddenly became as happy as a 200-pound child. If it weren't for my status, I would have almost jumped onto the table and practiced the third subject. Then, he quickly handed the prepared bonus to Liang and said solemnly, "Student Liang, thank you for being willing to step forward and share the pressure for the military. Facing the beast tide, our military achieved 0 casualties for the first time. You have made an invaluable contribution. This 5 million is a bonus that the municipal government and the military decided to give you after discussion. You must accept it. We will not mistreat anyone who has contributed to Yunzhou." Faced with Su Minghong's enthusiasm, Liang felt helpless and could only obey his orders respectfully. After tearing open the envelope, inside was a gold card that looked familiar. This card, Liang seems to have one too, but that one was made by myself, and this one was given to me by the mayor, so they're different in nature. Seeing Liang accept the gift, Mayor Zhang Mingshu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he raised his head, looked at Liang's face, and asked a more critical question. "Student Liang, what is your highest combat power now? How high is the upper limit?" Liang thought for a moment, then slowly said, "As for the upper limit, it's hard for me to say. But as of now, at least in terms of combat power, there shouldn't be any rivals at the same level." Wrong day. There was a light of great excitement in Zhang Mingshu's eyes. Let's not talk about Li Yang's specific strength. Just based on the confidence and courage he showed in just a few words, Zhang Mingshu was deeply attracted by this student who had not yet graduated. He even had a premonition that the military minister, Wei Tsongfeng, would definitely love a kid with Li Yang's personality. But he didn't know that Li Yang's words were actually quite modest. The pea shooter with built-in percentage rules, the powerful potato mines, and cherry bombs. With these things, let alone those below the same level. Even if he had to skip 1 or 2 job changes, as long as Liang was given time to prepare in advance, he could kill everything in an instant with just a raise of his hand. Then Liang, about those plants of yours. I wonder if you can show us in detail. Of course, this is mainly my request. I'm curious about what kind of power you use to fight against the beast tide without any level. Show your ability. Liang is already very skilled at this. He took out a flower pot from his storage ring and placed it on the ground. Dean Su next to him was stunned for a moment. This is not a decoration in the green belt of our college. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Mingshu covered his mouth. Liang casually threw out a double shooter and a potato mine. As expected, this caused Zhang Mingshu to exclaim again. Then, Liang immediately proposed something even more explosive. "Mayor Zhang, I have some other killer plants here. But because the force is so powerful, it could potentially blow this office apart. So, why don't we go find a place in the wild to test it out?" Chapter 18. Cherries as bombs? Are you sure you're not kidding? Field testing? Of course. That's exactly what I meant. However, regarding this testing site, I have a better suggestion. Zhang Mingshu nodded and agreed. The previous beast tide has been resolved. Tens of thousands of magical beasts were stopped by the steel walls of Yunzhou City. But the other impacts of the beast tide are not so easy to erase. Those copies that became chaotic because of the beast tide could not be cleaned up in a short time. And copies are one of the most important resources in this world. A large number of copies showed abnormalities, resulting in a drastic shutdown of related industries. In order to solve these problems, the military and municipal government were busy and exhausted, but finally the situation began to improve. But it is also because of this that the municipal government and the military are currently short of manpower. There was also no way to help Liang temporarily clear out an experimental site for him to test the power. Therefore, Mayor Zhang Mingshu decided to take Liang directly to a copy outside the western city wall for testing. The area outside the western part of Yunzhou had a lot of barren forests and relatively complex terrain and is the main target of cleanup by the military. Therefore, most of the military headquarters in Yunzhou City are also stationed there. Going to the western copy can not only ensure everyone's safety, but also provide a good opportunity to show Minister Wei Tsongfeng of the military this promising talent from Yunzhou. And if the plant that Liang wanted to test was really as terrifying as he said, it would be a good opportunity to use Li Yang's help to clean up the monsters in the chaotic dungeon. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Half an hour later, a black car with an official license plate stopped outside the gate under the western city wall of Yunzhou City. In order to prevent any chaotic monsters from running into the city, there were people standing guard inside and outside the city gates. After seeing the familiar license plate, the soldiers made way and saluted respectfully. The scout, who was quick on his feet, immediately informed Wei Tsongfeng, who was personally leading the team stationed here, of the mayor's arrival. Not long after the car stopped, the sturdy man in black military uniform came up to us enthusiastically from the military tent. "Lao Zhang, what brings you here?" Zhang Mingshu got out of the car, and Liang followed closely behind. Seeing Wei Tsongfeng coming up to him with a smile on his face, Zhang Mingshu raised his eyebrows and casually greeted. Old Wei, I see you are in a good mood. Did the copy cleanup go smoothly? Wei Tsongfeng scratched his head. That's it. They are all veterans. They're neither fast nor slow. By the way, what are you doing here? You shouldn't be the kind of person who would run around in a dungeon with nothing to do. This question hits the nail on the head. Zhang Mingshu smiled and said, I want to requisition a piece of your space to test some new things. Testing new things? Wei Tsongfeng raised his eyebrows and gradually became interested. What is that? A new weapon developed by the research department. Zhang Mingshu raised the corner of his mouth mysteriously and looked at Liang beside him. Student Liang, take it out and let him learn more about it. Liang was also not vague and raised his hand to rub his storage ring. Following a flash of white light, a seed the size of a fingernail appeared in the palm of his hand. After seeing this scene, Wei Tsongfeng was stunned. If you ask yourself honestly, after living for most of his life, he can be considered knowledgeable. But he had never seen this kind of thing. He frowned and asked, what is this? Liang answered straightforwardly, these are cherry seeds. Wei Tsongfeng was speechless for a moment and looked up at Zhang Mingshu in front of him. Although no words were spoken, the silence at this moment was deafening. This is what Zhang Mingshu came all the way here to test? Today is not April Fool's Day. Looking at Wei Tsongfeng's indescribable expression, Liang added, the explosion range of this thing should be more than 9 times that of a common standard grenade. As for the power, I can't say for sure. Listening to Liang's serious explanation, Wei Tsongfeng's brows furrowed more and more. He did not talk to Liang directly, but looked at Zhang Mingshu behind him and asked quietly using the voice transmission technique. Lao Zhang, where did you find this person? Cherry seeds, will they explode? And the range is 9 times that of a grenade. It would be fine if this thing was just a cherry seed in disguise and was actually a modified microfire weapon. But if it is really a real cherry seed, then that's nonsense. Zhang Mingshu just raised his eyebrows and responded using the voice transmission technique. Is this nonsense? Why don't you try and find out? Wei Tsongfeng was speechless for a while. Still trying? The situation on the front line is tense right now. I'm so busy. There's a team over there waiting for me to lead them. If you want to try, take him to the safe zone. I'll go ahead. After saying that, he waved his hand and prepared to leave. As a result, Zhang Mingshu's next sentence made him stunned. What if I say that this young man is the mysterious job changer we've been looking for 2 whole days and nights? Wei Tsongfeng's eyes widened and he blurted out, fuck you. Ahem. Is it really him? Zhang Mingshu smiled slightly. The goods are genuine and the price is fair. No one is cheated. Although Wei Tsongfeng didn't completely believe it. But Zhang Mingshu's words really made him feel itchy. He dreamed of meeting that mysterious job changer. But I never expected that the person in front of me was such a young and even immature boy. This was totally inconsistent with his imagination of the mysterious job changer. But here's where it gets weird. If this young man is really the job changer they have been looking for, and he is still so young, so what will his future be like? Wei Tsongfeng suppressed his curiosity, and his face returned to its initial kind expression. He waved to the 2 people in front of him and made a please gesture. Come on, there's a position set up by the military over here, and there are monsters running around outside. If you want to test the power of weapons, that place should be the most suitable. After saying that, he called a few military soldiers who were standing guard nearby, and took Liang and Zhang Mingshu with him to walk deeper into the cave. Soon, we arrived at the destination. This is the front line where the military is fighting against the monsters. The military dug trenches here and built a temporary base to consume the remnants of the beast tide roaming in the copy. When Liang came over, a battle had just ended here. There was a little smoke around the outskirts of the stronghold. The defeated monsters retreated to the jungle 100 meters away and lay in wait for an opportunity to strike. The soldiers guarding this place took advantage of this free time to quickly go out and start cleaning up the battlefield. Chapter 19. Are you crazy? You call this a plant? Hello, Minister. Hello, sir. Thank you for your hard work. When Wei Tsongfeng brought Liang and others here, the soldiers stood up and saluted and greeted them. The latter nodded and discussed the battle situation with the person in charge of the stronghold. Then he came back and nodded to Liang. There's no need to choose a suitable time, just now. This open space is about 100 square meters, which should be enough for testing. But Liang looked at the empty space in front of him and suddenly narrowed his eyes and asked slowly, when will the next round of monster attacks occur? The terrain here is very suitable. In addition to the cherry bomb, I can also test other things, by the way. Wei Feng was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood what Li Yang meant. This kid wants to get straight into actual combat. He frowned and said, "This is just a temporary stronghold. It's very fragile. If we delay the battle, these walls, which are thinner than iron sheets, will not be able to stop the monster's attack. Are you sure you want to do this?" "I'm sure," Li Yang replied without hesitation. "My plants are more than enough to deal with the monsters here. If you don't mind, I'll start now." Wei Feng wanted to stop him again, but Zhang Mingshu beside him had already silently pressed his shoulder and nodded slightly to indicate that it was okay. There was no choice but to stand here obediently and send a few soldiers to follow Li Yang to leave the position and run to the open space outside. Then Li Yang started to take out a shovel and hoe from his storage ring, as well as a pile of black seeds, and started sowing. It wasn't just Wei Feng who was seeing this scene. Even the soldiers in the position were stunned on the spot. What is going on? The people brought here by the mayor personally actually went to the battlefield to grow vegetables? What on earth is this guy doing? Wei Feng shook himself a little and asked stutteringly, "No, Lao Zhang, tell me the truth. What is this kid's occupation?" Zhang Mingshu curled his lips and uttered two plain words, "Farmer." By the way, his current talent is at the white ordinary level. Wei Feng finally couldn't hold it anymore and blurted out, "No, it's too risky to let a living profession do this. Even if he has his own strengths, the upper limits of his attributes are there after all. He might be seriously injured by the aftermath of a random battle." Zhang Mingshu shrugged, still with that confident smile on his face. "Don't panic. When I first learned about Li Yang, I was also shocked by him. But trust me, Li Yang won't let you down. Moreover, he doesn't need to put himself in danger when dealing damage." Wei Feng stared in disbelief at Li Yang, who was still quietly farming not far away. This was the first time in all these years that he felt so confused. He really couldn't imagine what this young man, named Li Yang, could do for him. However, Wei Feng's doubts did not last long. With the exclamations of his soldiers, what Li Yang had planted finally showed its full picture. The green vines broke through the soil and grew in the wind as if they were cast by magic. In just a few seconds, they all grew into adults. But looking at those plants, Wei Feng fell into confusion again. Blue peas that looked like spittoons. A purple flower with a big grin. There are some other weird things. A green squash half the height of a person, a giant nut as tall as a person. He seemed to have seen this last thing somewhere before. Looking at the plants that were scattered all over the battlefield and arranged in a certain order. Wei Feng turned around and asked hesitantly, could it be that he used these things to repel the branch of the beast tide at that time? Zhang Mingshu nodded and replied, according to what he said, yes. Try to use the identification spell on the nut over there. Upon hearing this, Wei Feng immediately used his identification skill on the nut wall grown by Li Yang. Plant characteristics. The nut wall can withstand any attack below level 40. This upper limit will increase with the increase of the occupation level, and can withstand a total of 50 times. The damage sustained during the attack cannot be repaired. He didn't even finish reading it before he blurted out, wow. Are you crazy? You call this a plant? Is this an introduction to plants? Oh my god, this nut is stronger than the shields distributed uniformly by our military. The fragments that were found in the village at that time were the remains of this thing, right? Having said that, he couldn't help himself and quickly released the identification spell on other plants. Plant name, Ice Archer. Plant characteristics. The peas shot by the Ice Archer cause fixed damage to ordinary monsters below level 40. Increases with the level of the profession and cause force deceleration. Every 5 peas will cripple an ordinary monster, and every 10 peas will kill an ordinary monster. The deceleration effect, the attack speed and movement speed of the target will be halved. Lasts for 10 seconds, and each pea will refresh the effect time. Plant name, Big Mouth Flower. Plant characteristics. The Big Mouth Flower will devour all enemies below level 40, increases with job level, and of suitable size, and kill them instantly after chewing them. Plant name, Potato Mine. Plant characteristics. After the potato mine is placed, a timer will begin to break the ground. After breaking the ground, it can be triggered by any enemy, causing small-scale group casualties. The explosion will instantly kill all enemies below level 40, increases with job level, within the explosion range. One after another, it's simply too much to keep up. Wei Feng on this side became more and more excited. Thesis, this a plant. A plant that can catch a level 40 monster and kill it in seconds. What kind of international joke is this? What does a level 40 Warcraft mean? In a remote small city like Yunzhou, less than 30 of the monsters in the surrounding dungeons are around level 40. The level of job changers in a city is often closely related to the quality of the surrounding dungeons. In the entire Yunzhou city, there are not even more than 10,000 combat-type job changers above level 40. Normally, when they were facing those monsters around level 40, the job changers were very cautious for fear that a single mistake would lead to irreversible consequences. In Li Yang's plants, you can easily kill a bunch of monsters below level 40 in seconds. This level cap will even increase along with Li Yang's level. What is the concept? When Li Yang reaches level 60, 80, or even 100, Wei Tsongfeng couldn't even imagine how powerful his plants were. Chapter 20. It's too incredible. What level of firepower is this? Looking at the plants planted by Li Yang, Wei Tsongfeng's breathing became more and more rapid. Zhang Mingshu, who was standing aside, had an expression that said, "I told you so." When he first saw the information about these plants that Li Yang took out in the office, he was no less shocked than Wei Tsongfeng is now. Li Yang is now just at level 20. The strength displayed is already so incredible. What he could achieve afterwards was unimaginable. And according to Li Yang's own description, the plants he showed now were just the tip of the iceberg. Later, as the level increases, he can also unlock things like giant corn that's as powerful as an intercontinental missile and giant mushrooms that can cause nuclear explosions. Such strength can only be described as terrifying. Report: abnormal activity of nearby monsters detected. The next round of attacks seems to have arrived early. A scout on duty in the watchtower of the stronghold hurriedly sounded the alarm. The entire position immediately entered a state of high alert, and all the soldiers instantly perked up, ready to fight the approaching monster. At this time, Li Yang happened to come back from outside. After hearing the news, he waved to Zhang Mingshu. "There's no need to send soldiers. Just give me these plants. They're more than enough." He actually wanted to take this opportunity to complete his mission. Moreover, his plants don't know how to stop when they start fighting, and it would be quite troublesome if they accidentally hurt a soldier. Li Yang told Zhang Mingshu the latter as the reason. Now Zhang Mingshu naturally trusts Li Yang 100. After hearing this, he nodded directly. Wei Tsongfeng on the side also wanted to see how these plants would fight, so he ordered the soldiers to stay put for the time being. Let's observe the situation from the rear. The ground shook slightly. The roars of different monsters began to be heard from all directions. Then, a black wolf-shaped monster rushed out of the jungle first. With a roar, he rushed straight towards the human position. The next moment, puff! An ice blue piece suddenly flew out and hit the wolf-shaped monster directly on the head. White frost instantly spread out from the place of contact, and in just a moment it covered the entire body of the monster. It was directly knocked away by the huge impact force, but it slowed down in mid-air, falling slowly and stiffly, and it took a long time to fall to the ground. This deceleration is so overbearing. This isn't a traditional ice attribute skill that slows down enemies, but a rule of some kind. This is too outrageous. Zhang Mingshu was so shocked that he shouted, totally disregarding his image. Li Yang's strength was far beyond his imagination. These strange plants are not ordinary powerful, although the description doesn't seem that exaggerated. But this is a power that transcends the rules of the world. With his experience, he could already imagine what Li Yang's future would be like. In time, Li Yang will surely become an unprecedented and unrivaled existence on the entire blue planet. This. He stuttered as he looked at Zhang Mingshu beside him and patted the latter on the shoulder, trying to show that he really did not recognize the great man. Unexpectedly, Zhang Mingshu also had an expression of disbelief, with his eyes wide open and his mouth so big that he could even fit a fist in it. Zhang Mingshu did not expect this situation to happen. He only knew that Li Yang's plans were very strong, but who could have expected that these things could be so strong? This is simply incomprehensible. The plants on the battlefield entered combat mode one after another. Peas of all colors flew together, and potato mines also popped up at the right time. The nut wall in the front row is shaky, but always stands firm, because this time there are some more plants in the deployment that were not there before. The efficiency of killing monsters is more than one level higher than Li Yang's first time. With the Frost Archer's deceleration, the monsters rushing from all directions even find it difficult to approach the nut wall. Even if some guys used their companions' corpses as shields and got close enough, they could barely deal a blow to the nut wall. It's useless. The big-mouthed flower behind the nut wall immediately popped out, opened its bloody mouth, and instantly told those monsters how to write the word death. The gaps in the nut wall, and various places that were difficult for the nut wall to resist, were densely filled with potato mines by Liang. Any monster that tries to get into these places will inevitably encounter a violent explosion. In this battle, there was no smoke or flames. All there were monsters that were unable to move forward and corpses everywhere. Even the pumpkin that Liang planted in the back row, just in case, was not triggered. This beast-tide? No, these guys can't even be called a beast-tide. These monsters were completely crushed by the plants and could not advance even 1 centimeter. What level of firepower is this? Damn, it's so cool, right? If we plant these plants around the walls of our Yinzhou, where did this guy come from? He's ridiculously strong. The soldiers, protected by the plants, discussed with each other, their faces filled with excitement. This was the first time they had experienced such an easy battle since they joined the military. Just sit in the back and don't worry about the monsters outside. It's so cool. New task. Kill 200 monsters below level 30. 128/200. Quest reward. Open the item shop in Dave's shop. Liang on this side was also looking at the task progress displayed in the system while squinting his eyes at the battlefield over there. Experience flooded in, but the amount was not enough to raise his level by much. The more important problem is that the number of monsters launching attacks over there has begun to decrease significantly. If this continues, it won't be long before these monsters are defeated and flee. Don't even mention leveling up. He couldn't even complete the 200 Warcraft tasks given by the system. Looks like it's time to use the cherry bomb to harvest the last wave. Liang just had this thought when Wei Songfeng's question came from the side. Student Liang, among all the plants you planted, I don't see any cherries that can explode. Liang smiled and casually took out a seed the size of a fingernail. Don't worry, the cherry bomb is coming. After saying that, he casually threw the seed into the chaotic battlefield in front of him. That seed, like the other plants planted by Liang, grew as soon as it was blown into the soil. In a second or two, it grew into a shape that looked like 2 basketballs tied together. The next second, Chapter 21, Official Training, so cool. Boom! The earth is shaking. The weapons and equipment placed deep in the trench were scattered everywhere due to the violent shaking. The soldiers who had just gathered together to talk were also frightened by the sudden explosion. Fortunately, the soldiers in the stronghold are real veterans, just as Wei Songfeng said. For such a big scene, I was just a little flustered. After a while, they all reacted and calmed down. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the extremely violent explosion just now originated from Liang. But no one could have imagined that the plants planted by Liang would have such terrifying power. What on earth is this? Explosive basketball that takes 2.5 years to practice. Damn it, the battlefield over there has been razed to the ground. Following the exclamations of several soldiers, everyone's attention was focused on the battlefield, which had been in extreme chaos just now. Everything was silent, and the corpses of monsters that were originally scattered all over the ground disappeared without a trace. Everything within sight was reduced to scorched earth. This battlefield of hundreds of meters separated by monsters and humans is now empty. The trees that were closer turned into charcoal in an instant. The scattered ups and downs on the ground were all the monsters that had been crushed. The situation at the scene can only be described as tragic. Looking at the scene in front of him, Liang couldn't help but get goosebumps. He had expected the explosion of the cherry bomb to be spectacular, but I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. At first glance, there is no grass growing. The air was filled with the smell of burning flesh, mixed with the sweet aroma of cherries, making everyone present feel like they were dreaming. Your cherry bomb kills the nether wolf, LV32, and you gain 3,200 experience points. Congratulations, your level has been upgraded. LV.31, LV.32. Your cherry bomb kills the ghost firebird, LV28, and you gain 2,800 experience points. Your cherry bomb kills the sickle weasel dragon, LV25, and you gain 2,500 experience points. Your cherry bomb kills. Current task, kill 200 monsters below level 30, 212/200, completed. Mission reward, Dave's item shop. After all was quiet, the system's prompt kept echoing in my ears. Li Yong rubbed his eyes and turned back to see the situation of Zhang Mingshu and Wei Tsongfeng. Sure enough, the conditions of the two people behind are not much different from my current self. Shock was written all over their faces. Wei Tsongfeng, who had experienced many big scenes, was in a slightly better condition, but he still stood there, covering his chest with one hand, unable to calm down. Zhang Mingshu, on the other side, was in a more miserable situation. When people reach middle age, they're forced to suffer from a bunch of chronic diseases that have little impact. The loud noise that just rose from the ground and the messy battlefield after it ended shocked him greatly, causing his blood pressure to soar. It almost caused him to die suddenly on the spot. Fuck, this is fucking. What the fuck is a fucking explosion? This thing was actually grown. It's unimaginable. Wei Tsongfeng patted Zhang Mingshu's shoulder vigorously and shouted excitedly. Although Zhang Mingshu felt a little weak, he still seemed extremely excited. That's great, that's great. This power is too amazing. It is far beyond my imagination. Student Li Yong is the first person in Yunzhou's history to have such strength at such a young age. No, hold a meeting. I'll call a meeting as soon as I get back. We must report Li Yong as soon as possible. Meeting? Li Yong raised his eyebrows, but then he understood what Zhang Mingshu meant. Today, China's urban management system is divided into three main parts. One is the municipal government representing the official, and the other is the military department that complements the municipal government but is independent of it. Another one is the city council, which represents the opinions of all parties in the city. The city council is generally composed of some of the most vocal representatives in the city. Among them are elites from various fields, such as industry and commerce. And they're also the group of people who best represent the direction of the city's overall environment. Generally, when a municipal government is about to make some key decisions, the council will be convened to discuss them. Just now, when Li Yong was arranging his troops, Zhang Mingshu was not idle either. He took pictures of Li Yong planting plants, and those plants fighting with monsters. Especially the explosion of the cherry bomb at the end. Even though Zhang Mingshu's heart beat faster and his legs became weak due to the shock, he still insisted on recording until the last moment. All these things are important evidence for reporting Li Yong and recommending him to join the Tongxin plan. Li Yong, what level are you now? I remember that for life-related professions, new technologies can be unlocked every time you change jobs. You are a farmer, so it should be the same, right? While Zhang Mingshu was busy thinking about the affairs of the parliament, Wei Tsongfeng next to him suddenly walked over quickly and greeted Li Yong. Li Yong blinked and opened his career panel. Name, Li Yong. Occupation, farmer, second job. Level, LV.32. Stamina, 32. Defense, 32. Strength, 32. Agility, 32. Spiritual power, 32. Freely assignable points, 0. Professional talents, Days Plant Shop, White Common. Fine Plant Management, White Common. I don't know if the system is designed to be low-key. These ridiculously strong talents were actually defined as White Ordinary level. There can't be something more terrifying coming? So the current talent is only worth a White Ordinary in the eyes of the system? Li Yong didn't think anymore and told Wei Tsongfeng his level truthfully. Wei Tsongfeng nodded repeatedly. Level 32, only 8 levels away from the 3rd level. Good. Let's leave these 8 levels to our military. Xiaofeng, take Team 2 to help Li Yong reach level 40. After saying that, he waved his hand. From among the soldiers who were busy cleaning up the battlefield nearby, a heroic young lady in uniform was called over. Yunzhou City Military Special Commando Team, captain of the 2nd Squadron, Feng Wen. Xiaofeng, mentioned by Wei Tsongfeng, came to Li Yong, saluted solemnly, and introduced himself. Li Yong responded, then smiled and imitated her and replied. Tianyin College, graduating class 2, ordinary student, Li Yong. Nice to meet you, Miss Feng Wen. The corners of Feng Wen's mouth curled up slightly, and then she nodded and called her teammates. It is still early now, so it shouldn't take much effort for them to find a suitable place to help Li Yong reach level 40. After all, Li Yang's strength is there. It is not certain who will compete with whom for output by then. Chapter 22. How audacious. How absurd. Hello, old Sue, hurry up over there. I plan to convene the parliament as soon as I get back. The meeting to report Li Yong will be scheduled for tomorrow. Before tomorrow, please get Li Yang's student file to me. While Li Yong was busy introducing himself to the so-called second team, Zhang Mingshu was chatting with Su Minghong, the president of Tianyin College, about the nomination of Li Yang. The latter nodded repeatedly and rushed back to the college without stopping. Without even taking a rest, he headed straight to the archives. With the help of several directors from different colleges, they searched through all the boxes and finally found out all the information about Li Yang. Before this, Su Minghong's understanding of Li Yang was very limited. All I know is that he lives in a village outside the city and that both his parents are dead. While looking through Li Yang's information, he noticed something else. It is almost a well-known fact that Li Yang comes from a poor family. Recently, he changed his job and obtained a plant that can produce gold coins, which improved his life. But before that, as a poor student, he had always been the target of the college's support work and had always been a beneficiary of the aid funds for Class 2. Logically, it should be like this. However, the aid funds are distributed regularly every semester by people sent by the municipal government, and he sometimes goes there in person to supervise. If Li Yang wanted to pick it up every semester, why didn't he have any impression of Li Yang at all? This is so weird. He is old but not senile. Could it be that Li Yang doesn't have the official aid quota for Class 2 at all? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Now it was time to get down to business. He first put Li Yang's file into a file bag, tightened the bag, and called the director in charge of logistics of the college. Go, find me all the aid applications for Class 2 over the past 3 years. Check carefully to see if the aid money from Class 2 has fallen into Li Yang's hands. The director nodded and turned to leave. After a while, a call came directly to Su Minghong. Dean, I found it. The name of the applicant for the aid is indeed Li Yang. However, the photo and handwriting on the application are different from those in Li Yang's file. I'm afraid someone is impersonating me. Sure enough, it was just as Su Minghong thought. The old dean was so angry that his veins popped out, and he said angrily, "How dare you try to replace the prince with a cat under my nose, and even go so far as to steal the aid money? This is simply going too far. Whose photo is on the application?" The director on the other side was silent for a while, probably comparing them one by one. Then, he finally found the answer, reporting to the dean, "The person in the photo is a student from Class 2. Su Minghong shouted angrily, "Call him over to me." A moment later, a cunning student from Class 2 suddenly knelt in the dean's office. He apologized and kowtowed hard. "Dean, I was wrong. Dean, I don't want to be like that either. It was our class teacher who told me to do this. He told me to go and collect the money under Li Yang's name, and that I could keep a portion of the money for myself and give the rest to him. If I don't do this, he will deduct my credits. Dean, I didn't mean to do this. Wow, I've always regretted it. I'm sorry to Li Yang, sorry to the municipal government, sorry to the college for all their hard work." I saw the guy crying more and more exaggeratedly. Su Minghong, who was behind the desk, stopped him impatiently. "You said your class teacher asked you to do this? What is the reason?" The guy was crying and kneeling on the ground, saying, "Our class teacher said that good resources should be reserved for the right people. Li Yang has no talent and no background. Keeping this money is just a way to survive. Why not? Why not just?" At this point, the skinny student began to stutter. Su Minghong glared at him. "Not as good as what?" Skinny Monkey quickly said, "Why not leave these resources to Lu Xing? When Lu Xing gets the quota and becomes an elite job changer, our class will also benefit from it." The guy's voice got smaller and smaller. The brows of Su Minghong opposite him became tighter and tighter and gradually twisted into a ball. "Good resources should be reserved for the right people? Can the whole class benefit from it? This guy is just crazy about achieving results." Su Minghong really couldn't understand why he had such a person under his command. Tianyin College is very large and has a very good reputation. At the same time, thanks to his long-term relationship with Mayor Zhang Mingshu and his diligent management, Tianyin College has always been the most popular college for job changers in Yinzhou. It seems like every day is getting better. He never expected that such a thing would happen in the academy under his jurisdiction. It was so abominable. It made him, as the dean, feel so ashamed. "You go call your parents and then stay in the detention room. Isn't that your homeroom teacher? How audacious." As Su Minghong spoke, he slammed the table, stood up, and left the office. I originally planned to go directly to Li Yang's class teacher to confront him face to face. However, I didn't expect that after rushing into the teacher's office, the seat belonging to Li Yang's homeroom teacher was empty. After asking other people around him, I found out that this guy suddenly said there was an emergency at home and hurriedly asked for leave. Okay, you heard the news and are ready to run away, right?" Su Minghong remained silent, and then called Zhang Mingshu directly. Hello, is that old Zhang? Stop talking nonsense and help me find someone. On the other side, in the western part of Yinzhou City, somewhere in a copy outside the city, Li Yang was sitting under a tree, squinting his eyes and yawning. Next to him stood two fully armed military soldiers. Nearby, there was a position formed by several soldiers and a large area of plants. A large number of monsters were killed, and the experience turned into a stream of light and flowed into Li Yang's body. Looking at his steadily growing experience bar, Li Yang stretched lazily with great satisfaction. Sure enough, once you rely on the government, you will feel comfortable. Although he can easily do things like killing monsters by himself. But if you download the book, the nature is quite different. Originally, he was able to kill monsters efficiently by deploying troops. But the main body is still a very fragile farmer profession. When you first enter the dungeon with nothing in your hands, it is very easy to be attacked by sudden monsters. And now, there are several military soldiers guarding him. Within a radius of 10 meters, not even a mosquito can fly in. In this state, you can easily place the plants and find a corner to lie down. It feels so comfortable. If the regulations did not prohibit it, he could even call a few soldiers to sit down and play landlord or something on the spot. By the way, since I have nothing to do anyway, I might as well take this opportunity to see what new good things Dave's store has added. Chapter 23. 1 million kills? That's a bummer. Previously, when he was demonstrating his abilities, he also completed the task issued by the system to kill 200 monsters. The reward for that mission is unlocking Dave's item shop. As we all know, the props in Plants vs. Zombies are extremely incredible. The sunshine shovel you get when you just awaken your profession is this type of thing. Speaking of the most representative props in the Plants vs. Zombies series, it must be a stroller. As the only designated killer weapon in the Plants vs. Zombies worldview, that thing is the ultimate means to kill everything instantly except Dr. Zombie King. Even the red-eyed giant zombie that required 4 cherry bombs to kill was killed instantly under the wheels of the cart. If only I could unlock that kind of stuff directly from the store. Li Yang doesn't need to plant any plants anymore. He retired from being a farmer and became a ruthless weeder on the spot. If he bought hundreds or thousands of carts, it would be more than enough for him to push the world aside. The more he thought about it, the more excited Li Yang became. Then, with excitement, he entered Dave's shop again. Familiar white clothes, familiar jeans. Crazy Dave, the friendly neighbor with an iron pot on his head, appeared in front of Li Yang speaking his fluent, wavy-bab accent. And this time, Dave himself was obviously a lot more excited. He pointed to his car, and sure enough, there were some new things on it that were completely different from the plant cards. Li Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at it carefully. The first thing that catches your eye is the rake that all players get at the beginning of the game, but it doesn't leave a very deep impression on you. Grass rake, price, 20,000 sunshine, can be used 3 times. Item features. After entering combat mode, the grass rake will ignore any defensive measures and forcibly kill an enemy whose level is no more than 10 levels higher than yours. Can be used 3 times. Ignore any defensive measures. Force kill. Although there are some level restrictions, the triggering method is very convenient. Li Yang does not need to release it actively. It will be automatically activated as long as he enters the combat state. After all, Li Yang's original body was just a life-related profession, and when faced with some sudden attacks, it was easy for him to be unable to react in time. But there's a rake as insurance. Once it is attacked, the grass rake will appear immediately to protect its owner in time. Snap, the enemy is killed instantly. Under normal circumstances, this level of life-saving equipment would cost tens of millions. This thing is placed in Dave's shop and can be exchanged for sunlight. It just limits the number of uses. However, the price of 20,000 sunshines is still acceptable. Okay, bought it. Li Yang paid the full amount directly. Then I looked at something else. Gramophone, price, 20,000 suns, can be used unlimitedly. Item features. This is a phonograph built in the void. It can play music near you anytime and anywhere. The right BGM may promote the growth of plants. At present, the growth rate of plants is quite fast. Well, what else is this thing used for besides allowing him to play background music while walking? Why are there such abstract things in the prop store? Li Yang shook his head and ignored it for the time being. Next, unlimited flower pot. Price, 50,000 sunshine, can be used unlimitedly. Item features. Flower pots that can be used infinitely and generated infinitely, allowing you to plant plants on any terrain. This is pretty good. Although it is a little expensive, it seems that there is no subsequent charge. In Li Yang's impression, flower pots seem to exist as a kind of plant in the original work. It seems that the system has made some minor modifications at this point. However, this modification is considered benign. The flower pots in the original work are sold for 25 sun rays each and need to cool down for a while. If you really encounter a situation where you need to deploy troops quickly and in large numbers, it will not be enough. Even if you can stockpile them like seeds, it would be a huge waste of space. As for the system flower pots, you can place them anywhere after buying them. This is quite good. Li Yang paid the full amount without saying a word. I have to say, Dave's props cost anywhere from 30 to 50,000. You really can't spend too lavishly. Let's go home and plant more sunflowers in flower pots tonight. Li Yang thought so and roughly flipped through some of the props. He was looking for the cart he had been longing for. Then, invincible cart not unlocked. Unlock requirement. Kill 1 million monsters. 923/1 000 Ah, this is such a ripoff. Li Yang frowned and counted on his fingers for a long time. Damn, 6 zeros, 1 million monsters. He has only killed more than 900 of them since he reached his current level. 1 million. Even if the earth ends and the sea dries up, he may not be able to reach this number, right? Sure enough, according to the system, such a powerful item that can even conquer the entire world would definitely not be obtained by him so early. Forget it, I'm tired. Don't want to play anymore, restart it. Li Yang held his forehead with his hand. As soon as this thought came to his mind, a new prompt suddenly sounded in the system. Host, please do not be anxious. As a special item in the store, the unlocking task of the cart has a unique measurement method. As long as you or your plants participate in killing the monster, it can be counted in this value. Hint. Li Yang raised his eyebrows and understood the meaning of this sentence. As long as plants are involved in the killing, it counts. There was no need for him to be present. In that case, can we just let the official soldiers hold a pea shooter each and go into the dungeon to shoot the monsters? Coincidentally, this free flower pot has also been unlocked. He could just find someone to do it for him. 1 million monsters, this number seems huge. But Li Yang can also create a lot of combat power on his own. Assuming Li Yang can deploy 1,000 pea shooters, each pea shooter can only kill one monster in an hour. That's 24,000 a day and 720,000 a month. If we average it out, the requirement of just 1 million can actually be achieved easily. Student Li Yang, the monsters here have been almost cleared out. Should we go to another place to spawn monsters? Just as Li Yang was busy calculating and studying how many days it would take to make the cart, a pleasant sound was heard. Fong Wen, the captain of the second team, appeared beside Li Yang at some point, looking at him calmly and asking questions. Li Yang nodded, rubbed his stiff neck, and stood up with the help of Fong Wen. Then, looking at Fong Wen's pretty oval face, he suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. He pondered in his mind for a long time and finally came up with something. Then he slapped his forehead and asked, Miss Fong Wen, you are also a student of Tianyin College, right? I seem to have seen you on the photo wall of outstanding graduates from previous years. Chapter 24. Lu Xing is so anxious that he has no choice but to go. After hearing this, Fong Wen was stunned for a moment. Then he nodded slightly. Well, yes. I graduated from Tianyin College about 3 years ago. Li Yang smiled and said, So it's my senior. You become so amazing in just 3 years. I really admire you. But speaking of which, senior sister, has your class produced any talents that have been supported and trained by the government? I remember that our college seems to have some recommended student quotas every year. Do you know what the so-called Tongxin project is all about? Li Yang's understanding of this world is basically limited to the memories of this body. During his conversation with Zhang Mingshu, he learned about the Tongxin project. But Zhang Mingshu and Su Minghong spoke in rather vague terms at the time. So Li Yang only knew that it was an elite job changer training camp that did not support idlers. In Li Yang's understanding, it is basically some kind of institution of higher learning. Apart from that, he knew nothing. Since Fong Wen in front of me was an outstanding graduate of that year, she must have had similar experiences. Li Yang decided to try to find out something from her. However, after this matter was mentioned, the expression on Fong Wen's face changed subtly. Her eyes moved slightly, and she seemed a little lonely. Then he said apologetically, Student Li Yang, there is no direct connection between the recommended student quota and the Tongxin project. And, I'm sorry, I didn't actually get the recommendation back then. Hearing this, Li Yang couldn't help but feel confused. Fong is an outstanding graduate. There are only 3 places for outstanding graduates at each level of Tianyang College, the same number as the number of recommendations. Since she could be on the photo wall, how could she not have a spot? Looking at Li Yang's puzzled expression, Fong sighed slightly and said helplessly, "Student Li Yang, there are many things in this world where hard work and talent alone are not enough. I did qualify for the recommended student position, but that once-in-a-lifetime spot didn't end up falling on me. Instead, it was taken by another person named Lu Feng at that time." After that, she sighed and was about to continue her story. But he suddenly realized that his current job was to help Li Yang level up, so he shook his head slightly and changed his words. "Let's get out of here first. If Li Yang is interested in this matter, I can talk about it while walking on the road." At this time, the sun is setting. In Yunzhou City, in a villa area, Lu Xing, with a panicked look on his face, was pacing back and forth in the living room of his home. His usually arrogant face was now filled with fear and anxiety. As a father, Lu Xian was sitting on the sofa, watching his son walking around, and couldn't help feeling a little upset. So he stopped him directly, frowned, and asked, "Lu Xing, what the hell is wrong with you? Just making a phone call is like giving you a shot of chicken blood. What's wrong with you? Who made that phone call just now, and what did they say?" Hearing his father's voice, Lu Xing's face turned pale. He finally stopped his meaningless walking, and his hands and feet began to tremble uncontrollably. "Dad, something happened. It seems that the fact that my uncle allocated aid to me has been discovered. Will I go to jail?" Lu Xian on the sofa almost vomited blood. "Your uncle? Aid money? What? Explain it to me." Lu Xian's tone suddenly became serious. Lu Xing's eyes were wandering, and he didn't dare to look his father in the eye. His uncle, who was also his class teacher, secretly helped him gain benefits without telling his father. If Lu Xian knew about this, he would be skinned alive. But now, the only one who can help him get out of his current predicament is his father, Lu Xian. Lu Xing stammered and told the truth about how he had an affair with his class teacher and used his connections to find someone to claim Li Yang's subsidy. "As my uncle's class teacher, I hope that by giving special care to Lu Xing, I can indirectly improve his relationship with Lu Xian, the general manager of Yunzhou Bank." It just so happened that Lu Xing was also dissatisfied with his father's stinginess with pocket money. The two hit it off immediately and began to exploit Li Yang, who had just entered school at that time, for 3 years. It has been going smoothly for the past 3 years. But who would have thought that when graduation was approaching, Li Yang suddenly seemed like a different person? Not only did his temper become a lot tougher, he even used strength from nowhere to upgrade himself to level 20 in just 2 days during the Beast Tide invasion. You know, Li Yang is a farmer who chose the white talent. Just now, Lu Xing's uncle called hurriedly and said that the classmate they had found to replace Li Yang to receive the subsidy was taken away by the dean for questioning. The meaning is self-evident. Obviously, they were exposed. The head teacher immediately found an excuse to escape from the college, but soon received an emergency arrest notice from the municipal government. So he called quickly, hoping to find Lu Xian through Lu Xing to see if there was any solution. After all, in Lu Xian's family, there are only this father and son. There is also a big shot currently working in parliament. As a result, after listening to Lu Xing's story, Lu Xian angrily slammed the table and shouted, "Asshole, you two idiots, you dare to do such a thing for a little profit." As he said that, he raised his hand to hit me. Lu Xing was so scared that he took 2 steps back and dared not say a word. But at this moment, Lu Xian suddenly frowned. Holding his chin, he muttered to himself, "Wait, Li Yang, could it be him?" Lu Xian suddenly remembered the young man who came to the bank with a big bag of gold coins a few days ago. At that time, he felt that this young man had an extraordinary temperament and must have an unusual background. I didn't expect that my son would provoke such a being. Bang! Lu Xian became angrier and angrier. He stood up and walked quickly forward, slapping Lu Xing hard. "You idiot! How dare you mess with anyone?" The sound of the slap was extremely crisp, and Lu Xing on the opposite side quickly covered his face and knelt on the ground. Along with the sound of slapping, a young man in a white suit and elegant manner walked in from outside the door. "Hey, Dad, what's going on? Did your second brother make you angry again?" Don't be angry, don't be angry. Can't you sit down and talk about it?" Lu Xing knelt on the ground, holding his swollen cheeks, and raised his head with tears in his eyes. "Elder brother, you have to help me, bro." Chapter 25. This Li Yang is definitely a big shot. The person who suddenly walked in from outside the door was Lu Xian's eldest son, Lu Feng, one of the current agents of Yunzhou City Council. After graduating from Tianjin College, Lu Feng used some small tricks to obtain a recommended student spot in the college. After studying in a high-level career changer academy in another city for 2 years, he returned home successfully and, with the influence of his father and his own excellent grades, entered the parliament to work. Mayor Zhang Mingshu urgently convened the parliament, saying that he wanted to announce a major event that had never happened in the entire Yunzhou. It seems that he is a student who also graduated from Tianjin College and possesses some amazing talent. The mayor decided to report the case and put all his efforts into nurturing this fledgling genius. The parliament will officially be held tomorrow, so Lu Feng came back specifically to pack up office supplies. Unexpectedly, I saw such a loving father and filial son as soon as I got home. Lu Xing was still kneeling on the ground crying. Lu Xian, who was sitting on the sofa, looked still angry. In Lu Feng's memory, his father has always been a man with a good temper. This behavior now clearly shows that he is really angry. So Lu Feng quickly asked what happened. Lu Xing covered his face and recounted everything he had just told his father. As a result, when Lu Feng heard Lu Xing say the name Liang, he immediately reacted. Liang? Are you sure this is the name? Lu Xing wanted to cry, but had no tears. I've been his classmate for 3 years. How can I not know his name? Lu Xian on the side also frowned slightly. Xiao Feng, looking at your expression, do you know this Liang? Lu Feng shook his head. I can't say I know him, but this person is the theme of the mayor's meeting this time. I'm not familiar with the specifics, but our mayor described him as a rare and top-notch talent. Although it is a bit exaggerated, these are Zhang Mingshu's original words. Hearing this description, Lu Xian next to him was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. He had some knowledge of the mayor. That's famously steady. Now, I actually use such words to describe a rookie job changer. It is conceivable how strong this young man named Li Yang is. Thinking back to the way Li Yang casually threw a large bag of gold coins onto the bank counter, this guy named Li Yang definitely has an extraordinary background. Either they are the descendants of some military and political leaders, or they're the eldest sons of some noble families. In short, people of this level are definitely not people they can afford to offend. I didn't expect Lu Xing to dare to provoke such a person in the academy. If things go wrong, my whole family will be dragged down by this accident. Thinking of this, Lu Xian couldn't help it anymore, and his breathing began to become rapid. Seeing this, Lu Feng also sighed. Hey, this Li Yang. If I have time, I'll ask someone to check on him. Second brother, why did you have to mess with someone so popular around the mayor? Lu Feng shook his head helplessly and left to pack his things. Lu Xian sat on the sofa and fell into deep thought. You know, Lu Xing just celebrated his birthday not long ago and has turned 18 years old. You need to face the laws of the country as an adult. Embezzlement of aid funds constitutes a serious crime. Well, after a while, Lu Xian let out a long sigh. Although his second son was a little stupid, he was still his own flesh and blood after all. He couldn't bear to see his son end up in jail. But in this matter, it was indeed Lu Xing who was at fault first. If this continues, there's only one way out. Lu Xian sighed heavily and took out some things from the safe next to him. Then he turned to look at his son and said, Before, this Liang handled business with me. When I prepared the gold card for him, he left his address. Now that things have come to this, no little tricks can solve the problem. Just bring the gift and come with me to apologize. As long as Liang is willing to write a letter of apology to you, although you cannot avoid going to jail, your sentence can be reduced to the greatest extent possible. Then let your brother help you. Stay in there for 10 days or half a month and you'll be fine. Let him apologize to Liang and admit his mistake. Recalling the initial relationship between him and Liang, and looking at the current reversal of polarities, Lu Xing bit his lip, feeling very uncomfortable. But this is the only way after all. Even if he was unwilling in his heart, he had to endure it. The sun sets, and in the blink of an eye, several hours have passed. With the help of the military, Liang reached level 40 effortlessly. During this period of leveling up, Liang gradually became familiar with Fongwen. At the same time, I also learned some things that happened 3 years ago from chatting with Fongwen. Only then did Liang discover it. This Fongwen is simply another version of myself. They both come from poor families and both try their best to study hard. Fongwen is even stronger than Liang. During the awakening ceremony, she changed her job to a combat profession. even though her strength was greatly limited due to her lack of talent and resources. On the list of graduates that year, she was still far ahead and ranked second. However, even with such excellent results, he still could not get the recommendation spot that everyone desires, just because there was a Lu Feng in her class. Coincidentally, her homeroom teacher was the same person as Li Yang's. At this point, she looked at Li Yang with some envy. Student Li Yang, you are really amazing. You are already strong enough to no longer be bound by these mundane things, so you can break through the shackles that restrict ordinary people and go further and higher. You don't have to be like me and freeze your life in this small Yinzhou. If she could have the same strength as Li Yang at that time, I'm afraid that now you have begun to live a completely different and wonderful life in a big city like the imperial capital. Li Yang was thoughtful and couldn't help sighing in his heart. But before I could sigh, Fong Wan, who was driving in front, turned around and asked, "You actually live in a place like this? Do you need me to ask Minister Wei to help you find a place to live in the city?" After taking on the task of sending Li Yang home, Fong Wan followed Li Yang's instructions and drove all the way to this small village. Looking at the extremely simple scene around her, she even began to feel a little sympathy for Li Yang. Especially during the chat, I learned about Li Yang's life experience. She fell more. In terms of misery, Li Yang is still more miserable. Li Yang waved his hand and rejected Fong Wan's kindness. Are you kidding? If he really moved into the city, there wouldn't be so much land for him to squander. He was also hoping to get rich by raising sunflowers and marigolds late at night. Fong Wan stepped on the brakes, and a military pickup truck stopped steadily outside Li Yang's yard. Before she even went down, Fong Wan suddenly frowned and murmured, "Li Yang, do you know these two people?" Looking in the direction Fong Wan pointed, Li Yang was stunned. "This is Lu Xian? Chapter 26. Apology? I don't accept it." When they saw Li Yang getting off the military pickup truck, Lu Xing and his son on the street were both shocked. Lu Xing, in particular, was almost frightened to the point of cardiac arrest. I thought it was Li Yang who personally brought people from the military to arrest him. "Manager Lu, what are you doing?" After hearing Li Yang's question, Lu Xing took a step forward. It seemed as if he wanted to say something, but was hesitant. It's simply suffocating. Seeing this, Lu Xian stepped forward and politely bowed to Li Yang. "Student Li Yang, it may be a little abrupt to bring up these old stories now, but we came here to clear up the previous misunderstandings and unpleasantness. Although it was a bit abrupt, I hope Li Yang can be magnanimous and accept my child's apology." As Lu Xian was talking, Fong Wan on the other side had already opened the car door and walked out of the driver's seat. She was holding a pair of handcuffs in her hands, leaning against the car door and looking over here silently. Before they part, she will always be responsible for Li Yang's safety. As long as the two people in front of her dare to offend Li Yang, she would go straight up and detain them on the spot. The next second, Lu Xian reached out and pulled Lu Xing out from behind. The tone became more severe. "Okay, we've waited for so long. Isn't it time to wait? Hurry up, apologize to classmate Li Yang." Lu Xing gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and his face turned the color of liver. After much effort, he finally squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Li Yang, yes. I tried for a long time, but couldn't get it right." Seeing this, Lu Xian next to him walked up to him without saying a word and slapped him in the face with his hand. Bang! In the quiet and peaceful village in the evening, the sound was particularly clear and loud. Many people were attracted by this movement. The neighbor Aunt was the first to be hit. She didn't even bother to cook and rushed out with a spatula in her hand. Then he used his mouth to ask Li Yang what happened here and whether he needed help. Li Yang shook his head slightly to indicate that it was okay. Lu Xing was completely devastated by the slap. He subconsciously covered his swollen face with his hands and lowered his head, not daring to raise it. Lu Xian bowed to Li Yang very formally and said, "Student Li Yang, Lu Xing has told me everything he did to you in the academy. To be honest, this kid did these despicable things purely because he was young and impatient, and because of the misleading guidance of some people with ulterior motives, which led him to go astray because of his greed for petty gains. Lu Xing has deeply repented for the wrong things he has done at home. This time, I came here in the hope that Li Yang and Lu Xing can put aside their differences and reconcile. It just so happens that today, all the neighbors and this young lady from the military can come together to bear witness." After saying that, Lu Xian turned his head again and looked at Lu Xing, who had been lowering his head beside him. Lu Xing knew that once the arrow was shot, there was no turning back. My cheeks are still burning with pain. If you hesitate any longer, you will surely get another hard slap in the face. Lu Xing had no choice but to suppress his anger and took 2 steps towards Li Yang again. Then he bent down heavily and bowed 90 degrees. At the same time, he whispered, "Li Yang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have played tricks on you in the academy. I shouldn't have looked down on you. I shouldn't have colluded with the class teacher and did that kind of thing behind your back. After I got home, I thought a lot. I was blind and didn't know what was important. That's why I did something so outrageous. I have deeply realized my mistakes. I hope you can forgive me." The sound is small, but still clear. The people around were all confused. Because Li Yang was originally honest and cowardly, and because he was afraid of disappointing his fellow villagers, he never told anyone about the bullying he had been experiencing in college. Li Yang, who traveled through time, had no intention of discussing such boring things with others. So the surrounding villagers were really confused about this sudden apology. At this time, Li Yang also squinted his eyes, always feeling that something was strange. Will Lu Xing really apologize so honestly? According to Li Yang's understanding of Lu Xing, when something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. They suddenly did this for no apparent reason. Are they afraid that others don't know that they have other intentions? Sure enough, shortly after Lu Xing finished his speech, Lu Xian took another step forward, walked to Li Yang with a kind smile, and said softly, "Student Li Yang, we are now partners. Lu Xing has done many wrong things in the past. I hope you can give in a little for my sake. That, it's embarrassing to talk about it. In Lu Xing's current situation, if he's arrested, he won't be able to get out for 3 to 5 years. He is still so young and has so many good years ahead of him. If he wastes them in prison, as a father, it would be more painful for me than death. So, I hope Li Yang can bear with me for a while. Write a letter of understanding. We can resolve all the past problems in private." Letter of understanding? Li Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Fong Wen beside him. Fong Wen nodded knowingly and explained. A letter of forgiveness is generally used to resolve personal disputes. Once one party signs it, it means that he or she has publicly declared that he or she has forgiven the defendant for all the things he or she has done, and the punishment for the defendant will be reduced. After listening to Fong Wen's explanation, Lu Xing quickly took out a thick brown paper bag from his pocket and secretly stuffed it into Li Yang's pocket. With a smile on his face, he said, "Student Li Yang, please bear with me. Please bear with me." Li Yang was speechless for a while. Sure enough, there is nothing good in this father and son. The so-called apology is just a means to help himself escape sanctions. The apology was just a formality. The focus was still the brown paper bag in Lu Xian's hand. Could it be that in their eyes, any conflict can be resolved with money? Li Yang laughed in silence, then grinned and said softly, "Take this thing back. I don't accept your apology." Chapter 27, The Corn Cannon. Li Yang deliberately spoke the words, "I don't accept," a little louder. Suddenly, the 2 people opposite, especially Lu Xian, who had been smiling the whole time, showed a slightly embarrassed expression on their faces. Lu Xing, who was almost bowing his head to the ground, was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was swearing a lot in his mind and wanted to eat Li Yang alive on the spot. But in the end, this is just thought. Li Yang, I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied you in the academy, nor should I have teamed up with the class teacher to steal your subsidy. I will definitely change. As long as you forgive me, I will do anything you want me to do in the future. Finally, under the pressure of reality, Lu Xing had no choice but to beg for mercy from Li Yang again. If it was the honest man Li Yang, he would probably have been soft-hearted. But unfortunately, this Li Yang is not that Li Yang. Li Yang smiled slightly, raised one hand, slowly supported his chin, and murmured, "What else can I do? Even if you smash my head off here, it won't do any good. You just wait patiently for the prison meal. Oh yes, in addition to the prison meal, there will also be endless soap to pick up." Lu Xing's legs felt weak after hearing this. Lu Xian's heart also tightened. Just as I was about to open my mouth to continue persuading her, I heard Fong Wen's voice from the other side. I also received the news that Lu Xing was asked to pack up and rush to the municipal building. The municipal government must launch a serious investigation into the case of official subsidies being collected on behalf of others. "Student Lu Xing, I just happened to be going back to the city. Do you want me to give you a ride?" Turning around, Fong Wen was leaning against the door of a military pickup truck with a calm look on her face. The way he looked at Lu Xing didn't seem like he was looking at anyone, but at his own new achievements. Lu Xing shuddered and felt a little unsteady on his feet. Lu Xian, who was beside him, had a gloomy face, and left the place holding his son's hand. Well, it seems you don't want to ride in my car. Looking at the father and son returning to the car and driving away, Fongwen sighed, seeming a little regretful. Li Yang smiled and nodded to her symbolically. Thank you, senior sister Fongwen. Fongwen shook her head. This is my job. There's no need to thank me. Then I will also return to the military headquarters to report. If you need anything later, feel free to contact me. After saying that, he pointed to his mobile phone, waved his hand, and returned to the car. The engine started, and the heavy military pickup truck disappeared in a moment. The neighbor lady came to Li Yang at some point and asked anxiously, Xiaoyang, who are you dealing with? That man just now? Is he the general manager of Yinzhou Bank? I met him when I deposited money. Why are you still working with him? You didn't take out a loan, did you? Xiaoyang, we can't do this. Don't do that. If you don't listen to me, I will. When the neighbor lady first opened her mouth, there was a hint of blame in her tone. But as he spoke, his voice suddenly began to tremble. Actually, in the early years, the aunt's biological son borrowed high-interest loans and could not pay them back. In the end, he ended his life at a young age. So over the years, the neighbor aunt has always been very sensitive about this kind of thing, fearing that Li Yang would also go astray. All right. Li Yang patted the neighbor aunt on the back, signaling her to be at ease. After all these years, you still don't know me. Don't touch those things. Li Yang smiled faintly and simply said that he was fine. He then said that he had received an award from municipal government for his excellent performance. After saying that, he rubbed his storage ring, took out the gold card with 5 million in it that Zhang Mingshu had given him, and stuffed it into the aunt's hand. The aunt had never seen such a thing, and 5 million was a relatively distant number for her. After refusing for a while, seeing that Li Yang insisted on giving it to him, he had no choice but to carefully put the card away. She said that she was too old to spend much money, so she just thought of it as Li Yang depositing his money here. He could come to her to withdraw money whenever he needed it, and she would not touch a penny. Li Yang smiled, and when he saw that the aunt had calmed down, he returned to his yard. Listening to the chirping of insects by my ears and looking at the moon hanging above my head, Li Yang took a deep breath and opened his system panel. Sunflowers start sowing. About an hour later, Li Yang had planted more than 50 sunflowers in his yard. The sunlight is increasing at a rate of 2,500 points per minute. With the free flower pots in the system, Li Yang can even plant these things everywhere in his room. But sunflowers produce light when they produce sunlight. In order to ensure their sleep quality, it is better for these sunflowers to stay outside the house. After planting the sunflowers, Li Yang slowly returned to his bedroom. He checked the plants he had so far. As soon as he opened the list, Li Yang's eyes were filled with a dazzling array of plants. For a moment, he was overwhelmed. Except for the pea shooter, sunflower, nutwall, marigold, potato mine, and double shooter, which had been unlocked in the first turn. The moment Li Yang changed his job, he consumed almost half of the sunlight at that time and emptied his newly unlocked plant shop. In addition to the ice shooter, cherry bomb, big mouth flower, and wowa that had been shown not long ago, there were 2 other young men, and Li Yang didn't have time to show them all together. They're the popular cabbage pitcher and corn pitcher. There's no need to talk about the cabbage pitcher. In a sense, it is just a slightly strengthened pea shooter. There is nothing worth mentioning. But the corn pitcher is worth talking about. Corn pitcher, price, 100 suns, cooldown time, 7.5 seconds, attack interval, 2.9 seconds. Plant characteristics, able to throw corn kernels or butter blocks that ignore natural terrain, causing fixed damage to monsters below level 40. Increases with level increase. 10 shots of corn kernels or 2 shots of butter cubes can kill the monster. The butter cubes will cause the enemy to suspend all actions for 4 seconds. It has the same attack power as the pea shooter, but also comes with a high damage strong control that has a chance to be triggered. This thing is already considered a supermodel in this world. However, this is not the corn pitcher's greatest ability. You know, the greatest use of the corn pitcher is not to attack the enemy. Instead, it is used as fusion material to fuse into the largest plant in Plants vs. Zombies, the corn cannon. That thing may have many shortcomings. Slow to reload, expensive to sell, long cooldown time. But these are not enough to cover up its great brilliance. The moment the huge corn rises into the sky, the whole world will cheer. Chapter 28. These gold coins are not obtained in a legitimate way. Of course, fantasy is fantasy. It would be better for Li Yang to be down to earth. He then turned his attention to the other three things that could be considered as free gifts. Sunshine mushroom, small spray mushroom, timid mushroom. Look at these poor creatures that are of little use and even go on strike in the sun. What mental state would he be in to allow these things to participate in the battle? But it doesn't matter. There are many powerful mushrooms and plants versus zombies. But if you want to use it normally, coffee beans are an indispensable part. Once you unlock coffee beans, you can consider things like ice mushrooms, charm mushrooms, and even destruction mushrooms. Liang held his forehead and lay down on the bed. Looking at the familiar ceiling, I fell asleep again. At this time, on the other side in Yinzhou City, in Lu Xing's villa, Lu Xing himself has been taken away by the military. Originally, Lu Xing's entire family was to be taken away for investigation, but Lu Xing made up his mind and revealed his true colors on the spot. One person took all the blame. At this time, his brother Lu Feng was sitting in the living room, crossing his legs, looking at the information he had searched. He also knew that Lu Xian had taken Lu Xing to apologize to Liang, but was rejected. This was the biggest setback his family had ever suffered, and it was a complete loss of face for the Lu family. As one of the representatives of the parliament, Lu Feng could not swallow this humiliation. So he wanted to try to find out who Liang was and whether he could do anything to trip up Liang in the subsequent meeting against him. But as he watched, the expression on his face became more and more confused. He held the printed materials in his hand and muttered to himself. Liang, from Yinzhou, his parents died in the beast tide, and he was raised by his neighbors. I come from a poor family and am a beneficiary of government subsidies. Such a person has become a big celebrity around the mayor, and his reputation is so high. It's really weird. At the same time, Lu Xian next to him suddenly frowned and said, "Are you sure this is Li Yang's information?" Looking at his temperament, it's definitely not what a poor man from a poor family should have. Your father has been a bank manager for half his life. I can tell who is rich and who is poor at a glance. Li Yang's words and actions are definitely not what you describe as a poor person. There must be some unspeakable secret behind him. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows, and his expression became slightly serious. Although most of what my father said at this time were guesses based on first impressions. But experience can sometimes play a decisive role. TSK, I don't know the identity of the person behind him. I guess at worst he is from a city-level family. It's really extravagant that he can squander gold like this. Even I, who manages a bank, wouldn't dare to squander like this. Lu Xian spoke again, but his tone was less angry and more envious. After all, there are only two most important things in his life. One is to urge his sons to carry on the family line, and the other is to make money and make more money. Now that Lu Xing has been taken away and Lu Feng is busy with work, the matter of continuing the family line can only be left to fate. And the only thing he can do and wants to do is to make money. It's so hard to get such a big client. But in the blink of an eye, the plan was ruined by his stupid son. That's a continuous supply of gold. Look at the entire Yinzhou city. No, look at the entire China. Not many people have this kind of strength, right? Gold coins, waste. Dad, do you think it's possible that Li Yang's family is actually very rich, but they have been playing the pig and eating the tiger? Lu Feng raised the question, but then he denied the hypothesis. No, it shouldn't be. According to the information we have collected, 3 generations of Li Yang's ancestors have lived in Yinzhou, and 2 of them lived outside the city. The purchased properties, the allocated land, and even some crop transaction records are all traceable. If you were to create a fake identity, it would be impossible to do it in such detail. As he spoke, Lu Feng gradually calmed down and thought for a while with his chin in his hand. Then a light bulb went off in my head. Instead of doubting who he is, it's better to doubt other things. For example, those gold coins that he could easily take out and squander at will. Where did these gold coins come from, and how did they get into Li Yang's hands? This is the key point. Dad, have you ever... Before he finished speaking, Lu Xian took out a gold coin of Li Yang from his pocket and placed it on the table. At the same time, he added, Li Yang said that this was passed down from his ancestors. Because the amount is huge, he plans to exchange it for currency that can be used directly. Lu Feng slowly picked up the gold coins on the table, held them in his hand, and looked at them carefully. Then, the conclusion was drawn. The words and patterns on this gold coin do not belong to any period of Chinese history. Besides, there is no trace of age on it. Rather than being handed down from my ancestors, it would be more like it was just smelted last week. I'm afraid these gold coins came from shady sources. Liang sent my brother to jail. It is a great humiliation to our whole family. I will never let this matter pass so easily." As he spoke, he clenched his fists slightly. Although Lu Xing's case was irreversible in the face of overwhelming evidence. But he could use his identity to trip up Li Yang, which could be considered a small revenge. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Li Yang jumped up from the bed. Looking at the sunflowers outside the window, blooming with bright smiles and swaying constantly, my mood became a lot better. Check your sunlight levels. With the production rate of these sunflowers at 2,500 points per minute, only 7 hours had passed, and Li Yang's sunshine value had soared to over 1 million. Looking at the amount of sunlight displayed on the system interface, Li Yang was even a little afraid that this thing might suddenly collapse one day. He scratched his head and got out of bed. After locking the yard gate, he put on his coat and left home. Today's goal is also very clear. I reached level 40 yesterday with the help of the military, so of course I have to change my job today. As he was thinking, his cell phone suddenly rang. Li Yang took out his mobile phone and looked at the strange number displayed on it, feeling a little confused. After clicking to answer the call, the extremely enthusiastic voice of Minister Wei Songfeng from the military department came from the other side. "Li Yang, I heard you're already level 40. We're gonna go to the 3rd shift today, right? I just happen to have nothing to do today. Wait for me. I'll pick you up right away. I'm really eager to see what new plants you can get after changing your job." Chapter 29. Sharing senses with plants? Li Yang readily agreed to Wei Songfeng's request. After tidying up a bit and dressing myself a little more formally, the sound of a high-powered car engine roaring could be heard outside the door. Li Yang walked out of the door and just saw Wei Songfeng opening the car door and getting out. When the latter saw Li Yang, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Before Li Yang could say hello, he immediately waved excitedly. Li Yang nodded and followed Wei Songfeng into the car. Wei Songfeng's driving skills are very skilled, and he had a smooth journey along the way. The time it took to arrive at the career change square was even faster than Li Yang had expected. Wei Songfeng parked the car outside the job transfer square and watched Li Yang walk all the way to the job transfer crystal. Reach out and make contact. The cool blue crystal burst out with bright white light, connecting the system to Li Yang. Connection successful. It is detected that your level has reached the job change requirement. Please choose whether to change your job. You have chosen to change your job, and the level cap is unlocked to LV.60. The following are your newly acquired talents and skills. New talent, Plant Empathy, White Common. Talent description. Through this talent, you can establish a spiritual connection with all the plants you grow. Through this connection, you can share your visual and auditory senses with your plants. Your talent, Dave's Plant Shop, has been upgraded and more unlockable plants have been opened. The following are the newly unlocked plant cards: Pumpkinhead, Fiery Pepper, Coffee Bean, Torch Stump, Ground Spike, Char Mushroom. New plants, new talents. Moreover, Li Yang is becoming more and more certain that every talent he obtains is definitely tampered with by the system. Build sensory connections with plants. How incredible is this ability? To put it simply, this skill can be used to eavesdrop on certain specific people and is a very good skill for obtaining intelligence. Moreover, with this skill, there will be no need for me to uproot the sunflowers I planted in order to hide my tracks. Generally speaking, as long as the plants he grows are numerous and diverse, then the whole world will be under his surveillance, feeling omniscient and aware of everything in the world. Isn't this the authority of God? Is this a white talent? It's just a joke. Li Yang took his hand away and calmed down his inner excitement a little. Then he refocused on the new plants he had unlocked. He opened Dave's Plant Shop in the system. The first thing that catches your eye is a delightful picture. Many new plant cards exude a green glow and look very tempting when displayed on Dave's shelves. Li Yang no longer hesitated and simply clicked wherever there was a light. Anyway, there's enough sunshine and he can squander it at will. Even if there's not enough sunlight, he just needs to plant sunflowers in his yard and wait for a while. How's it going, Li Yang? Did you unlock anything new? You look pretty good. Maybe you've awakened something good? As soon as Li Yang walked out of the job transfer hall, Wei Songfeng, who had been waiting by the car for a long time, came up to him very proactively. Li Yang glanced at his plant list and briefly talked about a few of the more representative ones. As Wei Songfeng listened to Li Yang's words, the expression on his face became more and more exaggerated. In the end, his breathing even began to become rapid again. Chili peppers that can create large-scale walls of fire, and mushrooms that can turn enemies into teammates. Oh my God, This is too exaggerated, right? After Wei Tsongfeng exclaimed, he suddenly realized that this was a public place, and he should pay attention to the impact. Then he quickly invited Liang back to the car, straightened his back seriously, and asked, "Student Liang, I want to find another place to test your new plants. I can't wait to see." Before Wei Tsongfeng could finish his words, he was interrupted by a rapid phone ring. He took out his cell phone, put it to his ear, then skillfully took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. "Hello? Lao Zhang, what's wrong?" "Oh, yes. I'm with classmate Liang." Okay, I understand." After some conversation, Wei Tsongfeng hung up the phone. He turned around with an apologetic look on his face and said a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry, Liang. Let's leave the experiment with new plans for next time. The municipal government is looking for you. We hope you can attend this council meeting as a guest. This incident seems to be related to you and that something plan." Liang added Tongxian. Wei Tsongfeng nodded. "Yes, the Tongxian project. The municipal government has reported you to the imperial capital, but it will take some time for the imperial capital to respond. During this period of time, we want to help you apply for as many resources as possible and train you to be strong enough. Therefore, our Yinzhou parliament is a point that cannot be avoided. In fact, according to the normal process, if you want to report ordinary elite job changers, you must not only get the consent of the municipal government, but also vote on the final result by the parliament. But Lao Zhang said that your situation is different. We have to make special arrangements. You just need to go through the process. In the China of this world, all matters big and small in each city are mainly managed by the municipal government and parliament. The municipality is primarily responsible for official matters. All other aspects of people's livelihood are related to parliament. The municipal government and the military can certainly use their power to help Li Yang arrange the best copy, or even arrange special personnel to assist in leveling up. But for a job changer, level alone is not enough. The strength of a job changer is closely related to various equipment, weapons, and accessories. It is rare for someone like Li Yang to appear in Yinzhou. Zhang Mingshu naturally wanted to prepare for him with the highest standards. Don't worry about whether the parliament agrees or not. Those old guys are too arrogant and will definitely have some opinions. Anyway, Lao Zhang already recorded all of your strength yesterday. It's more than enough as evidence. Just treat it as a formality, meeting the important people in the parliament, and get some benefits from them. Wei Tsongfeng spoke cheerfully and didn't seem to take the parliament seriously. Liang nodded without saying anything more. Whether it is Zhang Mingshu or Wei Tsongfeng, he clearly saw how good these two people were to him. Although Mayor Zhang's initial motivation was to value talent, the benefits he brought to Liang were all real. If he has the chance, he can also try to do something for those who have helped him. Okay, if there's nothing else, let's go there now. It's almost time now. Wei Tsongfeng said this and stepped on the accelerator to start the car. Liang, the co-pilot, fastened his seatbelt and asked casually, "By the way, Minister Wei, are you interested in gold? If I have time, I'll go and fill 2 sacks for you." As soon as he finished speaking, the car stalled with a loud bang. Wei Tsongfeng was choked by his own saliva and kept coughing while holding the steering wheel. Chapter 30. Is there something wrong with your lifestyle? Li Yang's words were so astonishing that even Wei Tsongfeng, who claimed to be knowledgeable, was stunned for a moment. However, he immediately understood what was going on. When discussing Li Yang with Zhang Mingshu mentioned that among Li Yang's many plants, there's a flower that can produce gold coins. So Li Yang once said that he did not want to get any money or anything like that from the municipal government. He has money anyway. Wei Tsongfeng shook his head slightly, although he did want the so-called sack of gold. But as the minister of Yinzhou military, he still has a strong sense of professional ethics. Wei Tsongfeng immediately declined Li Yang's offer, started the car, and drove Li Yang towards the municipal government. Soon, the two arrived under the municipal building. The municipal affairs seemed particularly lively today. There were all kinds of luxury cars parked outside the gate, some of which even had special bodyguards guarding them. At first glance, it was clear that many important figures of distinguished status had come. We came at about the right time. They haven't all arrived yet. Go up first. Wei Tsongfeng spoke and took Li Yang into the city hall. At this time, inside the municipal building, in the largest conference room, there were quite a few people sitting on the tiered seats. These people are from the parliament, and most of them are elites from all walks of life in Yinzhou City. Everyone attending this meeting must sign a confidentiality agreement of the highest level. Therefore, from the very beginning, it was destined that this meeting could not be attended by everyone. But Zhang Mingshu on the stage saw that most people had arrived and decided not to waste any more time. He has already started operating the computer and started talking about Liang. I think everyone should have some understanding of the strength of Yunzhou's job changers, right? Because Yunzhou is located in a remote area, the nearby dungeon resources are not abundant. So most of our job changers can only reach level 40 or 50 in their lifetime. We can barely resist the invasion of the beast tide, but it is difficult to achieve any great success beyond this. And now, I'm going to tell you something very important. Today's Yunzhou has probably become the legendary place blessed by the gods. Zhang Mingshu's shocking words really caused a stir among the people in the audience. The people in the audience were all of distinguished status and had seen big scenes. But a mayor publicly declared that his city was a so-called place blessed by God. They had never seen such a scene before. Looking at the extremely surprised expressions of the people in the audience, Zhang Mingshu nodded with satisfaction. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Please watch the VCR." After saying that, he opened the video he had recorded before. What was captured in the picture was Li Yang's previous display of strength. A large plant formation that resists the beast tide and prevents it from advancing any further. And the kind of violent explosion that created the world. Those blood-pumping scenes teased the nerves of everyone present. Oh my God, what kind of strength is this? I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful person in our Yunzhou. No wonder people say that our Yunzhou has become a place blessed by gods. Wait a minute. I remember the meeting materials I sent out before said that the theme of this meeting was a young man named Liang. Is it possible? The members of the parliament were shocked and whispered to each other, discussing the content displayed on the screen very enthusiastically. In the back row, Lu Feng, one of the parliamentary representatives, looked a little serious. The current situation is somewhat beyond his expectations. He originally thought that the reason Zhang Mingshu convened this meeting was because he had found a new job changer with extremely rare talent and high training value. Although this is true, but he didn't expect that this so-called new job changer actually possessed such strong strength. Newborn? The extremely violent explosion in the video could not possibly be something a low-level job changer could display. This is a disaster. He originally wanted to make things difficult for Liang, but he didn't expect that Li Yang's strength was so powerful. This is a bit difficult. Watching the discussion, Zhang Mingshu on the stage smiled slightly. Then, it's the same as when you first prepared. He opened his mouth and talked in detail about Liang and the Tongshin plan. He planned to report Liang to the imperial capital. With Liang's strength, it should be more than enough for him to be included in the so-called Tongshin plan. If successful, this will be the first elite talent in Yunzhou to join the Tongshin plan. For the entire Yunzhou, this is a huge step forward. By then, Yunzhou's overall strength and status will be improved. It is definitely a good thing for Yunzhou. Therefore, after Zhang Mingshu said that he had made special arrangements and bypassed the parliament to report Li Yang's case in advance, the people present did not express any objection. After all, there are people who are willing to sign the highest level of confidentiality agreement and attend this meeting. In essence, there are the people who hope that Yunzhou will become better and prosper. Zhang Mingshu's choice was correct, so why shouldn't they follow his lead? At this time, Wei Congfeng happened to bring Li Yang to the meeting room. The two entered through the back door, found a seat, and sat down, without attracting much attention. Just when I was about to sit down and wait for the results, a voice suddenly sounded. "I have objections." The sudden sound attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked in the direction where the voice came from and saw a young man sitting in the middle seat, standing up with his hands raised high. Looking at the content played on the big screen on the stage, he added decisively, "I have objections. This man named Liang has had some contact with people in my family, so I know him a little bit. Although Liang is very strong and has an extremely rare talent, there is no doubt about that. But he has a rather fatal problem, which Mayor Zhang did not mention. That is, there are huge problems with Li Yang's character and lifestyle. When we recommend talents, especially those at the level of the Tongshin project, we must conduct thorough investigations. This is not only responsible for the Tongshin project, but also for the entire China." Liang, who was sitting in the back row watching the show, just took a bottle of water from Wei Congfeng. He took a sip and then spat it out with a puff. No, who has a problem with their lifestyle? Chapter 31. All beings are equal in the face of interests. Fortunately, before he could say anything, Zhang Mingshu on the stage had already asked for him. This, Representative Lu Feng. Words are not enough. Evidence is needed for everything. How are you going to prove that what you say is true? Empty talk, without any basis or evidence. He started by saying that Li Yang's lifestyle and character were problematic. It's ridiculous. Upon seeing this, other representatives began to whisper to each other and discuss the matter. Lu Feng stood up from his seat, glanced at the other representatives around him who were looking at him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Then he took 2 steps at a time, walked directly to the stage, and took out some papers from his pocket. People who are closer can easily tell what this thing is. It was written in black and white and stamped. This is obviously a contract. But what does a contract have to do with Li Yang? Everyone present was somewhat confused. Even Li Yang frowned and showed great interest in this. He really wanted to see what was wrong with his lifestyle. Lu Feng on the stage raised the contract in his hand high and said, "Everyone attending this meeting, you should have read Li Yang's personal information, right? According to the information, Li Yang's family has been poor for generations and has always lived in a rural area outside the city. His family has always been poor, and he doesn't have any rich relatives. When I was in college, I even had to rely on government subsidies to barely survive. But it was this person who was able to find my father's bank a few days ago, use a large amount of gold to apply for a gold card that normal people have no right to apply for, and also signed a trading contract with my father Lu Xian for a period of time. As for the origin of this money, Li Yang explained that it was a family tradition. Let me ask you, how could a normal farmer, a poor kid living outside the city, have so much family heirloom gold? There are many doubts in this matter. Until the investigation is clear, the report should be postponed." The words are solid and convincing. Upon hearing this, the representatives in the audience were suddenly in an uproar. So, Representative Lu Feng means that Li Yang's identity is packaged? That's right. How could a child from a commoner family possess such a powerful force? Some dissenting voices gradually emerged from the audience. Most of these words came from some business tycoons who had interests with the Lu family. As the general manager of Yinzhou Bank, Lu Xian has a good personal relationship with them, so he will naturally stand on Lu Feng's side at this time. At this time, Lu Feng received support and stood on the stage with a slight smile on his face. However, he didn't notice that Zhang Mingshu on the stage and Wei Tsongfeng in the VIP seats below the stage both showed an expression of trying not to laugh. Where did this gold come from? They know it so well. To be honest, when I first heard Li Yang say that he could create endless gold, they were both a little surprised. The rampant growth of gold may destroy Yunzhou's market economy. Fortunately, Li Yang did not intend to leave these things around all day long, but said that he knew the consequences and would exercise restraint. So Zhang Mingshu just thought that he had discovered a gold mine, and there was no need to impose any restrictions as long as it was not thrown away indiscriminately. I didn't expect that such a thing would be made into a big fuss by someone with ulterior motives. Could it be that Lu Feng has a grudge against Li Yang? At this time, in the seats below the stage, a sturdy man with a rough face stood up, crossed his arms, and said slowly, "Let's put things in perspective. What we're discussing now is whether Li Yang should be supported. Besides, before you question others, please ask Representative Lu Feng to put himself in the right position first. Our ultimate goal is to support talents, not to deliberately make things difficult for them." Lu Feng's face changed, and he looked a little embarrassed. Others who stood on Lu Feng's side also began to speak for Lu Feng. It seemed that a good meeting was about to turn into a war of words. Zhang Mingshu had no choice but to wave to Li Yang in the VIP seat. Then, he coughed and said to everyone, "Everyone, if we continue this discussion without any purpose, there will be no result in the end. Why don't we just let Li Yang himself tell everyone about it?" As he spoke, Zhang Mingshu waved his hand and invited Li Yang to come on stage. Li Yang did not refuse. He patted his butt, stood up, and walked straight to the stage. When he passed by the burly man who spoke for him, he nodded to him slightly, symbolically. The sturdy man waved his hand and said nothing more. Li Yang walked quickly to the stage and glanced at Lu Feng, who was standing there with his back straight. Zhang Mingshu smiled lightly and said, "Student Li Yang, since some people are curious about this matter, it would be more appropriate for you to speak in person. By the way, you can also take this opportunity to introduce yourself to the representatives of the parliament below the stage. After all, the main purpose of this meeting is to help Li Yang get as much support as possible so that Li Yang can get enough resources before leaving Yinzhou." Moreover, the incident with the marigolds was not exposed in Zhang Mingshu's video. Whether to make it public or not depends mainly on Li Yang's opinion. Li Yang opened his storage ring very calmly. He took out 2 sacks of gold coins, threw them on the ground, and said leisurely, "Since everyone has questions, let me reiterate them. These gold coins were all found in my ancestral home some time ago. In fact, Mayor Zhang and Minister Wei can both prove it, so there is no need for me to say more. But also because of the Liu family's character and work style issues, I have decided to unilaterally cancel the cooperation with Yinzhou Bank. I still have a lot of these heirloom golds, but they are useless to me, so I want to slowly exchange them for spendable currency. If you're interested, I also hope to take this opportunity to find a new partner." After hearing the need for proof, Wei Tsongfeng also stood up from the VIP seat at the back, smiled slightly, and nodded. Military and municipal leaders also testified. The authenticity is beyond doubt. Even if it is fake, it has to be real now. Unless Liu Feng wants to go against the military and the municipal government at the same time. In the audience, some business tycoons who originally stood on Liu Feng's side couldn't take their eyes away after seeing the glittering gold coins on the ground. Especially when he heard Li Yang say that he was unwilling to cooperate with Liu Xian's Yinzhou Bank and needed to find a new partner. He seemed very excited. After all, in the business world, money is fleeting, but gold is eternal. The reason they stood on Liu Feng's side was simply because of the face of Liu Feng's father Liu Xian. But since Zhang Mingshu and Wei Tsongfeng both clearly stood on Li Yang's side, Li Yang's character is beyond doubt. All beings are equal in the face of interests. There are obvious benefits right in front of us. What does being a general manager of Yinzhou Bank count for? Ahem, I think since this student Li Yang has the support of the municipal government and the military, there is nothing for us to doubt. That's right. Since Mayor Zhang thinks it's okay, we naturally have no objection. Mr. Liang, I'm the branch manager of Huaxia Universal Bank. If you need to exchange a large check, we can provide related services. Hey, are you rushing ahead? Liang, we are from the Golden Years Real Estate Development Company. We also have saving services, and they can be exchanged for fixed properties in various parts of China. If you're interested, Student Liang, please consider us. Our members are highly reputable and are popular all over China. Student Liang, there are still us. We can make friends. Originally, Liu Feng wanted to take advantage of the situation to trip up Li Yang. However, he did not expect that his actions would indirectly create an opportunity for Li Yang to promote himself. It brought him closer to those business leaders. Bah, what a bunch of snobs. Looking at those big guys who were on his side just a second ago, they turned against him one after another. Liu Feng was so angry that his back teeth were broken, but there was nothing he could do. Chapter 32. All parties try to please each other, and a parliament session yields a lot of benefits. This meeting convened by the municipal government soon came to an end. Liu Feng failed to gain anything and originally wanted to escape in disgrace after the meeting. However, Li Yang would not indulge him. While the municipal and military personnel were present, the matter of senior sister Feng, Wen's recommendation quota being replaced many years ago, was dug up. Without further ado, report on the spot. Liu Feng was also sent in for investigation, and he was also there to keep his brother Liu Xing company. And in the following time, through Zhang Mingshu's introduction, Li Yang also successfully established connections with various bigwigs in the parliament. As representatives of the majority, most people in parliament actually consider the collective perspective. It is undoubtedly a good thing for everyone that Yinzhou City has such a strong job changer. If Li Yang can really join the legendary Tongxin plan, it would be tantamount to a good publicity for Yinzhou. For everyone present, it is 100 benefits with no harm. After the meeting, many members of the parliament did not leave. Instead, they lined up in the conference room, hoping to meet Li Yang. Student Li Yang hasn't graduated yet. He just changed his job last week, and now he has already changed his job 3 times. He is really a hero when he is young. This kind of strength is simply amazing. He is worthy of being someone that Mayor Zhang values. When we were fighting against the Beast Tide before, it was thanks to Li Yang that he was able to hinder the Beast Tide's attack progress. Yunzhou was able to receive such good protection. We all owe you a thank you. Student Li Yang, I'm from Daqin Heavy Industry. My main business is to produce specific heavy vehicles for the group or the military. Although it may not have much in common with your profession, if you need anything, please be sure to contact me. This is my business card. Student Li Yang, I'm from Jiajile Real Estate. To thank you for your protection of Yinzhou, our group hopes to give you a piece of real estate in Yinzhou. I hope you can accept it. Student Li Yang, I am the head of the Yunzhou Blacksmith Association. I am also a commoner, so when I first saw your information, I wanted to give you something. This wristband is a special item treasured by our association. I hope you can use it. The head of the Blacksmith Association, who finally presented the gift, was the burly man who had just spoken for Liang. Liang thanked them one by one, and he could no longer hold the thing in his hand. Looking at these people in front of him throwing things around, as if they were free, Liang even felt it was a bit outrageous. An unlimited supply of potions, clothes tailored to the highest standards, and treasures from the Blacksmith Guild. Even the Yunzhou Agricultural Association managed to get a set of enchanted hoes and rakes from somewhere and gave them to Liang. It seems that this time it went smoothly. Zhang Mingshu and Wei Songfeng smiled at each other. They had never been in such a good mood. Today, Liang can be regarded as the most important talent in the entire Yunzhou. After today, Liang can even walk around Yunzhou with his head held high. With the efforts of the military and municipal government, perhaps Liang can be pushed all the way to level 60 before the investigation team from the imperial capital arrives. Level 60 is an insurmountable peak for ordinary job changers. In a small place like Yunzhou with scarce resources, upgrading is not an easy thing to do. After the job changer reaches level 60, the fourth level, the difference brought by each level is quite huge. And according to Li Yang's own description, it seems that after the fourth turn, he will be able to possess the thing mentioned before that is as powerful as a missile. It seems to be called something like corn cannon. Of course, his current strength is not weak. Report, Mayor Zhang, the imperial capital has just contacted us. They have read the information you sent over and have shown great interest in Liang. The investigation team is ready to set off and will arrive in a few days. At the same time, they also hope that we can cooperate to do an experiment together. A secretary came in from outside and reported the situation to Zhang Mingshu in a low voice. When Zhang Mingshu heard the last sentence, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Experiment? What experiment? The secretary scratched his head. Not sure. They didn't reveal too much. I just know it's related to the Tongshin project. In addition, according to the judgment given by the Imperial Capital Observation Bureau, the next hidden copy should appear near our Yunzhou. I hope we can be well prepared and gather people to explore. Zhang Mingshu nodded and said in a deep voice, "Okay, I understand. Hide the copy. As a limited-time copy that appears randomly and contains a large amount of loot, it is bound to cause quite a stir once it appears. Moreover, the level of the hidden copy is mostly related to the level of other local copies. That is to say, according to the average level of copies near Yunzhou. This hidden copy is probably at around level 40 or 50. Such copies will open rifts all over the world at the same time, causing competition among all parties for rewards. As long as you can finally clear the level, you will get the reward for the hidden copy. It often brings some unexpected little surprises to the city or even the country where you live. For example, the copy resources increase, the Warcraft level increase, and so on. From a more professional perspective, it can be considered as some kind of small world-class copy. In short, this is a godsend opportunity, a good chance for Yunzhou to make a leap forward. Must take it seriously. It was almost evening when Liang left the municipal government. Zhang Mingshu and Wei Songfeng left first due to busy work, and then arranged a car for him to go home. Liang searched his pockets and confirmed that the 5 or 6 storage rings sent by bigwigs from various parties were not lost. Then he got in the car and went home. It must be said that these people in the parliament are really willing to give gifts. When he came here this morning, Liang was still a job changer with nothing but a few sacks of gold and extraordinary strength. Now, he owns 10 properties in Yunzhou City alone. There are 6 apartments and 4 villas. Some places are even located close to mountains and rivers, and are the kind of residences that only extremely wealthy people are worthy of owning. Wei Songfeng had also expressed the hope that Liang could move to the military headquarters. After all, Li Yang's identity has changed, so it will be better to have someone protect him and be on the safe side. But Liang politely declined. After all, the most important thing for Liang now is his plants. Therefore, sunlight, water, and soil are essential. If you move to the city, your ability to take care of plants will be greatly affected. There was no other way. Wei Songfeng could only give him an emergency communicator with positioning to connect directly with the military. Whenever Liang needs help from the military, he can use this thing to contact the military at any time. Liang had no choice but to accept it, and only then did Wei Songfeng feel at ease to let him leave. As for the rest, apart from those strange, enchanted farm tools and various storage rings filled with potions. The wristband, given to him by the president of the Blacksmith Association, is the thing that Li Yang is most satisfied with. Name: Blood Spring Wrist Guard. Rarity: Purple Epic. Item description: when your health is below 20, the wristband will automatically trigger and continue to restore 50 of your health. Passively triggered health recovery effect. At a critical moment, maybe it can save your life for something. There are quite a lot of strange equipment in this world. An epic equipment can achieve this effect. Then won't the legendary equipment in the future be even better? If he had the chance, he would like to make one for fun. Chapter 33. This charming mushroom is too amazing. After Li Yang returned home, he continued to plant sunflowers in the yard skillfully. The sky gradually darkened, but under the sunlight released by the sunflowers, it did not seem very dark. Li Yang rubbed his hands and began his routine. Unlock all the newly acquired plants and experiment with them one by one. Rather than just talking about it on paper, he wanted to see for himself how powerful his plants were and what role they could play. So, Li Yang opened his system interface. The first thing that catches your eye is the fiery red-hot peppers. Fiery chili. Each planting consumes 125 sunlight points, cools down for 50 seconds, and takes 1 second to prepare. Plant characteristics. After 1 second of charging, the fiery pepper will burst into a wide range of extremely hot blazing fire. The blazing fire will continue to burn all monsters below level 60, increases with level increase, that come into contact with it, and create a high-temperature fire wall that lasts for 10 minutes. Another explosive skill. Compared to Cherry Bomb, it is even worse. Moreover, Li Yang noticed one thing. After reaching level 40, the killing range of plants changed from below level 40 to below level 60. In order to confirm that he was not mistaken, he also specifically called up the plant information of the pea shooter. After seeing that the enemy level limit was also level 60, he nodded with satisfaction. In this world where everyone changes jobs, everything is linked to data. Whether it is a person, equipment, or Warcraft, the level of data directly determines the strength of the individual. But his plants completely break out of this framework. Don't look at the data, just talk about the rules. Don't be fooled by the cute appearance of these plants. They are a mess. Under the rules of level 60, if I say you must die, and even the King of Hell cannot stop you. It turns out that the saying, never compete with funny characters and fighting ability, is true. Li Yang exchanged for a portion of hot pepper seeds and put it into his storage ring. He wasn't stupid enough to test such a powerful plant in his own small yard. If a hot pepper were planted here, the whole village would probably turn into ashes in an instant. After the fiery pepper test, the next one is coffee beans, giant puff mushrooms, charm mushrooms. Let's not talk about anything else, just talk about this coffee bean. Finally, the mushroom plants that Li Yang had exchanged before were put to good use. With coffee beans in place, ice mushrooms, and even destruction mushrooms that will be used in the future don't have to be summoned out in broad daylight to sleep. Li Yang first threw the charm mushroom on the ground with an attitude of giving it a try. With the sound of plants growing, a patch of white fungus stems spread across the ground. The fungus stems quickly closed and spread upward. After a while, it turned into a mushroom with a 7-colored umbrella cap on its head. This image is really similar to the one he saw in the game. But isn't this too big? The impression I have is that the charm mushrooms only work after being eaten by zombies. It's such a big thing, and it looks very dangerous. How could there be anything to eat? Li Yang remained skeptical and opened the plant's information interface. Charming mushroom. Each planting consumes 75 points of sunlight, cools down for 30 seconds, and has an effective range of 50 meters. Plant characteristics. Charm mushroom can release an aroma that is irresistible to creatures below level 60, increases with level. Once swallowed, it will put them into a charmed state for 8 hours during this period. The charmed unit can be affected by your third talent. Can directly control organisms. Is worthy of being called a charm mushroom. Although it looks dangerous, it can still be eaten actively. Although it is essentially a disposable plant that disappears immediately after being eaten. But this 8-hour-long enchanting effect is already quite outrageous. And this charm has some other uses. The charm target can be affected by his third talent. Li Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and selected his third awakened talent, plant empathy, in his career interface. This talent allows one to establish a sensory connection with all the plants that one plants. Those creatures that are enchanted by the charm mushroom can also. Thinking of this, Liang activated his talent. Then, his consciousness instantly entered a dark space. But black is just the background color. Looking closely, there are many white spots of light floating in this space. These spots of light can be moved farther or closer at will with his consciousness. When you get closer, you will find that these are not spots of light, but independent perspectives. He could clearly see the perspective of all plants. This talent is outrageous. If it weren't for the system forcing it down, it would have been reduced to the ordinary white rarity. I guess the moment it is born, it will cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth, right? But why does the system suppress the rarity of my talent all the time? For uniformity? Liang couldn't figure it out, but it didn't matter. Then, an idea suddenly occurred to him. He opened the door and called the big yellow dog that was guarding the house opposite. Feed it the charm mushroom. Then, almost in the next second, he immediately found something different from those countless visions. The enchanted yellow dog. Liang selected it and then established a direct sensory connection with it. Then, in an instant, it was as if the entire person's consciousness was ripped out of his body and stuffed into another completely disproportionate body. Looking down at his two dirty legs, Liang suddenly felt as if he was in another world. This was his first time experiencing what it was like to be a dog. Because of the effect of the charm mushroom, Liang could even directly control the dog's body and took 2 laps on the nearby dirt road. Awesome, this is incredible. Liang was amazed, then cut off the mental connection with the yellow dog and set it free. The big yellow dog kept wagging its tail at Liang. It probably thought that in its eyes, it had just had a free meal. Liang smiled and closed the door. Next. Torch stump, pumpkin head, ground spikes. Liang took advantage of the abundant sunshine and spent it freely and without hesitation. After experiments, it was found that these plants had all been enhanced to varying degrees. In addition to changing the properties of peas, the torch stump also has the ability to enchant blank weapons. In addition to large-scale attacks, the giant enchantress also has the ability to directly corrode armor and deal true damage. The pumpkin head is even more interesting. It can not only be placed under your own feet, but also under the feet of the enemy, directly turning it into a single cage that is quite resistant to attacks. After playing around with them, Liang shoveled them all up with satisfaction. Now, he can't wait to go into the copy to try out the true power of these plants. Chapter 34, Plant Formation Safeguard. As usual, Liang tidied up the yard and planted a new round of sunflowers. By the way, some marigolds are also mixed in with the sunflowers. After all, after receiving the benefits given by everyone in the parliament today, Liang also signed new cooperation agreements with several larger banks. If he gave him a few sacks of gold from time to time, he would have more money than he could spend. Under Zhang Mingshu's guidance, people in the parliament gradually accepted the fact that Li Yang's family had an ancestral gold mine. There were even some mining companies that wanted to cooperate with him, but were rejected. But it must be said that the life of this mine owner is really plain and boring. After planting the plants, Li Yang returned to his room, washed up briefly, and lay down on the bed ready to go to sleep. As a result, when I checked my phone before going to bed, I saw the latest news released by the Yunzhou authorities not long ago. The Imperial Capital Dungeon Observation Bureau reports that a limited-time hidden dungeon will be open near Yunzhou City tomorrow. I hope all job changers will seize the opportunity and go to the dungeon to actively explore. Those who successfully explore will receive a bonus of up to 50 million and the opportunity to customize a set of epic armor for free with the Blacksmith Association. Liang looked at the phone screen and raised his eyebrows slightly. From memory, both the types of monsters and rewards in the limited-time dungeons are a hodgepodge from all over the world. After successfully completing the hidden copy, you can even get benefits for an entire area. Yunzhou might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to rise to prominence. No wonder the municipal government is willing to offer 50 million as a reward. This money can even ensure that an entire family will never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. And see the appendix of the message. It seems that the military has also organized its own strategy team, ready to participate in the strategy of this hidden copy. Due to the special nature of hidden copies, the same copy will open up multiple cracks around the world. Therefore, it is definitely not just Yunzhou that is eyeing this copy. It is even possible that there is more than just China. The competition looks like it will be very fierce. Bite. New quest. Complete the walkthrough for the hidden dungeon, Dawn Canyon, 0/1. Mission reward. 100,000 sunshine points, a plant formation storage card, capacity, 500 plants. As I was thinking about it, the system suddenly rang in my mind. As expected, what you say will come true. Liang smiled, turned off his phone, and lay on the bed, muttering to himself. Okay, Tongzi, don't worry. Let's go into the dungeon tomorrow and take a closer look at what's going on inside. Liang took a special look and found out that the copy would be open at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Go to bed early today and get up early tomorrow. Should be able to catch up. Thinking of this, Liang set an alarm. Then he fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, far away in the imperial capital, an airship was about to set sail. A girl in white plush pajamas and with silver hair was standing on the deck in a daze. The cold wind blew her hair up and penetrated into her clothes through her collar, making her shiver. Miss Bai, please go back to the cabin. The airship is about to take off. After we take off, the temperature will get even lower. A man who looked like a soldier walked out of the cabin and spoke. The girl called Miss Bai turned around and gave a kind smile that was a little tired. Okay, I understand. The soldier nodded and prepared to leave. But before he left, the girl suddenly called him. By the way, sir, do you know much about Yunzhou and the job changer named Liang in Yunzhou? The soldier was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Sorry, that place is too remote and I have never been there. As for the job changer named Liang, we haven't received any relevant information yet. All I know is that he can grow some very special plants. I think this is also the reason why Tang Xuanzi sent you there. You can ask Director Dongfang for detailed information later. Please rest assured, Miss Bai, we will do our best to ensure that there will be no problems during your outing. Miss Bai nodded and bowed slightly. Such formal etiquette made the soldiers on the opposite side feel a little restrained for a moment, and they didn't know how to respond. Miss Bai didn't care too much. She just smiled and returned to her cabin. Is this Miss Bai from the Bai family? She is as elegant as the rumors say. Another soldier came over and said thoughtfully, she is more than just elegant. She is also one of the very few people in China who have entered the Tongxin division to change their job in the life field. This title is unprecedented. That's right. Whether it's family background or personal ability, Miss Bai is one of the best. To be honest, being able to come this far as a life-related job changer is really admirable. That's nonsense. Come on, what's the point of lamenting all day long? Let's check the facilities on the ship again. We are ready to set sail. Following the latter's shout, the ship began to shake slightly. The anchor was pulled up and the anti-gravity formation was activated. The huge airship slowly floated up and set sail towards the distant Yinzhou city. Time passed, and it was just dawn. Liang was awakened by the alarm clock. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and then stretched comfortably. New quest. Complete the walkthrough for the hidden dungeon, Dawn Canyon, 0/1. Mission reward, 100,000 sunshine points, a plant formation storage card, capacity, 500 plants. The familiar voice of the system echoed in my mind. Liang rubbed his face, which had become stiff from sleep, and as he stood up to change his clothes, he joked. Oh, that's enough, don't worry. Aren't we going there now? By the way, what is the formation saving card in your reward used for? The system responded immediately. Plant formation save card, capacity, 500 plants. You can save a set of your customized plant formations as presets. When you need to use them, you can directly release the formations through the save card. During this period, the sunlight value required by all plants will be consumed at once, but all the plants you summon share the same cooling time. Note that each preset card can only be saved once. Once saved, it cannot be reset. To put it simply, it is to use one cooling opportunity to summon 500 plants at the same time. Although the required sunlight value remains the same, the time saved is no less. Establishing a formation instantly is very useful no matter where you are. It seems that this thing has a very high cost-effectiveness. But Liang still needs some time to consider what specific formation to preserve. Chapter 35, just a fluke. The most urgent task at the moment, of course, is to check out the so-called hidden copy. After packing up, Liang took a taxi to the location where the copy appeared in the report. Hidden copies are similar to other normal copies, but different. Generally speaking, an ordinary copy is composed of a stable rift as the core and a large area of environment near the rift that has been transformed by alien creatures. The creation of an ordinary copy usually takes about 5 to 10 years. Hidden copies are cracks that appear suddenly and disappear suddenly after a certain period of time. It can only be predicted by certain specific methods and cannot exist stably for a long time. The appearance of hidden copies is almost completely random. Therefore, for ordinary job changers, they will just miss this opportunity. I'm afraid I'll never encounter this again in my life. This hidden copy appeared in an undeveloped forest west of Yunzhou City. Because it is close enough to Yunzhou City, it is naturally under the responsibility of Yunzhou officials. The military department of Yunzhou City sent people overnight to build temporary facilities around the place where the copy would appear. When Liang came over, the place was already crowded. The copy opened at 8 o'clock, and Liang came here at around 6 o'clock. It was almost 2 hours in advance, but the place was still packed with people and very lively. Job changers of all ages gathered around here. Some gathered in groups of 3 or 5, while others were alone, staying silently in the corner. There are also some people who just shout loudly, hoping to team up with strangers and go in to explore together. Which handsome guy is willing to join the team and be the front row? If you join the team, you'll get a black stocking photo of Miss Pastor. I want to pay to level up the team. Only the first half? Is there anyone? Beautiful lady, come and play in our team. Our team has an active atmosphere and a friendly environment. There are many handsome guys. Liang walked through the crowd and moved slightly towards the front row. After walking a few steps, I saw 2 familiar people. Hey, Liang. You haven't come to class for a few days. Did something happen? Have you resolved the matter with Lu Xing? I think Lu Xing and our class teacher have been arrested. The ones who spoke were a pair of twin brothers in Liang's class. The 2 of them are not very talented and their performance is average. Therefore, Liang was somewhat surprised to see them in such a place. Liang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Are you 2 here to play the game?" Hearing this, the 2 brothers on the opposite side smiled slightly. Well, I guess so. To be honest, we 2 were shameless and followed our academy's second-ranked brother here to level up. After all, hidden dungeons are hard to come by, and as long as we clear them once, we can greatly shorten our novice development period. Oh yes, you don't have any impression of the second brother on our school's list, right? In fact, it was the second on our school's list at that time, the fire mage Su Gue from the class next to ours. In fact, if you hadn't suddenly appeared and suppressed everyone by 20 levels when you were in school, with Su Gue's ability, he should have been the well-deserved first. Oh yeah, speaking of which, Liang, how on earth did you manage to reach level 20 right after awakening your profession? And you were even using a living profession. This is too outrageous. Liang smiled and said it was just luck. The 2 brothers waved their hands, obviously not believing Liang's words. Then, seeing Liang appear here, he suddenly realized something terrible. No, Liang, you just changed your job not long ago, right? How dare you ask us? What are you doing here? Are you here to level up as well? Do you want to join us? Let's go tell Brother Su that it won't be a big deal to bring 1 more person with us later. Liang shook his head. No, I just came here to join in the fun. Upon hearing this, the 2 brothers opposite immediately showed doubtful expressions. But the difficulty level of this dungeon is not low. If you don't find a few more people to form a team, aren't you afraid of getting into danger if you go in alone? No, you look so confident. Could it be that you have already? Liang said calmly. I'm level 40. The 2 brothers looked unhappy. Liang smiled helplessly. Actually, my own talent is not that outrageous. It just so happened that the municipal government took a liking to me, so they took the time to help me level up a little bit. The more I explain, the paler the result becomes. The 2 brothers on the opposite side waved their hands repeatedly to interrupt Li Yang's Versailles speech. All right, please stop talking. If you keep talking, my brother and I will be jealous to death. Congratulations, though. I've been through so much in the academy, and now it's finally over. Liang nodded and continued to exchange pleasantries with them. Then, a familiar voice was heard from behind. Liang, you are here too? I turned around following the sound, and saw Fangwen walking towards me in uniform. When the twins saw Fangwen, they were so shocked that their eyes widened. After all, she is a person printed on the photo wall of outstanding graduates, and Fangwen's appearance was still at the level of the school beauty a few years ago. Now that she has entered the military, her well-trained body and increasingly mature temperament make her even more charming. This lady is not the Fangwen on the photo wall, right? I've heard of your name for a long time, and now I finally meet you in person. Senior Fangwen is several times more beautiful than in the photo. Oh my God, Liang, how did you get to know senior sister Fangwen? The 2 people's voices were not loud, and Fangwen on the other side did not hear them. Then Fangwen walked straight to Liang and said with a low laugh. Speaking of which, Liang, Are you also interested in this hidden copy? I see you seem to be alone. Why don't you just join us? The official strategy team is short of a DPS position. If you're willing to come, our efficiency will definitely not be low. As she spoke, she extended her hand to Li Yong very sincerely. Li Yong thought about it for a moment. Anyway, his purpose is to pass the level. You could try it alone or with an official team. The latter is more secure and professional. Well, why not do it? So he nodded and held the hand that Fong Wen extended to him. This scene really dumbfounded the twin brothers next to them. Fuck, Li Yong actually has this kind of relationship? Now that I think about it, it makes sense that he leveled up 20 times in 2 days. It's such an honor to have an official to guide me. Looking at Li Yong chatting with Fong Wen, the twin brothers' tone was full of sourness. Not only them, but also some other civilian job changers around them were shocked and envious. The military's official strategy team would actually take the initiative to seek cooperation with such a young job changer? Who is this guy? Chapter 36, Hidden Dungeon, Dawn Canyon. Li Yang's joining also surprised the other people in the strategy group. Several of them have witnessed Li Yang's strength. There is no doubt about Li Yang's fighting ability. It is said that it is convenient for them to take care of each other. But in fact, some people have already felt that Li Yang will be the only one to lead them in this dungeon strategy. This strategy team, formed by the Yunzhou officials, is composed of elites from the first and second teams of the military, with a total of 8 members. 2 front row players, 2 auxiliary players, and 4 output players. It's just that one person encountered some problems today and couldn't make it in time. As for the leader, it was naturally Fong Wen. On the other side, the twin brothers who had just greeted Li Yang also reunited with their team. Brother Su, we are back. The 2 brothers waved. Not far away, a young man in a fiery red wizard robe slowly raised his head following the voice and smiled at the 2 brothers. He is the Su Gue mentioned by the 2, the number 1 in the academy's list, second only to Li Yang. However, he is different from Lu Xing, who has already been arrested. Su Gue is obviously a much better person. He is totally not on the same level as Lu Xing. If Li Yang's strength is unreasonably strong like a plug-in, then Su Gue's strength is very reasonable and well-founded. A rare and seldom-seen combat profession, the fire mage, coupled with extremely rare epic talent and excellent personal academic performance. If it weren't for Li Yang, he would be the undisputed number 1 in the entire academy. After the impact of the beast tide gradually subsided, he tried his best to improve his level in the shortest time. In addition, he has also awakened an epic professional talent, which enables him to kill monsters above his level. Although it also received attention, it was not as sensational as Li Yang's at the time. However, even so, Su Gue himself simply attributed it to his own lack of effort. Li Yang, who has a living profession, can achieve that level. With such a rare profession like his, there is no reason why he couldn't do it. So, taking advantage of the opening of the hidden copy, he also came to look for his own opportunity. After the basic preparations are completed, it is almost time to open the dungeon. Along with the sound of space being torn apart, a dark crack appeared right on the open space that had been prepared long ago. Then, it quickly expanded to the size of a door and remained stable in this state. The hidden dungeon Dawn Canyon is now open. All job changers, please prepare and enter in an orderly manner. The municipal staff responsible for monitoring the status of the copy and managing the rift stood up and shouted. Then he removed the roadblock blocking the rift. Suddenly, countless job changers filed in and rushed into the copy. The same is true for Su Gue's team. Their team also consists of 8 people, with Su Gue as the core. However, their purpose of entering the dungeon is mostly to level up outside the dungeon. Relying on the advantage in numbers, you can group together to fight against lone monsters. As long as you kill a monster that is higher than your level, you will get a huge experience reward. Instance, Dawn Canyon. Recommended level, LV.40, LV.60. Introduction. This is where the dawn rises, and also where the heroic souls fall. There are 5 rifts in this instance, which can accommodate 4,300 human class changers. As everyone entered the copy's information was gradually displayed in front of everyone. After a quick look, Su Gue led his teammates and slowly explored forward. Nothing noteworthy until they encountered the first monster in this copy, a dawn wolf of over level 40. Although Su Gue had seen magical beasts over level 40 before. But for some reason, the monsters in this copy, whether in terms of intelligence or other aspects, It was completely different from what he had fought in other copies of Yinzhou before. It was just a monster, but it took them a lot of effort, and they finally killed it by relying on a group fight. Looking at the kill prompts and the experience shared by everyone, Su Guwei couldn't help but fall into deep thought. At this time, on the other side, the team of job changers, led by Fong Wen and Li Yang, is moving forward steadily. Thanks to the team members' extremely tacit cooperation, almost none of the monsters they encountered along the way survived more than 5 minutes. Ordinary monsters over level 40 were all cleaned up like chopping melons and vegetables. All that was left was a mess. Your teammate defeated the Dawn Wolf, LV.45. Congratulations on gaining 1100 experience points. Your teammate defeated the Dawn Wolf, LV.48. Congratulations on gaining 1250 experience points. Congratulations, your experience has reached the upper limit, and your level has been increased. LV.40, LV.41. Your teammate defeated the Dawn Wolf, LV.46. Congratulations on gaining 1255 experience. According to the process given in the copy, there are only the lowest level and most basic monsters, such as the Demon Wolf, at the outermost part of the copy. Leon was too lazy to even do it. You just need to follow the team forward, gain experience from your teammates, and level up slowly and leisurely. Although, because it is a team state, the experience gain will definitely be lost. But it's not a big problem. Anyway, you are being led by others, so comfort is the most important thing. During this time, he also planted some coffee beans on the ground. After harvesting, they were distributed to the surrounding team members as snacks. The coffee beans exchanged from Dave's shop can allow mushroom plants to move normally in broad daylight. For humans, it also has a certain amplifying effect. Just taking one pill can directly eliminate fatigue and restore a lot of energy. Although this effect is not very meaningful, if you're tired and sleepy, you can just go to sleep. There's no need to use coffee beans to stay alert. Generally, it can only be taken out and used when exploring a dungeon like now, or other times that require high concentration. After using the coffee beans, the team members felt full of energy, and the slight tiredness from getting up early was instantly swept away. The efficiency of killing monsters and advancing forward also increased a lot. Relying on this speed, it didn't take long for them to encounter the first boss in this copy. Elite level Warcraft, Dawn Wolf Lord. Level, LV.54. Introduction, a person who stood out from the Dawn Wolf pack. After experiencing countless life and death battles in the Dawn Canyon, he eventually grew into a sophisticated and vicious Wolf Lord. He can use the power of the Wolf Lord to call friends and summon wolves, and can also use the terrifying speed honed from battle to threaten enemies at any distance. Judging from the introduction, this thing's specialty is speed, and it seems very powerful. But so far, this is just a hint. There is no Wolf Lord or Wolf Pack in front of them. Looking at the empty space in front of them, everyone present was a little confused. If you don't kill the boss, the road ahead will be blocked by an air wall, and you won't be able to get in at all. They dawdled in this situation for a while, and even until the other Yinzhou job changers caught up, they still didn't find any trace of the boss. This is really strange. Could it be that this boss doesn't dare to fight us and has secretly run away? We won't be stuck in the first level by a boss that can't be spawned, right? The job changers around were talking about it. But the next moment, someone from an unknown team suddenly exclaimed, "It's coming. It's so fast." Almost at the moment the sound was made, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from the bushes nearby and rushed to the back of the crowd at lightning speed. Chapter 37. Positional Warfare. I am good at it. The moment the unusual movement occurred, an archer from the military unit in Li Yang's team immediately made up for the damage and instantly killed the Black Shadow. "Saul, you scared me. I thought it was some powerful monster, but it turned out to be so fragile that it would die if touched." An archer in the team waved his hand, summoned the arrow back, shook off the blood on it, and put it back into the quiver behind him. Your teammate defeated the Dawn Wolf, LV.48. Congratulations on gaining 1250 experience points. When they saw this prompt pop up, everyone in the team was stunned. Is this just an ordinary Dawn Wolf? But its speed is obviously different from those we just encountered. What is going on? Everyone was confused. But these doubts were answered the next second, accompanied by a shrill wolf howl. In the surrounding bushes, red eyes gradually lit up one after another. Among them, a pair of terrifying eyes, with sharp gazes, were staring straight at the job changers here. Here we go again. Everyone, prepare to fight. The job changers present immediately took a defensive stance and prepared for battle. Only then did everyone realize it. This boss is not a so-called wolf lord at all, but an entire wolf pack led by the wolf lord. With the blessing of the wolf lord, all the nearby dawn wolves received an extremely terrifying speed bonus. He was clearly able to fight closely with many job changers in their 40s just a second ago, but now he suddenly started a one-sided pursuit. Wolves came from all directions, forming a large black shadow, and kept pouncing on the lone job changers. And the targets of their attacks are very clear. All of them are the most vulnerable and important auxiliary professions in each team, as long as there is a slight negligence or teammates fail to follow up in time. Those auxiliary professions who are fragile and have no means of self-preservation will be dragged away by the wolves in an instant. Sudden chaos began to spread among these Yunzhou job changers. Those job changers who originally wanted to play the dungeon just for fun have now truly realized the value of the hidden dungeon. Yunzhou is a very inconspicuous city in China with few resources and a slow pace of life. The job changers in Yunzhou can only kill monsters of around level 50 at best. They themselves usually don't go beyond this level. They have long been accustomed to leisurely brushing books and passing levels. I even forgot one thing. Copies, or rather, space rifts from other worlds. The original purpose of appearing on the blue planet was real invasion. Every monster in the copy is eager to eat human flesh and devour human bones alive. Once the two sides engage in battle, the only outcome can be a fight to the death. Is this really a level 40 or 50 monster? Why is it so strong? I don't want to brush anymore. I want to go home. What are these? Why are the monsters in the hidden dungeons so scary? Everyone, hold your formation steady. If the formation breaks down, there will be no hope. You beasts from another world, sneak attacks are nothing. Come and fight Grandpa head on. The scene suddenly became extremely chaotic. Screams, curses, and the howling of wolves mixed together. This made the people watching outside the copy terrified. Although we often see on TV how many people died and how many battles were fought when a certain area was being opened up. But in fact, they don't have much idea. After all, although Yunzhou is a poor place, it is indeed very comfortable. They haven't been involved in dungeon exploration for many years. What on earth is going on in this copy? This is too scary, isn't it? Damn, is this a wolf pack? Don't we have wolf-type monsters in Yunzhou? They can't compare to these guys at all. At this rate, let alone the strategy, it will be difficult for those job changers inside to escape unscathed, right? Look at the eyes of the wolf leader. That thing feels like a human's eye. It understands human nature. After hearing this, the people watching outside shifted their attention to the leader of the wolf pack, the so-called boss, the Lord of the Dawn Wolf. The guy had a body covered in black hair as thin as steel needles, bulging muscles, and teeth that flashed a cold light. Those blood-red eyes were filled with a cunningness that was totally inconsistent with its race. This guy seems to know how to hunt humans. The monsters in this dungeon are quite powerful. Let's come back and regroup before making any plans. When she was on full alert, Wei Tsongfeng's voice rang in Fong Wen's ears. As a minister of military, he must of course keep an eye on this rare hidden copy raid. So before entering, Fong Wen was asked to prepare a micro camera and a communicator in advance so that they could keep in touch at all times. Even the decision to recruit Li Yang into the team was actually made after careful consideration. But at the moment, it seems that if they continue at this pace, they will never be able to successfully conquer the country before teams from other countries. I'm afraid Li Yang's personal safety may also be threatened. On one side is Li Yang, and on the other side is Yunzhou's opportunity for development. Wei Tsongfeng and Zhang Mingshu, who was watching nearby, didn't even hesitate and resolutely chose the former. Immediately instruct Fong Wen that even if it was just to protect Li Yang, she had to execute the evacuation order first. Fong Wen nodded and prepared to tell Li Yang the truth. But she found that Li Yang was missing. Fong Wen was startled and looked around quickly. It turned out that Li Yang was standing on a huge nut that had been planted at some unknown time and was examining the surrounding terrain. At the same time, Fong Wen was not the only one who noticed Li Yang. The Lord of the Dawn Wolf, who had been hiding in the dark, narrowed his eyes and noticed the guy standing the tallest. Next second, the Dawn Wolf Lord growled and commanded the wolves to change their attack target and rush towards Li Yang. As a result, there were several pop sounds. The wolves rushing in the front had their bodies covered with a layer of blue frost. Ouch! The Wolf Lord was stunned and a little dazed. The job changers here also noticed the wolves that were trying to attack, but whose speed had obviously slowed down. What's going on here? In this state, are the wolves being slowed down by some kind of ice magic? You must be kidding me. Whose magic can catch up with the speed of this wolf pack? Wait, there really is. The crowd dispersed a little, revealing the light blue plants that had been planted inside at some point. The plant, which was nearly a meter tall, swayed gently and rhythmically, spitting out blue peas at a very fast speed from its mouth-like form at a fixed frequency. The fist-sized pea smashed into the monster and shattered instantly, knocking it away. The surface of the monster that was hit was instantly covered with a layer of white frost, and the entire body turned a blue color similar to frostbite. It's Li Yang's ice shooter. In the municipal building, Wei Tsongfeng and Zhang Mingshu, who were sitting on both sides of the desk, recognized this thing at the first moment. I couldn't help but shout out excitedly. But the power displayed by Li Yang is far more than that. When everyone was rioting just now, he had actually already made arrangements in advance. He is best at positional warfare. The ice shooter slows down the opponent, while the dual shooters deal damage. The wolf pack led by the Dawn Wolf Lord is not small. But compared with the beast tide that Li Yang had dealt with before, it was a bit insignificant. Chapter 38. Are you still a man if you become cowardly when faced with difficulties? When the wolves were restrained by the fire network set up by several ice shooters, the nut wall seed sown by Li Yang in advance also began to develop rapidly. An indestructible wall was formed. With Li Yang as the center, it was piled up layer by layer. Many people saw Li Yang standing on the central nut wall, but they didn't know who he was. Some people even wanted to know his name. In the end, there was only one answer: Li Yang. No one seems to know where he lives or what his background is. These job changers only know one thing. This Li Yang who suddenly stood up and saved everyone. He is definitely a super awesome boss. Everyone, lower your head and squat. Li Yang, standing on the nut wall, spoke slowly. The voice was not loud, but some people who were closest to the crowd actively helped shout. Brother Li Yang has spoken. Everyone lower your heads and squat. Keep your heads down. Everyone hurriedly followed his instructions and squatted behind the protection of the nut wall with their heads in their hands. Fong Wen and others were no exception, but they still looked up with some curiosity, wanting to see what Li Yang was going to do. But Li Yang just moved his fingers, took out an inconspicuous yellowish-brown seed from the storage ring, and threw it on the ground casually. As soon as the seed touched the soil, it took root instantly and disappeared. Then it breaks through the soil at an extremely fast speed, grows roots, sprouts, and bears fruit in one go. It turned out to be a half-man-high creature growing out of the ground. Chili? Some people looked curiously through the gaps between the nut walls, their hearts filled with doubts. The Wolf Lord on the opposite side also slowly emerged from the shadows, his scarlet eyes fixed on the thing that was planted, and he bared his teeth and growled. Then, its gaze slowly moved upwards. He made eye contact with Li Yang, who was standing on the nut. Was the expression in that human boy's eyes one of contempt? It raised its head and neighed, commanding the wolves hiding in the bushes to rush out. With its benefit, the speed of all dawn wolves was more than doubled. It was as if a dark storm was blowing across the ground, sweeping with it a bloody smell and rushing towards Li Yang. But Li Yang here was not in a hurry. He raised his hand very calmly and snapped his fingers. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the red pepper that was grown expanded at an extremely fast speed. After a brief second, an extremely hot flame burst out. Boom! A wall of fire, several meters high, instantly enveloped the trees. A large number of demon wolves that had not yet approached were engulfed in the flames and burned to ashes. Those hard hairs now become excellent combustion aids. The wolves that were so aggressive in the last second now turned into stray dogs howling all over the place with nowhere to escape. Your fiery chili kills the Dawn Wolf, LV.42, and you gain 4,200 experience points. Your fiery chili killed the Dawn Wolf, LV.49, and you gain 4,900 experience points. Your fiery chili killed the Dawn Wolf Lord, LV.54, and you gain 5,400 experience points. A bright light representing experience emanated from the almost carbonized corpse of the demon wolf. They all fell on Li Yang, and after flashing slightly a few times, the halo symbolizing upgrading lit up on Li Yang's body again. Congratulations, your experience has reached the upper limit, and your level has been increased. LV.41, LV.42. Congratulations, your experience has reached the upper limit, and your level has been increased. LV42, LV.43. Congratulations, your experience has reached the upper limit, and your level has been increased. LV43, LV.44. 3 levels in a row. Most of the job changers who can enter this dungeon are veterans around level 50. Since the copy resources near Yinzhou are relatively scarce, at this level, the time required for each level to be upgraded may even be extended to several years. And Liang, in less than a few minutes, was promoted 3 levels. The job changers around him could only envy him. After all, Li Yang's strength is there, so even if he levels up 10 times, everyone will be convinced. Congratulations to Li Yang, the job changer, for successfully killing the boss Dawn Wolf Lord. The air wall leading to the deeper part of the second route, where job changer Li Yang is located, has been unlocked. Job changers on other routes are requested to speed up the progress. The announcement from the system instantly echoed in the ears of every job changer in the dungeon. Looking at the prompt that popped up in the career system in front of me, Su Guwei and the others who were still near the entrance and fighting the lone wolf were stunned on the spot. Is this Li Yang? Is this Li Yang from our college? Is the profession of farmer so outrageous these days? Damn it. Our teacher kept saying that people like Li Yang will have no future. I didn't expect that he has become so strong after just a few days of not seeing him. Brother Su, how about we go and seek refuge with Li Yang? On the other side is the municipal building. Zhang Mingshu and Wei Tsongfeng, who had been staring at the screen, wanting to see what Li Yang would do, stood up excitedly. Keep circling around the desk. How much more has Li Yang not shown yet? Too strong. This pepper is even better than the cherry before. A powerful weapon. This is truly a powerful weapon. It's been so long and the wall of fire is still burning. Such a large group of wolves, with an average level of around 50, evaporated in an instant. When will the investigation team from the Imperial capital come? If they don't come soon, Li Yang can just take over our place, and there's no need to enter that damn Tongshuansi. On Li Yang's side, after seeing the information about the killing of the Dawn Wolf Lord, he flicked his sleeves and eradicated all the plants present with one click. The wall of fire created by the hot peppers gradually died out, leaving behind a patch of black, scorched earth. The job changers walked out from the protection of the nut wall, tremblingly, and were choked by the smell of barbecue mixed with chili in the air and coughed. Li Yang, who was standing not far away, seemed to have become taller and more majestic. Many people were still a little frightened. When they finally found that they were safe, they sat down heavily on the ground and gasped for breath. Fang Wen also walked through the crowd and went straight to Li Yang and asked worriedly, Li Yang, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? I'm sorry, we were supposed to protect you, but we didn't expect that you would be the one protecting us in the end. Li Yang waved his hand politely. It's okay, it happened suddenly, there's nothing you can do. Take a good rest, and then we will move on. Upon hearing this, the other job changers from Yinzhou nearby exclaimed, Brother Li Yang, do you still want to move forward? The monsters in this dungeon are abnormally powerful. If we go any further inside, we might run into something even more deadly. Li Yang smiled and said, What's the point of leaving this dungeon alone if you don't brush it? The stronger the monster, the more resources there are in the dungeon. If such a good resource is snatched away by teams from other countries, wouldn't it be a huge loss? The job changers nearby looked at each other, not knowing how to respond, until a muscular man in a vest raised his fist high and shouted, Brother Li Yang, I won't tell you at other times, but today in this instance, you are my real brother. We'll go with you. Hidden copies rarely appear in Yinzhou. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Does it mean that because the monsters are hard to defeat, we have to give away the good stuff in the dungeon to outsiders? You become a coward when you encounter a little difficulty. Are you still a man? Chapter 39, Big Brawl. Team from all over the world. After a short rest, some people left the copy out of fear, while others decided to continue following Li Yang. After clearing out some monsters on the route, the systems report appeared on everyone's career interface again. Congratulations to Ian Jones, the job changer, for successfully killing the boss Dawn Undead. The first route where job changer Ian Jones is located, the air wall leading to a deeper place, has been unlocked. Job changers on other routes are requested to speed up the progress. All job changers need to speed up and move forward as much as possible. Another new job changer completed the defeat of the first boss. According to the information presented in the copy, when the hidden copy Dawn Canyon appeared, a total of 5 rifts were opened up in several random places in the world. Therefore, there are 5 different routes in this copy. The second line where Huaxia is located is far ahead under the leadership of Li Yang, and the job changer named Ian Johnson followed closely behind, leading the job changers from his country to catch up. The 5 entrances to the Dawn Canyon are different, but there is only one final boss to be defeated, which can be said to be the same destination. Everyone present looked at each other and unconsciously quickened their pace. The first person to kill the dungeon boss will not only get permanent use of the dungeon, but can also obtain bonuses from the dungeon for his or her own area. For the entire region, it is an opportunity to rise to prominence. And after advancing for a while, Yunzhou's team of job changers did meet the foreign team that defeated the gatekeeper boss shortly after them. Compared with the team from Yunzhou, the other side is obviously more professional. They were wearing the same attire and weapons, and it was obvious that they were a team of job changers formed by the authorities specifically to take down this dungeon. The logo on their cuffs also directly indicates their identity, the empire on which the sun never sets. The two sides met and simply looked at each other. After seeing each other's personnel situation, the job changers from the British Empire all showed very puzzled expressions. They seemed to find it hard to believe. This large group of Chinese job changers was surprisingly so casual and undisciplined. From a distance, they looked like a group of idiots out for a picnic. The result was that this group of people was actually the fastest team to defeat the gatekeeper boss in the entire dungeon. The leader of the Sun Never Sets Nation nodded slightly and said, "These people remind me of an old Chinese saying. It's like you can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the depth of the ocean by a bucket. These Chinese people should not be underestimated, whether in the current hidden dungeons or in the future world-class dungeons." After saying this, he saluted towards China with some respect in his heart. Seeing this, Fong Wan, who was leading the team in front, returned the salute with a serious look and then walked straight ahead with the team. Before encountering the final boss, all the job changers present were heading in the same direction, but on different paths. Congratulations to Sakura Country's job changer, Yuji Fushihara, for successfully killing the boss Dawn Demon. The fourth route where the job changer Fushihara Yuji is located, the air wall leading to the deeper part has been unlocked. Job changers on other routes are requested to speed up the progress. After a while, a new prompt popped up. Leon looked at the names of the job changers on the new prompts, and he knew what kind of monsters were on the fourth line without having to guess. The crowd behind him also began to talk. "Shit, what's going on? There are Sakura people in this dungeon. I really don't want to deal with these guys. It's so annoying. That bunch of unscrupulous dwarfs. If we get entangled by them, the consequences will be TSK, 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 TSK. It seems that the Sakura people don't have a very good reputation on the Blue Planet." Liang narrowed his eyes and talked to himself. I continued to move forward for a while, and I could hear reminders again and again. 1 hour after Huaxia had defeated the first boss, all lines were finally officially unblocked. As Li Yang's team advanced, they met with job changers from other countries more or less. But the only thing I didn't see was the so-called Cherry Blossom Country. It seems that because the distance is too far, they can't catch up. Thinking this, Li Yang continued to move forward behind Fong Wan. The boss area is ahead. Everyone get ready and cheer up. As they walked, the scouts and the team brought back the situation at the front. He then recruited a group of fighters and started to clean up other monsters nearby. After suffering losses at the hands of the Dawn Wolf Lord, they had begun to not underestimate the impact of the monsters. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry, otherwise you'll be killed by a stronger monster. Not to mention trying to be the first, it is not even certain whether the safety of one's own personnel can be guaranteed. So this time, to be on the safe side, start by killing the small monsters first. Liang also casually deployed his troops here. A lot of double shooters and cabbage pitchers were planted to clean up the monsters that were forced out of the corner. After gradually becoming familiar with the strength of this dungeon, the job changers also regained their combat feel. The efficiency of monster spawning is obviously much higher than when I first came in. But no one noticed that there was a big tree 100 meters away. A dark shadow crouched in the leaves, using his enhanced vision to keep a close eye on everything here. When he saw that the plant summoned by Li Yang could kill a level 40 or 50 monster in just a few moves, a hint of coldness gradually flashed across the face of the dark figure. While the job changers ahead were still clearing out monsters in order to pass the level. On the other side, The leveling team led by Su Gue gradually found their own rhythm and began to cooperate under Su Gue's command. Control connection, medicine replenishment, and continuous output. Although we are unable to confront large-scale, high-level beasts for the time being, it is more than enough to attract and disperse them, and then rely on the advantage in numbers to defeat them one by one. Come to think of it, it seems like there hasn't been any new movement from the large group ahead for a long time. I don't know what the situation is like over there. Brother Su, after we clear out this wave of monsters, shall we move towards the main force? At this time, Su Gue and others were using their own efforts to force an ownerless dawn wolf demon into a dead end. The twin brothers used their skills to force back the wolf demon that tried to break out of the encirclement while chatting. Su Gue stood a little further away and used his skills to build a wall of fire, blocking the wolf demon's last escape route. At this pace, they should be able to increase their level experience significantly before completing the dungeon. Although it is tiring and dangerous, it is still much better than clearing ordinary dungeons. Why? I thought of the shocking scene when I saw the prompt that Li Yong successfully killed the boss on the copy interface just now. Su Gue's mood became more and more complicated. They graduated from the same college, so why is there such a huge gap between them? Logically speaking, his profession and talent are unique in the entire Yinzhou. He should have been the chosen one, but he has been unable to catch up with a lifestyle profession. Well, it must be because I haven't worked hard enough. Su Gue clenched his fist and encouraged himself in his heart. It seems that the teammates have almost cornered the wolf monster, then prepare to release skills and harvest. But the next moment, a beam of strong light suddenly exploded from the middle of the terrain. Chapter 40. The Corn Pitcher's Butter Confinement. The sudden explosion stunned Su Gue and others present. What did the Dawn Wolf Demon learn explosive skills? They have killed so many but still haven't seen anything. The encirclement was filled with smoke. The twin brothers who were closer were blown away by the impact of the explosion. Seeing this, the pastor girl and the team ran forward and quickly helped them both up. Su Gue tightly grasped the staff, sensing a hint of threat. The smoke caused by the explosion gradually dissipated. Two skinny guys in ninja costumes appeared in front of Su Gue. One of them was holding a piece of talisman paper that was still burning in his hand. There's a high probability that the explosion just now was caused by this guy. The wolves that were chased all the way here were all blown to pieces, and a bright light representing experience floated from their corpses, slowly flying into the bodies of the two guys in ninja costumes. Haha, Kamita-kun, you're becoming more and more proficient in using the detonating tags. When the talisman was released, these stupid Chinese job changers didn't notice it at all. The fat guy laughed. The ninja holding the talisman raised his eyebrows. It's not that I'm too strong, but these Chinese job changers are too weak. Look at them. They are probably not even level 40, yet they dare to come to the hidden dungeon to spawn monsters. I simply don't know how to write the word death. So my behavior is actually helping them understand the cruelty of a dungeon. Ha ha ha. Watching this scene, Su Gue frowned slightly, already understanding the current situation. It seems that these two little Sakura are here to steal the monsters from them. But they're just a few ordinary wild monsters. What is there to grab? I'm really impressed. How could there be a Sakura dwarf in this place? You're so arrogant in snatching monsters. Are you looking for death? The twin brothers lying on the ground had just recovered a little when they suddenly jumped up from the ground. Then they each raised their weapons and were ready to fight the two little Sakura. The little cherry blossom across the street seemed to be waiting for this. He immediately pulled out his weapon from behind and prepared to fight. Robbing monsters? What a joke. In a dungeon, whoever kills the monster owns it. How can there be any snatching? If you don't have any ability, don't complain about others. Besides, with your level, what can you do if someone steals your monster? You bunch of losers, stop embarrassing yourself here. As they said that, the two little cherry blossoms looked at each other and then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seeing this scene, the twin brothers became furious and rushed up to attack without saying a word. But he was stopped by Su Gue, who was standing next to him. Calm down. We are too far away from the Chinese army, and our people can't come to support us in time. Moreover, these two guys are obviously taking the initiative to provoke us to fight with them. This is obviously a scam. We should be extra careful. Seeing Su Gue being so cautious, the two job changers from the Sakura country on the opposite side suddenly became a little impatient. He stood there and began to provoke and nag constantly, trying to completely anger Su Gue and others. But Su Gue didn't buy it. At this time, they're still within the route where China is located and can still get protection from China. Even if the people of Sakura country want to cause trouble, they cannot hurt others at will. There was nothing they could do. Those guys could only laugh and watch Su Gue and his companions getting farther and farther away. After everyone left, a black-armored warrior from the Sakura country slowly walked out from the shadows of the trees on the other side. "Can't you keep them?" The voice was hoarse and full of authority. The two ninjas who tried to grab the monster immediately bent down, bowed quickly, and said, "Reporting to Master Fian, these Chinese job changers who strayed from the route, especially their captain, are too cautious. We really didn't have a chance to do it." This black-armored warrior, named Fushihara Yuji, was the one who led the Sakura country to defeat the gatekeeper boss on the fourth route. He sighed, then said slowly, "Never mind. It's all right. We have other ways to slow down the Chinese team's progress. Go back and reunite with your team first." At the same time, on the Yang side, countless plants were released with overwhelming momentum, instantly killing every magical beast that appeared in sight. After the plants have been grown to a certain scale, this is no longer a battlefield that ordinary job changers can intervene in. Many people stayed on the Yang side, watching the army of plants in front of them destroy every nearby monster like a tidal wave. After entering the second level, the strength of Warcraft has also been significantly improved. Therefore, except for the Chinese troops where Liang is, other countries are not progressing as quickly. The area where the boss is located is right in front of you. Liang narrowed his eyes and looked at the situation around him. It was not until all the plants stopped moving and he could no longer find the hostile targets in his field of vision that he waved his hand, signaling the soldiers in the front row to go in and fight the monsters first. Of course, the latter also carried out Li Yang's orders very honestly, although everyone enters this copy with various purposes. But after experiencing the events just now, Li Yang has undoubtedly become the backbone of everyone in the Yunzhou army. Accompanied by the roar of a wild beast in the boss area, a new prompt popped up. Elite Warcraft, Dawn Reaper. Level, LV.56. Introduction. The Reaper, who has been watching in the Dawn Canyon for many years, is in the dark, but his heart is looking to the dawn. In the end, in the deep self-contradiction, he turned into a demon who harvested the souls of all passers-by. The Dawn Reaper uses the sickle in his hand to attack. He has the power to blend into the darkness, can teleport with the help of shadows, and has a self-harvesting effect on enemies with low health. This seems to be another boss that excels in speed. But unlike the previous Wolf Lord, this time the Dawn Reaper is not simply fast, but teleportation. High flexibility, high burst, and built-in harvesting effect. If you follow the normal dungeon strategy and get here, you will definitely be disgusted by this thing. But it's okay. This time, they have Li Yang. It takes some time for Li Yang to arrange the plants. Therefore, under Fong Wen's command, some job changers took the initiative to step forward and fight with the harvesters, taking on the task of buying time for Li Yang. Since the Warcraft this time is not a pure speed type, simply using the Ice Archer is obviously not enough. Li Yang thought for a moment and threw out some corn seeds. Corn pitcher, price, 100 suns, cooldown time, 7.5 seconds, attack interval, 2.9 seconds. Plant features, can throw corn kernels or butter blocks that ignore natural terrain, causing fixed damage to monsters below level 60. Increases with level increase. 10 corn kernels or 2 butter blocks can kill a monster, and the butter blocks will cause the enemy hit to suspend all actions for 4 seconds. Butter confinement. This is real strong control. Chapter 41. Is this Li Yang's true strength? When golden corn pitchers rise from the ground, the job changers around Li Yang were all excited and full of curiosity. Along the way, Li Yang threw plants around as if he was performing magic. Almost every time, the things he takes out are all strange and unique, and no two are the same. This time, the big corn was something they had never seen before. Therefore, everyone was eager to see what kind of flower life Li Yang's new plants could bring them. Swoosh! The first corn that was planted was thrown out by the pitcher using an organ on its head that was like a slingshot, and it threw out a palm-sized cone-shaped golden corn kernel. After the thing hit the Reaper's head with a pop sound, then it disappeared. Everyone blinked, confused for a moment. Logically speaking, doesn't Li Yang usually prescribe the right medicine for the right disease, choosing the right plant for the right monster? Why this time? Did he make the wrong choice? Everyone looked at him at the same time. However, Liang smiled faintly. Don't worry, let the corn fall for a while. With that, another well-developed corn pitcher rose from the ground. The thrower above my head suddenly sank, and a large lump of milky white butter appeared out of nowhere. This smells so good. Brother Liang, what is this? Several job changers were talking about it, and some even wanted to ask Liang directly. But before Liang could open his mouth, the corn pitcher had already thrown the piece of butter out. The speed was not much different from that of the corn kernels just now, but when it cut through the air, it felt a little more powerful and heavy. The watchers over there were busy fighting with the job changers and had no time to take care of the flying props flying from afar. My own tankiness is pretty good, so I didn't even plan to dodge. As a result, the next moment, puff, puff, a large lump of butter hit the watcher right on the head. The watcher fell into a state of stiffness that lasted for 4 seconds. The corn pitchers planted by Liang are endless, although the chance of throwing out a piece of butter is small. But there are enough corn pitchers. After this, you can always connect a new one within 4 seconds to refresh the control time of the butter block. The assassins who had just been fighting with the Reaper and almost exhausted themselves to death all opened their eyes wide and stared at the scene in great surprise. Some people even tried to take some butter from the Reaper's heads and secretly put it into bottles to use in times of crisis. Unfortunately, the butter block is only useful when it is first thrown. After that, it's just plain butter. Looking at the job changers who were starting to output without risk, Liang, who was watching the battle here, couldn't help but marvel at it. I have to say, these plants are incredibly accurate. He had just been paying attention to a sharpshooter at the back of the unit. When a fight breaks out, it is easy to fire blanks. As a result, looking at his own plant shooters and pitchers, although the shooting speed is not fast, the accuracy is as good as if the automatic aim is turned on. Point and hit wherever you want. Liang even wanted to move a flower pot, put some plants in it, and then just pick it up and go away. Report, Captain Fongwen, there is something to report from the rear. Some leveling teams behind us were attacked by the Sakura team after being left alone. And it seems that this is not an isolated case. An official strategy team, a member of the military who is now assigned to manage the follow-up personnel, stepped forward quickly, saluted Fongwen, and spoke. Fongwen was next to Liang at this time, responsible for closely protecting Liang's safety. After hearing this, he could not help but frown slightly and asked, Team Sakura, why are they harassing us for no apparent reason? The military member who reported the news shook his head. I don't know, but we found some relevant personnel who can describe the situation at that time. After saying that, he waved to the back. After a while, several familiar people appeared in front of Liang. 2 of them were twin brothers whom he had greeted outside the dungeon. There was another one, a female classmate with whom he had talked several times. I don't know the rest, but they should also be students of Tianyan College. The red-robed wizard at the head should be Su Guwei, the second eldest brother on the list mentioned by the twin brothers. Liang didn't say anything, but Fongwen next to him asked about the situation first. The twin brothers and several other team members talked incessantly. I wanted to pour out all the grievances I had just suffered. Su Guwei, who led the team, had a complicated expression on his face. Once upon a time, his idea of Liang was the same as that of the twin brothers. Although Liang has always had good academic performance in school, as a living profession, he does not have the combat effectiveness. Being able to reach level 20 in just 2 days, there's probably someone leading the way. But now, the scene he saw before him completely overturned his cognition. In the boss area, not far away, it is densely planted with all kinds of strange-shaped plants. And these things were obviously made by the farmer Liang, who was surrounded by the crowd. Recalling once again that Liang was ahead of all the graduates of the academy and reached level 20 in one go during the Beast Tide invasion, a very scary thought suddenly appeared in Su Guwei's mind. Could it be that Li Yang's level at that time was obtained by fighting against the Beast Tide on his own? After the Beast Tide that night, there has been a rumor circulating among the people. It is said that a mysterious job changer single-handedly resisted a small group of beasts outside the city. At the time, the municipal government did not publicly acknowledge the incident, but it did not directly deny it either. After the municipal government took Liang away, these things were never reported again. So, what happened was that Liang had just completed his job change, and he used his abilities to single-handedly deal with a small group of beasts. And that level 20, which was higher than all the graduates of the academy, was only because the upper limit of the first transformation was level 20. How is this possible? Thinking of this, Su Gui's eyes widened. Looking at Li Yong in front of him, the gap that he originally thought could be filled by hard work has become an insurmountable chasm. You are the Su Gui who ranks second in our college's ranking list, right? Just when Su Gui's mind was in a mess, Li Yong suddenly jumped to the ground and walked over in 3 or 2 steps. Su Gui was stunned for a moment, then raised his head. Yes, I am Su Gui. Li Yong smiled casually. I saw your information at that time. You are a fire control mage, the second best in the whole academy. Apart from your level, you're only slightly inferior to me in theory. I have to say, you really make a living by your real ability. After all, you are much better than Lu Xing. Among your peers, you are already quite impressive. Chapter 42, Pudgy Pudgy, number 1 in the academy. Listen to what Li Yong said. Su Gui raised his head in a daze and met Li Yang's encouraging eyes. All the bad guesses about Li Yong in my mind suddenly disappeared. Overnight, he changed his fate despite being poor. But he is still elegant and neither arrogant nor extravagant. This is what a genius truly looks like in his mind. It is also his role model. In comparison, my talent and hard work are simply not worth mentioning. Thank you, Li Yong. Su Gui nodded solemnly, feeling his heart filled with strength. Li Yong patted his shoulder gently to comfort him. Then, changing the topic. By the way, I heard that you just encountered Sakura's people looking for trouble, right? Don't worry, since we are classmates, I will help you. When Li Yong was halfway through his words, Fong Wen suddenly patted him on the shoulder and pointed towards the boss. Don't worry, Li Yong, look over there. At a glance, under the joint attack of Li Yang's plants and a large group of job changers, the Dawn Reaper, which was unable to move a second ago, suddenly broke apart. Its scarecrow-like body began to wither rapidly, as if something had been pulled out of it, and it collapsed completely. The shadow beneath him grew larger and larger, and even gradually spread to under every job changer in the venue. Then, a large number of black mud-like spikes visible to the naked eye suddenly burst out from the shadows and attacked everything on the ground in the boss area. Fuck ground spikes. Li Yong thought that besides himself, there were other creatures in the world that had similar abilities. As a result, when I looked closely, I found the difference between that thing and the ground spikes. Ground thorns are things that grow in a fixed area, like vines and mosses. This black substance, it is just a moving black shadow. The job changers had no way of launching an effective attack on that thing, and could only choose to flee in panic. Looking at the job changers who were in a tough fight, Li Yong sighed and said, It's not a big problem. I could just operate on 2 lines. Fight the boss and deal with Sakura at the same time. After saying that, he took out some seeds of the charm mushroom from his storage ring and threw them on the ground. While everyone was still wondering what Li Yong was going to do, several large mushrooms with bright colors and tempting smells grew out of the ground. Oh my god, this smells so good. The twin brothers' eyes lit up immediately and drooled unconsciously from the corners of their mouths. This smell attracted all the job changers nearby. Although anyone with a discerning eye can see that there is something wrong with this thing, the taste is so tempting that one can't help but want to take a bite. Go find some monsters and feed them these mushrooms. Just let me take care of the rest. After Li Yong finished speaking, he waved his hand and called over 2 agile output-type professions. While handing them the charm mushrooms, he instructed, Oh, by the way, this thing is poisonous. Be careful not to eat it carelessly. The 2 men looked at each other, then nodded together and left. Then, Li Yong shifted his focus back to the boss. Looking at the melee in the boss area, he fell into deep thought and muttered to himself, How can I effectively attack this guy? While thinking and watching the Reapers moving frantically beneath the ground, Li Yong suddenly noticed some strange phenomena. Every time it turns its shadow into spikes to attack, the shadow that serves as the base will instantly become smaller. And its shadow will also become lighter and fainter due to the strong light. This type of monster can be destroyed by sunlight. In that case, Li Yong blinked, pushed the crowd away, and walked over there. The job changers nearby were all a little surprised, but no one dared to stop them. In front of everyone, Li Yong took out a handful of sunflower seeds from his storage ring and sprinkled them into the area. Then he threw a new seed in the place opposite all the sunflowers. After simply arranging it, wait for a moment. Before the shadow, transformed from the Reaper, reached the center of the venue, Li Yong snapped his fingers and instantly released all the sunflowers he had just planted. Dozens of sunflowers sprouted from the ground and produced the first wave of sunlight for Li Yong. In an instant, An extremely bright light appeared before everyone's eyes. The Reapers hiding in the ground had nowhere to hide under the strong light and were forced to reveal their true forms. Under the suppression of Sunflower, he could only flee forward. Rise! Leon groaned. A large group of yellow pumpkin heads grew out of the ground, trapping the Reapers who were unable to return to the ground. Pumpkin head. Each planting consumes 125 points of sunlight. Cooldown of 20 seconds. Plant characteristics. Pumpkinhead can be used to protect or imprison any unit below level 60. This upper limit will increase with the increase of professional level, and can withstand attack below this level for 100 times. The thick pumpkin shell forms an indestructible wall on the ground. Under the restrictions of the system rules, it has a hardness that is more terrifying than any iron wall. The Reaper let out a hoarse cry and unleashed a slashing attack around him. But he couldn't break free in a short period of time. Before the light faded, the corn pitchers who found their target threw dense volleys of bullets upwards at the same time. A two-corn pitcher might not be able to throw enough butter. But when the attack is launched by an entire army of pitchers, then the result will be different. Corn kernels and cubes of butter streaked across the sky, forming a barrage of bullets. Half a second later, the sound of puff puff spread throughout the battlefield. The Dawn Reaper in the center was instantly submerged in butter and was overwhelmed. Seeing this scene, the people watching nearby exclaimed in amazement. This set of small combos made some of the battle-hardened job changers around him admire him from the bottom of their hearts. Ask yourself, if they were in this situation, would they be able to make such a calm decision? Zhang Mingshu and Wei Tsongfeng, who were far away in the office of the municipal building, looked at the real-time broadcast on the screen and raised their eyebrows at the same time. I didn't expect that Li Yang's ability to judge on the spot is quite good. I remember that Old Su also said that Li Yang's academic performance in the academy was basically always in the top 3, especially in the dungeon skills and tactics subjects, where he ranked first in the academy. Deisika. No wonder. If he hadn't been scheduled for the Tongshin project, I would really like to recruit him into the military. Zhang Mingshu smiled and ignored Wei Tsongfeng's words. At the same time, copy here. After controlling the boss, Li Yang turned and left the area where the boss was. There is the shining of the sunflower, the imprisonment of the pumpkin head, and the control of the corn pitcher. Killing this guy is just a matter of time. On his side, he still has some other work to do. Li Yang took a deep breath and activated his third talent, Plant Empathy. With this talent, he can share senses with any plants he plants, and even control targets enchanted by charm mushrooms. At this time, the charm mushrooms had been fed into the mouths of nearby monsters. With the control of Li Yang's third talent, they gradually gathered in a certain area, forming a presence similar to a small beast tide. Now, the problem of beating boss has been properly handled. What remains is to deal with those little cherry blossoms that were causing trouble earlier. Chapter 43. Sneak Attack. Li Yang attacks with his beast. Li Yang's sight began to shuttle through his own talent space. After a while, I found the ones I needed among the vast branches. The number of charm mushrooms that he handed over was actually only about 10 units. But a few of them were lucky enough to fall into the mouths of some leading monsters. Social monsters that live in groups often follow their leader. Therefore, Li Yang can even directly control the beast groups under these Warcraft leaders by controlling those leaders. There are only a dozen or so charm mushrooms, but they can control nearly 100 monsters. In terms of combat power, it is not that strong, but it is more than enough to disgust people. A large number of controlled monsters shuttled through the forest, and the amount of information they brought to Li Yang was simply terrifying. System, help me sort these things out and find the current location of those little cherry blossoms. After several days of research, Li Yang has almost figured out the nature of this system. If you ask it any random questions, it may not answer you. But take a slightly tougher stance and directly ask it to do something. There's a high probability of success. The available information has been sorted for you and automatically moved to your field of vision. Sure enough, following Li Yang's order, a large amount of useless information in the talent space was completely eliminated. Only less than 10 fast-moving Warcraft perspectives were left. Select to establish a connection, and the next second. Baga, it's still a step too late. That group of Chinese job changers have already started attacking the second boss, and they're crushing it the whole way. If they continue like this, they will be the first team to defeat the final boss. Damn it, if this pace continues, everything will be over. A burst of vulgar curses came from the perspective of a certain monster. Li Yang controlled the wolf-shaped monster to push aside the bushes, hiding in the dark and observing quietly. The other magical beasts around also took their positions. Before the Sakura job changers noticed, they gradually surrounded the forest under Li Yang's control. Sasaki-kun just sent back new information. According to his follow-up investigation, there is a very powerful plant summoner in the Chinese team. And the reason why the Chinese team was able to clear the dungeon so smoothly this time was because of the assistance of that summoner. The scout in the team turned around and spoke seriously. As the captain, Fushihara Yuji frowned slightly. A powerful summoner? Could be a special talent sent by China. If we leave it alone, whether it's grabbing this hidden dungeon or competing in the world-class dungeon in the future, the existence of this kind of special talents will bring us a great threat. Having said this, he paused, took a deep breath, and shouted solemnly. Even if we are not official members, we must have the determination and courage to work hard for the Empire. Let those stupid Chinese job changers see the strength and determination of us Sakura job changers. After saying this, the guy let out a slightly hoarse laugh. Although he couldn't see it from a distance, Li Yang seemed to be able to see the arrogant smile under the black mask of this guy. A fat guy next to him even boasted. And that Sasaki-kun is a professional ninja we hired from the Sakura military through our connections. Unlike us civilian job changers, that guy's level is the highest limit of this copy, level 60. I can crush everyone in this instance. Such a powerful ninja, plus our team. I'm sure to win the first prize in this hidden copy. The team member next to him bowed slightly and said, Master Fushihara, should we notify Sasaki-kun to start the operation? Fushihara Yuji nodded. Let him prepare first and continue to observe the movements of the Chinese job changers. Wait for our order. Once we are in position and make some noise, we will have him cooperate with the outside forces to attack the plant summoner directly. Also, have him perform some disruption work if feasible. We can't let China's strategy go so smoothly again. The other team members straightened their backs and nodded heavily to Fushihara Yuji in the middle. Hi. The Sakura national team began to move and seemed determined to win this time. See this scene. Li Yang held his chin, and his expression gradually became solemn. He had learned two things from the words of these Sakura people. First, this group of Sakura people wanted to be the first to pass this copy, and they would use any means to do so, even planning to find an opportunity to attack the large Chinese army. The second is that they intend to take advantage of this opportunity to attack me. Originally, Li Yang just wanted to discipline this group of little cherry blossoms under the premise of intensifying the open conflict. I didn't expect that they would actually set their sights on me. It's really crazy to the point that he can't even tell the difference between the big king and the small king. Good. Then there is no need to wait any longer. Li Yang's eyes flashed, and he controlled the monsters lying in ambush around him to launch an attack. In just a blink of an eye, several unlucky guys standing on the edge of Sakura's team were overwhelmed by the monsters that came like a tide and disappeared without a trace. Quick, get ready for battle. Everyone, get ready for battle. Damn it, we're ambushed. These monsters are not even of the same species. Why would they work together to ambush us? This is unscientific. With more than 100 magical beasts, it would be very difficult to wipe out all the job changers from the Sakura country. But faced with the sudden ambush of Warcraft, these guys had to bleed to some extent, and one or two of them might even die. Before you take action next time, consider whether you are worthy of it. Li Yang muttered, interrupting those connections. Coincidentally, the fight against the second dungeon boss on my side was also nearing its end. As several corn pitchers threw out huge pieces of butter again, the Dawn Reaper, who was trapped in the pumpkin head cage, finally met the end of his life. Congratulations to Li Yang, the Chinese job changer, for successfully killing the boss Dawn Reaper. The air wall leading to the deeper part of the second route, where job changer Li Yang is located, has been unlocked. Job changers on other routes are requested to speed up the progress. New clues appeared and blocked roads were completely opened up. Chapter 44, Epic. Shadow Staff. Your corn pitcher successfully killed the elite monster Dawn Reaper, LV.56. You gained experience, 11,200 points. Congratulations, your experience has reached the upper limit, and your level has been increased. LV.48, LV.49. Congratulations, your experience has reached the upper limit, and your level has been increased. LV.49, LV.50. As the first person to kill the second boss, congratulations on receiving the dungeon reward. Dawn Treasure Box X1. After all, it is an elite-level monster, and the experience points rewarded after killing it are much greater than those of ordinary monsters. The halo on Li Yang's body, representing his upgrade, flashed twice in a row. Then, with the last announcement, a beam of dazzling white light burst out from where the Reaper was. A silver-white treasure chest then emerged from the light and fell to the ground. Great, I didn't expect this strategy to go so smoothly. At this rate, we should be able to successfully clear Dawn Canyon in less than an hour, right? Fortunately, we were lucky enough to meet Brother Li Yang this time. Otherwise, with the strength of the monsters in this dungeon, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to walk such a long distance. Oh, this treasure chest. Under the gaze of everyone, Li Yang slowly walked towards the treasure chest that emerged from the light. 1 step, 2 steps. He narrowed his eyes and deliberately slowed down his pace. At the same time, his eyes kept scanning the faces of the people around him. From the information from Sakura, just now, Li Yang learned that he had been under surveillance by a ninja named Sasaki. The ninja's level was 60, which was the upper limit of the dungeon. He was very powerful and was highly expected. The most important thing is that the target of the so-called official ninja hired from Kyoto, the land of Sakura, is himself. Those Sakura people regarded him as a threat, and after discovering Li Yang's extraordinary abilities, they decided to seize this rare opportunity to strangle him in the cradle. Of course, Li Yang would not just wait there obediently. If it was a few seconds ago, when Li Yang discovered that he was being targeted, he might have been somewhat worried. But now he was not panicked at all. Just after killing the Dawn Reaper, Li Yang's level broke through the upper limit and reached level 50. Only 10 levels away from the level 60 ninja. With this level of difference in rank between them, Li Yang could be said to be fearless now. Let's leave out the cherry bombs and fiery peppers that are only used when you're really forced into a desperate situation. Now he still has a prop that he bought from Dave's shop a long time ago, but never had the chance to use. Grass Rake. Available 3 times 0/3. Current status. Not activated. Item features. After entering combat mode, the Grass Rake will ignore any defensive measures and forcibly kill an enemy whose level is no more than 10 levels higher than yours. Can be used 3 times. Once that guy attacks you, it is equivalent to putting yourself in combat mode. After, he just didn't believe that a mere level 60 ninja could react faster than the system. Unfortunately, he walked all the way to the treasure chest without encountering anything. Come to think of it, even if that ninja was very powerful, he was just alone. It is impossible to do something as stupid as attacking Li Yang in public. If you want to lure that guy out, you must first deliberately reveal a flaw. Li Yang first opened the treasure chest in front of everyone, looked at the purple light bursting out of it, and raised his eyebrows in slight surprise. I didn't expect that just by killing a boss over level 50, I could get a purple epic reward. This copy is quite generous. The purple light gradually faded away, and a silver-white cane slowly appeared in front of everyone. After seeing the cane clearly, everyone present burst into amazement. Oh my god, isn't this the thing that was on TV before? The shadow staff that was sold for hundreds of millions of dollars at the Imperial Capital Auction House. I remember that this thing was bought by the Imperial Capital Museum at a high price, right? I'm afraid there are only a few of these in the whole of China. I didn't expect to see it here. Fuck, I've been witnessing history these past few days. Dude, use polite words. Fuck civilization. Brother Li Yang, can you let me take a photo with this staff? Oh my god, I want one too. This is something good enough to be collected in the Imperial Capital Museum. Brother Yang, can I touch it? Just for once. Li Yang looked at the people around him who were gradually going crazy and couldn't help feeling confused. What is going on? Isn't it just a normal thing to kill a monster and get some equipment? Is it worth making such a big fuss? He raised his eyebrows and cast an identification spell on the silver-white staff floating in the air in front of him. Equipment name, Shadow Staff. Equipment type, two-handed staff. Equipment quality, purple epic. Equipment description, a staff that contains the power of shadow. The holder can control the shadow through the staff, release a fixed skill to transform into a shadow, transform a body into a shadow, blend into the shadow, and move quickly. The state lasts for up to 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 24 hours. After looking at the equipment, Li Yang had only one question in his mind. The quality of this thing is purple? Why is it purple? Is the epic quality worthy of such incredible equipment effects? Control the shadow. Become a shadow. Move quickly in the shadow. Such a top-notch life-saving ability must at least be a legend. Li Yong was dumbfounded for a while, and then he realized the problem. This thing is indeed a top-notch life-saving equipment, but its type by chance is a weapon. It's also a two-handed weapon. If you want to use its skills, you must make sure you hold it with both hands. Generally, if you encounter danger in battle and want to use this thing to escape, you must complete a set of tedious and complicated operations, such as opening the backpack, changing equipment, and using skills. If I deliberately keep this weapon equipped to save my life, for those in combat professions, it is tantamount to putting shackles on themselves. Li Yong also specifically looked at the attribute bonus of this staff. The bonus for each numerical value is 0. You know, even the white equipment that can be bought from any blacksmith shop will have an increase of 1 or 2 points in specific attributes. I can only say that this thing is really top-notch as a life-saving prop. But as a weapon, it's a weapon that must be equipped with both hands. It's a bit tasteless. No wonder after seeing this equipment, the first reactions of the job changers around were surprise, shock, and disbelief, but no one offered to buy it at a high price. Also because this thing is so rare in the world for normal combat-type job changers, its collection value is obviously far greater than its practical significance. King Li Yong is not a combat profession. Chapter 45. Surprise Spike Trap. Obviously, Fong Wan and others on the side also realized this problem. The expression on her face showed the joy she felt for Li Yong. It slowly turned into contemplation and then shock. Li Yang's output has nothing to do with the equipment on him. Even if he took off all his equipment, it would not affect the output of those plants at all. No need to uninstall. Look at Li Yang's current equipment. Except for the defensive inner armor that the military arranged for Li Yong before entering the dungeon. A plain white shirt and a pair of black casual pants are basically all. Apart from that handsome face, there is really nothing noteworthy about his body. At most, he wore 2 life-saving wristbands given to him by the president of the Blacksmiths Association. In comparison, the job changers next to them were dressed in a very flashy way. Dressed like Li Yong, enter this copy. Either he is a big boss who is confident in his decision, or he is a complete lunatic. It is only fitting that he holds a staff in his hand that has no combat power at all. Okay, pack up and get ready to move on. Li Yong held the staff in his hand and waited slightly. The people around immediately came to their senses, responded quickly, regrouped, and prepared to continue on their journey. On Li Yang's side, he raised the shadow staff thoughtfully and pointed it at the bushes on one side. What's wrong? Li Yong. Fong Wan noticed Li Yang's strange behavior, so she walked up to him and asked curiously. Li Yong nodded and said slowly, "This equipment seems to have a greater benefit to me than I imagined." Fong Wan was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? Li Yong pointed at the thorns that had grown out of nowhere in the shadow of a tree in the distance and said, "Look over there. With my strength, it's impossible to throw the seeds that far. But with the help of the staff, I can place the plants directly there." The description of the staff said it could control shadows. I didn't expect it could be used this way. Fong Wan was stunned, looking a little bewildered. At the same time, in the office of Yinzhou City Municipal Building, Mayor Zhang Mingshu also nodded slightly, holding his chin and muttering. Did you use the characteristics of the shadow staff to extend your attack distance? Although it's not a novel usage, but combined with Li Yang's ability, it can indeed do many unexpected things. Hey, old way, didn't you say that you would give Li Yong something to remember him by when he left? I think it would be better to give him some items and accessories that can extend the attack range. I think he won't refuse. Wei Songfeng, who was sitting on the other side, did not respond. He had already opened the software of Yunzhou's official auction house and started looking for similar items for Li Yong. Bagia Road. Where on earth did all these monsters come from? It's damned awesome. When Li Yong had regrouped and started to advance deeper, the Sakura Country team, which had originally planned to launch a surprise attack, barely managed to deal with a large group of monsters brought by Li Yong. Looking at the report coming from the career system in front of him, Huaxia has successfully defeated the second boss. Sasaki, the ninja who was in charge of monitoring the movements of the Chinese team, also sent back the news that Li Yong had opened the shadow staff from the treasure chest. As the captain, Fushihara Yuji gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn it, if those monsters hadn't caused trouble, we would have already killed those Chinese job changers. If we're lucky enough, we should be the ones to take this shadow staff. Bagia Road. The scout who was in charge of keeping in touch with Sasaki ran back from the front and bowed to Fushihara Yuji. Master Fushihara, Sasaki-kun said that the Chinese are ready to move on. If they continue their attack at this speed, I believe they will be able to defeat the final boss in no time. Until then, although he didn't continue, Fushihara Yuji was very clear about the consequences. If they continue at this rate, before the main team from Sakura Country can defeat the second boss, the Chinese side will have completely completed the attack and return with a great victory. They had done so much for this dungeon, but if they couldn't even guarantee the most basic victory, they will not be able to face their compatriots. No, we can't wait any longer. Everyone, speed up. Immediately rush to the Chinese team to create a commotion and give Sasaki-kun an opportunity to assassinate that special talent. Fushihara Yuji gave an order, and the team members around him responded in unison, "Hi." Then they activated the acceleration skill together and flew towards the direction provided by Sasaki. A group of people no longer hide their murderous intent and have reached a state where they are willing to do anything to win. Even the nearby monsters were forced to retreat by this momentum and hid in the nearby bushes, not daring to show up. Every Sakura job changer has an extremely determined expression on his face. For the sake of their Sakura country, they are willing to do anything. Then, within 5 minutes, they were stopped halfway by the plants that Li Yang had arranged in advance. The densely packed wall of nuts covered by pumpkin heads blocked every possible path to pass through. The rest of the loopholes that could be exploited were all blocked tightly with spikes that had never been used before. Earth Spike. Each planting consumes 100 points of sunlight, cooldown of 7.5 seconds. Plant characteristics. Ground spikes will attach to any surface that can be attached, cannot be destroyed by conventional attacks, will automatically grab nearby enemies, and extend spikes to cause fixed damage to enemies below level 60. This upper limit will increase with the increase of job level. Some brave guys try to cross, but after stepping on the lichen-like plants, they were instantly tied up by the vines that spread out from them and were unable to break free. A large number of white spikes burst out from the vines. Each one was enough to take their lives. Damn it, it's a trap. This is a trap set by the plant summoner in advance. No, why didn't Sasaki tell us in advance? Bagayalu. Wow. Of course the ninja, named Sasaki, who was in charge of surveillance, could not tell them, because these plants were all secretly placed by Li Yang using the shadow staff. Only after he had left a certain distance did he give the order for the plants to start growing. Even though Sasaki had been keeping a close eye on Li Yang, he had no idea what Li Yang had done, as he didn't know the working principle of his ability. Fushihara Yuji suddenly used the samurai sword in his hand to cut off a white spike that was stretched out and withdrew from the attack range of the ground spikes. Looking at nearly half of his teammates who were trapped in front of him, he threw his hands in hatred. Those who can still move freely, follow me around. We have no time to waste now. We must stop the Chinese job changers from advancing further. At any cost. Chapter 46. As expected of a ninja. This is too much. After that, another half an hour passed. Li Yang, who deliberately followed at the end of the team, was holding a magic wand and moving forward slowly and leisurely. After successfully defeating the second boss, the level of the monsters encountered later was much higher. But correspondingly, the number is much smaller. When a large number of job changers gather together, those magical beasts with good single combat strength will be taken away instantly without even the chance to launch an attack. The little bit of experience that was revealed with such a large number of people involved basically didn't leave much. Li Yang was not interested in the little experience left, and his attention was now on the so-called Ninja Sasaki. Even though he had exposed his weakness, Sasaki, who was going to carry out the assassination, hadn't made any move yet. As expected of a ninja, this guy is so tolerant, isn't he? If we don't take action now, China will be able to pass the test smoothly. Brother Yang, senior sister Fong said that if you are tired, she will let the whole group stop and rest for a while. The twin brothers at the end of the team suddenly ran over, waving their hands and shouting loudly. It turned out that Li Yang's deliberate slowing down of pace was interpreted by Fong as fatigue. After all, Li Yang has experienced 2 boss battles, and he was the main force in both battles. Fong was worried that he would overwork himself, so she sent someone to ask Li Yang if he needed a rest. The main force had already stopped, and Fong and a few others were rushing towards this side. Li Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Let's keep going and take down Xiaotong first. I'm waiting for someone. The twin brothers looked at each other and asked at the same time, "Waiting for someone? Who are you waiting for?" Li Yang smiled, but didn't say anything directly. Instead, he silently used his innate space to shift his perspective to the plants placed behind him to block the road. I thought those spikes and nut walls could hold him back for quite a while. But after he looked over there, Li Yang discovered it. Those Sakura job changers are really unscrupulous. There were so many people in the original team, but more than half of them have disappeared now. Those teammates who were entangled by the spikes and unable to break free were simply left there to struggle. The rest of the people disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that they took a detour. Those who were trapped by the spikes and nut walls had no way to break free without the help of their teammates. Some people were even pierced by the spikes and died on the spot. These damn little Sakura don't even want to live anymore. Aren't they too crazy? Li Yang muttered to himself, and his twin brother heard him. "Brother Yang, what is little Sakura? What happened to little Sakura?" Li Yang shook his head. "Let's go and meet up with the main force first, maybe later." Before he could finish his words, a loud noise suddenly came from the jungle behind him. Boom! A beam of white light rose from the ground, rushed into the sky, and then exploded violently. The monsters in the jungle were alarmed and began to become restless. Li Yang frowned, knowing what had happened without thinking. Those little cherry blossoms are about to take action. Almost at the same time, a shadow flashed on the trunk of a nearby tree. A short man in a black ninja uniform fell behind the crowd, grinning and swung the short sword in his hand. "Li Yang, right? I've been holding back for so long. You also set up those traps in the back in advance, right? You were able to set up the mechanism right in front of me without making any noise. What a terrifying person. If he were born in our country, he would have a bright future. For the prosperity of the great Sakura, you should die here." After saying that, Sasaki directly used his skills to create 5 or 6 shadow clones, which pounced towards Li Yang together. Sasaki knew very well that although Li Yang was temporarily behind, he was not far away from the main force of China. As long as he moves a little slower, his hope of killing Li Yang will be slim once the main force arrives. He had to complete the assassination before anyone could react, and then escape under the cover created by his team. No trace left during the whole process. Oh my god, there really is a little Sakura. "Brother Yang, what should we do?" The twin brothers were completely caught off guard and were startled by Sasaki's sudden appearance. But he still took out his weapon at the first moment and stood in front of Li Yang. Looking at the current situation, it is obvious that Li Yang is being targeted by people from the Sakura country. Since the enemies want Li Yang dead, it means they are afraid of Li Yang. At this time, they would definitely not give Li Yang away. Although they're students who have not yet graduated, they still understand this principle. If you want to attack Li Yang, just step over them. If you can't, just drag it out. Wait until the Chinese army comes back and see what this guy can do. Sasaki's level is already the ceiling level in this copy. Almost half a meter taller than the twin brothers who came here to level up. This level of grade suppression is not only reflected in the data. The momentum unleashed by the two sides was also vastly different. Sasaki's clone rushed to the 3 people almost instantly, and the ninja sword in his hand, flashing with cold light, passed directly between the 2 twin brothers and almost stabbed Li Yang's neck. Fong Wen and others who were rushing over from afar were so frightened by the scene before them that their hearts stopped. They quickly raised their weapons and rushed towards Li Yang using a bunch of skills. But it's too late. There aren't many agile attacking professions among them. Not to mention that the ninja on the opposite side is already right in Li Yang's face. Even if they can increase their speed 10 or 20 times now, it would still be too late. Host is detected to be in combat state. Item: Grass Rake has been activated. The next moment, just as the ninja sword was about to pierce through Li Yang's neck. But it came to an abrupt stop and stopped there. The ninja named Sasaki opened his eyes wide, as if he had seen something horrifying. The shadow clones that were used to divert attention disappeared instantly, and the knife in his hand could not move forward even a little bit. There was something threatening him. He couldn't describe what the thing looked like, but the keen perception brought by years of experience still sent danger signals to his mind. Alarm bells rang in his mind. If he took another step forward, he would undoubtedly die. What on earth could have such a strong oppressive force? His eyes slowly moved down and landed on an ordinary grass rake. No, when did a rake appear here? He hadn't seen it when he rushed over just now. Who could put a rake on the ground so quickly? Moreover, I don't know whether he is crazy or the world is crazy. The thing that brought him a strong sense of oppression was the grass rake that appeared inexplicably in front of him. Chapter 47. Pole Reversal. So terrifying. Looking at Sasaki, who suddenly stopped, Liang showed a very contemptuous expression on his face. Just do it, you wimp. Weren't you so awesome just now? Why did you suddenly become so weak? If you don't do it, don't blame me for doing it myself. After saying that, Liang bent down, picked up the rake on the ground, and walked towards Sasaki Rin. Instantly, an extremely powerful feeling of oppression pressed down on Sasaki's head. The grass rake, which was less than 2 meters long, seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds in an instant. It came crashing down on him with overwhelming force. At this moment, Sasaki seemed to see everything around him being crushed by the huge hay rake like a mountain. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and everything was silent. He wanted to run away, but his legs seemed to be glued to the ground, and he couldn't move at all. Sasaki screamed in fear and made random hand gestures, using a substitution technique that could only be used once a day. The whole person turned into a wooden stake with a puff. In an instant, he appeared more than 10 steps away, holding his chest, looking at Liang holding a rake in shock. There's no earth-shattering collapse, no end of the world. It seemed to be just an ordinary lawn rake, and it didn't even make much noise when it hit the ground. Bagayalu, damn Chinese monkey. How dare you play tricks on me? Bagayalu. Sasaki covered his chest and breathed heavily, seeming to be still a little frightened. He didn't understand what he had just seen. Is it an illusion? But that feeling of oppression is definitely real. That lawn rake? No, it's the guy named Liang. What's going on? Where is your mother from? You bastard, come back here and die. Liang is just a farmer after all. The speed attribute is much worse than other combat professions. But he still relied on the fact that the skill of the rake was not fully triggered, and he fearlessly swung the rake and chased after him. Anyway, the level difference between the two sides is exactly 10 levels. If this Sakura ninja is hit by the rake, he will die instantly. When Sasaki saw Liang like this, he seemed to understand something. Once the idea of attacking Liang came into his mind, he was followed by a sense of oppression that was on a devastating level. If he were to be controlled by that state again, he would have no way of escaping in his current state. How could there be such a heaven-defying existence in China? He couldn't understand. Fong Wen and others who had thought that support was hopeless in the distance saw Liang running around with a rake chasing the ninja. Everyone was dumbfounded on the spot. What's going on? Wasn't Liang attacked just now? How come? The poles are reversed? Who is assassinating whom? Judging from the speed and skills that the ninja just displayed, his level is definitely not low. Now he is being chased by Liang, and he doesn't even dare to get closer to Liang. It's just so weird. And what is the rake in Liang's hand? Why have they never seen it? But after being stunned for a second, Fong Wen immediately reacted. Hurry up and catch that guy. Don't let him get away. Actively invade other countries' lines in the dungeon, and premeditatedly attack other countries' job changers. He has seriously violated Chinese law. Don't even think about getting away with it. Su Gue followed closely behind, immediately closing the distance and building a wall of fire, blocking Sasaki's way of escape. After chasing for a while, Liang suddenly stopped, raised the shadow staff in his hand, and slammed it on the ground. Suddenly, all kinds of plants began to emerge from the shadows of nearby trees like mushrooms after a rain. A massive wall of nuts burst out of the ground, blocking all passages around it. The Sakura team who tried to provide support from the rear were also blocked outside and could not move forward. Sasaki had nowhere to retreat and was forced to the edge of the nut wall. Looking at Liang, who was pressing him step by step, he shouted, "I surrender. I admit defeat. Private Marseille, I know I was wrong. I am willing to become your prisoner. You are just a job changer. You don't have the power to execute. You can't kill me. Have you forgotten? Attacking job changers from other countries in a dungeon is a violation of your Chinese laws." Violation of the law? I violated your mother Gobi. Now you know how to talk about the law? My rules are the rules. What's the use of you talking to me? If you fall into my hands, you will be in great trouble. For this despicable little Sakura. Liang didn't tolerate it at all and started cursing. Also plugged the shadow staff in next to it. He took out a green pumpkin seed from the storage ring and threw it at Sasaki's feet. Gourd. Each planting consumes 50 points of sunlight, cooled down 30 seconds. Plant characteristics: 3 seconds after the melon is born, it can lock onto a unit below level 60. This upper limit will increase with the level of the profession, within a 5-meter range of itself, jump high, and smash down to kill instantly. Seeing the half-human-high green squash growing wildly, Sasaki on the opposite side turned pale with fear, and the tone of his voice changed. Etc. Don't you want to know why I'm here? Don't you want to know why I attacked you? I have information that you don't know. I'm going to tell you. I still have information that I haven't revealed yet. Before he could finish his words, Liang interrupted his plea with an extremely calm voice. Stop it, just shut up. Ever since you guys were planning to attack me, I've been keeping my eyes on you. You son of a bitch, are you still trying to be mysterious? These words instantly made Sasaki feel like he was falling into an icy cave, and a biting cold spread from his feet all the way to his head. Ow, how is it possible? As a ninja trained by the official Sakura country, specializing in lurking and assassination, his actions were actually noticed by Li Yang from the very beginning. A simple sentence can be more hurtful than any insult. Sasaki stood there in a daze, stammering, his eyes becoming a little dull. At this time, the pumpkin next to it had also completed its growth and made a hum sound. Then he jumped up and smashed down with a tremendous force. Boom! Large cracks visible to the naked eye were created on the ground. The huge pumpkin disappeared in the rising dust, leaving behind a blurry mess of flesh and blood whose shape could not be clearly seen. Liang, spare your hands. Oh, this. I should be able to get something out of this guy. Fangwen staggered over, passed through the smoke and dust, and looked at the devastated scene in front of her, speechless. Liang shrugged. This guy is an official employee trained by the Sakura country Kyoto. He was hired to clear the dungeon. After the first boss was solved, he has been following me and trying to kill me. These guys are planning to seize the first pass of the dungeon, and they are willing to resort to such shady tactics to hinder us. That's about all the information I have. Is there anything else you want to ask? There are people behind. As he spoke, Liang raised his hand and pointed to the layered wall of nuts in front of him. At this time, those guys who made a noise and were preparing to cover Sasaki's evacuation had encountered a new round of attacks from ground spikes outside. The wailing sounds can be heard clearly here. Fangwen was dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, the enemy's tracking and assassination were unexpected events that were carefully planned. It was all within Li Yang's calculations. Including this time when he was left alone, it was also an operation in which he personally got involved. Liang had already arranged everything, set up a tight net, and waited for the enemy to come to him. It's so terrifying. Chapter 48. One kick and everything is gone. Looking at the looks Fangwen and others gave him, Liang shrugged slightly, picked up the shadow staff, and walked aside. After the main force approached, he removed the layers of nut walls. Those tightly bound Sakura job changers were still trying to escape, but unfortunately, they were entangled by the ground spikes. Any struggle would only make the ground spikes tighter. Fushihara Yuji. Fangwen walked up to them very skillfully and took away the copy passes of those people, then checked them one by one. After confirming the identities of several people, he slowly frowned. Breaking into other countries' lines without permission, stealing magical beasts, and planning to attack job changers from other countries. Your behavior can be regarded as a serious invasion. After hearing what Fangwen said, Fuyuan Shonji himself did not show any sign of fear. He even said righteously that he had no regrets, and that this time he was just one step short of the mark. If he had the chance again, he would make the same choice without hesitation. Now that I've been caught, you can kill me or chop me up as you please. The same was true for the many small cherry blossoms nearby. They all raised their heads and looked very strong. It was as if they were not evildoers who arbitrarily attacked other countries' routes, but some kind of messengers who implemented justice. Fangwen was worried about having to interrogate these guys after she got out. Looking at those Sakura people with determined faces, Liang suddenly strode forward and came in front of Fushihara Yuji. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she looked at him. To deal with a bastard like you, we should take some extraordinary measures. Fushihara Yuji hadn't yet realized what he was about to do. The next second, Liang raised his foot and kicked his crotch with lightning speed. Bang! Yummy! Fushihara Yuji's face turned purple in an instant, and then turned blue within a few seconds. Nothing happens. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter, and the corners of his mouth began to tremble rapidly at an extremely unnatural frequency. Finally, one of them couldn't hold it in any longer, and he fell to the ground with a thump, twitching in pain. Seeing this, his teammates were frightened and turned pale, and quickly begged for mercy. We were hired to support the ninja, named Sasaki. We have no intention of attacking Chinese job changers. That's right. We are just following orders and have not done anything to hurt you. We know we were wrong. We will never do it again. We all have yellow skin, so we are a family. A family. Seeing the flattering expressions of those guys, the twin brothers standing behind them all showed disgusted expressions. Fuck, who would want to be related to people like you? Why don't you take a piss and see what kind of person you are? Ugh, stop being disgusting, okay? Seeing that Li Yang's move had achieved good results, Fong on the side also showed a look of admiration on her face. Then, after entering the information of these guys into the local crime database of Yinzhou, Fong ordered people to tie them all up. These Sakura job changers have no way to deal with this. I originally heard that Chinese government officials were quite rigid and only did things according to prescribed procedures. They were thinking about whether they could use this to test the bottom line of these people. However, after seeing Li Yang's methods, they completely lost their initial arrogance. They all looked dejected, obviously having foreseen their own future. Even if they are given a lenient sentence, several years in prison still await them. Then Li Yang used the pumpkin head to pin all these guys down. Now, they still have a dungeon to clear and have no time to waste with these guys here. After I have completely completed the dungeon, I will slowly deal with them. At this time, outside the copy, the military, which had received the news, had already prepared special cars and luxurious rooms to pick up these uninvited guests. Wei Songfeng personally ordered that these guys be thoroughly interrogated. After that, about half an hour passed. Without any weird guys causing trouble, Li Yang didn't need to prepare any measures to prevent sneak attacks. Use those plants to advance through the dungeon. Before the second country that defeated Dawn Watcher appeared, the last boss was solved at the speed of light. Congratulations to Li Yang, the Chinese job changer, for successfully killing the boss Dawn Monarch. The second route where job changer Li Yang is located has been successfully cleared. This is the end of the strategy guide for this hidden dungeon. The portal to leave the instance has been opened. Please return to the beginning of the instance along your respective job change routes and wait for the final settlement. Analyzing. In this dungeon strategy, the Chinese job changer from the second line created the highest output in the whole game, accounting for 65 of the total output damage. The region where this job changer belongs is hereby rewarded with a 10 increase in damage to monsters. The hidden copy of Dawn Canyon has been converted to a fixed copy of Yinzhou City. The hidden dungeon will always remain in an absolutely random state, so please do not be discouraged. The news that the copy was successfully completed quickly spread to everyone's ears. At this time, everyone in the Dawn Canyon heard the name that had appeared 3 times in a row, Li Yang. What's going on with this job changer named Li Yang? Is it because of the level? But the highest level cap here is only level 60, considering the strength of the monsters in this instance. Even if there are a lot of level 60 job changers, it's impossible to defeat 3 bosses at such a fast speed. How could China be so fast? Although China was already among the best in the field of dungeon exploration, this is too abnormal, isn't it? That's really strange. Could it be that there's something wrong with their line? China today may have mastered some power that we are not aware of. It should not be underestimated. The teams on other routes were advancing slowly as usual, but many people didn't even see the second boss before they received the news that the dungeon had been successfully cleared. Amazing that China was able to complete the copy at such a fast speed. They just felt it was against common sense. If it were me, even if my team had 5 or 6 job changers around level 60, it would be impossible for me to clear the level so quickly. How did China do it? Forget it. We'll just work harder next time. I didn't expect that the quality of China's current job changers is so high. It's really amazing. I just don't know when the next hidden copy will appear. Chapter 49. Someone from the Imperial Capital arrives. Quest. Complete the strategy for the hidden dungeon, Dawn Canyon, January 1st. Mission reward. 100,000 sunshine points, a plant formation storage card, capacity of 500 plants, obtained. Your dual shooter successfully killed the Lord-level monster Dawn Monarch, LV.60. You gained experience, 20,400 points. Congratulations, your experience has reached the upper limit, and your level has been increased. LV.52, LV.53. Congratulations, your experience has reached the upper limit, and your level has been increased. LV.54, LV.55. As the first job changer to kill the final boss, congratulations on receiving the final reward of the dungeon, Dawn Treasure Chest X5, along with the final boss's head falling to the ground. The white throne located in the deepest part of Dawn Canyon was also completely shattered. New prompts began to pop up in front of Li Yang's eyes one after another. Not only completed the system's tasks, as the last person to kill the boss, he also received the most important experience and clearance rewards. Looking at the 5 treasure chests that were gradually forming complete structures from the white light in front of him, Li Yang no longer hesitated and directly chose to open them all. Along with those purple lights that symbolize epic quality light up from the treasure chest, the shadows of some equipment appeared in front of everyone. This time, the reward is not as special as the Shadow Staff. 2 sets of epic Dawn armor, 1 Dawn heavy sword, and 1 Dawn staff, and a copy of several materials. Most of these things are related to high attribute values and are meaningless to Li Yang. But for other job changers, they are extremely rare. Looking at the group of job changers around him cheering excitedly, Li Yang couldn't help but smile knowingly. There's no point in him keeping these things anyway, so he might as well just distribute them. After all, it wasn't just his credit that helped him pass the dungeon this time. He only accounts for about 70 to 80, not much. So, in the following time, Li Yang took advantage of the gap before the main force left the copy to give away all the equipment and materials. Among them, Li Yang was a little selfish and threw the Staff of Dawn directly to Su Gui. Many of them insisted on paying Li Yang, but he rejected them all in a stern manner. Anyway, money means nothing to Li Yang, who owns marigolds. These rare equipments are purchased just for fun. After Li Yang sent these things out, the large group returned all the way back to the beginning of the copy, crossed the rift, and returned to Yunzhou. The job changers around him were still discussing what had just happened with great excitement. Those captured Sakura job changers had no way to escape and were escorted dejectedly into the vehicles sent by the military. Looking at the convoy driving away, Li Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and stood there thinking. Don't worry. With the evidence we have now, Fushihara Yuji, as the instigator, will definitely be severely punished. That guy can't possibly stir up any more trouble. After Fangwen connected with her colleagues in the military, she noticed Li Yang, who was frowning. So he came over and spoke. But Li Yang was not actually worried about what these little cherry blossoms would do. Rather, he was hoping that the other party would take some radical measures. If those little Sakura could really stir up some trouble again, then he had enough reason to kill him. Having been a Chinese in both lives, there is no need to explain Li Yang's feelings for the country of Sakura. If we could get the chance to make the Sakura country completely surrender or even destroy it, he certainly wouldn't hesitate. What's more, he now has more than just ideas. There is more power to support my ideas to be put into practice. Then, I'm going back to the military. I can give you a ride if you need. After a moment of silence, Fangwen suddenly spoke. Li Yang shook his head, indicating that he still had things to do. After saying a brief goodbye to Fangwen, he left the location of the Dawn Canyon portal alone. After Li Yang completed the first pass, the hidden copy that disappeared at a fixed time became a normal copy that can exist permanently. After that, it will exist stably in Yunzhou and become one of the many copy resources in the local area. When Li Yang was about to return to the city, he met Su Gui's team who had gathered together. At this time, Su Gui and others were talking about Li Yang's performance in the copy. Just a few days ago, everyone was still classmates living under the same roof, but now, Li Yang has become a master who can lead the entire Yunzhou to conquer hidden dungeons. The impact of this kind of thing on them was extremely shocking. Let's say you are in the copy. It is difficult for them to level up just by killing some small monsters. Li Yang killed 3 bosses in one go. This gap is simply terrifying. Brother Su, why is there such a big difference between people? What on earth did Li Yang go through to become like that? That's really exaggerated. How can I not become like that? Li Yang, someone shouted, and several people in Su Gui's team turned around and waved to Li Yang enthusiastically. It is precisely because of this call. The other job changers who were returning to the city nearby also turned their eyes over here. At this time, everyone, regardless of whether they had just participated in the large group of dungeon raiders, had more or less learned about Li Yang's name through various channels. Some reporters with a keen sense of smell even drove all the way here to do some exclusive interviews with Li Yang. In any case, Li Yang's performance in the copy successfully caused a sensation throughout the city. Now, he can hear people talking about his story in the streets and alleys every 2 steps he takes. Overnight, It went from being unknown to becoming a household name. For Liang, it was a little bit difficult to get used to it. But he doesn't have to worry too much at this time. After all, his identity is no longer the same as before. If it were the once unknown and honest Liang, such terrifying popularity can only bring all kinds of messy paparazzi and countless troubles. And now, behind Liang are Yunzhou's municipal government and military. Liang's status is even no less than that of Zhang Mingshu and Wei Congfeng. People from all walks of life and society are busy trying to curry favor with him. How could any trouble dare to come to you? So, Liang returned to his residence outside the city under the gaze of everyone. I wanted to use my free time to experiment with the rewards given by the system after completing a task. As soon as I arrived at my doorstep, I saw a black car with a municipal license plate parked there. Mayor Zhang Mingshu had a smile on his face. When he saw Liang coming back, he waved his hand slightly to signal. Student Liang, are you free now? The people from the imperial capital have finally arrived. Shall we go meet them together? Chapter 50, Official blind date? The mayor came to pick him up personally. It's still very face-saving. For everyone in the village, this was even more shocking than the last time they saw Liang coming back in a military pickup truck. Right now, the villagers all stood at the door of Liang's house, looking over there curiously. Many of them learned about Liang leading the team to speed through the hidden copy from the news reports on their own TVs. At this moment, there was a bit more respect in the look he gave Liang. Liang also learned an important piece of information from Zhang Mingshu's words. Someone has finally arrived from the imperial capital. As the capital city of China, there is no need to say much about the representativeness of the imperial capital. The officials in the imperial capital are not comparable to the local officials in Yunzhou. Directly contacting these people was exactly what Liang wanted to do in the first place to demonstrate his strength to the municipal government. Ever since Zhang Mingshu reported his affairs, Liang has been waiting for the arrival of the so-called imperial capital officials. Especially since I just experienced the hostility of the Sakura people in the dungeon today. Liang's thoughts became more and more obvious. He is not even level 60 yet, but the strength he has displayed has already attracted guys like Sakura Ninja. If he becomes stronger in the future, his performance in the dungeon will be even more outrageous. Liang couldn't even imagine how many of these guys would be attracted. After all, it's just a living profession. Although it is now incredibly strong, that is actually only based on the same level. With the help of the system, Liang easily achieved the goal of being invincible among his peers. But above the same level, to be honest, there's still a little risk. All offensive plants and even self-defense items in Dave's store are restricted to Liang's level under the rules of the system. When the levels are similar, Liang can use the rules to easily defeat the enemy. After the level is raised, the rules based on level restrictions will be diluted. At that time, specific rules such as the pea shooter, where 5 shots will cripple the target and 10 shots will kill the target, will no longer be Liang's only means of suppression. When dealing with high-level enemies, you can only rely on numbers to win. For pea shooters below the same level, they will be crippled if shot 5 times and will die if shot 10 times. Then there are the enemies above that. Hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of rounds. As long as Liang's plants are stacked up, he can still kill them instantly. But the difficulty is incomparable. Want to avoid this ninja assassination situation from happening again and again. The most practical way is to quickly improve your level. So what is the Tongxin plan? What is the official training, etc.? Bring them all up. With this thought in mind, when Zhang Mingshu proposed to take him to meet the visitors from the imperial capital, Liang nodded and agreed without hesitation. Then he got into Zhang Mingshu's car and drove toward the city. On the way, Zhang Mingshu also praised Liang's performance in the copy. Everyone was impressed by the strategy and courage he displayed. He even said that if Liang decided to stay away from the Tongxin project in the future and develop his talents in other fields, the doors of Yunzhou municipal government and the military will always be open to him. Wow, I haven't even graduated yet, and the stable job has come to me. Liang smiled and did not agree, but did not directly refuse either. I just looked at the bustling city outside the window and let out a long sigh of relief. Oh, by the way, classmate Liang, there is one more very important thing I forgot to tell you. This time the imperial capital sent someone here to formally recruit you to join the Tongxin project. There are some other arrangements. Zhang Mingshu was driving and suddenly spoke. Liang blinked and asked briefly. Zhang Mingshu did not give too many useless explanations. He just took out a personnel file from the co-pilot storage compartment and handed it to Liang. Take a look at this first. Liang took it with a puzzled look on his face, put it on his lap, and started flipping through the pages one by one. The first thing that catches your eye is a portrait. The photo shows a girl with silver white hair and a sweet face. Below is her relevant information. Name, Baiji. Gender, female. Occupation, at my request, confidential for the time being. Special talent, herbal abundance. Related achievements. The main person in charge of the Huaxia grain production increase plan, wheat, corn, soybeans, rice, and other projects. Currently, the grain production problem has been successfully solved for most of the poor areas in Huaxia through the rich technology. Looking at those achievements, Liang felt a little lost. This girl is quite amazing. But why show him this? Student Liang, what do you think of her? She? Yes, it's the white girl in the information. It's quite impressive to be able to achieve this kind of success at such a young age. Hearing this answer, Zhang Mingshu, who was driving in front, smiled and asked again. This time, the people from the imperial capital came here not only to confirm your strength, but also for a very important mission. Just to introduce you to that white girl. Liang was a little bit unbelievable. Ah? What? Zhang Mingshu smiled and said, It's a bit troublesome to explain now. You'll understand when we meet. Liang blinked and buried his doubts deep in his heart. It was understandable that the visitors from the imperial capital came to test his abilities in person just to be on the safe side. He was mentally prepared for all these and was confident that he would have no problems. But suddenly introducing a girl to him, what does that mean? Official blind date? You can't be so casual, can you? Liang thought to himself and felt a little ashamed. Before we knew it, the car arrived at the municipal building. When I stopped the car and opened the door, what came into view were several times more luxury cars and people than usual, and a large number of reporters from various media carrying various cameras. When they saw Li Yang getting out of the mayor's car, everyone present exclaimed in surprise. Various flashlights flashed one after another, and cameras kept switching, taking pictures nonstop. Mayor Zhang, may I ask what impact the successful attack on this hidden dungeon will have on Yunzhou's economy? Mayor Zhang, what kind of reward will Yunzhou City give to the job changer, namely Yang, who led the team to clear the hidden dungeon this time? Is the young man next to you Liang? Can we take a few minutes of his time to do a short interview? A bunch of reporters holding microphones were scrambling to squeeze in. At this time, the municipal bodyguards who had been waiting here for a long time rushed forward, forming a human wall, blocking the crowd. Zhang Mingshu put on his signature smile very skillfully, waved to the camera, and then took Li Yang into the building. While waiting for the elevator, Zhang Mingshu chatted with Li Yang. It just so happens that those reporters brought up this matter again. Mr. Liang, this dungeon strategy is all thanks to you. With this high-quality dungeon resource, our Yunzhou will definitely develop better and better in the future. Your contribution to Yunzhou is invaluable. I don't even know how to thank you. Well, take a look at what you need. As long as it's within the capabilities of our municipal government and military, feel free to bring it up. Chapter 51. There is only one person like him in all of China. What do you need? Liang walked into the elevator and thought for a while with his chin in his hand. To be honest, he doesn't really need a car, a house, money, or even an official position. After all, he is such a miraculous plant as marigold. With mountains of gold and silver supplied to him, all the problems in the world have nothing to do with him. The only thing he wants now is a way to upgrade at the speed of light. It would be best if he could be upgraded to level 100 the next day so that he could dominate the whole world. But obviously, this kind of thing is not something that can be found in Yunzhou. Even if it is handed over to the imperial capital, it is somewhat unrealistic. After thinking about it, Liang suddenly thought of something else. Then he stretched out his index finger, tapped his temple lightly, and said, Come to think of it, I do have something to ask, and I hope Mayor Zhang can help me. Zhang Mingshu waved his hand. What's the use of helping or not helping? This time we're giving you a reward. Don't be so polite. If you have any requests, just let me know. Liang nodded and said slowly, Mayor Zhang should know about the mine in my village. Zhang Mingshu almost couldn't hold back his breath when he heard the first sentence. Of course he knew that the mine Liang was talking about was his little flower that could spit out gold. But why did he suddenly bring up this matter? Liang smiled and briefly explained his thoughts. After all, he grew up in a village outside the city, eating at many people's homes and receiving a lot of care from the villagers. Now, he also wants to use his abilities to give back to the village. He planned to plant some marigolds in the village in the name of opening up a gold mine. Firstly, sufficient gold can improve the overall living standards of the village. Secondly, a fixed gold mine that is officially protected by the Yunzhou municipal government can also become a good pillar industry in the local area. In this day and age, gold plays a very important role in business. With a gold mine that is 100 guaranteed not to lose money as support, Yunzhou will always make money. Zhang Mingshu originally thought that Li Yang would make some extremely exaggerated request to satisfy some small personal desires. I didn't expect that he was actually thinking about such a question. At such a young age, he actually has such ideological awareness. After hearing what Li Yang said, Zhang Mingshu opened his mouth and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Finally, Li Yang repeated his request again. Zhang Mingshu finally came back to his senses and nodded quickly. Of course, of course. Bye. The elevator gave a crisp signal. They finally arrived at the mayor's office on the top floor. The visitors from the imperial capital and the so-called white girl had been waiting inside for a long time. When Zhang Mingshu pushed open the door of the office and saw the people inside, Li Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. This so-called visitor from the imperial capital? A bit less, right? Li Yang thought that after opening the office door, there would be a bustling scene with people everywhere. There would be a bunch of old guys from the capital wearing military uniforms gathered here, chattering about a bunch of things he couldn't even understand. Result: in the huge office, there are only 4 of us. Apart from Li Yang's dean, Su Minghong, and a fully armed military bodyguard. The rest were a girl in a white dress who looked vaguely familiar and a tall, thin young man wearing glasses. This is the so-called investigation team sent by the imperial capital? This investigation team, after all, has to be a team. Li Yang didn't know where to start complaining. Instead, it was the tall and thin young man opposite who reacted first. He pushed up his square-framed glasses and smiled politely. Hello, Mayor Zhang. If I'm not mistaken, this young man should be the legendary Li Yang, right? Legend has it. Li Yang was almost choked by these 3 words. The young man pushed up his glasses, and there was a sharp light in his eyes. Then, he took 2 quick steps and came in front of Li Yang. He smiled a harmless and kind smile and held out a hand. Hello, Li Yang. Nice to meet you. I am Dongfang Changming, the director of the new student department of the Imperial Capital Tongxian Division. Tongshuansi? Li Yang heard a slightly unfamiliar name. He knew that the Tongxian Plan was a special talent training program in China, but he seemed to have never heard of this Tongshuansi. But in combination with the Tongxian Plan, this Tongshuansi should be an institution similar to a special talent training camp. Thinking of this, Li Yang also smiled, shook the hand that Director Dongfang extended, and simply said hello. Director Dongfang, you should have read all the information just now, right? In fact, considering Li Yang's growth rate, these data are seriously outdated and cannot represent Li Yang's current strength. If there is anything you need to know, it is better to ask Li Yang directly. While closing the office door, Zhang Mingshu took the initiative to introduce himself to Dongfang Changming. At the same time, Su Minghong on the other side also boasted very actively. Yes, Director Dongfang. Li Yang is not only very capable, but his growth potential is also the most terrifying I have ever seen in my decades of teaching. As a novice who has just awakened his profession, less than a week has passed, and he has already reached. Forehead. Facing the stuck Su Minghong, Li Yang simply waved his hand, unfolded his career information panel in front of everyone, and said, After finishing the dungeon just now, I'm now level 55. Yes, level 55. Su Minghong smiled, and then the next second he was struck by lightning, and his whole body trembled violently. Wait, level 55? Weren't you only level 22 days ago? Su Minghong had heard that the military was helping Li Yang improve his levels. I originally thought that Li Yang's level 40 was already his limit. Result: a new job changer soared all the way to level 55 in less than a week after the job change. He is even only 5 levels away from officially entering the ranks of 4th level job changers. Is this something a human can do? You have to know that among the combat-type job changers in Yunzhou City, there are not many who exceed this level. Hearing this, Dongfang Changming on the opposite side also showed a slightly shocked expression. Ever since the launch of China's Tongxian project, he has been responsible for recruiting talents for the Tongxian project. If I ask myself honestly, up to now I've seen quite a few talented job changers. However, A new job changer increased his level by more than 50 levels within a week of changing his job. Let alone Yinzhou. Even if you look at the whole of China, there is only one such person. Chapter 52, Tongxian Division and Tongxian Project. There was a sudden and mysterious silence in the office, except for Zhang Mingshu, who had been watching the game with Wei Songfeng in the office. Everyone was greatly shocked by Li Yang's age and level. Dongfang Chaiming's thoughts were very clear. For those job changers who reported to participate in the Tongxian plan, a high level is not something particularly worth showing off. Because those who can get the attention of the local municipal government and are even willing to report directly must have some extraordinary abilities. In China, a country that puts people first, such talents will definitely be assisted in leveling up by the local municipal government and military. Generally speaking, it is not a problem to be 10 or 20 levels higher than other job changers of the same age. But Li Yang's level is not just 10 or 20. Let's not mention Su Guwei, who is also hailed as a genius, but is slightly inferior to Li Yang. In the academy, the students of the same class as Li Yang are now almost in their 10s or 20s with the guidance of teachers and various directors. Plus, the higher the level, the more experience you need to upgrade. The number of monsters Li Yang killed in these few days is probably more than the total number of kills by his entire class. This is amazing enough, but this is not the most important thing. Li Yang's positioning in the career system is a real-life career. But the fighting power he displayed was exaggerated to a certain extent. During the time of waiting for Li Yang, Su Minghong showed Dongfang Chaiming the photos and videos of Li Yang's skills that he had saved before. After seeing the hail of bullets that was enough to resist the beast tide and the cherry bomb that instantly created a mushroom cloud, Dongfang Chaiming already understood. Tang Xuanzi must capture this talent. It's not a question of whether Tang Xuanzi is willing to accept Li Yang, but the question is whether Li Yang is really willing to join Tang Xuanzi. After a long period of shock, Dongfang Chaiming took a deep breath, and the expression on his face finally returned to normal. He smiled gently, appearing gentle and elegant. Facing Li Yang in front of him, he slowly asked the most critical question. Student Li Yang, although before this, Mayor Zhang, Dean Su, and others should have explained to you everything about the Tongxian project, but I still want to ask one question. How much do you know about the Tongxian project and the Tongxian division? Li Yang thought about it for a while and briefly explained what he knew. But it is nothing more than what Zhang Mingshu said before, special talents and special training. He could guess that something like Tang Xuanzi should be a product of the Tongxian plan, some kind of special talent training institution directly under the Chinese government. Those staying inside should be the talented elites admitted from all over China. But he didn't understand anything more than that. Dongfang Chaiming nodded thoughtfully. Zhang Mingshu, who was sitting behind the desk, shrank his neck in embarrassment. In theory, this kind of popular science work should be carried out by the municipal government. However, due to the harsh environment and scarce resources in Yinzhou, the quality of job changers is generally not high. There are very few people who can be rated as elites and get recommended places, let alone those who can be recommended and selected into Tang Xuanzi. Over time, as the mayor, he simply treated things related to the Tongxian project as chicken ribs that were tasteless to eat but a pity to throw away. I never thought that something like this would come in handy one day. With Li Yang's ability, it must be more than enough for him to join the Tongxian division. The most important thing now is not my vision, but your opinion, Li Yang. Before that, let me give you a detailed introduction to the Tongxian project so that Li Yang can make a decision. Dongfang Chaiming said this and cast an inquiring look at Li Yang. After Li Yang nodded in agreement, he began the introduction that he had done countless times and knew by heart. The so-called Tongxian plan is derived from the meaning of understanding the mysterious principles. It is an important project established by the Chinese government since the beginning of the world's gamification. The scope it covers is so wide that it is one of the best in the entire blue planet. The original purpose of establishing the Tongxian project was to adapt to the rapidly changing world situation. All countries on Blue Star have adapted to the changes in the world and begun to cultivate their own special elite talents. Naturally, China cannot be absent. As the times change, the Tongxian plan is related to more and more things. In addition to training combat power that can compete with the top job changers from other countries. Things like the exploration of other worlds, the containment of beast tides, and even the search for new ways of survival for humanity have all begun to be more or less connected to the Tongxian plan. The Tongxian division, which was established in response to the Tongxin Plan, has transformed from a training camp for combat job changers with strict standards into a secret organization that places equal emphasis on academics and combat. In addition to training talents, Tongxuansi also shoulders many other important responsibilities. For example, the girl next to me, Bai Ji, is from Bai family. She is also a student in Tongxuansi, but like Li Yang, she is an out-and-out life-related professional. The series of achievements she made, such as achieving a surge in China's grain production and developing new grain varieties, had nothing to do with fighting. But looking at the whole of China, her achievements are still considered feats that no one can achieve. To date, Tongxuansi has seen many people come and go and has witnessed the glory and decline of many people. From Dongfang Chaiming's perspective, among them, no one's talent can compare to Li Yang today. He could even guarantee it. After Li Yang joins Tongxuansi, he will definitely become an unprecedented existence capable of creating history and opening up the future. At the end, he did not forget to praise Li Yang. The serious tone of praise almost made Li Yang feel embarrassed. At the end, Dongfang Chaiming put away his smile, put on a rather serious expression, and asked slowly, "Then, Mr. Li Yang, I wonder if the current Tongxuansi is different from what you think. No matter what, I personally hope that you can join us and achieve something with the strong support of the Chinese government. Of course, this doesn't mean that you won't achieve anything if you don't join. After all, Li Yang's strength is undoubtedly strong. Just from your perspective, I think choosing Tongxuansi would be more cost-effective. What do you think?" As he spoke, Dongfang Chaiming slowly stretched out his hand. It is not from the perspective of some high-ranking bureaucrat or elder. Instead, he invited Li Yang with the attitude of an equal partner. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see what Li Yang is like now. The strong official support is not necessary for him, but rather the icing on the cake. Li Yang's strength far exceeds all the job changers Dongfang Chaiming has ever seen. In today's world, strength is more convincing than experience and capital. Chapter 53. Abundant Herbs, Unparalleled National Talents. What Dongfang Chaiming said was not much different from Li Yang's original idea. Therefore, Li Yang naturally would not object. Facing the invitation from Tongxuansi, Li Yang raised his hand and shook it without hesitation. "Director Dongfang, please give me more guidance in the future." Dongfang Chaiming nodded repeatedly, and the smile on his face became much more relaxed. There was no way, although he had deliberately remained calm and composed. When Li Yang was about to make a choice, he still felt nervous from the bottom of his heart. After all, I just praised Li Yang. To put it bluntly, these are all his true words. Li Yang is a rare genius that only appears once in a century, unprecedented and unrivaled. What if we let such a valuable talent slip away in vain? From then on, every time he thought of this incident before going to bed, he would slap himself twice and say, "I deserve to die." Dongfang Chaiming breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Li Yang was thinking about another thing. Just now, when Dongfang Chaiming was describing the responsibilities of Tongxuansi, he mentioned curbing the beast tide. According to memory, the parents of the previous incarnation died in a large beast tide that once broke out in Yinzhou. The tragic scene of the beast tide entering the city caused him serious psychological trauma when he was a child. Although Li Yang today is no longer the same as before, but he was still curious about the beast tide from the bottom of his heart. Is there any way to contain something that has been defined as a natural disaster? Those relevant certificates can be obtained after returning to the imperial capital. But before that, I have something else I hope Li Yang can help me with. Student Li Yang? Director Dongfang's voice interrupted Li Yang's thoughts. After looking up, Director Dongfang called the girl who had been sitting quietly next to him. "Help? What help?" Li Yang was a little confused. Director Dongfang gently patted the white-haired girl on the shoulder and said, "You two should get to know each other first. Student Li Yang, I hope you can help us complete an important experiment. If the experiment is successful, it won't just be for you. It will be of great help to the entire China. Is this true? Why is it such a big deal right off the bat?" Li Yang was a little confused. The white-haired girl on the opposite side gently lifted the hem of her skirt and performed a rather complicated etiquette towards Li Yang. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Li Yang. I am Bai Ji, the person in charge of the grain production increase plan of Tongxin Division. It's an honor to make your acquaintance." "Hello." Li Yang blinked and for the first time took a serious look at the girl in front of him. She has the appearance of a classic woman, with fair skin and elegant temperament. Whether it is such cumbersome and complicated etiquette or the awkward written sentences when speaking, the first impression she gives is that she is definitely not the kind of ordinary girl you see on the street. At the very least, the education she received is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary people. As expected, he is from the imperial capital. I have really broadened my horizons. Liang nodded repeatedly and sighed inwardly. At the same time, Director Dongfang next to him also began to get acquainted. Student Liang, don't be too reserved. Bai Ji is about the same age as you, but she just joined the Tongxin division a while earlier. She also has a living profession similar to yours, but she has awakened an extremely rare talent. Mayor Zhang should have shown you the information at that time, right? Liang nodded. Recalling Bai Ji's personal file at that time, the talent column clearly stated the 4 big words herbal abundance. It sounds quite high-end. It feels at least much cooler than Crazy Days Plant Shop. Immediately following, Dongfang Changming cleared his throat and began to explain. Bai Ji's talent, to sum up, is actually very simple and crude. She was able to use her gift to create a substance that could mutate any plant. This mutation, we call it fertility. Her achievements have actually clearly demonstrated this. Among the plants we have experimented with, staple foods such as wheat, corn, soybeans, and rice have all achieved varying degrees of increased yield. The most exaggerated one was that the wheat output per acre of land expanded to more than 10 times the previous level, although the tone was very bland when introducing it. But when he heard about the so-called tenfold increase in production, Liang was still a little shocked. A similar thing had been done by an old man who was unparalleled in his original world. With the power of abundance, we can increase grain production and ensure that all of China has enough food to eat. This is a pretty great cause. For a while, Liang couldn't help but feel a little more admiration for the white-haired girl in front of him, who seemed a little out of touch with the world. And the abundance states displayed by many of the plants we tested were actually quite different. Some of the fruits became extremely large, while others developed some strange properties out of nowhere. And it just so happens that your power is also plants. So, classmate Liang, we like to be able to test that if we can. Can the plants you grow produce more exaggerated effects under the influence of Angelica Dehirica? While Liang was curious, Dongfang Changming said everything he should say in one breath. Simple and clear. And it also successfully aroused Li Yang's interest. He also wanted to see what effect this power of abundance, which could increase wheat production more than tenfold, would have on the plants he bought from Dave's store. Liang simply raised his hand and casually took out a seed of something unknown from the storage ring. This move immediately frightened Su Minghong and Zhang Mingshu, who were standing next to them, and shouted to stop him. No, Student Liang, wait a minute. Not here. Don't. If the power of your plants suddenly increased tenfold, wouldn't this office be blown up right there and then? Hearing this, Liang burst out laughing. It seemed that they were also worried about this issue when they showed their strength last time. If that's the case, what should we do? You can't go all the way to the dungeon to test it, right? Hey, got it, Liang. How about using that nut? Yes, that nut you used as a fence. It looks honest and is a defensive plant. It shouldn't be lethal. Zhang Mingshu suddenly had an idea and thought of Li Yang's nut wall. That thing looks harmless, so even if it mutates, it probably won't be too outrageous. Liang nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Then he summoned the infinite summoning flower pot and threw the nut wall seed into it. Dongfang Changming next to him was still wondering why Liang, a farmer, had the professional skill of summoning a flower pot. A huge nut, as tall as a person, grew vigorously out of the flower pot. Looking at the huge creature in front of him, Dongfang Changming couldn't help but marvel at it. Although he had seen related videos, this was his first time to get close to Li Yang's plants. This thing looks much bigger than in the video. Well, Bai Ji, let's do it. He looked at her for a long time, then turned his head and looked at Bai Ji next to him. Bai Ji nodded, walked straight to the nut wall, slowly raised her hand, and activated her skill. Just as Liang was thinking about how hard the defensive nut wall could become under the influence of abundance. With a click, the flower pot cracked on the spot. Chapter 54. Enjoy the scenery. Along with the abundant power of Angelica Dehirica being injected into the nut wall. It only took a few seconds. The brown nut, which was as tall as a person, suddenly rose from the ground in front of everyone present. With unstoppable momentum, it pierced through the roof in one breath and reached the sky. Bang, 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 bang. A lot of rubble fell from the ceiling, making loud noises. This sudden scene made everyone present stand still. This rooftop is doomed to fail. Dean Su Minghong sat on the sofa, holding his forehead helplessly, and spoke slowly. Zhang Mingshu raised his head and looked at the sunlight coming through the gap, feeling a little amused and helpless. Fortunately, no one was injured. Baiji took a few steps back in fright when she saw the nut suddenly grow bigger. Only after he was sure that there would be no other abnormalities did he pat his chest with relief. Dongfang Changming, who had been paying close attention to this side since the beginning, looked very excited. Although the expression on his face still looked extremely calm, but his twinkling eyes had already revealed his mood at the moment. Student Liang, if possible, I can. As he spoke, he turned and looked at Liang next to him. Liang nodded and motioned for him to go ahead. Dongfang Changming then raised his hand and released the identification spell towards the giant nut in front of him. Wall of nuts, rich plus addition, each planting consumes 50 points of sunlight, and the cooldown is 30 seconds. Plant characteristics. The nut wall can withstand any attack below level 60. This upper limit will increase with the increase of the occupation level, and can withstand a total of 50 times. The damage sustained during the attack cannot be repaired. Abundance amplification. The various properties of the nut wall, hardness, durability, volume, increase 5-fold, lasting 3 hours. Li Yang's original plant ability was already terrifying enough. On this basis, it has been enhanced 5 times. Thinking about it, this is the most harmless plant among all Li Yang's plants. Dongfang Changming couldn't help but breathe faster. The strength of other plants after being enhanced may be even more terrifying. He was already wanting to see how powerful the amplified cherry bomb would be. A harmless wall of nuts is enough to pierce through a ceiling made of reinforced concrete. If it were replaced with something else, wouldn't the entire municipal building have to be demolished? At this time, there was a bit more appreciation in Dongfang Changming's eyes when he looked at Liang. In his eyes, Liang at this moment was simply the epitome of talent. Director Dongfang. When Dongfang Changming was planning to discuss future welfare benefits and other matters with Liang, Baiji suddenly covered her head, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. Dongfang Changming quickly supported her and smiled apologetically. I'm so sorry. I forgot about you when I got excited. Go sit over there for a while. After Liang and I finish discussing the business, I'll take you back to the hotel to rest. Baiji nodded gently and staggered back to the sofa. Seeing Baiji suddenly become weak, Liang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked curiously, Director Dongfang, what is she doing? Dongfang Changming smiled and explained simply, this situation is actually very common in Baiji. It's just a small price to pay for her powerful talent. Every time she uses her gift, she loses a lot of energy. Then you will fall into this abnormally tired state. Of course, if I use my talent normally, the reaction shouldn't be this big. Perhaps it's because Li Yang's plans have been greatly amplified. It seems that you two are compatible. Maybe, no, there will definitely be more room for development in the future. After saying that, Dongfang Changming turned around and looked at Baiji again. Baiji over there was trying her best to maintain a decent sitting posture, but she was obviously unable to resist dozing off. Dongfang Changming smiled, regained his normal expression, and looked at Liang again. Okay, classmate Liang, don't worry too much about her. Since we have decided to join the Tongxian project, we should also discuss the relevant benefits. Although the Chinese government is supporting us, the resources of the Tongxian project are not endless. Therefore, generally speaking, we will arrange different resources and education for each job changer based on their different talents and strengths. But, although it may be a little sudden to say this now, your situation is different from everyone we have recruited in the past. I think we should establish some new standards based on your situation. Afterwards, Dongfang Changming had an in-depth discussion with Liang. From the resources that Tongshuancy can provide for Liang to the monthly subsidies and targeted training plans, everything is arranged in detail. Liang deeply realized the professionalism of the official personnel in the imperial capital. Dongfang Changming is not a person who likes to procrastinate. After almost everything was discussed, he discussed with Liang directly the issue of when to set off. Finally decided that it is better to do it today than to wait for a date. As long as Li Yang's time permits, they can fly directly back to the imperial capital on the airship early tomorrow morning. Moreover, according to Dongfang Changming himself, the imperial capital also seems to need Li Yang's help. Liang naturally would not refuse. After agreeing to it, Zhang Mingshu and Su Minghong next to him became excited. This won't do. Such a big thing, and you're just going to leave like this? I was planning to hold a farewell party for Li Yang in the academy before he left. It would be great if your old classmates could see you off. Things went smoothly, but both of them had regrets on their faces. Although the time we spent together was not too long. But they didn't expect Li Yang to leave so quickly. Yesterday, they were still immersed in the joy of discovering an unparalleled genius, and were shocked by Li Yang again and again. Today, we will see Li Yang leave his remote hometown and go to a bigger place to show his talents. Although this is the result that everyone hopes for. But when the time came to say goodbye, everyone was still a little reluctant. After a moment of silence, Zhang Mingshu slowly spoke. In fact, when I first knew that Li Yang was the mysterious job changer we were looking for, I'd been thinking about when I should publicly express my gratitude to you on behalf of the municipal government. But for confidentiality reasons, we couldn't make your story public so quickly. After that, the fact that the bonus was given to you was not made public. Now, I'm afraid that these things will not cause any waves in the outside world. I've always wanted to wait for an opportunity to tell every citizen of Yunzhou about your story. I didn't expect it to be delayed until now. It just so happens that there's a lot of buzz outside because of you leading a team to clear the hidden dungeon. We might as well take advantage of this opportunity. I'll let you enjoy the scenery before you leave. Chapter 55, famous throughout the city, the center of attention. After Zhang Mingshu made this proposal, they immediately invited Dongfang Changming to join them in the celebration and farewell party, and booked a hotel. The cocktail party started as scheduled at 8 o'clock in the evening, and the entire lower floor was filled with people. But the real heavyweights were all arranged in the boxes on the second floor. There was the mayor of Yunzhou City, the minister of the military, members of the investigation team from the imperial capital, and the deans of various colleges in Yunzhou City. Even those who were in the previous parliament. Anyone who had some relationship with Li Yang, or wanted to establish some relationship with Li Yang, gathered here. Among them, the most eye-catching one is naturally Li Yang, who has become the focus of the whole audience. Congratulations, Li Yang. I wish you a bright future and great achievements. Cheers! The wine glasses were shaking and the guests were toasting each other, making the atmosphere very lively. Li Yang held up the wine glass and looked at the wine shaking inside it, feeling a little embarrassed. He actually doesn't drink much at all, but now all eyes were on him. As the focus of the whole audience, the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. He had no choice but to raise his head and drink the wine in the glass in one gulp. As soon as I drank the strong liquor, I felt my internal organs warm up. After a while, his whole face turned red. Seeing this scene, Zhang Mingshu, who was sitting next to him, hurried over to help him block 2 glasses of wine. Afraid that he might have drunk too much, he threw a cherry bomb to liven up the atmosphere. On the other hand, Wei Tsongfeng, who was sitting opposite, seemed very happy. He said cheerfully, "I'm usually shocked by Li Yang. This is the first time I see him doing something he is not good at. That's fine. No one is perfect. Otherwise, I would really doubt whether you are human or not." These words successfully caused laughter, making the atmosphere on the scene even more lively. After the drinking party, Li Yang was also taken home by a special car arranged by the municipal government. I can't care about anything else. Then, feeling drunk, I fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Li Yang climbed out of bed, covering his dizzy head. He seemed to have drunk a little too much last night, and he could still feel the aftereffects. However, he was always drunk. He still remembered very clearly what happened last night and the enthusiasm of the crowd. I vaguely remembered that the boat ride time agreed with Director Dongfang was the evening of the next day. He still had one day to deal with the unfinished chores in Yunzhou. Li Yang washed his face, changed into normal clothes, and slowly walked out the door. Looking at the sunflowers swaying in the wind in the yard and looking at the sunny sky, I couldn't help but feel in a good mood. Then push open the gate. Li Yang almost thought he was dreaming. The whole village was filled with a joyous atmosphere. There were window decorations and banners everywhere, and many neighbors who usually saw him everywhere also changed their attitude and came over to congratulate and thank Li Yang. Looking at the words written on the banners around him, Li Yang realized that he was not dreaming. Warmly congratulate Li Yang for winning the first place in the Tianyin College rankings, the first place in the overall ranking of new job changers in Yunzhou City, and the title of Outstanding Graduate. Tianyin College. Li Yang, the job changer, resisted the beast tide and led the large army to pass the hidden dungeon for the first time. I would like to express my special thanks and encouragement. Yinzhou Municipal Government. Congratulations to Li Yang on the successful mining of a small gold mine. We hereby issue a mining and processing license. Yinzhou City Council. Although Li Yang's entry into the Tongshan project requires a certain degree of confidentiality, but with the achievements Li Yang has already made, Zhang Mingshu has enough reasons to make Li Yang famous. As for the so-called small gold mine at the end, this was exactly what Li Yang and Zhang Mingshu had discussed before. He hoped to use the gold mine as an excuse to plant some marigolds in the village where he was born and raised. This will not only improve the living conditions of the villagers, but also promote the development of Yinzhou City to a great extent. After returning home last night, Zhang Mingshu contacted several council leaders in charge of mining development in Yinzhou City and discussed the feasibility of this matter with them overnight. Finally, within one night, Li Yang received a satisfactory answer. Looking at the familiar villagers around me, they all had expressions of joy or admiration on their faces. Li Yang couldn't help but feel comforted in his heart. The neighbor aunt who had treated him like her own son since he was a child seemed to sense something. When I saw Li Yang coming out of the yard, I had a strong premonition. Li Yang is leaving. She stood in her yard, waving to Li Yang with a smile. But I feel a sense of inexplicable reluctance in my heart. She wanted to tell Li Yang that he must be careful when he was out there alone. If one day you don't want to work hard outside anymore, then come back. This village will always be his home. With the promotion of multiple media outlets and careful preparation by the municipal government, the news about Li Yang gradually spread throughout Yinzhou. Resist the beast tide, clear the hidden dungeon, and open up a public gold mine. His contribution to the entire Yinzhou city is immeasurable. The whole city became noisy. There were even some enthusiastic citizens who directly put slogans expressing gratitude to Li Yang on their cars and strolled around the streets. The huge city became joyous. Almost everyone's face was filled with smiles. Apart from 3 people who just got out of prison: Lu Xing, Lu Feng, and Li Yang's former class teacher. Because today is a special day, therefore, the 3 people who were detained in the basement of Yinzhou City Prison were able to have a chance to go out for some fresh air under the supervision of relevant personnel. Looking at the words Li Yang posted all over the streets, the mood of these 3 people was extremely bad. Lu Feng and a head teacher were so angry that their teeth were itching, while Lu Xing seemed particularly distraught. If it were before, even if they were beaten to death, they would never have thought that Li Yang would be so successful now. But I have fallen to this point. Here he comes. The guy named Li Yang is here. Thanks to him, we have our own new dungeon and a public gold mine in Yinzhou. I can't even imagine how good life will be in the future. Wow, does such a handsome and strong guy really exist? Wow, woo, little brother Li Yang, look at me. I like you. Li Yang sat in Zhang Mingshu's convertible, enjoying the praises from the crowds on both sides. The driver also followed Zhang Mingshu's instructions and tried to slow down as much as possible. There's no special reason. Li Yang deserves the attention he is receiving today. The car turned at the intersection in front of the career transfer plaza and stopped for a few seconds because of the crowded crowd. Li Yang narrowed his eyes and noticed the 3 members of the Liu family who were hiding behind the crowd and wearing electronic shackles. At this time, Lu Xing was also shrinking his neck and looking over here through the crowd. The moment the 2 gazes met, it seemed like a glance that lasted for 1,000 years. Buzz! With the engine started, the car carrying Li Yang drove away. A large number of citizens stayed here, still eagerly discussing all things concerning this talented young man. Chapter 56. Huh? An orange as big as a watermelon? Night. On a gorgeously decorated, huge airship, Li Yang was standing on the deck, looking at Yinzhou, which he could vaguely see below, enjoying the cool breeze very comfortably. This airship was the one that carried Dongfang, Changming, and others from the imperial capital to investigate Li Yang. In today's world, monsters are rampant. Among them, there are naturally quite a few flying monsters. Therefore, the development of the means of transportation that humans used to use has been greatly affected. It is different from the supersonic aircraft that Li Yang originally knew about in the world. The development direction of flying vehicles on Blue Planet is more inclined towards heavy armor and long-lasting endurance rather than speed. In some necessary situations, a well-prepared airship can even hover in the air for several months without landing. Of course, this time Li Yang and his team were just taking an ordinary short trip. There is no need for such an outrageous ability. According to Dongfang Changming, at the speed of this airship, It only took them 1 day and 1 night to reach the imperial capital. He had already contacted the imperial capital in advance. As soon as they land, they will immediately arrange for someone to handle the formalities for Liang. He also promised to prepare a large enough field for Liang to study the arrangement and combination of plants. Think of this. Liang took out the blank plant formation storage card given by the system and took a quick look at it. Plant formation save card in 0.01. Code unnamed. Main plant species none. Total number of plants none. 0/500. Area required none. Required sunlight none. Cooling time none. According to the previous explanation of the system, the use of this thing is that it allows Liang to save the plant formation he has established in advance in this card. When needed, all the sunlight required by the formation will be consumed at once, and all the plants stored in it will be released at once. There is no need for him to activate them one by one. What matters is efficiency. You should be able to get a lot of these cards by completing tasks later. But this is the first one after all. Liang wanted to think about it carefully to see if he could come up with a powerful enough preset in one go. For example, 500 cherry bombs? If this set explodes, I'm afraid no one in this world can handle it. But at the same time, the power of an explosion of that level is difficult to control. Once it is released, it will be a devastating blow no matter where it is. If things go wrong, innocent people might be affected. After much thought, it is better to just use a normal formation. The outermost row is a wall of nuts covered with pumpkin heads. In the middle is a corn pitcher, and then there are torch stumps and double-shot peas. In this way, a true panacea formation is completed. There is control and there is output. No matter what kind of enemy you face, it can have a good effect. Well, you can write this down first. After arriving in the imperial capital, I immediately started trying. Liang put the card away and leaned on the railing again, looking at Yunzhou in the distance whose outline was gradually becoming unclear, and suddenly remembered some interesting things. There's a saying that goes, when one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit. This statement is really true when applied to him. Before leaving, Zhang Mingshu specifically talked to him. Sending Li Yang out of Yunzhou changed the fate of more than just Li Yang. Because of Li Yang's influence. As the mayor, Zhang Mingshu received commendation from his superiors and successfully applied for more resources for the development of Yunzhou. Li Yang's dean, Su Minghong, became the director of Yunzhou's education bureau. Even at such an old age, I can still get a promotion and a salary increase. The old man was so happy that he couldn't sleep all night. On the other hand, the Liu family had many unpleasant experiences with Li Yang. It also lost its original influence due to the strong rejection from many parties in the parliament. Not to mention that Lu Xing and Li Yang's class teacher were both arrested. Afterwards, Li Yang privately made another round of reports, which led to the city government and the parliament conducting another investigation and finding out what Lu Feng had done that year. Lu Feng was removed from his parliamentary position and placed behind Lu Xing in line to stand trial. Lu Xian, who was once a successful businessman, was implicated and kicked out of the bank, with all his property seized. I'm left alone, not knowing where to go. Senior Fong Wan, who lost the opportunity to become an elite job changer because her quota was taken by Lu Feng, was forced to work in the military. Because of his outstanding performance, he was valued by Minister Wei Tsongfeng. When the next round of changes comes, Wei Tsongfeng plans to strongly recommend Fong when to take over his position and become the new head of the military department of Yunzhou. Everything is thriving because of Li Yang's influence. I believe that when Li Yang returns to Yunzhou one day in the future, he will see a Yunzhou that is completely different from his memory. Student Li Yang, would you like some fruit? When Li Yang was recalling everything in Yunzhou City, a crisp yet somewhat tired voice sounded from the direction of the cabin. Li Yang turned around and saw Bai Ji, who was wearing plush pajamas and walking towards him with an exquisite silver tea tray. On the tea tray, there are some unusual fruit. Li Yang looked at the things on the plate, and for a moment, he didn't know how to start. There are quite a few kinds of fruits on the plate. Watermelon, apples, oranges, and so on. Everything is available. But the proportions of these things are a bit abnormal. TSK. The imperial capital is indeed a big city. Even fruits are this big. How could someone's orange look like a watermelon? Looking at the orange peel that was as big as a palm, Li Yang fell in a deep thought. But thinking about it carefully, he didn't seem to have the right to say such things. After all, his nut wall is almost 2 meters high. Look, Li Yang is hesitating. Bai Ji placed the tray in her hand on the table on the deck, picked up an orange slice, and handed it to Liang, smiling softly. Student Liang, don't worry. These are not strange plants. They are just affected by my ability. They've become a little bigger, but it doesn't affect their taste. Liang blinked, took it doubtfully, and put it into his mouth. Suddenly, the plump and juicy flesh burst in your mouth. The cool, sweet, and sour juice instantly filled Li Yang's mouth, making him praise it endlessly. This is good, much better than the fruits you can buy outside. Bai Ji smiled, with a little surprise in her eyes. Really? Then he realized his own gaffe, coughed quickly, and said a little embarrassedly, to be honest, these fruits are actually new varieties that are being researched and cultivated. It's great to get such an evaluation from you. These words made Li Yang feel somewhat emotional. Research on increasing grain production and cultivating new varieties of fruit. I never thought that such a business existed in Tangshuansi. Hearing Li Yang sigh, Bai Ji sighed with a little regret. In fact, if there is a choice, I also want to achieve more through fighting, like most people do. Chapter 57. The Magical Uses of Coffee Beans. It is true that Tangshuansi is full of talented people, but the vast majority of them are actually traditional combat talents. Like Bai Ji, she was specially recruited because of her special abilities. On the surface, they are technical talents, but in fact, it is not of much use in attacking dungeons. After all, on today's Blue Star, almost 80 of the resources are obtained directly from copies through battles. If only Bai Ji's abilities could be used in combat, she would be able to play a role many times greater than it is now. She stayed in Tangshuansi and tinkered with agriculture. In fact, it was because that was all she could do. If I had the chance to personally participate in the battle. While saying this, she inadvertently raised her eyes and looked at Li Yang in front of her. Li Yang finally understood what she meant. This girl named Bai Ji, does she like me? No, that shouldn't be said. Rather than liking herself, she values her own abilities more. After all, Li Yang's ability is to create many plants that can be used directly in combat. The ability of Angelica de Hurica is to strengthen plants. This is equivalent to giving Bai Ji the opportunity to indirectly participate in the battle. If they're developed properly, the combined power of the two swords may produce quite extraordinary results. This is actually the reason why Tangshuansi sent Bai Ji to find Li Yang. But Li Yang was still a little curious. Bai Ji's current status has surpassed 99 of life-related job changers in China, right? As a result, not only was she not satisfied with the status quo, she was also very actively looking to start a fight. This is not the mentality that a person who changes his job in life should have. In this world, everyone's education conveys this idea. If you change your job to a combat job, then you have to be stronger than others. You must cherish the opportunity, strive to get stronger, defend your country, and shed blood and sweat, but not tears. Once you switch to a life-related profession, there is only one thing to do: alive. Moreover, in this world, the ratio of life-related occupations to combat-related occupations is actually about 6-4. The number of people who change their job in life category is greater than that in combat category. In such a Buddhist world background, Bai Ji, as a person who works in a life-related profession, is actually still thinking about fighting. Where did this idea come from? She doesn't seem to be the type of hot-tempered lady who gets violent over things she doesn't agree with. This is too confusing. Li Yang looked puzzled. Bai Ji bit her lips slightly, struggling with herself for a while. Then, as if he had mustered up his courage, he smiled helplessly, raised his eyes, and looked at Li Yang, and briefly recounted his past. When Dongfang Changming introduced him before, Li Yang already knew that Bai Ji was backed by the largest mining family in China. But what Li Yang didn't know was that in such a chaotic world, being able to steadily climb to the top of an industry does not depend on luck and wisdom. And there is real strength. Of course, the strength here refers to combat. In addition to opening mines throughout China, the Bai family was also one of the first families to guard the Northern Territory. 100 years ago, the space was in chaos and monsters invaded massively. It was the several major families in the north who united together and used their flesh and blood to form an insurmountable steel wall. Hundreds of millions of monsters have been kept outside the wall, and they have not been able to set foot in China until now. Among them, the Bai family is the one that specializes most in auxiliary professions among these major families. With such a family tradition, Bai Ji grew up listening to the heroic stories of her parents. I also fantasize about becoming a heroic female general like those in the story. She studied the long-abandoned complex etiquette, military rules and regulations day and night, and prepared herself wholeheartedly for a future military life. But I don't know what's going on. When the relatives and friends around her have become strong people who can stand on their own. As the eldest daughter with the highest hopes in the Bai family, she has become the only one in the Bai family with a livelihood profession in nearly 100 years. Although, she still possesses extremely strong talents and can even gain the favor of Tang Xuanzi. Although her parents still treat her the same as before, they feel that her job doesn't matter as long as their daughter lives a happy life. But for herself, such an experience is obviously full of regrets and irreparable. Until Liang appeared, a powerful life profession that can grow a variety of plants with destructive power. She never dared to imagine in her dreams that such a coincidence could happen in the world. Inside the Yunzhou municipal office, when she saw with her own eyes the nut that pierced through the ceiling directly because of its own ability that increased several times. She had already begun to feel it. All of this seems to be destined. Of course, she was also very clear that so many things were actually just her wishful thinking. She didn't know what Li Yang was thinking. So before that, she hopes to first work hard to narrow the distance between herself and Li Yang. At the very least, don't let Li Yang hate you first. After recounting the trivialities of her past, Baiji immediately fell silent. After calming himself down a little, he raised his head and looked at Li Yang again. The energy previously lost has not yet been fully replenished. She spoke too many words in one breath, and she felt a little short of breath, just as she thought. In fact, Li Yang was not deeply moved by her past. After all, whether as a fighting family or a mining group. For Li Yang, these things were only seen in some novels or TV dramas at most. He had never experienced that, so how could he possibly empathize with her? However, out of politeness, Li Yang politely expressed his understanding. Then he noticed Baiji's slightly absent-minded eyes. Li Yang suddenly had an idea and immediately took out a brown coffee bean from his storage ring. In fact, Li Yang had already thought of this when he heard about the side effects of Baiji's talent. It's just that at that time his attention was distracted and he had no time to take care of these things. But to be honest, Li Yang also really wanted to see what changes Angelica to Hirika could bring to his plants in the future. Let's help her solve this problem of constant dozing off. Li Yang placed the coffee beans in front of Baiji and motioned for her to eat them. Baiji on the opposite side was stunned for a moment and seemed a little confused, until I heard Li Yang say, "Just consider it as a reward for eating your fruit." Only then did he feel relieved, took the coffee beans from Li Yang's hand, and put them into his mouth. Bang, bang. The silvery white teeth crushed the brown fruit. A rich and mellow aroma immediately filled her mouth. Baiji's originally dazed brain suddenly became extremely clear. A gleam of light also burst out from his eyes. This is Chapter 58, welcoming Li Yang with the highest standards. Looking at Baiji's surprised expression, Li Yang understood. It seems that my coffee beans do have an effect on her. This feeling is so wonderful. My mind hasn't been this clear in a long time. This feeling is simply incredible. Baiji's voice trembled a little when she spoke. Even the chest beneath the milky white plush pajamas began to rise and fall as her breathing became more and more rapid. Ever since she awakened her talent of herb abundance, she wished she could sleep for 20 hours out of 24 hours a day. As long as I use my ability once, my mind will be in a state of chaos for the next 2 or 3 days. And now, the paste-like feeling in her head disappeared without a trace. The whole person reached a level of clarity that he had never experienced before. Even the slow-speaking speed became a little faster. Student Li Yang, She stood up subconsciously and looked at Li Yang, who was sitting opposite her. She was eager to know what magic Li Yang used to help her solve the problem that had troubled her for so long. Li Yang yawned, stood up calmly, and stretched. He patted his lips and said casually, "Okay, that's good. As long as it works for you. I don't use much of this coffee beans right now, so I don't save much. I'll save a batch for you in a couple of days. You can have them as snacks when you have nothing to do. Although I can't cure your disease, it's good to alleviate your symptoms." Baiji opened her mouth, and an emotion she had never had before appeared on her pretty face. She racked her brains and used every possible word to formally express her joy and gratitude to Li Yang. But those sentences that were almost condensed into poetry had not yet been uttered. Li Yang on the opposite side stretched lazily, said casually, "Okay, I'm sleepy," and left here leisurely. Bai Ji swallowed back her emotions and stared blankly at Li Yang's gradually disappearing back. Then she gently lifted the hem of her pajamas and performed a complicated yet solemn ceremony. The day passed quickly. When Dongfang Changming knocked on Li Yang's door and told him that they had arrived at their destination, Li Yang was even a little slow to react. After changing clothes, I walked out of the cabin. Bai Ji, who had already put on her regular clothes, was waiting on the other side. She first smiled and nodded, and then performed a set of etiquette that was so standard and demanding that Li Yang could not understand it at all. After spending some time together, Li Yang was no longer surprised by her habits. After she finished this set of movements, she asked curiously, "Speaking of which, Miss Bai, you didn't come up with this set of moves just now, did you? Why do they change every day?" Bai Ji was obviously stunned for a moment, and then quickly explained seriously. "This is the action recorded in the third revision of the standard etiquette for non-commissioned officers of the Far North Army of China. Good morning and good night, greeting peers and elders, and greeting men and women all need to have corresponding standards." Li Yang just asked casually and didn't expect to hear this kind of answer. She was a little shocked and secretly admired. "Well, you're worthy of being the eldest daughter of a big family. It's incredible that I can remember something like this so clearly." This sounded like a compliment to Bai Ji. She scratched her head a little embarrassedly and responded softly, "Although, no one cares about these things nowadays. But I think there is no order without rules. Since we are warriors of Tongshuansi, we will definitely shoulder a lot of responsibilities to save the weak and uphold justice. In today's world where everyone is in danger, the rules made by humans that represent rationality are the ones that can best give others a sense of security and represent justice." This guy speaks in a very serious manner, just like he is in class. Li Yang blinked and sighed again. As expected of a lady from a wealthy family, her life ideals and ideological realm are much higher than his. Unfortunately, Li Yang is just a rough man and does not have such great and glorious ideas. What I want to do is nothing more than to improve my own strength through the country, and then make the country stronger through myself. As for Bai Ji's thoughts, I can only say, I don't quite understand it, but I respect it. Li Yang, shall I take you to the Tongshan division first? I'll have someone send your luggage to your residence. Let's go to Tongshuansi first, and I'll go and handle all the formalities for you." Dongfang Changming's voice came from his side. Then, two soldiers came forward and took the luggage from Li Yang. The group walked down the gangway and left the huge airship. Walk out of the parking area, pass security check, and leave the waiting hall. Li Yang finally officially entered the imperial capital. Looking at the dazzlingly prosperous city in front of me, Li Yang still sighed the same way. It is worthy of being the imperial capital. The towering skyscrapers rise from the ground, exuding a lot of modern brilliance. Huge billboards flash between the tall buildings, playing various eye-catching advertisements. Job changers in various costumes shuttled through the streets and alleys, and the various gaps and knife marks on their armor seem to be writing their own unique stories. Dialects from various regions blend together, forming a wonderful harmony against the backdrop of the noise of traffic. Tongshuansi and the Imperial Capital Military Department are very close to each other and are not in the city. I have already called a taxi. Please wait for a while. Dongfang Changming put down his phone and began to explain. Then he looked at Bai Ji next to him and asked, "By the way, Bai Ji, do you plan to go back to the company with us, or do you need my help to call a car to the 6th department?" Bai Ji shook her head. Student Li Yang has just arrived and is still a little unfamiliar with the Imperial Academy. Director Dongfang should go and help Li Yang with the necessary formalities later, right? If Li Yang doesn't mind. During this period, I will take Li Yang to familiarize himself with the imperial capital, especially the situation of Tongshuansi. After saying that, she quickly turned her head to look at Li Yang next to her and smiled at him. Director Dongfang also looked at Li Yang with an inquiring expression. Li Yang shrugged, still not caring. He actually doesn't care much who takes him around. He only cared about what the big house that Dongfang Changming had promised to give him would look like. Dongfang Changming said it himself. Li Yang's situation is special, so specific standards need to be set. As for the accommodation application alone, he was given the highest configuration. I heard that it was to take Li Yang's abilities into consideration. The official side directly helped him open up a large enough vegetable garden in Tongshuansi according to the standards of the 6 ministries. Chapter 59. Whose Goblin Escaped? The so-called 6 ministries are actually important power organs that have continued in China since ancient times. It is similar to the previous military department of Yenzhou, but the planning of the imperial capital is more complete and detailed. In addition to the military department, which is in charge of military affairs and deploying soldiers and weapons. Among the 6 ministries, there is also the Ministry of Personnel, which is in charge of personnel affairs and official transfers and is the head of the 6 ministries. The Ministry of Revenue is in charge of matters such as territory, land taxes, and salaries. The Ministry of Rights was in charge of diplomacy and education. The Ministry of Justice was in charge of judicial affairs, and the Ministry of Works was in charge of engineering matters. Each department performs its duties and cooperates with each other. Together, they created the imperial capital, an extremely prosperous and colorful city. Now, the Tongshuansi where Liang is about to go is a special department independent of the 6 ministries and directly connects with the highest level of the imperial capital. The power of Tongshuansi is no less than any of the 6 ministries. Naturally, all the responsibilities that need to be shouldered are also involved. There's no need to say much about the most basic job changer training, combat, and dungeon expeditions. Ever since various special job changers were discovered, the number of people like Bai Ji who directly target the Ministry of Households has gradually increased. In addition to the most basic task of training special job changers, Tongshuansi also has the following tasks. Gradually, it became a 7th department that was parallel to the 6 departments and even had a higher status than the 6 departments. At this point, Dongfang Changming changed the subject and suddenly mentioned another matter in a mysterious tone. So, although it's not my place to say this, I'd better mention it in passing. In the imperial capital, and even in the whole of China, proper use of the identity of Tongshuansi can actually bring us a lot of convenience. For example, when using public transportation, our Tongshuansi token can even be used as a merit card. When carrying out some special tasks, we can also temporarily requisition local military forces or directly connect with the local municipal government. There are also some copy resources that are prohibited from being occupied due to various restrictions. You can also use the identity of Tongshuansi. Let's stop here. Tongshuansi has considerable power, but at the same time, these privileges all come from the obligations we bear. If you are found to have abused your power, the internal punishment of Tongshuansi will be very strict. At the very least, he will be permanently stripped of his status as a Tongshuansi official. At the worst, Dongfang Changming said this, and gently stretched out a hand and stroked his neck. But he immediately chuckled and shook his head. However, Liang, there is no need to be too nervous. It has been quite a few years since Tongshuansi was established, and this kind of situation has basically never occurred. Those who can enter Tongshuansi have different abilities and personalities. But everyone's character has been personally supervised and approved by us old guys. In short, I hope that student Liang can live happily in Tongshuansi. If you need anything during this period, you can call me at any time. Dongfang Changming seemed to have made such introductions many times. When the last sentence was finished, the driver in the front row stepped on the brakes and stopped the armored vehicle sent from the military in front of the gate of Tongshuansi. Dongfang Changming got out of the car and opened the door for Liang and Bai Ji. Then he nodded to Liang and said, "Well, Liang, I will go and handle the procedures related to you first and help you apply for a token by the way. In the meantime, let Bai Ji take you on a tour around here. Don't be too formal. From today on, we are all members of the Tongshan Division, and we are considered a family. There are no messy rules here. Just treat it as your own home and do whatever you want." After saying that, Jindan said goodbye to Liang and Bai Ji. He turned around and left in the opposite direction from them, looking at this huge park built directly in the suburbs in front of us. Liang subconsciously thought of things like military bases. Originally, the scenes that he had only seen in movies and TV now appeared before his eyes. Looking at the several armored vehicles parked inside the gate and the military soldiers standing guard deep inside, Liang couldn't help but feel a little excited. Student Liang, after watching director Dongfang leave, Bai Ji turned her head away. He had just opened his mouth, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a loud explosion right above them. Boom! The huge sound was like thunder, which scared the two of them. Looking up, they saw a light, high-speed airship flying out of Tongshuansi right above their heads and flying low into the distance. Liang opened his mouth and exclaimed again, "Awesome! Awesome! It's worthy of being a big city. You travel by this thing? It's awesome." Bai Ji was a little embarrassed. Liang, I don't think this is a normal trip for Tongshuansi. This type of airship is usually used by the military as a combat vehicle for short-distance transportation. Looking at this situation, it seems that some teams in Tongshuansi are out on emergency missions. This situation is actually quite common, so don't worry too much about it. Liang nodded, then walked through the gate and entered Tongshuansi. The imagined scene of young students wandering around, full of youthful atmosphere, did not appear. On the contrary, when he first walked in, the scene in front of him really made Liang a little confused. Many armored vehicles and transport boats were parked on both sides of the main road. Many fully armed men formed their own teams and were jogging all the way to the military vehicles. There was a solemn and anxious atmosphere in the air. Seeing this scene, Liang only wanted to think of one thing: start a war, whether it's against a tide of beasts or something else. In short, he had only seen this kind of mobilization scene in many war movies in his previous life. Is this a common situation? Liang raised his eyebrows and looked at Bai Ji beside him. But the confusion on Bai Ji's face was no less than Liang's. She was also a little confused. I have only been away from Tongshuansi for 2 or 3 days. Why does it feel like I missed 2 or 3 years? Miss Bai, I just heard that you appeared at the Imperial Capital Airport. I didn't expect you to really come back. Are you going out to research new crops? Or are you going to attend a meeting? Who is this guy next to you? Just when Liang and Bai Ji were confused, a boy who was a little too short and wearing a dark green suit ran over from a distance with an excited look on his face. The guy waved at Bai Ji excitedly with a smile on his face. As a result, after getting a little closer, the wrinkles on his face instantly piled up on his face in a wrinkled manner like solidified magma. Moreover, Liang said something that he didn't know whether he should say it or not. A green suit, coupled with this guy's too short stature. When he ran over from a distance, he took a quick look. Liang thought it was someone's goblin that ran out. Chapter 60. Who are you sending it to? When she saw the goblin boy running over, a hint of abnormality flashed across Bai Ji's face. Before entering the door, she was still thinking about where to start taking Liang around. Who should I start introducing to Liang? But no matter who it is, it's better than this guy with a mental problem. Although Bai Ji is not very familiar with it either. But she had heard it from director Dongfang's description. This guy seems to be influenced by his family environment. It causes the whole person's mind to be somewhat childish. However, Bai Ji is an educated young lady after all, and she is very good at managing her facial expressions. What's more, he is now also Li Yang's tour guide. So she put on a business-like smile and introduced the two of them to each other. Liang, this is Meng Qing. He is also a student admitted by Tongshuansi. Like us, he has a livelihood profession. Meng Qing, this is Liang. Director Dongfang and I went to Yinzhou to pick him up. He is a life-related job changer with great talent. Hearing this, the guy named Meng Qing narrowed his eyes immediately. He began to look Liang up and down. A person who has changed his job in life with great talent? Or was it Miss Bai and director Dongfang who brought her back together? Is this true? I didn't even get this kind of treatment in the beginning. This Tongshuansi is not a place that ordinary people can enter. Those who are qualified to step through this door are all monsters among monsters. Student Liang, what is your level? What powerful tricks do you have? Show them to me. Liang ignored him. All I could see was the light airship behind this guy. It has to be said that Blue Star's technology as a whole is not as advanced as his original world. However, with the assistance of alien forces, various black technologies continue to emerge. This so-called light airship actually has some similarities to ordinary swept-wing fighter jets. And on this basis, this thing has a lot of strange and bizarre deformation structures, which looks quite sci-fi. Like a transformer, so cool. What grown man can stand this stuff? I kind of want to take out my phone to take a picture. I just don't know whether taking photos is allowed inside Tongshuansi. Liang was just about to consult Bai Ji about this issue. The fellow named Meng Qing on the opposite side, with his hands on his hips, started to mutter to himself. Looking at the way you're dressed, you're probably not the son of a wealthy family, right? From Yinzhou, what kind of place is that? How come I've never heard of it? But since you were able to get our director Dongfang and the beautiful Miss Bai to invite you together, it means you have some ability. But as your senior, I have to remind you, when we get out there, the most important thing is to have power and background. Which gang are you from? Since you have a good relationship with Miss Bai, call me Brother Ming, and I will consider protecting you. The words haven't finished yet. With a loud boom, the airship that Liang had been caring about took off from the ground and soared into the sky. No chance to take pictures. Liang suddenly felt a little depressed. Then he glanced at Meng Qing, then turned to look at Baiji. Your friend? Baiji shook her head. No, not that familiar. Not familiar. Liang looked at the guy in front of him who was talking nonstop and trying to continue pretending. A cordial greeting, spoken directly. Who are you sending it to? This sentence stunned Meng Qing and Baiji beside him. Meng Qing's eyes widened, and he didn't react for a long time. What did you say? Li Yang's mouth was filled with honey, and he said unhappily, I say, who are you sending it to? Are those dog ears hanging on both sides of your head? You can't even understand what people say. Such harsh remarks dealt a heavy blow to Meng Qing's young heart. He opened his mouth and mumbled for a long time before finally uttering, How dare you say such vulgar things in front of Miss Bai? Liang interrupted the spell casting and said, You can't even speak a complete sentence, so why don't you just come out and embarrass yourself? Meng Qing felt a tightness in his chest and almost suffocated himself. Seeing Li Yang's disdainful expression, he immediately became angry. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? I am the one with the highest combat power among all the job changers in the life type of Tongxian Division. You dare to mess with me? Liang almost laughed. Okay, he admitted that he had spoken too harshly just now. This goblin-like boy has a talent for comedy. The strongest fighter among those who change their jobs in the life category. Isn't this just picking the tallest guy out among the short guys? Oh no, I think I am in this position as well. Damn, it's too early to laugh. Liang laughed at himself, and looking at Meng Qing in front of him, who was not as tall as him even when he jumped, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. This Tongxuansi really has all kinds of people. He was not worried about the other party's title of being the most powerful among the so-called life-type job changers. After all, when I come here, I have to at least compare myself with combat professions. Just a life profession that can participate in combat. It's really not worth mentioning. If it weren't for the fact that Baiji's talent had too many side effects. I guess if you use abundance to strengthen a durian 5 times its size and use it to hit people, you can get this title. Baiji next to her was still a little out of shape, still immersed in Li Yang's astonishing words just now. Look at Li Yang's elegant and easygoing face. He doesn't seem like the type of person who would say something like that. Was I hallucinating? What's going on here? Just when the two sides were in a stalemate and Li Yang was ready to continue attacking, Dongfang Changming suddenly walked in from outside. In his hand was a palm-sized black token. Due to some unexpected situations, the work of processing Li Yang's procedures needs to be slowed down a little. He only obtained a temporary token from it to facilitate Li Yang's free movements during this period. As a result, when I just came back, I saw that Li Yang seemed to have a conflict with someone. Li Yang didn't have time to speak. Meng Qing on the opposite side raised his hand very seriously. Director Dongfang, is this Li Yang the person you brought back? I don't know how he passed your test, but there are definitely big problems with his character. This statement is not only a provocation to Li Yang, but also indicates that Dongfang Changming's vision is problematic. Li Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Meng Qing, who had a serious face in front of him. As expected, Dongfang Changming frowned when he heard this. He quickened his pace a little and walked over, then asked, What's going on? Meng Qing stared at Li Yang and said firmly, He swore so filthy. Silence. The scene was as silent as death. Dongfang Changming seemed to be choked by something and almost couldn't breathe. After calming down for a moment, he let out a long sigh. He reached out his hand and patted Meng Qing on the shoulder. Okay, got it, go play. The tone was extremely perfunctory, but Meng Qing didn't even hear it. The guy curled his lips, narrowed his eyes, and glanced at Li Yang with an expression as if he had avenged himself. Then he turned around and left with a swagger. After watching that guy walk away, Li Yang spoke up to break the silence. He sued the teacher just because he couldn't win the argument. Isn't this guy too fragile mentally? Is that guy a 3-year-old? Dongfang Changming held his forehead with his hand, feeling a little embarrassed. Student Li Yang, please forgive me. After all, the people in Tongxuansi come from all corners of the world, and they have all kinds of personalities. This Meng Qing was indeed spoiled a lot when he was a child, which made his mind a little too simple. But he's also someone I took in, so there's actually no problem with his character. Just treat him as a 3-year-old child and ignore him. By the way, here is the key to your residence. Let Baiji take you there. You can also ask her to take you to familiarize yourself with the environment here on the way. As he spoke, Dongfang Changming handed a silver-white metal card to Li Yang. Li Yang took the key and nodded slightly. Then Dongfang Changming left in a hurry, as if he was still busy with something. Bai Ji bowed slightly and said, "Well, Liang, shall I take you to see where to live first? You can also check if there's anything else you need." Liang had no objection and let Bai Ji lead the way. Chapter 61. Emergency. The Northern Wall. The short journey of just over 10 minutes from the main gate to the residential area allowed Liang to see all aspects of Tongshuansi. He was very clear that those who changed jobs in Tongshan Division all had some abilities. There are definitely quite a few job changers who have extraordinary talents, but have yet to fully develop them. After all, Bai Ji is that kind of person. But after walking around for a while, Liang discovered it. In comparison, the drowsiness caused by excessive use of Bai Ji is actually not a big deal. For example, when passing the trial field halfway, Liang saw with his own eyes that there was a beast assassin who mutated into a Spider-Man. He possessed the strength and reaction of a spider, the ability to climb walls, and could even spit out extremely tough spider silk. But spider silk comes out of the butt. There is also a Qigong master who can control the flow of air and easily hit the target from behind a mountain. But when the gas is controlled, it will be discharged uncontrollably. There are a lot of people changing their jobs like this, which really opened Liang's eyes. "We're here, Liang. This is where you'll be staying." While Liang was still marveling at the vastness of the world, Bai Ji, who was walking in front, had already stopped and turned around. Looking at the spectacular scene in front of him, Liang couldn't help but be a little surprised. Whatever configurations are inside the house can be put aside for now. This front yard, which is as big as 2 or 3 basketball courts, shows enough sincerity. Near the corner of the house, Liang's luggage was placed. After opening the door with the card-shaped key, the house revealed a simple and exquisitely decorated scene. Then, with the help of Bai Ji, Liang took less than 2 hours to tidy up his residence. I was just about to go out into the yard and plant some sunflowers. A familiar person appeared outside the courtyard and waved at him. The person who came was Dongfang Changming, who had just left for some reason. "Sorry, Liang, you may have to put cleaning the house aside for now. Now, there is something urgent that I hope I can ask you to do." Liang raised his eyebrows, feeling a little confused. "I just arrived and haven't even completed the formalities. Is there something to do now? No way is this true?" To the current Tongshuansi, he is just a newly enrolled student. Director Dongfang really trusts him. Director Dongfang sighed helplessly and said, "The incident happened suddenly. Although the local military rushed to the scene immediately, the situation is not very optimistic and even looks like an emergency. In order to ensure that the Northern Great Wall does not fall first, we can only temporarily mobilize combat forces from the nearest place. The beasts you have to deal with are generally around level 60, similar to the ones you dealt with in the hidden dungeon before. If this succeeds, I will report it to the higher-ups and apply for the highest level reward for you." At this time, Liang still didn't quite understand the situation. What the hell is going on? The Great Wall in the north? Beast attack? How could something like this suddenly happen? This familiar feeling? Liang narrowed his eyes and opened his system. Current task, none. Okay, it seems that this is not a problem caused by the system. He even thought that he had inherited some protagonist's special physique that caused him to get into trouble wherever he went. It seems to be just a coincidence. Liang thought about it for a moment in his mind. Some information about the Great Wall in the north came to mind. City walls, as an important means for humans to resist the beast tide, were built in large numbers after the world was gamified. Among them, the Northern Great Wall is one of the largest city walls throughout the history of China. It spanned 4 or 5 cities like a giant dragon lying between the mountains, keeping out a large number of undeveloped copies and related beast tides in the far north. And once the Northern Great Wall is breached by the beast tide, several cities on the border will fall in an instant. Without these most basic barriers, the imperial capital, as the core city of China, would be directly exposed. In short, the Great Wall in the north can be said to be one of the most important and stable lifelines of China. Why did this suddenly become an emergency? If you have made up your mind, please follow me. We'll take the fastest airship and go over there to help you set up a defense line first. I'll talk to you about the details on the way. The fastest airship? Liang looked in the direction of Dongfang Changming's hand and saw in the distance a very cool airship that had just completed a round of transportation mission and was slowly landing. Oh, there's an unexpected gain. This is more than just taking pictures. You could even sit up there? Liang nodded in agreement and checked his level. Level 55. I'm only 5 levels away from being able to change my job again. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of this beast tide to level up. Liang thought silently, while Dongfang Chaming on the side turned his gaze to Baiji. Ms. Baiji, you should come along too. The far north is your hometown. You're most familiar with the geography. It is most appropriate for you to be our guide. At the same time, this is also the first time that you and Li Yong have worked together in actual combat, which is of great significance. After hearing this, Baiji immediately nodded seriously and agreed. Then they followed him into the cabin. Speaking of this airship, its speed is really amazing. Take off from the imperial capital and land behind the Great Wall in the north. It took less than 2 hours in total. And during the flight, Li Yong discovered helplessly. My own system started to act up again. New task. Kill 500 monsters above level 60, 0/500. Mission reward. 20 million suns, a rare item card, a plant formation preservation card. I haven't started using this save card yet. Here comes another one. However, this rare item card is still pretty good. I made an impulse purchase since I last unlocked the item shop. Li Yong hasn't been there to consume for a long time. After this period of settling down, you will have plenty of sunshine on hand, and then you can use the cards to stock up on some large firepower lineups. In addition, this beast tide broke out very suddenly. The location of the Northern Great Wall is very important, which is why when the craftsmen were building it, the goal was to make it stand firm for 1,000 years. So logically speaking, the Northern Great Wall can be regarded as one of the strongest and most stable walls in the whole of China. There has indeed never been any problem over the years. But just a while ago, this extremely strong city wall suffered its most serious damage to date. On the outskirts of the far north, a large number of magical beasts that had never appeared before suddenly and inexplicably appeared. Although the level is not high, the number is extremely terrifying. The defenders inside the Northern Great Wall responded immediately, closing all the city gates as quickly as possible and setting up front. But these monsters that suddenly appeared were completely different from the types of monsters they had fought against before. It's like a hodgepodge of all the magical beasts on the entire blue planet. There are leopard species that only appear in tropical areas, monsters that only appear in the west, and even fish that only appear in the deep sea. These are types that the local military has never dealt with before. Therefore, despite their quick response, they still suffered heavy losses from the impact of the beast tide. The battle in front is fine for now, but the number of monsters is too large and the battle line is stretched too long. Student Li Yong, the disaster situation in the eastern region is probably more serious. Can I ask you to take care of it? I'll contact the frontline troops to send people over there first. I'll let you know when it's almost cleared. Li Yong shook his head. If the levels of the monsters are confirmed to be around level 60, I am enough on my own. Dongfang Changming was stunned for a moment by the shocking words, and then nodded in conviction. Understood. In addition, there's a job changer from our Tongxian division guarding there. You could cooperate a little. Besides? Never mind, it doesn't matter. You'll know who it is when you get there. Li Yong raised his eyebrows and called Baiji. Let's go, Miss Bai. Let's take this opportunity to try to enrich a few more plants. Chapter 62, Attack on Titan? After landing, Li Yong took Baiji and moved toward the target location while thinking about the current situation. At present, all places are providing support to the north as quickly as possible. But the combat power in the north is obviously still very scarce. Before the follow-up team from the military was sent up, the available combat force here can basically only be supported by the elites of Tongshuansi. Fortunately, those who have changed their jobs in Tongshuansi are not just there to eat for nothing, although the number of people is nothing compared to the military. But each of them has the strength to fight against 100 people alone. Especially those job changers with exceptionally strong talents, they can almost guard an entire level by themselves. Civilians living near the Northern Great Wall were evacuating in a hurry under the instructions of logistics personnel. The military soldiers in uniform and the elites of Tongshuansi became the steadfast ones who went against the surging crowd. Walking against the current, Li Yong couldn't help but feel a little emotional. If it were in the past, he would never have thought that he would become one of these people. The bustling crowds on both sides reminded Li Yong of the villagers in his hometown of Yinzhou. Every time we encounter a beast tide, it's almost the same situation. Student Li Yong, look over there. After arriving at the destination, Baiji suddenly raised her hand and pointed to a group of abandoned houses in the distance near the Great Wall in the north. Look in the direction of her finger. A 3-story house in the distance was suddenly blown away by an unknown force. On the ground, many sea-dwelling monsters were crawling all over the ground and were crushed to pieces by the huge force. Large clouds of dust mixed with sand and gravel flew high up and covered the entire street. And from the thick dust, a huge human figure over 10 meters tall slowly emerged. Giant? The monsters in your northern borders are quite unique in appearance. The moment he saw the giant, Liang was stunned for a moment and then started jokingly. Baiji shook her head, a little worried on her face. Has the north become so chaotic? Student Liang, she wanted to ask Liang how to fight, although I had imagined fighting monsters countless times before. But this was her first actual combat after all. Compared to Liang, who had faced the beast tide head-on, her experience was basically zero. Liang narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the giant who was roaring angrily and seemed a little confused. Wait a minute, that guy doesn't seem to be a monster. Liang noticed that the giants over there seemed to be constantly killing the monsters that poured in from the cracks in the Great Wall. Is it an internal conflict among World of Warcraft? This is obviously unlikely. Liang suddenly thought of what Dongfang Changming said not long ago. To be on the safe side, a job changer from the Tongshan division has been sent here in advance to guard the place. From this point of view, this giant who is fighting with the monster may be the so-called another job changer. That guy can actually turn into a giant? Liang had never heard of such talent. So I asked Baiji, who was standing next to me. But judging from Baiji's reaction, it seemed that she knew nothing about this matter. It seems that the young ladies from wealthy families don't know everything. Liang shrugged and rubbed his storage ring casually. He took out the shadow staff that he had previously found in the hidden copy of Yinzhou. Holding it, I slowly moved forward a few steps and found a similar place. Then poked downward. Suddenly, all the shadows within a few hundred meters were connected to him. It became an extension of his arm and also connected to his storage space. Many seeds poked their heads out from the shadows and were placed wherever there might be soil. Looking at Liang, who stood still after taking out the staff, Baiji felt a little strange. Doesn't she remember that Liang is a farmer? Why do you have to take out the staff before fighting? But the next moment, as Liang opened his eyes, he snapped his fingers lightly. All of Baiji's doubts were replaced by greater shock. I saw that the originally gray scene in the abandoned town before me was suddenly covered by a green color. Countless plants grew out from the shadows, following whatever soil they could touch, and grew to a size of several meters in just a few seconds. Some of the spikes even climbed directly along the cracks in the wall and reached the rooftops as high as 3 or 4 stories. He began to unleash extremely intense firepower on all the monsters within sight. Emerald green and dark blue peas shot out like bullets. Green cabbages and large lumps of butter were also thrown high into the air. As soon as the pepper, which was as tall as a person, appeared, it began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next second, a wall of fire several meters high rose up with the force of a prairie fire, engulfing the deserted streets. A large number of sea-dwelling monsters that tried to rush in were directly sucked into the sea of fire, emitting extremely shrill screams, and with crackling sounds, they turned into black charcoal. The giant fighting in the front was also startled by the sudden change. He turned around subconsciously and saw Li Yang and the other two standing in the distance. Then, the hostility in his eyes suddenly subsided a lot. It casually knocked down several houses and smashed down the path that the beast had to take to continue moving deeper inward. Then he suddenly passed several houses and walked towards Li Yang. As he walked, he let out a deafening roar. With its footsteps, the ground shook violently. The sense of oppression brought by this giant is extraordinary. This scene really scared Li Yang. This isn't anger, is it? No. Why doesn't this guy look happy when he sees someone helping him? Could this really be a strange monster? Just as he was thinking this, the giant's angry roar gradually faded. The huge body slowly turned into mud-like flesh at a speed visible to the naked eye and began to collapse in large pieces. A giant who was more than 10 meters tall actually melted in front of Li Yang. This scene, Li Yang has indeed never seen it. Most of the melted meat paste turned into white steam and disappeared without a trace before it even touched the ground. And an extremely ordinary figure walked out from inside through layers of white fog. The man was wearing Tong Xuanzi's combat uniform and a pair of thick, somewhat funny round-frame glasses on his face. He was wearing a pair of jeans that were almost faded from washing and a pair of ordinary casual shoes. And I don't know if it was Li Yang's illusion. This guy seems to be limping when he walks. It gives people a feeling of being extremely ordinary. He's the kind of guy who, once thrown into a crowd, disappears in the blink of an eye. He was completely different from the tall and mighty giant with murderous eyes. Chapter 63. Full Fire. Hey. Hello. This support is so timely. If you had come a little later, I would have missed a lot of monsters. There are too many beasts this time. I can't handle them all by myself. After getting closer, the guy who had lost his giant form quickly thanked Li Yong and the others and bowed awkwardly. At the same time, a simple smile appeared on his face, and he looked a bit like an alpaca. This simple and honest image is completely different from the decisive and murderous look just now. Look at this outfit. You're a senior from the previous class of the Tongshuansi Combat Department, right? Bai Ji recognized the man's identity at a glance. After a slight salute, she introduced him. I'm Bai Ji, this is Li Yong. We are the new class of job transfers from the Life Department of Tongshuansi, and we have been ordered to rush here to provide support. Li Yong nodded. Well, she said everything I should say. Bai Ji covered her mouth somewhat embarrassedly and apologized in a low voice. As expected, the person opposite became awkward all of a sudden because he had never seen Bai Ji greet someone in such a formal way. He rubbed his hands, scratched his head, and then could only say apologetically, I'm sorry, I haven't learned anything special about this. I'm Du Xingding from the Tongshan Division, level 82 Berserker. Thank you both for your support. As he said this, he cupped his hands again. His every gesture and movement revealed a humility and honesty that was totally inconsistent with his actual strength. Hearing this, Li Yong raised his eyebrows, looking a little confused. Level 82 Berserker. If this kind of person were placed in Yinzhou, he could easily be appointed as the minister of the army. Also Berserker. The key point is that he doesn't look crazy at all. That's really interesting. Although I still want to have a good chat with this buddy named Du Shengding. But now is not the time to do these things. The number of plants Li Yong planted using the shadow staff was very limited. In such a complex terrain, there were many corners that could not be taken care of. After the monsters over there gradually got used to the existence of these plants, they began to slowly bypass the blind spots of the plant's attacks and drilled through various gaps. That's what the beast tide is like. I don't know what principle they used. Anyway, when a large number of monsters gather together, they can always accurately know where the most crowded places are nearby and then launch an attack in one fell swoop. Behind the Great Wall in the north, less than 100 miles away, is the city in the far north. Once these monsters get the chance, they will kill them. If monsters enter the city, the damage caused will be immeasurable. Li Yong patted Du Xingding on the shoulder and said, Brother, more support will be here soon. Try harder and hold on a little longer. Please help me buy some time. I will try to plant more plants and arrange the troops to stop all the monsters here. Plant plants? Deploy troops? Moreover, the tone in which Li Yong said this made it seem as if he was very confident that he could hold off the tide of beasts here by himself. If it were someone else, they would have been asking these questions for a long time. But Du Xingding only glanced at the green shade that covered half of the city behind him and the towering wall of fire. I already had a rough estimate of Li Yang's strength in my mind. So he nodded slowly. Okay, Brother Li Yong, I'll rely on you a lot this time. Those beasts are omnipresent. I was exhausted just now. Don't push yourself too hard. If you really can't hold on, we can just retreat a few miles. Li Yong waved his hand, signaling Du Xingding to rest assured. Then he took a step forward and took out a lot of seeds from the storage ring. Walked straight towards the tide of beasts that are gradually surging in front. Looking at Li Yang's extremely determined back, Du Xingding's heart gradually became excited. Then he took 2 quick steps forward with a fierce light in his eyes. Then he raised his hand and pointed at his face, and pa, he gave 2 big blows. The sound was so clear that it startled Li Yong, who was walking in front. Li Yong quickly turned around and said, It's not a buddy, right? If you're tired, I have something refreshing. Li Yong thought that Du Xingding was physically and mentally exhausted after fighting for a long time, and was forcing himself to cheer up. I was just about to take out some coffee beans to give him a boost. As a result, the next moment, the changes that happened to Du Xingding made Li Yong understand everything instantly. An extremely ferocious expression appeared on Du Xingding's honest face. Heat began to rise from the entire body, and the skin became redder and redder. Then, roar. A deafening roar that was totally unlike anything a human could make suddenly rang out like thunder out of the blue. Du Xingding was completely surrounded by billowing white smoke, and the hot steam surged up into the sky. Countless scarlet flesh and pale bones intertwined and reorganized, generating tough muscles and skin within half a second. Then, the next moment, a giant who was more than 10 meters tall, with a nimble body and muscular body, rushed out from the white smoke. Along with that roar, his eyes flashed with ferocity, and he rushed straight towards the tide of beasts. The earth is shaking and the houses are wailing. The furious giant was like a wild beast out of control, throwing himself into the beast tide, blowing away large pieces of flesh and blood. After getting angry, can you turn into a giant? I didn't expect that there is such a talent in this world. It's amazing. Baiji's silvery white hair was blown into disarray by the strong wind created by the giant, but it did not affect her shock at the moment. She held her long hair by her ears with her hands, looked at the giant rising from the ground over there, and opened her mouth slightly. Such people have always been in Tongshuansi. Why had she never heard of it? With this level of violence, I don't know which side is the villain. Liang in front had already walked to the right place. Looking at Du Shengding, who was fighting fiercely to stop the beast tide, he teased casually. Then, he slowly raised his hand. Well, I guess it's about time I started. Pa! A snap of fingers. With Liang as the center, the area is about the size of 2 football fields. The solid ground was broken by the green vines, and a large number of strangely shaped peas sprouted their roots and stems and broke through the soil. 100 ice shooters and 60 corn pitchers served as a diversion. 40 torch stumps are lined up for enchantment. A wall of 100 nuts in the front row blocks the gap. Then 200 double shooters finished off the attack. At this point, the formation is complete. Liang took out the plant formation save card obtained from the system and threw it in front of him. Go ahead, save this. Then copy it 5 times in the same formation. 2,500 plants were laid out in an array. It is enough to prevent those monsters from moving forward. Chapter 64. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. It's fun to hang up and kill monsters. Host command detected. Saving of existing plant array has begun. Plant formation storage card number 001 activated. Code none. Main plant types: double shooter, torch stump, nut wall, ice shooter, corn pitcher. Total number of plants: 500. Required area: 40x50. Required sunlight: 75,500. Cooling time: 30 seconds. Host request has been accepted. Copy this formation 5 times. Total sunlight required: 377,500. Total time required: 150 seconds. Whether to allow the system to automatically adjust the position of plants within a certain range when obstacles are detected on the terrain. A lot of prompts popped up in Liang's mind. After choosing to allow, all prompts will be cleared instantly. What followed was the grand sight of a large number of plants breaking out of the ground. As the 150-second countdown began, more and more plants were lined up by Liang. It even overwhelmed the monsters that came out of the cracks. Many smaller and more agile sea-dwelling monsters slipped out from under the giant's feet and rushed towards Liang. But they could not run more than a few steps before being smashed to pieces by the rain of peas, leaving not even a complete body. Some higher-level monsters that cannot be easily killed by plants can go a little further, but it's only slightly far away. You couldn't walk far before you were hit by pieces of butter thrown by hundreds of corn pitchers, and you were frozen in place. Peas with the attributes of ice and fire gushed towards the beast tide, and the crackling sound continued. The beast tide that was so powerful just now was actually beaten back a lot. Even Du Shengding, who had transformed into a giant, couldn't help but show a very surprised expression when he saw the scene in front of him. Then look at Liang here. I couldn't help but feel a little more admiration in my heart. Of course, he knew that there were many experts in Tongshuansi, but Liang possesses this power at a young age, and I can now fully control it and use it with ease. It really caught him off guard. Looking at the monsters being driven back by the plants, Du Shengding hesitated for a moment and then began to clear the buildings here. All the houses nearby were razed to the ground to create a better output environment for Liang. After all, we are dealing with a tide of beasts. Compared with his clumsy, giant body, Liang's cleaning efficiency is still higher. Seeing Liang stretching lazily with a leisurely look on his face, Du Shengding understood. There is no suspense about the outcome of this battle. Hurry up, speed up. The key area here has been breached. Quickly send people to garrison there. Hurry up, those in front. There are only a few elites from the Tongshin division guarding that place. I don't know how long they can hold out. I actually forgot about this. Damn it, we are seriously short of manpower now. If this continues, after a while, A small team stationed in the northern border rushed here without stopping. The battles on the front lines have occupied a large number of troops. Although some advantages have been gained, the northern border is still in a state of lack of reinforcements. In this situation, the various non-frontline military teams need to withstand the pressure from the front lines and keep rushing to various checkpoints of the Great Wall in the north. Skip the front lines where the fighting is the most intense. The monsters attack from many angles simultaneously. If the checkpoints and other places were breached by the beast tide, the large forces on the front line would inevitably be attacked from both sides. By then, let alone the advantages we have finally gained. Once surrounded by the surging beast tide and without the protection of the Great Wall in the north, even a most battle-hardened job changer would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Therefore, after hearing the news that some monsters had already passed through the city wall and entered the interior, the person in charge of the frontline war immediately dispatched 2 teams to provide support. After a quick march, more than 30 fully armed soldiers finally arrived here. But after seeing the scene, many people were stunned on the spot. There is no surging tide of beasts breaking through the city walls here. All there is lush green plants and bullets flying in the sky. There are houses that were razed to the ground, and large areas of beasts that were beaten into pulp and could no longer advance even an inch. There are a huge number of monsters, most of which are around level 60. In front of Li Yang's fully formed plant army, they were completely vulnerable. Du Shengding, who had transformed into a giant, no longer had the capital to participate in the battle. I could only stand by and help dismantle the house and build the position, while blocking the monsters from entering, clear enough space for the bullets to fly away. Those flying peas can kill a monster in just a few shots. The efficiency is amazing. What's going on? Are these green plants the skills of a job changer? No, isn't this too overbearing? 3 young men guarding a checkpoint. This is incredible. Is this the strength of Tong Xianxi? I've heard that the job changers in the Tongxin division are all top monsters. Now I see that they are indeed worthy of their reputation. A group of soldiers stood in the distance, staring at the battlefield in front of them in amazement. They are here to provide support. But look at this situation. These 3 job changers from Tongxuanxi don't need their support at all. Your double shooter defeated the sea-dwelling demonic dragon, LV.59. Congratulations on gaining experience, 7,860. Your corn pitcher defeated the deep-sea 9-clawed fish, LV.63. Congratulations on gaining experience, 9,862. Your experience value has reached the upper limit. Congratulations on your level increase, LV.58, LV.59. Your experience value has reached the upper limit. Congratulations on your level increase, LV.59, LV.60. Current mission: kill 500 monsters above level 60, 385/500. Mission reward: 20 million suns, a rare item card, a plant formation preservation card. Liang found a large piece of rubble, sat on it, and looked at the kill notifications that flashed across the screen in front of him, secretly marveling at his current efficiency in killing monsters. Although many of these monsters are now over level 60, they are beyond the instant kill range of the plant rules. However, as long as he grows enough plants, there's no need to worry about this problem. Just as he had thought before, the most powerful thing about these plants is the chain reaction they create when they are piled up. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change, and the overwhelming number of plants is enough to offset all defects. Now the bullets fired by Li Yang's plants have been pushed all the way to the other side of the city wall. If any monster showed its head even a little, it would be beheaded in the next second. Brush for a while longer. After the system task is completed, you can use the nut wall to fill the gap in the city wall. Liang thought about this and yawned slightly. I have to say, it's really fun to AFK and kill monsters, but it does get a bit boring if you play it too much. Besides, there is no chance for Baiji to try other fertile plants yet. Find a time later and let her do something with the pea shooter or corn pitcher or something. It's a rare opportunity for her to come here. We can't let her do nothing, right? Chapter 65, Fierce Beast, Dark Abyss. While Yang was thinking about the fertile plants, the soldiers who came to support from behind have gradually arrived beside Li Yang. When seeing the upgrade halos emerging from Li Yang's head, everyone can basically guess who planted these plants on the ground. Everyone came over to take over from Li Yang with expressions of surprise or reverence on their faces. After learning that this place had been basically suppressed by Li Yang alone, Everyone exclaimed in shock. Several team leaders looked at each other and expressed their sincere admiration for Liang. As expected of a talented job changer from Tongshuansi. I've heard that one of you is as good as 100 ordinary job changers. Seeing is believing. And you are so young. Judging from your ages, you two should be about the same age as my son. You actually have such fighting ability. I really admire you. Thank you for your support. If it weren't for you, the main force would have been attacked from both sides, and the consequences would have been disastrous. As they spoke, the team leaders and their soldiers bowed repeatedly. When he was in Yinzhou, Liang was already accustomed to such compliments. He just smiled politely and said a few polite words. But Bai Ji, who was standing next to her, was hearing such praise for the first time. There was a gleam of joy in his eyes. She quickly lifted up the hem of her skirt and returned the greetings to everyone who was bowing to her repeatedly. This action immediately attracted the attention of several soldiers behind him. Wait, this conspicuous silver hair is from Tongshuansi. Isn't this the eldest daughter of the Bai family? Hearing this, several soldiers nearby and the team leader in front also reacted at the same time. The Bai family's reputation may not be so high elsewhere. The title of the eldest daughter of the Bai family is not something that everyone can hear. For example, Yinzhou, I have never heard of this person. But this is the northern border, the northernmost part of all China. To put it bluntly, it can almost be considered the Bai family's territory. The Bai family's reputation here is so famous that it can be said that everyone knows it. Even if no one has seen Bai Ji's specific appearance, everyone has heard of her to some extent. In front of his fellow countrymen, he descended from the sky to join the battle, saving the situation on the front line and making important contributions. This is exactly in line with Bai Ji's childhood fantasies about the future, and it feels like a dream coming true. All this is possible thanks to Liang. Thinking of this, she turned her head and gave Liang a grateful look. It happened that Liang's eyes met. At this time, Liang was also looking up and down at Bai Ji, who was dressed in white. White clothes, white skirt, white skin. It seems that the color of the pupils is also white. Aren't all members of the Bai family like this? Liang roughly imagined it in his mind. But now his greatest interest in Bai Ji is actually, when should she be able to use this rich talent? As soon as this thought came to mind, the giant in front who was cooperating with the plans to block the beast tide suddenly let out a deafening roar. At the same time, there was a sudden violent tremor on the edge of the city wall. Everyone present raised their heads at the same time and looked over there. The next moment, a huge claw suddenly stretched out from the city wall over there and slammed heavily on the wall, made of huge rocks. What's going on? Something's coming from over there. This claw is so big. What is this? Everyone present was shocked. He watched the huge claws reaching over the city wall with an expression of great surprise. The problem of the beast tide on the front line has not been solved yet, and now this happens. This newly emerged large enemy is definitely not comparable to ordinary monsters just by looking at its size. Conservatively speaking, he must be at the Lord level. Moreover, this guy's appearance is completely different from the sea dwellers gathered here. There is no way a sea-dwelling monster could have such a huge claw. In this situation, the only possibility is that the beast tide outside the wall has shifted. Their attack focus was on other directions. For example, here. Oh no, call for support. A monster this big will tear down the city wall. Damn it, how could this happen? We underestimated the scale of this beast tide. Call for help. Call for help. The soldiers suddenly became anxious. Most of them picked up their weapons and rushed over there, while a few were busy contacting for support from various places. One of the team leaders hurriedly put down the walkie-talkie in his hand, frowned, and said, I have called several major families guarding the rear of the northern border. The Bai family, which is the closest, is sending people to our side. Several other families have also sent support, but most of them were sent from the front line. If this continues, the advantage that the front line has worked so hard to build will be. Another person next to him interrupted him angrily. It's already this hour, and you still care about the advantage. If that thing breaks through the Great Wall of the North, that would mean we wouldn't have any advantages on the front line. Our entire rear will be killed by the incoming beast tide. Call for backup. Several people were in a mess. Liang narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the giant beast that was clinging to the city wall with its huge claws. The Great Wall in the north is 20 meters high. How big does a monster have to be able to put one claw on it? At least it has to be bigger than the giant that Du Shengding turned into. If a creature this big were to flip over, the damage it would cause would certainly not be underestimated. But that's still good, if that guy relied on his huge size to directly smash the wall. The magical beasts that are piled up outside and unable to enter will rush in one after another and swallow everything in an instant. By then, the consequences will be disastrous. However, if its level is within a reasonable range, with Li Yang's strength, he may be able to solve it. Thinking of this, Li Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. He raised his hand and released the identification spell towards the monster. Elite level magical beast. Fierce beast, Nether Abyss. Level, LV.75. Introduction. A fierce beast that crawled out from the bottom of the abyss. It has highly specialized wings and mouth parts that are extremely compatible with its living environment. It is a well-deserved demon that only exists in the abyss. As a fierce beast, it can drive any magical beast with a lower status than itself to form a beast tide. A level 75 elite monster. Although no one knows which out-of-control copy it came from, it came at the right time. Li Yang narrowed his eyes and began to think about what kind of plants could effectively harm it. Plants like cherry bomb and fiery pepper will definitely not work. The killing range of these things is too large, and their effects are limited by their levels. If you rely on accumulation of numbers, you can forcibly increase firepower. In the end, the monster will be killed by the explosion, but there is a high probability that the northern city wall will also collapse. And now, the plant that causes the highest damage to a single unit in a short period of time is... Li Yang narrowed his eyes and noticed the double shooter in front of him who was firing fiercely. It seems that his plant with the highest DPS so far is the dual shooter enchanted with the torch stump. If you add the abundance buff to these two things... Chapter 66. The Bai family is about to arrive at the battlefield. When Li Yang thought of this, more monsters have poured in from the other side of the city wall. According to the relevant information just fed back by the identification technique, this ferocious beast from the Nether Abyss has the ability to drive low-level magical beasts. So much so that under its command, more and more magical beasts began to gather from all directions. Roar! The giant transformed by Du Shengding roared, picked up an abandoned tower, and waved it like a weapon. Under his attack, large numbers of monsters were smashed into meat paste and died in extremely miserable ways. But two fists are no match for four hands. What's more, the number of monsters on the opposite side is more than just 4. No matter how powerful the giant is, it is impossible for him to take care of every corner with his energy and physical strength after a long battle. A large number of magical beasts rose up like mad wolves and attacked heavily. The salvo of plants on the Yang side could barely block the surging wave at the periphery. But the beast tide was still advancing inward inch by inch under the command of the ferocious beast from the Nether Abyss in the rear. The battlefield was filled with smoke, and the corpses of monsters burnt by the burning peas emitted a foul stench that reached the sky. Huge chunks of butter fell like raindrops, blocking the monsters in the front, but still unable to stop the advance of the subsequent beast tide. Li Yang raised the shadow staff, chose the right time, and released several cherry bombs under the shadow of the beast tide. In an instant, a dazzling white light flashed. Accompanied by several loud noises, several mushroom clouds rose under the feet of the giant over there. The cherry bomb that was originally able to kill an entire group of monsters in Yunzhou in seconds has somewhat lost some of its original effect, although the explosion was quite large. But for those monsters that exceed the level 60 limit, it does not pose a fatal blow. At most, he is half disabled. More than 2,000 plants firing at full power can largely curb the speed of the beast tide entering. But this is definitely not a long-term solution. The guy at the back is the main course, and he hasn't started yet. Just as Li Yang narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the movements of the ferocious beast from the abyss, a phone call suddenly came. Li Yang picked up the phone, and Dongfang Changming's voice came from the other end. "Student Li Yang, I heard that an abnormal elite monster appeared over there. That demon beast is beyond our control. Let's retreat first. We have decided to temporarily change our strategy on the front line. We will give up our advantage and prioritize sending troops to support you. Let the regular army handle the rest. The situation over there is too dangerous. You should retreat first." Dongfang Changming's voice sounded a little anxious, and it was obvious that he was really worried about Li Yang. He asked Li Yang to come and join the battle, hoping that Li Yang could use his own advantages to help them open up the situation. instead of letting Li Yong be in danger and risk his life to fight. Today, Li Yong can almost be regarded as the most talented person in the entire Tongshuansi. Together with Bai Ji, the combination of these two undoubtedly has the power to change the future, to say something unkind. Regardless of whether this battle is won or lost, Li Yong and Bai Ji must return to the imperial capital safely. This time, because of Li Yang's participation in the battle, the consumption of troops on the front line was greatly alleviated. They don't need to assign a large number of soldiers to defend this front line, so they can naturally devote themselves to the battle on the front line. This is how we gain the advantage on the front line. Li Yong has done enough. There is no need to put him in danger again. Li Yong, if anything happens to you, it will be a loss for all of China. Okay, let's just try it out this time. Let's withdraw quickly. In the future, there will be plenty of opportunities to fight monsters and level up in Tongshan Division. It doesn't matter if we wait for a while. In response to Dongfang Changming's request, Li Yong did not respond immediately. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge beast from the nether abyss in front of him and the surging tide of beasts behind it. He took a deep breath, then slowly said, "Okay, I understand. But before that, I want to finish what needs to be done. After all, this is a rare opportunity to test the compatibility of my abilities with Miss Baiji. It would be such a pity to miss it like this. I will retreat to a safe distance later, and then completely withdraw after confirming the power of the abundance plants." Dongfang Changming was speechless for a moment. He originally wanted Li Yong to take the airship directly back to the imperial capital. But since Li Yong said so, he then started to ask what Li Yang's current level was. Li Yong smiled, checked his panel, and reported his level. Name, Li Yong. Occupation, farmer, third job. Level, LV.60. Stamina, 60. Defense, 60. Strength, 60. Agility, 60. Spiritual power, 60. Freely assignable points, 0. Professional talents, Days Plant Shop, Fine Plant Management, Plant Empathy. You have reached the level requirement for the 4th job change. Please go to the job change crystal to change your job to unlock new talents and higher level permissions. After slaughtering a large wave of monsters just now, Li Yong finally reached the threshold of the 4th level. Level 60, 4th level. For those who change their careers, this can be regarded as a qualitative change in their careers. The 4th job transfer is a threshold that many job transfers cannot cross in their entire lives. Similarly, it is also a new starting point in the life of many masters. You know, as long as the 4th transformation can be completed, the lifespan of the person who has changed his job will be significantly improved. Previously in Yinzhou, Mayor Zhang Mingshu and Dean Su Minghong, who were the same age, showed 2 completely different age states. It is also for this reason. Is it already level 60? After hearing that Li Yong had reached level 60, Dongfang Changming was silent for a while. He was frightened by Li Yang's current terrifyingly high level, but he was also rigorously analyzing Li Yang's winning rate. According to reports, the level of the Nether Abyss Beast is level 75, 15 levels lower than Li Yong. The strength gap caused by this level difference cannot be made up by ordinary people's skills. But look at it the other way around. Li Yong is not an ordinary person at all. If you count carefully, Li Yong has gone from awakening to the 4th level. There was less than half a month in between. Reached level 60 in such a short time. Is this something a normal job changer can do? Therefore, this 15-level gap may really be made up by Li Yong. After all, Bai Ji is still here. Even if Li Yong cannot defeat the monster, as long as he can successfully use his skills with Bai Ji's cooperation, he can have an effect on the monster. If you can collect actual combat data, then it won't be a wasted effort. Thinking of this, Dongfang Changming quickly spoke. Okay, Li Yong, you and Bai Ji should keep some distance from the monsters and conduct the abundance experiment. Also, the Bai family has already rushed there at the fastest speed and will be there in a few minutes. If you are unable to cause effective damage to the monster, the Bai family will still be there to back you up. Remember, your current identity is very important. You must prioritize your own safety. Hearing this, Li Yong smiled and nodded. Although Dongfang Changming couldn't see through the phone, he at least showed his attitude. Then, he looked at the giant claw clinging to the city wall. Li Yong glanced at Bai Ji and said, Miss Bai, let's do it. The target is these 2 things. Let's make this a quick and decisive battle. As he spoke, he pointed to the double shooter and torch stump in front of him. Chapter 67, Abundance enhancement, 3,000 shots in a second. After hearing Li Yang's instructions, Baiji nodded and walked up quickly. But after extending his hand, he hesitated slightly. 2 plants at a time? Ever since the last time I tried to use abundance on the nut wall in Yinzhou, she discovered a problem. Li Yang's plants are completely different from the crops she has ever come into contact with. With her ability, she would only start to feel tired and sleepy after she had produced enough crops on 1 or 2 acres of land. But one of Li Yang's plants can replace several acres of farmland. It can directly drain her completely, and her body can't bear it at all. Baiji was sure that the sleep she had after eating the nut wall was the deepest sleep she had ever had in her life. Now to use it on 2 plants at once. Baiji shook her head, getting rid of the mixed thoughts in her mind. At this time, I actually showed my cowardice. It was really outrageous. Luckily, no one noticed. Liang actually talked to her about this just now. In Li Yang's words, let's not talk about any lofty justice and ideals for now. From the perspective of talent discovery alone, if she doesn't demonstrate her abilities, no one will know how far she can go. If you don't show enough strength, you naturally won't get enough attention. That result was obviously contrary to her dream. Miss Bai, what's wrong? Li Yang, who was standing next to her, saw Baiji standing there motionless and thought something had gone wrong with her. For example, the fertility ability suddenly failed at a critical moment. Baiji quickly shook her head. No, nothing. Don't worry, I'll take action right away. Li Yang's words added a little fuel to the flames. Baiji took a deep breath, and her eyes gradually became firm. Then she took out the coffee beans that Li Yang had given her from her pocket. With this thing as support, she can at least hold on until she has used up 2 sets of skills. Li Yang watched Baiji's figure fly like a white butterfly to the 2 plants he pointed to. He slowly stretched out his hand, muttering something. Some green spots of light flew out from her fingertips. Mixed with a hint of soil fragrance, it spreads in the air. Most of the light spots were integrated into the 2 plants in front of them. Crack! Before her eyelids trembled, Baiji bit the coffee beans lightly with her pearly teeth, chewed them up, and swallowed them. I mustered my strength and maintained it until the skill ended. About 5 seconds passed. A new prompt finally popped up in Li Yang's system interface. Dual Shooter, plus version, a rich and upgraded version of the Double Shooter. It is a special plant and cannot be recorded in the formation save card. Plant characteristics. The abundant state lasts for 20 minutes. During this period, the dual shooters will change the output mode and fire once every 10 minutes. 3,000 Ps can be fired at a time. It can be paused at any time. Torch Stump, plus version, an upgraded version of Torch Stump. It is a special plant and cannot be recorded in the formation save card. Plant characteristics. The fertile state will persist, during which the flame of the torch stump will turn blue. The damage increase will be increased by 5 times, and the flame will have a sticky effect. The flame will automatically attach to the hit target, continuously causing burning damage, and cannot be extinguished by conventional means. 2 new abundant plants were born. Almost at the same time, the 2 plants in front of Baiji also changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dual shooters are actually okay. It's just that the stem has become thicker and the head has become bigger. After shaking his head gently twice, he didn't even wait for Li Yang to give an order. A large number of peas shot out from its dark mouth, like a gusher. A full 3,000 rounds. All came out in an instant. For a single target, this is already devastating damage. And this is not the final form of Li Yang's plan. The flames coming out of the torch tree stump next to it were more than 3 feet high. The originally blazing red flames also turned into a blue color similar to that of burning natural gas. A dual shooter that can fire 3,000 Ps instantly, coupled with a torch stump that increases damage 5-fold. Once these 2 things are used, they could destroy the world. Countless Ps formed a parabola, which passed through the torch tree stump, emitting blue flames and rushed straight towards the surging tide of beasts in front. In an instant, a large cloud of thick smoke rose up. The monsters in a straight line were cleared out in an instant. The beast tide at this time was like Moses parting the Red Sea in the Bible, and a large straight line of vacuum was shot out. A blazing blue fire was burning on the ground, heading straight towards the Great Wall in the north. It hit the thick city wall, making a loud rumbling sound. For a moment, the spectacular scene caused many people present to exclaim, "Oh my God, what is this? Is this a meteor shower? This skill is so terrifying." The soldiers looked at each other in bewilderment. Although they didn't know the principle, they felt a huge sense of oppression just by looking at the scene that was like flying fire and meteors. A large group of people stopped what they were doing at the same time and stared at the flames in the sky with their eyes wide open. I couldn't speak for a long time. The beast tide was also frightened by the sudden outburst of firepower and stopped in its tracks. The fierce beast from the netherworld who was commanding the overall situation from the rear seemed to have noticed the problem as well. I started to become a little anxious. After a while, a dull roar was heard, suddenly flipped over from the other side of the city wall. And this guy, it was really different from what Li Yong had imagined. The beast from the nether abyss looks like a giant and bloated mole. Without the tail, the height when standing upright is almost as high as the Great Wall in the north. The places where the wings should have been on its back grew into huge claws, each of which was almost as big as its body. The so-called mouth parts that are extremely adapted to the living environment also split into 4 petals, up, down, left, and right, and open like a flower. The thing's body was covered with a layer of green scales, and on top of that were a lot of rocks and thick soil. It seems to be constantly moving underground. The thing opened its mouth wide and slowly climbed down from the city wall. While letting out a deafening roar, it began to use its 2 extremely developed wings that had transformed into claws to drag its body forward. The scene that the soldiers guarding this place least wanted to see finally happened. This gigantic monster began to enter the battlefield in person and led the beast tide to launch an attack. Brother Li Yong, that kind of attack just now. Several soldiers around Li Yong seemed to see hope and hurried to Li Yong, hoping that he could try again. But Li Yong held his chin and shook his head gently. The only mistake was that the dual shooters after the abundance had a cooldown of 10 minutes after each use. Although the firepower is strong enough, the cooling time is too long. Li Yong is now very sure that this ferocious beast from the netherworld will definitely not survive the next round of P-volleys. But the thing is, with this guy's speed, it seems like it would take less than 10 minutes to rush over here. By the time the dual shooters have cooled down, even the flowers will be cold. Therefore, the best solution right now is to let Bai Ji work harder. Chapter 68, Nut Bandaging. Thinking about it, Li Yong turned his head and looked at Bai Ji beside him. At this moment, she was already in a state of exhaustion from overexerting herself. My eyelids were trembling, as if I would fall asleep if I wasn't careful. Keep going at this pace. If there is another wave, she might die suddenly on the spot. Seeing this, Li Yong was a little conflicted. However, Bai Ji on the side slowly and forcefully climbed up. Resisting the strong drowsiness, he took out another coffee bean from his pocket. Before eating, he turned around slightly and glanced at Li Yong. Student Li Yong, could you please take me back later? I want to try to see how far I can go with my own strength. But after this, I might really need to get some good sleep. Li Yong understood and nodded slightly. After all, he was also very curious whether the dual shooter after the abundance could kill the monster by surpassing his level. But afraid that she didn't know, Li Yong still gave her a brief reminder. The ability of coffee beans can only keep people awake temporarily, but cannot completely eliminate fatigue. Now, Bai Ji will lose strength every time she releases the skill of abundance. If you muster up your energy and release it 3 times in a row, he couldn't tell what would happen next. But Bai Ji just shook her head. Although she didn't have much strength, her attitude was very firm. Since she has made up her mind, there is no need for Li Yong to stop her. He raised his hand to adjust the position of the torch stump, then made a please gesture. Bai Ji also crushed the coffee beans in her mouth and raised her hand again towards the double shooters in front of her. When abundance comes, change happens simultaneously. With the lesson just learned, Li Yong learned that before the plants receive the abundance, he should temporarily stop the normal activities of his plants and cancel the automatic attack. Otherwise, after the plant changes its output mode, it will be easy for you to fail to react in time, thus wasting your attacks. After Bai Ji finished everything she was supposed to do, he shook gently twice and fell down weakly. Li Yong was quick to move forward and helped her aside, while summoning a pumpkin head to protect her inside. Then he controlled the second double shooter that was affected by abundance, and made it aim from a distance at the ferocious beast that was gradually approaching on the battlefield ahead. Li Yong, take action! The giant Du Shengding, who was clearing the beast tide in front, roared again, rushed out of the ruins in a flash, and directly blocked the ferocious beast. He opened his arms and forcibly pried open the mouth of the netherworld beast, which had been split into 4 parts. He used up all his remaining strength to stop the beast from moving forward. The speed of the nether abyss beast was slowed down a lot. It could only roar and show its fangs and claws while wrestling with Du Shengding, who was a circle smaller than it. Liang at the back narrowed his eyes slightly, waiting for the opportunity. Due to the long and fierce battle before this, even Du Shengding, who was over level 80, was exhausted. In the battle over there, the behemoth was ultimately the winner. The beast roared suddenly and pressed down with great force. Du Shengding, who supported all his weight with his hands and feet, groaned and knelt on one knee on the ground. The solid ground had been crushed by the weight of these two huge monsters and was covered with cracks. But at the same time, a gap appeared above his head. And this is the opportunity Li Yang has been waiting for. Following Li Yang's instructions, countless peas burning with faint blue flames were shooting out continuously from somewhere, forming a bright thin line in the sky. The pea flew across the sky, passed over the surging tide of beasts, and rushed straight towards the ferocious beast in front of Du Shengding. The pea with flames attached smashed hard into the mouth of the beast, and immediately a raging fire broke out. From a distance, it looked like the beast itself was spitting fire. Ah! The beast from the netherworld let out a blood-soaked scream. This is the first time it has made such a miserable sound since its appearance, and followed by the screams of the ferocious beast in the abyss. The large number of monsters under him seemed to begin to feel the same pain. They stopped charging forward and instead rolled on the ground, screaming miserably. The originally unstoppable offensive collapsed without a trace in an instant. The dual shooters are still firing. It's not easy to shoot 3,000 peas. As the number of hits increases, the huge monster began to fall apart gradually under this terrifying firepower. The hideous body fell to the ground with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. As Pea's attack came to an end, the life of the nether beast began to count down step by step. Finally, the last burning piece sank into the flesh and blood of the ferocious beast. The huge beast was completely disintegrated and turned into ashes in the dark blue flames that shot up into the sky. Your double shooter plus edition successfully killed the elite monster, Fierce Beast in Nether Abyss, LV.75. Congratulations, you got one Abyss treasure box. Abyss series weapons and armor can be found in the Abyss treasure chest. The recommended equipment level is LV.70 or above. It is recommended to open it after reaching the level requirements. Current task, kill 500 monsters above level 60, 500, completed. Congratulations on receiving the mission reward, 20 million suns, a rare item card, and a plant formation preservation card. Congratulations on getting a rare item card. Do you want to draw it now? After successfully killing the ferocious beast, a lot of prompts popped up again on the Yang side. Killing an elite monster above your level will reward you with a treasure chest of the same level. There's no choice but to put it away and open it again later. In addition, the biggest gain is this so-called prop card. As we all know, Dave's Prop Shop has a lot of good stuff, but those strange little props are often sold at very high prices. Now I finally have this chance to get something for free. How could Liang not cherish it? As he was thinking, Liang mobilized his mind and took out the prop card from the system. Then he just held up the card and shook it, smiling slightly. Dave, my old friend, can you give me something good? Look at our relationship. If you give me more good things, I will be happy to come to your place often in the future, right? Crazy Dave stared and answered without hesitation. Waby Babu. That's right. What can I expect him to do? Liang held his forehead with his hand. The card in his hand was already emitting a dazzling light. The light dissipated, and the information about the new item appeared on the card. Prop name, Nut Bandaging. Item features. Can directly plant new plants of the same type on injured nuts/tall nuts to repair them without consuming sunlight. Is a skill to repair nut wall. Liang held his chin and looked at the nut walls in front of him that were almost unscathed. These things were originally used to stop monsters. Unexpectedly, those monsters were so weak. They pushed for a long time and suffered heavy casualties, but they couldn't even knock off the residue of the nut wall. Nut bandaging. It's not very useful now, but it may be useful in the future. Just keep it. It's okay to hoard things you don't need, so you don't need any of them. In addition, there are 20 million sunshine. After fighting this battle, I had consumed some energy, and getting this sunlight can help me replenish my energy a little. Chapter 69. I want them all. That's it. Looking at the empty and dilapidated battlefield, the local soldiers in the north looked at each other, some of them still not realizing what was happening. Such a huge elite monster, with a surging tide of beasts behind it. They were all prepared for a protracted battle. Unexpectedly, such a big threat could be resolved in such a short time. It was simply beyond their understanding. At the same time, Du Shengding, who had turned into a giant, slowly walked back from the front. A large amount of white steam rose up, and the giant's flesh and blood dissipated. The man with funny round glasses, blue jeans, and an alpaca-like figure once again revealed his true face. He smiled innocently, with a hint of fatigue in his eyes, and walked towards Li Yong to thank him. "Hey, Li Yong, that was all thanks to you. The number of beasts this time is really too huge. If it weren't for your timely support, who knows how the situation would develop?" Li Yong smiled politely and said it was just a piece of cake. "Moreover, I have to thank Du Shengding for helping me delay some time. Otherwise, the output environment for dual shooters would not be so comfortable. It seems that this elite monster is the reason why the beast tide is abnormally gathering here. After eliminating this guy, the pressure here will be reduced a lot. The rest of the matter will be left to the follow-up troops. Li Yong, if it's convenient, shall we go back together to report?" Du Shengding handed over the task to the person next to him and marked out the cracks on this side of the Great Wall that needed to be repaired. Then he turned around and extended an invitation to Li Yong. Li Yong nodded and glanced at Bai Shi, who was sleeping at his feet. Breathing is steady and expression is peaceful. It doesn't look like anything serious. Anyway, there's nothing else for me to do here. Let's go together. If conditions permit, he would like to take the opportunity to go to the nearest city in the far north to change his job. Of course, let's talk about these things after Bai Shi wakes up. After a while, a black military armored vehicle rumbled over here. The car window rolled down, revealing the face of a very young soldier. "Excuse me, are the people from Tangshuanzi here? There are 3 of them in total. Director Dongfang asked me to come over to pick you up." Li Yong and Du Shengding looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Then he took Bai Shi, who was already unconscious, into the car. The armored vehicle increased its speed and drove directly towards the front line. According to the soldier who was driving, Dongfang Changming and several other Tangshuanzi leaders are now stationed in the camp on the front line. According to the changes on the battlefield, tasks will be assigned to each Tangshuanzi job changer in a timely manner. And since it is a mission, there must be a reward. Li Yong was not very familiar with it, so he raised his eyebrows and asked Du Shengding next to him. Du Shengding smiled honestly and gave a brief explanation. The plan to train job changers is essentially a long-term endeavor. As the strength of each job changer increases, the level becomes higher. The more resources are required to train them. Although Tangshuanzi's resources are supported by China, China's resources are not unlimited. How to allocate limited resources to different job changers? The early managers of Tangshuanzi came up with a brilliant idea. In addition to the rated resources that everyone has, every job changer in Tangshuanzi who wants to get more resources than others must show strength that is worthy of these resources. The strength of those who change their jobs is determined by many factors: production, combat support, occupation type, talent type, and even academic performance. The sources are different, but ultimately they are converted into scores that can be easily calculated uniformly through a series of extremely detailed standards. Once a year, Tangshuanzi will list a unified ranking based on the different scores held by each job changer. Finally, different resources and privileges will be allocated to each job changer based on their ranking. Hearing this, Li Yong raised his eyebrows and thought of someone. When I first arrived at Tangshuanzi, I met a guy named Meng Qing. It seems to be the most capable fighter among the so-called life-related job changers. This standard also comes from the ranking, right? From this look, that guy seems to have some potential. It really is true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. As they were chatting, Du Shengding suddenly remembered something. His honest eyes sparkled. He raised a finger and said, "People like Li Yong, who participated in such a crucial mission and made great contributions in it. Needless to say, the scores this time are huge, especially the achievement of surpassing the level to kill the Nether Abyss beast and indirectly repelling the beast tide, which is unmatched by anyone. After returning to Tongxian Division, Li Yong won't have to work hard on anything, as his ranking will already be higher than 80 of the people." Li Yong smiled and passed it by. "I don't know which is more, the resources obtained from the ranking or the highest standard resources that Dongfang Changming promised to apply for Li Yong. Or, can he have them all?" Roar! While Li Yong was daydreaming, an extremely shrill roar suddenly came from the edge of the Great Wall in the distance. Several people in the car looked in that direction at the same time. On the so-called front line, That is, the direction where the fighting is most intense. Suddenly, a demon beast similar to the previous Nether Abyss beast appeared. The pair of huge claws and the mole-like appearance really left a deep impression on Liang. Liang was still thinking that he might have to fight another round just after retreating. A sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out in the distance. Next second, a slender silver shadow suddenly shot out from the back of the battlefield. It flew straight towards the head of the ferocious beast that was trying to climb over the city wall. Then, there was a crisp crackling sound. A silver-white spear that was 2 or 3 meters long suddenly appeared on the forehead of the ferocious beast. The moment he saw the rifle clearly, the young man driving the car cheered. "It's the Bai family support. I recognize this spear. It belongs to Lin Huayu, the mistress of the Bai family." Accompanied by these people's extremely excited calls, a graceful figure in white flew out from behind. At an extremely fast speed, he flew towards the ferocious beast over there. Hearing the familiar words "Bai family," Liang raised his eyebrows, opened the window, stuck his head out, and looked at the crowd not far away. A large number of fighting forces from aristocratic families and fully armed soldiers were standing behind the city walls and launching a charge. The task of guarding the Great Wall in the north is mainly undertaken by several major families in the far north in conjunction with the local military. And, just as the soldier who was driving said, as the largest and most well-known family in the local area, the Bai family is always the first to take action whenever an unusual situation occurs. The person who just threw the silver spear and hit the beast's head accurately. It was the current mistress of the Bai family, Bai Ji's mother, Lin Huayu. According to the description of the young man, her profession seems to be a level 85 lancer. Well, it's the same profession as a certain unlucky guy named Lu Sheng. However, the expressiveness is obviously very different. Chapter 70. If we are not from the same family, we will not enter the same door. Bai Ji said this when they were on the airship before. The Bai family is the most famous and special family among the major families guarding the far north. Unlike other families that focus on fighting, the Bai family is best known to the world for their terrifying auxiliary capabilities. The most common profession in the Bai family, and also their signature profession, is an extremely rare combat auxiliary profession, fortune teller. This profession can calculate good and bad luck at all times according to changes on the battlefield, and make timely adjustments so that all factors during the battle are in favor of their side. Especially in the large battlefield against Warcraft, as long as the strength difference between the two sides is not too great, this ability can directly determine the success or failure of each battle. Now Lin Huayu has gone to the battlefield. What about Bai Ji's father, the current head of the Bai family? Liang looked around. Not long after, several white discs were seen rising from the crowd of supporters in the rear. Several complex hexagrams flew out from the disc and landed on several main combat forces fighting on the front line. The huge, ferocious beast roared, trying to lead the beast tide further. But the bigger the movement, the easier it is to expose flaws. When the flaw appeared in less than half a second, Lin Huayu, holding a silver spear in his hand, turned over and jumped onto the beast's head, smashing it down. Under the amplification, the silver spear was like a rainbow piercing the sun, directly piercing through the skull of the ferocious beast and smashing into it fiercely. The set of movements was so smooth and flowing that Liang on this side was amazed. As expected of a high-level combat-type job changer, his fighting movements are as gorgeous as dancing. Unfortunately, this fierce attack did cause damage, but it still did not cause serious damage to the beast. The ferocious beast shook its body violently, throwing Lin Huayu above its head away. Just as he was about to move forward, a few more shouts were heard from the side. 2 job changers of similar levels jumped up and joined the battle. The beast's speed was slowed down a lot, and it could only roar and show its fangs and claws while wrestling with these powerful human job changers. The monsters that took the opportunity to rush in from below were killed by the soldiers standing on the city wall as soon as they showed their heads, and could not go any further. The problem over there has been solved? That's great. I heard that a monster like this appeared over there. Although the scale of the beast tide is not as large as ours, it is not much different. And the people guarding that place are just a few young people from the Tongxin division. Can you believe it? I've long known that Tongshuancy is full of talented people, but I didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Thanks to the help of those job changers, we don't have to disperse too much of our combat power. Otherwise, given the current scale of the beast tide, if we relax a little, we'll suffer a bloody collapse. On the towering city walls on the front line, many soldiers gathered together, fighting and chattering at the same time. They don't have much knowledge about what's happening on the other side. The only feeling is happiness and gratitude. Thanks to the young men from Tangshuansi who were able to stop the ferocious beast with their own strength. Otherwise, in order to avoid being attacked from both sides and facing the attack of the ferocious beast over there, they could only withdraw personnel from the front line to help. Once their manpower is dispersed, they will have to start all over again to build up the advantage they have worked so hard to build. As time went on, more and more news came back from the other side. The images of those Tangshuansi job changers gradually became clearer in the soldier stories. It is said that there were 3 people who stopped the ferocious beast. One is a boy who can command plants to fight. One is a berserker who can transform into a giant. And one more. She is the eldest daughter of the Bai family. The head of the Bai family is supervising the battle at the front line. Therefore, the news from the soldiers soon reached his ears. After a while, he walked out of the crowd with a serious face. He asked about Li Yong in a very serious tone. The soldiers around were chattering, one after another, describing the news sent back from the front line. After hearing some local soldiers congratulate him and say that they saw their daughter and Li Yong cooperate to perform an extremely terrifying combination of skills, the extremely serious expression on the face of the patriarch of the Bai family suddenly became excited. Wait, what? My daughter has combat abilities? Or auxiliary combat abilities? Is this true? Where is that young man named Li Yong? Take me to see him. When everyone heard this question, they were puzzled. The news they received was also heard from the soldiers coming and going. But if they really want to identify Li Yong, Master Bai Feng, if you want to find Li Yong, you could go to Tangshuansi to look for him. A soldier suddenly pointed to the Tangshuansi tent not far away. Since Li Yong came from Tangshuansi, Director Dongfeng inside must know something. Hearing this, Bai Feng nodded quickly and walked over there. I just wanted to give it a try. However, he didn't expect that the moment he opened the tent, he was stunned. His beloved daughter Baiji was lying quietly beside a young man in a very peaceful sleeping posture. And the moment I saw Li Yang's handsome profile, Bai Feng suddenly felt as if he was in another world. He is the head of the Bai family and also the most powerful fortune teller in China today. So for many things, when he sees them for the first time, he can vaguely perceive the cause and effect behind them. Bai Feng has been fortune-telling for so many years, so naturally he believes in the theory of numerology very much. Man's fate is determined by heaven. He could feel that the young man in front of him, named Li Yong, was destined to be the benefactor of Bai Ji, or even his entire Bai family. Friend Li Yong, I really appreciate your help this time. Not only did they successfully defend the Great Wall, they also collected combat data very successfully. I remember this as the Bai family's patriarch Bai Feng. In the tent, Dongfeng Chaming was talking with Li Yong. I turned around inadvertently and saw Bai Feng standing at the door without saying a word. Bai Feng came back to his senses immediately, coughed awkwardly, and said, I heard that Li Yong, who single-handedly protected the Great Wall of the North, is here, so I came to take a look. Hello, I'm head of the Bai family. My name is Bai Feng. This time, we are all thankful for the help of our friend Li Yong. Otherwise, once the Northern Great Wall is breached, the consequences will be disastrous. On behalf of the millions of people in the far north, I would like to express my highest respect to my friend Li Yong and everyone from the Tongshan division who came to support me. As he spoke, Bai Feng raised his head very skillfully and shook his hands. He bowed to Li Yong in a rather elegant posture, although this etiquette is not as complicated as Baiji's. But at first glance, it does have some of the charm of Angelica de Hirica. Li Yong looked at Bai Feng, then turned to look at Bai Ji and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That's a good point. It turns out that if you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. Chapter 71. Farmer plus Fertilizer Technician? A perfect match. I never thought that my Xiao Bai would be able to join the battle in person one day. Bai Feng said this, his face full of excitement. Li Yong also found Bai Feng's words funny. Bai Feng calls his daughter Xiao Bai. What will Bai Feng's wife call him? Old White. It seems reasonable. Dongfeng Changming, who was sitting behind the desk, nodded slightly to Bai Feng and simply acted as a middleman to introduce them to each other. Li Yong also stood up and bowed slightly to Bai Feng. Master Bai, nice to meet you. Miss Bai's ability played a crucial role in this battle. If it weren't for her help, we wouldn't have been able to win so easily. Seeing Li Yang's response, Bai Feng was quite capable of handling the situation. He immediately politely returned the greeting to Li Yong and said with a smile, My dear friend Liang, you are too modest. We all know that your ability is the key to this victory. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know that my daughter's potential is so great. It's no exaggeration to say that all my daughter's strength is thanks to you. So from now on, I still have to ask little friend Liang to bear with me. Bai Feng is very good at distinguishing the primary from the secondary. Obviously, Liang is of great significance to Bai Ji. It is because of Liang that Bai Ji's talent has undergone a qualitative change. Today, Liang is to Bai Ji what a sweet rain is to a long drought. That is absolutely indispensable. So Bai Feng had made up his mind when he saw Liang for the first time. For Bai Ji, for the Bai family. He must get closer to Liang. It would be best if Liang could be kept. But just as I was about to say something else, suddenly a loud noise was heard from outside the tent. That was the sound of something huge falling to the ground. The three people in the tent went out to check and happened to see the huge beast being killed and falling heavily back outside the wall. The person who dealt the fatal blow was none other than the much-anticipated hostess of the Bai family, Bai Ji's mother, Lin Huayu. At this moment, she was pulling out the more than 3-meter-long silver spear from the head of the ferocious beast and inserting it neatly into the ground. Standing in the sea of corpses and blood, she looked like a Valkyrie heralding the dawn of victory. The strap on the gun tip was torn off, and then a northern flag, stained red with the blood of ferocious beasts, fluttered in the wind. The red flags fluttered, announcing the victory of the battle. Only then did Liang discover that the weapon Lin Huayu used to fight was actually a spear that was only used during ceremonial ceremonies. I have to say, these powerful people have very different personalities. After the huge beast was declared dead, the gathered beast tide gradually showed signs of decline due to excessive consumption and even began to flee. Lin Huayu also left the front line and handed over the battlefield, which was now much safer, to other job changers to carry out the finishing work. She jumped onto the more than 10-meter-high city wall, and came to the tent station there. After listening to the idle chatter of several people around him, he walked straight towards Liang and the other two. His steps are brisk, and he walks with the wind. The high black ponytail flutters in the wind, showing her temperament. It forms a sharp contrast with Bai Feng's mature and steady face. "Excuse me, who is Liang?" When he approached the tent, Lin Huayu stopped and asked loudly. Several people who were closer turned their heads at the same time and looked at Liang. After seeing the young man next to her husband, Lin Huayu immediately grinned, took a step forward, and walked over with big strides. "Student Liang, nice to meet you. I heard that the northern Great Wall on the other side was defended by you and my Xiao Bai together, so I can't wait to come and take a look. Now that I see it with my own eyes, he is truly a handsome man. Ha ha ha. Oh yeah, Lao Bai has already introduced himself to you, right? Then I will just briefly add to it. My name is Lin Huayu, and I'm Bai Ji's mother. Level 85, Lancer. Well, don't be so formal. Just call me Andy." When introducing himself, Lin Huayu had a very contagious and hearty smile on his face. Just looking at it will make you feel good involuntarily. Moreover, it should be due to its high level. She looks very young, and you can't tell at all that she is of the same generation as Bai Feng. She has a sunny personality, generous manners, and good looks. Such people will be welcomed wherever they go. And it turns out that Bai Feng is really called Lao Bai. Liang bowed to Lin Huayu and introduced himself politely. "Junior Liang, level 60 livelihood occupation. Farmer, nice to meet Aunt Lin." When I heard Liang slowly utter the word farmer, the scene suddenly became silent. Almost everyone knows that there's a saying that Tongshuansi does not keep idle people. Everyone knows that anyone who is qualified to join Tongshuansi must have some unusual qualities. But a level 60 farmer was able to repel the beast tide just now, and even killed another nether abyss beast. Who could believe such words? This is a farmer after all. Even if it's unusual, isn't it a little too outrageous? Everyone was silent, and there was a hint of shock in everyone's eyes when they looked at Liang. Until, haha, wonderful, really wonderful. You two, a farmer and a fertilizer expert, are a perfect match. Ahem, sorry, I didn't mean that in a derogatory way. I was just expressing my feelings. Lin Huayu suddenly burst into laughter and patted Liang on the shoulder. Liang blinked and also heard something from Lin Huayu's words. Fertilizer engineer? At this time, it can only refer to one person. Bai Ji's profession turned out to be a fertilizer engineer? Liang burst out laughing. It is hard to imagine that a young lady like Bai Ji, who is out of touch with the world, actually has such a down-to-earth job. No wonder she has always been secretive about her true profession. Not only has she kept it secret in her files, but she even speaks so quietly when unleashing her skills. Before I knew it, time passed by. After a while of greetings, the battle outside the city wall was almost coming to an end. Lin Huayu took the initiative to pat Li Yang's shoulder, and together with Bai Feng, invited Dongfang Changming and his party to return to the far north together. Tong Xuanzi's help was crucial in this battle. Especially Li Yang's side, he greatly promoted the victory of the entire battle. Since we have returned with a great victory, then it would be natural for the Bai family to host a good welcome and express gratitude to all those who have protected the far north. Dongfang Changming wanted to refuse, but he could not resist the enthusiasm of the Bai couple and could only nod and agree. It just so happened that Li Yang could take this opportunity to change his job in the city in the far north. He can also go to the field to investigate the cause of the beast tide outbreak. Chapter 72. Telling Li Yang's fortune? This is against the will of heaven. On the way back to the far north. I don't know if it's because he's interested or just plain talkative. Lin Huayu held Li Yang's hand and chatted all the way. I used to be one of the military leaders guarding the Great Wall in the north, and I met her father on the battlefield. When Xiaobai was little, she always pestered me to tell her stories about dungeons and warcraft. Maybe it's because of her living environment. She has wanted to be someone like me since she was little. I imagine that one day I can be like me, charging into battle and holding high the banner when the people are in danger. Of course, I have advised her that careers are very random and she may not get what she wanted. But seeing how hard she worked, over time, we subconsciously thought that she would definitely become a combat professional like me or a support professional like her father. But you know what happened later? The profession of fertilizer engineer is far from her dream. Ever since she awakened to the profession of fertilizer engineer, she has been depressed and can't muster the energy to do anything. As parents, we certainly hope that she can succeed. But we also know that fate is hard to defy. Since we can't make a name for ourselves, it's better to just let her be happy. But in fact, whether it's her or us, there are some indelible regrets about this matter. But luckily we have you, Li Yang. Oh, it's fate that we met you. One is a farmer who grows crops, and the other is a fertilizer manufacturer who enhances plants. How can such a coincidence happen in this world? Lin Huayu grinned and laughed heartily. At the same time, he elbowed Bai Feng's side forcefully. Old Bai, come and tell me your fortune too. Let's see if this student Li Yang has any connection with our Bai family. Bai Feng held his forehead with his hand, his tone somewhat helpless. Nonsense. You know that I can't use this skill casually. It's harmless to tell fortunes for ordinary people. But Li Yang, his fate is not something that anyone can peek into. If I'm not careful, I might be spying on the secrets of heaven. If that happens, I'll lose my life. As he spoke, Bai Feng sighed with regret. Then, he looked at Li Yang and said, in fact, even without fortune-telling, I dare say that this young friend Li Yang will have a bright future. There's only one person with such strength and talent in the entire Blue Star. Such an existence will surely create a huge wave in the future world. He is the patriarch of the Bai family, and it is true that he is the most powerful fortune teller in all of China. But this does not mean that he can really predict everything through divination. His ability can be regarded as obtaining information by overdrawing his life. The importance of the information will directly determine how much of his life he overdraws. People like Li Yang will obviously achieve great things in the future and even change the world situation. To spy on the fate of such people is like spying on the fate of a country. If you're not careful, you may easily lose your life. Listening to the conversation between the couple, Li Yang smiled slightly and didn't say much. He hears comments like this 4 or 5 times a day and is no longer surprised by them. He was just curious now about when he would enter the city in the far north to change his job. After killing so many monsters, his level had already reached the upper limit of the 4th level. As long as you complete the 4th transformation, you will not only gain new talents and abilities, but also unlock new plant species. Even lifespan can be improved to a considerable extent. And it's not just him. It seems that Baiji can also change her job. At that time, after Baiji defeated the double shooter killed that small group of beast-tide monsters and provided Baiji with a lot of experience in the form of assists. However, after killing the beast from the Nether Abyss, such a high-level monster, Baiji's upgrade halo did not light up again. This means that her level has reached the upper limit for job transfer. By then, after both of them have completed their job transfer. You can let Angelica try a few more plants to enrich them. Keep good records on your side so that you can use them together at any time if you need anything in the future. In short, change your job first. This is the most important thing. Liang planned it very well. So as soon as he entered the city, he told the Bai couple his idea. Lin Huayu readily agreed, and Bai Feng said that he could send a few people to take Li Yang to the job transfer square. Li Yang did not refuse. Anyway, I have no plan to wander around this city, so I'd better complete the job change as soon as possible. So, shortly after entering the city, Li Yang, led by several job changers from the Bai family, came to the job changer square in the center of the city. The northern border is the famous snow city in China. The climate is similar to that on the other side of the Great Wall. Everywhere you look, there's ice and snow. Although the atmosphere is good, transportation here is extremely inconvenient due to the climate. Ordinary civilian airships have difficulty taking off. Common cars can no longer drive normally in snow that is several meters thick. Therefore, in the far north, you can see special vehicles with tracks or dog-pulled sleds everywhere. When he arrived at the job transfer square, Liang also saw many souvenirs full of the style of the far north from the nearby shops. I went in for a look and picked out some things that caught my eye, like brass bells, pine needle stuffed pillows, Christmas tree-shaped hats. The few job changers from the Bai family who came with Liang wanted to show the hospitality of the people of the far north, and they rushed to pay for Liang. But Liang just waved his hand calmly, took out an absurdly large gold coin from his storage ring, and placed it on the boss's counter. He even said that there was no need for change because he didn't have an extra storage ring to hold the change. The boss, who was originally depressed because of the poor business, suddenly had a happy face. I've been running my own business for so many years, but this is the first time I've met such a generous customer. Real gold just thrown away. Even the Bai family wouldn't be so generous, right? As I was nodding and bowing to help Liang pack his things. Student Liang? What a coincidence. Are you here to buy something? When Liang was tidying up things on the counter, a familiar voice came from the side. Turning around, I found that the honest Du Shengding, who I had just parted with not long ago, was standing next to me. In his arms, he was holding a gray and white cat. Senior Du, what are you doing? Liang raised his eyebrows, puzzled by Du Shengding's sudden appearance. The latter put the cat on the shop owner's counter, touched his head, and smiled sheepishly. Apart from major events like fighting against monsters, accepting various commissions on a daily basis is actually counted towards the score. Although it's not much, a fly leg is still meat. Chapter 73. Fourth turn. Unlock the corn cannon. Accompanied by Du Dingxing's words. The cat stretched out on the counter, looking very comfortable. The cute appearance reminded Li Yang of the cattail kitten in Dave's store. If I remember correctly, it seems that it takes 5 turns to unlock it. Thank you, Mr. Du. On the side, the shop owner smiled and thanked him. Then he took the letter of authorization handed over by Du Shengding, pressed his fingerprint on it, and attached the remuneration. After they walked out of the store together, Liang asked Du Shengding his question in confusion. Speaking of Senior Du, looking at your ability, you don't seem like the type to be short of points. Is it possible that there are so many experts in the Tongxin division that even a level 80 berserker, like you who can transform into a giant, has to work hard for credits? Du Shengding scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment flashing in his eyes behind his round-framed glasses. No. Actually, my strength is already among the best in Tongxin division, but I have other uses for this score. Liang raised his eyebrows and motioned him to explain in detail. Du Shengding had nothing to hide, so seeing that Liang was interested, he briefly explained. Student Liang should still remember what I said before. In Tongxuancy, points can be exchanged for resources. As for the way to obtain resources, in addition to the annual list, there is actually an option of direct redemption. If I exchange it directly, I won't be able to exchange it for the rare equipment or level up opportunities on the big list. But as a way to obtain material resources, there is no other way in the whole of China that is more cost-effective than this. After all, he has the support of the Chinese top brass and is directly connected to the 6 ministries. The goods provided at Tongxuancy are all the best. The best stuff? What kind of dangerous statement is this? Liang narrowed his eyes and looked up and down at the guy in front of him with caution. Faded jeans, thick glasses, and a simple demeanor. Could this guy be some Tongxuancy version of Breaking Bad? Oh yeah, I forgot to introduce myself. Look at my brain. As Du Shengding was talking, he suddenly slapped his forehead and put on a smile. Then he solemnly straightened his collar, stood up a little straighter, and said, Student Liang, I am actually in Tongxian Division, in addition to being a combatant. He is also a member of the laboratory of the Research Center for Career Transformers of the Tongxian Division and one of the main persons in charge. The research conducted in our laboratory is on the topic of the correlation between job changers' occupations and their talents. Although there are official subsidies, no matter what kind of research you do, if you want to let go of your hands and feet, there will be some necessary waste. In order to make up for these expenses, we can only use our identities as Tongshuansi to exchange the scores for the consumables needed for the experiment. So, of course, every bit of this score is worth it. As he spoke, Du Shengding scratched his head again, looking very embarrassed. After all, he is a combat-type job changer at level 80. At this time, he was racking his brains for a pitiful score and was reduced to the task of finding cats on the bulletin board for others. As a senior, being seen by a junior student like this, I feel like I won't be able to continue working in Tongshuansi anymore. But at this moment, in Li Yang's heart, the image of Tongshuansi has quietly changed. No, what's going on? Isn't Tongshuansi a training institution similar to the Advanced Career Changing Academy? Why does it seem more and more wrong the more I look at it? First, Baiji achieved results in agricultural research at Tongshuansi. Now here comes another humble senior who is willing to do a lot of low-level commissions just to keep the lab running. A combat profession is also doing scientific research? Wow. Are we really just going to keep fighting here? Du Xingding noticed the change in Li Yang's facial expression, but couldn't guess what it meant. He just smiled slightly and said, Student Liang, you seem to have something else to deal with, so I won't bother you anymore. I'll go check out the notice board and take some other commissions. I'll try to earn another 100 points before returning to Tongshuansi. Having said that, he was about to leave. I'm working so hard to get 100 points. Liang talked to himself, then stopped him in time and asked tentatively, Excuse me, how many points are we worth for killing that giant beast with Baiji just now? Du Xingding thought for a moment, nodded, and said, About 800 points. Add in the points for defending the Great Wall and resisting the beast tide, and the total will be around 1,200 to 1,300. You are still new this year, so you have extra evaluation. With these scores as a foundation, I'm sure I'll be in the top 20, if not the top 10. Liang understood and said goodbye to him. Looking at the back of the man wearing faded jeans, Liang felt at a loss. I have some new understanding of Tongshuansi. Let's put these things aside for now. Liang stretched slightly and walked quickly towards the job transfer square, not far away. I have already memorized the process of job transfer. Liang walked quickly to the altar, stretched out his hand, and touched the blue crystal floating in the air in front of him. Then, a white light appeared on the crystal. The familiar interface and voice appear again. Connection successful. It is detected that your level has reached the job change requirement. Please choose whether to change your job. You have chosen to change your job, and the level cap is unlocked to LV.80. The following are your newly acquired talents and skills. New talent, plants and trees, white common. Talent description. With this talent, you can consume sunlight and transform any plant within a 500-meter range into your own plant. Your talent, Dave's Plant Shop, has been upgraded and more unlockable plants have been opened. The following are newly unlocked plant cards. Giant Puff Mushroom, Watermelon Pitcher, Machine Gun Pea, Ice Mushroom, Corn Cannon, Garlic. Nothing else to say. The name of this new talent does sound nice. Transform surrounding plants into your own. Liang withdrew his hand, then turned around and looked around. The climate in the far north is harsh, and very few plants can survive. However, he can still use his talent to sense the living plants nearby. Just treat it as an experiment. Take any grass stem and turn it into a sunflower. With the implementation of the innate skill, Liang saw his sunshine value suddenly rise by 25 points. Sure enough, it worked. Looking at the golden sunflower that suddenly stood proudly from the flower bed in the square, Liang nodded with satisfaction, turned, and left. In the coming time, he plans to empty out Dave's store, then test them one by one with Angelica de Hurica to see the effect after all your plants become abundant. In addition, in the system prompt just now, there's a name that is particularly eye-catching. Corn Cannon. He had been looking forward to this thing for a long time, and finally it came. Chapter 74. Golden Light Shines on the Earth. On the way back, Liang simply emptied out all the new things in Dave's store. Looking at the dazzling array of plant cards in front of him, he nodded with satisfaction. The fourth job transfer is worthy of being called the watershed for job changers. The benefits it brings are unmatched at any time before. Just look at what these plants that have just been released have revealed. Watermelon pitcher, ice mushroom, corn cannon, high damage and wide range. If they were put in the original game, these would all be capable of standing on their own. Now that you have bought it, you naturally have to check it. Watermelon pitcher. Each planting consumes 300 points of sunlight. Cooldown is 7.5 seconds. Attack interval is 2.9 seconds. Plant characteristics. Watermelon pitcher can cause high damage to any monster below level 80. This upper limit will increase with the increase of the professional level. After the watermelon is broken, it will splash to nearby enemies within a range of 30 meters, causing the same damage. Ice mushroom. Each planting consumes 75 points of sunlight, cooldown of 50 seconds. Plant characteristics. After being planted, the ice mushroom will charge up in place for 3 seconds before exploding, instantly freezing all level 80 enemies. This upper limit will increase with the level of the profession, within a 1,000-meter radius. The enemies will be frozen for 4 seconds, and will continue to slow down for 15 seconds after thawing. Corn cannon. Each planting consumes 500 points of sunlight, cools down for 50 seconds, and each cooldown lasts 35 seconds. Plant features. Corn cannon can only be placed on 2 adjacent corn pitchers. The corn cannon can be fired manually, no distance limit, causing large-scale explosion damage within a specified range, and can instantly kill all enemies below level 80. This upper limit will increase with the increase of the job level within the range. In addition to these 3 most classic ones, there are also things like giant mushrooms and garlic. However, the attraction these things bring to Liang is completely incomparable. Now, he cares more about. Under the enhancement of Angelica Dehurica, what kind of enrichment effect can the corn cannon, which is already a ceiling-level plant, achieve? After leaving the career transfer square, Liang immediately asked the people of the Bai family about Baiji's whereabouts. But he learned that Baiji had not yet recovered from her previous overconsumption. He was resting in his bedroom at this moment. There was no other way. Liang could only find Bai Feng first to discuss his plan to borrow a place to mass-produce plants. After listening to Liang's needs, Bai Feng immediately cleared out a large area on the back mountain of his mansion for Liang to use as he pleases. After a moment, Liang followed the Bai family's housekeeper to an open space halfway up the mountain. An open space as large as 2 football fields was temporarily cleared out. The snow swept away from above, formed 4 small white hills. Looking at the black soil under the snow, Liang couldn't help but feel a little confused. He is a farmer by profession and is quite sensitive to things like soil quality. So you can see at a glance that the soil here is extremely fertile. Both the soil aeration and water retention are much better than other places. In comparison, such soil cannot be found in Yunzhou, where Liang is located. The soil here is good. I guess your planting industry must be quite developed, right? Liang squatted down, picked up some soil with his hands, looked at it carefully, and became more certain of his idea. But after hearing this, the butler on the side just smiled helplessly. Mr. Liang is joking. The impact of climate change is difficult to make up for with fertile land alone. The far north is covered with ice and snow all year round, with a very cold climate and a harsh environment. So there are very few places where you can grow edible food. To be honest, to this day, a lot of food in the north still needs to be purchased from other places. Before Miss Bai's professional talent was awakened, it was even worse than it is now. This piece of land is actually the experimental field that Miss Bai cultivated personally. There must be a lot of seeds buried under the soil that cannot grow. Baiji's career. He seems to be a fertilizer engineer. Liang nodded hopefully. I didn't expect that the eldest daughter of the Bai family would also do the labor of turning the soil and growing vegetables. With her status, she should be able to live a comfortable life, even if she does nothing. It seems that this Baiji is different from the average spoiled young lady. As he was thinking, Liang reached out and took out a handful of sunflower seeds from the storage ring. The land in this place is so fertile. Maybe the sunflowers we grow can also produce more sunlight. Because of the existence of the third talent, plant empathy, Liang can establish contact with the plants he plants anytime and anywhere. Thanks to the existence of this talent, the originally limited system collection range has been extended to infinity. Therefore, as long as Liang wants, he can plant sunflowers anywhere to provide him with a constant supply of sunlight. Actually, Liang had the idea of establishing a large number of sunshine production bases very early on. but due to various trivial matters, we had to slow down temporarily. But now I have a rare free time. Start from the far north and gradually build your own plant kingdom. Liang held the seeds in his hand and narrowed his eyes slightly. Of course, this is what the butler saw. The head of the Baifeng family had instructed that Liang was a hero who saved the north and must be treated well. So the butler next to him didn't dare to disturb Liang when he saw how focused he was. He just stood by and watched respectfully, and when he couldn't wait any longer, he suggested going to the kitchen to prepare some hot tea or something for Liang. But in fact, Liang was using his newly awakened talent to sense the plants beneath the land in front of him. The housekeeper just said that this was the experimental field used by Baiji. There are also a lot of messy plants buried underneath that cannot grow. He used the new talent, plant creatures. He got the 4th level to transform any plant into his own. In this way, a large field of sunflowers can be planted quickly and well. As the innate skill, plant, and tree creatures was activated, undercurrents began to surge deep in the dark and soft soil. The seeds of Angelica dehurica that were left in the soil in the early years and failed to grow began to take root and sprout rapidly, occupying a small space of their own. Listen to the crackling, sounds as thin as mosquito buzzing coming from your ears. Liang seemed to be able to personally feel the smiles blooming on the faces of those sunflowers. Although it didn't take long, Liang was very dedicated in his work. During this period, Dongfang Changming, Baifeng, and others also came to see Liang. But in order not to disturb Li Yang's work, he didn't dare to talk to him. It was already late before I came here. By the time Liang finished everything, it was already getting dark. Liang straightened up and stretched his stiff muscles. Then he looked at the dark soil and snapped his fingers. Pa! Countless green roots suddenly raised their heads from the soil, with huge flower buds at the ends, growing straight up to a person's height. Then the flowers bloom. A warm light flickers in the stamens, and against the backdrop of petals the same color as the sun, the warm feeling goes straight into people's hearts. In an instant, golden light shone on the earth. At the same time, it also illuminated the entire Bai family. Chapter 75. The sun is shining. It can never be spent. After noticing the dazzling reflection of light that was approaching the sky, many people in the Bai family were attracted by this sudden movement. A group of people chattered and moved closer, wanting to find out what was going on. But everyone, including the members of Tongshuansi who were invited by Baifeng as guests, were almost blinded by the dazzling golden light in the courtyard. Although they knew that this was Li Yang's ability, many people were still shocked by the scene before them and were speechless. Li Yang himself was standing in his own vegetable garden at this time. He raised his hand slightly and arranged the system to start working. Collect all the sunlight produced around you in one go. Host needs detected. Automatic collection has been enabled. Total number of nearby sunflowers, 2,800. Total amount of sunlight detected, 70,000. As Li Yang's orders were executed by the system, all the sunlight produced by the sunflowers dissipated instantly, turned into data, and stored in front of Li Yang. This is just the first sunlight. Sunflowers produce one round every 24 seconds. This piece of field can bring Li Yang about 140,000 sunlight points in about 1 minute. That's more than 8 million per hour. It's already many times higher than the system reward. And as long as Li Yang doesn't cut off this link, the sunflowers in this field can provide him with so much sunlight continuously 24 hours a day. You can never spend it all. Wait a minute, I remember the plant in that flower pot wasn't sunflower, was it? That's right. How did it suddenly turn into a sunflower? Damn, is this also Li Yang's ability? Can you transform any plant within a certain range? I've never seen such an ability before. It can catch the enemy off guard in battle. Besides that, it seems to be of great help to the environmental transformation of China. Several directors from the Tongshan division were whispering to each other, with excited expressions on their faces. They discovered Li Yang's new potential. According to the reported information, each of the abilities demonstrated by Li Yang is quite amazing when taken individually. It is even more outrageous when all these things are concentrated in one person. They witnessed so much along the way. So you can be sure, this child will surely become a great man. At this time, Li Yang didn't care too much about what these people were discussing. Instead, I'm trying to develop other uses for my talents. The third talent, plant empathy, allows him to establish connections with his plants. The fourth talent, plant creatures, allows him to transform plants that do not belong to him. These two talents combined. Is it possible to control naturally occurring plants without modifying them? While Liang was thinking, Bai Feng came over and asked with a smile, "Little friend Liang, is this place big enough? If it's not enough, tomorrow morning I'll have someone go to the outskirts of the city and clear out a few acres of land for you to use. The land near this city has been enriched by my Xiaobai's abilities, so it's perfect for you to grow plants. If Liang is willing to plant more of these plants here, it will help bring glory to our humble place." Liang couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Glowing plants. In a sense, it really makes the north glorious. Aside, as soon as Bai Feng finished speaking, Dongfang Changming, who was not far away, came up to him with a curious look on his face. Come to think of it, didn't Liang just go to change his job? I remember that the report from Yinzhou mentioned that Liang could unlock some new plants every time he changed jobs, right? It's still the fourth turn this time, with some additional enhancements. I wonder what kind of plant Liang has awakened. If you don't mind, can you show it to us? Liang looked at the newly unlocked plant cards in his hand. Ice mushroom, corn cannon. It's no problem to demonstrate it, but it seems that these things are not very convenient to demonstrate in a place like this, right? You have to find a place that is spacious enough and not crowded. Besides, since we're going to test our combat effectiveness. By the way, why not try out Angelica de Hurica's fertility-enhancing ability with different combinations of other plants? After hearing Li Yang's proposal, not only Dongfang Changming and several other directors of Tangshuansi, even Bai Feng's face showed a hint of joy. In fact, he also wanted to know how strong Liang was and how much his daughter's effect on these plants was. Then he quickly asked someone to call Bai Ji over. Liang has been sewing for such a long time. Bai Ji on the other side should have had enough sleep. But after a moment, the housekeeper who ran to look for Bai Ji did not find her. Instead, he brought Bai Feng's wife, Lin Huayu, who had just returned from outside. I heard that friend Liang planted some glowing flowers, so I came to take a look. Lin Huayu changed into casual clothes and looked much more dignified, but his essence remains the same, straightforward and unrestrained. After Bai Feng explained Li Yang's request, Lin Huayu suddenly understood and nodded. "Oh, you're looking for Xiaobai. She got up just now and said that she has reached level 60 and can change her job. I took her there. We stopped by the front line on our way back. Xiaobai is now staying outside to help repair farmland in the suburbs." Baiji, helping people repair farmland? Liang raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, he would not only work in the fields at home. When I am outside, I will take the initiative to do things like helping others with Toyota. At first glance, she doesn't seem like a lady from a noble family. Hey, this Xiaobai is really... Post-disaster repair work cannot be completed overnight, so why should we rush into it? Okay, let's let her come back first and test the new things with Liang. Bai Feng, who was standing next to him, sighed helplessly. After all, food is not actually a pillar industry in the north, so there is no rush to repair it. In comparison, Li Yang's matter is more important. Nothing else to say. If only he could narrow the distance between him and Liang and convince him to leave some of those defensive plants on the northern side of the Great Wall. The livability and safety of the far north will increase significantly. But Liang raised his eyebrows and called Bai Feng. Since Baiji is in the suburbs near the front line of the battlefield. That's perfect then. There is no need to prepare any testing venue, whether it is abundance or Li Yang's new plants. Wouldn't it be better to just do the experiment in the suburbs? Lethal weapons like corn cannons can be thrown outside the city to test their power. After Liang changed his job again, the special attack rules of his plants had jumped to level 80. It's the little Karami among the beast tide outside the city. No problem at all. Bai Feng was stunned and said apologetically, "You just came back and even had time to rest, and now you are asked to go to the battlefield again. How embarrassing." Liang waved his hands and said it didn't matter at all. Anyway, fighting by yourself doesn't cost mana or effort. Killing those monsters can also help you level up. Why not? Chapter 76, Fertilizer Engineer? What an interesting profession. Seeing that he couldn't defeat Liang, there was no choice but Bai Feng agreed. But there was no need to make such a big fuss about testing Li Yang's skills. The Bai family celebration banquet also needs someone to host and prepare. Bai Feng and Lin Huayu, who had just returned, needed to entertain other people from Tangshuansi and some officers from military. I regret that I cannot join you this time. Lin Huayu was quite open-minded. He smiled, patted Li Yang on the shoulder, and said, "Perhaps it's because of little friend Li Yang that my Xiaobai's personality has become much more cheerful than before. Thank you for taking care of me during this period, Li Yang. Let me see, after the banquet is over. I'll give you a little toy as a thank you gift." As she spoke, She lifted the hair on her forehead slightly and winked at Li Yang with a smile. Then he turned around, put his arm around Bai Feng's shoulder, and called on everyone in the courtyard to leave together. I don't know why. I feel that Bai Feng and Lin Huayu get along a bit like brothers. Then classmate Li Yang, let's go find Bai Shi. I'll arrange a crawler. Please wait here for a moment. Having said that, he nodded slightly and turned away. A moment later, Li Yang, together with several directors of Tongshuansi, including Dongfang Changming, sat on a local armored personnel carrier from the Northern Territory. The driver smiled very honestly, kept turning his head, looked at Li Yang in the back seat, and said, "This beast hide is so scary. Thank you so much for the help, Li Yang. I will never forget your life-saving grace. When I have time, I will ask a few brothers to kowtow to Li Yang together." Along the way, Li Yang has heard a lot of praise and thanks. But this was the first time someone clamored to kowtow to him. Li Yang was a little amused and said politely that it was just a small favor. There was no need to be polite. Then the driver stepped on the accelerator and the track spun rapidly, carrying Li Yang and his group out of the city. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the white ground was reflected in a pleasing golden color. The trees in the distance have fallen into the night, looking particularly lonely. And under this snowy scene, many lonely houses are connected together to form a village. The curl of smoke rose up and dissipated in the sunset, which made Li Yang feel a familiar atmosphere. The villages in Yunzhou have the same feeling. Unexpectedly, just a few days after leaving Yunzhou, Li Yang already started to miss it. The bulky iron-armored vehicle slowly stopped. After the driver said goodbye to Li Yang and others, he drove towards the Great Wall that looked like a sleeping dragon in the distance. According to Madame Lin, Bai Ji is helping to repair the farmland in the fields nearby. Dongfang Changming said this, and took the lead to step into the village. Although the monsters were basically blocked outside the Great Wall. But some guys still managed to slip in through the cracks. The guy Li Yang was dealing with at that time was just this kind of guy. If a few monsters rush into the village, they will surely destroy the farmland and even crush the houses. Although they will eventually be dealt with by the military soldiers who arrive later. But the damage they caused is still irreparable. The environment in the north is already harsh, and it is difficult for all kinds of crops to survive. The wheat in the fields finally started to show its head, but was immediately destroyed beyond recognition. Li Yang walked out of the village and looked at the crushed farmland and scattered monster corpses on both sides, and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. As incidents like this happen more and more in the future, I'm afraid that the number of people who still insist on growing crops in the ice and snow of the north will become fewer and fewer. Student Li Yang, look over there. Dongfang Changming, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Pointing at the farmland in front of him, he began to speak. Li Yang stuck his head out and looked in the direction he pointed. In a relatively well-preserved farmland, there were several villagers carrying hoes and looking forward to it. Bai Ji, with her hair tied into a neat bun and wearing a white sportswear, stood in the middle of the crowd. Fellow villagers, after I purify the soil, let's turn it over and check it together. If there are no problems, we can start farming right away. As long as we unite as one, rebuilding our homeland is just around the corner. Accompanied by Bai Ji's silver bell-like words, emerald green spots of light slowly spread out from her hands and drilled into the soil and the crops in front of her like fireflies. In an instant, the plants destroyed by the monsters began to grow vigorously again. The land polluted by the beast's blood became fertile again. The change was like a miracle, happening amid the cheers of the crowd. After finishing everything, Bai Ji breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Then he didn't even take a rest, but picked up the hoe and started working with everyone. Okay, don't disturb her yet. Let Li Yang negotiate alone. Watching this scene from a distance, Dongfang Changming stopped the two directors who wanted to go over to say hello and exchanged glances with Li Yang. Li Yang smiled and walked straight over there. As he walked, he waved his hand and shouted carelessly, "Oi, little white girl." Hearing this name, Bai Ji trembled noticeably. He turned around a little stiffly and was met with Li Yang's harmless smile. The name Xiao Bai has a slightly derogatory meaning, as well as a kind of inexplicable sense of intimacy. So basically, only her parents would call her that. And the fact that Li Yang calls her like this now means that her parents have told Li Yang everything they know. This is definitely not good news. Actually, after witnessing Li Yang's abilities with his own eyes in Yunzhou, Bai Ji was determined to leave a good impression on Li Yang. She knew very well that even without her, Liang would still be an excellent fighter who could stand on his own. If she didn't have Liang, her positioning as a life-related career would never be reversed, and she would eventually become just like everyone else. Therefore, her every frown and every move were almost all the result of her repeated consideration. The purpose is to create an image in front of Liang that he is very capable and well-educated, an image that is absolutely worthy of Liang's ability and status. But it seems a bit too much. Seriously, she didn't understand why she was born in such a living environment, with one of her parents being a fortune teller and the other a gunner. With my passion and dream of joining the front line, I actually changed my job into such a profession. Fertilizer technician. Just looking at these 3 words is so lame. She knew that the higher-ups were planning to test her potential with Liang, and she also understood that she absolutely could not miss this opportunity. She didn't want to disappoint her childhood dreams, nor did she want to disappoint the expectations of those around her. She doesn't want Liang to find out that behind her dignified appearance and outstanding achievements, she is actually, what a stupid fertilizer engineer. She was just fantasizing in vain, hoping that her mother would tell Liang limited information. I hope Liang doesn't know what her profession is yet. As long as this is the case, I still have a chance to maintain my image. Little white girl, I heard from your mother that you are a fertilizer engineer. Those 3 words were particularly harsh, and Bai Ji felt like she was struck by lightning. It's over. It's all over. The image that I have worked so hard to maintain, the temperament of a lady from a noble family that I've tried so hard to show. These 3 ruthless words devalued it to nothing. Liang, classmate, please listen to my explanation. Bai Ji was visibly panicked, but the second half of Liang's sentence was somewhat beyond her expectations. It's an interesting profession. Why are you being so secretive about it? Chapter 77, Corn Cannon, start. Ah, interesting. Are you sure? Bai Ji seemed to be a little bit unbelieving of her ears and asked in a low voice. So Liang repeated what he had just said, after confirming that Liang's expression was not a joke. Now, it was Bai Ji's turn to be confused. She had never thought that Liang would use the word interesting to describe her profession. Looking at Bai Ji's confused expression, the farmers next to her all smiled sincerely. Thank you so much, Miss Bai. If it weren't for you, these lands would probably be abandoned and nothing else would be planted in a short time. The warmest time in the north is about to pass. If we miss it, this year's harvest will rot in the soil. Several farmers were talking nearby, with sincere gratitude in their words. Hearing this, Bai Ji's cheeks turned slightly red, and she waved her hands repeatedly, not sure whether she was shy or embarrassed, and noticed that Liang was still looking at him. Bai Ji knew that he already understood everything. After hesitating for a long time, Bai Ji couldn't help but sigh heavily. I'm sorry, Liang. I've been hiding something from you. I just still can't accept the reality and don't know how to face my career. I don't know if you can accept such a life-related occupation as an auxiliary in combat. I often wonder if someone like me is really qualified to be admitted to the Tongxian division. This girl obviously doesn't have enough life experience and still hasn't figured out her own position. He wanted to fight in the battlefield and sacrifice his life for his country like the other members of his family. I also feel that since I have become a fertilizer engineer, I should stop dreaming about unrealistic dreams every day and just do what a job should do. This mentality of wanting everything made her very conflicted. Actually, there were a lot of people like this in Tianyan College where Liang used to stay. By the way, when did you awaken to your profession? Liang's question seemed to have nothing to do with what Bai Ji had just said. But Bai Ji didn't think much about it and answered subconsciously about half a year ago. Liang asked again, what's your level? What level are you at now? How many revolutions have you made? Bai Ji clenched her fists slightly in front of her chest. After all, it was thanks to you that you used the plants after my abundance to kill the elite monster before. After gaining assist experience, I also broke through the level 60 barrier and completed the 4th transformation. Liang raised his hand, patted her on the shoulder, and smiled slightly. That's it. Isn't it talented enough for an 18-year-old with a level 60, 4th level job in a daily life profession? Bai Ji was stunned for a moment and hurriedly explained, no, I didn't get these levels by myself. She knew very well that the reason why she was promoted so quickly was simply because of the care of her family since childhood and the attention paid by Tongxuanzi. But Liang curled his lips and said, 6. How many auxiliary professions have you seen who rely entirely on killing monsters to level up? A career is a skill given to you, not a restriction. Your future depends on your choice, right? It's as if people with livelihood-related jobs have to hide away all their lives. According to your thinking, wouldn't a farmer like me have to go back to Yunzhou and farm for the rest of my life? Li Yang's occupation is farmer. He is currently the only person in China who has completed the fourth job change within less than half a month after graduating from the academy. There's really nothing wrong with him saying this. And even without mentioning him, just now, there was a berserker senior who was devoted to scientific research. Bai Ji was slightly stunned, and Li Yang's words touched a corner of her heart. Li Yang also extended his hand at the right time and invited. So, I'm going to test some new plants I got after changing my job. Do you want to come? After hearing this, Bai Ji was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly and held the hand that Li Yang extended. It's stable. It's stable. As long as these two people are given time to work together, their fighting power will definitely subvert everyone's cognition. Far away, Dongfang Changming, who saw this scene, immediately looked at several other directors of Tongshuansi, with a look of great joy in his eyes. Powerful plants that can be used in combat, plus extraordinary plant enhancements. How lucky are these two people to be admitted to Tongshuansi at the same time? They were originally still worried about what to do if Li Yang and Bai Ji didn't get along. Unexpectedly, it went so smoothly. When the Bai family's banquet starts in the evening, they will have another reason to drink a few more glasses. After a moment, Li Yang and his group came to an open space some distance outside the village. The original plan was to go to the Great Wall in the north and test the power with warcraft. After asking, I learned that the beast hide on the front line had retreated, and now there were only soldiers outside who went out to clean up the battlefield. There's nothing we can do about it. The damage to these plants can only be determined by visual inspection. But most of Li Yang's plants have to aim at a target. After some thought, Dongfang Changming finally stepped forward and set an example. He is a level 86 shadow dancer. The fifth talent can create a shadow clone that exists for a limited time. The clone will inherit about 90 of the original body's panel attributes, which is around level 77. It is taller than the dark beast that Li Yang had dealt with, and is more than enough to be a target for the new plant. And good news came from Baiji. She has now completed the fourth transformation and gained some new abilities and talents. The new talent reduced the energy she consumed when releasing abundance by nearly 70. From now on, she would no longer feel sleepy all day after having an orgasm. And the newly acquired skills are also very exaggerated. Any plant can be hybridized without causing any rejection reaction. You can easily grow oranges that taste like apples or potatoes that grow on trees. As for what kind of increase it can bring to Li Yang, you'll have to try it to know. There is no time to lose. Dongfang Changming released his clone and stood on a mound more than 300 meters away. Several directors nearby quickly set up the cameras and started recording with pen and paper in hand. And the first one is the heavyweight. Corn cannon, fire up. Li Yang threw out 2 corn pitcher seeds and placed them side by side. Then, add the corn cannon on top. All of a sudden, 2 large corn cobs on the ground became entangled. They began to merge together at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually growing into other shapes. About 5 seconds later, a giant corn that was 4 or 5 meters long and 1 person tall appeared in front of everyone. Student Li Yang, this is what you were talking about. Corn cannon. Dongfang Changming was first shocked by the outrageous size of this monster. Bending down slightly, I looked at the distinct topaz-colored particles on it and couldn't help feeling curious. If this thing were replaced with an equal amount of explosives, how powerful is that? The director at the back has used identification technology to record the information of the corn cannon. The look of surprise on his face has not changed since then. After they're almost ready, Li Yang stretched a little and said, "If you are ready, then I will start." After getting a positive answer, he lightly snapped his fingers. Pa! Chapter 78, Plant Hybridization. Angelica de Hurica's new ability. Accompanied by the sound of Li Yang snapping his fingers. The giant corn lying on the cart next to me slowly raised its head. Like a missile silo, the corn used as artillery shells was placed vertically on the ground. Then, chi, accompanied by a violent shaking of the ground, the corn shells were husked at the bottom, making a sound like compressed gas being discharged. The corn, 3 or 4 meters high and as thick as several people could hug, slowly rose into the air in full view of everyone. The moment the corn left the base, it began to accelerate, rushing straight into the clouds and disappearing. This, everyone present looked at each other in surprise. Just flew away. They thought the noise would be even louder. However, at this moment, Liang suddenly narrowed his eyes and sensed some danger. He directly activated his fourth talent, plant creatures, and transformed the few blades of grass buried under the snow at his feet into 3 rows of nut walls, blocking the way ahead of everyone. The solid nuts broke out of the ground and turned into solid shields to block everyone. Almost at the same time, the big golden corn that had just rushed up to the clouds locked its direction and flew straight towards the hill 300 meters away. The giant corn hit the ground, and the moment the two came into contact with each other, an extremely dazzling light burst out. The people behind the nut wall lowered their heads quickly, unable to look him in the face. Ice and snow flew, gravel scattered, and smoke and dust filled the air. The power of the cannon explosion made the entire snow mountain tremble, and the earth shook in an instant. The huge shock wave dispersed the cold air and lifted the ice and snow on the mountaintops high. The flying snowflakes were like crazy petals, rolling and spreading in all directions, forming a white mist that stretched for nearly 1,000 meters. The explosion flattened the entire hilltop in an instant, and the raging flames rolled up thick smoke. The scorching air wave swept over, turning everything near the hill into ashes. The original hill was surrounded by flying white mist in an instant, and then dissipated without a trace with the impact, leaving only a lifeless ruin. As for the clone that Dongfang Changming left at the center of the explosion, naturally, it was evaporated in an instant and disappeared without a trace. Although a lot of the shock wave was blocked by the nut wall, the vibrations still spread along the Earth's crust and still caused the directors of the Tongshan division behind Li Yang to stagger and almost fall. These directors have seen many ups and downs, but at the moment when that soul-shaking explosion sounded, I couldn't help but feel a palpitation. It was hard to imagine that these job changers at level 70 or 80 would be frightened to the point of their legs going limp by the skills unleashed by a level 60 farmer. This power, I'm afraid even Li Yang didn't expect it to be so big. Looking at the ice and snow being washed away at my feet and the white fog covering the sky, Li Yang smiled awkwardly and said, "It seems the safety distance of 300 meters is not enough. Pay more attention next time. At least pull it 500 meters away." To the directors of several combat professions present, these words were already considered Versailles. Ask yourself, they can't easily achieve such destructive power, right? The thick smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the explosion center that had been obscured. The flame ignited by high temperature gradually goes out as time passes. The previously raised hill has turned into a charred pit covered with thick dust. The white ice and snow melted completely, leaving only some dark mixture of mud and water on the ground. At this time in the Bai family compound, everyone in the Bai family seemed extremely busy. But suddenly, a violent tremor suddenly came. The vase that was originally placed on the table and the decoration standing in the corner of the wall fell over in an instant. Earthquake! Earthquake! Emergency evacuation! Get to an open area. Damn it! Earthquakes don't usually happen in the far north. What happened today? Nonsense. The beast tide has never been as fierce as today. In my opinion, the situation is about to change. A group of Bai family servants were chattering and rushing out of the house in a panic, carrying pots, pans, and other things on their heads. The soldiers who stayed in the Bai family responded immediately and prepared to go out to evacuate the people. Bai Feng and Lin Huayu frowned. The far north is not located in an earthquake zone, and there has never been a disaster like an earthquake in the past 100 years. This incident happened so suddenly, there must be a reason. While directing the Bai family to evacuate, Lin Huayu called the military team guarding the Great Wall in the north to inquire about the situation. Bai Feng directly activated his skills and made a rough prediction about the incident. However, the result of divination was very auspicious. Bai Feng was puzzled. It wasn't until Lin Huayu hung up the phone and came over with a smile on his face that the doubts were answered. What? Was this noise caused by Li Yang? In just this one day, Bai Feng felt that he had been shocked by the name Li Yang 4 or 5 times. Recalling the casual conversation with Dongfang Changming, he once said that Li Yang's occupation was a farmer. Well, farmer. The farmer who can easily create a big explosion. Bai Feng walked out the door and looked back at the suburbs. A huge white mushroom cloud slowly bloomed on the hills in the distance. There seemed to be a scent of popcorn in the wind. The suburbs at this time. The testing of Li Yang and his team is still in full swing. Next, let me see. Let's try to grow another charm mushroom. Then crossbreed the charm mushroom and the watermelon pitcher to see if we can breed something as outrageous as the charm mushroom pitcher. As Li Yang spoke, he planted the charm mushroom and the watermelon pitcher on the ground at the same time. Bai Ji nodded, stepped forward quickly, and activated her ability. Green and red dots of light spread out from the palm of the hand. Then, new information appeared in front of Li Yang's eyes. Charm mushroom, plus version a rich and upgraded version of charm mushroom, is a special plant and cannot be recorded in the formation safeguard. Plant characteristics. The state of abundance lasts permanently. During this period, the charm effect of the charm mushroom does not require the target to devour it. Just touching it will charm it, and the control effect will be strengthened, enhance the target's combat effectiveness, and extend the control time. Watermelon pitcher. Hybrid charm mushroom, a hybrid of watermelon pitcher and charm mushroom. It cannot be saved as a plant card, but can be recorded in a formation save card. Plant characteristics. It draws on the advantages of the watermelon pitcher and the charm mushroom. It can cause high splash damage. When the enemy eats the watermelon pitcher, it will be controlled by the charm mushroom. The rich version is pretty awesome, but this hybrid, it's too much based on luck, right? Liang looked at the charm mushroom that had grown bigger and was glowing golden, and he was quite satisfied with it. But the watermelon pitcher next to him with a mushroom on his head, being eaten can be charming. But there is no chance that the watermelon pitcher will be eaten by Warcraft. Which kind person would put such expensive output plants in the front row? What the hell is this? Oh wait, what about planting the watermelon pitcher on the charm mushroom? Is it possible to do the reverse operation? Chapter 79, Those Awesome Little Bastards. Got this idea. Liang immediately asked Bai Ji to change the order of some things. Hybridize the watermelon pitcher with the charm mushroom. The red light penetrated into the two plants and then dissipated. Next second, the two unrelated plants began to merge at a speed visible to the naked eye. Charm mushroom. Hybrid watermelon pitcher, a hybrid of charm mushroom and watermelon pitcher. It cannot be saved as a plant card, but can be recorded in a formation save card. Plant characteristics. It draws on the advantages of charm mushroom and watermelon pitcher. It will throw charm mushroom, causing a damage-free range splash effect. The splashed enemies will be charmed and controlled. The effect is equivalent to that of ordinary charm mushroom. What appeared this time was different from what it was just now. A charm mushroom was swaying on the ground, with two iconic dizzy circles on its stem. A long, curved strip similar to a watermelon stem extends from the back of its head, with a small umbrella cap inside. Looks very weird, but in the weirdness, there is also some rationality. Liang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and secretly memorized the combination. Although hybrid plants cannot be saved as ready-made plant cards, but it can still be stored in the formation protection card like ordinary plants. The key point is that this hybrid plant combines the characteristics of two plants at the same time, but it is only considered one plant. Test a few more interesting ones now, and save them directly to the formation protection card when the time comes. The cost effectiveness will be much higher. But now he only has one unused save card left. It is better to think twice before deciding what to save. Student Liang, what is this called? It looks so cute. Bai Ji suddenly pointed at a huge mushroom and asked. It was a mushroom with a purple cap that looked solid and very soft. It is also one of the most iconic plants in Dave's store. Liang raised his eyebrows and said casually, "This is called the giant mushroom. Also, if you want to see something, just cast an identification spell." Bai Ji nodded, bent down, stretched out her hand, and touched the huge cap of the giant mushroom. The bouncy feel of the phone immediately made her feel good. Looking at Bai Ji's performance, Liang raised his eyebrows. "You like this?" Bai Ji nodded without hesitation. "I think it's chubby and soft, very cute, and looks very safe." Liang smacked his lips. Somehow, he suddenly thought of a buddy who was asking for pictures of the big mushroom on the forum. There are people in this world who really control giant mushrooms. Student Liang, can I try to enrich it? Bai Ji's voice sounded again. Liang nodded and let her go. Anyway, according to Bai Ji herself, now that she has completed the fourth transformation, using abundance on these sacred plants is far less tiring than before. In addition, coffee beans are the plant that helps her the most. Also in the following process, Bai Ji was tested using abundance and hybridization in turn. As for the results, coffee beans, plus version a rich and upgraded version of coffee beans. It is a special plant and cannot be recorded in the formation save card. Plant characteristics. The state of abundance lasts permanently. during which the refreshing effect of coffee beans will be greatly enhanced, and the refreshing effect will be transformed into a violent effect. The effect lasts for 30 minutes, and a violent target will gain a certain degree of attack power increase, and a continuous state of rage. Coffee beans. Multiple hybrid version, a hybrid version made of multiple coffee beans. It cannot be saved as a plant card, but can be recorded in a formation save card. Plant characteristics. Repeatedly superimposing the effects of multiple coffee beans can prolong the refreshing effect of coffee beans. The extension time is related to the number of coffee beans hybridized. The former's abundance amplification effect is more suitable for combat professions. It doesn't mean much to Baiji. However, the multi-hybridized coffee beans can provide Baiji with a longer period of wakefulness on the original basis. For Baiji, this is undoubtedly a great enhancement. In order to make it easier for her to use, Liang also took out all the coffee beans that he had stockpiled during this period of time. Baiji thanked him repeatedly, the excitement on her face still not fading. On the other hand, Dongfang Changming, who was still waiting eagerly not far away, had long given up the idea of using his clone as a target for Liang. Under Li Yang's extraordinary plant, his clones could only survive for a few seconds each time they were released, which was completely meaningless. He and several directors beside him were writing furiously, and the cameras in their hand were clicking nonstop, frantically recording the plants that Liang showed. After remembering for a while, Baiji finally showed some signs of fatigue. Liang asked Dongfang Changming for what they had recorded and checked it out. This time, the fertility status of 10 plants was tested, as well as several hybrid plants that were either useful or useless. There are many types of hybrids that are worth noting at present. For example, the abundant version of the sunflower has the ability to spray out a large amount of sunlight in a short period of time. This skill can be used in emergencies when the sun is running out. But it seems impossible for Li Yang to encounter such a situation now. In addition, the rich version of the charm mushroom can enhance the control effect and extend the control time. The rich version of the big mouth flower can extend its rhizome and greatly expand its attack range. The abundant edition corn cannon can fly into the sky and then spread highly explosive corn kernels in all directions in a similar state to a swarm bomb. It can also automatically track the target designated by Li Yang and cause devastating damage to the target area. However, according to Baiji, the energy consumed in amplifying the corn cannon is 3 times more than that of other plants. This is probably due to the special properties of the corn cannon. After all, it is a brand new plant synthesized from 2 corn pitchers. But the power is really worth the energy consumption. In addition, any mushroom plant can be hybridized with coffee beans and used directly regardless of day or night conditions. You can now use frozen mushrooms and giant puff mushrooms during the day. Speaking of giant puffball mushrooms, after Baiji's active testing, the ability of the rich version of giant puffball mushrooms was found to be able to give the spores it sprays a very strong corrosive effect. It can still be useful when dealing with enemies with stronger defenses. Student Li Yang, your strength is truly amazing. The strength you two have demonstrated together is unprecedented and will never be surpassed in the entire Blue Star. God bless China. God bless China. At this time, several directors of Tongshuansi came forward. Although he tried his best to control his emotions, he still couldn't hide the ecstasy on his face. After a moment, they looked at each other again and seemed to be able to see a meaningful look in each other's eyes. Well, the time is almost right. Now, it's time to tell Yang about that, right? About that copy. Chapter 80. The Beginning of the Chaos, a world-class copy. Which copy? Looking at those directors who seemed to be hesitant to speak, Liang couldn't help but become curious. Dongfang Changming at the side smiled slightly and began to explain. When I first met you, Liang, I introduced to you the scope of business that Tongshuansi has covered so far. Do you still remember it? Speaking of this, in fact, it happened just 2 or 3 days ago. Liang blinked and thought about it. The original purpose of Tongshuansi, or the Tongshin Plan, was to cultivate China's own special talents in order to adapt to the rapidly changing world situation. With the development of the times, Tongshuansi has gradually assumed more responsibilities. Things like the exploration of other worlds and the containment of beast tides are all within the business scope of Tongshuansi. Come to think of it, the senior named Du Shangding seemed to be the head of the Tongshuansi Job Changer Laboratory. What they do should also be included in the concept of exploring other worlds, right? Well, the copy mentioned this time should also be In fact, this isn't the only beast tide that happened in the north. Abnormal monsters, space rifts that appeared out of nowhere, and beast attacks that are becoming more and more frequent in various places. All these things are closely related to a copy. Dongfang Changming spoke, but the details in his words puzzled Li Yang. As far as he knew, the frequent occurrence of beast tides seemed to be a global disaster. What kind of copy can affect the entire world? As soon as this doubt came up, a concept suddenly emerged in Li Yang's mind. Super large world-class copy. Looking at Li Yang's expression, Dongfang Changming also understood that Li Yang must have realized something. He breathed a sigh of relief and continued to explain. As we all know, what we commonly call dungeons are essentially spatial rifts that appear in our world. About 5 months ago, all space monitoring agencies on the entire blue planet received an extremely special signal. Soon after the signal appeared, about 100 cracks appeared simultaneously in more than 200 countries and regions across the blue planet. And all these cracks lead to one place. Having said this, Dongfang Changming paused for a moment. He took out his cell phone from his pocket, flipped through it, and found a photo. He showed it to Li Yang and said the name of the place word by word. The underworld. Li Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at the photos in Dongfang Changming's mobile phone and couldn't help feeling a little shocked. The photo shows a space rift leading to the underworld. Generally speaking, this kind of rift actually transmits in both directions. Not only can human job changers go in, but the things inside can also come out. The creatures inside the crack will constantly change the environment around the crack in their own way, making it more and more similar to the environment inside themselves. Therefore, the so-called copy does not only refer to the space inside the copy, but also a small area near the crack that has also changed. This area is often referred to as the outer realm, and is generally the most reflective of the interior of the rift. What is shown in Dongfang Changming's photo is precisely the world-class copy, the outer area of the underworld city. Judging from the background, the rift in the underworld city is spread out in a mountain forest. The originally green grass on the ground was twisted into scarlet by some force, and the overall growth momentum became extremely strange. The branches of the surrounding trees also appeared quite rough, with many hideous eyeball-shaped patterns appearing on their wrinkled bark. In addition, the most eye-catching thing is the light red mist that spreads out from the cracks and rushes straight into the sky. This layer of fog is spread all over the world. After our comparison and research, we have confirmed that it is the spread of this mist that has caused a disorder in copies across the blue planet. We still don't know whether these mists will have any impact on the human body, but it can indeed make the monsters in each instance become brutal and bloodthirsty, out of control, and then a beast tide will break out, and it will get worse and worse. Moreover, this red mist will accumulate in the atmosphere and will not dissipate. If we allow this to continue, the ultimate consequence will be the recent beast tide is closely related to this thing. Although Dongfang Changming hesitated to speak, the seriousness of the problem was already revealed. The red fog can cause chaos in a previously stable instance, causing monsters of all species and levels to go berserk. If things continue like this, there will only be one result. The beast tide will intensify and eventually get out of human control. The Warcraft crisis that came with the gamification of the world 100 years ago will happen again. The solution to the problem is actually very direct. As long as you clear this copy, everything will be solved. As the first world-class copy that Blue Star faces, the country that clears it for the first time can even get a so-called hidden prize. The rewards provided by world-class copies are naturally things that can change the world situation. In order to resolve this global disaster, and also to seize this so-called reward, a number of countries united together and established a team to conduct regular attacks on copies. Every 2 weeks, they would form a group and collectively launch an attack on the interior of the copy. Unfortunately, due to the particularity of the rules of the world-class copy itself, humans have not yet been able to successfully break through its first level. Hearing this, Li Yang suddenly became curious. What kind of incredible rules does this copy have that prevented so many job changers across the entire Blue Star from conquering it for months on end? And he does have his own selfish desires regarding these issues. The red mist has spread to the entire blue planet. Although it is invisible to the naked eye, it does exist. It is still uncertain what impact it will have on humans for now, but the increasingly frequent beast tides caused by the red fog are a devastating blow to ordinary people. It is no exaggeration to say that a beast tide of sufficient scale can easily destroy a city. Liang was someone who had personally experienced the beast tide, and he was very familiar with that kind of devastating blow at the level of a natural disaster. Director Dongfang suddenly mentioned this matter. Is there anything I can do to help? Chapter 81. This wave is a perfect match for your profession. Hearing this, Dongfang Chaming nodded. Student Liang, I'm not going to hide anything from you. Because we have witnessed your unprecedented strength, we all agree that with your strength, the operation to capture the Necromancer City will definitely be a great success. And the world-class dungeon, Necropolis, is quite special in many ways. It has the power to change the entire world, and there are many rules that override our world. At least, that's the case for those job changers who try to explore the secrets. Dongfang Changming laid a lot of groundwork in a serious manner, and seemed mysterious. Another director nearby couldn't stand it anymore, held his forehead, and explained directly. The recommended level for the Necromancer City is between 80 and 100, and you are not allowed to use the equipment you brought in. As we all know, as the level increases, the role of equipment becomes more and more important. But no matter what job changer it is, as long as they enter the space rift in the Necromancer City, all the special equipment on their body will be instantly decomposed. Even storage rings are no exception. A bunch of naked combat class transferees went in and faced monsters above level 80. The only result was that they would die. Although China is also full of strong people, ordinary combat-type job changers naturally cannot display their strength in such a copy. In this case, we can only place our hopes on Tang Xuanzi for the strategy to conquer the underworld city. After the director finished speaking, he sighed slowly. The rules of this dungeon are obviously designed to disgust people. But in a sense, this is also a balance. After all, the copy resources of each country on Blue Star are different, and the strength of the job changers in each country also varies greatly. The rule of the underworld that no equipment is allowed to be brought into the game has fundamentally narrowed the gap in strength between the various job changers. Liang held his chin, nodded slightly, and suddenly realized. No wonder Dongfang Changming said that his abilities are important and even enough to change the world. It turns out that this is not a compliment, but a statement of fact. The strength of combat-type job changers, in addition to their extremely high attributes and various skills, is most dependent on their equipment. However, life-related occupations are completely unaffected by this rule. Like the pea shooter, flaming pepper, cherry bomb, corn cannon, and so on. In essence, they are just plants. In this copy, it is a natural killer. When everyone was carefully killing monsters, try to get some barely usable equipment. China's attacking team directly sowed seeds to create soldiers, killing all who stood in their way and leading by a long way. This kind of scene is really exciting just thinking about it. Liang understood what these directors meant, so he nodded without hesitation. Okay, let's use my copy of the plan strategy guide, right? Simple, just give me enough time to prepare properly. Besides, I'm quite curious. Does Baiji need to go into the dungeon with you guys? As he spoke, Liang raised his eyebrows and looked at Baiji, who was cracking another coffee bean next to him. If we want to be far ahead, we must make use of all available resources. But the ability of Baiji, Liang recalled the scene when she used her skills. They all stretched out their hands and released things like fireflies that flew into the soil and plants. This kind of skills, similar to those of auxiliary professions, must be used as needed, right? But Baiji is only level 60 now. The recommended minimum level for the Necropolis is 80. It's not that he looks down on Baiji, but after the 4th transformation, the 20th level, the gap is simply a chasm that cannot be filled. After reaching level 60, the experience required for each subsequent level will increase exponentially. Such an exaggerated amount of experience creates a considerable gap between each level. There are 20 levels between the 4th and 5th turns, and the difference is like a chasm. If we let Baiji, who is weak and helpless, go in, the risk will not be reduced even if we guard against it with all our might. Whenever they are attacked by those magical beasts over level 80, or even other job changers with malicious intentions, she had no chance of survival at all. Going in like this is no different from being cannon fodder. Dongfang Changming saw Liang's doubts and laughed cheerfully. It's okay. We certainly can't send you to take risks. When we go on a raid, we only need to bring some of the plants you grow and the fertilizer produced by Angelica de Hurica. When needed, just combine the two to surpass anything that spawns in the dungeon. Ah, Yes, Bai Ji is a fertilizer engineer. Liang nodded thoughtfully and turned to look at Bai Ji. Your profession is essentially a production job, but when I see you use your skills, don't you just raise your hands and shoot out a bunch of light spots? I haven't seen you use fertilizer either. Hearing this question, Bai Ji was stunned on the spot, her cheeks slightly hot. Fertilizer? Fertilizer? I'm giving birth. I just don't often show in front of people. The things that are spread out are actually fertilizer. It's just that the production process of fertilizer is not very convenient to show to others. After all, most of the best quality fertilizers I produce are organic fertilizers. Hearing this, Liang was stunned and almost blurted out, "Organic fertilizer? Are you using manure?" Bai Ji interrupted in a hurry and said loudly, No, I haven't used it." Then, as if realizing that her reaction was somewhat embarrassing, she blushed and lowered her head. "It's just ordinary straw, soybean meal, distiller's grains, sugar residue, and the like. I won't use those filthy things, even though I know they might work well. But I will make the fertilizer needed for the raid as soon as possible." As Bai Ji spoke, her head lowered lower and lower, and in the end she even wanted to bury her chin in her collarbone. Everyone burst into laughter. Without that eldest lady's airs, Bai Ji seemed much easier to get along with, and Liang finally felt closer to her. On the way back to the Bai family, Liang also asked about some other information related to the world-class copy. For example, the list of strategists selected this time, and the plan that China intends to adopt. Later I learned that the next copy strategy would be released 3 days later. Most of the candidates are outstanding talents selected from Tongshuansi. The team leader is a very powerful but somewhat lazy female boxer. This should be the most suitable combat profession for conquering this kind of tricky dungeon. The deputy captain is Du Shengding, a berserker who is in charge of managing the Tongshuansi laboratory and has the blood of a giant. As for the team members, there are some Tongshuansi job changers with guaranteed strength. The most noteworthy one among them is Meng Qing, a person who has changed his job into a life-related profession with great talent. Chapter 82, Golden Legend, by Family Heirloom. Meng Qing. Liang always felt like he had heard this name somewhere. Who was it? After Bai Ji's reminder, Liang suddenly realized. Isn't it the mentally immature little goblin he met when he first arrived at Tongshuansi? According to that guy, he seems to be the combat power among the life-type job changers. Liang originally thought this title was a joke. But judging from what directors like Dongfang Chaming say about him, this guy seems to have some ability. And there is also Du Shengding. Together with the plants he provided and the fertilizer provided by Bai Ji, why does it feel like everyone in this strategy group is familiar to me? Out of curiosity, Liang asked Meng Qing and Du Shengding about their talents. Dongfang Chaming had no intention of keeping it secret at all. After all, they were all family members and there was nothing to hide. Actually, Meng Qing's profession is a pickpocket, which would make him a person that everyone would hate to see in real life. However, he awakened a special talent called robbery. The ability is simple and crude to the extreme. In one word, it's about grabbing. He can directly steal a skill from a designated target and use it for his own benefit for a period of time. Likewise, the target that is robbed will lose the right to use the skill within a short period of time. At the critical moment, it can instantly turn the tide of the battle. It is precisely because of this that although Meng Qing has not yet reached level 80, he has been included in the strategy team by the official. Du Shengding's talent is called Giant Bloodline. His ability is to be passively activated when he is furious, which allows him to transform into a giant more than 10 meters tall, with all of his panel attributes increasing exponentially. Now Liang finally understood why Du Shengding had to slap himself twice before he turned into a giant when he was supporting him. After all this time, it turns out that I was just accumulating anger for myself. But this talent is activated passively? Will he inevitably turn to a giant as long as he gets angry? With such a talent, that guy must have suffered a lot in his life. No wonder he has developed such a simple and honest character. Recalling Du Shengding's face that couldn't be more honest, Liang couldn't help but feel a little emotional. And in the time that follows, the group chatted as they walked and soon returned to the Bai family's mansion. At this time, the Bai family, and even the entire city, was brightly lit and decorated everywhere. It's even more lively than the Chinese New Year. The snow on the streets was cleared, and the street lights lit up with a dim and warm light. Residents of the city took to the streets one after another to share the joy of surviving the disaster. Liang and his friends came in from the job transfer square. When passing through the square, they saw some familiar faces. The owner of the gift shop was holding his cat in his arms, and the cat had 4 little red boots on its paws. Du Xingding, who was busy earning points, had no idea what commission he had received and was busy hanging on a chimney near the square. Bai Feng was nowhere to be found, but Lin Huayu was standing on the street near Bai's house in a formal suit, entertaining guests. After seeing Liang and his group, Lin Huayu's face was immediately filled with smiles. She waved over here very actively, appearing to be even more lively than her daughter Baiji. At this time, the banquet atmosphere inside the Bai family was becoming more and more lively. Some non-commissioned officers who had sat down early were toasting each other and chatting happily. After seeing Liang coming in, Bai Feng, who was entertaining important figures inside, hurriedly came out with several military leaders and greeted him with a smile. Hurry, hurry, everyone from Tangshuanxi, please take a seat quickly. The food and wine are ready. Once you are seated, we will officially begin. By the way, Liang, as the great hero of this event, would you like to go on stage and give a speech? In response, Liang waved his hand and declined. Dongfang Changming was the representative again. He went on stage and spoke very skillfully for more than 20 minutes. Although Liang didn't feel anything. But Dongfang Changming's words resonated with many people in the northern border military. A group of people below enthusiastically shouted Tong Xuanzi's name, expressing their gratitude excitedly. During this period, many local prominent figures came forward, found Liang, greeted him, and became familiar with him. Compared with the people in Yinzhou, the biggest feeling about the people in the far north is that they are much more enthusiastic and more complicated in terms of etiquette. A large number of people toasted one after another with all kinds of strange tricks, which made Liang unable to recover for a long time. Later, Baiji stepped forward and very skillfully helped Liang to politely reject many people. Liang's alcohol tolerance is still not very good. After 3 rounds of drinks, I felt a little tipsy again. Lin Huayu had already noticed Li Yang's slightly red cheeks, and then he smiled knowingly and waved to Baiji. He smiled and handed Baiji a box, asking her to help Liang to rest first. Liang saw all of this. On the way back, Liang calmly chewed a coffee bean. The main function of coffee beans is to wake up the mind, which is somewhat helpful for drunkenness. Baiji helped Liang to the guest room and helped him sit on her bed. Then she quickly made a cup of honey water for Liang and handed it to him with both hands. When Liang took the cup and drank slowly, she did not leave. Instead, he stood in front of Liang and became hesitant. Okay, I'm fine now. Why don't you go back to the party? Liang drank the water in the cup, then looked up at Baiji with interest. Baiji opened her mouth, was stunned for a moment, and then took out a beautifully decorated wooden box from behind. Liang. Don't be a classmate, just call me Liang. Well, Liang, this time the defense of the Northern Great Wall is all thanks to you. Mother said before that she wanted to give you something, it's in here. He obviously behaves very politely and is talkative in front of strangers, speaking all kinds of official language without any emphasis. But in front of Liang, Baiji behaved uncharacteristically, as clumsy as an inexperienced child. Liang smiled, rubbed his stiff face, and took the wooden box from Baiji. I weighed it, and it didn't look like there were any gold coins or other money inside. Under Baiji's curious gaze, Liang reached out and opened the box. A silver pendant lay quietly on the velvet lining of the wooden box. Under the warm lighting, it looks like it has been around for quite some time. Is this what my grandmother left for my mother? Baiji obviously recognized the origin of this thing, and was immediately shocked and covered her mouth. Liang raised his eyebrows, but didn't ask in a hurry. Instead, he directly used the identification technique on this thing. Immunity amulet. Quality, gold, legend. Item description. This amulet was carefully crafted by craftsmen from the far north, carrying a mother's sincere hope for her daughter. Can be passively triggered when the wearer's health drops below 10, making the wearer invincible for 30 seconds. During this period, you will be immune to all damage in abnormal conditions, but you will become stiff and unable to move. Disposable product, please use with caution. Liang was a little surprised. This thing, is it Baiji's mother's heirloom? Chapter 83. 3-leaf clover? This is also a concept. Seeing Baiji's equally surprised expression, Liang immediately understood what was going on. Although he was a little tipsy just now, Liang saw it clearly. This box was handed to Baiji by Lin Huayu himself. Now I give it to myself. It's definitely more than just expressing gratitude. Lin Huayu's abacus beads are scattered all over the floor. Li Yang's face was full of black lines. Anyway, both the North and I personally are grateful to you this time. Just accept it. I'll need your guidance in the future. After Bai Ji finished speaking, she breathed a sigh of relief. After saying goodbye hurriedly, he hurried out the door. But when she came out of the house, she suddenly stopped. She turned around carefully and quietly helped Li Yang close the door, revealing half of her face through the crack in the door. Then, Li Yang, good night. Li Yang nodded, good night. Bai Ji showed a little joy on her face and quickly closed the door. After confirming that there was no movement in the house, she slowly walked into the yard. He leaned against the gate, stroked his slightly heaving chest, and calmed himself. Xiaobai, have you sent it out? Suddenly, a familiar voice came out of nowhere. Bai Ji was startled and turned around to follow the voice and saw her mother's smiling face. I sent it out, but I didn't expect that it contained that kind of thing. Listening to Bai Ji's voice, it seemed that she was still a little frightened. Lin Huayu always has a sunny smile on his face. After listening to his daughter's words, he walked a little closer, held Bai Ji's head in his arms, and said softly, Silly girl, if you don't take the initiative to fight for many things, it will be too late to regret it when you regret it. Mom asked Dad to help you calculate. This boy is a bit rough, but he has good character and is upright. If I miss this opportunity, I won't forgive myself. That's why Mother gave him the heirloom. I want to thank him for his contribution this time, and I also hope that this friend Li Yang will treat you well in the future. As she spoke, she gently stroked Bai Ji's soft silver hair. Bai Ji, dressed in white, shines as brightly as the stars in the sky under the illumination of the sunflowers in the yard. Rustle, the sunflowers swayed in the wind, and their leaves rubbed against each other, making the night sky seem particularly peaceful. Li Yang was lying on the bed in the room, and, using his empathy with Sunflower, he heard the entire conversation between the mother and daughter. I was originally worried about whether there might be something fishy about such a valuable item. In the end, Lin Huayu just wanted to be her mother-in-law. After hearing this, Li Yang smiled embarrassedly. She picked up the silver pendant and hung it around her neck. Then he reopened the system and started to sort out all the plants he had obtained since his first job change. When I first changed my job, I had the pea shooter, sunflower, nut wall, marigold, potato mine, and double shooter. The firepower at this stage is already capable of resisting the small beast tide that occurred in Yinzhou. The second transformation that follows adds a lot of more deadly plants on this basis. Ice shooter, big mouth flower, cabbage pitcher, corn pitcher, pumpkin, and cherry bomb. Especially the power of the last cherry bomb, which shocked many people when it was tested in Yinzhou. In the third transformation, he obtained the talent of plant empathy, and the plants he unlocked gradually moved from simple output to functionality. Pumpkinhead, torch stump, ground spike, char mushroom, coffee beans, hot pepper. The coffee beans also provided considerable help to Baiji. It was also from this moment that he came into contact with Tongshuanzi. It's a pity that I had just been in Tongshuanzi for a short time when I encountered the incident of the Great Wall in the north. They rushed here nonstop, used the existing plants to resist the beast tide, and killed more than 70 elite monsters with the help of Baiji's rich skills. He also reached the 4th level and unlocked the talent of plant and tree creatures. As the most important turning point in the life of all job changers, the plants unlocked at the 4th job change returned to the original intention. The lethality has been greatly enhanced. Giant puff mushroom, watermelon pitcher, machine gunner, garlic, ice mushroom, corn cannon. Most of the things can be regarded as having top output capabilities in the original game. Although it is a bit expensive, these things are definitely worth the money. It was also during this stage that Baiji also gained the talent of hybrid plants. Not only does he use multiple hybrid coffee beans to free himself from the energy limitations when using the abundant skill, he even helped Li Yang come up with some pretty outrageous plant combinations. What is the char mushroom pitcher, nut wall shooter? Let's not talk about the intensity for now. It's really fun. So next, Li Yang looked at the remaining unlocked plants in Dave's shop and began to feel more and more excited. Although the unlocked plants all exist in the form of silhouettes, but it is not so easy to recognize them by their silhouettes. Plants that will be unlocked at the 5th level. Li Yang knew a lot just by looking at the icons. Clover, cattail, destruction mushroom. Hiss, clover, cattail, and doomshroom. One with a map-wide tracking attack, and one with a thermonuclear weapon. What is the virtue of this clover? As soon as this idea came up, Li Yang thought of the clue. It's not the numbers in his system that are weird, it's the rules. Clover, what they blow is not the wind. It's a flying unit. Remember in Plants vs. Zombies, no matter what it was, as long as its feet left the ground, it would be blown away by the clover. This thing was a concept god in the game back then, not to mention his side. By then, I'm afraid all the planes and airships will be blown away. Depend on that scene. It's really exciting just thinking about it. Liang stretched and yawned. He fell into a deep sleep due to drunkenness. Early the next morning, at noon, Liang sat up, covering his heavy head, listening to the sound of someone chatting outside the house. Liang put on his coat and walked out the door. In one night, the sunflowers planted outside had produced more than 70 million sun rays for him. Looking at the sunlight value reserves that had increased several times, Li Yang's heart was filled with joy. Lack of sunshine does not exist. There is so much sunshine now that he can't use it all up even if he squanders it. Later, Tong Xuanzi wanted to use his plants to conquer world-class dungeons. When you enter the dungeon, just place dozens of corn cannons to clean the ground. Wouldn't this just scare the strategy teams from other countries? Mr. Liang, breakfast is ready. We could deliver it to you if you need it. Liang was squatting in front of his sunflower field admiring the view when the Bai family's housekeeper poked half of his head out of the gate and spoke. Liang nodded to show his approval. While the housekeeper went back to the kitchen to get the food, he took advantage of last night's excitement and opened Dave's prop store to take a look. And then a burst of way-bibaboo sounded. The first thing that caught his eye was the thing he had been thinking about day and night. Props, lawn cart. Not unlocked. Unlock requirement. Kill 1 million monsters. 3279/1000000. I always feel like I'm still a long way off. As expected, something of this level as a stroller cannot be forced. At that time, the system said that other people killing monsters with their plants were actually counted in the kill count. It seems that we need to find an opportunity to send out more plants to participate in the battle. Chapter 84. Is there something fishy going on? During the time when the housekeeper pushed the cart to bring meal to Li Yang, Dongfang Chaming also came to see Li Yang. But this time, it's down to business. Now that the problem in the north has been solved, there is no need to stay any longer. Although the Bai family still want to keep them, Tong Xuanzi was not always free. If Li Yang has nothing else to deal with, then let's set off back to the imperial capital today. It happened that I left in a hurry last time and didn't complete all the documents and procedures for Li Yang, so this time we can complete them all at once. When mentioning this, Li Yang took out a black blank token from his storage ring. The back of the token is engraved with Tong Xuanzi's seal and name, but the front is empty. Because he had to leave in a hurry, Dongfang Chaming didn't have time to customize one for Li Yang, so I can only make do with this one. However, according to Dongfang Chaming, the piece specifically for Li Yang has already been made. After returning to Tong Xuanzi, we can send it to Li Yang together with other important documents. In addition, the people above also carefully examined Li Yang's battle in the northern border for a long time. The final decision was to allocate more resources to Li Yang alone for his growth. Regarding Li Yang's need to cultivate sunflowers on a large scale, he also said considerately, there is an undeveloped crater behind the scientific research area of Tong Xuanzi. If Li Yang needs it, he can send someone to clean the mountain thoroughly and make enough space for him. The people above also said that given Li Yang's special identity, they were willing to provide him with special protection. As long as Li Yang has any needs, they will try their best to meet any reasonable requests. The only pity is that Li Yang is at an unprecedented level both in terms of career and talent. Therefore, even in a place like Tong Xuanzi, where weirdos gather, it is difficult to find teaching and training resources suitable for Li Yang. The development of Li Yang's talent can only be studied by the directors of Tong Xuanzi and Li Yang himself. During this period, Tong Xuanzi will do its best to assist Li Yang in all his actions. He talked a lot of gibberish, which made Li Yang dizzy. Until the end, Dongfang Chaming also specifically asked Li Yang if he had any other needs, and he would continue to report. Li Yangkai quickly shook his head, indicating that there was no such thing for the time being. Just kidding. Looking at the posture, I would have thought that Tong Xuanzi worked only for him. With so many official resources coming at him at once, it was hard for him to digest them all. Dongfang Chaming has recruited many people with special job changes. Those various job changers have various backgrounds. Having seen so much, I have naturally developed the ability to judge people. So after seeing that Li Yang seemed a little uncomfortable, Dongfang Chaming quickly smiled and said, "It's okay, don't worry. Whenever you need anything, just tell me and I'll report it to you at any time." Originally, the Tongxian division existed to cultivate powerful job changers, and the various resources within it naturally serve the powerful. So don't be shy. I've said it before, when you come to Tongshuansi, treat it as your home. Okay, eat first. After Bai Ji wakes up, we'll take the military's light airship back. As they were chatting, the butler came into the yard pushing a dining cart. Finish your meal and pack up. Liang arrived at the Bai family's reception room in advance and waited as promised. Lin Huayu and Bai Feng had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Liang, he immediately came up to him and greeted him with a smile. Especially Lin Huayu. After seeing the silver-white pendant on Li Yang's neck, the corners of his mouth suddenly widened, and it was time to say goodbye. Before leaving, Liang left a lot of plant seeds to the Bai family and asked them to plant them when needed. If a similar situation happens again, the help of the plant army can at least help them relieve a lot of pressure. Afterwards, Bai Ji gently covered the back of her neck and hurried to the living room. After confirming that everyone is present and there is nothing forgotten, Li Yang and his party boarded the light airship they had taken when they arrived and flew towards the imperial capital. Along the way, Bai Ji covered her neck and swayed with the shaking ship, looking extremely awkward. Li Yang asked the reason out of curiosity. Bai Ji smiled embarrassedly and began to explain. Too much sleeping and the pillow is too soft. So if I'm not careful, I'll get a stiff neck. There was a hint of fatigue in his eyes as he spoke. He looked as if he would fall asleep at any moment. Li Yang had given her a lot of coffee beans before, but the current situation did not require an emergency, and she didn't want to waste them. And now it's still some time before we return to the imperial capital. It would be nice for her to take a break during this time. Bai Ji leaned against the window and muttered softly in a voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz. My neck hurts now, and I can't sleep well. Wanting to sleep, but not being able to sleep is such a torture. Li Yang raised his eyebrows and suddenly thought of something. He then opened the storage ring and took out a pillow half a person's height from it in front of Bai Ji. Bai Ji was stunned and kept her mouth open for a long time without saying anything. No, what good person would carry a pillow with him when he goes out? Li Yang directly stuffed the thing into Bai Ji's arms and explained casually. This thing was a souvenir he bought from the gift shop next to the Northern Territory Job Change Plaza when he first went there. It was the first time he had seen a pillow made of pine needles, so he bought it out of curiosity to play with it. I didn't expect it would come in handy. It can also be regarded as a return gift for the pendant. Reciprocity is a traditional virtue. Li Yang, you really surpassed my expectations in every aspect. It's amazing. Bai Ji blinked in admiration, then took the pillow, sniffed the familiar scent of pine needles, and suddenly felt like she was back by the fireplace in her hometown. Then, she felt sleepy and fell asleep. The slightly wrinkled brows, due to the pain in the neck, were also relieved by the fresh scent of pine needles. He didn't change his posture until the airship landed. Why? I don't accept it. Why is this year's year-end bonus already decided internally? Who is this extra guy on the big list? I don't accept it. There must be something fishy going on. There must be something wrong with the system. I worked hard for a year to accumulate more than 600 points, and suddenly an unknown person with 2,000 points appeared. What's going on? Did this guy save the world to get so many points? The key is that he is not anonymous on the Tongshuansi list. Who is this guy? As soon as the airship landed, a noisy sound came from outside the porthole. Chapter 85. The Nameless One Who is Far Ahead. Bai Ji opened her eyes with some difficulty and looked outside. At this moment, the streets were already filled with indignant young job changers. They waved their fists and protested loudly, saying that there was some strange and shady deal in this year's annual list and demanded a reinvestigation. The specific situation seems to be that when the big list was updated last night, the first place on the big list, which had not changed much, suddenly became a blank name. No information about this person was displayed except for a score of over 2,400, which put him more than 200 points ahead of the original top of the list, making him the new number one. Who was originally at the top of the list? He is recognized as the strongest combat-type job changer in Tongxian Division, the always careless and number one slacker in Tongxian Division, the winner of the annual ranking list for 3 consecutive years, the white moonlight that countless students can only dream of. Female boxer, Jiang Xiaoxiao. This was the person who once defeated half of the directors of Tongshuansi by himself in order to avoid training. She took first place, and no one in Tongshuansi dared to object. Result: this well-deserved first place was actually overshadowed by an unknown person. This is really a bit biased, isn't it? Who is this guy with a blank identity? Isn't this really a system error? Hiss. Director Dongfang, if all your needs can be met. This airship, I think. While a large group of people outside were chattering about demanding fairness, Li Yang next to him was still thinking about what requests he could make that Tang Xuanzi could help him fulfill. Hearing this, Dongfang Changming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's possible. But can you fly this airship? This kind of high-precision light airship needs to be regularly taken to a special place for maintenance, and it is very troublesome to go back and forth. If you just want to use this thing as a means of transportation, I can help you contact someone in the military. Liang nodded. That's fine. The main thing is that this thing is really cool. The streamlined fuselage, the smooth, swept wings. Wow. Just looking at it every day can prolong your life. Liang sighed, unbuckled his seatbelt, and walked down from his seat. Dongfang Changming had already stood up and opened the cabin door. The retractable stairs extended to the ground, and everyone in the cabin finally returned to the land of Tang Xuanzi. As a result, as soon as they went out, several directors, including Dongfang Changming, were surrounded by other students. A large group of people questioned loudly, wanting to get an explanation for the strange scores on the list. In fact, it's not just that anonymous person. This time, the Northern support allowed many combat-type job changers to obtain high scores. But to suddenly leap straight into the top 10 is truly unheard of. A group of directors looked at each other and looked at the students' mobile phones held high. Finally, I understood what was going on. The anonymous person who is far ahead of the first place. What kind of system bug is this? That was clearly Li Yang, whose identity had not yet been entered into the file. In fact, last night, when communicating with the top management, these directors, including Dongfang Changming, had considered it. Killing a level 75 elite monster and blocking the beast tide, the total points added up to almost 3,000 points. According to the number of people who participated in the war at that time, there were only these three people: Du Shengding, Li Yang, and Bai Ji. Later, Du Shengding specifically stated that he did not help much in killing the elite monster and defending against the beast tide, and he was willing to only take a portion of the points. Therefore, these more than 3,000 points were basically all divided by Li Yang and Bai Ji. Li Yang certainly takes the lion's share, plus the extra points for his life-related professions and the high bonus points brought by the possibility of cooperating with Bai Ji. 2,400 points is actually more than enough. This guy Li Yang, even without special approval from the top. You can also get the most resources in Tang Xuanzi just by relying on your ranking on the big list. So, facing the questions from a group of students, the directors smiled at each other and said in unison that there was no problem with the ranking. If you want to know who this anonymous person is, just be patient and wait for the list information to be updated tonight. Seeing these directors acting mysteriously, the students below immediately understood something. Suddenly this happened. Could it be that something more terrifying than the slacking King Jiang Xiao appeared in the Tongshan division? How outrageous is such an existence? The students' questions soon turned into a variety of speculations. A group of people looked at each other, suspecting that the master was right next to me. Okay, classmate Liang, if it's convenient, please come with me first. Let's go and complete your paperwork and get your tokens ready. After dealing with the curious students, Dongfang Changming turned around again and looked at Liang. Liang nodded, said goodbye to Bai Ji temporarily, followed a few directors, and left the helipad. In fact, Dongfang Changming had already explained the scores and other things to Liang on the way here. He even thoughtfully helped Liang connect to Tang Xuanzi's internal network so that he could check the big list and other things at any time. Look at the unknown, who is far ahead of the others. Liang almost couldn't hold it in. Moreover, after learning about this year-end bonus, Liang also understood why this time it caused such a big chaos. The reward for the top spot on this list is an item that gives people a chance to awaken additional talents. According to the normal process, others reach level 60 and level 4. When he got this thing, level 60 was equivalent to the 5th level. More job changes and more talents than others. On the battlefield, it's all about crushing strength. No wonder this thing is considered a year-end reward. Such an important thing should naturally be distributed to job changers who are strong enough so that its advantages could be best utilized. Although so many people were indignant, Liang actually didn't feel anything. Only the second one on this list. This girl is called Jiang Xiao. It is said that he has been at the top of the list for 3 consecutive years and is an absolute ruthless person. This guy wouldn't come here secretly to take revenge on me because I took away her position and reward, right? Liang felt a little helpless, so he asked Dongfang Changming specifically. But when Dongfang Changming heard Li Yang's question, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you mean Xiao Xiao? It's okay. With her personality, she won't argue with you about this. Besides, she will have to rely a lot on your plants when conquering world-class dungeons. Ah, that's great. She's here too. Why don't you take this opportunity to get to know her? As he spoke, Dongfang Changming raised his hand and pointed to the lawn below the government building. Chapter 86, Express Delivery from Hometown. Look in the direction Dongfang Changming pointed. A girl with short brown hair, wearing sunglasses and a light yellow short-sleeved shirt, with a very well-proportioned figure, was sitting cross-legged and lying comfortably on a lounge chair on the lawn. The golden sunlight shines down, making her skin shine and giving people a vibrant feeling. Noticing the person coming over here, the guy sat up, lowered his eyes slightly, and smiled with narrowed eyes. Director Dongfang, are you back? The handsome guy next to you. Is he a new student? Dongfang Changming walked between the two and introduced them to each other. Liang, this is Jiang Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, meet me, this is Liang. Hearing the name, Jiang Xiao Xiao blinked, then jumped lightly and leaped in front of Liang. He took off his sunglasses, held his chin, looked him up and down, and then nodded slightly. Liang, I have seen your information from the person in charge of the archives. I heard that this new top of the list is you. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me in the future. She spoke in a very lazy tone. After shaking hands with Liang casually, she stretched and yawned to make way for them. Liang raised his eyebrows, feeling a little strange. Then he wondered. People outside are saying that there's something fishy going on in this ranking list. But it seems you don't really care about rankings or anything like that. Jiang Xiao Xiao tilted her head slightly, turned around, and answered nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Those who can make it to the top of the list must be extremely capable. The rewards of Tangshuansi are reserved for those with strength. The fact that you are ranked higher than me has already proved your strength. Having said that, he waved his hand, looked nonchalant, and returned to the lawn chair leisurely. He put on his sunglasses again, crossed his legs, and slowly lay back down. Dongfang Changming shrugged and gave Liang a look that said, "See, I told you so." Then he took Liang into the government building. Before entering the door, Liang turned his head back deliberately. I happened to see Jiang Xiao Xiao sitting on the recliner, tilting her head back and looking over here. Although his eyes couldn't be seen through the sunglasses, Liang always felt like he was being stared at fiercely. This Jiang Xiao Xiao might not be as simple as she looks. After entering the government building, Liang basically didn't have to worry about the rest of the things. The staff in the official building had already prepared various files for Liang. You just need to wait for Liang to come over and confirm that the information is correct, and then you can import it directly. By then, wait for the big list to be updated tonight. Liang's name and the source of his points will appear at the top of the list. By then, the name Liang will probably be as resounding throughout the Tangshuansi as Jiang Xiao Xiao was back then. After dealing with the file matter, Dongfang Changming took out a token engraved with Li Yang's name and handed it to him solemnly. Looking at the token with ink-colored cloud patterns, Liang nodded slightly and put it back into his storage ring. Oh, by the way, if you need any equipment or materials, you can always contact me. Dongfang Changming reminded Liang in case he forgot. After all, Liang has official support behind him, and Tangshuansi will try its best to meet any needs. Liang nodded, cooperated with them to complete all the necessary procedures and documents, and then left with his token. When I came out, it was already night outside. Jiang Xiao Xiao, who had been sitting on the recliner at the door, had long disappeared, and the bustling crowd in the distance gradually calmed down. Under the cover of night, Tangshuansi looks no different from any ordinary university town. The towering buildings, the lush green plants, the young men and women coming and going, except for the weird abilities exhibited by some people. It really felt like he was dreaming of returning to Yinzhou. Returned to the residence and opened the door. I was just about to plant sunflowers all over the yard to start saving up some sunshine. After entering the room, Liang fell into deep thought as he looked at the bulging packages placed at the door. Is this a courier? Liang saw the familiar courier slip, and the delivery location was also very conspicuous. Yinzhou. These are a bunch of express deliveries sent from Yinzhou. He has only been away from Yinzhou for a few days. Who would send him a courier? Liang was a little confused. After entering the room and closing the door, he picked up a knife and opened the packaging of those things. Immediately, crash! A mess was scattered all over the floor. The most eye-catching square box contained a pair of bracelets emitting purple light. The rest are Yinzhou local specialties of all sizes. Some are fungus snacks that are only available in Yinzhou, while others are sealed cheesecakes and the like. You can tell at first glance that it was the work of everyone in the village. Especially the big bag of rice cakes placed in the middle. It was obviously made by the neighbor ant. Li Yong smiled knowingly, picked up a piece, and put it into his mouth. Then I stuffed the rest of the food into the refrigerator. Then, he performed an identification spell on the bracelet. Item name, Star Bracelet. Quality, purple, epic. Item description, a bracelet crafted with great craftsmanship, containing the power of the stars. No equipment. After equipping this item, the wearer can gain an additional 20 spellcasting range. A bracelet that increases spellcasting range. Who would have thought of giving him something like this? Although it is epic equipment. But in Yinzhou, it is definitely not a cheap item. But now that I'm here, Leon shrugged and put the bracelet on his hand. Then, activate the fourth talent, plant and tree creatures. Sure enough, the range of plants that he could sense had become much larger. The current range is almost over 600 meters. It basically covers the area where you are easily. That's just right, since the innate skills have already been unfolded. Leon also used his talent to transform the weeds in his yard into sunflowers. A moment later, nearly 200 sunflowers appeared in Li Yang's front yard. The amount of sunlight, which has already exceeded 100 million, has once again achieved a certain degree of growth. It's a pity that Baiji is not here now. Otherwise, I could use her plant hybridization skills to make something like a sun mushroom and a sunflower. Just as I was thinking this, the phone suddenly rang. Name of caller. It's Zhang Mingshu. Mayor of Yinzhou City, Zhang Mingshu. Liang immediately understood who sent those messy packages. So he quickly picked up the phone and answered. Unexpectedly, in addition to Zhang Mingshu, the voice of the neighbor ant was also heard on the other side. Because there were too many people calling, it sounded noisy on the other end. Leon couldn't help but smile knowingly. Listening to the group of people over there asking about his well-being, Leon couldn't help but smile knowingly. Before I knew it, I had become a wanderer that was missed by so many people. Chapter 87. Carefree Senior Sister Jiang. After a brief chat, he said that life here was not difficult and thanked the municipal government for the gift. Leon also asked about the latest situation in Yinzhou. I've been away from my hometown for such a long time, it would be a lie to say that Yinzhou has not changed. But when Zhang Mingshu talked about what was happening over there, Liang was still a little surprised. The first is staffing. As mayor, he certainly hasn't changed. Su Minghong, the former president of Yintian College, also successfully assumed the position of director of the Education Bureau because of his discovery of Li Yang's achievements, which was considered a new beginning for an old tree. Liang had already heard about these things when he left Yinzhou. What he never expected was that Yunzhou's military minister also had a position change during this period. The former minister Wei Tsongfeng was transferred to other areas to garrison, and now the position of minister is temporarily vacant. So Feng Wan, the team leader whom Wei Tsongfeng values the most, is temporarily appointed. At the same time, Su Guwei, the fire-controlling mage who ranked second on the Tianyun Academy list, also followed Feng Wan's footsteps and joined military. In fact, that bracelet was a gift that Wei Tsongfeng specially bought from a local auction house in Yinzhou before he left, and he emphasized that it was going to be given to Li Yang. As for the village in the suburbs, it is Li Yang's hometown. With the help of the gold mine left by Li Yang, the company developed by leaps and bounds. In a short period of time, it completely changed. Not only did they build tall buildings on flat ground, they also specially arranged a number of professional fortifications. Combined with the plants left by Li Yang, it can be said that it has become a completely indestructible small fortress. This time, even if Liang was not there, the village would be able to survive the beast tide of the same level as in the past without any damage. At the same time, the entire city has a very solid economic foundation due to the existence of the gold mine, and the improvement and construction of various infrastructures are also being carried out in full swing. In addition, the hidden copy of Dawn Canyon that was previously cleared because of Liang also successfully brought huge benefits to the job changers in Yinzhou. Now, the average level of job changers in Yinzhou City has jumped from the pitiful level of over 40 to level 55. With enough strength to explore the outside world, I believe that in the near future, the comprehensive strength of Yinzhou's job changers will gradually approach level 60 or even 70. Once this level is reached that can bring about a qualitative change in the job changer, the fate of the entire Yunzhou will surely undergo earth-shaking changes. One day, it may even be comparable to China's first-tier cities. And all this is thanks to Li Yang. Speaking of this, Zhang Mingshu also expressed his sincere gratitude to Li Yang for his contributions. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Li Yang hung up the phone. Looking at the bracelet on my hand that was faintly emitting purple light, I felt a little warm in my heart. Ahem. Excuse me for interrupting you. Can I come in and sit down? A familiar voice suddenly sounded. Li Yang raised his eyebrows and turned away. I saw the lazy figure outside the door. It was Jiang Xiaoxiao. She was leaning against the half-open door and stretching lazily in a very casual manner. Senior Jiang? Li Yang recognized the person and immediately made a gesture to invite him in. Jiang Xiaoxiao smiled after getting the consent, walked into the house, and closed the door with a bang. Then he sat down on Li Yang's sofa without any hesitation, rummaged in his pocket, took out a handful of dried fish, and shook it at Li Yang. Li Yang was speechless for a moment, waved his hand, and did not take it. Jiang Xiaoxiao was not annoyed. She just shrugged her shoulders, threw the dried fish high into the air, and put it in her mouth. The pair of sunglasses she wore during the day were inserted into her hair as a hairpin. It is simply the ultimate interpretation of the word careless. Just looking at her appearance, it is really hard to imagine that she is a recognized master of tangshuancy. It's getting late. I wonder if Senior Jiang came to see me, too? Li Yang asked with some curiosity. Jiang Xiaoxiao grinned. Don't call me Senior Sister. It seems so distant. Just call me Xiaoxiao. Director Dongfang just talked to me and explained the matter of the world-class dungeon. I was assigned a few team members and asked to be the captain. I was also asked to take advantage of the next few days to talk to each of them and get to know them better. So I came to please you. Hearing this, Li Yang was a little confused. Jiang Xiaoxiao's strategy for conquering teammates in world-class dungeons? But he just provided plants, so it shouldn't count. As soon as this thought came to mind, Jiang Xiaoxiao, who was sitting on the sofa, waved her hand. I know. Technically, you're not one of my teammates. It can only be regarded as, off-field assistance. But Director Dongfang thinks highly of you, and if nothing unexpected happens, your ability is the key to our successful clearance of the world-class dungeon. Coincidentally, your ranking on the big list is higher than mine, so I really want to see how exaggerated your strength is. After saying that, he took out a handful of dried fish from his other pocket and handed it to Li Yang. Seeing Li Yang's refusal, he explained seriously, "This is different. The one just now is spicy, and this one is spiced." Li Yang appeared calm on the surface, but in his heart he was too exhausted to complain. Damn, who asked you this? Besides, aren't you here to please me? Are you using dried fish to test cadres? Or the dried fish you took out of your trouser pocket? This. Li Yang held his forehead with his hand. Jiang Xiaoxiao on the opposite side quickly finished the snack in her hand and winked at Li Yang playfully. So how's it going? Can you satisfy my curiosity? In exchange, I will also tell you what my abilities are. Let me show you two of my abilities. Looking at Jiang Xiaoxiao, he made a serious yet gesture. Li Yang felt like his head was about to explode. I stayed up late at night and came to him to do these things. This guy's thinking is really too clear and strange. Ah, yes, and that thing. Based on my past experience, getting such a high score when you first arrive is not always a good thing. It won't be long before a bunch of unyielding little guys come out to question you, like paparazzi, and hang around you all day long. If you promise me, I'll help you with those guys. How about that? This is a good suggestion. Li Yang held his chin and finally began to think seriously about what she said. The ranking of this big list obviously attracted the attention of many people, and the commotion it caused could be seen from the crazy crowds during the day. Once the big list is updated tonight, I will definitely become the focus of everyone's attention. If you are entangled by those challengers who refuse to admit defeat, or those informants who want to get to the bottom of the matter, it is indeed a waste of time and energy, and also a hassle. Jiang Xiaoxiao has some reputation among the students. It would save a lot of trouble if she, the former top of the list, could prove it. Chapter 88. Are you polite? My name is not Goblin. In that case, then fine. Li Yang held his chin and thought about his answer. Anyway, Jiang Xiaoxiao and the others will come into contact with his plan sooner or later. It is better to let them familiarize themselves with the subject early than to cram at the last minute after entering the game. Jiang Xiaoxiao jumped up and nodded with great satisfaction. Okay, let's go straight to the martial arts hall without further ado. Oh, by the way, besides you, I heard there's another new player who can assist you with your plants. His name is Baiji, right? What is this person like? How is your relationship with him? Ah, it's okay. I just asked casually. If you don't want to say it, you don't have to say it. I don't care. Also, are you familiar with the other team members? Ahem, don't look at me like that. I'm usually very busy. I don't have that much free time to socialize. Along the way, Jiang Xiaoxiao found random topics to chat about. For some reason, the tone of her voice sounded just like that of a freshman who had just arrived. Logically speaking, she is a big star who has topped the list for 3 consecutive years. No matter what, it shouldn't be like this. The martial arts hall is not far from the residential area, because the majority of people who have changed their jobs in Tongshuansi are combat-type people. So there are actually quite a few martial arts halls scattered here, making it convenient for students who are eager to try their hands at martial arts to go on stage and compete at any time. The main body of the martial arts hall is actually a square arena with restrictions set up. The arena is made of hard granite, and its solidity is reinforced by certain formations. Its hardness is comparable to that of diamond, and it is difficult to destroy it with the combat power of ordinary job changers. When entering the martial arts arena, unexpectedly, Liang actually met 2 familiar figures again. So familiar with it that he could even call out its name directly. Senior Du and Goblin. Who are you calling Goblin? Not far away. When Meng Qing heard this, veins popped up on his forehead and he stomped his feet in anger. Liang smiled and ignored it. Du Shengding put down the mop in his hand, straightened up with a smile, and greeted Liang. Student Liang, I didn't expect that we would meet again. Wait, the person next to you is Jiang Xiaoxiao? Du Shengding's eyes widened when he saw the familiar figure next to Liang, who was stretching and yawning all the time. No one expected that Liang, a new student, would be able to meet this top-level figure in Tongshuansi on his first day of school. Jiang Xiaoxiao also blinked and waved casually at the 2 people in front of her. Oh, I've heard of you, Du Shengding. And this, Goblin? This name is quite rare. Meng Qing almost couldn't hold back and burst out in anger. My name is not Goblin. My name is Meng Qing. Still no one paid any attention. On the side, Liang looked at Du Shengding and asked curiously, Senior Du, are you guys working and studying? Both of them were holding sanitary tools in their hands, and they were in a place like the martial arts field, which was particularly easy to make a mess. Its purpose is self-evident. Du Shengding didn't expect that he would be bumped into by Liang twice. He didn't know how to respond, so he smiled embarrassedly. Meng Qing didn't react at all and explained, I am working part-time to earn money for my studies, and this Senior Du is saving money for his laboratory. What are you guys doing here? A big shot like Jiang Xiaoxiao shouldn't be so short of money that he has to do odd jobs for Tongshuansi, right? Liang wanted to say that Jiang Xiaoxiao was so poor that she had to live on dried fish all day long. But after thinking about it, I didn't say it out loud. Jiang Xiaoxiao was very straightforward and did not hide anything. Let's test Li Yang's strength. Oh wait, your name is Meng Qing, right? I remember you. You 2 were also on my list of players in the Raiders team. Okay, that's great. Let's show off your abilities together. As he said this, he waved his hand. He jumped up and directly jumped onto the arena. The 3 people below looked at each other, each with their own confusion. Meng Qing was the most confused and was almost completely out of the loop. What team member am I? What strength does Liang have? What is going on here? You go first, little goblin. Jiang Xiaoxiao stood at the edge of the stage and waved to the people below. At the same time, Du Shengding, who was the first to react, finally understood the current situation and told Meng Qing about the world-class copy. Meng Qing then remembered that Director Dongfang had just looked for him not long ago. I was appointed to participate in some world-class dungeon strategy. He had always treated this matter as top secret, and had kept it hidden, not daring to tell anyone. But why is Liang here? What does he have to do with the copy strategy? He didn't even know what this guy's profession was. Goblin-san, Jiang Xiaoxiao had already sat on the stage, holding her chin lazily, waiting for Meng Qing's response. Meng Qing climbed onto the stage somewhat clumsily, brushed off the dust on his clothes, and then asked doubtfully, So what should I do? Jiang Xiaoxiao asked him to show his abilities. But his ability is to steal other people's skills. How to show this? Jiang Xiaoxiao on the opposite side let out a long sigh and slowly stood up. Fight with me. I refuse. Meng Qing ran off the stage without even looking back. Are you kidding? He is just a living profession. Fight with the #1 female boxer in Kwantong Swansea? So what if I could steal one of her skills? Wouldn't she still kill him with one punch? Seeing Meng Qing rush off the stage, Jiang Xiaoxiao blinked, looking somewhat innocent, and then turned her gaze to Du Shengding. Then you come? Du Shengding also smilet aufwartlich. I can't. My ability is to transform into a giant. If I use it in such a narrow place, I'm afraid I won't be able to stay in this building. No way. Jiang Xiaoxiao sighed and finally looked at Liang. Then, classmate Liang, let's just go together. Liang was helpless. Okay, how do you want to fight? Hearing this, Meng Qing, who had just rushed off the stage, immediately turned around, his eyes wide open like bells. He blurted out, Liang, are you crazy? Do you know who she is? She can punch through this martial arts hall with one punch. Although when they first met, Meng Qing couldn't stand Liang's sharp tongue and foul mouth. But he's not the kind of person who would just watch someone die without helping. Liang is just like a newborn calf who is not afraid of a tiger. If he dies on the stage later, no one will collect his body. But after listening to Meng Qing's words, Liang grinned and said with a smile, Who do you look down on? I can blow up this house by growing cherries. After saying that, he walked onto the stage in 2 or 3 steps. Du Shengding had seen Liang's strength, and now, when he saw the confrontation between Liang and Jiang Xiaoxiao, he suddenly became excited. One is to be the top of the list for 3 consecutive years. One is the savior of the North who killed elite monsters more than 10 levels higher and almost repelled the beast tide by himself. The match between these two, maybe it could become a good research material. Jiang Xiaoxiao also moved her joints slightly and twisted her wrists, looking eager to try. Only Meng Qing was disheveled in the wind. The whole person stood still. I hesitated whether to call an ambulance. Chapter 89. Infinite Blue Bar, Chi Hai Female Fist. So what do we do? Liang walked onto the stage, straightened up, and looked at Jiang Xiaoxiao opposite him. The latter shrugged lightly and said casually, You hit me, and I hit you. Just show me how awesome you are. So casual? Liang was a little amused. Then he took out a flower pot from Dave's store, calmly stuffed a pumpkin head seed into it, and then threw it over. Jiang Xiaoxiao blinked and casually raised her hand to catch it. He asked with a puzzled look on his face, Flower pot? Is this your ability? I don't see how this thing... Before he finished speaking, Liang snapped his fingers. Boom! The second talent, exquisite plant management, is activated. The seeds in the flower pot grew rapidly and in an instant turned into an extremely huge pumpkin head. From top to bottom, Jiang Xiaoxiao was firmly pinned inside. In the end, he even smashed a lot of fine cracks on the stage beneath his feet. Looking at the cracks that were spreading out, Du Shengding and Meng Qing, who were watching the game from the audience, suddenly widened their eyes. Meng Qing, in particular, immediately recalled some strange anecdotes that his grandmother had told him when he was a child. It is said that one big taboo for people living in the mountains is that they must never sleep in a bamboo forest on a spring night. After the first rain in spring, the sprouting bamboo shoots will grow upwards regardless of everything. Whether it is a rock or a human body, it will pierce it without hesitation. The power of plant growth is far more terrifying than it appears. This story is intended to teach people to respect nature. But right now, Meng Qing witnessed what it meant for fantasy to come true. A huge yellow pumpkin with that spooky smiling face. It just lay there, motionless like a rock. This is... Meng Qing looked at the scene in front of him and was speechless for a long time. Before that, he had no idea of Liang's strength. The only thing he knew was that Liang, like him, was a livelihood professional. Like him? Bullshit. Can a monster like Liang be called a life-related profession? Snap, snap, snap. Just at this moment, there was applause from inside the pumpkin head. Then, Jiang Xiaoxiao's voice came from under the pumpkin. Great, great. Now I know why director Dong Fong chose you. A pumpkin can actually reach this hardness. It's really rare. But you can't just grow pumpkins, right? Hearing this, Liang smiled and didn't say much. But the next moment, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. The cracks under the pumpkin head suddenly became more numerous. Obviously, Jiang Xiaoxiao inside is trying to attack the pumpkin head. However, given her strength, it will be difficult to cause any effective damage to this thing in a short period of time. After all, his plants weren't some numerical monsters, but it is an existence that actually plays with the rules. Under the rules, all are equal. Li Yang is now level 60, 4th level. Then the targets restricted by his plant rules naturally increased a lot as well. Today's Pumpkinhead can withstand attacks from any unit below level 80, up to a maximum of 100 times. Even if you exceed the limit of 80 levels, each level higher will only mean you have to bear less pressure. I want to pierce this Pumpkinhead with one blow. Unless Jiang Xiaoxiao has reached level 180, there is no point in discussing this. But it is obvious that Jiang Xiaoxiao is very good at improvising and performing on the spot. After she punched the Pumpkinhead a dozen times in a row, she looked at the unharmed Pumpkinhead and fell into deep thought. Afterwards, Shinran changed his target and punched the person under his feet instead. Compared to this Pumpkinhead that can't be beaten no matter what, the ground of the ring seems much more brittle. Accompanied by the particularly violent shaking, Jiang Xiaoxiao suddenly smashed through the ring and crawled out from the crack. When the arena under his feet split, Li Yang threw out 2 seeds of the nut wall and stepped on them steadily. Jiang Xiaoxiao jumped up lightly and sat on the inverted pumpkin. She crossed her legs and looked at Li Yang in front of her with eyes full of praise. In contrast, Meng Qing and Du Shengding in the audience were completely dumbfounded. After staying in Tanshuansi for so long, this was the first time they saw the martial arts arena being destroyed by a single punch. Although no one doubted Jiang Xiaoxiao's identity as the strongest person in Tanshin Division. But this kind of real destructive power, they had never heard of it. Right now, including Li Yang, everyone was shocked by the strength displayed by Jiang Xiaoxiao. Although the Pumpkinhead is not an offensive plant, its weight is such that it will definitely make a big hole if it falls to the ground. The fact that there were only 2 shallow cracks after hitting this kind of arena was enough to show how hard the arena itself was. Li Yang is sure that the materials used to make the ring are extraordinary. But even so, Jiang Xiaoxiao still punched it through with her fist. This girl. That lazy look is purely pretended. It seems that you are very curious. Just ask whatever you want to ask. Jiang Xiaoxiao saw the curiosity in Li Yang's eyes, so she crossed her legs and started talking. Li Yang was also unambiguous and asked directly, "Tell me about your profession and abilities." Jiang Xiaoxiao stretched, rubbed his face, and then casually opened a career interface. At the same time, he said, "Level 88, 5th turn boxer. The talent is called Qihai. As the name suggests, it means that there is an endless amount of energy like the sea. Oh yes, this so-called Qi, you can think of it as the blue bar for fighting professions like boxers. I can release skills infinitely, and there's basically no limit to my output. Plus a little bit of insignificant talent in martial arts. That's about it." As he said this, he spread his hands. He simply showed the mess of ring debris beneath him. It seemed that what I had just done was just a trivial matter. After saying this, she jumped down from the big pumpkin again and clapped her hands. "Okay, that's all for my introduction. It's your turn next." Li Yang sighed and threw out his panel. The 3 people opposite immediately came over curiously, squinting their eyes to watch carefully. After seeing the words LV.60 on the level, even Jiang Xiaoxiao, who had always been lazy, showed an extremely surprised expression. Am I seeing this correctly? You just completed the 4th transformation? A level 60 life-related job changer has this kind of strength. Chapter 90. The perfect lineup for raiding the dungeon. Facing Jiang Xiaoxiao's exclamation, Li Yang's face did not show much emotion. After all, he's used to it. But at this moment, there was only a plop sound. Meng Qing, who was standing next to him, suddenly knelt on the ground with a pale face, muttering to himself, No wonder director Dong Fong traveled thousands of miles to bring Bai Ji to pick you up in person at Tanshuansi. For a living profession to be able to reach level 60 in such a short period of time and to display such strength, it is no wonder that it has attracted such great attention from the Tangshan division. It's just, it's horrible. It's horrible. He just wanted to use the word terrible to describe it. Li Yang held his forehead. Although I don't have any hope for this guy's cultural level. But this wording is too limited. What's going on with this goblin? It's hard to imagine how this guy was selected in the first place. It is indeed curious. However, just as Li Yang was thinking, Meng Qing on the opposite side suddenly made up his mind for some unknown reason. He got up from the ground and looked at Li Yang with firm eyes. Li Yang, I admit that I underestimated you at first. But I will also prove with my strength that I, Meng Qing, am no worse than you. I will regain the title of the ceiling of life-related professional combat power sooner or later. Looking at Meng Qing's competitive look, Liang smiled helplessly. Jiang Xiao, who was standing next to him, suddenly came over and whispered in his ear. You seem to be very familiar with him. Is this guy's personality always like this? How about I go talk to Director Dongfang and have him kicked out so you can come in? Liang's face turned black, and he quickly denied it. Very familiar? Familiar with this guy? What a joke. Baiji might be quite familiar with this guy. Jiang Xiao is not interested in complicated interpersonal relationships. He just rubbed his eyes and turned to look at Meng Qing. You are also one of the members on the list of the attacking team. You should have some special abilities, right? Hurry up, take it out, and let us see it. Whether it's a mule or a horse, take them out for a walk. Otherwise, after we enter the game, I will arrange for you to lead the charge. Of course, Meng Qing didn't dare to disobey Jiang Xiao's order. After all, she is at the top of the Tongxin division and the leader of a world-class dungeon strategy team. Generally speaking, it means your predecessors and your boss. Meng Qing respects this kind of person very much. So he also imitated Liang, and Jiang Xiao just now raised his hand and threw out his own information interface. At the same time, attached explanation. I am a level 68 livelihood occupation, pickpocket, and my innate ability is robbery. In short, it means being able to steal other people's skills within a limited distance and use them for your own benefit for a short period of time. The person whose skills are taken away will also temporarily lose the right to use the skills. At this point, Du Shengding, who had been silent all along, suddenly asked, Can I take away skills? Any skills? No level or profession restrictions. For example, you're a level 68 now. Can you forcibly seize the great blessing of a level 80 or 90 priest and bless the whole team? Meng Qing was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I have already done experiments with Director Dongfang a long time ago, and this is completely feasible. Du Shengding and Jiang Xiao looked at each other and nodded slightly. They are considered to be seniors, and their understanding of skills is definitely deeper than that of people like Meng Qing. There are so many areas where Meng Qing's stealing skills can be developed. The most basic operation is to lock onto the auxiliary profession in the enemy team from a long distance and plunder them. Take away all their beneficial skills and use them on your own team. If you're more advanced, you can seize the core skills of the enemy fighters during the battle. For example, large-scale control or high-value killing attacks. At the critical moment, you can silence the opponent's core profession or even turn the tables. In the battle between teams of job changers, it can be very effective. Liang on the side also nodded slightly, and his impression of this goblin finally changed a little. This kid seems a little young and has a childish personality, but his personal strength is still very good. It was just right, and Meng Qing had just finished introducing himself. As the last person on the field, Du Shengding also consciously revealed his professional information. A level 83 berserker, whose talent is the power of giants that can be triggered when angry. A berserker of over 80 levels, standing more than 10 meters tall, is a real killer weapon no matter where he is placed. At this point, Liang also roughly understood Dongfang Changming's idea of looking for someone. There were 4 people present, including Baiji. They are all special job transfers who can exert their strength to the greatest extent without the help of any equipment. Recall the description of the world-class copy by Dongfang Changming and other directors at that time. It was a copy with a recommended level of 80, and the rules of the copy were greater than the rules of the human world. After passing through the rift and entering the dungeon, all job changers are not allowed to carry any equipment. Doing this is equivalent to taking advantage of the loopholes in the copy. Moreover, such a special job changer can only be found in Tongshuansi. And these candidates, there are giants as the front line to resist injuries, there are powerful boxers to deal damage, and there's also a person who can silence and copy the opponent's skills to play a supporting role. It's simply perfect. Liang had to admire Dongfang Changming's wisdom. But in addition to this, some other uncertainties are also taken into consideration. Logically speaking, such a big gap should have been noticed by more than just China, right? There might be similar job changers in other countries. If the two sides meet, the competition will be about who can catch the opponent more unexpectedly. At this time, coupled with Li Yang's plants that are not equipment at all, and Baiji's fertilizer. I don't know how to lose. Okay, it's not over yet. Liang, this pumpkin should be considered your defensive skill, right? Next, show us your combat plants. You're welcome. Just let it out if you have anything. I can handle it. Without waiting for everyone to continue the in-depth discussion, Jiang Xiaoxiao waved at Liang and returned to her previous nonchalant look. Liang nodded and stamped his feet lightly. Several flower pots suddenly appeared on the ground. Then the plants sprouted. 2 machine gun shooters and 2 watermelon pitchers. Next, let Jiang Xiaoxiao see what the output of her plant is. Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes on the opposite side suddenly became sharp, and she frowned slightly. Finally, he put on a serious attitude and took the first stance. After the next battle, there is actually no suspense. Liang took the lead in attacking, while Jiang Xiaoxiao focused on dodging. Although the attack effects of Liang's plants are very intimidating, most of them are restrained and can be easily dodged. For a moment, the two sides seem to be evenly matched. Chapter 91. Don't run. Follow me into the woods. However, this seeming indistinguishability is only temporary. Jiang Xiaoxiao is very strong, and there's a gap of more than 20 levels between her and Liang. In addition, Liang, as the attacker, also held back a bit. The flying peas and watermelons were either dodged nimbly or neutralized by Jiang Xiaoxiao's strange boxing skills. That's right. But the fact is, whether it was the hail of bullets fired by Liang or Jiang Xiaoxiao's terrifying speed and strange body movements, the strength displayed by both sides is still enough to shock ordinary people. Du Shengding and Meng Qing completely forgot the purpose of their visit. He quickly moved some distance away and sat in the spectator seats to watch the game. As he watched, Meng Qing's eyes widened. He turned to look at Du Shengding next to him and asked doubtfully, "Senior Du, where on earth did this Liang come from? Have you ever heard of this guy before?" Du Shengding did not answer, but took out his mobile phone and took a look. The time now is just past midnight. It's time to refresh the big list. Du Shengding opened the big list and took it directly to Meng Qing. 1 word of silence is worth 1,000 words. On the Tangshuansi's list, Li Yang's name was clearly written at the top. When you open the drop-down menu, the source of the score is clearly written on it. Protect the northern wall as the main force, plus 1,200. Kill elite monsters and assist in repelling the beast tide, plus 600. Extra points for life-related occupations, plus 100. Participate in major research projects in China, plus 550. Total, 2,450. Exactly 250 points higher than the second place, Jiang Xiaoxiao. But the above bonus points, not a single one, can be questioned. At this time, Meng Qing was almost speechless. The more I get to know Liang, the more out of reach he seems. Just now he was eager to try and wanted to compete with Liang in real fighting ability. But now, he just wanted to know which way of apologizing was the most effective. In fact, everyone who participated in the defense of the Great Wall in the north had more or less knowledge of Liang's affairs. However, there were indeed too few members of the Tangshuansi who participated in the battle at that time, and compared with the overall public opinion, they did not cause any waves. Tomorrow, when the directors come out to explain, Li Yang's situation will become clear. As for whether there will be other students who are not convinced and want to challenge Liang, looking at Jiang Xiaoxiao, who was being chased by Wando and Watermelon, Du Shengding shook his head and took back the idea. With Li Yang's strength, he doesn't have to be afraid of any so-called challengers. Stop. No more. I'm so tired. At the same time, Jiang Xiaoxiao, who had been chased by the dense barrage of bullets, finally waved his hand to admit defeat. After Liang stopped all shooting, he somersaulted and jumped down from the ceiling light stand. After landing steadily, he bent over and gasped, looking up at Liang. Awesome. Your ability to chase enemies is much better than those teachers who chased me when I skipped class. You're still holding back. Phew, that's great. Liang burst out laughing. I didn't expect that this guy actually did that kind of thing. He thought that the name Slacking King was just a nickname that suited her personality. Well, with these plans of yours, our most basic combat capabilities are guaranteed. I feel like I won't have to work too hard this time, and I'll be able to clear the dungeon successfully. Jiang Xiaoxiao said this as she sat down on the ground, took out 2 pieces of dried fish from her pocket, put them in her mouth, and started chewing. Liang also noticed at this time that even though he had just escaped by climbing walls and jumping over Eve for nearly 10 minutes, he was still out of breath when he came down. Jiang Xiaoxiao didn't seem exhausted at all. Instead, after chatting for a few sentences, he returned to his previous careless and nonchalant look. It was as if the tired look just now was just pretend. Thinking of this, Liang narrowed his eyes and looked up and down at Jiang Xiaoxiao, who was sitting on the ground in front of him to rest. Jiang Xiaoxiao noticed Liang's gaze and couldn't help but shrink her neck. Hey, the way you're looking at me right now is exactly the same as Director Dongfang's. You don't think I'm trying to fish in troubled waters, do you? Hey, don't look at me like that. I just tried my best. I used about 40 to 50 of my strength during that time. This is already a rare achievement. Don't forget, there's a gap of more than 20 levels between us. When Director Dongfang asked me to train, I used less than 30 of it. Looking at Jiang Xiaoxiao, she made a 3 gesture with a serious look on her face. Liang uttered that sigh again. It is worthy of being the Tongshuansi of the imperial capital. As expected, there are more weirdos in big cities. After resting for a while, Jiang Xiaoxiao got up again and emphasized, "Well, that's good. After seeing the strength of the 4 of you, I have a lot more confidence in the dungeon strategy." Then he turned around and looked at Du Shengding behind him and said seriously, Du Shengding, right? You are our vice captain. I remember that he seemed to be working in the laboratory of Tongshuansi, doing scientific research. Then you must have a good brain. Then, as captain, I'm going to arrange the first battle plan for you. After you go back, you need to sort out your tactics based on our personnel arrangements and prop types. When the time comes, you will be in charge of the overall situation in the dungeon. Du Shengding was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I understand. Then Jiang Xiaoxiao turned to look at Meng Qing, then goblin classmate. Meng Qing waved his hands in protest. My name is Meng Qing. Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded. Goblin Meng Qing, I will give you the list of other team members later. Please help me contact them and confirm their strength. When the time comes, send 1 copy to me and 1 copy to Du Shengding. Hear this. Li Yong raised his eyebrows and reminded. You are the captain, so what do you do? Jiang Xiaoxiao turned around and answered seriously. The leader is the backbone of a team. With such an important responsibility, one must always maintain a good mental state. If we don't get enough rest, the winning rate of the entire team will be greatly reduced. To speak human language is to be lazy. Liang held his forehead and caught Jiang Xiaoxiao before she could run away. Wait a minute. You have to figure out the purpose of the core items. In addition to the plants I just showed you, there are some others that might be useful. Let's study them. After saying that, he didn't wait for Jiang Xiaoxiao to resist. He simply raised his hand and stuffed a handful of seeds into her palm. Jiang Xiaoxiao couldn't let go, nor could she stay still. Liang dragged him unwillingly to the grove near the martial arts hall. A night of silence. Time flies, and it is now morning. Liang was awakened by the sound of the doorbell. I went downstairs sleepily and looked at the room, which still looked a little unfamiliar. Then I realized that I had officially become a student of Tongshuansi. Ding dong! The doorbell rang again, and it was very regular, ringing once every minute. Chapter 92, 100 Flowers in Bloom. The person outside was quite particular about the way he rang the doorbell. Who else could be such a particular person? Liang picked up a coat from the sofa and put it on, then walked to the door and opened it. Outside the door, the first thing that catches your eye is his lush sunflowers. Looking down again, I saw a glowing white head. Oh no, it's just that the white hair is too conspicuous. Baiji outside the door withdrew her hand that was about to press the doorbell again and smiled sweetly at Liang. Good morning, Liang. As we agreed yesterday, I came to you to continue the plant abundance test. Didn't you sleep well last night? Baiji noticed that Liang looked a little tired, and his expression suddenly became a little embarrassed. Liang rubbed his hair and briefly recounted what happened last night. The former number 1 of Tongshin Division came to him late at night and dragged him to the martial arts hall to have a fight or something. Baiji's eyes lit up when she heard this. That senior sister Jiang actually came to see you in person. I even personally sparred with you. Ugh, damn it, why wasn't I there last night? As a fertilizer engineer who dreams of becoming a combat-related professional, it is a great honor to witness the battle between the strongest men in Tongshin Division. Maybe I can learn a lot from senior sister Jiang. Liang smiled and said, Learn? The only thing you can learn from her is her ability to slack off. That guy can sleep hanging upside down on a tree, with snot bubbles coming out of his nose. Baiji opened her mouth, speechless. His fantasy of being a strong man was ruthlessly shattered by Liang. Liang, do you want to take a rest first? I can wait for you to take a nap, and I can also bring you breakfast. After coming back to her senses, Baiji couldn't help but expressed her concern when she saw Li Yang still yawning from time to time. When she came back from a northern border, her mother repeatedly told her to cultivate a good relationship with Li Yang. So, today, in addition to coming here to conduct in-depth research on hybrid plants with Li Yang, she also wanted to have breakfast with Li Yang early. But unexpectedly, Li Yang didn't get a good rest at all. It is very impolite to disturb others' rest, and Baiji understands this very well. So seeing Li Yang like this, a strong sense of guilt suddenly surged into my heart. But Li Yang just stretched, took out a coffee bean from the ring, and crushed it. No need. After all, we agreed on it yesterday. Let me clean up, have a meal, and then we can get down to business. Hearing this, Baiji was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly. Then I rechecked the seat I had reserved at the restaurant. A few minutes later, Li Yang followed Baiji to a self-operated coffee shop in Tongshuansi. Cafe. Li Yang blinked, looked at the exquisitely decorated building in front of him, and then looked at Baiji beside him. No, this girl usually eats this for breakfast? Haven't had enough of chewing raw coffee beans? The things in this store? TSK. It feels not as good as fried dough sticks, soy milk, and tofu pudding. It seems I have to find some time to find out where the proper place to eat is in Tongshuansi. Li Yang, what would you like to order? Baiji handed over the menu and indicated that Li Yang could eat as much as he wanted and she would pay the bill. Li Yang blinked and fell into deep thought as he looked at the all-sweet dishes on the menu. Oh, Li Yang, are you coming here for breakfast? A familiar call came from beside me. Li Yang turned around and saw Dongfang Changming sitting by the window with several directors, greeting them with a smile. It just so happened that the directors had just finished their meal and were getting up to pack up. Dongfang Changming walked over and greeted casually. How was it, Li Yang? Did you sleep well on your first night in Tongshuansi? If there's anything you're not used to, or if you need anything, please let me know and we'll make arrangement for you right away. Li Yang smiled and shook his head, indicating that except for Jiang Xiaoxiao's sudden visit in the middle of the night, everything else was the same as before. Dongfang Changming held his forehead with his hand and said helplessly, I'm so sorry, classmate Li Yang. I assigned her a task and specifically emphasized that she should find time to date you. I didn't expect this girl to come and harass you in the middle of the night. I will definitely teach her a lesson when I get back. After saying that, he paused for a moment. Let me turn to one thing. And by the way, our Tongshan division will hold an awards ceremony this afternoon, so don't forget to come then. Li Yang had never heard of this. Ceremony? What? Dongfang Changming took out his cell phone from his pocket, flipped through the Tongshuansi bulletin board, and then showed it to Li Yang. Then he looked around and made sure no one could hear him. Then he lowered his voice and whispered. It was originally planned that the big rankings would be settled in the next few days, but it just so happened that the Northern Great Wall incident happened, so Tongshuansi made a contribution. The higher-ups have even set up some kind of award for outstanding contributions to life professions. They plan to give you a title first, so that you can move around more easily in the Tongshan division in the future. It just so happened that it all happened during these few days. Tongshuansi decided to do it all at once. It just so happens that the department also intends to take this opportunity to talk about the world-class dungeon and the Beast Tide crisis, so that the students can be more vigilant and pay attention to the study style and discipline. Anyway, you are the protagonist of this award ceremony. I originally wanted to go and inform you in person after dinner, but since we've run into each other here, I might as well tell you in advance. Dongfang Changming said this mysteriously, then stood up and left. Baiji on the opposite side also seriously added this matter to her schedule. Please enjoy your bread, coffee, and tea. Shortly after Dongfang Changming left, the food that had been ordered was served. But Li Yang's attention was not on the bread in front of him. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and glanced at the burly waiter wearing an apron beside him. Then he blurted out, Senior Du, why is it you again? After encountering Du Shangding, who was working to earn points in the coffee shop, Li Yang and Baiji met another familiar person on the way to the Agricultural Research Center in the scientific research area. Meng Qing chased after a doctor in a white coat, frantically asking for her contact information. After a casual conversation, it turned out that Meng Qing was carrying out the task arranged by Jiang Xiaoxiao last night. Moreover, after witnessing what happened last night, Meng Qing's attitude towards Li Yang changed 180 degrees. This guy's expression and tone when speaking to Li Yang were obviously much more polite. Afterwards, as if to show his courtesy, he copied the information of several job changers in the strategy team that he had collected and sent it to Li Yang for review. After saying goodbye to this guy, Liang and Bai Ji continued to test things like plant hybridization and fertility according to the original plan. Of course, there are activities in the afternoon. The focus of this test was on plant hybridization, which was less energy-intensive. After a morning of tinkering, Liang finally got his wish and grew some cool stuff like sunlight mushroom, fireball shooter, ground spike nut, and big mouth melon. It can be said that 100 flowers are blooming. Chapter 93. Highly anticipated, worshipped by the big guys. After removing the last fireball shooter and replacing it with sunlight, Liang took out the shadow staff and combined it with his fourth talent and the bracelet sent by Yunzhou that could extend the casting range. With the cooperation of the three parties, Liang planted almost half a mountain of sunflowers in the back mountain of the scientific research area. Looking at the golden flowers all over the mountains and the sunshine value that is constantly rising and has already exceeded 100 million, Liang even felt that his mentality was a little inflated. Jiang Xiaoxiao's talent is the Qi Hai, which can release skills infinitely. So can this be called sunshine, see? If only there was a way to directly convert sunlight into an attack. Direct giant jets, sunlight rays, space-based cannons. Or maybe just turn into a giant of light or something. Of course, this is a bit of a dream. No matter how crazy this crazy Dave is, he can't sell the magic wand. Etc. Just in case, take a look first. Liang opened Dave's prop shop and looked through it briefly. Unfortunately, I didn't see anything that looked like a transformation device. Alas, what a pity. Dave, I gave you the opportunity, but you were useless. Ding. This system is a divine planter system. Please give up your fantasies and be down to earth. This system will replenish the inventory in Dave's store according to the host performance. Please stay tuned for subsequent updates. The system's voice sounded at the right time, echoing in Liang's ears. Although I advised him to give up his fantasy. But the second half of this sentence, Liang's body trembled, and he got goosebumps all over. Damn it. Is there any subsequent update for this thing? Will you also replenish inventory as appropriate? If that's the case, there are still many things that can be developed in the future. Liang felt his breathing became a little rapid. But then he quickly adjusted his mood. According to what the system says, we must be down to earth and take everything step by step. Currently, he has just unlocked the corn cannon and hasn't even gotten the destruction mushroom. Not to mention the cart you get after 1,000,000 kills. The things he thought of were, in some ways, even more supermodel than a stroller. Of course, this is not what he should be thinking about at this stage. But it's always a good idea to keep some expectations. Liang rubbed his face and let out a long sigh. Bai Ji, who was standing next to him, cleaned up the venue and returned to Liang, reminding him softly, "The awards ceremony is about to begin. Let's go over there quickly." Director Dongfang said that you will be the protagonist this time. The two of them walked together, and along the way, Bai Ji was actively explaining the layout of Tangshuansi to Liang. When we arrived at the largest auditorium in Tangshuansi, it was already full of people inside and outside. Almost all students paid special attention to the ranking of this list. Jiang Xiaoxiao's abdication was shocking enough, and the person who replaced her, the man named Liang, was even more outrageous. Click on Liang's name, and the bonus items displayed below are all unquestionable authoritative achievements. Resist the beast tide and kill the monsters. Many people who participated in the defense of the Great Wall in the north have come forward to testify to this. As for participating in major research projects in China, this achievement is beyond doubt as it has been certified by the official upper echelons of China. The rest is the extra points for this life-related profession. But even without this extra point, Li Yang still scores 150 points higher than Jiang Xiaoxiao. Moreover, Li Yang is a livelihood professional. So how did he achieve such a terrifying achievement? Everyone was eagerly waiting to meet this figure who had already reached the level of a legend in the Tongshin division. In addition, some people actually suspected that Jiang Xiaoxiao would feel dissatisfied because the top spot was snatched away by such a newcomer. In this regard, Jiang Xiaoxiao himself also actively issued a statement on Tang Xuanzi's personal account. I challenged myself to a fight last night, but was defeated. I lost. At the same time, he attached a photo of himself shivering while hiding on a light stand. The bursting watermelon behind him looks like someone's blown up head, and the visual effect is quite explosive. The winner has been decided. Once this statement was issued, Li Yang's value continued to rise. Is there any troublemaker who dares to challenge him? Many students were discussing the matter and worshipping the boss crazily in the internal forum of Tongshuansi. It's a pity that no one, whether the official Tongshuansi or the people who participated in the Northern Border Defense War at that time, had released a photo of Li Yong. No one knows whether Li Yong is tall or short, fat or thin. At this time, Li Yong, who was worshipped by everyone, he was standing at the main entrance of the auditorium, looking at the handsome men and beautiful women coming and going, lost in thought. The people coming and going around me were basically dressed in formal attire and looked quite serious. It seems I still need to pay a little attention to my appearance. Li Yong had never purchased formal clothes before. If you buy it now, you won't be able to get it back in a while. Li Yong thought for a moment and called Dongfang Chaming directly. Anyway, Dongfang Chaming himself said that if you need anything, just find him. After briefly explaining the situation, Dongfang Chaming on the other end immediately hung up the phone. After a while, he walked out quickly from the employee passage wearing a brand new suit. While handing the things in his hand to Li Yong, he sighed that it was fortunate that Li Yong thought of calling him. This time, he was indeed inconsiderate and ignored this situation. There were important figures from the upper echelons attending this ceremony. If Li Yong just went on stage so casually, it would probably have some bad impact. Moreover, this is a formal occasion after all, so it is better to take it a little more seriously. As Dongfang Chaming spoke, he pointed at Jiang Xiaoxiao, who had entered the venue early. Jiang Xiaoxiao, who was always known for her laziness, wore a dress which was rare for her at this time. She sat in the back row and dozed off with her head down. Li Yong smiled, took the clothes, and followed Dongfang Chaming into the backstage dressing room of the auditorium. Listening to Dongfang Chaming's story, Li Yong nodded in agreement, and then simply put on his suit. I don't know if it's because I'm used to being rough around the edges on weekdays, but this is the first time I've worn formal clothes, and it feels wrong no matter how I look at it. Leave it to me, little problem. Seeing this, Bai Ji, who was following nearby, quickly raised her hand, indicating that she would take care of it. Then, with amazing efficiency, he helped Li Yong pack up everything on his body in no time. He even changed the way he tied the tie around his neck 4 or 5 times, for fear that it would affect Li Yang's comfort. After finishing everything, I also helped Li Yong to do a temporary hairstyle. Li Yong looked at himself in the mirror and secretly admired himself. I not only admire Baiji's craftsmanship, mainly because of my face. After dressing up, he's pretty handsome. Well, the front seats have been reserved for you. Just go over there later. 3rd and 4th in the 2nd row. I have something else to do. I'll go get busy now. Call me anytime if you need anything. Dongfang Chaming pointed to the seat over there, then made a phone call gesture and left in a hurry. Chapter 94, Tianfu, Luo, and shortly after Li Yong entered the venue, the awards ceremony began as scheduled. The ceremony covered a wide range of issues and naturally attracted a lot of attention. Awards like Defense of the North and Outstanding Contribution don't matter. Most people in Tongshuansi wanted to see with their own eyes who the legendary Li Yong was. After several directors on the stage stood up and symbolically spoke of some things that had already been repeated countless times, the awards ceremony officially begins. The first thing to open is naturally the result of the big list that all Tongshuansi academies are looking forward to. The head of the archives department, who was in charge of counting the scores of the big list, quickly stepped onto the stage and projected the real-time rankings of the big list onto the big screen behind him. Starting from the 20th place, the corresponding rewards will be distributed one by one. First place ranked 21,800 points, combat type job changer, Du Shengding. Second place, ranked 19th, 1,820 points, combat category. After that, it's basically the same routine. The person in charge called the names and read out the basic information. A young job changer dressed neatly in formal attire immediately walked up from stage. But without exception, when Jiang Xiaoxiao's name was read, they were all combat-related professions. In the past, the rewards for the top 20 were actually all won by combat-type job changers, and there was no suspense at all. After all, Tongshuansi's points mainly come from various contributions. And in such a gamified world, the biggest and most common contribution is combat. But this time, the situation is completely different. A person who changed his job in life suddenly appeared and took the top position on the list. He even won the competition with the former top player Jiang Xiaoxiao. The impact of this incident is no less than a meteorite hitting the Earth. Life-related occupations have always been associated with responsibilities such as logistics, support, and production. Although there are many of them, most of them are extremely mediocre in combat. Even those recruited, life-related job changers do have some unique abilities. But this is the Tongshuansi, a Tongshuansi that does not keep idle people. How can anyone who can come and not be special, when they also possess special abilities and talents? The gap between combat-related occupations and life-related occupations is still difficult to make up. Apart from, today's top of the list is Liang. It's coming. After Jiang Xiao Xiao, the next one will be Liang. I brought a camera with me just to record this historic moment. Tongxian Division has existed for so many years, but there are only a handful of life-related job changers who can enter the top 20, let alone the top spot. Who on earth is this Liang? I have to get to know him better. Jiang Xiao Xiao took the reward voucher, rolled it into a cylinder, and tucked it behind her ear. Then he waved his hand and walked off the stage leisurely. Then, the much-anticipated moment finally arrived. Everyone in the audience concentrated and looked ahead with full attention, facing the expectant or questioning eyes of the crowd. Liang slowly stood up from his seat in the second row and walked onto the stage. There were no fancy speeches, nor any proud remarks. Like all the people before him, Liang walked up to the person in charge very calmly and took the trophy and prize from him. Then he turned around and looked at the audience. The crowd in the audience was in uproar. Is this the Liang who defeated Jiang Xiao Xiao? Is this the legendary ceiling of life-related professions? This guy really made history. If there weren't leaders visiting today, I would have rushed over to take a photo with him. Am I the only one who thinks this guy doesn't meet my aesthetic standards? I really want to get Li Yang's contact information. The audience was amazed. The original doubts and curiosity disappeared without a trace the moment they saw Li Yang himself. As early as the first time after the big list was updated, many people had already seen the sources of Li Yang's outrageous high scores. These are all beyond doubt. There is no room for doubt. After Li Yang came to power, he struck while the iron was hot. Dongfang Changming took the stage next and briefly recounted the story of the defense of the Great Wall in the north. Among them, special mention is made of the importance of the Great Wall in the north, the consequences of its destruction, as well as the dangers of copy disorder and beast invasion. After making everyone present fully understand the importance of the defense of the Great Wall in the north, he suddenly changed the subject and handed the medal in his hand to Liang. Unexpected, but reasonable. At the same time, there were still quite a few job changers who had participated in the battle and were called onto the stage. But these people obviously did not receive as much honor as Liang. The greatest hero in the battle, he directly crushed the Beast Tide conspiracy and pushed the battle to victory. Dongfang Changming was generous in praising Liang. Then, other job changers who received the same honor as Liang also came on stage and received their own medals. Dongfang Changming said some more encouraging words, and then asked all those who had participated in the defense battle to take a group photo together on the stage. Of course, Liang must be the one standing in the C position. There was thunderous applause from the audience, and the people on the stage also walked off the stage one after another to the applause. However, the ceremony did not mean to end here. Dongfang Changming walked off the stage and whispered a few words to a big shot sitting in the first row. After muttering to himself for a while, he returned to the stage. Just when everyone was confused, Dongfang Changming suddenly waved his hand and said, "Next, please invite Mr. Luo and the direct person in charge of Huaxia Mansion to give a speech. Everyone, please welcome with applause." As soon as these words were spoken, almost the entire audience was shocked, and the people in the audience were immediately excited. It's actually Tianfu. I've heard that some high-level leaders will be attending the ceremony this time. I thought it was a leader from one of the 6 ministries, but I didn't expect it to be the person directly in charge of Tianfu. That is the highest unit above the 6 ministries and below the emperor. This kind of big shot usually solves international issues, but he actually came to Tongshuansi. Damn, I'm having trouble breathing. Before they knew it, the voices of the people in the audience had become much quieter. Then, under the gaze of everyone, a middle-aged man in a white windbreaker with a few wrinkles on his face slowly stood up and walked onto the stage. Suddenly, there was complete silence. This man named Luo and exudes a majestic aura as soon as he appears on the stage. Every gesture and movement exudes unquestionable majesty. This feeling is closely related to the word Tianfu. As we all know, the 6 ministries of Li, Hu Li, Jun, Xing, and Gong are in charge of all trivial matters in China, big and small. In cities of different sizes, the 6 departments will also make some deletions as appropriate. For example, in the remote Yinzhou, because of its small population and small area, there's basically only one military headquarters station there. For the remaining 5 departments, only the corresponding persons in charge were assigned to municipal work. The relationship between the municipal government and the military. This is the relationship between Tianfu and the 6 ministries in the imperial capital today. Chapter 95. Defeating the damn beast tide. If the 6 departments are classified into categories and are the executors of perfect rules, then Tianfu is the maker of plans and rules. China's direction of progress, its attitude towards the outside and the inside, and all major matters are basically decided by Tianfu and then handed over to the 6 ministries for execution. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to say that Tianfu is the highest unit below the emperor and above the 6 ministries. In Tianfu, there are actually different details based on responsibilities. But none of that matters now. The Luo, and who is coming up on the stage, is the direct person in charge of the entire Tianfu. He is the second most powerful person in the whole of China. This kind of big shot can usually only be seen on TV news. I didn't expect that he would appear at the Tangshuanzi Awards ceremony. Everyone present had only one feeling. That is, things are going to change. Something big must happen in Tangshuanzi today. All of you students in the Tongshan division should have heard about the Dead World Netherworld, to some extent, right? Luo, and who came on stage, did not say anything long-winded, but went straight to the point and talked about the world-class copy. There was a brief pause, allowing the audience to understand what he was going to say. Luo spoke again and told the story seriously. The underworld is the first large-scale world-class dungeon that goes against common sense, intuition, and rules in the 100 years since the world was gamified. When we first discovered the rift leading to the Necromancer City, everyone thought it was just a large hidden dungeon. But after a few months, the entire Blue Planet has undergone more or less changes due to the emergence of this world-class copy. More and more evidence is sufficient to prove that the Necromancer is slowly changing the ecological structure of our world in its own way. If we don't pay attention to it, what awaits us will only be destruction. After that, the whole audience fell silent. To be honest, many people have heard about world-class copies a long time ago. They will also pay close attention to every worldwide dungeon strategy guide. However, over the past few months, every attack on the underworld city has ended in failure. In the worst case, the team that went to attack even ended up being completely wiped out. The influence of a necropolis on Blue Star is obvious. If we don't capture it, who knows what will happen in the future? Because of the special nature of the underworld city and the impact it has gradually begun to have, Tianfu finally decided to personally intervene in the strategy for this instance. At the same time, the training of talents in the Tongshan division will also rise to a new level of importance. On behalf of the Huaxia Prefecture, I would like to announce this to everyone in the Tongshan division. Starting today, Tianfu will fully support Tangshuanzi's talent training and various scientific research projects. Those who possess special strengths and can make significant contributions to China can receive Tianfu's absolute support. And Liang, as the representative of the first cooperation between Tianfu and Tangshuanzi, will be the first job changer in China to receive this honor. After saying that, step down, Dongfang Chaiming came back and announced in an official capacity that Liang was the first job changer in Tangshuanzi to receive direct support from Tianfu as a very special job changer. For a moment, the whole audience was in an uproar. Amid the discussions, Dongfang Chaiming handed the microphone to Li Yang as usual and asked him if he had anything to say to everyone. Seeing this, Li Yang slowly stepped forward and took the microphone. Then he fell in a deep thought. At first, the audience were full of anticipation and held their breath. But as time went on, everyone started to become confused. He's been standing there for a long time. Why doesn't he say anything? Is it because of stage fright? It's not impossible. After all, I'm a newcomer. The audience was talking about it, and directors such as Dongfang Chaiming also became a little nervous. I even thought that Li Yang, who had made history repeatedly, might be suffering from stage fright. But suddenly, Li Yang's voice broke the silence. Everyone, why did you come to Tangshuanzi? Is it to realize your dream? Or to earn a good salary? Or is it just because you were chosen that you came here without knowing why? So, do you know why I'm here? There was total silence in the audience. Li Yang paused for a while and spoke slowly. It's actually very simple. My purpose of joining the Tongshan division is to use the power of the country to make myself more powerful. He is so awesome that he can stop the beast tide by himself and can use his own strength to protect the people he wants to protect. I think many students in the audience will say that such a great and glorious line will make them sick just by listening to it. Since you were little, teachers, parents, and all kinds of elders have been using similar words to educate you. Study hard, become stronger, and protect humans from monsters, blah blah. But have you ever personally experienced the despair brought about by the beast tide? The dark monsters surged in like waves, instantly destroying the buildings we were proud of, damaging our facilities, slaughtering our loved ones and friends, and turning the prosperous city into a sea of corpses and blood. To be honest, I, Liang, crawled out from that pile of corpses and sea of blood. The last short sentence instantly made the atmosphere in the audience fall into silence. Especially Bai Ji, who was sitting in the front row, subconsciously covered her mouth. Through Liang's every word, the doomsday scene seemed to materialize in her mind. Back then, I witnessed with my own eyes the towering walls of Yinzhou being torn down, monsters rampaging in the streets, and my parents being torn into pieces in an instant, dying right in front of me. That beast tide, to most of you, is probably just a string of numbers or a report that has long been forgotten. But I, Liang, an orphan who lives in many families, would be so disappointed if I hadn't been helped by the kind-hearted villagers and taken care of by the neighbor aunties as if they were her own children. Now, I am just one of those numbers. At this moment, in places that are invisible to everyone, there is still a large number of people suffering. All the wealth they have accumulated through their hard work throughout their lives will be wiped out in just one beast tide. So here I am. Let's defeat that damn beast tide. Not just for the dead. It's also for the living. After Liang finished speaking, he nodded slightly and returned the microphone. Looking at him leaving the stage, the people in the audience had different expressions. After a moment's silence, there was thunderous applause. The ceremony ends here. Listening to the discussions of those who left, this was the most talked-about ceremony they had seen in recent years, including Li Yang's feat at the Great Wall of the North, and the support of Luo and the head of Tianfu, and Li Yang's final speech. These topics have been widely discussed on the Tangshuanzi forum. Originally, after the ceremony, many people came up to Li Yang and wanted to get closer to him. But after seeing a lot of directors around Li Yang and Luo and from Tianfu, but each of them was like a turtle, shrinking in fear and not daring to move forward. Jiang Xiaoxiao quickly turned over from behind, jumped behind Li Yang, and tapped the back of his chair gently. Hey, that speech just now was so good. I was really moved, but congratulations anyway, Li Yang. You will be the new top of the list from now on. What does it feel to be the boss? Li Yang raised his eyebrows, looked at the medal hanging around his neck, and smiled faintly. To be honest, I don't feel anything. Jiang Xiaoxiao seemed to have found a soulmate instantly, and said with emotion, Yeah, right? I've always felt that way. It feels really strange that they fight for rank and get hurt. Anyway, no matter what rank you are in, you eat the same food and sleep the same. It's as if the number one on the list can live forever. I've said this more than once, but they all said I was pretending. Liang burst out laughing. It's okay for others to say this. It's just for fun. But coming from the mouth of the person at the top of the list, isn't it just the same as I don't like money? After a while, Du Xingding and Meng Qing also squeezed through the crowd and came over from the back row. I congratulated Li Yang as soon as possible. Although after seeing Li Yang's strength last night, they had roughly guessed that this would be the outcome. However, the appearance of Tianfu's leader Luo and still gave them an unexpected shock. Speaking of Roan, Luo, who was discussing matters with several directors in the front row, turned around happily and congratulated Li Yang. By the way, he also praised. When I saw the video of your skills, I already had a vague feeling that you were extraordinary. I didn't expect that in just such a short period of time, you have grown to this point. It seems that not only your professional talent is special, but your own talent is also unusual. Keep up the good work, Li Yang. I believe you have more potential than this. When chatting face to face, Luo no longer had the same majestic aura as he had just had on the stage. Instead, he became much more friendly, and at first glance, I thought he was just an ordinary uncle next door. After praising Li Yang, Luo raised his head again and took a quick glance at the people around Li Yang. Then he said with some doubt, The team members for this world-class dungeon raid are mainly you guys, right? But I remember there were 5 other people besides you. Chapter 96, Tonight, do me a favor. I heard Luo talk about this issue. Meng Qing, who was previously entrusted by Jiang Xiaoxiao to collect the team members' information, immediately stood up, saluted, and reported solemnly. Report to the leader. Ms. Nada from the medical department is busy with 2 surgeries and therefore cannot attend the ceremony. The same goes for my brothers and sisters who work in the military, who are also busy with their work. Before he could finish, Luo and gently waved his hand to stop him. It's okay. Anyway, there's still a few days before the dungeon strategy. You must get along well during this period of time and learn to make good use of the assistance provided by Li Yang and by Ji. As long as it is done properly, this first pass through the world-class dungeon will definitely belong to us Chinese. I have full confidence in this. As he spoke, Luo turned his head and nodded slightly towards Li Yang. It really gave Li Yang full recognition. Afterwards, Luo spoke many encouraging words to everyone and reminded them of many things to pay attention to in world-class dungeons. He was just short of writing the words "pay special attention" on his forehead. This time I came to Tongshuansi in person. The purpose was not only to get to know Li Yang. He also had one important thing to do, which was to personally supervise and direct all work related to the world-class copy. And, judging from his attitude, it seems that he is determined to win this dungeon. As for the other 5 people he mentioned, Li Yang wanted to ask, but then he thought of the list Meng Qing had shown him before. A dungeon strategy team usually consists of 8 people. Its structure is generally stipulated as 2 front rows, 2 auxiliary, and 4 outputs. Li Yang and Bai Ji are foreign players and are naturally not included. So apart from Jiang Xiaoxiao, Meng Qing, and Du Shengding who were present, there should indeed be 5 other people. According to the contents of the list, the remaining 5 people are Nada, the level 82 pharmacist in the Tongshuansi medical area. The 2 siblings, Song Feng and Song Yu, are a level 85 spirit hunter and a level 83 spirit assassin who jumped from the Tongshan division to the military. There is also a dark knight whose name is unknown and a level 85 summoner Su Qingxing. These people did not attend the ceremony for their own reasons, so they had no chance to meet. But there are still a few days before the copy strategy is released, so it's okay. It's not a big problem. When they have time, they will definitely meet formally. After all, it is a team put together temporarily. If they can't even do the most basic cooperation, they will only become food for the monsters after entering the dungeon. By the way, these combat professionals may not be the strongest among China, but they're definitely the most suitable. Almost everyone perfectly meets the requirement of not being able to bring equipment into world-class dungeons. No matter who they are, they all have some ability to fight with bare hands to some extent. For example, the brother and sister Tsong Yin and Tsong Yu can do without equipment at all. Their weapons are all spiritual weapons transformed through their own skills. And the Dark Knight, as a real frontline profession, his ability is to condense black mist to forge armor for himself. Tongshuansi has an excellent eye for selecting people. Such a team can maximize its advantages in the Death World Underworld Dungeon, plus the various rich plants that Li Yang and Bai Ji collaborated on as a means. Clearing the dungeon all the way is not a dream at all. After saying goodbye to everyone and leaving the auditorium, the sky was gradually getting dark. As Li Yang walked back, he briefly counted today's gains. The reward for ranking on the big list is an item that can give him an extra chance to change his job. It is said that it was refreshed from an extremely rare hidden copy and is very precious. The reward for the Northern War is a medal and a large sum of money. Adding the fundraising from Tianfu, the total amount is about 70 million. For ordinary people, it is indeed tempting enough. But for Li Yang, who owns marigolds, this money is just a drop in the bucket. What is more worth looking forward to is this extra opportunity to change jobs. It is detected that the host has an additional job change opportunity. Please go to the job change crystal to change jobs. As if the system detected Li Yang's emotions, its voice rang in his mind at the right time. Li Yang no longer hesitated and turned to look at Bai Ji, who was following him. By the way, where's Tong Xianxi's job transfer crystal? Bai Ji was stunned for a moment, and then said without hesitation that she could take Li Yang over. The two of them walked all the way to the most central location of Tongshuansi. A huge job transfer crystal stood in the square of Tongshuansi, floating slowly. As expected of the Tongshan division, it is so wealthy that it even has its own large job transfer crystal. Although Li Yang didn't know much about the quality of crystal. But in terms of size alone, the one in Tongshuansi is much larger than the one in Yinzhou Square. TSK, Tisk tsk. Li Yong walked straight forward and placed his hand on the crystal. The system began to resonate, connecting with the crystal. Then, the process was similar to the previous one. Connection successful. Detected that you have additional job transfer conditions. Please choose whether to transfer. You have chosen to change your job. The following are the additional talents and skills you have obtained. Additional talent. Herb seed box, white common. Talent description. You have obtained a seed box. You can manually save any plant as a plant card and place it in the seed box. The upper limit of the seed box will be related to your level. For each level you increase, you can get an additional save slot. The current remaining slots in the herb seed box, 10. Save any plant? What's the use of this? Are there any plants in the world that can compare to what he has in Dave's shop? Li Yong held his forehead with his hand, feeling that this thing seemed a bit useless. Maybe in the future I can come across some magical herbs that can save lives, or some poisonous herbs that can kill people if touched, and I can save them? Li Yong subconsciously only thought of this one use. Then, he took his hand off the crystal after thinking for a while. Then he held his chin and glanced at Bai Ji beside him. Suddenly, an idea came to me. Yes, save any plant. Do plants that have been enriched and hybridized count? Needless to say, its richness is natural, but each use depends on the state of Angelica dihirica, which has great limitations. Many of those hybrid plants can be used for wonderful purposes. Wouldn't it be a lot more convenient with this new talent? As he thought about it, Li Yong suddenly became a little excited. He looked down at Bai Ji and asked, "Any other plans for tonight? If not, come do me a favor." Bai Ji was a little confused, but looking at the expression on Li Yang's face, she knew that he must have awakened some powerful new ability again. And it's rare that Li Yong asks her for help. How can I refuse this? So he nodded in agreement without hesitation. Chapter 97. Everything is ready, waiting for the right time. In the time that follows, without the distractions of various trivial matters, Li Yong and Bai Ji devoted themselves to the experiments on fertility and hybrid plants. At the same time, Li Yong also roughly understood the characteristics of his new talent. The herb seed box can indeed store hybrid plants transformed from Angelica dihirica into plant cards. The price and cooling time of hybrid plants are slightly higher than those of ordinary plants, but they will have the characteristics of both plants, which can be considered an enhancement in a sense. As for the plants that have been enhanced by abundance, is not that it cannot be preserved, but the plant card after preservation is a disposable prop. The state of abundance is very strong and therefore cannot be easily replicated, which Li Yong can understand. Although it's a bit regrettable, it's actually not a big problem. In addition, for the convenience of Li Yong, he can use the abundance skill anytime and anywhere when he is not around. Bai Ji specially packed a lot of fertilizers that she had processed and gave them to Li Yong. Of course, the effects of these fertilizers produced are naturally inferior to those she makes herself. However, the shortcomings are mostly in the speed at which the fertilizer takes effect and how long it lasts. It does not have much impact on the strength of the abundance plant itself. Anyway, in terms of combat power, there are already terrifying creatures like the cherry cannon and the pepper pitcher, which are considered to be the limit. There are still a few days left until the expected copy strategy. Li Yong planned to take advantage of this period of time to stockpile more hybrid plant seeds. Accumulating more firepower can be of great help to the attacking team. Before I knew it, it was the last day to officially enter the dungeon. Li Yong specifically called Jiang Xiaoxiao over and gave her the hybrid plant seeds he had just made and a large number of conventional plant seeds. Li Yong was too lazy to classify the various hybrid plants. He just told Jiang Xiaoxiao not to forget to use the identification technique to take a look at them before using them. When mentioning plant damage, she was also told to use it with caution so as not to accidentally blow up the entire instance. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxiao said happily that with the plans provided by Li Yong, she could justifiably give up the game this time. After I complete the dungeon, I will definitely treat Li Yong to a big meal. Meanwhile, on the other side, a peculiarly shaped airship descended from the sky above Tongshuansi. Some familiar faces walked out of the airship one after another. Bai Feng, the head of the Bai family, it's a pleasure to meet you. Let me introduce you. This is the person directly in charge of Tianfu, Mr. Luo, and this is the most powerful fortune teller in China today, Bai Feng, the head of the Bai family. Dongfang Changming stood outside the airship's gangway, introducing the two parties. Bai Feng, with silver hair, bowed first and greeted Luo and with a smile. Luo and also returned the greeting, saying politely, "This dungeon strategy is very special. It is our first attempt to form a team entirely of special job changers. Its success or failure is crucial. I hope that Patriarch Bai can be so wise and give us some pointers." Bai Feng nodded gently. "Of course. It just so happens that my daughter is also on this operation, and I'm very concerned about whether the trip is going smoothly." Dongfang Changming made a pleased gesture. "We have already cleaned up the place. Master Bai, please come this way." Bai Feng nodded and waved his hand. The followers behind him got down from the airship, carrying large and small bags of things, and followed him into Tongshuansi. In fact, Bai Feng was also specially called by Luoan. In order to ensure the success of this trip, Luo and had made all the necessary preparations. Not only did he ask someone to get all the previous strategy record for the City of the Dead, he also thoroughly investigated all the monsters that could be encountered in the dungeon. Different combat plans were also carefully formulated based on the characteristics and abilities of the members of this attack. The responsibility that Jiang Xiaoxiao originally assigned to Du Xingding was unexpectedly and perfectly solved by this big man, who came from Tianfu. This really made Du Xingding feel ashamed. And after he read Luo An's battle plan with his own eyes, he was extremely shocked. What Luo An's plan mentioned was not only the various matters that each member should do in the copy. Even the issue of how to fill the vacancies when some members are unable to participate in the battle due to accidents has been taken into consideration. It is said that before becoming the head of Tianfu, this Luo An boss was a prestigious military commander. Now it seems that this is beyond doubt. As for why, according to Luo and himself, this time it is not only China that has formulated a new plan for the copy strategy. The ugly country next door, the British Empire, and the Sakura country, etc., all showed their best abilities. There's a high possibility that this world-class copy has been completely conquered. If China does not put in enough effort, it is uncertain who will get this world-class copy. This is the first copy of such a large scale to appear since the world was gamified. Follow the usual experience of conquering common copies and rare copies. After clearing the world-class copy, in addition to being able to stop the beast tide crisis that is spreading across the entire blue planet, if you successfully conquer a country or region, you should also be able to get some unprecedented huge rewards. This may not necessarily change the world's pattern. This is a huge temptation and also a reason to go all out. There is no time to lose. Line up and start the altar. Bai Feng obviously also understood the importance of the matter. So as soon as he arrived at the place, he ordered his servants to help him form the battle line without even taking a rest. Many professional props were placed on the ground. Bai Feng held a fine hair ink brush dipped in bright red dye and drew patterns on the ground. After finishing everything, Bai Feng flicked his sleeves, looked up at the sky, and said slowly, "Next, we need to wait until dark to observe the celestial phenomena. If you don't mind, I'd like to go check on my daughter during this time." Dongfang Changming naturally had no objection, and he bowed slightly and said, "Of course I don't mind. Bai Ji should be with Li Yang in the research area. Master Bai, please follow me." Luo An on the side also nodded. "Then I will go to check on the situation of the Raiders team one last time. Please say hello to classmate Li Yang for me. I'll go visit him in person later." Several people leaned over to say goodbye and then left. The Bai family's followers stayed where they were to protect Bai Feng's formation from being disturbed. On the way to the scientific research area, Bai Feng habitually counted Bai Ji's fate with his fingers. Currently, most of the Bai family members have suffered misfortunes. Only Bai Ji, who was born with an ordinary profession, will not do anything earth-shattering in her life, but she is the most stable and secure. He has never been associated with great fortune or great misfortune in his life, but under Bai Feng's guidance, he can also walk on the path of small fortune. Bai Feng's divinations have always yielded the same result, and it has never changed. Until now, Bai Feng expected that Li Yang's appearance would change Bai Ji's fate, but he didn't expect. Ever since Bai Ji left the Bai family with Li Yang, her fate has been obscured. It is no longer the fate of an ordinary person that Bai Feng can easily calculate, but is closely tied to some huge existence. Chapter 98. A Bad Omen? An Unexpected Situation. Bai Feng followed Dongfang Changming to the scientific research area. Bai Ji, who was squatting in a large patch of flowers and concentrating on hybrid plants, raised her head. At first glance, I saw my father, with his silver hair, standing out in the crowd. He immediately stood up and walked forward to greet him with an obedient look on his face. Bai Feng smiled and nodded, then raised his eyebrows and looked around with some confusion. But there was no sign of Liang. Bai Ji saw the curiosity on her father's face, so she turned slightly and pointed to the back mountain of the research area. Liang is planting sunflowers over there. It is said that we should make the best use of everything and not waste every inch of land. Bai Feng nodded. He understood. The large pile of sunflowers that Li Yang left to the Bai family was almost becoming a holy place. Many soldiers who had participated in the Battle of the North, as well as the residents of the North who were rescued by Li Yang, applied to go in, hoping to see it in person. Bai Feng even planned to circle the field of sunflowers as a monument to the Battle of the North. Although I don't know why Li Yang planted so many sunflowers, but since it was him, he must have his reasons. Bai Ji's face was full of excitement, and she kept asking her father questions. The losses in the north caused by the beast tide have now been greatly alleviated. And because of the several acres of fertilizer that Bai Ji transformed before leaving, almost all of the limited farmland in the north was saved. The earliest batch of crops have even sprouted in just a few days. The scene of Bai Ji and Li Yang guarding the Great Wall in the north was made into a nursery rhyme by the locals and sung in the streets and alleys. Bai Ji's dream of being a hero since childhood was partially realized in a different way. And if it weren't for Li Yang, none of this would be possible. Bai Ji looked at the light that occasionally lit up on the back mountain, her heart filled with gratitude. After a while, Li Yang strolled back from the back mountain alone. I was a little surprised to see the unexpected visitor. Then he called him Uncle Bai and chatted with him for a while. After learning the purpose of Bai Feng's visit, he couldn't help but admire Luo An's dedication. With Dongfang Changming's arrangement, he had a meal with Bai Feng, wandered around Tangshuansi for a while, and finally waited until dark. Bai Feng suggested that they go to the formation together. Li Yang's plants and Bai Ji's fertilizers are both indispensable factors in this dungeon strategy. If they were present, the probability of predicting good luck might be much higher. Li Yang gladly accepted and went with everyone else. It's a good opportunity to appreciate the performance of the so-called most powerful fortune teller in China, so why not do it? Looking at the stars that were looming in the sky, Bai Feng walked to the altar and closed his eyes gently. He muttered something and then used some skills that Li Yang could not quite see. After a few seconds, everyone saw the formation on the ground glowing slightly. It refracts the starlight in the sky and projects the shadows of many stars in the center. Bai Feng stepped into the center of the formation, as if he was under a sea of stars. The light around him kept flickering, transmitting good and bad luck, right and wrong through the vast starry sky. Bai Feng's silver hair sparkled in the starry sky, as if it had turned into a floating silver ribbon. Bai Ji, who was watching outside the formation, was also reflected in this color. From a distance, she really looked a bit like her father. Li Yang was thinking so. Bai Feng inside suddenly frowned, his expression becoming somewhat horrified. How come? The voice was full of shock and confusion. Bai Feng, who was at the center of the formation, suddenly became serious and raised his hand and shook it slightly. The stars under the projection changed with his movements, as if changing the direction of observation. But no matter how it changed, the expression on Bai Feng's face never eased. Just at this time, Luo An, who had just returned from the training camp, also arrived here. As soon as he came over, he heard Bai Feng say the two words he least wanted to hear in an extremely serious voice. Very bad. No matter how you change the position, the results of the divination are all signs of great misfortune. How is this possible? This situation has never occurred in the previous strategies. Everyone present was a little stunned. This was the first time that China tried to use a completely new strategy to capture the underworld. The members of a strategy team are all experts with special abilities and strong strength. And without the restrictions of equipment, these people should be the most suitable candidates in the whole of China. Very bad? Doesn't that mean that this new plan has already failed before it even officially started? Dongfang Changming turned around and looked at Luo, and who was narrating. Luo An's brows were furrowed, and his expression was more serious than ever. No one doubts Bai Feng's strength, and his past achievements are too numerous to count. As the most recognized fortune teller in all of China, his predictions can almost be described as absolutely accurate. So, Luo An thought for a while, then frowned and asked slowly, Master Bai, this dungeon strategy is very important to China. So, can you reveal some clues? Bai Feng's ability is essentially to spy on the way of heaven, which will shorten his lifespan. Many things cannot be stated directly, and at best only some ambiguous clues can be described. Bai Feng sighed slowly and nodded slowly. Let me take another look. Even if it is just a minor disaster, there is still a possibility of reversal. But very bad. This is absolutely not possible. Knowing that the situation was extremely dangerous, requiring Jiang Xiao and the others to force their way in was tantamount to pushing them into the fire pit. If this continues, it would be better to send those normal strong men in, as usual. But doing so would result in a lack of defense forces in various places. Secondly, ordinary job changers will be restricted by their equipment, and it will be difficult for them to compete with special job changers from other countries in the underworld. It's going to be difficult. Found it. The problem lies with the copy itself. Some unexpected people and things did not play the role they should have. Bai Feng finished speaking intermittently and swung his hand violently, brushing away the star images condensed in the air. After just saying 2 sentences, he was already sweating profusely and feeling exhausted. A world-class copy involves such a huge amount of heavenly principles that it really makes everyone present feel uneasy. Bai Ji rushed forward, supported her father, and helped him sit on the steps at the door to rest. Luo thanked Bai Feng, his eyes becoming much sharper. He didn't hold the position of the head of Tianfu for nothing. Although the 2 clues are a bit vague, they are enough. The reason for the disaster is closely related to the copy itself. Because of the influence of the copy, some important people and things cannot play a role at the critical moment, which will eventually lead to failure. Then as long as we find out who the key people and things are, the problem can be easily solved. Were these people and things? Luo probably already had the answer in his heart. Chapter 99. Self-preservation? I'm so good at this. If the clue given by Bai Feng was person or thing, Luo might have to figure it out for a long time. But people and things are different. Although there's only one word difference, the connotations are completely different. There are only 2 items that play a key role in this dungeon strategy. One is the fertilizer of Angelica de Hurica, and the other is Li Yang's plant. These 2 things may lose their effectiveness due to the effect of the copy. This ultimately resulted in the attacking team meeting a terrible fate in the dungeon. In fact, Baiji is okay. Her ability exists as an auxiliary. The key point lies in Li Yang. The strategy for this dungeon was originally intended to use Li Yang's plants as the main means of output. The importance of Li Yang is unquestionable. If Li Yang's plants fail to play their due role for some reason, it will indeed be a great disadvantage to the Chinese side. Thinking of this, he slowly turned his head and looked at Li Yang beside him. If the problem really lies with him, that would be a bit troublesome. Although according to our understanding, Li Yang has many methods that are beyond ordinary people's expectations. But no matter what, he is a person with a life-related profession in a world-class dungeon full of high-level monsters. There are still certain risks. If the problem really lies with Li Yang, then Luo was at a loss and slowly expressed his guess. But before this statement was verified, Dongfang Changming suddenly received new news. Sent from the Dungeon Management Office, a team that specializes in inspecting the Necromancer City. Emergency! Emergency! Additional rules have been added to this round of Necromancer. Props can only work when their creator is present at the same time, otherwise they will be invalid. Dongfang Changming suddenly fell silent and showed the news to everyone. The scene suddenly became dead silent. Liang also frowned slightly and thought with his chin in his hand. Obviously, the key to success or failure lies in oneself. In this case, this is the thought. Liang smiled slightly and said, "At this point, there is no other way. Let me take over. If nothing else, when it comes to self-preservation, I'm pretty good at it." Everyone was shocked. Luo frowned and shook his head slowly. "No, this kind of thing is no joke. You are a life profession after all, and your 4-dimensional attributes cannot be compared with those of a combat profession. The monsters in the dungeon, as well as the job changers from other countries, could easily rush into the back row and kill you in a very short time. And your plant seeds, from being planted to growing, take at least 3 seconds. Hearing this, everyone present nodded repeatedly with worried looks on their faces. But Li Yang smiled and shook his head. "I think you must have forgotten one thing. Well, let me demonstrate on the spot." After saying that, Li Yang stomped his feet lightly. The 4th talent, plant and tree creatures, is activated. The weeds under his feet were instantly transformed, turning into huge nuts in less than half a second. In an instant, they surrounded everyone present. On the other hand, Li Yang himself was holding a rake that he had taken out at some point. The whole person is protected by a huge pumpkin head. Several plants, such as squash and big-mouth flowers, have also emerged around to serve as guards. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked. The seeds have a limited time to grow simply because they are not in my hands. If it weren't for the restrictions of the dungeon rules, I would still have a lot of life-saving equipment to use. As for Angelica de Hurica, there's no need for her to come in. We saved some plants from our previous experiments, and they come in handy now. Seeing that Bai Ji was also eager to try and wanted to extend her hand to recommend herself, Li Yang added another sentence. In fact, if there were no world-class copy rules, whether it is the immunity amulet currently given by Bai Ji or the blood spring wristband given by the Yunzhou Craftsman Association before, they're both good life-saving equipment. But even without these, plants alone would be enough. The strength that Li Yang suddenly displayed was beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone present, especially Luo, opened their mouths wide, and it took them a long time to recover from the shock. Strictly speaking, although Li Yang's profession is life-oriented, to some extent his self-protection ability is much stronger than those of Jiang Xiaoxiao and other combat-oriented professions. Once we really get into the copy, it's hard to say who will protect whom. Then, Luo shook his head, regained his serious expression, and said seriously, "I understand, Li Yang. Although we don't want you to put yourself in danger, but now that things have come to this, we have no other choice. All hope now rests on you. Tianfu will also do everything it can to help you." Li Yang nodded and didn't say much. He had already learned the rules of this copy from Dongfang Changming. All weapons, armor, and functional equipment, such as storage rings, will be disassembled. However, useful or useless items, such as potions and materials, will not be decomposed. This is also the reason why Tong Xuanzi initially wanted to use Li Yang's plants as the main means of output. But at this time, a new rule is suddenly added. The props and the maker must enter together, otherwise they will be invalid. Isn't this a bit too much? But it seems a bit familiar. It feels like I've encountered this before. Li Yang calmly opened the system and checked the task interface. As expected, new mission. Successfully conquer the world-class dungeon necropolis, 0 out of 1. Mission reward, 3 million sunlight points, Zen garden, and a plant formation preservation card. Zen garden. You can plant plants in the garden space, and the plants will bring you a variety of additional effects. Seeing this, Li Yang was shocked. A Zen garden? Why are there all these things? Then, can a useless phonograph in Dave's prop shop come in handy? If you think about it carefully, it's quite interesting. Early the next morning, at the gate of the world-class dungeon, the underworld city, the airship coming from Tong Xuanzi slowly landed. A group of 8 people, including Li Yang, walked out of the cabin and stepped onto the scarlet grass. Except for Li Yang and Jiang Xiaoxiao, everyone else's faces showed some level of uneasiness. Luo specifically told them that the world-class dungeon was different from previous dungeons, and if they found any problems, they should exit the dungeon immediately without hesitation. Each of them is an important special talent in China. Unless it is necessary, no one can be left behind. As per convention, the 8 people were divided into 2 teams, split into 2 groups, and kept in touch. The team is composed of the brothers and sisters from the Tsong family who are good at high-speed guerrilla warfare, the Dark Knight, and the pharmacist. Jiang Xiaoxiao and others with a more stable style formed the second team, responsible for covering the rear, just in case. Li Yang directly replaced the original summoner and joined Jiang Xiaoxiao's team. After all, in a sense, Li Yang's ability can also be regarded as a kind of calling. It is still a very strong summon. When the time came, everyone packed up their props and walked into the dungeon with trepidation. World-class dungeon, Necropolis. Recommended level, LV.80. Instance description. This is a world that has fallen into the endless void, a kingdom of the dead. From the moment you step through the gate, there is no way back. The equipment on his body was disassembled, but other things were preserved. Fortunately, the clothes were not considered equipment and could not be disassembled. Otherwise, the first thing to do when entering the copy is to pick leaves from the bushes to make clothes. There was no time to regret, and everyone immediately began to guard the exit and test their skills. Fortunately, their abilities all function normally and are not restricted by the changes to the copy. The same is true for Li Yang's plants. The seeds placed by him can still take root and sprout from the soil and mature in an instant. Seeing this scene, everyone present felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, the changes to the copy rules were detected in advance. Otherwise, when they encounter a strong enemy, they will find that the seeds are no longer effective. Their ending probably won't be any better. Moreover, Jiang Xiaoxiao had on her body thousands of different plant seeds that Li Yang had spent a huge amount of money to buy. If Li Yang enters without him, all those seeds will be invalidated. Just looking at these losses is heartbreaking enough. Li Yang stretched and finally checked the rich plant card in the herb seed box. After confirming that everything was correct, he turned around and asked the others, "Okay, if everything is okay, let's get ready to enter the dungeon, right?" Chapter 100. Hybrid Cherry Shooter? The game is all about pushing forward. As Li Yang's voice fell, the attacking team officially went deep into the dungeon. Looking at the slightly muddy soil, blood-red grass and trees, and the dim sky around me, Li Yang only felt a slightly oppressive breath coming towards him. Thick fog was spreading everywhere, and the air was faintly filled with the smell of rotting flesh. Looking forward along the path they were on, they could vaguely see some towering black buildings. If nothing unexpected happens, that will be the main city of the underworld. According to the information provided by Tang Xuanzi, the entire copy of the underworld city is mainly divided into 4 layers from the inside to the outside. They're the outermost scarlet forest, the outer and inner layers of the underworld, and the deepest biochemical laboratory. Under the leadership of Li Yang, the strategy team took action. As agreed beforehand, the 8 people were divided into 2 teams, one in front and one behind, always keeping their distance. Team 1 is responsible for reconnaissance and covert protection, while Team 2 is responsible for the main combat and rearguard action. The siblings looked at each other, used their own strength to condense weapons, and then hid in the darkness. The Dark Knight also consciously covered the pharmacist in the team with black mist and disappeared from Li Yang's sight with her. At this time, only Jiang Xiaoxiao, Du Shengding, Meng Qing, and Li Yang were left on the main road. Let's just keep the pace and move forward slowly. I'm afraid this time's necropolis will be different from the previous ones. Du Shengding said this with a serious expression, then took 2 quick steps and came to the front row of the team. According to Jiang Xiaoxiao, Du Shengding, as a scientific researcher, is the most intelligent person among the 4 people present. The responsibility of commanding the battle naturally lies with him. As for the team leader, Jiang Xiaoxiao, she yawned slightly without any sign of nervousness on her face. According to the information learned in advance, most of the monsters in the underworld are undead creatures, such as ghouls and zombies. The threat from a single one is not great, but when these things appear, they appear in groups and basically win by numbers. By the way, which team are we to come in? Li Yang suddenly asked. Du Shengding, who was walking in front, raised his hand and pointed at the air, calling out an information interface that everyone could see. Above is a ranking list, marking the time when each team entered from top to bottom. Because the time when each dungeon rift is fully opened is different, the order in which each team enters is slightly different. Their team was the 30th or so to come in. The progress seems to be a little behind, but it's not a big problem. What Li Yang is more concerned about is whether those countries that came in early will give up using their advantages to kill monsters in advance. Instead, they hide at the birth points of other countries and launch surprise attacks. After all, according to past records, such a thing has happened in this copy before. But after a while, the team that went out to explore the way sent back the news. It means there are no job changers from other countries nearby. But there's another problem. In the area ahead, someone caused some noise, which led to chaos among a large number of undead monsters. Those brainless monsters are gathering together and advancing in all directions. One of them was rushing towards Li Yang and his group. The average level of those guys is around level 75. The speed is not fast, and the power is not particularly outrageous. But the number is terrifying. Not long after the news came back, there was a sudden rumbling sound on the ground. The people present immediately became alert and prepared for battle. From the distant building, a little gray smoke gradually rose. It looked as if some huge monster was moving quickly close to the ground. Li Yang was somewhat amused. No, why are there beast tides everywhere? Then he raised his hand and stopped Du Shengding and Jiang Xiaoxiao, who were about to activate their abilities. Let them watch from the back and leave it to me. Then he leisurely threw 2 seeds under his feet. Hybrid plant, cherry shooter, debuts. Machine gunner, cherry bomb, a hybrid of the machine gunner and the cherry bomb, which has been stored in the herb seed box. Plant characteristics. It absorbs the advantages of the cherry bomb and the machine gunner. The machine gunner turns red, and the peas ejected from the barrel will also turn into single cherries. After they explode when touched, the explosion range is 50 of that of an ordinary cherry bomb. After gaining the extra talent, Liang went to find Bai Ji to experiment with it. There are a total of 10 empty spaces in the herb seed box, 5 for storing hybrid plants and 5 for storing rich plants. Moreover, the space is limited. The hybrid plants he preserves are naturally very cost-effective. The cherry shooter represents super high output, firing 4 shots per second, bombarding indiscriminately. And the ice mushroom pitcher with extreme control effect, after a few shots, the whole field can be frozen. There is also a double corn cannon that takes a long time to load, but has great firepower. Of course, in addition to this, he also made the previously tested charm mushroom pitcher and the stagnant wall. As for abundance, because after the rich plants are stored in the herb seed box, they are disposable items. When it comes to choosing plants, Liang naturally considers it over and over again. In the end, we chose the more functional ice mushrooms, pumpkin heads, corn cannons, big mouth flowers, and coffee beans. The main point is to take the enemy by surprise. After all, his fighting power is sufficient so far. What needs to be dealt with abundance are all kinds of unexpected situations. Roar! The beast tied in the distance has already rushed to the front. Looking at those densely packed and extremely ferocious undead creatures, Du Shengding's brows furrowed slightly. The leading zombie dog had rotten fur, with a large number of tendons exposed and its white bones exposed. Despite dragging such a body, he burst out with extremely astonishing speed. After seeing the stranger, he increased his speed several times and almost arrived in front of everyone. Jiang Xiaoxiao was just about to take action. Puff, puff, puff. The first cherry shooter that Li Yang had just planted finally started its first round of shooting. 4 bright red cherries flew out of the chest and hit the leading zombie dog squarely on the head, knocking it to the ground. The next moment, a beam of dazzling white light suddenly burst out from the red cherry, almost blinding the eyes of everyone present. What followed was a scorching heat wave, a sweet cherry scent, and a shock that shook one's internal organs. The cherry was cleaned up thoroughly in an area of about 50 meters. The few zombie dogs that rushed forward didn't even have time to make a sound before they were smashed to pieces and turned into dust in the deafening explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The remaining 3 cherries passed through the smoke and dust raised by the explosion and smashed straight into the tide of beasts behind. Then there was an explosion, sending flying a mass of rotting remains of limbs and arms. Just by planting 2 plants, the beast tide in front of you can be blocked 100 meters away. At this time, Jiang Xiaoxiao and others' expressions had changed when they looked at Liang. The strength he showed during the test with Jiang Xiaoxiao was nothing compared to what he has now. They all know that Liang has many tricks and is very powerful. But look at the current situation. It's obvious that Liang has many tricks up his sleeve that they don't know about. Chapter 101. How come China has already cleared the map when the fight just started? Boom, boom, boom. Another round of bombing. Looking at the undead monsters that were blocked hundreds of meters away and blown all over the sky, Liang sighed softly and temporarily gave up the idea of adding 2 more cherry shooters. I am now at level 4, and the instant kill limit of the cherry bomb is level 80. The things in front of us are just appetizers. 1 shot of cherry can kill a group of people. With the current scale, it is more than enough to rely on the 2 cherry shooters under his command to deal with it. Thinking of this, Liang couldn't help but feel a little emotional. With his current strength, it would be a piece of cake to deal with the beast tide that broke out in Yinzhou. I remember that in order to resist the beast tide, I had to deploy troops and make plans. And now, he evenly planted some cherry shooters on the walls of Yinzhou City and could easily stop the beast tide 100 meters away. When I have time, I can send more newly developed seeds back and ask the Yinzhou military to arrange for defense. Bite! It is detected that all job changers have entered the dungeon, and the dungeon channel will be activated soon. Publish the first task. Resist the zombie tide. Mission summary. The chemical virus laboratory in the central area of the instance has been destroyed, and the undead creatures imprisoned therein have leaked out in large numbers. These dead creatures are eager to transform all life into their own forms. Please survive their attack. Mission reward. Level 1 pass to the necropolis. When Liang was daydreaming, this message suddenly popped up on his career panel. After checking with others, I found that everyone received the same message. Obviously, this task is issued to all job changers. At the same time, Du Shengding gave new information. Everyone, look at the rankings. As he spoke, he opened the ranking list he had just viewed and spread it out in front of everyone. The list that was originally sorted according to the order in which the teams entered the dungeon has undergone very obvious changes. Their ranking jumped from over 30th to 3rd. The first and second are the ugly country and the bear country respectively. Behind the team information, there is a number that keeps changing. 489, 495, 510. Several people looked at each other, and no one reacted for a while, until another cherry exploded in the crowd of zombies, blowing away a large number of undead. The numbers behind the Chinese team rose a little again. This is the amount of monsters spawned. This dungeon ranks us based on the amount of monsters spawned. Meng Qing shouted in surprise, attracting the caring looks of the other three people. Jiang Xiaoxiao held her chin suspiciously and muttered to herself. Since there is a ranking, it means there must be a reward. I think we can try a little harder. Although she herself has no interest in competing for rankings or rewards. But the position is different now. She is fighting on behalf of China, so she can't be too lazy. So after saying that, she moved her joints slightly and prepared to go on stage. But then, the fist that had just been clenched was pressed down by Li Yang beside him. No need. If you do that, it might even affect my output. Li Yang said this and pointed behind everyone. At some point, 2 carts carrying huge corn cobs appeared out of nowhere. Oh, I remember this, the corn cannon. I saw it during training. Jiang Xiaoxiao recognized the 2 things at a glance, but Li Yang smiled and shook his head, motioning her to look more carefully. There is more than 1 corn lying on each cart, but 2. Hyperplants, double corn cannon. The effect is as simple and clear as its name. It changed from shooting 1 shot to shooting 2 shots. This is the exact opposite of the cherry shooter, which reduces range in favor of efficiency. The double corn cannon sacrifices its loading time in exchange for an explosion range that is twice as large. The coverage range reaches 1,000 meters. If no protective measures are taken in advance, no grass will grow within 1,000 meters. Li Yang stomped his feet lightly, and the 4th talent of plant and tree creatures was activated. A row of nut walls emerged from under their feet, surrounding everyone present, including the other team members who had hurried back. Then the cannon fired. Laugh! The huge corn cannon at the rear made a sound of pressure relief. The huge corn that was originally lying flat slowly stood up, and after briefly accumulating strength, it soared into the sky. About half a second later, it dropped from the sky and rushed straight towards the position set in advance by Li Yang. There are 2 groups of golden corns, one in front and one behind. One group is used to clear the screen, and one is used to check for deficiencies and fill in the gaps. Boom! Different from the previous cherry explosion. When the giant corn hits the ground, a large amount of energy is simultaneously transferred to the underground. The sound was so dull that it even caused the ground to vibrate violently. The explosion site was about 800 meters away from Li Yang and others. Despite the nut wall as a defense, the oncoming shock wave that was almost visible to the naked, I still gave everyone a great shock. In an instant, everything was silent. The tide of zombies that was so noisy and ferocious just now seemed to have been wiped off the ground without even a trace left. At the same time, halos representing upgrades appeared one after another above Li Yang's head. Your double-mounted corn cannon successfully killed the necromancer, LV 72, and you gained experience, 68,730 points. Your double-mounted corn cannon successfully killed the necromancer, LV 77, and you gained experience, 78,961 points. The kill records started to flash across the screen, and Li Yang had to close the system interface to get some peace and quiet. One move can kill thousands of monsters and bring a huge amount of experience. Especially for Li Yang, who is only level 60, he can never use them all. He watched his level rise rapidly, and the experience bar was almost always full. It wasn't until the level got stuck at level 78 that it finally stopped for a while. And in the ranking list, China undoubtedly topped the list in an instant. The numbers at the rear went from over 500 to over 4,000. It crushed the top 2 countries, the ugly country and the bear country. Ding, ding, ding. The so-called copy channel was finally activated at this time and began to explode. When you click on it, you will see the words of various countries appear in it. After clicking on the translation option, the densely packed comments in the channel finally became clear. The leader of the British Empire said, "No, there was an earthquake just now." The Gaul leader said, Thank you for the invitation. I'm in the forest, hiding from pursuit. I'm struggling to protect myself, so how can you guys take care of killing monsters? The leader of the Sakura country. What's wrong with China's ranking? Did they kill more than 4,000 undead in a few seconds? How is this possible? Are they cheating? The leader of the ugly country said, it's really strange. Even though we are strong, we have only scored more than 1,000 points so far. How did the Chinese get more than 4,000? The Gaul team leader, Huaxia team leader, are you there, bro? Did you find something good that can give you extra points? Why is your efficiency so high? Please share with us. Chapter 102. Overt conspiracy? No, it is still a conspiracy in essence. Looking at the words coming from the World Channel, Jiang Xiaoxiao was too lazy to pay attention. I just closed the interface in front of me and muted the channel prompt. At this time, Liang had already removed the nut wall barrier used to protect his side. He walked alone to the empty space in front of him that had been blown up, squatted down, and turned over the charred soil. Then, he pulled out a good-looking one-handed axe and waved at Du Xingding. Senior Du, do you want some equipment? Du Xingding was a little flattered. He nodded quickly and walked over quickly. The underworld does not allow job changers to carry their own equipment. When the job changers fight, they have to rely on their own abilities and the things they get from the dungeon. Coupled with the new temporary restrictions, those who changed their jobs were unable to bring in even the necessary potions and magic scrolls. If you want to use these things, you must sacrifice the auxiliary position in the team and replace it with a life-type alchemist. But how much combat power do life-related professions have? Many teams of job changers suffered heavy losses as a result. Even within less than half an hour after the start of the game, some teams from small countries had already fled in a hurry. That's right, the tide of zombies is actually just the first trial of the underworld. Just as it is written in the copy description, from the moment you step through the door, there is no turning back. In other words, as long as you don't cross the gate, you can still retreat. What is this gate? Needless to say, this must be the place that can be entered after obtaining the level 1 pass to the underworld. When Liang was looking for equipment in front, he suddenly heard a prompt from the system. It is detected that the number of undead creatures remaining within 3,000 meters of you is less than 500. Congratulations to your team for completing the mission and receiving the mission reward. The route to the underworld has been marked for you. Please use the pass card to enter. Tip: after you officially enter the Necromancer City, you will not be able to exit the dungeon until you kill the next elite monster. Please choose carefully. Following the prompt, a faint golden light lit up in front of Liang. A white card emerged from it. Liang raised his hand and put it in his pocket, and then everyone in the team received the same prompt. A team understood, took the card from Liang, disappeared into the darkness again, and went forward to explore the way. About 10 minutes later, a reminder from the dungeon was directly posted in the dungeon channel. The Chinese team has used the pass card to open the door to the underworld. The Chinese team has settled the accounts and received ranking rewards. First prize, legendary equipment, Undead Enchanted Scepter. As soon as the announcement came out, the already noisy dungeon channel suddenly exploded. The leader of the Sakura Nation team. Damn it, we have only killed 500 undeads. How come a Chinese team has already entered the city? Leader of the ugly country. The first place prize is actually a legendary necromancer's staff? Fuck, if I had known this, I would have taken it more seriously. Camel Nation leader. Huaxia leader. Do you want to sell the equipment you got? Let's find a place to trade. We have an alchemist in our team, and we could trade a lot of potions with you. The leader of the British Empire. Camel Nation leader. Do you want epic equipment? We have it. We have injured soldiers here and urgently need life potions to save their lives. The leader of the Camel Nation. We have no shortage of epic equipment, and we also have limited potions, but you can withdraw. The leader of the British Empire. The Chinese team leader. All members, do you want to know the secret of the Chinese team's rapid attack? A big giveaway of China's secret weapons. Unlimited bullets, a mysterious weapon that can kill an undead in 10 shots. Now you can exchange it for 500 bottles of life potions. See you in the underworld. Huaxia team leader. Click to view location. The leader of the Gaul Kingdom. Sakura country leader. This message was sent by Jiang Xiaoxiao according to Liang's request. After sending it out, Jiang Xiaoxiao pondered for a while and still had some concerns. Trading with other countries in the dungeon. Liang, are you serious? Hearing this, Liang just smiled meaningfully. Of course I'm serious. Everything is as planned. Looking at Liang's mysterious look, Jiang Xiaoxiao was a little confused. Meng Qing, who was standing next to him, suddenly rolled his eyes and pointed out Li Yang's conspiracy. I understand. 500 bottles of potion for a pea shooter. You are taking advantage of the situation. Taking advantage of others' misfortune? After hearing this, Li Yang laughed and shook his head. Too small, too small. You don't really think that the only things I care about are those potions? In the final analysis, this transaction is not equal. Actually, Li Yang's idea is very simple. There are no potions in your team, but others do. Then find a way to get some from others. You know, in order to bring an alchemist, the teams from other countries must have weakened their own combat units to a certain extent. In this case, let's give them some help and give them some pea shooter or something like that. Of course, Li Yang is not some compassionate saint. I can sell it to you, but I have the final say on whether you can use it or not. After the transaction, the start and stop of these plants will all depend on him. Besides, because of the existence of the third talent, plant empathy, Li Yang can even achieve the effect of surveillance and eavesdropping by sharing senses with plants. By then, he will have the opportunity to eavesdrop on the lineup composition, strength, location, strategies, and tactics of other countries. It can be said that if you know yourself and your enemy, you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Okay, let's get ready to continue fighting. Li Yang waved his hand, signaling everyone to join the battle. From the prompts in the copy, we know that the goal after entering the city of the underworld is to kill an elite-level monster. He didn't intend to waste time on those wandering monsters, so he simply arranged a team to search for the trace of the monster in the dark. I set up a stall here to earn some extra money. After a team finds the monster, go over and harvest it. This is called efficiency. As he spoke, he had already placed a dozen pots of pea shooters in front of him, just waiting for customers to come. While waiting, Li Yang also checked the legendary weapons that had just been calculated in the dungeon rankings. He activated the appraisal technique, and the equipment information was displayed in front of him. Equipment name, Undead Enchanted Scepter. Equipment quality, Legendary, Gold. Equipment introduction, a scepter filled with the power of the dead. You can use this scepter to enchant any item with the power of the dead. The enchanted item will be transformed into its unique state of the dead. For example, a skeleton can be enchanted into a skeleton soldier. This thing looks like a necromancer's equipment. But like the previous shadow staff, there is no occupation requirement for the wearer. Well, it is indeed a legendary. But there isn't much use for him to keep the effect of this necromancy enchantment, right? To put it simply, this thing is a scepter for summoning undead creatures. But the undead? Are his plants useful? Thinking of this, Li Yang suddenly fell silent. Wait, this thing says it can enchant any item. So can his plants be enchanted? The necromancy state of plants. What could it be? Chapter 103, Hybrid Plant Zombie. With the mentality of giving it a try, Li Yang slowly raised the scepter of the dead. He aimed at the pots of pea shooters in front of him and used the enchantment skill. Buzz, accompanied by an inaudible buzzing sound, a beam of dark green light suddenly shot out from the inky skull on top of the scepter. The light immediately merged with the pea shooter selected by Li Yang. Crackle. The flower pot suddenly cracked without any warning, and the soil inside scattered all over the ground. The people nearby looked at each other. But the changes don't stop there. Under the gaze of Jiang Xiao and others, the thin layer of soil on the ground gradually rose. Only the head of the pea shooter was left outside, and the whole body was swallowed by the soil. Then the next moment, a pale and dry arm suddenly emerged from inside. At the same time, there was also a sinister and terrifying roar. Ah! A zombie slowly crawled out of the thin layer of soil and stood up shakily. Jiang Xiao clenched her fists and became subconsciously alert. But after seeing the appearance of the zombies, he put down his hands, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The zombies before them were, overall, no different from those they had seen in the copy. The only thing that matters is the brain, which is the weak spot. It actually turned into a pea shooter's head. Such a strange sight was beyond the expectations of everyone present, including Li Yang. Everyone had an expression of, what the hell is this? Fuck plant zombies. Li Yang was stunned for a while, and then called out the name. This name is quite straightforward and descriptive. But Jiang Xiao and the others didn't know that the name Li Yang read actually had another meaning. Plant zombies are a special type of zombie that appeared in the original game levels of Plants vs. Zombies. Its biggest feature is that it has the body of a zombie and the head of a plant, and possesses all the abilities of plants and ordinary zombies. Such existence In a sense, it can be considered as Li Yang's own hybrid plant. In fact, Li Yang had been struggling with this issue. Although the firepower of his plants is good, their biggest drawback is that they cannot move freely. After destroying the enemies in one area, you have to plant new ones somewhere else. But plant zombies are completely different. These guys may move a little slowly, but they are essentially movable flower pots. A bunch of zombies with cherry shooters on their heads formed a zombie tide. What grand scene that will be! Li Yang was already feeling a little excited. Then, many different kinds of plants were planted on the ground. It is both in mass production and testing. Which plants can be transformed into plant zombies, and which plants can maximize their advantages after being transformed. Unfortunately, the skills of the undead scepter consume the energy of the scepter itself. Although it can be restored slowly over time, the number of necromancy enchantments that can be stored at one time is limited. At present, the number of plant zombies that Li Yang can create in a single time is about 50. That's enough. Through experiments. Except for the corn cannon zombie, which is so big that it gets crushed directly after turning into a zombie. The other plants have basically successfully changed their shapes. Among them, there are even quite a few hybrid plant zombies. Li Yang tested it and confirmed that he could connect with these plant zombies through his third talent, plant empathy. He simply waved his hand, commanding them to disperse and go towards the depths of the underworld. The efficiency of relying solely on the first team to search for elite monsters is quite low. It just so happens that there's a lot of free labor here, so why not use it? At the same time, Li Yang also set them the task of automatically attacking when they saw the copy monsters. In this way, while they're moving forward, they can also spawn more monsters, which will give Li Yang more experience and increase the progress of unlocking the cart. Speaking of strollers, Li Yang thought about it, an open days prop store. Not unlocked, unlock requirement. Kill 1 million monsters, 8926/1000000. The number of zombies he had just cleared out was almost the same as all the monsters he had killed so far. It seems that we should consider fighting more of these zombie-like monsters in the future. The sooner you unlock the cart, the sooner you can become invincible in the world. Your machine gunner zombie successfully killed the zombie killer, the howling demon, LV.82. Congratulations on gaining experience. 87,935. Your experience has reached the upper limit. Congratulations on your level upgrade. Current level, LV.79. As he watched, a halo representing an upgrade suddenly popped up above Li Yang's head. He blinked and sighed. If I could change jobs in the Necromancer City, I could reach level 100 if I stayed here for 2 more days. Jiang Xiaoxiao sat on the high railing, swinging her legs leisurely. Then he suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked toward a certain place in the distance. Li Yang, someone is coming. Li Yang sent away all the plant zombies he summoned, clapped his hands lightly, and looked over there. At another entrance, a team from another country slowly walked over. The leader was a strong paladin, but he had many scars on his body. There are 8 people in a team, and they all seem to be in poor condition. This team was heading for China. After seeing us from afar, they waved their hands vigorously towards us. Friends of China, don't attack. We are here to trade. We brought a lot of potions to exchange with you. Du Xingding looked up at Jiang Xiaoxiao. The latter sought Li Yang's opinion, and after obtaining his agreement, he nodded slightly. The group was allowed to pass and hurried over here. As soon as they met, the alchemist at the back of the team began to busy himself with unloading the goods. Due to the special nature of the dungeon rules, they were unable to bring in things like storage rings. So all the potions are stored in the alchemist's treasure box. With a bang, a wide variety of potions appeared in front of everyone. The alchemist explained, "Well, the treasure box can only hold a limited amount of potions. We only have 400 bottles of life potions in total, and the rest are some other useful items. For example, invisibility potion, beast transformation potion, rage potion. Total, there are about 800 bottles. If possible, can you show us what your secret weapon is first? We're doing a deal after all. We can't be unclear about it, right? Want to inspect the goods?" Li Yang casually spread out his hand and pointed to the 4 pots of pea shooter placed nearby. Looking at those 4 green little heads swaying back and forth, the alchemist team looked at each other, unable to react for a moment. Chapter 104. Buy if you want, get lost if you don't. Is this China's secret weapon? A few people looked at each other. The expression on his face gradually changed from bewilderment to confusion. It changes from red to white. They are job changers from Gaul. After seeing the intensity of this dungeon, I found that it would be difficult to complete it with my own strength. So, I decided to quit while I was ahead. But before that, they also want to use their last chance to create some value for their country. For example, find out what China's secret weapon is. Of course, they knew that the Chinese would not be stupid enough to sell all their secret methods. Anything they're willing to take out must be relatively backward, but that is something that can support China to kill thousands of zombies in a few seconds. Even if we lag behind, we can still see some clues from this. They plan to exchange the potion for some of China's secret weapons and take them out of the copy for careful study. But after seeing the real thing, they were all somewhat stunned. This harmless-looking potted plant. Is this China's so-called secret weapon? This joke is a bit too much. Are you teasing a fool? The alchemist smiled awkwardly, suppressed his anger, and said, "This Chinese boy, are you really not kidding? Can these potted plants help you kill so many zombies? You should know that our potion is different from ordinary potions. All the materials used to make the potion are carefully selected. Even the water used for distillation is melted water from the polar regions. If you sell outside the dungeon, 1 bottle can be worth the price of 10 bottles. If you want to buy, buy. If you don't want to buy, get lost." Leon grinned, too lazy to listen to his nagging. The guy opposite was stunned. He never expected Li Yong to have this attitude. The expression on his face suddenly became serious. He frowned and said seriously, "Brother from China, we are serious about doing business with you. The difficulty of this dungeon is different from the previous ones. If you want to explore deeper, you can't do it without potions." Liang stood up slowly. "Jiang Xiao, please see the guest off." Jiang Xiao jumped down and turned her wrist gently. In a sense, Liang is doing business here just to kill time. If this guy wants to buy, then buy. If he doesn't want to buy, then get out. Why are you talking so much? He didn't intend to spoil her. The paladin on the opposite side took a step forward and stood in front of the alchemist. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The expression on the alchemist's face suddenly became tense, and his breathing became a little rapid. Okay, he admitted that he had spoken a little too loudly just now. "I'm just a living profession. If a battle breaks out in such a narrow place, he, who has no fighting ability, will not even have the chance to drink the invisibility potion and will be shattered by the aftermath of the battle." He quickly raised his hand to break the deadlock. "Wait a minute. Friendship comes first. Friendship comes first. It was our attitude that was wrong just now. We admit our mistake. We buy. I was planning to exit the copy anyway, so why take the risk here? 500 bottles of potions. We'll take a slight loss for 100 bottles of recovery potions, plus 100 bottles of other potions, in exchange for a plant from you. I made these potions myself. The quality and safety are guaranteed. You can use the identification technique to check." The alchemist hurriedly explained. But before he could finish his words, Liang slowly interrupted him. "The price has changed. Now, all your potions plus your treasure box. You can only change one." As he spoke, he waved his hand slightly to indicate. Meng Qing picked up a pot of pea shooters from the ground and walked in front of the people. The alchemist on the opposite side suddenly widened his eyes and almost cursed on the spot. "You are raising the price arbitrarily. How shameless of you." He is a well-known alchemist in Gaul. Even an ordinary bottle of recovery potion can be sold at a high price of tens of thousands of yuan, not to mention other things. The potion he brought this time could easily be sold for hundreds of millions on the black market. And you just exchange it for a potted plant? Is there any justice in the world? Liang raised his eyebrows and looked at him with interest. The expression on his face seemed to vividly interpret the saying, "Buy if you want, buy. If not, get lost." The Gaul alchemist stared at the potted plant in Meng Qing's hand, having a fierce ideological struggle in his heart. Finally, he nodded reluctantly. "Switch. Let's switch." They already knew they couldn't clear the dungeon, but since they had paid so much to enter the dungeon this time, they should at least bring back something useful. Once they figure out the composition of China's secret weapon, they may be able to develop such power in a targeted manner. Jiang Xiao walked up and slammed the treasure box shut with a bang. After watching these people leave, Du Xingding quickly used identification techniques to thoroughly check all the potions. Then, he made an okay gesture to Liang. The alchemist was right. These things were of good quality, and there was nothing weird mixed in them. You can use it with confidence. Ding dong. Not long after, new news came out again in the copy channel. As soon as Liang opened it, he saw the exclamation from the leader of Gaul. The leader of the Gaul team, "Damn, The Chinese guy really didn't lie. This thing can kill a zombie with just a few shots, and it has unlimited bullets. What's the principle behind this? At the same time, a photo of a paladin holding a flower pot and killing a monster was also attached. It looks a little funny, but the zombies on the other side that are torn into pieces are no joke. This kind of monster has a strong survivability and will only be truly dead if the head is completely destroyed. During a melee, it is difficult to take care of the output-type professions in the front row, so it often leads to the situation where the opponent can get up and continue attacking after fighting for a long time. But the bullets fired from these potted plants, no matter where you hit, it's a force kill. It's so terrifying. This is the version sold by China. The ones they use themselves are definitely more exaggerated. Thinking about it this way, it seems reasonable that they could clear out thousands of zombies in just a few seconds. The leader of the Gaul team cheered and felt that the deal just now was a huge profit. Take this thing out and slice it up for careful study. We will definitely be able to figure out something. However, what they didn't know was that all their little tricks had already been seen through by Li Yang. It is still in the dungeon now, so I will just keep the pea shooter for you to experience. But once out of the copy, the pea shooter will immediately execute the orders given by Li Yang in advance. It withered in an instant, turned into powder, and disappeared into ashes. Chapter 105. The Ugly Country's Ace Necromancer. After the news came out in Gaul, many disadvantaged countries that were still hesitating have made up their minds. Even if I can't use these plants to clear the dungeon in the future, if you take it outside the copy and give it to your own country for research, that would also be a profit. Although I don't know where China's powerful strength comes from. But as long as they study hard, maybe in time they will be able to catch up with China. Afterwards, the plants that Li Yang produced were sold out in almost no time, except for the wealthy Camel Kingdom. People from the Korean country, the White Elephant country, and the Maple Leaf country all used up their potions in exchange for a pea shooter and left satisfied. But the Ugly Country and the Bear Country, which ranked right after China, were nowhere to be seen. Everyone, we found traces of a large-scale battle, which is not something that ordinary zombies can cause. The location has been sent to the team channel. What should we do next? A prompt sounded in the ears of Li Yang and others. When they opened the channel interface, the message from Team 1 was clearly visible. Looking at the coordinates they sent, Li Yang discovered that he also had 2 plant zombies there. So while asking Jiang Xiao and the others to pack up, he switched to the perspective of the plant zombies, intending to find out what was going on. As a result, the connection was cut off instantly just after it was established. Checking from the talent space, I found that the signals of the 2 plant zombies over there had all disappeared. Obviously, he was killed by something. The 2 that were killed seemed to be machine gunner zombies. The combined firepower of these 2 things should be enough to resist some small-scale zombie hordes. At the very least, you won't be killed instantly. Li Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a little confused. Then he ran towards that direction with Jiang Xiao and others. After running for only 2 steps, a message from Team 1 came out again in the team channel. The Bear Country and the Ugly Country are fighting, and the zombies are helping the Ugly Country fight the Bear Country. What is going on? Although the message sent back by Team 1 is very simple and easy to understand. But isn't this too magical? So the so-called traces of large-scale battles are the traces of battles between the Ugly Country and the Bear Country? Probably a few minutes passed. Li Yang and others finally arrived at the place marked by Team 1. This is a large venue building located in the city. Its overall shape is a bit like the ancient Roman Colosseum. Song's younger sister, Song Yu, was squatting at a window next to the Colosseum, meeting Li Yang and his party. Before the 2 sides joined forces, a roar of zombies came from the Colosseum. Roar! The sound was deafening, as if the ground was shaking. Li Yang didn't even need to think about it to know that the noise was definitely not made by some small creature. When the 2 sides met, Du Xingding quickly asked about the battle situation. The Dark Rider from Team 1 came over and briefly explained the whole story. Based on the clues and evidence collected along the way, it is enough to prove that there is more than one elite monster. And this Colosseum is one of the locations where elite monsters in the outer city area of the necropolis are located. It's a pity that they are not the first group of people to come here. The Ugly Country and the Bear Country also set their sights on this place at the same time, and in order to compete for the opportunity to be the first to kill the elite monster, the 2 sides fought each other. As for those zombies who helped Ugly Country beat up Bear Country, according to Team 1's observations, They all came from the necromancer in a black robe at the very end of the Ugly Country's team. Most of the equipment that the Ugly Country team had previously obtained in the dungeon was now piled on the mage. It even includes a staff awarded by the dungeon. Moreover, that guy seemed to have awakened some special professional talent. Unlike other common necromancy professions that require corpses and undead to create undead creatures, it is able to directly control the zombies in the dungeon. So much so that all the zombies near the Colosseum were pulled over to fight him. Hearing this, Liang suddenly realized, no wonder when we first entered the dungeon, Ugly Country spawned monsters so quickly. It turns out that the necromancer was the cause. Directly control large numbers of units to fight? In that case, his charm mushrooms might have the same effect. However, the current battle situation is rather tense. In terms of direct combat capability, the Bear Country is obviously superior. But no one knew what method the necromancer used. Every time after being killed, he can recover from his injuries instantly and devote himself to the battle with full energy. It looks like he is immortal. So even a group of berserkers from the Bear Country can kill a kid with one punch. Faced with the endless tide of zombies and the unkillable necromancer, all they could do was waste their energy. We are now losing ground and are on the verge of being wiped out. But Liang doesn't care which side is stronger or weaker. Instead, I asked a very crucial question. These two teams have been fighting for so long. Where are the elite monsters? The pharmacist from the first team's side pointed to the tide of corpses covering the entire venue below and spoke slowly. Down there, all under the grounds. See that crack in the ground in the middle of the field? Jump down and you'll find the monster room where the elite monsters are. The guys on both sides are just trying to grab the opportunity. After all, if only one party goes down, there's a high probability that the other party will snatch the monsters away or even stab them when fighting elite monsters. Only after driving away all the others will they dare to officially start a war with the monsters. Yes, that should be a very big creature. The roar just now was made by it. Liang seemed to be thinking, so that's it. Since they are so humble, let's be good people and go down and capture the monster for them. As long as we kill the monsters instantly, they won't have a chance to steal them or stab us in the back, right? The pharmacist was stunned for a moment, then nodded. That's what you said, but we. Before he finished speaking, Liang stood up and raised his hand slightly. Everyone get ready. We'll rush in later. Then, looking at the extremely chaotic battlefield below, he narrowed his eyes slightly and aimed at the crack. The fourth talent, Plant and Tree Creatures, is activated. Pick any plant in the center of the battlefield and transform it into frozen mushrooms and coffee beans. Sunlight is consumed and abilities are activated. A blue mushroom popped up in an unnoticed corner. A brown coffee bean was born next to it, then dissipated and turned into dust and floated into it. Ice mushroom. Each planting consumes 75 points of sunlight, cooldown of 50 seconds. Plant characteristics. After activation, the ice mushroom will chant for a short second, instantly freezing all hostile creatures within a 500-meter range for 4 seconds. After thawing, all creatures will be subject to a continuous slowing effect for 15 seconds. This effect is weakened for enemies above level 80. In the blink of an eye, the blue mushroom slowly expanded, like a sleeping fairy opening its eyes. Immediately, crackle. The whole place is frozen. The deep blue light began to spread with the frozen mushroom as the center. It spread to the entire battlefield in an instant, freezing everything. The battlefield was originally filled with deafening cries of killing and the roars of the undead. There was a sudden silence. Faintly, there were still some crystal snowflakes falling. Chapter 106. In just a dozen seconds, Huaxia killed the elite monster. After the frozen mushroom takes control of the situation, Liang and others who have been waiting for a long time immediately rushed towards the gap in the middle of the venue. The frozen shroom can only freeze for 4 seconds, after which the effect will change to a slowing effect. But 4 seconds is more than enough for them. Liang casually threw a coffee bean to Du Xingding and asked him to eat it. The coffee bean looked a little strange. The overall appearance is not the ordinary tan color. It is a dark red color that emits a faint glow. Somehow, at first glance, it always gives people a feeling of agitation. This is the plus version of coffee beans enriched with Angelica fertilizer. Coffee beans, plus version, a rich and upgraded version of coffee beans. It is a special plant and cannot be recorded in the formation safeguard. Plant characteristics. The state of abundance lasts permanently. during which the refreshing effect of coffee beans will be greatly enhanced, and the refreshing effect will be transformed into a violent effect. The effect lasts for 30 minutes, and a violent target will gain a certain degree of attack power increase and a continuous state of rage. This is a rich plant that was discovered through experiments in the north. After learning about Du Shengding's abilities, Liang secretly decided on the use of this thing. Du Shengding's transformation into a giant requires him to become angry. And this violent coffee bean, if eaten, will give him continuous anger, which just solves the problem of his simple-minded character being unable to get angry. Du Shengding chewed it into pieces without hesitation. Then there was a loud shout. A giant more than 10 meters tall stood up out of thin air and grabbed Liang and others. Then he stepped over the heads of the zombies below and jumped directly into the crack. In an instant, in the entire Necromancer city, every job changer had this reminder appear before their eyes. The Chinese job changers team was the first to arrive at the location of the elite monster Necrotic Titan. There are a total of 60 elite-level monsters of different types in the outer city of the Necromancer city. Please speed up the process if you're changing your job. Then, for seconds were up. In the huge arena, the slowly thawing ugly country and the bear country looked at each other in bewilderment. The higher-level human job changers have gradually returned to normal, while the zombies are still in a deceleration state with blue light. While being frozen, they all retain their consciousness. In other words, they watched helplessly as the Chinese people who suddenly emerged from the corner rushed into the cracks, and they were powerless to do anything. The people from Ugly Country felt even more aggrieved. After a fierce battle, I can see that I'm gradually moving towards victory. As a result, he was unexpectedly robbed by the Chinese who showed up unexpectedly. It's such a shame. Ha ha ha. We didn't expect that, did you? Everyone from the Ugly Country, you fought us for so long, but in the end, your prey was snatched away by others. It feels bad, right? The people from the Bear Country burst into laughter and did not seem as angry as the Ugly Country. After all, they were the ones who found this place first. The Ugly Country came from behind and was about to defeat them and take the elite monster for themselves. But I didn't expect that while the mantis stalks the cicada, there's an oriole behind it. Ha ha ha, you deserve it. Today, the Bear Country has been severely damaged by the attack from the Ugly Country, and naturally cannot compete with it anymore. We can only step back for now and watch the plight of the Ugly Country with a smile. Damn it, don't worry about those Mao guys. Go and deal with the Chinese people down there first. You even dare to snatch the prey we have our eyes on. You must be tired of living. The necromancer from the Ugly Country glared fiercely at the gloating Russian bear on the opposite side, then waved his hand and commanded the swarm of zombies to rush towards the rift. The Chinese killed them unexpectedly. But the elite monsters below are not vegetarians either, although this group of Chinese people successfully showed off their little tricks. But it is still too naive. Do you really think you can gain the upper hand by jumping into the monster room first? There is only one consequence of being so reckless, and that is that when fighting with elite monsters, you will have no time to pay attention to the situation around you. In the end, he was swallowed up by the tide of zombies that he was proud of and ended up losing both his life and his wealth. He didn't care what China relied on to eliminate the enemy in a few seconds and score thousands of points. And he has enough confidence. In the entire underworld, he is the only one who can kill undead elite monsters in seconds. But the next second, fight! The Chinese Job Changer team successfully defeated the elite monster Necrotic Titan and achieved the passing conditions. The Chinese Job Changer team obtains the item, the Level 2 Pass to the Underworld. Chinese Job Changers have obtained the right to enter the relay station buffer and have been directly transferred to the relay station area for rest. There are 59 elite monsters left. Please continue to work hard, other Job Changers. Huh? The Job Changers from the Ugly Country who gathered at the edge of the crack and were about to rush and were instantly petrified on the spot. The Necromancer who was in the lead had a face that turned pale and blue. The expression is so wonderful. The team from the Bear Country, standing at the entrance of the Colosseum preparing to evacuate, was stunned at first and then burst into laughter. A bunch of muscular men were laughing so hard that they rolled on the ground. Ha ha ha, he was defeated in seconds. Ha ha ha, you guys fought us for more than 10 minutes, and it took the Chinese less than half a minute to get through. Ha ha ha, why bother? Why do you have to fight with us? This is so funny, ha ha. The people of Ugly Country were furious, but they didn't know where to vent their anger. After all, I'm also the one who steals monsters, so how can I have the face to blame others for stealing monsters? But how did things turn out like this? The leading necromancer was angry and annoyed, but he couldn't figure it out. It's really strange. Elite-level monsters are almost at the level of small Lord-level bosses. The elite level in this copy is at least around level 90. It would take him 2 or 3 minutes to go down and use his undead skills to control it. In the end, they finished it in just a dozen seconds. What methods did these Chinese people use? Time goes back to more than 10 seconds ago. After Du Shengding transformed into a giant and jumped into the crack with Li Yang and his party, everyone discovered that this seemingly dark crack was actually much deeper than it appeared. The roar of the giant creature came from the bottom, sounding very distant, even a bit melodious. Fortunately, 2 seconds later, they reached the bottom of the cave. The dark scene around suddenly lit up, revealing the original appearance of the area. It turned out to be a huge underground laboratory. A culture tank that was more than 10 meters high was placed in the middle. The glass body of the tank had long been broken, and the green liquid inside had flowed all over the floor. And behind it, a pair of cloudy yellow eyes slowly lit up. A giant who was almost as tall as the giantized Du Shengding stood up facing the sudden light and let out a deafening roar. At the same time, the monster's information also appeared on the information interface of Li Yang and others. Chapter 107. Gaul was stabbed in the back. Elite Warcraft. Necrotic Titan. Level. LV.92. Introduction. A huge experimental body found underground in the Necromancer City. Its body has undergone countless transformation processes and has become the largest being in the entire Necromancer City, hence the nickname Titan. The Necromancer Titan has pure physical strength and is extremely tough. It requires extremely high output to defeat it. If you encounter it in a narrow space, you can only pray for good luck. It sounds quite mysterious, but in Li Yang's opinion, this thing is nothing more than an enlarged version of a zombie. Before taking action, he had already thought of all the countermeasures. The ugly country's necromancer's actions of controlling other zombies can be judged as a quick kill by the copy. In this case, wouldn't his charm mushroom also be completely controlled? So, is using the charm mushroom to control elite monsters an instant kill in some sense? Theory ends and practice begins. When he fell from the crack, he had already prepared 2 things in his hands. Hybrid plant, charm mushroom pitcher, and simple charm mushrooms. The former is for groups, and the latter is for individuals. In this way, no matter what kind of enemy you encounter, he can handle it perfectly, and the current Titan is obviously the latter. Meng Qing, the first one to land, raised his hands high and spread a golden light around him. This is the invigoration spell that I had snatched from the enemy's paladin when trading potions with the Gaul team. It can significantly increase the attack speed of all my units. Jiang Xiao Xiao, cooperate with Senior Du and stuff this thing into the mouth of the Necron Titan. Liang also pulled up the charm mushroom in the flower pot by the roots and threw it to Jiang Xiao Xiao in front of him. Jiang Xiao Xiao caught it casually, looked up at the huge Du Shengding, and grinned. Okay, Du Shengding, go and give it a punch. Du Shengding, who was still furious, didn't even bother to speak. He let out a roar and rushed towards the Titan opposite. Jiang Xiao Xiao took the opportunity to activate her true chi and leaped onto Du Shengding's shoulders like lightning. The necrotic Titan on the opposite side showed no sign of weakness and roared at the charging Du Shengding. As soon as it opened its mouth, Du Shengding rushed in front of it. The next second, the already rotten cheek was hit hard by a punch. With a dull thud, its nose bridge shattered instantly. The huge Titan fell backwards and stumbled. Almost at the moment when Du Shengding threw the punch, Jiang Xiao Xiao, who was already ready, directly dragged the half-person-high charm mushroom and leaped into the air like an arrow. The impact from a jump even made Du Shengding, a giant, take several steps back with an incredible look on his face. Jiang Xiao Xiao instantly took up position in the air, mobilized the Qi Si in his body, and transformed into an invisible dragon. It directly shattered the Titan's teeth and smashed the charm mushroom into it. Then, he landed safely from a height of more than 20 meters, relieved the force leisurely, and breathed a long sigh of relief. Liang also narrowed his eyes and found the dead Titan, who was in a state of charm in the talent space. Then, used the third talent to control it. The whole process was smooth and completed in one go. The total time consumed does not even exceed 10 seconds. Congratulations, your team has successfully defeated the necrotic titan and achieved the passing conditions. Congratulations on obtaining the item, the level 2 pass to the underworld. You have defeated the elite monster necrotic titan, LV.92, and gained 102,385 experience points. Your experience has reached the upper limit, and your level has been upgraded. Your current level is LV.80. Your team has obtained the right to enter the relay station. Do you want to enter the relay station for a short rest? Liang took the card that emerged from the light in front of him and put it away. Looking at the information displayed in the system, Liang was a little confused. Relay station? What is this place? He looked at Jiang Xiao and Meng Qing standing by, and they both looked confused. Has this situation never occurred before in the strategy guides for the underworld? This is really strange. But since it is a place for a short break, it would be a waste if you don't go. Liang chose tu chon firm. Immediately, a white light appeared on the bodies of everyone in the team. Half a second later, they all teleported and disappeared without a trace. And after Liang and others successfully defeated the boss, the dungeon channel exploded again. The leader of the Mao Bear country. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. The ugly people are standing at the door of the monster room, watching their monsters being robbed. They are just like clowns. Ha ha. Leader of the Mao Bear country. Click to view the picture. The leader of the Mao Bear country. Huaxiao leader. Thank you, Davari, for helping us vent our anger. Ha ha. Ugly country leader. Fuck. Shut up. You're just a defeated general and you dare to shout. You don't want the next elite monster, right? The leader of the Sakura country. They were able to snatch monsters from the ugly country. What tricks did China use? The leader of the Mao Bear country said. Who knows? It took less than half a minute for the Chinese team to enter the monster room and receive the notification of defeat. This speed is simply amazing. System notice. The Gaul team successfully defeated the elite monster, Raging Light Zombie Tide, and achieved the passing conditions. The Gaul team obtained the item, the level 2 pass to the necropolis. There are 58 elite monsters left. Please continue to work hard, other job changers. The leader of the British Empire, Gaul leader, didn't you guys evacuate? Why did you come out to fight monsters? The Gaul leader said, aha, the thing we bought from China can kill ordinary zombies in 10 shots, and this kind of elite monster can be killed in 20 shots. It's too powerful, but our paladin is also missing a skill for unknown reason. I don't know if it has anything to do with this thing. The leader of the Gaul kingdom said, no more talking, friends. We are satisfied with what we have achieved so far. Let's go first. Bye. After sending the message, the Gaul alchemist closed the interface in front of him. Thanks to their good luck, they encountered a group of elite monsters. Although there are a lot of them, none of them are very strong individually. After the control skills are used, the paladin will add buffs and just shoot randomly with the flower pot. In fact, most of the job changers in Gaul tend to be support and frontline players. Although he has received very good reviews worldwide, they're only in terms of being a teammate. Let them form a team on their own to conquer this world-class dungeon. It is already very good to have come this far. If you think about it carefully, this time it is really all thanks to China. After we get out, we can convince the people above us to improve our relationship with China as soon as possible. With this kind of power, it is only a matter of time for China to stand on top of the world. Thinking about it, he nodded slowly, turned around to call his teammates, and prepared to evacuate together. As a result, I just looked back. Puff! A silver-white ninja sword suddenly pierced through his chest. Along with it came a sinister sneer. Don't blame us. If you want to blame someone, blame China for giving this thing to you. Chapter 108. Little Sakura, Headshot Kill. This sound. It's Sakura language. The Gaul alchemist opened his mouth, trying to make some sound to alert his teammates. But after he opened his mouth, a lot of blood gushed out of his trachea. His life gradually drained away. The alchemist staggered and fell to his knees. His eyes widened as he looked at his teammates falling one after another. As well as the Sakura ninjas dressed in black, his mind went blank. They were ambushed. But when was it? This is the special power of China. It is indeed unusual. Perhaps it is one of the divine objects. Oh, the ninja who had backstabbed him slowly walked up to him and picked up the flower pot containing the pea shooter from the ground. Then, he looked at it and murmured to himself. This thing didn't attack us automatically. It seems that the attacking units will only target monsters. After looking it up and down for a while, the ninja threw the pea shooter to his companion. Then he squatted down, stared at the alchemist kneeling on the ground, and laughed coldly. This world has always been about survival of the fittest. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too weak. After saying that, he raised his hand to give a signal. A large group of ninjas disappeared in an instant, as if they had never appeared. Only 2 bottles with open lids were left where they had been. There was an extremely strong smell of blood emanating from the bottle, wafting in all directions. See all the ninjas from Sakura country leave. The Gaul alchemist took out a bottle of recovery potion from his pocket with trembling hands and tried to pull out the cork with his gradually cooling fingers. When doing business with China, he was actually a little cautious. Potions used for trading are not all. He actually secretly left a few bottles behind, just in case. As long as he can drink the potion in his hand, he can be saved. His teammates can also roar, accompanied by a low roar. The ground began to shake violently. The bushes on all sides also made disturbing noises. The tide of corpses within a radius of thousands of meters were attracted by the strong smell of blood. It is obvious that the Sakura people are planning to kill someone with a borrowed knife and destroy the body. Looking at the zombies rushing towards the end of the road in the distance, the alchemist's hand shook and he dropped the potion bottle to the ground. The medicine bottle made a breaking sound, but it couldn't cover up the deafening roar of the zombies. Final system notice. The Gaul team encountered a wave of zombies from the outer zone, and all members were wiped out. Please pay attention to safety and keep up the good work, other job changers. Instance channel. The leader of the Mao Xiong nation, the Gaul nation, was wiped out. What's going on? Aren't they going to leave? The leader of the British Empire said, have the zombies in the outer areas been dealt with? They can fight their way into the necropolis from the outer areas. There's no reason for them to be killed by the zombie tide. Sakura country leader. Bad luck, we just ran into the remaining zombies. This dungeon is so cruel. The leader of the White Elephant Nation said, this is too unlucky. Hey, does anyone know where they died? I'll go see if I can pick up some equipment or something. The leader of the Sakura country. Give up, we have already checked. The zombies are extremely cruel, and we only found a 2nd level pass they issued, so we will leave first. The leader of the Mao Xiong country. Hey, do you have any shame? You pick up the dead stuff? You use the things that people worked so hard to get as stepping stones? You little Sakura have no other means except this kind of despicable means, right? The leader of the Sakura country said, survival of the fittest. This world is so cruel. You powerful countries are of course unaware of this, and you have never thought about us small countries surviving in the cracks. Leader of the ugly country. From a rational point of view, what the Sakura country said is indeed correct. The leader of the Mao Xiong country. One of you is picking up corpses, and the other is grabbing monsters. You two are simply one fucking better than the other. The leader of the Sakura country said, it's so funny. You're just jealous that we got a great bargain for free. The leader of the British Empire. Sakura country leader. Enough is enough. It's disgusting. The relay station of the Dead World Underworld is located in an independent space. The shape is no different from that of a human city. The only difference is that there are no living people inside. As the only safe zone in the entire instance, it provides all the resources a job changer needs. Food, water, even alchemical materials, and a safe place to rest. And the job change crystals that are essential in every city, which are used by job changers to upgrade. Liang and others collected a lot of food from the side and were now sitting in the job transfer square, taking a short rest. Ding, ding, ding. The copy channel keeps ringing. Meng Qing opened it and took a look, then frowned in confusion. This Gaul is annihilated. Liang, holding an energy bar in his mouth, did not respond. Jiang Xiao on the side shrugged and said, not surprising, their strength is indeed a little lacking. Meng Qing continued to flip through the pages, trying to figure out the whole story. After watching for a while, they suddenly clenched their fists and pounded the ground. Fuck, that's fucking gross. The Sakura country went to pick up the corpses and took away the pass that the Gaul country just swiped. What's the difference between this and stealing other people's tributes? As he was talking, Meng Qing blinked and suddenly asked in confusion, and they only picked up the pass. I remember that Yang Ji's pea shooter also seemed to be. Before Meng Qing said this, Li Yang had actually already activated Plan Empathy and found the pot of pea shooter that had been traded to Gaul before. As the connection is established, before he even saw anything, he heard a familiar voice from the cherry blossoms. Yoshi, this plant weapon is really awesome. We've gotten a great bargain this time. Getting a big bargain? As his vision gradually became clearer, Li Yong smiled coldly. Just control the pea shooter and shoot at the head of the little Sakura in the lead. Puff! A muffled sound. The little Sakura, who was still smiling playfully in the last second. In just a moment, he was blasted away by a huge pea. What? Isn't this thing used to kill monsters? Why is it suddenly hurting people? Bagia Road. See this scene. The other Sakura job changers present immediately felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. After a moment of panic, he quickly released a strong control skill and controlled the pea shooter that was shooting everywhere. To this, Li Yong shrugged nonchalantly, wanting to directly eliminate the pea shooter from a distance. But on second thought, it would seem that this thing would be more useful if left on the other side. Anyway, the start and stop of the firepower of all plants is always under your control. Staying on the opposite side is just right for monitoring Sakura's actions. After all, these guys are used to doing some despicable tricks, so keeping a surveillance method is just in case. Thinking of this, Li Yong cut off the connection and returned to reality. Next, it's time to eat and drink. Replenish your energy with your teammates. Wait until you are full and then change your job. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. Nowadays, with Li Yang's help, the Chinese team was far ahead and moved forward with an astonishing advantage. As long as we keep up this pace, clearing the world-class dungeon for the first time will not be a problem at all. Roar! Not far away. The giant Du Shengding let out a dull roar, and then punched the Titan zombie next to him neither lightly nor heavily. He seemed to be depressed that he couldn't eat with Li Yong and the others. After all the plant cards that have been abundant are disposable. It's a rare opportunity for Du Shengding to transform into a violent giant, but he transforms back after killing an elite monster. Isn't that a waste? As for the Titan zombie next to it, simply after being controlled by Li Yong, it became a friendly unit and was teleported along with the copy. In this way, Li Yang's team is equivalent to having two giants in charge. Subsequent battles will definitely be much easier. Hey Xiao Xiao, try to put these corn cannon seeds on the Titan's shoulders. I want to see what kind of chemical reaction will occur when these two things are put together. And by the way, I'm going to change my job. Let's rest for a while, then we can move on. Chapter 109, Unlocked, Nuclear Destruction Mushroom. As he spoke, Li Yong slowly walked under the huge job transfer crystal. The huge blue crystal, several meters high, emits a faint glow. Hanging high in the empty square, the power it radiates is enough to keep out all visitors from other worlds. No one knows whether these glowing blue crystals are gifts or a cunning trick used by the other world. But at least for now, it is still the last and only means for humans to resist monsters. Li Yong held his breath and concentrated, establishing a connection with the crystal. Connection successful. It is detected that your level has reached the job change requirement. Please choose whether to change your job. You have chosen to change your job, and the level cap is unlocked to LV.100. The following are your newly acquired talents and skills. New talent, plant replacement. Talent description. With this talent, you can ignore the limitations of distance and space and replace the plant connected to you with any unlocked plant. Your talent, Dave's Plant Shop, has been upgraded and more unlockable plants have been opened. The following are the newly unlocked plant cards. Twin Sunflower, Tall Nut, Mimic, Thorn King, Cattail, Destruction Mushroom. Wait, a Destruction Mushroom? Li Yong was stunned. His expression became a little excited, and he even blurted out, "Fuck, this is against the will of heaven." Jiang Xiao Xiao and others nearby came closer and asked curiously about the situation. Li Yong did not hide anything. He immediately went to Dave's store and bought out all the newly lit plant cards. Then he threw out a flower pot and threw the seeds of the destruction mushroom into it. The black mushroom that looked difficult to deal with slowly popped up, scaring everyone. Li Yong waved his hand, signaling them to use identification techniques to check the situation. Jiang Xiao Xiao, who was in the lead, seemed to be thinking about something and walked towards the black mushroom. Then he slowly raised one hand. Destruction Mushroom. Each planting consumes 125 points of sunlight, cool down of 50 seconds. Plant characteristics. After being activated, the Destruction Mushroom will explode after 1 second of chanting, with the power of a nuclear weapon explosion equivalent to 10,000 tons. The devastating blow will directly kill all job changers below level 150 within a range. The shock wave caused by the explosion can spread up to 5 kilometers. The radiation effect it causes will last for a long time. Please use it with caution. Tip: The upper limit of this plant will increase as the occupation level increases. The introduction to the destruction mushroom is long and may seem a bit cumbersome at first glance. But once you finish watching it, you will find out. The introduction about the destruction mushroom is all about how powerful it can be. Nuclear weapons with a yield of 10,000 tons. The shockwave range is 5 kilometers, and there is long-lasting radiation. The purpose of this thing's existence is simply to kill. If it were to explode here, it would probably raise the entire copy to the ground in an instant and indiscriminately kill all the job changers in the copy. A weapon of this power only requires a little over 120 sunlight. Not even half the size of the corn cannon. How outrageous is this? As long as Liang wants, he can stockpile a large amount of destruction mushrooms and thoroughly clean up the surface of Blue Star. Liang possesses enough power to destroy the world, and yet he is only level 80 now. This is simply, for the first time, an unexpected expression appeared on Jiang Xiaoxiao's face. He looked at the mushroom of destruction in front of him, then looked at Li Yang in front of him, and clapped without saying a word. Meng Qing was completely stunned. He opened his mouth wide, his eyes rounded, and couldn't speak for a long time. After holding it in for a long time, he finally asked cautiously, "So, Brother Yang, can I try out your skills? I saw Li Yang do so many outrageous things along the way." At this moment, in Meng Qing's mind, Li Yang's image had completely changed. From being a nobody at the beginning to becoming a sensation in the battle with Jiang Xiaoxiao. Now, the strength that can easily destroy the copy. Meng Qing didn't dare to say anything big like he would catch up with Li Yang sooner or later. With such a powerful force, just letting him touch it would be enough. Li Yang also became interested and wanted to know whether the legendary robbery could replicate his own ability. So he nodded and agreed. Meng Qing was overjoyed to get permission, and quickly walked to Li Yang and activated his ability. After receiving that power, he did not hesitate. Place it directly against the soil on the ground. Then, a huge black mushroom slowly grew out and stood there quietly. It looks like it is no different from the destruction mushroom next to it. But the feeling it gives is completely different. Li Yang stepped forward first and used identification skills on the thing. Item, big black cap mushroom. Type, plant. Description, a relatively rare fungus, inedible. Obviously, Meng Qing successfully took away his skills, but was unable to replicate them. This is not surprising. Meng Qing had actually thought about it. His ability is to take away other people's skills, not their talents. For example, Jiang Xiaoxiao. He can take away any of Jiang Xiaoxiao's skills, but without the support of Qi Hai, the power exerted is still very limited. And these strange plants of Li Yang, like Jiang Xiaoxiao's Qi Hai, are obviously unique talents that only he can use. It cannot be taken away or copied. Okay, let's get ready. Once we're ready, we're off. Li Yang put away the mushroom of destruction, and then looked at Jiang Xiaoxiao beside him. Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded and clicked on the copy interface that popped up. The system pops up a prompt. You have chosen a rest and are about to be transferred out of the relay station. Please confirm again to start sending. Jiang Xiaoxiao clicked OK without hesitation. The familiar white light appeared again, covering everyone. Then, the light dissipated. There was not a single person in the huge job transfer square. Just when Li Yang and others were busy attacking the underworld city. The people outside the copy were also busy solving the problems they encountered. Originally, people from the outside world had already established contact with the inside of the copy through the Copy Management Bureau. When I saw the Chinese team perfectly grab the monsters, kill the elite monsters first, and enter the relay station, almost everyone cheered for this. Li Yang and others were not the first team of job changers to enter the relay station. But even with the difficulty of the copy increasing, it is still possible to enter the relay station at such a fast speed. They're still the first. Almost everyone thought that there was a high chance that this dungeon attack would be successful and had already begun preparing to celebrate the victory. Suddenly, alarms came from military headquarters all over China. And these alerts all convey the same content. A beast tide has erupted, and its scale is out of control. Request support. Chapter 110. A sudden global beast wave. The imperial capital military, in a sense, is the core of the Chinese military. Some of the more complex strategic affairs encountered by the military in various places can generally be submitted to the military in the imperial capital to seek solutions. For example, the turmoil of job changers or the crisis of a huge beast tide. But beast tides broke out simultaneously in various parts of China. How could such a coincidence happen? The 6 ministries of the imperial capital quickly took action to investigate the matter. Tianfu also started to get busy and participated in the task of suppressing the beast tides in various places. At this time, in Tongshuanzi, in the small courtyard prepared by Dongfang Changming for Baifeng, Luo and the person in charge of Tianfu hung up the 18th call he had received, held his forehead with his hand, and looked serious. The beast tide broke out, and, at this time, what is going on? Coincide? Or is there some force behind this? Baifeng, who was setting up the formation, sighed slowly, raised his head, and said, "There are no such things as coincidences in this world. Everything is connected. If you can't figure out, it's just because you haven't thought of it. This is a hint. Baifeng must have seen something, which is why he said this." Luo and was very clear about this and gradually calmed his restless heart. Take a deep breath and think carefully. There's something that can connect these simultaneous beast waves. What kind of connection should there be between the beast tides? At this time, new news happened to come from Tianfu. According to reports submitted by various countries, the problem of frequent beast tides is not only occurring in China. This situation occurred throughout the entire blue planet. Correspondingly, all the cracks in the underworld cities in various places were also locked. Hearing this, Luo and suddenly understood and blurted out with relief. No wonder. It turns out that sentence is not only said to the raiders in the dungeon. It is said to all human beings on the blue planet. One of the original purposes of attacking the underworld city was to stop the beast tides that were becoming more and more frequent because of it. The world-class dungeon, the underworld, has the ability to make all monsters go berserk. And now, because of the death world, Yudu realized that he was about to be successfully conquered. He then used some tricks to try to slow down the speed of human attack on it. At least, that's what it looks like so far. Once this inference is established, human beings will have to face an extremely serious problem. That is, these copies or space rifts that were born from other worlds. Maybe it has its own consciousness, or some other mysterious force behind it. Luoan doesn't need to worry about what happens next. As Li Yang and his team's attack on the underworld becomes more and more advanced, the beast tides caused by the death of the netherworld will surely become more and more serious. Then, under this premise, there will be two endings. Either the underworld city will be conquered first, and the beast tide will be destroyed. Either humans won't be able to hold on until that moment, and will be destroyed by the infinitely growing beast tide before the underworld city is conquered. As for giving up the strategy, unfortunately, the team of job changers has now entered deeper and has already crossed the gate of the underworld. Just as stated in the introduction of the underworld city dungeon. From the moment you step through the door, there is no turning back. These words are not only spoken to the attackers, but also to all human beings on the entire blue planet. The strategy for the underworld city cannot be interrupted, so there is naturally no option called give up. And give up? Countless job changers came one after another, spent more than 5 months, and used so much blood and sweat to get the opportunity, and finally achieved results. Why would they give up? This is a test, and the object of the test is everyone. Luoan frowned, took out his cell phone, and dialed a number. Put it to your ear and speak slowly. Activate the emergency plan to balance the Chinese combat power in various locations. Use your utmost strength to fight against the beast tide. You must persist until the dungeon strategy is completed. Did you understand everything? Luoan's voice was sonorous and powerful, and there was no doubt about it. The person on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, then quickly responded, "Yes, sir, Lord Luoan." Immediately, Luoan's order was drafted by Tianfu and sent to the military. It was then handled by the military and handed over to the masters stationed in various parts of China. The military and Tianfu worked at full capacity, analyzing the situations faced by various parts of China at an extremely fast speed, and compiled a list based on the threats encountered in each place. The powerful guards in various places, as well as the famous groups or families of job changers, will rush to various parts of China to provide support according to their rankings on this list. In this way, it can be ensured that cities across China have sufficient strength to deal with the beast tide. There will not be a situation where one side has an excessive defensive force while the other side is instantly overwhelmed by the beast tide. Baifeng, who was in the star formation, nodded slowly, and the serious expression on his face eased a little. Apparently, he also learned what happened through divination. Faced with the challenge posed by the alien world, China chose to face the threat head-on. The outcome of this choice is undoubtedly good luck. Wait, that's not right. The expression on Bai Feng's face gradually changed. Celestial phenomena and destiny will slowly change with the passage of time. The choices made by some people can often lead things to a completely different outcome. And now, he watched helplessly as the hexagram that indicated good luck changed before his eyes. The biggest problem occurs in the southeast direction. Bai Feng was unable to peer deeper, so he could only inform others of the information he had already obtained. After hearing this information, Dongfang Changming and Luo looked at each other, both somewhat confused. Luo called the head of the military department directly and asked him if there were any poorly defended areas in the southeast. As a result, I actually found out some things. To the southeast of China, due to the changes in the world's gamification, a lot of rugged and complex terrain has appeared. The originally huge city was divided into various terrains and turned into small states. If each state-level city in these places had to have a strong man guard it, there aren't enough strong people in China to go around. Therefore, some unimportant small places where the threat of beast tides is not great are not defended for the time being. At most, they only sent a part of the troops over, but did not assign any strong men to them. In the southeast, it should be Yinzhou City. Yinzhou? Isn't that Li Yang's hometown? Everyone present was somewhat shocked. But the military statement is indeed correct. The terrain in the south is complex, and it is unlikely to send a strong man to guard every state-level city. We can only arrange a few more flexible high-level job changers and move them wherever they are needed. In Yinzhou, the dungeon resources are extremely scarce, and the city resources and defense force are far inferior to those of big cities. However, even if a beast tide breaks out, most of them are only around level 40. Relying on themselves, plus some troops sent from the capital, there will probably be no problem. However, in order to prevent unexpected situations, to be on the safe side, we should pay more attention to relatively weaker places like Yinzhou. Speaking of Yinzhou, I do have a suitable candidate. Suddenly, Dongfang Changming spoke. At the same time, he turned and looked at Bai Ji. Chapter 111, Cattail Kitten and the Copycat. Actually, when I mentioned Yinzhou just now, Bai Ji, who was standing in the crowd, had an obvious change in expression. And at this moment, Dongfang Changming suddenly made a suggestion. Naturally, it is also related to her abilities. Yinzhou is Li Yang's hometown. Li Yang's power also began to be demonstrated in Yinzhou. Li Yang had previously managed to stop a small group of beasts alone. Therefore, Li Yang also left a lot of plants in Yinzhou. Dongfang Changming has specifically confirmed this with Yinzhou. And as long as those plants are there, the power of Angelica de Hurica can play a huge role. The threat posed by the beast tide over there is not too great, so leaving it to Bai Ji to handle is also a rare opportunity for actual combat. Now it just depends on whether the eldest daughter of the Bai family, who works in a livelihood-related profession, can muster up the courage. The result is the next second. Bai Ji, who was the focus of everyone's attention, did not hesitate at all. He immediately said categorically, "Yes, I will go. I'm going to protect Yinzhou." Right now, in Bai Ji's opinion, at this moment, as a member of the Bai family, she is also a member of Tongshuansi. How can we not take the initiative to stand up and take responsibility? Besides, Li Yang helped defend the northern border last time. How could she just stand by and watch Li Yang's hometown die? Yinzhou has traces of Li Yang and is the most suitable place for her to go. So what is she hesitating about? That does make sense. Li Yang's plants plus Angelica fertilizer. To deal with those level 40 or 50. No, even if the danger is higher this time, it should be more than enough to deal with a level 60 beast tide. Several people looked at Bai Feng at the same time. After all, he was Bai Ji's guardian. Letting your daughter take risks is a bit. Bai Feng nodded, his expression unexpectedly calm. Okay, bring your mother along. After saying that, he turned around and looked at Luo. Is it okay to arrange for Lin Huayu to guard the key cities near Yinzhou? With her here, she can share most of the pressure from the beast tide. The surrounding state-level cities can all feel much more relaxed. Luo nodded. I'll ask someone to arrange it right away. After saying that, he lowered his head and looked at Bai Ji. His expression softened a little. Then, the mission of protecting Li Yang's hometown will be handed over to you, Miss Bai. Bai Ji nodded and saluted Luo solemnly. The standard of his movements was so high that even this old veteran from the military was amazed. I couldn't help but sigh. Nowadays, no one cares about the cumbersome etiquette of the past. Bai Ji, as a life-related job changer, is so particular about this kind of thing. It's really unexpected. Then he picked up his phone and contacted the Northern Military Headquarters directly. Sure enough, it's pretty much what I expected. With Liang here, our dungeon strategy is really a lot easier. Inside the dungeon, on the streets of the inner city of the underworld, Jiang Xiaoxiao stretched lazily, sat on Du Shengding's shoulder, yawned, and spoke very leisurely. As for Liang, he sat on Du Shengding's palm with Meng Qing, busy thinking about his new plants and new abilities. The first team is still doing their old job, using their speed advantage to scout ahead. The responsibility for the output of Liang and his team all fell on the head of the dead titan controlled by Liang. A giant zombie that is more than 10 meters tall can smash a building with one punch. It had a corn cannon mounted on each shoulder. As soon as a round of CD is completed, Liang will remotely control and launch random attacks. Above their heads were a bunch of machine gunners and watermelon throwers. It was decorated to look like a Christmas tree. The zombies and various mutants swarming around made it impossible to get close at all. As soon as they show their heads, they will be blasted to pieces by the Titan's intensive firepower. The group of people just hung on Du Shengding, who was also a giant and had a very leisurely time. Plant replacement. Replacing the plants that are small enough with something like the cherry bomb destroyer mushroom should be about the same. The corn cannon is directly transformed from the corn pitcher. Does this count as a plant replacement? Liang sat cross-legged on Du Shengding's hand, with several flower pots beside him. From time to time, it will be replaced by various strange plants. The appearance of the twin sunflowers made Liang feel extremely surprised. Originally, hybridizing sunflowers with sunflower mushrooms, or self-pollinating sunflowers with sunflowers, could already double the yield. Now, double-selfing twin sunflowers directly. 4 times the sunlight output of a regular sunflower. It's so delicious. When he returns, he will replace all the sunflowers in his vegetable garden. In addition, the level has been increased by 20 levels in a row. His extra talent, the capacity of his herb seed box, also expanded from 10 to 30. Now, there is no shortage of grids. Then save a lot of rich version of the destruction mushroom and throw them out crazily when you need them. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's destroying the world. Oh, and cattails and mimics. Both of these things are heavyweight. This thing called cattail was already amazing in the original game. Chase the whole place and beat whoever you catch. After the system conversion, it is even more outrageous. Cattail, each planting consumes 225 points of sunlight, cooldown of 50 seconds. Plant characteristics, cattail can release guided thorns, 2 at a time, with attack power equivalent to that of peas. Once the thorns lock onto the enemy will be hit until death unless he changes his own plane. The tracking bullets for single target attacks can chase you all the way to your death. As for what this change of plane refers to, Liang speculated that it should be the relationship between the copy and the blue star. But it doesn't matter. The attack power is equivalent to that of a pea, which means that it only takes 10 shots to kill an enemy. Cattail shoots 2 at a time. That's 5 shots. Its attack interval is 1.4 seconds, so the total is 7 seconds. 7 seconds, the entire blue planet. It's terrifying. As for the imitators, Liang had an idea and clicked to view. Imitator. Each planting consumes a variable amount of sunlight, and the cooldown period is determined by the object being imitated. Plant characteristics. The mimic can imitate any designated plant or monster. After planting, chant for 3.2 seconds to transform. The transformed mimic will inherit all the attributes of the imitated object and fight for you unwaveringly. Can be controlled through the third talent. Can it imitate World of Warcraft? Good. Without any hesitation, Liang had already thought of how to use it. He turned his head and glanced at the fighting Necron Titan, then casually threw out a mimic seed. It's decided to be you. The second giant zombie. Chapter 112. 3 giants are still afraid of ghosts? Physical salvation. Swish, swish, swish. The imitator grew rapidly and began to spin in midair. When it landed, it had transformed into another gray titan that was more than 10 meters tall. Boom! The earth was shaking. Du Shengding was also frightened by this scene. He staggered and almost dropped Jiang Xiaoxiao from his shoulder. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaoxiao was flexible enough, and with a gorgeous somersault in the air, she turned herself back. He jumped from Du Shengding's left shoulder to his right shoulder, still looking lazy. He half closed his eyes and looked into the distance. Then, His brows suddenly frowned slightly. There are so many plants over there. The whole mountain is green. Plant? Li Yang, who was sitting cross-legged on Du Shengding's hands, also straightened up slightly and looked toward the place Jiang Xiaoxiao pointed. It was just as she said. Go along this street, and it's about 2 miles away. Most of the ruins of the city were shrouded in a gloomy green. The ruins were covered with all kinds of vines and ferns. The reinforced concrete on the street was covered with flowers and weeds, and the sunlight shone through the dense leaves on the ground, casting mottled light and shadows. The road that once was a road is no longer recognizable, torn apart by tree roots and vines, forming narrow and winding paths. Fortunately, with the presence of 3 giants, they can overcome all obstacles along the way. If you walk in normally, you will probably lose your direction in the process of constantly pushing aside the branches and grass. The air was still filled with the fragrance of plants, the scent of various unnamed wild flowers and green leaves intertwined. With the slightly pale sunlight overhead, one actually has the illusion of going out for a picnic. This place is considered Brother Yang's home ground, right? Doesn't Brother Yang have that ability? The ability to turn ordinary plants into his own plant weapons. Meng Qing was smart enough to think of this. Li Yang also nodded and casually activated his 4th talent, replacing some of the small flowers and grasses around him with his own plants to serve as a field of vision. Then, he held his chin and looked at the scene in front of him thoughtfully. Logically speaking, the underworld is a background similar to Resident Evil. The virus leaked, and the city fell. Deserted streets, zombies all over the streets, and abandoned laboratories. But how could such a green place exist in such a world context? It is normal for abandoned, uninhabited cities to be gradually occupied by plants and wild animals. But the changes here generally start from the outer areas of the city. I have never heard of a plant invasion breaking out from within a city. Instance notification. The ugly country job changers have left the relay station and will be randomly teleported to a specific area in the inner city. Mission objective. Find and defeat the Lord-level monsters in the inner city. Please note that there is only one Lord-level monster in the inner city. After defeating it, the road to the core area will be directly opened, but only the job changer team that defeats the Lord-level monster can obtain the mission reward. Suddenly, a new prompt popped up in front of everyone. In such a short while, this is already the 10th one. From the moment they left the relay station, they could see this message pop up every once in a while. After them, the second group to come out were the Sakura people who picked up the Pastagal. The 3rd batch is the Bear Country, and the 4th batch is the White Elephant Country. I originally thought that the ugly country would be in a hurry to come out, but I didn't expect that they would drag it on until now. I don't know what is in the relay station that is so worth their nostalgia. The team coming out of the relay station will be randomly teleported to any location in the inner city. People like Li Yang were unlucky and were directly thrown at the edge and had to move forward little by little. Looking at the dungeon channel, some lucky guys seem to be thrown directly into the city covered with plants. Start fighting monsters as soon as you land. But no matter what, everyone has the same goal, which is to find and kill the Lord-level monster that rules the inner city. There are rewards for killing, and no penalties for not killing. So this time, the job changers from various countries got along particularly well. Everyone is searching for traces of the boss and sharing the clues they find in the channel in a timely manner. Until the leader of the White Elephant Nation. All members, our first team has lost contact. Has anyone seen it? The leader of the Mao Xiong country said, there is something strange about this place. Our team is suddenly missing 2 people. The Korean leader said, damn, it's haunted. I just saw a white elephant being dragged away by something invisible. The leader of the White Elephant Nation said, where are you? We will be there soon. Korean team leader, click to view location. The Korean leader said, if you want to save people, you better hurry up. I feel like something is fishy here. We won't stay here anymore. We're leaving first. Afterwards, there was silence in the channel for a long time. During this period, Meng Qing also quickly contacted his first team. After confirming that they were fine, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Xiaoxiao glanced at the location sent by the Korean country, lowered her head thoughtfully, and looked at Li Yang in Du Shengding's palm. This place seems not far from us. Do you want to go and have a look? Perhaps the culprit is the Lord-level monster we are looking for. Li Yang nodded in agreement. Anyway, they don't care whether it is haunted or not. The 3 giants here can flatten everything within sight. Under Li Yang's command, the 2 titans stood on both sides of Du Shengding, one in front and one behind. One is responsible for leading the way, and the other is responsible for the rear. Looking at the entire instance, there are teams from more than 200 countries. No one can come up with such a domineering strategy. The speed is a little slower, but it's harmless. After walking a distance forward, a prompt popped up in front of everyone again. Instance report. The entire White Elephant Nation job changer team was wiped out. Please be alert, all job changers. How long has it been? The White Elephant Kingdom received the news and said they would go over to rescue people. It was less than 5 minutes. Are they gone? Ugly country leader. Bangsy country leader, what's going on? A lord-level monster has appeared. The leader of the Mao Bear country. The leader of the Bang country. Please come out and tell me. You should be nearby. What's going on over there? No one answered. But a moment later, instance report. The entire Korean job changer team was wiped out. Please be alert, all job changers. Everyone in the copy channel was suddenly shocked. Can instantly wipe out 2 teams. Ordinary zombies and mutants can't do this. In the copy, there's a person who can have this kind of power. It is definitely a lord-level monster. After confirming this, a large number of job changers finally decided on their direction and began to advance. Chapter 113. I have no interest in men. The Chinese team was naturally not idle either. Relying on their speed advantage, the first team also rushed towards that place, intending to gather some information about the enemy in advance. The 3 giants on the Yang side also sped up and walked deeper. During this period, Liang also used his 4th talent to transform some of the plants around him, trying to find something strange. But unfortunately, I don't know if the monster is afraid of their strength. The lord-level monster did not appear near them. Looking through the 4th talent, all you can see is still a deserted city covered with green plants, and zombies wandering aimlessly below. But the further you go in, the denser the vegetation becomes. Go to the back so that the 3 giants can pass together. They had to spend some time clearing away the plants that had almost become part of the building. Almost at the same time, the first team that went to investigate brought back some bad news. They encountered a large number of mutant zombies at the target location. There were some issues during the evacuation. The girl from the family and the secret rider were both injured. Although Liang was supported by the Gallic recovery potion that he had exchanged for before, the wounds caused by these zombies strangely had some effects of necromancy spells. This kind of wound can probably only be healed by skills like Holy Light. They have retreated to a safe place and are hiding for the time being. When the situation gets better, we will meet up with Liang and the others. A zombie with necromancy spell effects. Liang subconsciously thought of the necromancer from the ugly country. Could it be that the guy secretly retaliated and arranged a small group of zombies to ambush? Liang sighed and asked Du Shengding to put them on the ground. Decided to improve some efficiency moving forward. The Titans, including Du Shengding, will wait outside. If necessary, come directly for support. Afterwards, Liang, Jiang Xiaoxiao, and Meng Qing began to advance deeper. After walking for a while, I heard a shrill scream. The 3 of them looked at each other and moved forward. After pushing aside a bush, I happened to see 2 job changers from the British Empire running towards this side in a panic. While running, he screamed hysterically. It's alive. All the plants here are alive. The entire inner city is full of fucking bosses. There's no way this dungeon is going to be cleared. I won't fight anymore. Let me out. I won't fight anymore. But he hasn't run to Liang yet. One of them suddenly fell to the ground. There was an extremely frightened look on his face, and he waved his arms wildly, trying to catch his teammates. But then a dark green vine suddenly wrapped around his legs and dragged him into the bushes behind him. Then, the guy's shrill scream disappeared instantly. The vast forest returned to silence again. The sun never sets job changer who had managed to escape sat down on the ground with a thud, his eyes filled with unspeakable fear. After seeing Li Yang and others, it was like he had seen a life-saving straw. He hurriedly stumbled to his feet and tried to hug Meng Qing's thighs, crying. Meng Qing was so frightened that he jumped 3 feet high and quickly jumped to the side. Hey, what are you doing? I'm not interested in men. The man fell to his knees and began to cry incoherently about his experience. There is no way they can complete the strategy, as the entire inner city area of the necropolis is full of living things. Those plants are much more dangerous than the zombies. They hide in every dark corner, waiting for their chance to strike. Once it finds someone alone, it will immediately grab that person and drag him her underground like a python coming out of a cave. As for where it was taken, no one knows. but notifications of 2 teams being wiped out have popped up in succession. One can imagine what happened to those people. I guess they were all taken by this monster as food. Anyway, our team. I'm the only one left in our team. Please save my life. If you are alone in a place like this, you can only wait for death. I don't want to die. I have a wife and children waiting for me at home. Woo woo woo. Seeing this guy crying and snotting, Meng Qing kicked him in the butt in annoyance. Go, go, go. Hurry up and get up. Do you still have any manliness? Why don't you have any blood at all? Li Yong frowned slightly and turned many of the plants around him into sunflowers. I want to use my plant eyes to take a closer look at what is going on here. I watched as many of the flowers, plants, and trees around me shrank into the ground at the same time and turned into golden sunflowers. The job changer of the sun never sets was so frightened that his face turned pale and his legs trembled. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. He kept repeating, "It's over, it's over. It's targeting us. It's over." Meng Qing rolled his eyes at him. Why are you so nervous? This is my brother Yang's ability. I really haven't seen the world. The guy was stunned for a moment, then followed Meng Qing's eyes and looked at Li Yong. Li Yong raised his eyebrows, tacitly agreeing with the statement. Suddenly, the guy whose sun never sets had bright eyes, and he came to Li Yang's side, rolling and crawling. Yang, brother Yang, you can control plants. Then, maybe you can really kill that boss. Can I join you? There's no way to exit the underworld now. The only way to get out is to survive to the end. I just want to survive. All the equipment of our team will be given to you. After we get out, I will apply for resources from the country to repay you for saving my life. We should have left a long time ago, but we were not strong enough. But they didn't listen. Now they are all dead. But I don't want to die. The guy became more and more excited as he spoke, and even became a little incoherent. He really wanted to survive. I thought there was no hope, but I didn't expect that this young brother in front of me actually had this kind of power. He had also been paying attention to China's battle record for a long time. Therefore, if we rely on the power of China, maybe we can really get out alive. But Li Yong sighed and said silently, "We don't need the stuff you mentioned. Do you think we look like people who are short of equipment or money?" The job changer of the sun never sets opposite him was suddenly speechless. His face turned pale, and his lips were trembling. He was afraid that if Brother Yang gave an order, the Chinese team would leave him here alone to die. But Li Yong just thought about it for a while, and suddenly changed the subject. Well, what abilities do you have? If it can help us, we can consider it. After all, the dungeon ahead is full of dangers, and we don't want to bring a burden into the team for nothing. Upon hearing this, the guy seemed to have grasped the last straw and said quickly, "I'm a holy light priest. I can heal. I am the most skilled priest in the entire British Empire." Chapter 114, Shuriken in the Dark. Holy light priest? Holy light skills can just restrain the undead system. It seems that there is no need for the first team to stay until the end of the dungeon. Li Yong and Jiang Xiaoxiao looked at each other, and their attitudes were self-evident. This guy could be put to good use. Li Yong pulled Meng Qing aside, intending to let him take over the priest skills. But Meng Qing shook his head awkwardly, saying that his skills still needed to cool down for a while. The amplifications I've seized before can still be used, but if I want to exchange them for new ones. Hearing this, Li Yong sighed. Immediately, he cast a look at Jiang Xiaoxiao. Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded, stepped forward and patted the job changer on the shoulder. Okay, we agree. Just follow behind obediently and don't have any other plans. Otherwise, I will blow your head off before the zombies here do anything. Do you understand? As he said this, he shook his fist slightly. Although she's just a girl who is not very tall and does not look strong, but for some reason, her fists were filled with a powerful sense of oppression. The job changer from the British Empire nodded repeatedly, not daring to hesitate for a moment. Then he quickly introduced himself. My name is Edward Adam Davis. You can just call me Davis. I will tell you all the information our team has collected about this Lord-level monster. Please protect me. Li Yong also nodded and gestured to talk while walking. On the way, Davis told him everything he had experienced so far. After completing the mission in the forest, some members of the British Sun Squad had already suffered injuries. At that time, he suggested that he felt his team's strength was not enough to make it to the end in this monster-filled dungeon. Once they step into the gate of the underworld, they will never have the chance to leave unless someone passes through. But the teammates around him all felt that this was just the beginning. He brought out a lot of chivalry and other things as excuses. A large group of people bought a lot of potions from the Camel Kingdom, intending to use them as support to get to the end in one breath. It was precisely with the support of these potions that their battle with the elite monsters in the outer city area went relatively smoothly. The group therefore decided to strike while the iron was hot and head directly towards the inner city. So they didn't even rest for long at the relay station and immediately started a new strategy without stopping. They were lucky and were teleported directly to the depths of the inner city. When I opened my eyes, I was surrounded by lush green plants and a relatively small number of zombies. They were full of confidence and felt they could sail through it all the way to the end. Then, that thing appeared. The flowers, plants, and trees around seemed to have life. While making rustling noises to distract their attention, they quietly exchanged their positions to separate everyone. Team members are being left alone and missing one by one, until the last 3 people were left to fight back. Only then did they realize how ridiculous the so-called chivalry was in the face of truly overwhelming strength. The 3 of them huddled together for warmth, rushing out continuously like headless flies. But the terrain of the forest has changed a long time ago, and there are nets everywhere. Wait. You said the terrain here will change? Meng Qing suddenly interrupted Davis's speech. Davis was stunned, then nodded cautiously. Meng Qing screamed, "Damn it! Why didn't you tell me such an important thing earlier? Brother Yang, what should we do, Brother Yang? We won't be unable to get out, will we?" Li Yang curled his lips helplessly. "Damn it, can you stop being so startled? Why worry about getting lost? We have beacons." After saying that, he raised his hand. The ground suddenly shook with a rumbling sound. Davis was startled, looked back, and almost died on the spot. A huge zombie, completely white in color, was pushing aside the leaves above its head and poking its head over. Zombies! Zombies, giant zombies! Davis almost bit his lips until they bled, and he stammered and couldn't utter a word. Leon glanced at it and didn't even bother to explain. Meng Qing seemed to have suddenly realized something, and he put his hands on his hips and pretended to be cool. "Isn't it awesome? You've never seen this before? This is also my brother Yang's ability." Davis stared at Li Yang with a look of shock. "Is this also your ability? Brother Yang, where did you get such terrifying power?" Li Yang glanced at him and replied calmly, "Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask." Davis quickly covered his mouth and apologized repeatedly. "Are you kidding? Now my life is in Li Yang's hands. How could he dare to say another word?" Li Yang looked at the road ahead again. "Keep going. Take us to the place where you first encountered this monster." Davis nodded repeatedly, not daring to neglect. "I wanted to use this as a clue, follow the clues bit by bit, and find out the location of the Lord-level monster." As a result, after walking forward for a while, a message in the system channel instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. "The leader of the Mao Xiong Nation. We found it. We found the Lord-level monster. The leader of the Mao Bear Country. This thing is not normal. Request support. Request support. Leader of the Mao Xiong Country. Click to view location." The location given was about 2 kilometers away from them. They looked at each other and called Du Shangding and the 2 titans who were on standby. Then he immediately rushed over there. At this time, the battlefield where the Bear Country was located was already in a mess. Large areas of trees around were uprooted, and every flower and grass was burned to ashes by the raging fire. A human figure covered in black stood in the middle of the circle of fire, staring at the members of the Bear Country opposite him through his face that could not see anything. There were a total of 8 people in the Russian squad, 4 of whom were injured and 1 was killed in battle. The remaining 3 people simply locked themselves in the circle of fire, confronting the dark figures opposite them. The leader of the Bear Country spat and stared at the monster opposite fiercely. "You little bastard, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. I can actually escape by relying on plants. If I hadn't checked the bodies of those Koreans, I would have been ambushed by you. Come on, play with your plants again. Run again." The dark figure made a rustling sound, as if it was talking, or like the subconscious murmur of some inhuman creature. Immediately, under the black shadow, 2 vines as thick as an adult's arms suddenly broke out of the ground and whipped towards the 3 people from the Bear Country. The 3 of them began to go berserk, and despite the output of the monster, they rushed straight towards its face. It seems that success is imminent. Swoosh! A shuriken flashing with cold light pierced through the flames and pierced into the throat of one of the bear job changers like lightning. The man who was hit staggered and stood still, holding his throat. Before he could resist the monster's subsequent attacks, he was torn in half by the powerful vines. Chapter 115. Someone is causing trouble? Someone's attacking. The job changer from the bear country, who was in the middle of the battlefield, saw the problem at a glance. With a loud shout, he quickly moved away from his position, rolling and crawling to the side to avoid it. But just as they had gained a certain distance, another dark shadow suddenly fell from the sky. Holding a ninja sword, he attacked the monster and instantly stabbed another person, then teleported away in an instant. The situation of the bear country team, which was originally in the upper hand, was reversed in an instant. The captain, the transferred person from the bear country, didn't even see who suddenly appeared in the middle of the battle. The warcraft on the opposite side was obviously a little surprised. It stood in place, slowly turned its head, and looked at the last remaining leader of the bear country. The rustling sound came from the body again. It's like a mockery. Damn it, you're not fighting the monsters, but are you beating up your own people here? Which bastard did this? The leader of the bear country roared angrily, and then watched the monsters rushing towards him. He had no choice but to bear it. He simply raised his hand and grabbed the vine that was pulling towards him, breaking all the attacks with one force. He forcibly pulled the pitch-black monster on the opposite side over. At this time, on a tree more than 10 meters away from the battlefield, the two Sakura ninjas were squatting on the spot, exchanging information in a low voice. The bear country still has one man left. They can't hold out until the rest of the team arrives. The only country that can fight this monster from now on must be China or the ugly country. We need to find an opportunity and use this monster to get rid of one of them. It's best to be Huaxia. They seem to have traces of divine power in their hands. They can't stay. It would be best if we could find a way to take the power from China, or at least figure out where their power comes from. According to the instructions of the Sakura imperial family, this operation must succeed and not fail. After this attack, Sakura country will definitely be ahead of the entire Blue Star and become the first country to come into contact with the realm of God. Long live the Sakura country. Wait, what's that noise? Something is coming. It's China. With this last exclamation, a lightning-fast figure leaped out from the bushes nearby and soared into the sky. Then it changed its angle in an instant in the air and smashed down on the monster in the center of the fire circle with enormous force. Accompanied by a loud boom, the monster was hammered into the ground. The sweeping impact instantly extinguished the swaying wall of fire. This scene stunned the Sakura man who was monitoring everything. They never expected that China's speed would be so fast. Logically speaking, China is still about 2 kilometers away from here. How could they arrive in such a short time? Of course, Liang and his team are not that fast. In fact, the only one who arrived in time was Jiang Xiaoxiao. Since it has been confirmed that Warcraft is at war with the bear country, then there is nothing to be afraid of being alone in the jungle. What's more, with Jiang Xiaoxiao's strength, she is not afraid of any vines that suddenly appear. I might as well walk faster and take a look at the situation first. Maybe you can even snatch a monster. Liang and others slowly walked out of the bushes and saw the leader of the bear country kneeling on the ground with blood all over his body. And Jiang Xiaoxiao was ready to fight the monster for another 300 rounds. At the same time, because I finally came into contact with World of Warcraft, that guy's information was finally transmitted to the system interface of everyone present. Lord-level Warcraft, the deceased world, and the vegetation commander. Level, LV.95. Introduction. A Lord-level monster born from a mutated zombie and the power granted by the gods. Its power is more like that of a demon than that of a dead spirit. Possessing the authority to control vegetation, he can command all plants in nature at will, and can transform himself into a conceptual energy body and merge into the plants he touches. This thing is pretty high-end. According to the system's introduction, the ability of this monster is that it can hide inside plants and escape with the help of the intricate plants here. But it can only drive plants in nature. Of course, it doesn't matter if it's from Dave's store. With this in mind, Liang can be fearless. Liang narrowed his eyes slightly, using his 4th talent to connect with the surrounding plants while slowly approaching Jiang Xiaoxiao. I saw it not far away. The monster slowly crawled out and stood up in an extremely unnatural posture, whether from the appearance or the power this guy possesses. Obviously, this guy has nothing to do with zombies except that he has a human form. It can use the surrounding plants to escape, so don't let it come into contact with the plants. Our team risked their lives to keep it here. Don't let this beast go. The seriously injured leader of the Maoshi team yelled in panic, then covered his chest and coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. This point has been mentioned in the information introduction of World of Warcraft. A magical beast that can control plants. The guy controlled the vines under him to break out of the ground and whip towards Jiang Xiaoxiao. At the same time, he took a step forward, trying to escape into the bushes not far away. Because of its existence, most of the inner city is covered with plants. As long as it can touch the vegetation, it can move to other places instantly. And once it is on guard, it will be difficult for humans to catch it in the same way again. If you want to kill this guy, you have to do it now. Jiang Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes, and the energy in her body surged. He immediately took a step forward and rushed behind the monster, ready to pull it back with a sucking palm. The next second, swoosh, a yellow talisman paper suddenly flew to her feet and exploded the moment it touched the ground. Boom! There was a loud bang. Although Jiang Xiaoxiao dodged in time and was not affected by the explosion, the sudden attack still interrupted her rhythm. She stared fiercely in the direction where the talisman had just flown from, but there was no one there. The exploding talisman is a man-made artifact. Someone is causing trouble in this copy. Moreover, it was successful. The speed of the vegetation order is incredibly fast. Even with Jiang Xiaoxiao's speed, it will be difficult to catch up with it. The leader of the bear country knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. After escaping from danger just now, he slowly crawled to the body of his teammate, took out some potion from it, and drank it with his head tilted back. Even though I saved my life, but the opportunity that so many brothers fought for just slipped away. This is even more painful than killing him. He could only watch the pitch-black monster running farther and farther away, but he was powerless to do anything. But suddenly, another burst of rustling sound came from all directions. A red pepper, half a person's height, suddenly appeared in front of the monster. After a second of chanting, Boomstrapia, a wall of fire over 10 meters high rose into the sky. Chapter 116. There are traitors among humans. On the other side, Li Yang used his 4th talent to replace the plants in the distance with hot peppers. Just detonate when that guy tries to escape. With a boom, flames shot up into the sky. This scene is much more spectacular than the one just staged by the bear country. The height of the rising wall of fire even caught up with the height of the 3 giants standing by outside. You can see it from a long distance away. At this time, the Ugly Country team received the message and was rushing at full speed to the coordinates sent by the bear country. Looking at the wall of fire that covered most of the jungle in the distance, everyone stood there with eyes wide open. What is this? Which country's capability is this? With such a big commotion, could it be China again? Where do they get the power to use both ice and fire? The leader of the team, the necromancer, frowned and said bitterly, "Watch it yourself. Even if we can't get the first kill of this monster, we must at least take advantage of the chaos and kill Huaxia here. Our biggest rival now is China. There is one last level in the dungeon. If we can't defeat them before then, we may never have another chance." Everyone around him nodded in unison and then quickened their pace. The purpose of the Ugly Country's attack on the underworld city has never been as simple as stopping the beast tide. Even a fool can see that the power hidden in the underworld is extraordinary. As the first world-class copy of Blue Star, as long as we can get its first pass, it will be of great help to the entire Ugly Country. To this end, the Ugly Country is willing to pay any price. Even before clearing the level, it doesn't matter if you kill all the job changers from other countries. They have enough power anyway. After conquering the underworld, perhaps we can directly confront the entire world and turn the tables. They want to prove to the whole world who is the real overlord of Blue Star. Just when the Cho Kingdom was busy marching, the Sakura Country team, which had caused trouble twice in a row, withdrew from the battlefield as quickly as possible. As they retreated, several people were celebrating. Damn it, it's really scary. Did you see the look in that girl's eyes just now? Fortunately, we were well hidden, otherwise we would have been dragged over and beaten to death by that guy. Fortunately, China has made a big fuss. Such a big fuss will definitely attract the Ugly Country. Let's find a good place and reap the benefits. When China kills the Lord-level monster and fights the Ugly Country fiercely, let's rush in and finish them off. Ha ha ha, it's perfect. In this way, not only can we obtain the relics of the God's realm, even the entire underworld city will belong to our Sakura Country. Retreat first, and wait for the Ugly Country and China to meet, then wait for an opportunity to act. A large group of ninjas dispersed and disappeared without a trace in a short while. Maybe these Sakura people are not good at head-on combat. But what these little cherry blossoms are proud of are never their head-on martial arts. It is a conspiracy that is life-threatening and will kill anyone who touches it. Of course, in their culture, professionals who use this method have a very unified name. Ninja. Keep running. See what other tricks you have. At this time, on the battlefield in China, Jiang Xiaoxiao stood in place with one hand in front and the other behind her back, and hooked her finger at the plant growth envoy opposite her. The vegetation envoy seemed to understand that he had reached a point of desperation and had to fight a desperate battle. So, I gave up trying to escape. He slowly stood up and looked over here. Jiang Xiaoxiao, I can sense danger. But the guy next to him, who can summon strange plants, doesn't seem to be threatening. Then let's operate on him. The envoy let out a rustling sound. He rushed towards Li Yang at lightning speed. But the next moment, puff, puff, a large lump of butter suddenly passed through the flames and hit the guy right on the head. Are you kidding? How could Li Yang be satisfied with just putting in one hot chili pepper? Behind a firewall, there's a large circle of messy plants, waiting to destroy this guy. The envoy was shocked and found that his body seemed to be sealed and he could not move at all. After twitching like crazy for a long time, when he finally managed to move a little, puff! A hand grabbed its wrist. Jiang Xiaoxiao's voice sounded in my ears. Move, stop. Hammer. It only felt its body floating in the wind. Then it suddenly seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds and fell to the ground with a loud bang. There was a loud boom. The gust of air created by the impact caused the surrounding firewall, which was more than 10 meters high, to churn violently for a while. The ground beneath him sank more than half a meter. The ground all around was cracked and looked even a little scary. Davis, who was watching the game on the other side, stood there in a daze, his mouth open so wide that his fist could almost fit in. Meng Qing, standing by, started bragging again. Hang it! Have you never seen it before? This is the strength of my sister Jiang. Davis nodded in shock, then blinked. Then, Brother Meng, what strength do you have? Meng Qing smiled contemptuously. Huh? What strength do I have? I'm afraid you'll be scared to death if I tell you. So let's not talk about it for now. After saying this, he turned away. Davis was slightly embarrassed and turned to look at Li Yang and Jiang Xiaoxiao over there. I have a new understanding of China's strength. It's so strong that it's like they are not in the same world. Once he gets out, maybe I can find a way to report what happened in the copy to the royal family. Let the people above get closer to China as soon as possible. Bye. The Chinese job changer team successfully defeated the Lord-level monster, the Dead World, and the Order of Vegetation, and met the passing conditions. The final area of the necropolis has been opened. Please be prepared, job changers. The reward for killing the Lord-level monster has been issued. Please receive it in time, members of the Chinese job changer team. As Jiang Xiaoxiao spoke over there, the Vegetation Order envoy was eventually smashed to pieces without any chance of fighting back. The experience turned into a ball of light and flew into Li Yang and Jiang Xiaoxiao. The two looked at each other and raised their eyebrows. Their expressions seemed to say, that's it. A Lord-level warcraft that wiped out several countries. That's it. It is undeniable that the first move to directly attack this guy's body was indeed led by the Bear Country. But is this thing only this powerful? Not even a bit of damage was done. Ahem. Traitor. There are traitors among humans. The leader of the Russian team finally recovered and shouted loudly while coughing. Chapter 117, Apostle Core, Zhisheng. Look how excited he is. Davis kindly reminded. My friend from the Bear Country, your injury is so severe that even if you drink the potion, it can only barely save your life. You still need to rest well. Don't be so excited. The leader of the Bear Country stared at Davis with his eyes wide open and an angry look, and shouted angrily. What do you know? My team was almost able to take down that guy. But someone tricked us. Someone is fucking helping Warcraft kill people. The more this guy spoke, the more excited he became. And in the end, he couldn't help but hold his chest and cough up blood. The few surviving members of the Bear Country quickly came over and persuaded their leader not to get too excited. At this point, no amount of anger will help. At the same time, Jiang Xiaoxiao also frowned slightly, looked at the forest beside him, and said thoughtfully, I saw that too. When I was about to pull the plant growth envoy, a piece of yellow talisman paper suddenly flew to my feet. That thing is definitely man-made, I can be sure of that. Jiang Xiaoxiao's words immediately caused everyone present to fall silent. Humans standing on the same front with Warcraft. Is this possible? It is likely that someone still wants to take advantage of the chaos, to steal monsters, or even kill people for treasure. This is understandable if it is placed in a normal small copy or even a hidden copy. But this time, the strategy for the Death World Underworld dungeon is to stop the increasingly severe beast tide crisis worldwide. If we cause trouble at this time, wouldn't we be making an enemy of the entire blue planet? It was done by the ugly country. Definitely them. When we were robbing elite monsters outside before, I saw how sinister these guys were. This is a group of lunatics who will do anything to achieve their goals. They plan to eliminate all those who are not good for them, and then monopolize the resources in the world copy. Absolutely. The leader of the bear country had a gloomy face and directed his attack at his mortal enemy, and also gave a very reasonable and well-founded guess. There are three major, powerful countries on the blue planet today, namely the ugly country, China, and the bear country. The only country that has the ability and courage to overturn the table is one of these three major powers. Since China and the bear country are both fighting the enemy here together, the only one that is causing trouble behind the scenes is the ugly country, which has not appeared until now. Cooperate with Warcraft to seek benefits for yourself. Only the ugly country can do such a heinous thing. After all, a fight between other job changers in order to kill a monster had already happened not long ago. At this point, the leader of the bear country became so excited that he started coughing up blood, scaring his teammates half to death. It is true that the ugly country is not a good thing, but some of the bugs in the sewers may not have clean hands and feet. Okay, let's not talk about this for now and focus on what's happening right now. If there's a chance later, it's not impossible to take care of them. Li Yong casually extinguished the fire circle released by the hot pepper, connected it to the surrounding plants, and prepared to check for any movement nearby. At this time, Jiang Xiaoxiao came over and handed over a green crystal. What is this? Li Yong frowned slightly, a little confused. Jiang Xiaoxiao shrugged. It exploded after I killed that thing just now. I took a look, and it seems to suit you. See if it helps. Li Yong blinked and took the thing. Then, released the identification technique. Apostle core, planting incomplete. Type, material. Quality, gold, legend. Item description. A crystal containing the power of vegetation, which can connect to a specific authority and create an apostle with miraculous power. The so-called apostle is an agent of a certain existence, with strength beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But this core seems to be slightly defective. It seems that this thing is the source of the strange power of the vegetation order. The specific use of this thing seems to be to create some so-called apostles. But how to use it? The introduction also specifically emphasized the incompleteness of this thing. That makes it even more confusing. What impact does it have whether this thing is incomplete or not? The created apostles are the agents of a certain existence. Does that mean that after using this thing, you will become a worker for this so-called certain existence? From now on, will I lose my freedom and be unable to control my own life? Alas, keep it for now and study it slowly after you get out. Both the plant growth envoy and the things that came out of it were too weird. God knows why a guy with such a unique style of painting would appear in a Resident Evil type copy. As for now, they have other things to deal with. Leon suddenly narrowed his eyes and noticed some uninvited guests approaching. Leon saw it clearly through the plants planted nearby in advance. In the surrounding jungle, many zombies appeared one after another. It is an extremely exaggerated group of zombies. It is so exaggerated that one can tell at a glance that this number cannot possibly be generated naturally by copies. But it is believed to be created. Leon sighed helplessly and shook his head. Really? Who said the ugly Chinese weren't there? Isn't it coming? Still came with gifts. Leader, all units are ready. When do we start? In a building 100 meters away from Li Yong and his group. A sharpshooter from the ugly country slowly put his eyes in front of the camera and reported the situation to his leader, the necromancer. After a while, he heard the necromancer's response. In order to ensure efficiency, everyone worked hard. Use all your best abilities. Wait for the formation master to arrive and complete the arrangement of the silence formation. Let's officially start the action. In this operation, we must kill all the job changers from China and the bear country. We can't give them a chance to breathe. Do you understand? The sharpshooter nodded and responded firmly. Clear. Wait, leader. Look at the target. He built a wall. Chapter 118, Leader. My skills are gone. Accompanied by the sharpshooter's exclamation. The necromancer who was lying in ambush in the dark also saw the situation over there through the vision of the zombies on the front line. When he saw this, he was stunned on the spot. Their original plan was to use the tide of zombies to attract the attention of the Chinese team. Then take the opportunity to set up a silent circle to block the skills of everyone within a range. Finally, the sharpshooters in the distance will cooperate with the zombie tide to launch a massive attack. In the end, China and the Russian Bear Squad were completely wiped out. As a result, unexpected changes occurred just as the plan began. There, a large number of huge, nuts more than 3 meters high, suddenly grew out of nowhere. A large pile of nuts were arranged in rows and in a circle. It's like forming an indestructible wall. It directly blocked all the bullets from the zombies and the sharpshooter. Damn it, they actually have the ability to build fortifications instantly. The ugly country's necromancer frowned and muttered to himself. Little did he know that his every word and action was under Li Yang's surveillance. If he lowered his head slightly, he could actually find a lot of coffee beans with half of their heads unearthed buried in the grass at his feet. And in fact, even if he could find these things, he wouldn't care too much. After all, if you're not informed in advance, who would have thought that these ordinary plants around you could be the other party spies? At the same time, Li Yang, who had built the high nut wall, frowned slightly as he listened to what the necromancer said. Array master, necromancer, and sharpshooter. It's quite well arranged for internal fighting. At the same time, several job changers from the Bear Country also cursed angrily. This sound, this scale. It must be that damned ugly country necromancer. Damn it, they actually took advantage of someone's misfortune and used such a sinister trick. These ugly Chinese people will all go to hell in the future. Li Yang ignored the curses of the bear people, but turned to look at Meng Qing and Jiang Xiaoxiao and hooked his finger at them. I have already found out the locations of the ugly Chinese people on the opposite side. They plan to use the array master's skills to silence us, and combine with the sharpshooters ambushing in the distance to wipe us out in one fell swoop. Jiang Xiaoxiao clenched her fists slightly, her expression still very calm. Just tell me what you need me to do. Meng Qing on the side also nodded, rubbed his hands slightly, and looked eager to try. Seeing this, the hairy bear man who was recovering from his injuries and Davis from the British Empire hurried over and asked if they could help. Li Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at them with suspicion. It's not that Li Yang looks down on people, but now this bunch of defeated soldiers. The leader of the Bear Country smiled slightly and said sincerely, just like Yuri Gagarin, the first human to walk into space. The blood of pioneers has always been flowing in the bodies of us bear people. When we first entered the dungeon, we were determined to die. We hope to resolve the beast crisis through our own efforts and dedicate our lives to our country and even the entire human race on the blue planet. At this point, it's unlikely that we'll get out alive. Please let us work hard for the cause of the raiders until the last moment. Even if we have to burn ourselves out in the dungeon, we'll at least drag a few ugly country bastard down with us. Davis, whose sun never sets, shrank his neck a little. Brother Yang, I don't have such a big ideal. I just want to get out alive. I just want to do as much as I can to help myself survive. Just tell me what you need me to do, and I'll do my best to get it done. Looking at these people, they looked ready to die. Li Yang couldn't help laughing. I'm afraid these guys haven't figured out the current situation yet. Could it be that because the tide of zombies on the other side was so huge, he felt that this was a particularly tragic battle? These guys, I'm afraid they have some misunderstanding of their own strength. How strange. Isn't the more than 10-meter-high wall of fire just now enough to make them realize their own strength? Now, it seems that the ugly country has the upper hand. But in fact, whether from the perspective of firepower or the information available, we are always far ahead. Oh, how naive. It's not just Davis and the woolly bear man. Even the ugly Chinese who tried to take them down by trickery were just as naive. Li Yang sighed and slowly uttered a few words. Don't worry. We'll deal with it as it happens. Captain, after those guys erected the wall, they didn't take any other action. Could it be? The zombies can still smell the meat in the wall. Those guys are still in there. I see. That's strange. I thought they would use some unexpected tricks to escape. Get ready. Prepare to break through the wall by force. After leaving these words, the necromancer gave the order and led his army of zombies to attack the high nut wall directly. Although the permission to use identification to identify items has not been granted, The information of the high nut cannot be confirmed through identification. But the zombies on their side have obviously caused damage to these giant brown nuts. It won't be long before the wall is successfully demolished. At that time, let the formation master who is mixed in the corpse tide rush in directly to activate the formation and seal the skills of everyone over there. If the zombies rush over, they can all be dealt with. Crack, crack. The zombies gnawed at the thick, tall nuts bit by bit with stiff movements. Even the tall nuts, which are twice as durable as the nut wall, seem to be unable to withstand such an attack. It's only a matter of time before they are eaten up. Crack, crack. The tall nut in the center became fragmented. And then, laugh. Durability returns to zero and turns into smoke and dust. A large number of zombies finally found a breakthrough and began to file in. As a result, we were met head-on with a tide of pea bullets and all kinds of messy flying objects. It was really unexpected that there was so much defensive firepower hidden behind the high nut wall. Then, the next second, leader, someone is coming out. She's so fast. We can't catch up with her. The incident happened suddenly, and the sharpshooter in the distance didn't have time to react. After hastily firing a shot, he watched Jiang Xiao Xiao, who had suddenly appeared, disappear into the dense forest of ruins. The necromancer seemed very calm. Don't worry, let Team 2 handle it. You continue to guard the door, and don't let anyone else slip out. These guys have decent firepower, but that's about it. Formation Master, go. Block their skills. After a while, the firepower of the plants over there was still fierce, without any change. Formation Master, are you deaf? I'll let you go. The necromancer urged impatiently. After a while, the voice of the Formation Master came to his ears. Leader, my skills. My skills are gone. Chapter 119. Hey, I just want to ask you if you are angry. What the hell? Skills missing? The Formation Master, who used his skills to silence the opponent, was silenced by the opponent? Does China still have this kind of operation? The necromancer was stunned on the spot and didn't react for a long time. The voice of the Formation Master on the other side sounded extremely panicked. No, I was not silenced. All my other skills work fine, except for the silent circle. This skill is gone. It's gone. What is this? The necromancer was stunned. The Formation Master on the other side suddenly made a sharp explosion. Leader, save me. Before he finished speaking, there was no movement. The necromancer frowned and increased the intensity of the zombie attack. But given the opponent's firepower, simply increasing the number of zombies is obviously not enough. We have to kill the guy who controls the plants. As long as we kill him, everything else will be easy to solve. Psst, nothing I can do. Stupid teammates, they're all trash. You still have to rely on yourself at the critical moment. You can only rely on yourself. The necromancer cursed inwardly and stood up, raised the staff, and activate the displacement skill. Exchange places with his own zombie. At this time, inside the high nut wall besieged by zombies. The 5 elements of plants were neatly arranged inside. They are all top-notch fire monsters, attacking the direction where the zombies are rushing with extremely fierce offensive. Liang sat at the back, holding his chin, looking thoughtful. The scene before him somehow made him hallucinate the scene of the original game. If the back of me was replaced by Dave's backyard, it would be a sure win. Unfortunately, it cannot be changed. I never expected that it would take so long for Dave's plant shop to awaken. Today, I finally let him play the original version, and the difficulty is quite limited. He has a lot of fancy plants here. But how come a necromancer on the opposite side can only summon zombies? The large group of zombies were beaten to pieces and could not even step into the yard. The potato mines that Li Yang placed at the door were almost sprouting but had never exploded. It's just rubbish. If Dr. Zombie King comes, won't they all be killed? Li Yang yawned and began to feel bored. Originally, I was thinking about being able to perform extreme operations to have some fun. Who would have thought that such a huge tide of zombies couldn't even get into his house? So disappointed. The job changers from the Bear Country clenched their weapons tightly, their expressions becoming increasingly dull. Originally, they had made up their minds and were prepared to fight the enemy until the last moment. The result, this. Fortunately, Li Yang gave the order and asked them to go out and drag in the Formation Master who was in a daze outside. Otherwise, they might not even experience the battle. At this time, the Formation Master had been stripped of his clothes, gagged, tied up, and thrown aside. The short Meng Qing was twisting around beside him arrogantly, controlling the formation on the ground to flicker on and off. Are you angry? Are you angry? My brother Yang is very far-sighted and has already guessed what you are thinking. You have a great skill. Hey, now it's mine. Wait until your boss comes in. I will activate my skills and pin your boss to death right here. I told you to show off, but you let slip, didn't you? Ha ha ha. This goblin-like guy can steal other people's skills. The key point is why this kid is so childish. Is he mentally ill? He looks like a smug villain. He really deserves a beating. The formation master had his mouth covered and could only make woo-woo sounds. But the real anger was written on his face. Brother Yang, this kid is not convinced. Meng Qing put her hands on her hips, turned around, and called Li Yang. Li Yang waved his hand. Let the people of Mao Bear Country handle it. This guy is of no use to us. And you, stop fiddling with that broken formation of yours. If the gun goes off accidentally and affects the output of my plants, you'll be in trouble. Meng Qing quickly agreed, then quickly raised his hand and dismantled the net that the formation master had set up here. This speech. Suddenly, the formation master became anxious. Break the formation. The rare skill I awakened at level 90 is a formation-breaking skill for you. The formation master whined and cried to express his protest. Then, a group of burly men with muscles bigger than their heads surrounded them with sneering smiles on their faces. The formation master screamed like a pig being slaughtered, causing Li Yang on this side to frown slightly. Davis, the holy light priest, was assigned to hold a flash spell and stand by, swaying it. Although he didn't know why he did this. According to Li Yang, it seems to be something. There's no place to grow sunflowers here. You can grow them instead. Otherwise, it won't taste that good. He didn't understand, but since it was Li Yang's arrangement, he would definitely do it obediently. But as he was shaking, he suddenly noticed a strange figure mixed in with the tide of zombies. So I quickly reminded, Brother Yang, look over there. Of course, Li Yang had seen it a long time ago. Ever since the necromancer used the skill, he has been searching through the third talent. At this time, the necromancer was standing behind the surging tide of beasts. Wearing a pitch-black cloak, he stared at Li Yang across the mountains of corpses and seas of blood and the large expanses of plants. The strongest fighting forces of both sides are now placed on both sides of the battlefield. It's like a game of chess between two strong men, turning their own strength into chess pieces to see who comes out on top. Brother Yang, that is. Meng Qing also saw the necromancer over there. He walked a little closer to Li Yang and spoke with a frown. Li Yang nodded. Yes, it's him. The necromancer, hiding in the tide of corpses, slowly opened his mouth, making a hoarse voice like a dry tree branch. You are Li Yang. I have been observing you for a while since I decided to become your enemy. Perhaps you haven't discovered yet, but in this forest, I have eyes everywhere. Since the moment you stepped into this forest, you have been under my surveillance at all times. The person who escaped during the chaos just now was your leader, right? Do you really think she can get away? We sent a whole team to hunt her down. And your team has also been blocked far away by my zombie tide. Now you are isolated and helpless. Do you think you still have a chance of winning? It's better to surrender as soon as possible. Maybe I can let you die more easily. Looking at his cocky look, Li Yang grinned. No, why are you so stubborn? Didn't you see that the zombies couldn't rush in for a long time? If I have said everything I need to say, then I will take action. After saying that, he didn't even give the guy opposite him a chance to react and just raise his hand. Oomph. The potato mine in front of the necromancer suddenly turned into a big-mouthed flower, opened its bloody mouth, and bit him at lightning speed. Chapter 120. Immortality? The winner is decided. So sudden, everyone present was stunned. The necromancer on the opposite side obviously didn't react very quickly and didn't expect Li Yang to be so decisive. He staggered back slightly and was swallowed by the huge purple carnivorous plant. Crunchy and chicken flavor. The sound of flesh and bones being chewed was extremely clear, causing the hairs of everyone present to stand on end. But then, puff! The big-mouthed flower was suddenly torn apart with great force, and its durability was reduced to 0 on the spot, dissipating into smoke and dust. A giant centipede made up of corpse parts emerged from where the big-mouthed flower was, emitting an extremely ominous black aura. Even though he had no knowledge of magic or anything like that, Li Yang could still feel it. The gases that were spreading out should be the traces of the so-called necromancy spells. This human centipede is the necromancer's new trick? It's really fresh and unique. Suddenly, the pieces of flesh that flowed out from under the big-mouthed flower's body slowly rose up, piecing together a familiar human figure. The necromancer in black robes appeared again and laughed coldly. "Gigasi, Huaxia monkey, it seems you don't understand your situation yet." I said, "I know my opponent very well. Do you really think that I would dare to come to you alone without being absolutely sure?" Seeing this guy appear out of thin air like a magic trick, the hairy bears around Li Yong frowned immediately. The leader of the bear country looked even more serious, muttering to himself. "Sure enough, it's like this again. That guy seems to be immortal. Every time he receives a fatal injury, no matter how horribly his body is shattered, he can always be resurrected in this way. Even Brother Li Yang's ability can't kill him? This is troublesome. Immortality?" Li Yang raised his eyebrows and noticed the key words in the mouths of these Russian bears. Does immortality really exist in this world? Or maybe that guy's immortality is actually just some principle that has not yet been figured out. You are alone, and I have you all surrounded. Do I need to emphasize this again? The necromancer is my home turf. All the undead creatures in the entire dungeon can be used by me. Here, I will have an absolute numerical advantage. Going against the ugly country will only lead to death. Don't you understand? The necromancer let out a long roar toward the sky, then waved his hand and commanded the human centipede to attack. The size of the human centipede has surpassed the highest nut wall. It's so easy to climb over from above. You can rush all the way without even consuming the durability of any plants. A big mouth covered in blood can directly lift up the grass on the ground and crush large tracts of plants. It can be called an undead lawnmower. However, the advantage brought by this guy did not last long. He originally planned to rely on this reckless efficiency to move forward and directly swallow Li Yong. I just climbed a few meters. A large lump of butter flew out from the plants in the back row and hit the guy on the head steadily. The huge human centipede seemed to be suspended in time, suspended in midair without any movement. The fifth talent, plant replacement, starts. The machine gunners in the front row were replaced by ice shooters, and a lot of corn pitchers were planted in the back row. Slow down and control, then go all the way. Although the firepower has been reduced to a certain extent. But faced with such terrifying control efficiency, the army of zombies outside still couldn't move. The necromancer was dumbfounded, and his wild smile disappeared in an instant. He had seen butter that could control others, but he had never heard of an ice pitcher who could cause damage even after slowing down to the maximum. How many things does this kid, called Li Yong, have hidden in his body that he doesn't know about? The human centipede, used as a tank by the necromancer, was almost impossible to break free. As soon as you recover from the butter state, you will be immediately frozen by the dense ice peas and unable to move. Its huge body brings it more than just abundant blood. There is no escape from the barrage of comments. Looking at the speechless necromancer, Li Yong crossed his legs, casually opened the career interface, and checked the time. He said, "Yeah, almost. He's almost there too." When Meng Qing, who was beside him, heard this, he immediately laughed out loud. He took 2 quick steps to the front of the formation, looked at the necromancer opposite him, and grinned. "Keep laughing, you idiot. Didn't you say that one person would surround us? It's like the real thing. Look at the situation now. Which I told you that there's no one left in China." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a violent vibration on the ground. It was like an earthquake, with the sky collapsing and the earth cracking and sand and rocks flying everywhere. A roar of a giant creature came from the jungle behind him. Roar! Then, accompanied by billowing steam, a huge fist fell from the sky and hit the centipede directly on the head. Then he grabbed it, threw it up suddenly, and tore it into 2 pieces in the air. This is the giant. He had seen it when the Chinese were snatching monsters from the outer city area of the Death World City. The necromancer's pupils shrank dramatically. Wasn't this thing thrown out of the jungle because of its huge size? And with such a huge thing rushing in, how was it possible that his teammates didn't notice any movement? Where are the people from the second team? Where's the sharpshooter? Are they all dead? He glared and cursed in the team channel, but there was no response. But then, a familiar figure answered all his doubts. The guy who escaped at the beginning, the leader of the Chinese team. At this moment, he was standing on the giant's shoulders, looking at this side with great interest. And on her back, she was carrying the gun of her own sharpshooter. Half a team, plus a sharpshooter. They were all taken down by this woman. This. A bunch of trash. He can't even handle a woman. Jiang Xiaoxiao jumped off the giant, Du Shungbing's shoulder, and landed next to Li Yong. He handed him the sniper rifle on his shoulder. Thanks to you for marking the locations of those ugly people in advance. I have already caught and dealt with them one by one. Those guys probably never thought until they died that they would turn from hunters into prey. By the way, I heard Director Dongfang say that you seem to like this kind of cool-looking equipment. I just brought it to you. See if you want it. Also, Du Xingding has a bit of a poor sense of direction. After changing back to human form, he got lost in the woods. Otherwise, you could have come here 2 minutes ago. Fortunately, he was not made the team leader. Li Yang smiled and took the sniper rifle stained with the blood of the ugly Chinese. Then he stretched his stiff neck slightly and looked at the necromancer opposite him. There is no need to say more. The situation is already very clear. The winner has been decided. No further words are needed. Chapter 121. This guy's a bit abstract. A bunch of rubbish. Coward, waste of resources. In the end, I still have to rely on myself. The necromancer sighed slowly, raised his head, and took off his cloak. The face revealed in the shadows was that of an extremely resolute and somewhat gloomy middle-aged man. Blonde hair, blue eyes. There was a very hideous scar on one side of his face. This guy's eyes revealed a strong sense of hostility. It's the kind of violence that only people who have been to the battlefield and crawled out of the meat grinder called war can have. God knows how many lives this guy has on his hands. How many times have actions like today been carried out? The gamification of the world broke out 100 years ago. Before this, Ugly Country was already the most powerful country in the entire blue planet. Even if you can catch up, no one will. No one can shake the position of the Ugly Country. No matter how many times Blue Planet changes, Ugly Country will always be at the top of the world. The first pass to the underworld city will definitely be taken by the Ugly Country. For the entire Blue Planet, Ugly Country will surely create a new history. The guy seemed to be cheering himself up to show his determination or something. The bear man standing behind Li Yang smacked his lips. This person is still immersed in the beautiful dream of the Ugly Country being the only superpower. What Ugly Country lacks the least is this kind of stubborn lunatic. Li Yang also frowned slightly, moved his fingers slightly, and began to secretly replace the plants under the guy's feet. At the same time, I was struggling with how to get rid of this ugly guy with an immortal body. Li Yang, I admire your strength. Your existence can indeed shake the status of the Ugly Country to some extent. So be prepared. I don't intend on letting you leave this place alive. Also, remember, my name is Jack Johnson. It's your honor to die at my hands. After saying that, the guy suddenly raised a hand. A cold black air emanated from his hand, and then he rushed straight towards Li Yang. As a result, I just took 2 steps. Puff! A large group of pumpkin heads suddenly expanded from under his feet and locked him up tightly. Then, a big-mouth flower broke out of the ground and swallowed it again. Crunch, crunch. Flesh and bones intertwined, blood flowing all over the ground. But this may not be the end. Li Yang seemed to be thinking about something and raised his finger slightly. Several nut walls surrounded the big-mouthed flower. The pumpkin head in the center changed shape and turned into 2 red cherries. 1 second chanting. Boom! The ground was cracked by the explosion. But it's not over yet. Li Yang activated his 3rd talent and connected to the necromancer outside the jungle. To be precise, it is the double corn cannon on the back of the Necrotitan. Aim at the target and fire directly. A few seconds later, 2 or 3 huge yellow corns fell from the sky. It smashed into the center of the nut wall like a meteor, causing a huge explosion. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment on the ground, let alone the necromancer. All the surrounding terrain and buildings disappeared in an instant, although the impact of the explosion was largely offset by the nut wall. But the shock brought by such a scene still shocked everyone present. This firepower, isn't it too exaggerated? The surrounding buildings were blown up. What a horrible, destructive force. Fuck this. Brother Yang, there are not only job changers and priests from the bear country. Even Zhang Xiao and the others who were walking with Li Yang were so shocked by this scene that they couldn't recover for a long time. It turns out, any one of Li Yang's explosives is of a terrifying level. Not to mention what kind of chemical reaction can be produced when combined together. Double imprisonment, then fire coverage. Wash the floor instantly. During this time, it seemed that a few melons jumped high and smashed in. Although I don't know what they're used for, this should be enough to kill people in seconds. This set of combos was truly too much for anyone present to watch. Davis's eyes widened, and he became more determined to inform the royal family when he returned and never go against China. Li Yang's terrifying firepower seems to have no limit. The British Empire was once powerful, but now it is just a tiny country. If it were to be washed away by this level of firepower, that kind of scene, wow, that's unimaginable. The people in the Bear Country didn't think about it in this way. A bunch of muscular men just looked at the brilliant flames and the mushroom cloud rising into the sky, unable to hide the excitement on their faces. This explosion, this power, firepower, is truth. But as the bombing became more and more intense, Li Yang's brows became more and more furrowed. This situation is not right. With this kind of firepower, even the most surviving creatures would be blown to pieces. But why hasn't the notification of the ugly country's annihilation popped up until now? He glanced at the formation master who had been killed over there. He looked at Jiang Xiaoxiao beside him again. There is no way they would be left alive. The only person still alive in Chou country is this necromancer who claims to be immortal. Is it possible that this guy really can't die? Okay, collect. Li Yang bombarded for more than 5 minutes. The blast created a pit several meters thick on the ground before it gradually stopped. However, there is still no pop-up prompt. That guy, Guji, there was a sound of flesh and blood solidifying in front of everyone. Some fresh flesh, blood, and bones slowly condensed in the air. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it grew into a complete body. This guy is alive again. So abstract. How can he still be alive after being reduced to dust? Li Yang was a little bit nervous. But then the guy raised the black energy in his hand again and rushed towards Li Yang. Took 2 more steps. The peas were crushed on the spot by the machine gunner. The broken limbs merged again and revived, and was flattened by a pumpkin that fell from the sky. Reborn again. This time it's a watermelon falling from the sky. Reborn again. The expressions of Li Yang and others changed from shock at first to numbness. Although this guy is not dead, he can still produce more soldiers. But the body's strength seems to be pretty rubbish. Now what? If you have any other tricks, just use them. I've already said it before. I'm completely immortal. No matter what method you use, you can't really wipe me out. So come on. I want to see how long you can hold on. That guy is still being stubborn. Li Yang even felt a little bit of pity. He simply stopped all the plant's attacks and slowly stood up. He stretched himself and walked towards the guy. Chapter 122. Okay, then I won't kill you. See Li Yang walking towards me step by step. The necromancer named Johnson opposite still had a firm look in his eyes, but he was already out of breath. It seems that constant rebirth is a waste of energy for him. As Li Yang got closer, there was a look of pity on his face. Johnson felt insulted. His eyes widened with anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Why are you giving up now? I thought you had more tricks up your sleeve." Before he could finish his words, Li Yang had already arrived in front of his face. He stared at him with indifference. Look, Li Yang actually took the initiative to close the distance between him and the necromancer opposite. The people behind suddenly became a little nervous. They didn't doubt Li Yang's strength. After all, the previous wave of bombing has fully demonstrated Li Yang's strength. They were just worried that the necromancer on the opposite side might have some skills that had not yet been used and were hidden and unused. Facing the necromancer's stubborn eyes, Li Yang opened his mouth slowly and said leisurely, "Don't misunderstand me. I just want you to realize the gap between us. Then I'll give you a chance." After saying that, he slowly spread out his hands. He showed an attitude of being at the mercy of others. Johnson was stunned at first, and then he became furious. This is naked contempt. He couldn't accept his failure. "I can't accept that I have suffered such a great humiliation." Without waiting for Li Yang to say anything, he suddenly released a new skill. Instant Death Necromancer skill, Heart Grasp. When activated, it will establish a connection with the enemy it comes into contact with and grasp the enemy's heart in the palm of its hand. It's a very domineering and lethal skill. "Chinese monkey, don't be so arrogant." Johnson's voice was almost a roar. At the same time, the black mist in his hand became thicker. The skill was activated and swept towards Li Yang. But Li Yang did not dodge and still stood there. No matter how big a fuss Johnson makes, he remains unmoved. And just when Johnson's hand was about to touch Li Yang's body, buzz, an alarm bell suddenly rang in his mind. An inexplicable and huge sense of oppression suddenly appeared on Li Yang in front of him. It was as if a god had descended to earth and imposed an inhuman will on him. It seemed as if a voice kept repeating the whispers of the ancient gods in his ears. If he takes one more step forward, What awaits him is a torture that is more terrifying than death and has no redemption. Even a veteran like him could not bear this overwhelming feeling of oppression. As his brain exploded, he stumbled back a few steps. With a look of horror, he stared at a rake that had appeared under Li Yang at some point. Why is there such a thing here? Why do I have an unquestionable fear of this kind of thing? Why? I gave you the chance to do it, but you're still scared. Li Yang had already expected this situation. Grass rake, price, 20,000 sunshine, can be used 3 times. Item features. After entering combat mode, the grass rake will ignore any defensive measures and forcibly kill an enemy whose level is no more than 10 levels higher than yours. This thing, although its life-saving ability is limited, but for some reason, the mental suppression is ridiculously high. The same thing happened to the Sakura Country Ninja before. After forcing out his rake, they all stopped their attacks with fear in their eyes and trembling. So this lawn rake, which has a limit of 3 uses, has not been truly activated until now. Moreover, things like lawn rakes can ignore any defensive measures. If this guy's immortality is some kind of defense, maybe he could be killed with a rake. As he thought about it, Li Yang slowly narrowed his eyes. He looked at the guy in front of him, sizing him up and down. Then, without waiting for him to react, a cluster of thorns suddenly appeared, transformed into vines, and directly wrapped around Johnson. At the same time, Li Yang picked up a rake, swung it high, and hit Johnson on the head. "Fuck you," accompanied by Li Yang's cordial greeting. Johnson's head broke apart like an overripe watermelon. If it were a normal person, he would have been doomed to failure. But a moment later, the incredible situation happened again. The guy's body recovered from his injuries at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scattered bones and flesh grew back again. Instead, a zombie in the distance was suddenly chopped open. The whole head exploded instantly and blew everywhere. Before this, it had never suffered any attack. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. You can't kill me, I already knew that. No matter what means you use, you can't deal with my immortality. Johnson's face looked particularly pale because of the shock he had just received. He obviously had not yet recovered from the pressure of the rake. But since even such a terrifying rake cannot harvest his life, I'm afraid Li Yang in front of me doesn't have any other solution, right? Even if he is not in an advantageous position now, Li Yang can do nothing to him. But Li Yang frowned slightly, having already noticed some clues. The injuries this guy suffered seemed to be transferred to the nearby zombies. In order to verify his idea, Li Yang threw another seed beside him. Then he stepped back 2 steps and controlled the plants to germinate and grow. The fiery red cherry shooter breaks out of the ground, ready to go. Stop wasting your time. Your methods are totally ineffective against me. Looking at the cherry shooter in front of him, Johnson still looked up with disdain on his face. But the next second, Li Yang on the side suddenly raised his right leg and kicked his crotch hard with lightning speed. "Ah, fuck," Johnson screamed. His mouth was wide open. Seeing this, Li Yang immediately ordered the cherry shooter to shoot a small cherry bomb into Johnson's body through his mouth. Then he retreated slightly and moved to the side. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. The guy's body was blown to pieces and bones flew everywhere. But just like before, it wasn't long before the guy was resurrected from a piece of meat on the ground. Even the clothes were restored to perfect condition. And at the same time, he was resurrected. Li Yang also used his third talent and saw it very clearly. There is a zombie in the distance, and it is not attacked by any plants. The shriveled body suddenly exploded, and various flesh parts scattered all over the ground. The ability of this necromancer seems to be to share the damage he suffers through the zombies he summoned. It is the same whether you are enduring external injuries or internal injuries. It's just that there is a certain time error in this process. This is why, at first glance, it looks like this guy is resurrecting infinitely. In this case, Johnson didn't notice the change in Li Yang's expression. Still grinning. He still don't remember? It's the same no matter how many times you try. I am immortal. No matter how many times you kill me, I will be resurrected. Before he finished speaking, Li Yang smiled. You're right. Then I won't kill you. Chapter 123. You like to waste time? Then waste time. I heard Li Yang say this with a smile. Johnson suddenly froze in place. No, don't kill. This guy gave up so easily? What does he have other plans? Johnson felt like his head was starting to get stuck. Looking at the young Chinese man in front of him, he was completely puzzled. However, Li Yang immediately spoke again and said calmly, What a shame. I wanted to give you a quick death, but I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Since you can live so well, don't die. Not only now, you don't have to die in the future. I will tailor a comfortable and luxurious single room for you. I guarantee you will be satisfied. You can live here forever, until the end of time. After saying that, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The surrounding plants changed, transforming into one ice shooter after another. The ground spike under the guy's feet also transformed into a frozen mushroom of moderate size. The moment I saw that blue mushroom, Johnson's pupils contracted. He has seen this thing before. At that time in the Colosseum, when Huaxia was fighting for monsters, he froze the entire arena with this thing. What on earth is this guy trying to do? Can't wait for the answer. Liang raised his hand and threw out the coffee beans. The small brown bean flew out of his hand and landed squarely on the frozen mushroom. A reaction immediately occurred, and it turned into dust and merged into the large crystal blue mushroom. The frozen mushroom woke up and exploded immediately. A larger range was blocked by Li Yang using the nut wall, but Johnson in the center couldn't escape and was frozen. Then, they could only watch Li Yang take action. While growing plants, he arranged for others to deal with the zombies around him. At the same time, a huge pumpkin head was created under Johnson to serve as a cage. Inside is a circle of ice shooters, and outside is a circle of corn pitchers. Isn't this still try to find a way to use firepower to attack him? Johnson was puzzled, but I was frozen and couldn't make any sound to express myself. But it doesn't matter. It's nothing more than being controlled. With his talent, whenever he suffers too much damage, the damage he receives will be randomly distributed to any zombie he summoned. All the damage he suffered was meaningless until his last zombie died. And his country, the great and shrewd, ugly country, had long been aware of his unique talent. So, a long time ago, action was taken against his power. At this time, many secret warehouses were built in various parts of the ugly country. There are hundreds of millions of zombies stored inside. Even a large number of zombies he summoned casually in the copy were killed. If they want to really kill him, Li Yang and the others will have to kill him hundreds of millions of times without stopping. Moreover, Li Yang might be able to suppress him for a while, but he would never be able to suppress him for a lifetime. As long as he got the chance, he could easily summon thousands of zombies. It is because of this special power that he dares to boast about himself. He is truly immortal. Puff! Before the frozen state was lifted, an ice shooter had already started firing. A crystal-clear blue pea streaked across the sky and hit him squarely. The extremely cold force tore a bloody wound in his body. It hurts, but it's bearable. He is a tough guy who has fought his way through the battlefield. What is this little pain? What about tickling? Keep going. Johnson grinned. As he wished, another ice shooter fired a bullet. The damage is still considerable. His talent was triggered, transferring the pain to a random zombie. Oh, it doesn't hurt or itch. He can easily summon another one. As he thought about it, his fingers trembled slightly. Then, a piercing chill crept up his spine. Can't move. He can move. Every inch of muscle in the body seems to be carrying a heavy burden. Even moving a little bit would require all of your strength. This is the slowing effect of those weird plants. Ugh, what a hassle. But it's just a little slower. By wasting a little time, he can still... Puff, puff. A large ball of butter flew over and hit him on the forehead. Pause his movements instantly. The ice shooter's bullets continued to fly, breaking several of his ribs. Fuck. The corn pitcher's conical bullet, like a real bullet, pierced his head. Talent effect triggered, pain transferred. The body recovers and attempts to move. Slow down again, and then butter again. Even his normal breathing was extended to more than 10 seconds by this combination of skills. Even if I blink normally, I have to wait until my eyes are bloodshot before I can barely finish a round. His time span was extended indefinitely, not to mention using skills to summon zombies. Now, even his metabolism and material exchange are very ordinary. They were all stretched to more than 10 times their size. Of course, the pain was prolonged. As for when it can be extended, I guess only Liang knows. If you like to waste time, then waste time. Anyway, you've fallen into my hands. Liang smiled and raised his hand slightly. The plants and creatures hide it with the surrounding vegetation and leaves. No one will find this place until the copy is completed. After finishing the matter here, the people on the other side have also dealt with most of the zombies surrounding the place. Meng Qing walked over with some curiosity, parted the grass, and looked at the necromancer carefully. After seeing the guy's miserable state, he couldn't help but shrink his neck and asked in shock, Brother Yang, is this guy really unkillable? What are you going to do with this guy? Liang raised his eyebrows. If you can't kill him, lock him up and keep killing him. Since this guy likes to drag things out, let's just drag it out with him. Rather than that, you should contact the people in Team 1 first. Aren't they still surrounded by zombies? Go ahead and look at the Holy Light Priest of the British Empire standing beside him. Hey, what's that called? The Sunflower? Get your skills ready and help us heal the wounds of Team 1 later. Sunflower. Davis almost couldn't catch his breath. He quickly extinguished the flash spell in his hand, walked forward quickly, and nodded. I understand, Brother Yang. I'm ready and at your beck and call. And my name is Davis. Liang nodded. Okay, whatever. Senior Do, please transform back first. It's not easy to move in the forest in giant form. Let's leave here later and find a cleaner place to rest for a while before going deeper inside. The giant nodded, and his huge body turned into steam and disappeared. At the same time, a new discussion started in the dungeon channel. Chapter 124, China's Right to Speak. The leader of the Maple Leaf Nation. Damn, what is the situation in the inner city of this necropolis? The leader of the Kangaroo Nation. We haven't even seen the shadow of the Lord-level monster, and we have already lost 3 teammates. The leader of Qianhu Nation. There are only 3 people left in our team. We really don't have the energy to go on. The leader of the Mao Xiong country said, there are 4 of us left. We can form a small team and continue to explore. The leader of the Maple Leaf country said, even the Bear country can't stand it? What about the Ugly country? The Chinese team leader, there is only 1 left to die. Maple Leaf's team leader, oh my god. The leader of the Kangaroo country, can the Ugly country also not stand it? It's too exaggerated. The leader of the Dutch team said, we have very little combat power left. Teams from more than 100 countries have entered the inner city, but now it seems that there are only about 30 left. Who are the Lord-level monsters in the inner city? The leader of the Maple Leaf Nation said, I suggest that we small countries that have lost our ability to fight should give up for the time being. Completely conquering this instance is not something we should consider. The leader of the Kangaroo Nation, indeed, let's set up a base in the outer city to rest. The task of the raid dungeon. The leader of the Mao Bear country said, we will go down together with China. Without the traitor messing around, there will be no problem in passing the customs. Maple Leaf country leader. Insider? What insider? The leader of the Mao Xiong country. Oh, I get angry when I mention this. You know, the Ugly country. The leader of the Bear country started to criticize the Ugly country, telling them all about the monster snatching and killings. By the way, it also tells the story of how the Ugly country tried to launch a sneak attack on China, but ended up losing more than it gained. There was an uproar in the copy channel. Everyone knows that ugly countries are not good things. But no one would have thought that in the face of the global beast tide crisis, the Ugly country would still not hesitate to attack other countries and resort to such despicable means for its own interests. The seriousness of this problem is already evident. Team leaders from many countries denounced the incident loudly in the dungeon channel and tagged the team leader of the Ugly country to be scolded. But the latter did not move at all. Of course he didn't move. At this time, the leader of the Ugly country, the necromancer named Johnson, was being trapped in Li Yang's icy cage and enjoying endless torture. Even normal breathing has to be divided into several parts, not to mention replying to messages. After discussion, the job changers from all countries voted to decide. At times like this, there's no need to worry about competition or contest. Originally, the burden of conquering the copy was borne by the 3 world powers, China, the Ugly country, and the Bear country. But now, because of the internal strife in Ugly country, the Bear country suffered heavy casualties, and Ugly country is almost gone. The hope of passing through the underworld and resolving the beast tide crisis all rests on China. For other job changers from small countries who don't have much strength, they have already tried their best just to get to this point. So everyone made a unanimous decision. Unite and gather everyone's strength to establish a safe base in the outer city area of the necropolis where the danger level is not high. Afterwards, all resources will be integrated and allocated to China. There is no need for any competition. The most important thing now is to work together to complete the copy. Of course, this matter depends on China's attitude. As the strongest group in the current copy, now everyone in the Chinese team has absolute say here. watching a large group of people having a heated discussion in the chat channel. Jiang Xiao and Li Yang looked at each other and raised their eyebrows casually. These guys have already started a band together for warmth. Forget it, do whatever you want. It just so happened that 2 members of the team were infected with corpse poison and needed to find a safe place to rest. So, Jiang Xiao, as the leader of the Chinese team, replied quietly in the dungeon channel, yes. They hardly see how happy those small countries are. But looking at the excitement in Pastor Davis's eyes, one can roughly guess how much impact this decision has had on them. Brother Yang, Sister Jiang, after the treatment is completed, can I stay inside the base? Just stay until the dungeon is cleared. Because, you see, my strength is also very limited, and it will be difficult for me to help you in the following battles. Besides, I want to go home alive. So, seeing Davis's clumsy words, Li Yang raised his hand helplessly to interrupt him. Work hard first. After the poison is removed, you can do whatever you want. It has nothing to do with us. Davis nodded excitedly. Okay. As you command, Brother Yang. Davis said something very good. With this guy's strength, he really can't be of much help in the back. It is better to stay in a safe place before encountering greater danger. Even if you bring it with you, it will probably only be a hindrance. Before parting, he let Meng Qingshun take away one of his core skills. It can also be of some use to the strategy of the copy. Davis followed Li Yang and his group and came to an abandoned church deep in the jungle. A team of people had been waiting here for a long time. The 2 injured players did not look very well. They fought the zombies with the poison in their bodies, and the toxin spread very quickly. If it weren't for the pharmacist who was keeping them alive, and if it weren't for the large amount of recovery potions that Li Yang had obtained before, I'm afraid these 2 people would have died long ago. At this time, the church was surrounded by zombies summoned by the necromancer. So after arriving at the place, Li Yang immediately replaced the plants and surrounded the church. Jiang Xiao and Du Shengding rushed to both ends and cleaned up the zombies as quickly as possible. Davis hurried forward and helped the injured person clean his wounds. After about 10 minutes, the 2 people who were already dying finally recovered. The girl from home bit her lip, struggled to get up, and thanked Li Yang. Li Yang waved his hand and asked Meng Qing to help pick up the equipment and props scattered on the ground. After resting for a while, he followed the location given in the copy channel. Taking those hairy bear men, they boarded the necrotic titan and headed toward the outer city area. During this period, Li Yang also threw some seeds to Davis. It was a reward for his timely support to his teammates, and it also made it convenient for him to protect himself when he left the dungeon. Davis had witnessed the horror of Li Yang's plants with his own eyes. Seeing how generous he was, I immediately knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly, expressing my gratitude, and hesitated to ask for advice. If Li Yang allowed it, he would immediately show these magical plants to the royal family after he got out. This will allow the royal family to recognize China's current strength and firmly support China's position on Blue Star. Their support is of no interest to Li Yang or to China today. But placing your own plants in the royal family of the British Empire is such a big deal. It does have some strategic value. After all, there are undercurrents these days, and God knows how the world pattern will change in the future. It is always good to be prepared. So Li Yang nodded and agreed to Davis's little request. Chapter 125. The Northern Army arrives in Yinzhou. In the time that follows, Li Yang and others used the huge Necron Titan as a means of transportation and slowly arrived at the stronghold. When a large number of job changers in the stronghold saw this scene, they thought they were attacked by special zombies. The alarm bells rang loudly, and a large group of people rushed out with weapons, ready to fight to the death. Only after seeing Li Yang and others in the giant's hands did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. How could he drive such a huge monster to fight? How far ahead of them is China in strength? A large number of job changers were amazed and had a special respect for Huaxia in their hearts. According to Jiang Xiao's words, the Chinese team also plans to take a short rest here. After you have a good rest, you can start the final strategy of the underworld city. Moreover, they're also very confident that they can achieve an unprecedented first pass this time. When these words were spoken by the current Chinese team, no one dared to question them. Everyone cheered for this and was ready to witness history. At the same time, the world outside the copy. In the afternoon, 2:30, a pale blue portal, accompanied by a buzzing sound, appeared in the job transfer square of Yinzhou City. This is a one-way portal that is still in the experimental stage. It was developed by the Scientific Research Department of Tangshuansi and has not yet been put into formal use. However, given the speed at which the beast tide crisis broke out, it would be too late to use ordinary airships. The imperial capital's military could only order the use of this thing to facilitate the dispatch of troops to important cities throughout China. Under the gaze of a large number of people in Yinzhou City, hundreds of well-equipped, high-level job changers airdropped in and lined up here. The equipment of these people is all as white as ice and snow. The badges on their shoulders also directly indicated the identities of these supporters. The Far North Military Headquarters, the Northern Wall Guards. And in the middle of these people, two women who gave people a stunning feeling walked out slowly. A mature man, wearing light armor, holding a 3-meter flagpole, looking heroic. A young woman with long silver hair and a slim figure, like a fairy from the mortal world. The sudden airborne arrival of the Northern Border Army really scared the citizens of nearby Yinzhou. A large group of people looked at each other, apparently not realizing what was happening. But then, cars from the municipal government and Yinzhou military drove over. Mayor Zhang Mingshu and Acting Army Minister Fang Wen got out of the car at the same time and saluted respectfully to the visitors. Zhang Mingshu spoke first. "Thank you all the brothers from the Northern Army for coming to support us. Ms. Lin Huayu, the leader of the Northern Army, I have long heard of your name. It is an honor to meet you. And Ms. Baiji, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to come here. The municipal government is currently directing the evacuation of the people, so we have no time to welcome you. Please forgive us." After saying that, Zhang Mingshu bowed again with a slight apology. Lin Huayu smiled and glanced around casually. The city looks a little solemn, but it's only some. Although the residents in the city were evacuating, they were doing so at a leisurely pace, and some were even talking and laughing. At first glance, it doesn't look like a city that has been attacked by a tide of beasts. It seems that Yunzhou's reaction was extremely quick. They must have formed a defense the moment they received the notice and prepared countermeasures in advance. Just in case, let me ask, how are things here? Do we need the Northern Army to stay behind? Fang Wen quickly responded. Report to Ms. Lin. Thanks to the plants that Li Yang left behind, all the copies around Yinzhou City have been effectively controlled. We just need to follow the original plan. The original plan was for them to leave by Ji in Yinzhou first. By utilizing the power of Angelica de Hurica and cooperating with Li Yang's plants, the effect of one person guarding a city can be achieved. Anyway, Yinzhou City is located in a remote area, and the levels of the dungeons in the surrounding area are not very high. Even if it is really out of control, it is relatively easy to suppress. On the contrary, several other state-level cities around it need the Northern Army to garrison them more. As long as the Northern Border Army guards those copies, the unexpected pressure faced by Yinzhou City will be much smaller. Lin Huayu nodded and looked at Baiji next to him. Xiaobai, you should be fine on your own, right? If anything unexpected happens, please notify me immediately. Mom will be here right away. Baiji nodded, her eyes looking quite determined. Lin Huayu felt comforted and then waved his hand. All right, Northern Army, force march. According to the original plan, rush to the cities you are responsible for. Let's get started. After watching Lin Huayu and others leave, Zhang Mingshu and others breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Wen looked very embarrassed, as if she had not yet recovered from the excitement of meeting the Northern Army. Baiji blinked, took a deep breath, and looked at Fang Wen in front of her. So, are you the person in charge of the Yunzhou military? Please take me where I'm needed. Fang Wen came back to her senses and nodded quickly. Okay. Ms. Baiji, please come this way. After saying that, he quickly took Baiji and got into the car he came in. On the way, he also briefly talked about the current situation in Yinzhou. There are a total of 13 copies near Yinzhou City, including the hidden copies that Li Yang had successfully conquered before. When the beast tide broke out, the main source of monsters were these 13 copies. The current situation of these 13 copies. It can only be said that it is very stable. Thanks to the plants that Li Yang had left here before, they could easily build a powerful, fully automatic defense line. While saving a lot of manpower, we also achieved considerable output efficiency. In simple terms, they moved all the plants that Li Yang had left in Yunzhou to the entrance of the copy rift. The monsters inside died one by one as they came out, and there was no way to form a beast tide. So the pressure that Yunzhou is facing now, can't say no, but it is almost nothing. What Baiji needs to do is to slightly strengthen the plants left by Li Yang. This is to prevent too many fish from slipping out of the copy and doing evil. But in general, all the job changers in the Yunzhou military had to do was just stand by. Just watch Li Yang's plants kill monsters crazily and take precautions against any monsters that are missed. Bai Ji breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the problems in Yunzhou are not as bad as I imagined. There's even a feeling it doesn't matter whether she's there or not. She was certainly not complaining. After all, this is Li Yang's hometown, and she doesn't want this place to suffer any damage from the bottom of her heart. Just a little thankful. Yunzhou is very safe, and her power is only a layer of insurance. If it really came to the point where she was no longer able to help, Bai Ji shook her head and got rid of the distracting thoughts in her mind. No, the levels of the dungeons near Yunzhou are very low. That won't happen, even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance of it happening. She won't back down. Chapter 126, The Sudden Surge in the Number of Kills by the Cart. Speaking of which, how is the relationship between Miss Bai Ji and Li Yang going? Is the integration of their abilities going smoothly? After following the military vehicle, Feng Rao strengthened several plants outside the copy. Feng Wan, who was sitting on the bus back to the city, suddenly asked Bai Ji this question. Bai Ji was stunned for a moment, and after thinking for a moment, she answered hesitantly. Well, now it's not bad, right? Feng Wan smiled and said, That's good, that's good. When I heard that Li Yang was going to the imperial capital, I was really shocked. Although I'm not particularly familiar with Li Yang. But at least she is his senior. He helped me a lot in Yunzhou before, so I'm worried about whether he's doing well in Yunzhou and whether he's made new friends. Now seeing Miss Bai Ji like this, I don't know why, I suddenly feel a lot more relieved. Li Yang's senior? Bai Ji blinked, then looked carefully at Feng Wan in front of her, with a hint of curiosity on her face. But then, Feng Wan suddenly suggested, We'll have to check out the gold mine later. It's near the village where Li Yang used to live. Miss Bai Ji, would you like to go and take a look together? The village where Li Yang lived. Bai Ji makes me think a lot. At a previous award ceremony, Li Yang said that he was alone and grew up in the village eating at many people's homes. Every word was filled with gratitude towards the former village. The village where Li Yang lives? What exactly is it like? Bai Ji was extremely curious, so she nodded quickly. Yes, I'll go. Feng Wan breathed a sigh of relief. It just so happens that the elderly people in that village are quite stubborn and are unwilling to follow us to take refuge in the city, no matter what. Although the beast tide is not a threat right now, it is still too dangerous for them to do this. Miss Bai Ji is, in a sense, an authority from the imperial capital. If you come to persuade them, they should be willing to listen. Hearing this, Bai Ji also nodded slightly. Are you stubborn? I have never heard Li Yang use these two words to evaluate the people in the village. After a while, the military armored vehicles drove into the familiar village. Looking at the houses around me, they are neat and tidy, with clean windows and desks. Bai Ji couldn't help but open her mouth wide. This is the place where Li Yang once lived. Before I knew it, Feng Wan had already gotten out of the car. On one side of the street, an old man with a broom was walking towards us. It was Li Yang's neighbor aunt. Xiaowan, is it your turn this time? Don't rush us. We don't plan to seek refuge. Someone has to guard this gold mine, right? Xiaoyan only left a few money-breathing flowers. It would be disastrous if they were destroyed by monsters. Anyway, there are a lot of plants left by Xiaoyang in the village, so it's easy to deal with the beast tide. There's nothing to worry about. Feng Wan smiled bitterly. Auntie, you guys don't have much combat power, so staying here won't do you any good. Don't worry about the monsters that the plants can repel. If the plants can't defeat the monsters, you will only increase casualties if you stay here. If Li Yang were here, he would definitely advise you to evacuate together first. The aunt deliberately made a serious expression and argued with Feng Wan. Bai Ji also opened the car door and walked out slowly. The white dress matches the silver hair perfectly. Against the backdrop of the afternoon sun, it seemed somewhat unreal. The neighbor lady was dazzled and opened her mouth involuntarily. Hey, whose little girl is this? She's so pretty, like a porcelain doll. Bai Ji took a deep breath, then lifted the hem of her skirt and bowed respectfully. Hello, my name is Bai Ji. I'm Li Yang's classmate and partner in the imperial capital. Elegant etiquette, exquisite makeup. Bai Ji exuded an otherworldly aura, which made the rural-born aunt blink for a long time and exclaimed in amazement. As expected of someone from the imperial capital, she is well-educated. One can tell at a glance that she is a well-educated young lady. Hello, little Miss Bai. You can just call me Niu Ernyang. This Xiaoyang, I can say that he grew up under my watch. That kid has been quite introverted since he was young. I was worried that he would be single for the rest of his life. I didn't expect that he could get along with a nice girl like you. Oh, I feel relieved now. Bai Ji blushed slightly, but then she noticed the message in Neo Ernyang's words. Is Li Yang introverted? She compared the image of Li Yang in her mind. I feel like it has nothing to do with the word introversion. However, these are minor issues. Bai Ji originally wanted to persuade Neo Ernyang to seek refuge, as Fong once said. Before he could even finish his words, he was interrupted by this enthusiastic lady. You came from the imperial capital. The journey was so long and in such a hurry. You must be hungry, right? That's just right. I just made some pancakes at home. Come in and have some together. Xiaowen, you too. I've been busy all morning and I haven't seen you take a break. Come on, come in and sit down and have something to eat. Bai Ji and Fong looked at each other and saw the helplessness in her eyes. Anyway, the beast tide is now completely under control. There is also Angelica Dehirica here, using abundance as a means of insurance. It shouldn't be a big problem to take a break for a while, right? Thinking of this, the two of them took a step forward and followed Neo Ernyang. Hey, let me tell you, when Xiaoyang was a kid, he loved eating the sugar cookies I baked. Every time I smell the smell early in the morning, I don't even bother to put on my shoes and rush over to ask for food. That nose is even more sensitive than the puppy in my opposite yard. As soon as Neo Ernyang started talking about Li Yang, she started chatting. He talked happily without stopping for a moment. Fangwen had obviously heard it many times. But those things were the first time Bai Ji heard about them. When she took Li Yang to have his first meal at Tongshuansi, she vaguely felt that the bread and coffee might not be to his taste. I have always wanted to find an opportunity to make up for the mistake I made back then. Now that he heard about Li Yang's favorite food, he naturally wanted to prick up his ears and listen carefully and learn. He even took out a pen and paper on the spot, intending to write down the recipe and cook it for Li Yang when he got home. It was obviously the first time that Neo Ernyang had met such a cooperative audience. The two of them sang in unison and had a very pleasant chat. Only Fangwen was left sitting by the window, looking at the ever-changing clouds in the distance and silently taking a bite of the sugar cake in her hand. For the first time, I felt so redundant. Time passes by every second. On the other side, in the underworld, Li Yang, who was browsing Dave's store, suddenly noticed something. Hey, what's going on? How come the progress keeps going up by itself? Is there a bug? Only seen on the system information panel. The cumulative number of kills achieved by the cart millions of times actually started to rise at a good rate. Now it has reached 40,000. He didn't remember ever encountering so many zombies in the dungeon. Chapter 127. Li Yang appeared. Li Yang, what's wrong? Originally, we were moving forward along the system's route. Suddenly, I found Li Yang standing there with a puzzled look on his face. Jiang Xiao, who was walking in front, thought that something unexpected had happened, so she stopped and asked. Li Yang blinked and waved his hand. It's okay, you guys go your way. After saying that, he activated the third talent and entered the talent space. After searching among tens of thousands of plants, we finally found some combat plants that were far away but started to function. They're all the same, basic things like pea shooter, ice shooter, etc. These things are... Li Yang frowned slightly and established a connection with them. Then, several wolf-shaped monsters with bared fangs and claws pounced on them. Puff, puff, puff. Several pea shooters planted in pots fired at the same time and killed it easily. But the monsters behind continued to charge towards the plants. Li Yang was a little confused. After looking at the surrounding scenery, he became even more confused. What is going on? Which kind-hearted person has nothing better to do than to move his plants to kill monsters? This guy is pretty nice. Judging from the surrounding terrain, this is obviously a copy of some unknown place. And looking at the appearance and level of these monsters, why do I always feel like I have seen it somewhere before? Ouch! The wolves behind seemed to be stimulated by something, and suddenly they all howled and rushed forward at a faster speed. It felt like all obstacles were being broken down. A bunch of wolf-shaped monsters were crowding around, as if they wanted to drill their heads through it. Many magical beasts were even seriously injured by their own kind, but they still showed no intention of retreating. The eyes of every monster were filled with madness. And the target is clear, they're all heading for the crack. Break the shackles and break free. It rushed into the blue star, turned into a raging wave, and then swept everything away. Li Yang is very familiar with this situation. It's a beast tide. Judging from the types and levels of magical beasts, this is still the beast tide of Yinzhou. Now, the situation is very clear. Another beast tide broke out in Yinzhou, and the military used the plants they left behind to achieve better resistance. They blocked the surging monsters on the other side of the rift in advance, making it impossible for them to set foot on the blue star at all. This reaction speed is worthy of praise. It just so happened that I was not very satisfied with the plants I had left behind. They're all pea shooters and frost shooters. How can this work? These military soldiers, unfamiliar with the mechanisms of various plants, even came up with the idea of placing the torch stump in front of the ice shooter. The ice bullets shot out turned into ordinary peas. It's simply unbearable to watch. In that case, just replace them all with machine gun peas and watermelon pitchers. As for why not replace it with more powerful plants like cherry bomb? The reason is very simple. If this kind of powerful fire plant is obtained by people who don't know the business, the safety hazard is still too great. Li Yong didn't want his plants to hurt the soldiers of the Yinzhou military. So, the fifth talent, plant replacement, is activated. Replaces all shooter plants you are connected to with machine gunners. All pitcher plants are replaced with watermelon pitchers. All walnuts are replaced with tall nuts. All ground spikes are replaced by geomagnetic king. I saw the firepower over there began to grow exponentially. Li Yong nodded with satisfaction. But suddenly, he noticed something strange. I couldn't help but frown slightly. Among the plants he connected to, some became very special. The strength of these plants is much stronger than other similar plants. Obviously, it was affected by some other factors. It feels like the abundance of Angelica dihurica. Even among them, he noticed the presence of some hybrid plants. Hybrid plants. If you want to make plants fertile, you can do it just by using Angelica fertilizer. The hybrid plants can only be operated relying on Baiji's professional skills. So right now, it is almost certain that Baiji is in Yinzhou. Strange. Why is she in Yinzhou? Is there a mission from Tangshuanzi? Li Yong raised his eyebrows and switched the perspectives of several plants in succession. Finally, I heard the voices of several Yinzhou military soldiers talking. Oh damn, did you see that? Damn it, those pea shooters suddenly changed their appearance, and their firepower became fierce. It's not just a pea shooter. My cabbage pitcher also instantly turned into something else. That thing threw watermelons into the beast tide. Have you ever seen a watermelon? Such a big one. Once it hits the beast, it can directly kill a large number of monsters. Could this also be done by the little girl from Tangshuanzi? Yeah, isn't it said that she has the ability to transform plants? This might be the manifestation of Li Yong. Li Yang's spirit appeared. You're so smart to think of that. All right, be alert. Do you really think this is just a normal dungeon run? Although the plants left by Li Yong have helped us a lot, we still can't slack off. If a monster sneaks into Yinzhou, the consequences will be disastrous. Okay, Captain, we get it. The captain's voice sounds somewhat familiar. It seems to be Su Guei, the fire-controlling mage who ranks second on the Tianyun Academy list. I didn't expect it would take so long. This guy actually became the captain of a team in the Yinzhou military. However, from the brief conversation between these people, Li Yong also had a general understanding of the situation outside. Right now, outside the dungeon, a global beast crisis has broken out. With the abnormal influence of the netherworld, all the copies on the entire blue star, as well as the monsters in the copies, began to become extremely violent. Then came the beast tide. Beast tides of varying degrees broke out in various parts of Blue Star. China reacted very quickly. It noticed something unusual at the beginning of the beast tide outbreak and immediately arranged for support, distributing the combat power evenly everywhere. Yinzhou, as a small state-level city in the southeast of China, faces very limited threats. What's more, there are still many plants left by Li Yong in Yinzhou. Therefore, the imperial capital only sent Baiji from the Tongxin division to guard the city. Baiji went to guard against the beast tide in Yinzhou. Li Yong thought about it for a moment. The beast tide in Yinzhou is actually of very limited level. The plants he left behind before leaving were actually enough to defend Yinzhou. What's more, he just used his fifth talent to replace a wave of plants. With the current combat effectiveness of these plants, it is too easy to defeat those groups of level 40 or 50 monsters. Coupled with the powerful fertility ability of Angelica dihurica. Even if the number of beast tides increases 2 or 3 times, there is no need to worry at all. And I also need to speed up my pace. Chapter 128. The final boss, the biochemical matrix. Congratulations, you have reached the final area. Death City, biochemical laboratory. Strategy requirements. Defeat the final overlord boss, Necromancer Biochemical Matrix. After completing the walkthrough for this area, the world-class dungeon necropolis can be successfully completed. This instance will be transformed into a long-term stable instance for the conquered country, and will bring rich rewards to the conqueror's country. With the guidance of a system, Li Yang and his team reached the final area without much effort, passing through the intricate, vegetation-filled streets of the inner city of the underworld. A tunnel that had just been opened was displayed in front of everyone. The moment they stepped into the tunnel, the system's notification sound reached everyone's ears. The job changer from the Bear Country volunteered to walk in the front, replacing the Chinese team and taking on the responsibility of exploring the way. There is a topographic map of the facilities next to the tunnel. Let's record it. I don't know if this is a thoughtful mechanism of the dungeon, or if this place is just like this. Du Shengding, who had turned back into human form, walked in front and noticed at a glance the map on the wall that had faded a little. So he quickly walked forward and observed carefully. Meng Qing also walked over to join in the fun, took a quick look, and then screamed, "Oh my God! The entire underground area of the Necromancer City is a biochemical laboratory. With such a large area, where can we find the boss?" Hearing the exclamation, everyone came over. Looking at the scaled-down map and the large and complex illustrations on it, Li Yang and others couldn't help but frown slightly. The entire underworld. This outrageous area cannot be covered by just 2 legs. In a place like this, you have to find a so-called biochemical matrix whose name you only know. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. There is no other way. I can only visit as many places as possible before finding the relevant clues. After all, the most important Lord Boss can't just run to them on his own, right? However, after Li Yang and others walked forward for a distance, the hairy bears who had gone ahead to explore the way suddenly rushed out in panic. "Something's coming out. It's a big thing. Run, run, run. What the hell is that, Sokka?" Accompanied by the backs of these people fleeing in panic. Li Yang blinked, looking a little confused. Then, boom! The tunnel ahead suddenly collapsed. The wall was smashed by some huge object, and large chunks of reinforced concrete fell down. The ground began to shake violently, and it was getting closer and closer. During this period, Li Yang also heard a very obvious dong-dong sound. The sound was dull and rhythmic with pauses almost like heartbeat. "It's not easy to fight in a narrow place. Let's withdraw first," Du Shengding said with a frown, then turned around and looked at Li Yang and others and nodded. Meng Qing ran away without hesitation. Li Yang also responded and followed everyone. The auxiliary profession in the Bear Country team fled while casting a group acceleration spell. He rushed up with his teammates, shouting and sharing the buff with everyone. Jiang Xiaoxiao's expression seemed much more relaxed. After all, this amount of exercise was nothing to her. Fortunately, the crowd did not go very deep. It didn't take long for them all to rush out of the tunnel. Just bathed in the sunshine outside, the ground suddenly cracked open without any warning. Large pieces of rubble fell into the crevice, and the giant beast came out of its cage, making a deafening roar. Roar! A blood-red worm nearly 10 meters thick jumped out from the ground and fell to the ground with a loud bang. The tunnel at the rear has completely collapsed, and no trace of its original structure can be seen. The huge worms tumbled in the ruins of the buildings, and every time they left the ground, they raised a cloud of dust and made an extremely shocking sound. Lord-level Warcraft. Necromancer Biochemical Matrix. Level LV.100. Introduction. The mother of all the zombies in the Necromancer City is the ultimate biochemical weapon that was transformed through the experiments that the Necromancer City had done before. It has no fancy skills, only a strong regeneration talent and the ability to split zombies infinitely. When it is put into battle, it does not need to use any combat skills. Just relying on its terrifying weight and huge size, it is enough to crush everything. The information of this thing is also displayed. Looking at its information introduction, everyone felt overwhelmed. This dungeon is full of monsters. How are we going to fight something this big? People from China, do you have any ideas? As they spoke, the job changers from the Bear Country turned around and looked at Li Yang and his group. Jiang Xiaoxiao spread her hands helplessly, and Du Shengding also frowned, holding his chin and thinking about countermeasures himself. But this thing is still a behemoth, even compared to him when he turned into a giant. If we confront them head-on, it will definitely not work. If you want to win, you have to find another way. Let's fight it first to test it out and see how powerful this thing is. If it's really as described in the introduction, the only advantage of this thing is that it's big enough and has a lot of health. Then I'll just start bombing. After being driven out, Li Yong and others happen to be near the inner city area of the underworld. The inner city area is full of various plants. Li Yong can fully utilize his fourth talent to replace those plants with everything he needs with just one click. Gather a large number of cherry bombs, corn cannons, and the like to launch a saturation attack on this thing. Isn't that enough? If that doesn't work, then I can just throw a doom shroom and blow through the entire dungeon. No matter how meaty you are, I only care about output. Isn't it enough to beat you until you can't recover? It's strange to say, whether it's the previous necromancer named Johnson or the current huge biochemical mother. Anything related to the undead will basically have some strong recovery effect, or simply be immortal. I don't know who made this rule. Russell, accompanied by a ground shaking. The cans fell from the makeshift tray table. Davis bent down and picked it up with a look of heartache, scooped out the dusty part with a spoon, and stuffed the rest into his mouth. This was the reward Davis received for helping the injured from the Maple Leaf Country heal their injuries. China and the Bear Country on the front line are still trying to make an attack. After all, this was the last area of the dungeon, and who knew how much longer they would have to wait until they completed the strategy. So during this time in the base, everyone needs to eat. As the last survivor of the British Empire, Davis doesn't have many resources left. The only things he had were the plants that Li Yong left for him before he left. However, despite being penniless, but there was still hope in his heart. He had seen the power of China, especially Li Yong, so he was very sure. This time, China will definitely be the first to complete the dungeon strategy. He'll be out soon. He thought that when he returned, he would come home as a hero and meet his daughter again. A happy smile appeared on Davis's face. The pea shooters that are planted around you for self-defense also look a lot cuter. Until a figure holding a silver-white ninja sword suddenly appeared behind him. Chapter 129. Sakura is so happy. Puff. Davis didn't even realize what was happening. I felt my legs getting weaker and weaker until I fell to the ground uncontrollably, unable to stand up. A sharp pain suddenly came from his chest. As a professional healer, he knew exactly what his current situation was. A metal tool pierced through from behind. 3 ribs were broken and multiple organs were ruptured. The most important part, the heart, was stabbed through. Lung perforation, blood backflow. Simply put, it's a dead end. He opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound and fell down uncontrollably. System notice. All members of the British Empire team have been destroyed. Other job changers, please pay attention to safety. Li Yong was standing on the shoulders of the giant Du Shengding, using his 4th talent to connect to various plants, preparing to carpet bomb the biochemical mother. After hearing this voice, I was suddenly stunned. Wait, the British Empire team was wiped out? Currently, the only countries fighting on the front line are Russia and China. Why are there teams from other countries being wiped out? It seems that the only person left in this Sun Never Sets team is Davis, whom we met in the inner city jungle before. Isn't he staying well in the base in the outer city? He was so eager to get out alive that he even carried Li Yang's plants with him. How can it just disappear like that? Obviously, everyone could hear that announcement. Du Shengding, who was standing on his feet, was also slightly stunned and turned his head. The huge eyes slowly looked into Li Yang's eyes. Although the giant cannot speak, his eyes tell a lot. Something is not right. How could Davis suddenly die for no apparent reason? Li Yang frowned slightly and told Du Shengding to hide. While manipulating his 4th talent to replace nearby plants, he used his 3rd talent, plant empathy, to connect to the plants that had been given to Davis before. Then, the next moment, being close to the Chinese really has many benefits. Huaxia sold 500 bottles of recovery potion, but he actually gave him so many for free. Is he raising a dog? China is now extremely powerful. The problem must be due to this thing. These strange plants obviously don't belong to our world. I'm afraid China has also come into contact with the realm of God. If that's the case, we have to move faster. The Apostle Core in this instance has already been taken by Huaxia. We can't get the core, so we have to at least take some other things back for research. Hi, this sound is Sakura Man? Li Yong was deeply impressed by this poor language. Whether it was the hidden dungeon in Yinzhou before, or in the current necromancer, Li Yong has always had a bad impression of these guys. And now it's obvious. As soon as Davis died, Li Yong switched his view and saw a large group of Sakura people, plus what these guys were talking about. What core, what God's domain, etc. Let's think back to the two things that happened earlier. Shortly after the Gauls were annihilated, Sakuraman got his plants. When the bear people were fighting fiercely with the vegetation envoys, they were attacked by the so-called human traders. The item dropped after defeating the messenger is exactly the apostle core mentioned by these guys. This so-called traitor to humanity. The culprit that caused the annihilation of the two countries' teams. Apparently, it has surfaced. Now that things have come to this, do we need any more evidence? Liang frowned slightly and activated his fifth talent. The pea shooter in one of the Sakura people's arms was replaced with a cherry bomb. Like stealing my plants? Okay, I'll let you steal. Let you have a sneak peek. Cherry bomb, activate. At this time, the Sakura people on the other side had just dealt with the issue of Davis's body. They deliberately chose the time when Davis was on duty. As one of the few people in the best condition in the stronghold, Davis was kind enough to take on a lot of the work. This includes changing the security posts every once in a while. The safety post is located on a high tower far away from the stronghold, mainly responsible for monitoring the activities of zombies in the distance. But something unexpected happened in this place, and the defense was breached by zombies. It's a very reasonable thing, right? The Sakura who assassinated Davis dumped the body into the open space below. The poor man's body was soon eaten clean by the zombies that followed the smell. As for them, relying on his speed advantage, Zhejiang was holding the flower pot and planning to go back to reunite with his teammates, chatting and laughing. But as I walked, one of them suddenly turned around and said in an incredible tone, "Brothers, the plants here suddenly turned red. Is this normal? The Chinese have locked the information rights to these plants, so we can't use identification techniques to check them." As he said this, he showed the other people the huge red cherry in his hand. His two teammates looked at each other for a while, and then suddenly said excitedly, "Doesn't this mean you're lucky? This is the first time I've seen this thing. I don't know what they are used for, but the more plant species we bring back, the more helpful it will be for our research. Ha ha ha, you are so lucky. Yeah, it's so cool." Ah. A hearty laugh rang out in the dark city of the dead world filled with a desolate atmosphere. Then, the next second, boom! The laughter was swallowed up by a sudden explosion. The raging flames instantly engulfed everything within 100 meters. The nearest buildings and vehicles were all destroyed, and a few people in the center disappeared without a trace. Brilliant flames shot up into the sky, accompanied by violent explosions, which immediately alerted everyone in the stronghold. A large group of people grabbed the weapons around them and stared at the direction of the explosion with extreme nervousness. First Davis died there, and now there's this violent explosion. What the hell is going on with this damn copy? As for the other members of the Sakura team who were waiting for support, they were all staring at the fire over there in amazement. The teammates who were still alive and kicking not long ago were blown to pieces in the blink of an eye, leaving only a few death marks coldly reflected in their team channel. As for what happened over there, no one knew. All they knew was that their full-strength team had lost 70 of its personnel in just an instant. Is there still any law? Is there any justice? On the other side, Liang wanted to directly detonate the plants on both sides and bring about a spectacular annihilation of the Sakura country. But think about it. Just now, Sakura country mentioned something about the Apostle Core and the realm of God. These were all things he was not very familiar with. Allowing his plans to be taken away by these guys would also allow him to eavesdrop on some useful information. And if you really want to destroy, directly replace a destruction mushroom in the Sakura country. Isn't it much more convenient than making a cherry bomb here? Chapter 130, Green Ocean, Full Fire. Damn, is this thing so durable? As Liang was quietly admiring the surprised expressions on the faces of the three little cherry blossoms, suddenly, Jiang Xiaoxiao's voice came to my ears. According to the plan, she was responsible for pulling the big biochemical mother to a place close to the urban jungle. The closer they were to the jungle, the more powerful Li Yang's firepower became. As for how to attract this big guy, it's very simple. Just go up and hit it. Jiang Xiaoxiao's fighting ability is obvious to all. It is the strength that can smash a level 95 vegetation order user to pieces with just fists. According to what she herself said, after capturing the plant growth envoy, she did not use her Chi-Si at all in the subsequent attacks. After all, beating people this way is more satisfying. And after mobilizing her Chi-Hai, her attack power increased to an outrageous level. With just one punch, a bloody hole was created in the huge, fleshy body of the biological mother. Almost directly smashed half of the biological mother's head. In short, the damage caused by this punch is several times more exaggerated than that of the giant Du Xingding. But it's this level of trauma. It was just enough to make the biochemical mother let out a cry of pain. After that guy roared, his huge body began to heal itself at an extremely fast speed. The hole, which was 4 or 5 meters wide, was healed in less than 10 seconds. There is no doubt that this thing can definitely crush everything at the wound during the healing process simply by relying on the power of flesh growth. So, Cabuli, why is this beast still dropping dregs? Brother from China, can you help me? Du Shengding was carrying Li Yang towards the jungle. The cries for help from those hairy bear people came from under my feet. Looking down, he saw that the mother's flesh and blood that Jiang Xiaoxiao had just shattered had turned into a large number of blood-red zombies after falling to the ground, rushing towards this side with their fangs and claws. This huge fleshy worm is really full of treasures. Seeing the hesitation in Du Shengding's eyes, Li Yang raised his hand and patted his shoulder. Don't worry about them, just run. I'll take care of the zombies. After that, the third talent was activated. Copycats, connect. The Russian bears were holding their weapons, looking at the tide of zombies that were hundreds times more numerous than themselves, ready to fight to the death. The result is the next moment. There was a loud boom. A gray-white giant zombie more than 10 meters tall suddenly smashed the building next to it and punched in. This thing is Brother Li Yang's necrotic titan. Holy shit, I forgot he had this thing. These job changers from China are simply monsters. And this Li Yang is a monster among monsters. Ha ha! Long live Li Yang! Long live China! Hurrah! The bears reacted quickly. Then he stood at the feet of the Necron Titan and started a counterattack in coordination. Looking at the Chinese team, luring the mother body farther and farther away, several older bears nodded slowly. Facing a monster of the level of the biochemical matrix, it is already difficult for the Russian bear country to just survive. The task of fighting it. Only China can accomplish this, because no one can surpass China's strength now. Even they can only look up in vain. Boom! Jiang Xiaoxiao circulated the Qi Si, jumped high from a building, and kicked the mother's head. While kicking it and breaking part of its body, it also changed its direction, which had originally deviated a little. The mother screamed hysterically. The sound was like the noise made by a dozen elephants being mixed together and stuffed into a deep tunnel. The guy tried to catch Jiang Xiaoxiao, but his huge size greatly reduced his reaction ability. Jiang Xiaoxiao flew up and down beside it like a swift, but the mother could only roar in vain with her bloody mouth more than 10 meters wide. This guy can regenerate no matter how hard he's hit. He's not immortal like the necromancer from the ugly country, is he? Jiang Xiaoxiao jumped onto Du Shengding's body in a few seconds, stood steadily beside Li Yang, and teased him casually. His face still had that idle expression, without a trace of fatigue. Li Yang raised his eyebrows and said, "There aren't so many immortals in this world. That guy from the ugly country just used some means to hide his weakness. As for the biochemical matrix, I think it's just pure durability. Let's see what real firepower is." Oh well, let's stop right there. Hearing Li Yang's reminder, Jiang Xiaoxiao slowly stood up, stretched, and jumped into Du Shengding's hands. Then he squatted down and patted Du Shengding's palm and said loudly, "Du Shengding, throw me over there." "Ai, Tinting." Before he could finish his words, Du Shengding let out a roar. He swung his arm and threw Jiang Xiaoxiao and his hand out. The moment it left his hand, a faint circle of air seemed to explode around Jiang Xiaoxiao as she flew out. No one knows whether she used some skills related to the Qi Si or her speed reached the speed of sound. But the giant's power, coupled with Jiang Xiaoxiao's own burst, made it reach an extremely terrifying speed. Jiang Xiaoxiao was like a cannonball, instantly approaching the mother's side. Then he suddenly raised his leg high, gathered all his strength, and hit it hard on the head. Boom! A huge air wave spread out, lifting up all the dust in the city and blowing it in all directions. The windows of some nearby abandoned buildings were also shattered on the spot by this terrifying force. The mother's worm-like head immediately created a ripple of water, and its huge body smashed a deep pit on the ground, splashing blood everywhere, and all kinds of flesh fragments flew hundreds of meters away. Li Yang blinked and looked at Du Shengding beside him. "Have you two practiced before?" Du Shengding shook his head and put Li Yang on a high building. Then he took a step forward and rushed toward the mother body over there at an extremely fast speed. While it was busy repairing its body and raising its head from the ground, he stepped on it suddenly. Puff! It was another scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere. Accompanied by the sound of space tearing, Meng Qing, who had seized the skills of a space mage in the base, suddenly appeared beside Li Yang. Brother Yang, the mark has been set, and we are waiting for you. Li Yang nodded slowly and opened a copy channel. All units are ready. The big one is coming. Then, the third, fourth, and fifth talents were activated at the same time. The sunshine value in the system interface burst out like a tide, but correspondingly, miracles began to spread across this land. The inner city of the underworld, wherever you can see, it all turned into a green ocean. Chapter 131. Crush Victory, Jiang Xiaoxiao's Dried Fish. The feeling of oppression. Jiang Xiaoxiao stood on the ground, looking at Du Xingding, who kept attacking and obstructing the mother body's rebirth. Suddenly, I felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. It can make her feel the oppression of fear. Jiang Xiaoxiao's hair stood on end, and her pupils shrank slightly. A rare hint of nervousness appeared on his usually casual face. Moreover, she knew what was about to happen. Plan, proceed as usual. Ding, ding, ding. The copy channel started ringing, and Jiang Xiaoxiao saw the content out of the corner of her eye. Then, without hesitation, he activated the Qi Hai. He jumped onto the giant Du Shengding's shoulders in 2 or 3 steps, saying, "Hurry up, Li Yang has started." He punched the giant in the neck. Puff! Scarlet blood spurted out and the giant let out a cry of pain, but then his expression immediately became dull. It was as if my soul had been sucked out of thin air. The next moment, Du Shengding's real body was grabbed by the collar and pulled out by Jiang Xiaoxiao. The giant's flesh and skin suddenly began to melt and evaporate, turning into steam all over the sky. Du Shengding was stunned for a while before he barely realized his current situation. Without time to explain, he subconsciously grabbed Jiang Xiaoxiao's wrist. Jiang Xiaoxiao was lucky. She was carrying the 1.8-meter-tall Du Shengding, but it felt like she was carrying a light plastic bag. With the wind whirring under his feet, he dragged Du Shengding back and forth between the abandoned buildings. The target was very clear. It was a dark space crack 200 meters away from them. Meng Qing had been waiting for a long time, standing beside the crack, jumping and waving to the two of them. Seeing that funny look, if it happened under normal circumstances, Jiang Xiaoxiao would have to take out her cell phone to take a couple of photos. It's a pity that now, she is busy racing with the god of death named Li Yang. Swoosh! Next second, a golden corn streaks across the sky. It foreshadows that a disaster led by Li Yang is about to happen. The mother with its head smashed was still trying to piece its body together, its hind half shaking constantly, and it was obvious that it was aware of the coming danger. The zombies hatched from its flesh, and blood slowly climbed onto its body, as if they wanted to use their own bodies in exchange for the safety of the mother. But it doesn't help. The golden corn hit the mother plant squarely, causing a devastating explosion. The nearest building collapsed instantly due to the huge impact. A large number of zombies that were farther away were directly lifted dozens of meters high by the impact. Jiang Xiaoxiao finally rushed into the space rift just 1 second before the shock wave swept over. Meng Qing was so scared that he pissed himself and rolled over, following Du Shengding into the crevice and closing it with his backhand. Several people were teleported to Li Yang's side and sat on the ground gasping for breath. There's a sense of joy in surviving a disaster. After all, if it were even a second slower, they would be blown away by the shockwave. And what happened after that was not just a simple fall from a high altitude. Boom! Another explosion. Following the corn cannon was the power of hundreds of cherry bombs exploding together. Brilliant sparks shot straight into the sky, and then several high walls of fire rose into the air, turning into the most beautiful scenery in the abandoned city. And this was just Li Yang's opening. Thousands of corn pitchers popped their heads out one after another in the area as far as the eye could see, and dense bullets came pouring in, streaking across the sky, passing through the wall of fire, and evenly hitting every inch of the biochemical mother's body. The vines clinging to the corners of the buildings and the mosses creeping in the shadows were all replaced by Li Yang with cherry shooters. Just now, I was running around the city on Du Shengding just to make it easier to replace the plant in advance so that I could launch a sufficiently powerful one-time burst. The location of the mother body is right in the center of the inner city of the underworld. No matter from which angle, there is enough firepower waiting to be ignited. Swish, swish. The corn cannon in the sky has turned into countless magnificent meteors shining with golden light. They fell one after another, and each one was an explosion powerful enough to cause an earthquake. Buildings collapsed, and dust flew everywhere. The dust was picked up by the blast, mixed with a wall of fire, and floated up into the sky. A huge mushroom cloud, 100 meters high, was formed. In the outer city stronghold, there are job changers for various countries. The previous second, I was still curious about what nonsense this Chinese job changer named Li Yang was talking about. The ground suddenly shook violently. At the same time, there was a dull roar coming from underground. Is it an earthquake? Everyone was confused. It was not until someone inadvertently looked up at the sky that everyone stood still, staring in amazement at the spectacular sight before them. This power, is it something real? My ancestor, is this the strength of China? What the hell is this? Am I out of touch with the world? Is it too late to change nationality now? Does China allow it? How dare those stupid people from ugly country go against China? No, this is the kind of noise a job changer can make. Damn it, those plants, those weird plants from China. Why? Why do they have such powerful strength? Damn it, if I had known this earlier, I would have made up my mind to buy some Chinese plants. Collect? Aren't you afraid that your city will end up like the underworld city? Not just in a stronghold. At this time, the copy channel was flooded with messages because of Li Yang's operation. Almost everyone was cheering. Cheer for your own survival, and cheer for the end of the beast tide crisis. Cheers to myself for witnessing history today and even becoming a part of history. Some people want to do business with China, while others are questioning the source of China's power. Some people have completely lost their dignity and are clamoring to be dogged for China. At this time, in the inner city, in an abandoned building about 2 kilometers away from the center of the explosion, Li Yang and others were doing it quietly, looking at the brilliant sparks rising in the distance. They understood each other tacitly and were silent for a short time. Li Yang was thinking about how to replenish the sunlight he had used this time. Du Shengding and Meng Qing looked at Li Yang's back with complicated expressions and had a new understanding of this so-called life-related job changer. It feels like 90 of the credit for this smooth march through the underworld goes to Li Yang. It is hard to imagine what would have happened to them after the previous rounds of battles if Li Yang hadn't been there. As for Jiang Xiao, she strolled over to Li Yang and sat down. He took out a handful of dried fish from his pocket and handed it over. We won the fight. Would you like some snacks? Try my cooking too. Li Yang was stunned. Your craft. Did you make this dried fish yourself? Jiang Xiao stuffed a handful of spicy ones into Li Yang's hand, and then threw the remaining ones into her mouth. While chewing, he said, Don't be surprised, my family used to do this. It's just a minor specialty that's not worth mentioning. I know a lot. He thought that Jiang Xiao was such a special person. She must be a favored girl of heaven or something. I didn't expect her background to be so ordinary. Thinking of this, Li Yang used his third talent to connect to the scene in Yunzhou. I want to see how the beast tide over there is being contained. Since the underworld has been successfully conquered, the beast tide outside should have eased as well, right? The connection is established, and the sound and picture are transmitted one after another. However, the next moment, after seeing the scene on the other side, Li Yang's originally leisurely mood turned solemn in just a moment. Jiang Xiao took out a handful of dried fish with 5 spices and prepared to hand it to Li Yang. But as soon as he raised his head, he noticed the sudden serious expression on Li Yang's face. Suddenly my heart tightened. Li Yang, what did you see? Chapter 132. Top Alert. Unpredictable Beast Tide. Connection through the third talent. Li Yang effortlessly saw everything that was happening far away in Yunzhou. At this moment, Yunzhou, the city he was so familiar with, it has turned into a sea of fire. Tens of thousands of magical beasts swarmed in from all directions, forming a surging tide that seemed able to destroy everything. And the vast majority of them seemed both familiar and unfamiliar to Li Yang. A sea-dwelling monster? The guy who appeared outside the wall of the Northern Territory due to the disorder in the copy. Why are you coming to Yunzhou now? These things, if Li Yang remembered correctly, the lowest level was above level 60. For Yunzhou, that was a complete dimensionality reduction attack. It seems that even with a large number of plants as a means of protection, Yunzhou still cannot escape the outbreak of the beast tide. The sky was filled with heavy rain clouds, rolling in like an approaching army. There was a loud thunder, and along with the advance of the beast tide, it hit the towering walls of Yinzhou. The scattered villages outside the city have long been reduced to a paradise for warcraft, with a large number of bloodthirsty monsters rampaging around, destroying everything in sight with their fangs and claws. And how did things turn out like this? Time goes back half an hour. Bai Ji and Fong, when stayed at Niu Ernyang's house for a while, and even visited Li Yang's old residence at the invitation of this enthusiastic aunt. On the heavy iron gate of the courtyard, the hole that was once pierced by the pea still remains in the distance as a memorial. The yard was kept spotless by the aunt, but it still couldn't hide its slightly shabby nature. In the courtyard, many sunflowers are still swaying slightly, with their smiling faces raised high, producing sunlight as usual. Bai Ji still had some extra energy, so she simply plentifully harvested all the sunflowers that Li Yang had left here. I hope this can help Li Yang a little. Then, there's the tedious task of persuading the villagers to temporarily leave the village and seek refuge in the city. Although the two sides are now familiar with each other, they have become closer through communication and interaction. But the old lady was worthy of being an old lady. She was very stubborn and insisted on staying here and taking care of everything in the village. She seemed very sure that with Li Yang's plants there, the beast tide would not pose any threat to the village. Persuasion is fruitless. There is no other way. Fong Wen and Bai Ji looked at each other and sighed at the same time. I can only prepare other work first and come back to deal with Niu Ernyang's affairs later. As a result, before returning to the car, a burst of urgent alarms suddenly sounded. Woo-woo. The piercing and sharp sound traveled across a very long distance and reached everyone's ears. Beast tide outbreak. 9 long blasts. No short blasts. Without a doubt, this is the highest level of beast tide alert. What is going on? The dungeon rifts around Yinzhou City should all be blocked by plants. Fong Wen frowned and raised a walkie-talkie to inquire about the situation. Bai Ji rushed to Niu Ernyang and pulled her away quickly. Boom! There was a rumble of thunder and flashes of lightning behind the heavy rain clouds. The strong wind set off the solemn and murderous atmosphere very well. The scene before us could be described as the end of the world. The monsters in the sea have begun to migrate to the shore on a large scale. The pressure on the coastal front is too great, and we cannot stop them all. A large number of sea-dwelling monsters poured in from the breach and have now arrived. In Yinzhou, we don't have much time. Quickly seek shelter within the city walls. Fong Wen learned about the situation from the intercom, rushed back immediately, and gave anxious instructions. At this time, Niu Ernyang no longer had the stubborn look on her face as she did at the beginning, and she was hurriedly preparing to evacuate with the main force. But the speed of the monsters was much faster than they imagined. Although Yinzhou is not near the sea, the area where it is located is not too far from the East China Sea. The number and variety of magical beasts living in the sea are quite exaggerated. Therefore, once a beast tide breaks out, the coastline is often the main area of battle, which is where Lin Huayu and the Northern Border Military Support are stationed. The sea creatures that can cross the front line and kill the rear. One can imagine how strong or weak it is, whether it's speed or power. They're not comparable to the level 30 or 40 small animals near Yinzhou, when everyone in the village was trying to retreat in a panic. The first batch of monsters that broke and have already rushed into the village. Hiss! A creature with a fish head and a mouth full of sharp teeth took the lead, opened its bloody mouth, and pounced towards this side. A light of extreme excitement flashed in his pair of small green eyes, as if he had seen some delicious human meat buffet. I wanted to rush into the crowd and eat it right there. But just as it jumped up, a large lump of butter flew up from a distance and hit the monster on the head. Puff, puff. The guy's movements stopped instantly, and then Fong Wen rushed up and killed him with one knife. After she drew back the blade in her hand, she looked at the upgrade prompt that appeared before her eyes, and an extremely complicated expression appeared on her face. This thing is actually level 60. If the monsters that come later are all of this level, it will be very difficult to deal with. Before she finished speaking, Bai Ji stood up, holding her wrist. I'll help. Please don't worry. His attitude was very firm, and the tone in which he said this really had some of Li Yang's original charm. Fong Wen blinked and then nodded. I understand. Anyway, let's evacuate temporarily. The remaining plants in the village should be able to buy us some time. We will formally launch our defense after we return to the city. With the involvement of these guys, I'm afraid that the plants used to block the cracks in the copy will also be useless. As she spoke, she immediately notified the military soldiers who were responsible for monitoring the copy rifts. The average level of Yunzhou military soldiers is around level 50. If you get caught up in these level 60 monsters, there will be no way out but death. But this is also where the headache comes in. Without personnel guarding it, it was only a matter of time before those copies got out of control. By then, there will be several copies of monsters, plus these sea dwellers rushing over from the coastline. The scale of the beast tide will be unprecedented. How can they stop this? We can only place our hopes on Baiji, hoping that she can create miracles like Liang did back then. By the way, please contact Yunzhou municipal government first and ask them to place all the plants in advance. As soon as Baiji got in the car, she quickly gave instructions. Feng Wen nodded, indicating that these things had been prepared long ago. Under the wall of Yunzhou City, all the plants planted by Liang have been successfully awakened. Hundreds of archers raised their heads, swaying slightly, and aimed at the rumbling beast tide in the distance. Just wait for Baiji and Feng Wen to return, and then line up to meet the enemy. As for whether Yunzhou can survive this difficult time, we can only leave it to fate. Chapter 133, Giant Cherry, Creation of the World. After a while, Baiji and others finally returned to Yunzhou City. Niu Ernyang hurriedly went to seek refuge with the villagers. Before leaving, she took advantage of the chaos to give Baiji a bag of sugar cakes. Baiji's identity is different from that of ordinary people in Yunzhou City. She is a genius from the Tongxin division who came to guard Yunzhou. Even if she cannot defend it, she will definitely be able to withdraw in time. But if Yunzhou is gone, those ordinary people will be gone too. If you are unlucky, you won't be able to hold on. At least, Baiji can give these cakes to Li Yang when she goes back. These sugar cakes are Li Yang's last thoughts. Miss Bai, you are finally back. This beast tide broke out so suddenly, I thought you. Baiji, holding a sugar cake in her arms, had just arrived at the city wall when she heard the anxious call of Mayor Zhang Mingshu. Then, Zhang Mingshu suddenly realized that what he said was wrong and stopped talking quickly. Fortunately, Baiji didn't care. She just lowered her head slightly, looked at the familiar monsters in the distance, and said to herself, the situation now is really similar. Back in the far north, Liang also defended the northern Great Wall against this kind of monster. I can do that. I can defend Yunzhou. Of course I can. After saying that, take a deep breath. Raise his right hand. Skill activated. Fertilizer is spread over a wide area. Group abundance. Large green dots of light flew out like fireflies, fluttering up and down in the gloomy and humid air, and then fell to the ground. The soil near Yunzhou turned visibly into a fertile black color, and those plants that came into contact with the light spots began their transformation under the influence of the power of abundance. Corn pitcher of fertility, ice shooter of fertility. Ordinary plants, after being transformed by Angelica de Hurica, suddenly become several times more powerful. A large number of bullets spurted out from the small nozzle like a flood, shocking people. The soldiers guarding the city walls were all shocked, and the expressions on their faces were exactly the same as when they saw Li Yang line up in 1 second and detonate the cherry bomb. However, such dense barrage of bullets did not have any effect on the vast tide of beasts. The bloodthirsty sea creatures still looked aggressive and charged forward with their heads down. Although many of his companions were crushed, that small loss was nothing compared to the endless number of his fellow tribesmen behind him. In just a short while, the guys advanced quite a distance. The soldiers who had originally planned to set up a line on the ground to meet the enemy head-on were even scared back on the spot. Faced with the seemingly endless tide of beasts, even the warriors who were prepared could not muster enough courage. The ranged professions on the city wall were already ready and launched all the attack methods they had prepared. The brilliant blaze, the blinding flames, and the rain of swords were overwhelming. Magic grenades, high explosives, and anything else that the military could find that could explode were thrown out in tons. When everyone saw the scale of this beast tide, they already understood everything. This unprecedented huge beast tide is the biggest challenge Yunzhou has faced so far. If this hurdle cannot be overcome, this inconspicuous little city located in the southeast of China will be completely destroyed. It's that simple. Mayor Zhang, did Liang ever leave behind any plans of mass destruction? Under the current situation, I'm afraid we must have more of that kind of stuff in order to effectively curb the enemy's attack. looking at the increasingly unfavorable battle situation. Baiji's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Then she immediately turned around and asked. Zhang Mingshu nodded and immediately ordered 2 military soldiers to bring half a box of seeds. There are about 300 cherry bombs and 200 hot peppers in it. These were all left behind by Liang before he left. Before leaving, Liang specifically reminded people not to use these things unless necessary. Especially do not use it near cities. An improper operation may cause huge losses. Baiji took out the seeds and held them in her hand. Skill activated plant hybridization. Stack 2 cherry bomb seeds together to create a version with double the power. Then, on this basis, the power of abundance was applied. Compared to just now, this kind of operation right now is quite energy-consuming. But given today's limited resources, this is the most cost-effective approach. After processing a few of them, Baiji would have to eat some coffee beans to refresh herself. It was not until the bag of coffee beans that Liang had given her had shrunk a lot that the seeds were finally processed and could be used in actual combat. Mise bai. Adieu, ok. To save as much coffee beans as possible to prevent unexpected situations. When the amount of coffee beans was found to have decreased significantly, Angelica de Hurica also reduced the amount used. The consequence of doing this is that her face is now filled with visible fatigue. Baiji shook her head and blinked gently. I'm fine. It's just a side effect of my innate ability. Please act quickly. These plants have been strengthened several times. Please make sure to throw them far enough. Fangwen opened her mouth, then sighed softly and said nothing more. Instead, he called on a few sharpshooters from the military and climbed to a high place. Load those seeds into the chamber, then pull the trigger. Swoosh! The tiny seeds were mixed in a rain of arrows and magical light, and could not be distinguished at all. But as soon as these little things landed on the ground, they instantly attracted the attention of everyone, even all the monsters. Big cherries, breaking out of the ground. The big here does not refer to the traditional sense of cherry bomb size. After all, many people here have seen things like cherry bombs with their own eyes. There's no need to make a fuss about it. Something that can make everyone dumbfounded and even refresh their cognition must be ridiculously big. The cherries that were fired like bullets before his eyes began to swell up in the beast tide at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, a huge object more than 5 meters high was formed. These things, relying on their huge size, directly turned into barriers, blocking a considerable number of monsters from attacking. There are even some guys who don't know how to live or die and try to open their bloody mouths to eat these huge cherries. And after 1 second of chanting, they will know what regret is. The cherry, which was more than 5 meters tall, began to swell and made a dull sound. After only a second, it exploded with a burst of light that was too bright to look directly at. Boom! The sound was like the creation of the world. Chapter 134. The situation is critical. Support for Yunzhou is urgent. At first, it was a wave of air. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang. The earth is shaking and the dust is flying. The high pressure at the center of the explosion attracted everything nearby, and then sprayed it into the sky through the high temperature, condensing into a spectacular dust cloud. The shock wave visible to the naked eye surged forward, brushing past the city wall unhindered and crashing into the buildings in Yunzhou City. Large windows shattered instantly, and the cars parked on the street even lifted off the ground a little and fell back to the ground, emitting shrill alarms. Zhang Mingshu and Fangwen looked at each other, feeling their teeth chattering and their hands and feet trembling. They had heard before about Li Yang and Baiji working together to guard the Great Wall in the north, but they had no idea about it. I thought the defense battle of the Great Wall in the north would be easily resolved, just like when Li Yang was in Yunzhou. As a result, after seeing that the plants transformed by Angelica de Hurica could cause such terrifying power, no one dared to make any rash guesses. This power, this is not something that the job changers in Yunzhou City can imagine at all. Fortunately, the seeds were fired from firearms. If it were thrown directly under these city walls, I'm afraid that the city wall of Yunzhou City will be destroyed in an instant, and half of Yunzhou City will be destroyed in the process. It's just horrible. At the same time, everyone started thinking from a different perspective. Nowadays, Baiji, who is assisting Liang, can be so strong. So how much has Liang grown at the moment? Zhang Mingshu couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. But unfortunately, with his limited knowledge, he could no longer imagine such a scene. The only thing he knew was, Liang, a young man from Yinzhou City. Now, I have become very successful and can fully stand on my own. Boom! Another cherry bomb exploded. The surging airwaves once again blew away a large number of monsters and cleared out a huge area. But the problem has not been alleviated much. It seemed like those monsters were endless. Every time after he cleared out some, more would pop up to fill the gaps. Furthermore, because the low-level dungeons near Yinzhou City were also out of control, there were a large number of low-level monsters mixed in with the sea dwellers. In every large-scale explosion, the ones who suffer the most casualties are always the low-level monsters with low levels and large numbers. This indirectly proves that the number of surviving sea-dwelling monsters is increasing. Correspondingly, the threat of the beast tide is also growing. This is going to cause problems. Boom! This time there were no cherry bombs exploding, but the city wall beneath everyone's feet still shook violently for a while. Without even taking a closer look, Fang Wen frowned and judged the current situation. Magical beasts have begun to rush to the bottom of the city wall and start attacking it. This is the horror of the beast tide. They don't need any treacherous schemes or complicated means. Simply relying on their huge numbers, they can ignore all obstacles. When you see a wall that you can't climb over, just push it down. If you see an uncrossable ditch, just fill it up. They don't care about individual lives. The meaning of their existence is to harm other creatures on the blue planet. Boom! Another tremor. Zhang Mingshu looked extremely serious. He looked at the expressions on the faces of the soldiers around him and slowly shook his head. That's it. Open the city gates and prepare for street fighting. Just like the time more than 10 years ago. The one more than 10 years ago? Street fighting? Bai Ji was stunned, thinking of Li Yang's speech at the award ceremony. Li Yang talked about his childhood memories. He had personally experienced the horror of the beast tide entering the city. It was also in that disaster that he lost his parents and was raised by the villagers. That time seemed to be more than 10 years ago. The fact that Li Yang, as a child, was a survivor who crawled out of a pile of dead bodies was enough to prove how tragic the situation was at that time. But in reality, this is the only solution. The center of Yinzhou City is the city's refuge. Once the beast tide pushes down the city wall, the monsters pouring in from all directions at the same time will be impossible to control even with more soldiers. Opening the city gate would be tantamount to giving the monsters outside a target to concentrate their attack on. They will gather together and file in through the city gate just as they did when they first came out of the rift. Due to the size of the city gates, their flow would be greatly restricted. Those who have changed their jobs in the military can also take advantage of the complex terrain within the city to greatly increase their chances of winning. Of course, if this were to happen, the losses caused by the beast tide entering the city would be immeasurable. But that would be much better than the complete destruction of Yinzhou. This is a choice of whether to sacrifice 50 people in order to save 100. And now, this is the second time Zhang Mingshu has made the same choice. Turning around, Bai Ji was looking at him with a puzzled look. But he simply suppressed the emotions on his face and revealed a complex smile that was a little bleak and full of helplessness. The tragic scene that Li Yang had described on the podium was still echoing in Bai Ji's mind. Without Li Yang, her hometown would have become a living hell. She didn't want to see such a scene happen in Li Yang's hometown, even twice. She had to do something. These plans have changed. Why did this pea shooter turn red? Oh my god, it turned into a cherry bomb. What's going on? Did Li Yang show up again? Just as he was thinking about it, a cry of surprise suddenly came from several soldiers nearby. Bai Ji looked in the direction of the sound and happened to see the moment when the pea shooter in the soldier's hands turned into cherry shooter. Wait, cherry shooter? Isn't this the new thing she and Li Yang just researched not long ago? How did you get here? Could it be that Li Yang? As she thought about it, her breathing became slightly faster. System announcement. Congratulations to all job changers for successfully clearing the world-class dungeon, the City of the Dead. The world-class instance, the Underworld City, will be transformed into a regular extra-large instance and retained in China. All surviving job changers will receive participation awards as encouragement. Based on the ranking in the current instance, the countries corresponding to each job changer team will also receive a certain degree of rewards. The reward for defeating the final Lord-level boss biochemical matrix has been issued to the killer. The adverse effects caused by the Necromancer City have begun to gradually disappear, and the global beast tide is expected to end within the next 8 hours. The location of the dungeon exit has been marked. Please leave through the teleportation rift. In the underworld, this voice rang in the ears of all those who changed their jobs. At the same time, the so-called participation award was given to everyone along with a faint beam of light. Damn, level up cards? Only 5? You're so stingy. We've all risked our lives. That's great. Being able to get out alive is the best reward for me. I will never do this kind of thing again. Why do we have 7? Is a reward based on the number of people in each team? I'm a little curious about what Huaxia's reward is. A large group of people were making a lot of noise at the stronghold. But at this time, the Chinese team was still in the abandoned building in the inner city, discussing the next itinerary. Support Yunzhou's itinerary. Chapter 135, really exciting. After listening to Li Yang's story about Yinzhou City, Du Shengding was the first to pinch his chin in confusion. An unprecedented and huge beast tide? Why? We have already successfully cleared the dungeon. Jiang Xiaoxiao sighed and gave her own speculation. Perhaps this is the final struggle of this instance? After all, he just said that the beast tide is about to end. Maybe he saw that we were about to pass the level smoothly. So he is anxious? Meng Qing frowned. Fuck, isn't this too much to play with? Liang didn't say much, but just said lightly, I don't know the situation in other places. But the beast tide that Yunzhou City is facing this time is unprecedented. Its scale is even comparable to the level faced by the Northern Great Wall before. So no matter what, I have to go back and help first. Goblin, how long is the cooldown on your teleport skill? Meng Qing shrank his neck. There's still 10 minutes. Meng Qing seized the ability to open the space gate from a Maple Leaf Nation space mage in a previous stronghold. A space gate can be opened at any 2 locations on the same plane to facilitate travel. It is convenient, but the disadvantage is that the cooling time is too long. Depending on the distance of the transmission, the cooling time can be as long as 20 minutes, with no upper limit. It had been used once during the battle just now, to help Jiang Xiaoxiao and Du Shengding escape. And now, Liang nodded. Okay, leave the dungeon on foot and send me to Yunzhou. I'll send you a map on my phone later to help you determine the teleportation location. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Xiaoxiao suddenly patted Li Yang on the shoulder from behind. And me, I'll go and help too. Isn't Yunzhou your hometown? It must be very important to you. Now we are serious comrades in arms, right? How can we let you take risks alone while we stand by and watch? Li Yang raised his eyebrows, thinking that Jiang Xiaoxiao, who was so afraid of trouble, would not take the initiative to take on such a thing. Du Shengding also rubbed his hands slightly. I wanted to check the situation in the imperial capital, but when I thought about it, it's the imperial capital, there can't be any problems. The situation over there with Li Yang is more important. Besides, I have more experience in dealing with beast tides. So I'll go too. Seeing such a united scene in front of him, Meng Qing's heart suddenly skipped a beat. I opened my mouth and wanted to say something. Then I suddenly remembered that I was the one responsible for opening the door, so I had to go along with him. So he could only hold back what he wanted to say awkwardly and nodded to Li Yang. It's okay, Brother Yang. I'll follow your instructions. Li Yang nodded slowly and patted Du Shengding on the shoulder. Then, Senior Du, the mission to get to the evacuation point is now left to you. I'll connect to Yinzhou first and give him some support with other plants. Du Shengding nodded, remained silent, and tried to hold back his anger. But the joy of successfully completing the copy and the worry about Li Yang's hometown still accounted for the majority. Helplessly, he could only turn his head and look at Meng Qing. Brother Meng, give me a slap. Meng Qing blinked. Huh. Du Shengding sighed. Help me save my anger. Meng Qing. Oh, then you're not allowed to bear grudges. After saying that, he took a step forward, swung his hand, and snapped. This slap in the face felt somewhat like a personal grudge. Du Shengding's eyes suddenly turned fierce, and he jumped down from the roof. Roar! With a roar, a giant more than 10 meters tall rose from the ground, raised his hand, and caught all 3 people on the roof. Aim for the evacuation point and start a 1,000-meter sprint directly. Jiang Xiaoxiao put her arm around Du Shengding's shoulders and murmured, Your transformation method is too embarrassing. The giant made some panting sounds and did not respond. But the look that came over inadvertently was full of helplessness. Li Yang sat cross-legged on Du Shengding's hand. With a thought, he replaced many pea shooters placed on the Yunzhou city wall with cherry shooters. At the same time, he looked at the densely packed monsters under the city wall through plan empathy and suddenly felt nauseous. Seriously, I'm almost getting trypophobia. It's a pity that the plants he left in Yinzhou were not many and not very strong. Previously, a large part of it was used by the soldiers of the Yinzhou military to block the cracks. The remaining number now, even if all replaced with corn cannons and the like, would not be enough to repel these monsters. The only thing we can do is to replace them with the most cost-effective cherry shooter and watermelon shooter as an emergency measure. By the way, Liang also glanced at Bai Ji, who was standing next to him. The eldest daughter of the Bai family was originally spotless and seemed to be untouched by worldly affairs. Now it looks completely different. The soft and smooth silver-white hair was frizzy, and the white dress, which was always neat and clean, was also covered with a layer of light dust and a little mud. There was thunder overhead, and heavy rain was pouring down. She was drenched in the rain, looking exhausted, like a country girl who had just walked out of the fields. She had completely lost her usual spotless appearance as the eldest daughter of the Bai family. This girl. See you later. Li Yang smiled lightly, and after replacing all the plants, he temporarily disconnected the connection. Looking at the scenery whizzing by, I took advantage of the time of evacuation to check the harvest of this dungeon run. As for experience, it's a cliché. After completing the 5th job change at the dungeon's relay station, he reached level 94 through subsequent battles. This level is already a peak that countless people cannot reach in their lifetime. Jiang Xiaoxiao, Du Shengding, and Meng Qing around him have also improved to varying degrees. What's more important is the equipment and props obtained through this dungeon strategy. He can directly use the undead enchanted staff, the apostle core obtained by defeating the plant order, and a seed called Seed of the World obtained after defeating the biochemical matrix. World Seed. Quality, gold, legend. Item description. A seed that contains the secrets of the world. After planting, it can produce a tree species called World Tree. At each growth stage, it can provide different degrees of amplification effects for the planter and other job changers in the area, country, where the tree species is located. Please be sure to cultivate it well. This thing is worthy of the title of a world-class copy. But why does this thing obtained after defeating the mother body feel that it is not even as good as the previous vegetation order? The World Seed is of legendary rank, and there isn't much to fault with it. The apostle core that exploded from the plantable order was still of legendary rank, even if it was incomplete. If that thing is the complete version, it must be much more powerful than the legendary level, right? The quality is above the legendary level, a complete version of the apostle core. This is really exciting. Roar! Du Shengding roared and stopped abruptly. In front of him was an evacuation point marked by a copy. Chapter 136, Support from the Sky. After seeing this giant and the familiar face on the giant's hand, the job changers from various countries who were queuing up to exit the dungeon immediately recognized the identity of the visitor. They looked at each other, lined up as quickly as possible, and stood on both sides. Chi! The giant put Li Yang and the other two down and began to melt, turning into steam in the sky. Then, I was met with a large group of people looking at me with shock, gratitude, or envy. He walked out with his head held high. System notice. The raiders are completed. I hope that all job changers will continue to work hard and make further progress in the next challenges. After leaving behind 2 final words, Shi Shiryu sent everyone out of the copy, standing on familiar soil and looking at the clean sky. The 4 people present suddenly felt relieved. As for Team 1, they had left a message in advance and exited the copy as quickly as possible after the mark appeared. Their injuries had not yet fully healed, and after the death of the Holy Light mage named Davis, the healing effects of the Holy Light used to suppress necromancy disappeared without a trace. They were so busy looking for treatment that they stopped waiting. The people waiting outside the copy rushed up immediately, each of them with excitement and a little anxiety on their faces. There are much fewer people waiting here than at the beginning. Upon asking, I found out that they were all busy flying to various parts of China to resist the beast tide. What Li Yang said in the copy came true again. At the same time, this also reminded them. Several people declined the invitation to return to the imperial capital by airship. Then, they all turned to look at Meng Qing. Meng Qing nodded in understanding, and Liang quickly sent in the map and coordinates of Yinzhou. Get ready, start teleporting. As for the specific location, Liang switched to his 3rd talent again and moved his view over to take a look. Then he smiled and said, "How about airdropping directly above the beast tide? Can you accept that?" Jiang Xiaoxiao moved her neck slightly, clapped her hands, and activated her chi high. Li Yang took his storage ring, took out some violent coffee beans that he and Bai Ji had made before, and threw them to Du Shengding. With these things, there is no need to find someone to slap you before each transformation. It hurts just looking at it. Du Shengding smiled honestly, held the coffee beans in his hand, and prepared himself. After confirming that everyone is okay, Meng Qing waved his hand. Okay, let's go. Let's go to Brother Yang's hometown. Defeat all the beasts. SKR. With a bang, Jiang Xiaoxiao punched Meng Qing in the back of the head and then helplessly held his forehead. I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it. The more I look at Goblin Kuan, the more he deserves a beating. What the hell is going on in your head? Boom Strapia. Yinzhou, on a street behind a city wall. While running, Baiji bit the coffee beans that she had just put in her mouth and crushed them into pieces with a crunch. The effect was triggered, and her somewhat cloudy eyes became bright again. Then he suddenly stopped, threw the cherry shooter in his arms in the middle of the street, and launched the abundance. The energy consumed by fertile hybrid plants is more than twice that of ordinary plants. But Li Yang replaced all available plants with cherry shooters. There was no other way as to abundance. Moreover, the price-performance ratio of this thing is really good. After the harvest, the cherry shooter's firing rate increased several times. The cherries that were shot out also changed from single ones to complete miniature cherry bombs. The power has been greatly enhanced. After the harvest, one pot of this thing can guard an entire street almost effortlessly. The same is true in other places. After Zhang Mingshu ordered the city gates to be opened and the battle turned into street fighting, the members of the military immediately picked up the cherry shooters and ran towards the major city gates. While reducing the flow of the beast tide, used cherry bombs to block their attacks. Although the same tactics were adopted as those more than 10 years ago, the situation is now completely different with the help of Li Yang and Bai Ji. The monsters continued to come in one after another, but before they entered the city gate, they were blown to pieces by countless red cherries. The smoke and dust raised by the explosion almost covered half of Yunzhou City in black smoke. But I can hold on. This method is feasible. In order to save coffee beans, Bai Ji chose other ways to stay awake. She patted her face and pulled out a bowl of cherry shooters from her storage ring. When I was about to rush to the next place, I suddenly saw my own image in the window of a nearby shop. Messy hair and a skirt torn from intense exercise. There was no trace of image at all on his body, with traces of smoke and mud everywhere. He looked so miserable that it was beyond description. But she held on, just like how Li Yang defended her northern border. She also defended Li Yang's Yunzhou. Even if the city gates were wide open, the surging monsters could not break through the defense of the rich edition cherry shooter. The pressure on the city wall was greatly relieved, and the counterattack of the job changers gradually began. With the successful capture of the underworld, the energy that caused the warcraft to be irritable and restless has begun to dissipate. Except for a few monsters that were bloodthirsty, the rest had already begun to retreat. The sun comes out after the clouds clear, and a rainbow appears after the rain. What awaits Yinzhou is definitely not destruction. Bai Ji thought about it and raised her hand to pat her cheek. Cheer up and run towards the next gap. But just after running for a while, a roar of a giant creature suddenly came from outside the city wall. The sound was deafening, and Bai Ji felt that the windows on both sides of the street were shaking. Then there was cheering. Cheers erupted from the soldiers guarding the city walls. Amid the cheers, a person's name was repeated repeatedly. Li Yang. Miss Bai Ji. Miss Bai Ji. Li Yang is here. He's falling from the sky. Fang Wen's voice came from the walkie-talkie on her waist. For a moment, Bai Ji couldn't even distinguish between reality and dreams. Li Yang who fell from the sky? This is too weird. Could it be that she accidentally fell while running just now and fell asleep on the spot? But when her eyes passed through the city gate and looked at the scene outside, boom! A huge corn fell to the ground and exploded, emitting a burst of light. The thick rain clouds in the sky were also pierced through by the corn, revealing the sunshine behind them. The clouds are clearing and the sun is shining. She finally saw it today. Then it was hard to hide the excitement in my heart. He swallowed another coffee bean, took a step forward, and rushed out of the city. And at this moment on the battlefield, it is already full of greenery. Everything in sight was replaced by gentle green. It's a plant. Every inch of the ground is covered with various plants. Chapter 137. Yunzhou defended. Li Yang did arrive. Just like some gods in mythology, they descended from the sky. The sight of plants blooming all over the place is extremely spectacular. This caused the soldiers on the city wall to cheer. Du Xingding, who had transformed into a giant, also jumped out from the crack in the air and slammed heavily into the tide of beasts. The huge size is basically a dimensionality reduction attack on those messy monsters. Jiang Xiao activated her Qi Si, creating a huge airflow out of thin air that wrapped around her fist and then smashed it down, blowing away a large number of corpses. The beast tide that seemed to have no end in sight was reduced by more than half in an instant. Li Yang scattered all the seeds he had hoarded as if they were free. At the same time, using the third and fourth talents, all the wildflowers and weeds within sight around Yinzhou City were replaced. In an instant, smoke and dust rose up, and everywhere there were the sounds of bullets entering bodies and the wailing of beasts. Seeing this, the soldiers guarding Yinzhou were immediately inspired. One by one, they gripped their weapons tightly and began to fight back. The herd of beasts that was so aggressive the moment before now seemed like a deflated balloon, with its momentum reduced by much. Under the counterattack launched by the military soldiers, the army finally showed a clear sign of decline. It only takes a few minutes. This vigorous battle to defend Yinzhou ended with a huge one-sided advantage. The sun peeked out from behind the clouds, and its afterglow spread across the earth, making the entire Yinzhou city glow with golden light. Far away, Baiji staggered out of the city gate and looked at Li Yang standing in the center of the battlefield, feeling deeply moved. Without much hesitation, he hurried over to meet him. At this time, Li Yang was surrounded by many military soldiers and municipal staff. In particular, Yunzhou's mayor Zhang Mingshu seemed extremely excited. He ran over in 2 or 3 steps, shook Li Yang's hand excitedly, and said excitedly, "Li Yang, I didn't expect you to come. The support came just in time. Look, it's only been a few days, and it's already grown so much. As expected of you, he is the peerless genius of our Yunzhou." Fang Wen also hurried over and greeted Li Yang. By the way, I was concerned about Li Yang's life in the imperial capital, his daily life, and other things. I breathed a sigh of relief when I learned that everything was fine. He also said that Niu Ernyang would probably feel relieved when she heard these words. Looking at the people who came towards him, Li Yang felt a little complicated. Even Zhang Mingshu, who had hardly participated in the battle, was covered with a thick layer of black ash due to the long battle. Almost everyone was wet because of the drizzle, and the soldiers were covered in blood. I don't know if it comes from Warcraft or myself. Everyone's face revealed excessive fatigue, but it was difficult to hide the excitement in their eyes. Before coming here, I already had a general understanding of the situation in Yinzhou. I just don't know if our military has consulted the front line about the battle situation. In my opinion, such a large number of sea dwellings is definitely not normal. It's better to ask first. Hearing what Li Yang said, Fang Wen quickly sent someone to contact the front line. At the same time, Zhang Mingshu also hurried forward and emphasized it to Li Yang. It is said that in this operation to resist the beast tide, an important person played an indispensable role. Li Yang nodded. In fact, he had already guessed who the mayor was talking about. Zhang Mingshu just wiped the stains off his face, smiled, and made way. Baiji, who was panting behind him, was exposed. After seeing Baiji's appearance with his own eyes, Li Yang was still somewhat surprised. This girl's condition was much worse than what he had previously seen from his plant perspective. The long silver hair that she was so proud of was full of knots and split ends, and in some places it was clumped together due to the mud. The white dress that she wore most often was now in tatters. It was covered with traces of accumulated dust and dried mud, and some corners were stained with the blood of monsters. The makeup on her face had long been washed away by the rain, and there was still a thin layer of mud on it. The whole person looked like he had just crawled out of a garbage dump. However, his success was no different from that of the soldiers and civilians around him. It was all messy and muddy, with nothing out of place. "Oh, Li Yang, hold on. Yunzhou is defended." Baiji covered her violently heaving chest with her hands, breathing heavily with her mouth slightly open. His face was filled with fatigue, and his voice was a little hoarse. But his tone was somewhat relieved, mixed with a little pride. Meng Qing poked his head out from behind Li Yang. Seeing Baiji's miserable appearance, his face suddenly showed a look of shock. "Miss Bai, who asked you to come to such a dangerous place? Why do you have to torture yourself like this?" Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him. Jiang Xiao walked up, grabbed Meng Qing's hair, and dragged him aside. Du Shangding exited his giant form and actively communicated with Fong Wan, the head of the local military, about the situation of the beast tide. Bai Ji, thanks to you. Seeing Bai Ji like this, Liang couldn't help but worry. Prepared to arrange for someone to take Bai Ji to rest and change into clean clothes. However, Bai Ji suddenly remembered something. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly took out a paper bag stained with a little mud from her clothes and handed it to Liang. "What is this, a gift?" Liang blinked, not quite reacting, until Bai Ji started to explain. This is a sugar cookie. It was made by Neo Ernyang, your neighbor. I stopped by to visit her, and she treated me to this. It's really delicious. It's different from anything I've eaten before, but I like it. She asked me to bring these to you, so I... Oh shit. Before she finished speaking, Baiji noticed the mud on the paper bag, and her face suddenly became a little panicked. Before handing the thing to Liang, he quickly opened the bag and checked it. There were 5 sugar cakes neatly stuffed inside, 2 of which were stained with mud and water, but from Liang's point of view, they were actually not inedible. Just break off the dirty spots. Moreover, this is the sugar cake made by Neo Ernyang. He was still quite impressed. In the past, Neo Ernyang would do it once a week, and it was mainly for him. Although it is not a delicacy on a jade plate, it is far better. This kind of thing always makes him feel a little bit of home. I didn't mean to do that. It should be when I fell just now. I'm sorry. I was so careless. This is Neo Ernyang's kind intention, but Bai Ji apologized hurriedly, seeming a little embarrassed. After all, in her opinion, this was no ordinary sugar cake. It is the concern of the villagers for their children and the love of parents for their children. She had sold something so important. Looking at her, Liang smiled faintly. He raised his hand to take the paper bag from Bai Ji and weighed it in his hand. Okay, it's okay. This defense of Yinzhou is all thanks to you. I can't thank you enough. Zhang Mingshu and others' comments on Bai Ji just now were obviously not exaggerated. Moreover, Liang saw everything Bai Ji did to Yunzhou through the connection of his third talent. Hey, it's a small matter. Seeing that Liang didn't seem to care about the loss of the sugar cakes, Bai Ji smiled with relief and felt a little relieved. Look up at Liang, then. His eyes went dark and he fell down. The sudden situation startled everyone present. Bai Shi. Liang was quick-witted and quick-handed. He strode forward and picked her up. I thought Bai Ji had suffered some serious injuries in the previous battle and was about to call the medical team to check. But when I got closer, I heard her smooth and rhythmic snoring, and I felt a little relieved. All right, it turns out that this girl can fall asleep while standing. Chapter 138. There are clues about this beast tide. There is nothing wrong with Baiji's health. It's just that he has overused his talents and skills, causing severe depletion of energy, and he needs to rest. This is not the first time Baiji has encountered such a situation. There's nothing to worry about. According to Fong Wan, Baiji had already shown signs of being overwhelmed during the battle just now. I thought she would collapse at any moment. But no one expected that she could hold on until now, and even insisted on running out to give Liang a piece of sugar cake. It seems that she really cares about Liang. As she spoke, Fong Wan squinted her eyes and looked at Baiji, who was sleeping soundly in Liang's arms. Oh, this little girl has quite long eyelashes, and only at this time can her weak side be seen. When she faced the beast tide just now, she was totally different. After sending Baiji back to a safe place to rest, Liang returned to the top of the Yunzhou city wall. Looking at the traces of the battle below, I thought about that question again. Where did these sea-dwelling monsters come from? Is it the same as when we were in the north, through the chaotic dungeon rifts? But in this situation, the 6 ministries in the imperial capital should be able to detect it in advance. Just like during the beast tide in the north, before the beast tide arrived, the chaos and the related copies had already been informed to the north, and even Tongshuansi in advance. But here in Yinzhou, from what they said, there was no sign of anything related to it. All the sea-dwelling monsters seemed to appear suddenly. The number of people at the front line suddenly increased, so much so that the people in the front were overwhelmed and had to break through the defense line and kill their way to the rear. But all the warcraft come out from the dungeon. Under what circumstances will the number of monsters increase significantly when there are no problems with the copy? Liang was puzzled. Following the direction of the beast tide, squinting his eyes, the direction from which the sea-dwelling monsters came was the east. Yinzhou can basically be regarded as the easternmost part of China. Further east is the coastline. Further east along the coast, it is the country of cherry blossoms, although there is no direct evidence. But Li Yang's intuition told him that this beast tide might be related to the group of Sakura, people who were living a good life. But this is just speculation after all. It would be best to go directly to the front line to investigate and confirm the situation. Among the 6 departments, there is a department that is specifically responsible for monitoring the trends of copies. You can also try to contact them to learn more about the relevant information. After all, as a member of Tongshuansi, this requirement should be met, right? Li Yang thought about it and touched the token hanging around his waist. I still remember what Dongfang Changming said to him when he first came to the imperial capital. In the imperial capital, and even in the entire China, Tongshuansi is an absolutely special existence. Proper use of the identity of Tongshuansi can actually bring us a lot of convenience. When carrying out some special tasks as the Tongshan Division, we can also temporarily requisition local military forces or directly connect with the local municipal government. There are also some copy resources that are prohibited from being occupied due to various restrictions. This identity can also be used. But as he was thinking, Li Yang suddenly discovered traces of human activities using some plants that had been placed in the jungle in advance as a precaution. Its direction is exactly to the east. Some people came over, and there were quite a few of them. It feels like a well-drilled team. Li Yang stood up and looked over there from a distance. There was a rustling sound from the bushes in the distance. Then, a silvery white light flashed out from inside. It was a thick white armor with the emblem of the Northern Army printed on it. The people rushing over from the east turned out to be members of the Northern Army. Swoosh! A flash of silver light fell from the sky. With a bang, it fell on the wall of Yinzhou City. The 3-meter-long flagpole in his hand stood tall, and the fiery red flag fluttered in the wind. Just by looking at this iconic weapon, Li Yang had already guessed the person's identity. Bai Ji's mother is Lin Huayu. Lin Huayu inserted the flagpole in his hand into the gap between the bricks and stones. After looking around, he asked anxiously, "Where's Xiaobai? How's Xiaobai?" Li Yang waved his hand and took over the conversation. "Don't worry, Auntie, Bai Ji is fine. He's sleeping in the back now." After hearing this familiar voice, Lin Huayu noticed Li Yang, who was standing here and looked inconspicuous. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. "Li Yang, aren't you clearing a world-class dungeon? Why are you here in Yinzhou? I remember that dungeon was quite difficult. How come you are so fast? Did he come out early?" "Yes, I heard that the rules of the Necromancer City were suddenly changed this time. The pressure should be much greater than before. You should come out early. There's no need to take too much risk. Your personal safety is the most important thing." But Li Yang smiled and said, "Aunt Lin, is there a possibility? We have already cleared the world-class dungeon." Lin Huayu opened his mouth and swallowed back the words he had not yet said. Then, he nodded lightly towards Li Yang. Thousands of words are combined into one sentence. Sure enough, I should have thought of it earlier. After all, you are China's top talent. As she spoke, she smiled at herself. Then, his expression suddenly became a little more serious. "Seeing you here, I feel a lot more relieved. I was really shocked when I heard that a monster had broken through the blockade and ran to the back. Although we rushed here as fast as we could, we were still delayed along the way by those beasts that crawled out of the sea. I was really anxious along the way. Luckily, you were there. Since Bai Ji is fine, I'll leave first. There are some special tasks on the front line that I need to complete. If the source of the beast tide in the sea cannot be destroyed, new sea-dwelling monsters will continue to emerge. Once the number reaches a critical value, it is only a matter of time before another beast tide of this magnitude breaks out." Having said that, Lin Huayu breathed a sigh of relief and said goodbye to Li Yang. Without even taking a look at his daughter's condition, he raised his lance and prepared to turn around and jump off the towering city wall. But Li Yang heard her mention a somewhat unfamiliar word: the source of the beast tide. As the name suggests, it is the birthplace of the beast tide. If that thing is not dealt with, will a beast tide of this scale break out again? It is impossible for the Northern Army to stay in the south forever. Li Yang must also participate in destroying the source of the beast tide. At the very least, he had to personally confirm that Yinzhou was safe. Thinking about this, Li Yang called out to Lin Huayu, who had already jumped off the city wall, and asked loudly, "Aunt Lin, tell me about the source of the beast tide. What exactly is this abnormal beast tide?" Chapter 139, Clear the Ground. Build a corn cannon launch site. Here Li Yang asked. Lin Huayu immediately turned the gun around and turned around. "Time is tight and the task is heavy, so I'll keep it short. At the beginning, This matter was discovered by the 6th Department. Don't they have a department that specializes in detecting the existence of copies? At the beginning of the beast tide, they had already begun monitoring copies throughout China, even near China. Those who check the copies are all very skilled. There are so many copies of this, and that in China, everyone knows it by heart. Lin Huayu kept chattering. Li Yang held his forehead and sighed helplessly. Damn, what kind of long story short is this? For some reason, he always felt that Lin Huayu's personality was similar to Jiang Xiaoxiao's. When I'm in a good mood, I like to add some exaggeration when telling others something. Fortunately, Lin Huayu is a veteran who has experienced many battles and can still distinguish the priorities. After briefly explaining the dungeon administration, he immediately got to the point. But not long after the beast tide broke out in Yinzhou, but they noticed strange movements of the monsters. In the sea east of China, a huge number of sea-dwelling monsters suddenly appeared. Sea-dwelling monsters are monsters that were born from dungeons in the ocean and have the same habits as fish. They do hide a lot underwater, but their general movement patterns are predictable, just like schools of fish. But the movements of these guys are extremely abnormal. It doesn't move along the ocean currents, but spreads out in all directions in a radial pattern. When this happens, it generally means they are fleeing from somewhere. The administration has expanded the scope of the investigation and finally found the source of the sea-dwelling monster riot on the eastern sea surface. It's a drilling platform in the waters of Sakura country. The location of the platform is very clever, right in the middle of 3 large ocean copies. And the one attacking us here is the monster that escaped from over there. So, things become very clear. Before Lin Huayu finished speaking, Li Yang slowly spoke up and answered the second half of the sentence. That oil drilling platform in Sakura country is the source of the beast tide outbreak. If we want to stop the spread of those sea-dwelling monsters, we must attack that platform. Lin Huayu nodded. It's not just China that has been severely affected. In the country of South Korea, which is even closer, half of their country has almost completely fallen. The Bear country above us didn't suffer many attacks because it was far away, but one of their key port cities was destroyed by these monsters that suddenly appeared without any warning. Only the coast of the Sakura country, which is closest to it, remained unscathed. Both us and the other 2 countries have been asking them for an explanation, but the Sakura country has not responded yet and is still playing dead. So, the higher-ups decided that there was no need to talk to them nicely. Destroy the drilling platform first, and we can deal with other things later. After that, Lin Huayu paused for a moment and added, to be honest, this isn't the first time Sakura has done something behind my back. When the northern wall was attacked before, the monsters we encountered were exactly the same as this time. Although there is no direct evidence, I suspect that the Sakura country was behind that incident as well. The biggest hobby of these guys has always been to do some sneaky things behind the scenes. It doesn't surprise me at all that they would do such a thankless job. Li Yang nodded in agreement. Then he handed Lin Huayu a bag of seeds. The front line is still busy resisting the monsters rising from the sea, and the battle situation is extremely tense. Hopefully these plants can help relieve some of their stress. As for destroying the source of the beast tide, just let him handle it. Li Yang, are you serious? You just came out of a world-class dungeon. You must be very tired, right? Are you sure you don't want to take a break first? I heard that Li Yang was going to take action. There was a hint of surprise on Lin Huayu's face. However, Li Yang shook his head to indicate that it was okay. In fact, among the entire Chinese team, Li Yang is the one who least deserves to complain about being tired. Eat, drink, and plan strategies throughout the dungeon. The output is provided by plants, and the assists are provided by teammates. If I say I'm really tired, it's probably just because I counted my daily steps and treated it as a way to help digestion after a meal. Think of this. Li Yang looked at Lin Huayu and asked seriously. This concerns the safety of Yinzhou. I can't just sit back and do nothing. I wonder if I can come and deal with this myself. Lin Huayu smiled. Of course. I wish you could come and help me. We saw the noise you made while resisting the beast tide from a long distance away. Such terrifying, heavy firepower is perfect for destroying buildings and facilities in fixed locations. Talking. Lin Huayu seemed to have suddenly thought of something. After coughing twice, he changed the subject. Ahem. That. Little friendly Yang. What our superiors mean is to curb the source of the beast tide. You understand, right? As he said this, he winked playfully. Li Yang understood and nodded immediately. Seeing this, Lin Huayu did not delay any longer and left. Li Yang stretched, and looked at the vast jungle in front of him. It is planned to transform this area into a grand corn cannon launching site to curb the source of the beast tide. He understands. Liang, Tong Xuanzi is asking about our gains in the underworld. They also said that the ugly country is asking us for people. Jiang Xiaoxiao was sitting by the city wall, talking on the phone with someone in the imperial capital. After seeing Liang finish his conversation with Lin Huayu, he quickly waved his hand and called him. Ugly country wants someone? Who do you want? Liang blinked, and then an idea flashed in his mind. Oh, that guy. How could he have forgotten about that guy? Johnson, the ugly country necromancer who was previously defeated in the inner city of the underworld city. Now he is still tied up and tortured in the jungle of the underworld. It seems that this guy is very important to the ugly country. It doesn't matter. Tong Xuanzi knows what to do. Liang waved his hand and instructed Jiang Xiaoxiao. Just report it truthfully. Also, hand over Johnson's location and everything he did to Tong Xuanzi. Let them deal with it as they please. Tianfu will definitely not let go of such a good opportunity. And, did you see Senior Do? I have something to do with him. I'm going to go to the forest ahead and clear out a piece of land to set up the gun. Jiang Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows, and while talking to the contact at Tong Xuanzi, she casually pointed to the battlefield ruins below. Du Shengding was standing there, cleaning up the battlefield with several military soldiers. No, does this kind of task count as credits? Do you really want to work so hard? Chapter 140. 2,000 rounds of intercontinental corn cannon, bombing little cherry blossoms. After calling Du Shengding up. Naturally, this honest man would not refuse Li Yang's request. What's more, Liang gave him a lot of rich coffee beans, which helped him solve the problem of transforming into a giant anytime and anywhere. He didn't even have time to express his gratitude to Liang. So he swallowed the coffee beans and put Liang on his shoulders. He took him straight towards the jungle in front of him. Li Yang's efficiency was much higher than he had imagined. Almost as soon as those plants enter the range of Li Yang's fourth talent, they will change instantly. It turns into a large field of golden corn that looks particularly tempting. Li Yang released about 4,000 pills before he stopped with satisfaction. He patted Du Shengding on the shoulder, signaling him that he could go back. Standing back on the city wall, I looked at the vast golden fields in front of me. Li Yang nodded slowly, and his fifth talent was activated. Plant replacement. In an instant, the plants merged together, transforming the field into 2,000 corn cannons. It cost 1 million sunshine points just to create the corn cannon. However, for Liang now, 1 million, whether it is sunshine or money, is just drizzle. Yeah, almost. After doing all this, Liang estimated the time. Lin Huayu and the others should have returned to the front line. Liang activated his third talent and established empathy with the plants sent to the front line for support. Looking at the corpses of monsters covering the entire beach, I couldn't help but feel deeply shocked. What is the mountain of corpses and sea of blood? In front of the iron barrier built by the Chinese job changers, the entire sea area turned into a thick scarlet color. The scene here is 100 times more magnificent than what Yunzhou just encountered. A murderous aura floated above the sea. The warm blood mixed with the sea water, spreading the fishy and disgusting smell for hundreds of miles. What is even more shocking is that among the corpses of monsters, there are also many remnants of human job changers. This is a war, and war has always been accompanied by sacrifice. Li Yang's brows were furrowed tighter and tighter. Through the vision of a cherry shooter, a pair of bright eyes seemed to cross the sea and stare straight at the other side of the sea, the almost unreachable target. According to the original plan, Lin Huayu was to lead some elite teams of the Northern Army across the sea to destroy the source of the beast tide. But there's no need now. Lin Huayu has sent people to determine the source of the beast tide, and the real-time updated electronic map was sent to Liang. Liang once told Lin Huayu that he could see things through plants. So after sending everything over, Lin Huayu bent down, reached out and touched the head of a cherry shooter at his feet, and smiled gently. Don't worry too much, just do it. Do whatever you want to do. Accompanied by Lin Huayu's gentle voice. The fiery red cherry shooter seemed to understand. It suddenly stopped swaying and nodded slightly. At the same time, Liang on the other side immediately raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Pa! 2,000 corn cannons received the signal at the same time and roared like thunder. The sounds of a large number of heavy machinery releasing pressure mixed together, covering the entire Yunzhou city and failing to dissipate for a long time. Inside the municipal building, Zhang Mingshu was originally discussing with Fong on how to carry out post-disaster recovery work. After hearing the noise, the two looked at each other, then rushed out the door and looked up at the sky. Densely packed giant corns rise from outside Yinzhou City. They flew towards the sky, leaving long trails behind. The outer shell flashed with golden light, pierced through the clouds, and disappeared under the dazzling sunset. And where did such terrifying firepower fly to? Zhang Mingshu turned his head and looked at Li Yang, who was sitting by the city wall. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Many soldiers guarding Yinzhou, and even residents hiding in the central area of Yinzhou City, were frightened by the loud noise. Everyone raised their heads and looked towards the place where the sound came from. Hundreds of thousands of people in the entire Yinzhou City saw a large group of giant corns rising into the sky at the same time. It's like a wonder of the world. Everyone was dumbfounded and at a loss. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Niu Ernyang in the crowd blinked and looked at the things flying away in the sky. She thought of one person without hesitation in her heart. Li Yang. Li Yang is back. At this time, the front line in the coastal area. Lin Huayu had already heard the noise coming from the rear. When she rushed to Yinzhou for support just now, she had already seen the commotion Li Yang could make. After getting the seed supported by Li Yang and witnessing the power of the cherry bomb, he had a new understanding of Li Yang's strength. But none of these were as shocking as the moment she saw the corn missile array. Covering the sky, a vast black field of corn cuts across the horizon. It is like a group of well-trained fighter jets, or like a flock of geese gathered to a certain extent. Uniformity and common goals. Fly towards the east of the East China Sea, to the other end of the sea. Although I don't know what effect these huge corn cobs will have. However, the palm-sized cherries spit out by this little thing around, you can blow away a large number of monsters. These corns, which are dozens of times larger than cherries, can only be stronger. Ms. Lin Huayu, our medical supplies have run out. If the beast tide doesn't stop, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for much longer. Do we need to ask the imperial capital for support again? A local military leader came forward, saluted Lin Huayu, and spoke respectfully. After such a long and intense battle, it was not only their local soldiers. Even a high-level Northern Defense Force brought by Lin Huayu was a little overwhelmed. Lin Huayu nodded slowly, then raised his hand, pointed at the corn in the sky, and said, "Don't worry. These things are to help us solve the problem completely. It won't take long." At this time, on the other side of the sea, in the country of cherry blossoms, in the core city of Kyoto, in a military command post, two men walked into an office and placed the flower pots in their hands on the table. In the flower pot is a green pea shooter, swaying to the rhythm. You two, after so many sacrifices, not only did you not get the Apostle Core in the Necromancer City, but the only thing you got back was this. The man behind the desk frowned and questioned. The two people who entered the room looked at each other, then quickly bowed. Private Marseille, Commander Yamamoto, we didn't expect to encounter such a problem during this dungeon raid. The Chinese job changer used a power that came from nowhere to easily kill all the enemies, even Colonel Johnson from the ugly country. If we try to confront it head-on, I'm afraid we will end up being completely annihilated. Behind the desk, the guy named Yamamoto held his chin and looked at the strange plant in front of him. So what's this thing? Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a rapid phone ring. Yamamoto frowned and looked at the two people in front of him suspiciously, then answered the phone. Mashimoshi? On the other side of the phone, there was a constant chattering. The tone was panicked and urgent. Yamamoto's brows furrowed more and more, and his pupils shrank sharply when he heard the last sentence. What did you say? All the cities along the western coast were attacked. The attacker was an ICBM in the shape of corn. Chapter 141. It seems that 1,900 missiles missed the target. Yamamoto Jiro is the highest-ranking officer of the military command post in Kyoto, the land of Sakura. The main tasks are the development of various advanced weapons for Sakura country, the training of combat-type job changers, and the personnel arrangements for various military departments. Therefore, of course, he will be notified first of all about the attack on Sakura country. He understood it clearly from a phone call just now, just a few minutes ago. 5 or 6 coastal cities in the western part of Sakura country were bombed simultaneously by missiles that looked like giant corns. Those things were so fast, and there were so many of them that they couldn't intercept them with their existing air defense technology. As a result, Large areas of cities suffered varying degrees of damage. The key point is that the places where those corn missiles bombarded were completely random. Some are located in the business district, some are located in the city center. There's no fixed target at all. It looked like some ignorant kid was randomly pressing buttons to play with it. There is no strategic thinking at all. Its purpose seems to be simply to cause destruction. Shanben was dumbfounded. In all my years as the highest official, this is the first time I have encountered a situation where my country was bombed with corn. If this matter is made known to others, it would be like nonsense. However, anger is anger. After a moment, Yamamoto calmed down and said to the person on the phone, "Assign the guard team first to evacuate the civilians and protect the important people's evacuation. Then find out for me where these corn missiles are coming from." After saying that, he hung up the phone. To be honest, there is no need to check. He could almost figure out which country was bombing them. They are just the three who were affected by the beast tide: South Korea, Russia, and China. They had long anticipated the problem of a global beast outbreak, so arranged the offshore drilling platform in advance. Using some small tricks, the beast tide that was supposed to rush towards Sakura country was driven to other places. It can not only protect the safety of the Sakura country, but also disgust other countries in the name of natural disasters. The Korean country is such a small place, and it has already tried its best to protect itself from a beast tide of that magnitude. Naturally, it does not dare to directly confront the Sakura country. Then the only ones left are Russia and China. These two are well-known big countries on the blue planet. Together with the ugly country, the three countries check and balance each other and try to find each other's flaws. Even if they suffer a small loss sometimes, they will generally choose to resolve it peacefully and will not easily launch a worldwide war. Logically speaking, this should be the case. As long as the Sakura country keeps pretending to be dead and shamelessly refuses to admit it, none of these three major powers can pose a threat. But Yamamoto never expected that this time. He actually miscalculated. Using giant corn to launch an attack is a no-brainer. It must have been China who did it. As for the plan in front of you, it is the best evidence. Why is China so impulsive this time? No, it shouldn't be an impulse. China has never been such a reckless country. Let's take these plants away first, just like the previous ones. Let's put it in the Kishisaka District laboratory first. As he spoke, Yamamoto waved his hand, indicating that the two people in front of him could leave. The two looked at each other and then tried to explain. "Captain Yamamoto, this plant is special." Yamamoto interrupted them impatiently. "Every batch of plants collected says the same thing. What's the result? Nothing can be researched at all. A bunch of rubbish. Get out of here." After watching the two people leave, Yamamoto continued to frown and think about the rest of the things. The offshore drilling platform caused chaos among the beast tide, and they could use the abandoned experimental base as an excuse. Finally, adding to their best craftsmanship, they said that they failed to supervise properly Red Bean Paste Private Marseille. Basically, it can be solved. But what about China? China is the biggest problem. The fact that they launched bombing on Sakura country shows that they have already realized the problem. Yes, they didn't even try to hide. It was only a matter of time before they were discovered. Previously, the Sakura country had been able to live so easily by maneuvering between the three major powers and using them to restrain each other. But now, things are different. The fact that China used such a massive military means without explanation can only mean one thing. China is not going to act anymore and is going to have a showdown. If that's the case, the Sakura country will definitely bear the consequences of the ensuing liquidation. No, we have to think of something. We must take advantage of the momentum of other small countries in the World Parliament in a few days to suppress China's arrogance. If we allow China to burn like this, the trend of spreading across the prairie will probably be unstoppable. At the same time, the two people who had participated in the strategy of the underworld city had left Yamamoto's office together. As a result, as soon as they walked out of the door, they saw through the sunset outside the window a huge golden, flying vehicle rushing towards them. After the man behind saw the thing clearly, he turned pale with fear and sat down on the ground, his body shaking. Oops, it's corn. It's China's exploding corn. The one that appeared in the dungeon. Wait a minute. Why is it coming this way? Commander Yamamoto. Something happened. Commander Yamamoto. The two rushed into the office at the back, screaming hysterically. But it was still too late. Boom. The military command post, which was more than 10 stories high, was blown up into the sky by a huge corn that fell from the sky. Hey, a corn has flown sideways. Where did it fly to? TSK, I can't tell. But it seems to be the Sakura country, so it doesn't matter. Just don't fly to some remote place and waste my sunshine. The sun sets above the towering city walls of Yunzhou City. Liang randomly picked a few corns for surveillance. After confirming that the corns had indeed hit the location he had determined, he breathed a sigh of relief and shut down the connection of the third talent. This time, it could be regarded as a small experiment. During long-distance flight, too many corn cannons mixed together may cause turbulence due to air convection. Then some corn will deviate from its course and fly to strange places. For example, this time, although the location he chose was the drilling platform on the sea, but because of various accidents, it so happened that about 1,900 rounds of corn deviated from the intended course and landed a little further away. For example, the coastal city of Sakura. There was no way. Even he couldn't control every corn with 100 precision. Some mistakes are normal, but he found a few other things worth noting. While observing the corn cannons bombarding Sakura country, he noticed some familiar signals. It's your own plant. There are nearly 100 trees scattered all over the country of cherry blossoms. Almost every large city has a distribution pattern. Liang had no impression of this at all. It's very strange. Where did these Sakura people come from? Or in other words, how did you get so many plants? Chapter 142. Let's wait and see the future. With curiosity in mind, Liang accessed his third talent, wanting to establish a connection with the plants in the Sakura country through plant empathy. But after activating his talent, Liang looked around but didn't find any useful information. Those plants were basically stuffed into various tightly sealed laboratories, apart from being able to barely sense the location of the plants. Everything else is pitch black. Liang, news from the front line. The number of sirens has been greatly reduced. They will no longer pose a serious threat. At this time, Fong Wen, who had been in contact with the front line, suddenly waved to Liang excitedly and reported good news. Liang nodded slowly without saying anything more. Now, no one except himself knows that he bombed Sakura country. I wonder what kind of storm this will cause once it is discovered. We were able to hold the position successfully this time, not only because of the spirit of our soldiers who braved difficulties and moved forward bravely. I would also like to thank the Northern Guard and Tang Xuanzi for their help. Among them, Liang, who once left Yunzhou, played a crucial role. If it weren't for their divine soldiers descending from the sky, facing that level of beast tide, Yunzhou would have been completely destroyed. Liang casually closed the talent interface and just stood up. The next moment, Zhang Mingshu's voice was heard not far away. He was still speaking in an official tone, obviously dealing with local reporters in Yunzhou City. It seems that I will be on Yunzhou City's TV again. As he was thinking, some reporters over there had already noticed Liang standing there. The expression on his face instantly became excited, and he quickly called for the photographer to follow. A large group of people rushed over and left the Mayor Zhang Mingshu where he was. Student Liang, how dangerous is this beast tide? Student Liang, according to Mayor Zhang, you played a crucial role in the defense of Yunzhou this time. What do you think about this? Student Liang, I heard that you also participated in the strategy of the world-class dungeon, right? Liang smiled and chatted patiently with the reporters. Their doubts were answered one by one. At the same time, Jiang Xiaoxiao and others who came with Liang naturally could not escape the curiosity of these reporters. A large group of people came over actively, with flash cameras flashing constantly, capturing important hotspots. Jiang Xiaoxiao and Du Shengding both seemed a little impatient. Only Meng Qing became more excited after seeing the flashlights coming towards him. His eyes lit up, and the first thing he said was, "Grandma, look, I'm on TV. Thank you, Director Dongfang, for your recognition, and thank you, Tang Xuanzi, for your training. My achievements today are inseparable from the efforts of everyone." This guy, I guess he thinks this is some kind of award ceremony, although it is true to say so. After the interview, Zhang Mingshu found Liang and others again. A very sincere invitation was extended to Liang, hoping to hold a lively celebration banquet in the name of the municipal government and the military. Liang did not hesitate about this. After all, who doesn't love a good feast? After seeing Liang nod in agreement, Zhang Mingshu on the opposite side seemed very excited. Then, he quickly gathered his assistants to start preparing. although the post-war work has not yet been completely completed. But at least the most threatening beast tide has been completely contained by Liang, and the rest is just a matter of time. Until this global beast tide ends, Yunzhou will never encounter such a severe beast tide attack again. As for the occasional remnants of defeated soldiers from Warcraft, Li Yang's cherry shooter could deal with them without any effort at all. So Zhang Mingshu immediately issued a notice to the city. The highest alert has been lifted and residents can leave the evacuation area and move freely. Of course, for safety reasons, no one can leave the city for the time being. Until now, many people still feel like they are in a dream. What happened today has somewhat exceeded the imagination of the people of Yunzhou. At first glance, it looked like a thrilling dream. It was not until the military announcers' voices, trembling with excitement, came from the local radio station that everyone present suddenly realized what was going on. That nightmarish disaster is really over. A large number of citizens filed out of the evacuation area. They rushed to the streets, hugged and cried with the people around them, and celebrated each other's survival. Many people in Yunzhou are survivors of the disaster that happened more than 10 years ago. So after Zhang Mingshu announced the level of the beast tide, almost everyone was mentally prepared. I felt that after leaving the shelter, what would greet me was a tragic scene with corpses everywhere. But the result? The truth is not what they think at all. The surrounding high-rise buildings and streets, even a flower or a blade of grass, were no different from the ones they were most familiar with. There were no tragic losses, no tragedies of separation of wives and children, or destruction of families. At this moment, what filled the hearts of the people of Yunzhou was only a sense of pride and joy of surviving a disaster. Moreover, according to some insiders, after encountering such a huge and terrifying beast tide, in such a large city like Yunzhou, almost no civilians were injured or killed. According to the scene from more than 10 years ago, the victory of this beast tide was a miracle. As a result, now, victory was achieved so easily. This is all thanks to that legendary figure. A job changer from Yunzhou, a top talent in a life-related profession. Everyone in Yunzhou knows the legendary young man, Liang. Half an hour later, in a municipal building. Without exception, Liang and others all wore many new storage rings. These were thank you gifts sent to them from all over Yunzhou. In the words of Zhang Mingshu, he understood that neither resources nor money would be of much use to the people in front of him. But this is a token of the kindness of the people of Yunzhou. I hope that their efforts will at least receive corresponding returns. After all, they saved the people of Yunzhou with their own hands. Going back empty-handed would make Yunzhou seem too petty. After expressing his gratitude, Zhang Mingshu solemnly shook Li Yang's hand again. His expression suddenly became serious. Little friend Liang, to be honest, I have seen many young job changers like you who have made a big splash and have great talents. But the vast majority of people, without exception, after gaining sufficient strength and power, become complacent and lazy until they become oblivious to the rest of the world. You are different from those people. I saw it the first time I saw you. Although it may be a little late to say this now. But Liang, I can foresee that the future of the entire blue planet may be dominated by you. I'm looking forward to that day. Chapter 143, Unlocked. Zen Garden. When leaving Yunzhou, Meng Qing glanced at Liang intentionally or unintentionally. Some people expressed with admiration that Mayor Zhang Mingshu seemed to have a very good relationship with Liang. Liang shrugged, then asked with some doubt. By the way, why were you so excited when you saw the camera just now? That's our local TV station in Yunzhou. Even if they interview you, it's unlikely to be broadcast anywhere else. Meng Qing nodded repeatedly. I know. That doesn't matter. Maybe someone I know will see it. When word of mouth spreads and my grandma hears about it, she will know how great her eldest grandson is now. My grandma has been looking forward to me doing something big. His grandmother. Liang held his chin and thought for a moment. I found that I didn't seem to have a deeper understanding of this goblin classmate. The only information he had was the name list that Dongfang Changmin gave him when they formed the team. The above records Meng Qing's occupation, pickpocket. Unlike the robber, which is a combat profession, the pickpocket is a thoroughgoing livelihood profession and is a profession ranked below the robber. It does not have as strong combat power as the former, nor does it have highly versatile skills. The thing he is best at, and the only thing he is good at, is stealing other people's private property. But thanks to the mutation of his professional talent, he was able to widen the gap between himself and ordinary third-rate job changers. Only in this way was he able to obtain a place from Dongfang Changming and Intertangshuansi, where monsters gathered. Speaking of his past, Meng Qing avoided the question. It seems like there is some dark history that cannot be revealed. But to be honest, this guy has a lot of dark history with Li Yang. Since you don't say, if you have time later, just ask Dongfang Changming. Originally, Zhang Mingshu planned to send them off by airship. However, Li Yang and others calmly shook their heads to express their refusal. I have a more convenient option on my side. They waited until the cool down of the skill that Meng Qing had previously seized was completed, and then everyone returned to the imperial capital through his portal. Return to a familiar place and look at the familiar scenery. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. The originally tense mood also relaxed a little. Jiang Xiaoxiao stretched lazily, indicating that she wanted to go back and have a rest. My day was so wonderful. First, he quickly cleared the world-class dungeon, and then traveled thousands of miles to Yunzhou to resist a wave of beasts. I feel like I've consumed so much energy that I'll need to relax for at least half a year before I can recover. Du Xingding and Meng Qing expressed their gratitude to Li Yang one after another. Thanks to Li Yang's leadership, they gained a lot of experience in the copy. Whether it is Du Xingding, who has been hovering at level 80 for many years, or Meng Qing, who has just completed the 4th turn. Through this battle, they all reached their respective level caps. After I go back later, I'll find some time to use the job transfer crystal in Tangshuansi to complete the job transfer. The level cap for Du Xingding and Jiang Xiaoxiao. That's already level 100, the 6th turn, right? In today's Blue Star, this can be considered a ceiling level task. Throughout China, there are only a few job changers who have reached level 100. So, generally speaking, level 100 is the lifetime limit for an ordinary job changer. But their age, I have a feeling that if this momentum continues, they might be the ones to break the record for the highest level of Chinese job changers. If you tell Dongfang Changming about this, he would probably laugh so hard that his mouth would crackle. In addition, Baiji's level has actually reached the requirements for changing jobs. During the battle in Yunzhou, before Liang arrived, she used her abilities to deal with a considerable number of monsters. Especially the rich version of the hybrid cherry bomb. With such a vigorous explosion, hundreds of monsters would die at the same time. In addition, there were the cherry shooters distributed by Li Yang after he arrived. After a series of operations, all the experience gained from the monsters killed by Li Yang was divided over to Baiji. Her level also easily reached the upper limit of the 5th turn. Unfortunately, she has lost too much energy and is still sleeping soundly. Just wait until she wakes up and then change her job. Baiji is still staying in Yunzhou. The biggest reason is actually due to the limitations of Meng Qing's strength. The portal he could open could only accommodate 4 people at most. So, after talking with Lin Huayu on the front line, he temporarily left Baiji in Yunzhou as she requested. When Lin Huayu returns to the northern border, he will bring Baiji back with him. Liang and others said goodbye to each other and then returned to their residences. On the way back, Liang opened his system interface again. If he remembered correctly, before entering the underworld, the system had assigned him a task. The reward for the mission is a Zen garden, the area used to grow plants in the original game. Liang raised his finger and tapped the air a few times. Finally, the system's extremely familiar mechanical voice sounded in my ears again. Mission completed. Successfully conquered the world-class dungeon Necropolis 1/1. Congratulations on receiving the mission reward. 3 million sunlight points, Zen garden, and a plant formation preservation card. Zen garden. You can plant unlimited plants in the garden and use them whenever you want. The Zen garden can be combined with any of your talents to produce unexpected effects in actual combat. Please try it actively. 3 million sunshine points is just a drop in the bucket for Li Yang today. Li Yang stood in his own yard and used his 5th talent to replace all the sunflowers in the yard with twin sunflowers. Although this dungeon strategy consumed a huge amount of sunlight, Li Yang currently has a number of sunflowers stored in various places in China. Just take a good sleep and you can almost finish it. And this Zen garden is what Li Yang cares about most. A place to grow plants. You can also grow an unlimited number of plants. This thing, what's the difference between this and him just taking a random storage ring? So far, Li Yang has stockpiled a huge amount of plant seeds. The method used is to exchange the plant cards with cooling restrictions and use them directly. Use your 2nd talent to maintain those plants in seed state. Then store the seeds in the storage ring. A storage ring of normal capacity can easily store hundreds of thousands of seeds. The price/performance ratio is actually quite high. The only downside is that it's easy to get confused. If you don't sort them in advance, you may occasionally find yourself unable to tell which plant is in which ring. Also, when working with other talents, you need to take out the seeds and hold them in your hand first, which is a bit of a cumbersome process. This newly unlocked Zen garden in front of you, no matter how you look at it, it looks like an enhanced version of a storage ring. Maybe it would be more convenient to use. Chapter 144. Surprise? The background music of the phonograph. Thinking about it, Liang raised his hand and tapped the icon of a Zen garden. Are you sure you want to enter the Zen garden? Weather. Click again to confirm. A very clear light suddenly appeared in front of Liang's eyes. It's similar to the feeling when I first unlocked my third talent. He felt as if his soul was pulled out of his body and sent into some independent world. And this world is truly an infinite indoor garden. When you are in it, you will see endless scenery everywhere. It looks a little weird. Then, a guy who was very familiar to Liang appeared in front of him. White shirt, jeans. On his head was a distinctive iron pot. Who else but Crazy Dave could have worn such an iconic outfit? When Crazy Dave saw Liang entering here, a crazy smile suddenly appeared on his face. Wabi Babu. He howled and pointed at the layers of empty spaces around him, which, according to the system, should be infinite in number. It seemed like it was signaling Liang to put his plant there. Forget it. Just think of it as a way to transfer the source of goods and get rid of the storage ring. Liang sighed, raised his hand, and opened all the rings on his fingers. Lights of various colors emerged one after another, and countless seeds of various shapes flew out quickly. Afterwards, in the Zen garden, everyone established contact with Liang. In this space, Liang can control each plant with extreme precision. Everything within sight is under his control. He could feel the growth status of each plant. Everything in the Zen garden seemed to be connected to him. He can mobilize them at any time, replace them at any time, take them out at any time, and place them in the outside world. This is a rather novel experience. Liang was stunned for a while before gradually getting used to this feeling. Then, plant the plants in your hand with one click. Close the Zen garden and return to the outside world. Looking at his empty storage ring, he inexplicably felt relieved. Then, Liang used the power of the Zen garden to connect to his own talent. The range of plant summoning was clearly marked. A full 2,000 meters. The second talent, exquisite plant management, is activated, and the plants in the Zen garden can be placed in the soil within a radius of 2,000 meters. The fourth talent, plant and tree creatures, is activated, and all plants within a 2,000-meter radius can be manually replaced by him. Liang went nearby and planted a pea shooter in the soil under his feet. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he subconsciously activated his talent. Puff! A green pea shooter appeared in front of him, shaking its head. Looking at the pea shooter, who has fully grown up and is mature from birth, Liang was slightly surprised. Quick! It's so fast. Unbelievably fast. I didn't even blink just now, it was just a thought. This pea shooter has actually appeared. The whole process doesn't even take less than 0.1 second. He couldn't see the process of plant growth. By the time I reacted, this thing was already able to join the battle in its mature form. Is this the Zen garden? In essence, it should be considered a storage space with unlimited capacity. From now on, I no longer have to rely on storage rings to store plants, which is much more convenient. In addition, the system's own storage space can perfectly match all the talents and skills he has obtained from the system. Just based on this point, it is already a great profit. Unfortunately, this Zen garden is the same as the one in the original game. Only regular plants can be grown. Aquatic plants and mushrooms cannot be grown. But this also indirectly means that there should be a chance to unlock the aquarium and mushroom garden in the future. Hiss. But in the original work, it seems that these two things can be bought directly in Dave's prop shop. With this thought in mind, Liang opened Dave's store with some doubt. What immediately caught my eye were the keys to the two maps of the mushroom garden and the aquarium. The single price is 3 million sunshine value. Small problem. Direct consumption. Liang exchanged the two things without thinking. Then all the mushroom and cattail seeds were stuffed into these two places. At this point, completely emptied your storage ring. Feeling relaxed. Although the storage ring is always carried with me, there is no risk of it being stolen. But after all, purchased man-made products are not as comfortable to use as your own things. This system is quite humane. Liang tested his other talents again. In less than half a second, He could instantly surround himself with a wall of nuts and place an invulnerable pumpkin head in the middle. Not only can it prepare for all defenses in an instant, but can also throw several cherry bombs hundreds of meters away. It is unexpected and yet extremely powerful. It's simply invincible. Even more than that, Liang also noticed that other hybrid plants and fertile plants could also be stuffed in there. Liang can even use the Zen garden in an instant to create an invincible fortress composed of a large number of rich and tall nuts with himself as the center. These are all good stuff. Moreover, until now, what Liang has explored is only the basic storage function of the Zen garden. The most powerful aspect of the Zen garden lies in the cultivation of various plants. Liang thought of the music box that he had not liked before. When I read the system introduction, it said that this thing seemed to have a miraculous effect on plant growth. I don't know if that thing will produce any interesting chemical reaction with the Zen garden. Anyway, he is rich now, so he might as well buy it for fun. Liang bought it without hesitation. Turn the joystick of the music box and place it in your own Zen garden. Ding, 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 ding. The unique music of the music box sounded, startling Liang. Although he doesn't know much about music and has no interest in it. But he still remembers the familiar melody. Isn't this sound the sound of the clown zombie shaking the box? But it didn't seem that urgent. It seemed like it dropped a few beats. Crisp and soothing. Bite. Congratulations. Your plant cherry shooter was soothed by the music and replicated itself. The number of cherry shooters you currently own, 586. Look at the prompt that suddenly appears. Liang blinked, somewhat unresponsive. Plant replication? Is this the so-called miraculous effect? I didn't expect there would be such a pleasant surprise. Bite. Congratulations. Your plant Gemini sunflower was comforted by the music and had a spur to production. Total sunshine value produced for you. 3,000. Chapter 145. Ugly country wants people? Not existing. This has more than one strange effect. Liang opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. After exiting the Zen garden, he realized that he had been standing in the yard for a long time. The original sunset had already set behind the mountain. At this moment, there was a light layer of night shrouding the Tangshuansi. Liang walked through the dense sunflower bushes and headed towards the door. As soon as I walked to the door, a familiar voice came from behind. Student Liang, can you please bother me for a moment? Liang was already very familiar with the owner of the voice. Dongfang Changming walked out from the sunflower bushes, unable to hide the joy on his face. He was still wearing a formal suit and had obviously just finished an important meeting. Probably, it's about clearing the underworld. But then, Dongfang Changming's words were beyond Li Yang's expectations. Student Liang, it was you who bombed Sakura Country, right? Ah, that's it. Liang nodded without further explanation. Want to see Dongfang Changming, or what Tangshuansi thinks about this matter. Dongfang Changming's expression remained unchanged, and he still looked very excited. Student Liang, we never thought you would have such terrifying strength, such destructive power, such a terrifying killing range. Looking across the entire blue star, no one can do this. Du Shengding also recorded the scene of your previous battle in the Necromancer City. Whether it was the battle with the Ugly Country Necromancer or the grand scene when we eliminated the final boss, the biochemical matrix, I still remember them vividly. Seriously, Liang, I have been working in Tangshuansi for so many years, and I am responsible for countless people. But you really opened my eyes today. You know, there are life-related job changers who can rely on their own strength to cause such horrific destructive power. We in China only have you. Dongfang Changming sighed and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Liang's face was dark. Director Dongfang, did you come to me just to talk about this? This reminded Dongfang Changming. He quickly shook his head and regained his serious expression. Of course, not only that. Actually, it was Luoan who asked me to come to you. He wanted to conduct an ability test and specifically came to ask for your opinion. After witnessing the power you displayed this time, we are not the only ones. Even the person in Tianfu, even the one above Tianfu, is curious about the upper limit of your strength. We all want to know where your limits are. Oh, of course. It's not just you. Jiang Xiao, Du Shengding, and others will also participate. I heard that after this dungeon strategy, you all leveled up a lot. What kind of strength change can the 100th level 6 transformation bring to you? We'll all wait and see. So, Liang nodded, thoughtfully. Unexpectedly, after finishing the dungeon, what aroused Tianfu's greatest interest was not the mysterious underworld. But it's these job changers. It's really interesting. And the one after Tianfu? Who else could it be? Naturally, it is China's top leader, the Dragon Emperor. It's no wonder. After all, in many ways, the noise I made was quite big. Well, in that case, okay, sure. However, when testing, remember to find a larger place. It's best not to be inside China. The power of what I have now is so great that even I can't describe it. The effect of a single shot is probably similar to a nuclear weapon. Li Yang gave a simple example. When he heard the last three words, Dongfang Changming's expression froze for a moment. Nuclear weapon? This name has been submerged in the long river of time for a long time. Since the world was gamified, most man-made weapons used in combat have been forcibly tied to professional labels. Nuclear weapons, once the most powerful weapon in human war industry, have seen their appearance less and less frequently as the world becomes more gamified. Moreover, a single shot of plant can be as powerful as a nuclear weapon. Although Dongfang Changming didn't want to say that, he really couldn't imagine what kind of plant it could be. After being stunned for a long time, Dongfang Changming shook his head and returned to normal. Well, I understand. I will convey your words to Tianfu truthfully when the time comes. Liang nodded and prepared to leave. But Dongfang Changming stretched out a hand slightly and said cautiously, "Also, classmate Liang, the ugly necromancer you captured in the dungeon. We have also obtained relevant information about that guy through some special means. Although Johnson claims to be immortal, in fact, he does not have such an outrageous ability. His ability to be immortal comes from his own extraordinary talent. He could transfer any damage he suffers to his summons. In order to maximize this advantage, the Ugly Nation has deployed a considerable number of undead storage areas throughout their territory. Whenever this necromancer suffers a fatal attack, his gift is activated. The lethal wound will then be transferred directly to the zombies he summoned. The Ugly Country seems to really want this guy back, and is even willing to cede some of its territory to us. But that guy's a prisoner of war you captured after all." Before responding to the Ugly Country, Mr. Luo and would like to ask for your opinion first. Liang blinked. My opinion? The Ugly Country's offer is so outrageous, which means that guy is definitely worth more than this. Besides, the territory we exchange for might be filled with zombies. My advice is don't give this guy any chance to make a comeback. It's better to deal with an unkillable enemy as soon as possible. Continue to use my plant prison and let him enjoy it slowly. Dongfang Changming nodded. Tianfu also holds the same view as you on this matter. Well, those are the basics. There's nothing to do in the next few days, so you should have a good rest. Tongxin Division is considering holding a celebration party for those of you who have cleared the world-class dungeon. But Jiang Xiaoxiao seems to be very resistant to this. Well, it's just a tentative decision anyway. The details still depend on what you guys think. But this time we have cleared the dungeon and stopped the beast tide, so the rewards from above are definitely inevitable. I'll bring them to you later. It's getting late. I won't disturb your rest. Goodbye. After saying that, Dongfang Changming bowed very gracefully and left. Chapter 146. More than just 3 leaves of clover? 3 concept gods in one breath. After Dongfang Changming walked away, Liang just remembered that he could have asked about Meng Qing's matter just now. But it doesn't matter. Dongfang Changming's words did remind him. Rewards for brushing the book. He had no idea what kind of reward Tianfu would give him, but he still had 3 real rewards for completing the game in his hands. Undead Enchanted Staff, Apostle Core Vegetation, and the Seed of the World. Needless to say, the use he developed for the Scepter of the Dead is to summon things like plant zombies to fight for him. It also slightly increases the mobility of some plants. Although the zombies don't move very fast, it's better than nothing. Then, the Apostle Core and the World Seed. These are 2 completely confusing things. The World Seed at least makes it very clear that if it is planted, it will grow into a world tree. As the world tree grows, China will become better and better. But this so-called Apostle Core. Apostle Core, planting incomplete. Type, material. Quality, gold, legend. Item description. A crystal containing the power of vegetation, which can connect to a specific authority and create an apostle with miraculous power. The so-called apostle is an agent of a certain existence, with strength beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But this core seems to be slightly defective. I have no idea why. It's even incomplete. Just looking at the introduction, this thing seems to be used as a fusion material to create something powerful. But What could be produced? In Li Yang's mind, the only person who could be related to this thing was the Vegetation Order envoy in the previous copy. Could it be possible that he could create a plant order out of thin air? With that thing as a thug. That thing is a monster that purely relies on the terrain to deal damage. If you get close to it, Jiang Xiaoxiao can even kill it with 3 punches. It's real waste. Maybe if this core becomes complete, the effect will be better. I will ask Dongfang Chaming tomorrow and ask him to check what this so-called apostle core is used for. As for the world seed, quality, gold, legend. Item description, a seed that contains the secrets of the world. After planting, it can produce a tree species called world tree. At each growth stage, it can provide different degrees of amplification effects for the planter and the region, country, where the tree species is located. Please be sure to cultivate it well. Simple and crude. Plant seeds and reap the rewards. Where's the most suitable place to plant it? It would be best if it is located in the center of China, so that every corner of China can benefit from this increase. This is the best value for money. Never mind, let's ask together tomorrow. In addition, I also need to think carefully about how to use the apostle core. It would be best if you could reach the sky in one step and create an unprecedentedly powerful existence. Thinking about this, Li Yang yawned, washed up briefly, and went to the second floor to rest. It's probably because I used talents and skills too much. Li Yang slept for more than 10 hours. I didn't wake up until noon the next day. I threw a coffee bean in my mouth and finally calmed down. Rubbing his forehead, he slowly got out of bed. He glanced at his phone. There's a message on top, sent by Baiji. The content is, Liang, I made some sugar cakes according to what Nyo and Yang taught me. When you get up, come down and have a taste. Time, 3 hours ago. This girl, it's impossible for her to squat at the door for 3 hours. Liang held his forehead and walked downstairs. He opened the door. Ah, Liang, you're awake. Did you have a good rest last night? As expected, Baiji was sitting on the steps at the door, holding an exquisite cloth bag in her arms. The several twin sunflowers at the door have been manually hybridized together by Baiji. The four-headed sunflowers swayed slightly, spitting out 4 times the amount of sunlight, looking a little scary. Liang was amazed. You haven't been waiting here for 3 hours, have you? Baiji smiled and said, How is that possible? After realizing that I might have arrived too early, I went to the research department first. Also, I used their oven to heat up these cookies, so they're still warm. Eat it while it's hot. As she spoke, Baiji took out the cloth bag from her arms. He opened it and showed it to Liang. This girl must have learned baking somewhere. Every sugar cookie in the bag, no matter the size or shape, is neatly arranged. The skin is crispy and the aroma is fragrant. It feels like something that can be put directly on the shelf and sold. Liang picked one up and put it in his mouth. Contrary to its appearance, the taste of this sugar cake is surprisingly ordinary. I guess she strictly followed the recipe of the neighbor lady. Old people can't eat anything too sweet. Liang gave a positive evaluation while chewing the cake. Then he asked casually, By the way, what level are you now? You should be able to change your job, right? Baiji nodded, thinking of what happened yesterday, her eyes still full of excitement. Well, thank you for arriving on time last night. You killed a lot of monsters, and the experience was shared with me. So, I reached level 80 without much effort. As for job change, I heard you haven't done it yet. So, I came to find you to go with me. Liang really forgot to check his level. I always feel like I've only just reached level 5, and it won't be that long before I reach level 6. Then I opened my personal information and took a look. Wow, LV.100, it's written there firmly. Think carefully, what did I get after leaving the dungeon relay station? The plant life envoy, the biochemical matrix, and a massive number of soldiers that burst out of the biochemical matrix. The beast tied in Yinzhou, the city of Sakura country. Wow, it's really wonderful. It is easy to understand why the level is so high. In one day, I went from level 60 to level 100. This upgrade speed is like a joke. Liang smiled and finished the sugar biscuit in his mouth in one breath. Then he patted Baiji's head gently and said with a smile, Okay, sorry for the wait, let's go. Baiji still looked a little worried. You're only going to eat one? I heard from Nyo Ernyang that when you were a kid, you could eat 10 in one meal. Liang coughed. Ahem. The past was the past, the present is now. Changing jobs is the top priority. We could talk about eating when we get back. And where have you ever seen someone who has nothing to eat and eats 10 pieces of cake? I'm sorry. Baiji covered her face and wished she could crawl into the ground. Li Yong stretched and loosened his sword joints. Then he suddenly remembered something and turned around and asked, "By the way, Meng Qing has a grandmother. Have you heard of it?" Meng Qing's grandmother. Hearing this, Bai Ji's face also showed a puzzled expression. Afterwards, he expressed some regret, although he did arrive at Tangshuanzi a while earlier than Li Yong. But that was only for a while. In fact, she knew not much more about the people in Tangshuanzi than Li Yong did. If Li Yong cares a lot about Meng Qing's affairs, later she can go with him to ask Dongfang Changming. Li Yong shrugged. "Let's talk about it later. Let's go change jobs first." After following Bai Ji to the job transfer square inside Tangshuanzi, as soon as I stepped onto the open space in front of the square, someone noticed Li Yong here. A group of people quickly stood up and automatically formed two teams. Then, he bowed respectfully to Li Yong. "Hello, Brother Yong. What is going on?" Li Yong was confused. He looked down at Bai Ji and found that she was also confused. He didn't know that in the eyes of everyone, his current status was already legendary. When he first came, he didn't even have his identity entered, but he suddenly appeared out of nowhere and became the number one person on the annual list of Tangshuanzi, far ahead of others. He then easily defeated Jiang Xiao, forcing the recognized strongest person in Tongxian Division, who had topped the list for 3 consecutive years, to publicly admit defeat on the forum. The speech at the ceremony was both logical and emotional, leaving a deep impression on many people. Afterwards, he personally led the team and killed his way through all the countries on Blue Star and stopped the Beast Tide crisis in the underworld city that had been unsuccessful for several months. How can this be called a new student of Tangshuanzi? It's not an exaggeration to say that he is a superhero who hides himself in the city, right? This kind of man is strong, kind, and has some good looks. Of course, it was easy for him to become the object of everyone's pursuit. Look at Li Yong coming to this kind of place. You can even guess his purpose without saying much. Everyone quickly made way for Li Yong and invited him to change his job first. "Oh, all right then." Li Yong held his forehead and smiled. He took Bai Ji and walked straight through the crowd until he came to the job transfer crystal. Without any more hesitation, he raised his hand and touched it. Then, it was the same as usual. The job transfer crystal emitted a dazzling milky white light that shot straight into the sky. Connection successful. It is detected that your level has reached the job change requirement. Please choose whether to change your job. You have chosen to change your job, and the level cap is unlocked to LV.120. The following are your newly acquired talents and skills. New talent, extreme sprouting white normal. Talent description. With this talent, your planting will no longer be limited to soil. You can plant your own plants on any surface within a kilometer of your range. The plants you plant are still affected by other talents. Your talent, Dave's Plant Shop, has been upgraded and more unlockable plants have been opened. The following are the newly unlocked plant cards: clover, watergrass, magnetic mushroom. Originally, after successfully unlocking the Doomshroom, Li Yong thought that his Dave store had been completely unlocked, and that was the end. The result is, they're experts. Clover, watergrass, and magnetic mushrooms. These things were actually unlocked when he was at level 6. It's really strange. According to the logic of the system, the plants unlocked later should be stronger. These 3, Li Yang's pupil shrank slightly. No way, are we going to do that kind of thing? If I think about it carefully, the power of the plants I had before basically all came from the rules. Now, some conceptual gods that control the rules appear. It seems to be something that makes sense. Of the 3, the clover was the one that impressed him the most. In previous games, this thing was outrageous to a certain extent. As long as the enemy's feet are off the ground, there is nothing it can't blow away. And now, clover. Each planting consumes 100 points of sunlight, cool down of 30 seconds. Plant characteristics. After the clover is planted, after 0.5 seconds of preparation, it can stir up a strong wind covering a range of 3 kilometers. The strong wind can change the weather in the area and blow away all units in the air. All units in the air? The scope this covers is a bit scary. As we all know, there are spaces between molecules. If you really want to be picky, this thing can basically blow away everything. Thinking about the effects that cherry bombs and corn cannons could cause, Li Yong decided that this thing must not be tried lightly. After all, according to the system's description, Clover's ability is to stir up a strong wind and use it to blow away any air unit. But you have to know that the damage caused by something like a strong wind is no less than any other disaster. The range of effect of the clover is similar to that of the destruction mushroom, both of which are the entire map. If you use this thing casually in the city, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Speaking of which, what about the other two things? Could it be as abstract as the clover? Liang thought about it, opened the system interface, and did a quick check. Water grass. Each planting consumes 25 points of sunlight, cool down of 30 seconds. Plant characteristics. Water plants can only be planted in water and can wrap around enemies that touch them. Once completely wrapped around, they will be dragged underwater. Magnetic mushroom. Each planting consumes 100 points of sunlight, cool down of 7.5 seconds. Plant characteristics. After the magnetic mushroom is planted, it can attract all metal products within a 300-meter range. The attracted metal products will merge with the magnetic mushroom to some extent. Because the main body is a mushroom, the magnetic mushroom will still sleep during the day. The scariest thing about these three plants is that they have no level restrictions. In other words, their outrageous characteristics can be used against any target. When seeing the brief introduction to the plant's characteristics, Liang had actually already figured out what loopholes in the rules these three guys could exploit. Water plants can only be grown in water, but 70% of the human body is water. Magnetic mushrooms can attract metal products, but the human body contains a large amount of iron. Can this also be considered a metal product? If you think about it, there's no end to it. These three things are almost BUG level. No wonder it was unlocked only now. In comparison, the talent that he had just awakened seemed much more mediocre. Grow plants on any surface. This kind of talent is a disguised simplification of the existence of the flower pot. Planting some plants on the ceiling or even on a fast-moving vehicle can achieve many unexpected effects. Or just like how water plants are used. Just plant water plants or cherry bombs directly on people. TSK, TSK, TSK. The more I think about it, the more outrageous it becomes. Liang thought about it and tried it casually. Just raise your hand and use the palm of your hand as a planting surface to activate the sixth talent. Extreme sprouting. A green sprout slowly grew along the veins in the palm of his hand. In just a few moments, a harmless coffee bean is produced. Interesting. With this talent, he can even use the cherry bomb as a grenade. Chapter 147. Plants stacked on top of each other. After coming to terms with the joy of awakening new skills and new talents, Liang then noticed Bai Ji, who was also changing her job at the same time. There was obviously more excitement on her face. When she raised her head and looked at Liang, her clean little face was still a little red. It is hard to imagine that this is the mental state that a person who has experienced the horror of the beast tide with his own eyes should be in the next day. Liang had heard Fong Wen mention it before. Many new recruits in the military join the army with full confidence, feeling that they can make great achievements with their extraordinary strength and talent. Others will throw themselves into the battlefield with a fighting spirit, either to protect their family or to avenge some important people. As a result, most of them easily fell into deep self-doubt and despair after personally fighting against a huge tide of beasts. Many people imagine Warcraft and the beast tide to be too simple. But this is not the case with Angelica de Hurica. It seemed that what she experienced last night was just an ordinary experience for her. Even if you're covered in mud, even if you were exhausted, even if she had spent a whole day on the battlefield filled with the smell of blood and decay, the expression on her face remained unchanged and there was still light in her eyes. I have to admire this girl. She was born to do this. Although on the surface, she still looks very quiet. But hidden beneath the surface of this well-mannered young lady is definitely an extremely unruly soul. You are smiling so happily. What talent have you awakened? Liang asked casually. Bai Ji did not hide anything and told Liang the truth. The new talent still reduced the energy consumption when she casts abundance. In addition to this, the cap on her hybrid skills has been increased. In the past, hybridization could only fuse two plants. And now, you can stack it on top of each other. She can hybridize plants that have already been hybridized again. It sounds simple, but the upper limit of this talent has been improved by more than a little bit. Imagine, the fertile plants were crossed in pairs. On this basis, the hybrid version of the rich plant was fused again. It is equivalent to a plant that has the abilities of 4 fertility plants at the same time. Even without doing research, it is simply a kind of self-renewal of the plant. That would be 4 times as abundant at the very least. It's simply out of this world. After hearing Bai Ji's description, Liang wanted to see if this fourfold rich, multi-hybridized version of the mushroom of destruction could destroy the world. This is just a joke. In a sense, will Baiji also become a conceptual god as her level increases? Rich hybridization, superimposed rich hybridization. Infinite loop of nesting dolls. What kind of devil will emerge in the end? Liang waited and watched. And thinking of this, Liang thought of something else that could be used. Anyway, it's all about adding up combat power. Why not do something extreme? For example, while Feng Zhao strengthens the destruction mushroom, use Angelica Tahirika's hybridization method to repeatedly stack the Feng Zhao version of the destruction mushroom. If China could produce this level of firepower, it would be qualified to overturn the table in front of the whole world. In addition, then there will be a way to make the Apostle Core complete. On the basis of repeated stacking of Angelica Tahirika, add one more of this thing. For times the abundance, superimposed with power similar to that of the vegetation commander. What kind of super plant can be created? Thinking of this, Liang interrupted Baiji's idea of going to the scientific research department to test her new skills immediately. I plan to find Dongfang Changming first and ask him about the Apostle Core and the seed of the world. Baiji naturally had no objection. She nodded quickly and left with Liang. Everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment and only dared to whisper to each other after Liang had gone far away. Oh my God, white light. Doesn't that mean common rarity? Such an awesome person only awakened a white talent, and he's still smiling so happily. What do you know? That's the thinking of a strong person. Indeed, the strong never complain about the environment. Liang is so strong that he doesn't even need a profession or talent to support him. The strong will always be strong. But then again, the light from the job change crystal just now was too strong, wasn't it? It almost shot up to the sky. Dongfang Changming had previously told Liang his address and told him to come to him if he needed anything. Moreover, when Liang was first registered for identity verification, he was taken with him. Tongshuansi, office area. It was noon and the sun was shining brightly. Looking at the lawn below the government building, Liang suddenly remembered the scene when he first came here. At that time, Dongfang Changming was talking to him about the members of the dungeon strategy team while walking. Then, I met Jiang Xiaoxiao here. And this time, it's the same. As soon as he reached the entrance of the government building, Liang noticed the familiar figure lying on the recliner, looking very comfortable. He casually raised his hand and waved hello over there. Senior Jiang, good afternoon. When Jiang Xiaoxiao heard the voice, she immediately got up and looked over here. Looking over here, through sunglasses, a slightly surprised expression appeared on his face. Okay. You two are really weird. Actually going to the government building on a weekday. You two were busy from morning till night yesterday. Aren't you tired at all? Liang smiled. I just came to consult Director Dongfang about some matters. Why are you here every day? Jiang Xiaoxiao pushed up the sunglasses on her nose. I'm waiting. No, I'm just here to bask in the sun. The lawn in front of the office building is the best lit place in the entire Tongxian division. Just lying here makes me sleepy. Director Dongfang is inside. Please go in quickly. Oh, but the uncle from Tianfu is here too. If you want to ask me anything, you'll probably have to wait a while. Looking at the expression that flashed across her face, it seemed like she was hiding something. Liang frowned slightly, thinking that there was no need to worry about other people's affairs. As for the uncle in Tianfu, it's Luoan. Liang blinked, but was not surprised. After all, Luoan came here mainly to supervise the strategy of the underworld city. Now that the dungeon strategy is complete, Luoan will definitely need to personally deal with a series of subsequent impacts brought about by clearing the dungeon. After saying goodbye to Jiang Xiaoxiao, Liang took Baiji into the office building. Following the direction Dongfang Changming pointed out last time, I found his office with ease. I raised my hand to knock on the door when it creaked open. Luoan, the person in charge of Tianfu, was standing at the door at this time, looking at Liang in surprise. Oh, Liang, what a coincidence. We were just about to look for you, but we didn't expect you to come here by yourself. Chapter 148. The destruction mushroom is in place. Those who follow me will prosper. Those who go against me will perish. Hearing this, there was doubt in Liang's eyes. Dongfang Changming poked his head out from behind Luoan, glanced at Liang, and immediately smiled. That's perfect, Liang. Oh, Baiji is here too. That's even better. Come in and chat. What would you like to drink? With Dongfang Changming's half-hearted encouragement, Li Yang and Bai Ji were invited into the office in a daze. See what these two people mean. It seemed like Luo and was about to go to his residence to find him in person. Li Yang couldn't help but feel a little confused. How important is the matter that is worthy for the big boss in charge of Tianfu to go and meet him in person? Luo closed the door, turned around, looked at Li Yang seriously, and said, "Student Li Yang, it was around 4:30 yesterday afternoon, Imperial time. You dropped a considerable number of corn cannons on Sakura country, didn't you?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ji, who was sitting next to him, suddenly narrowed her pupils. Subconsciously, he looked at Li Yang beside him. When her mother sent her back, she excitedly told her about the incident in which Li Yang fired a terrifying number of corn cannons. But looking at the current atmosphere, something seems to be wrong. It can't be that the higher-ups think that what Li Yang did was inappropriate, right? Her mind started working rapidly, trying to help Li Yang think of some response. On the side, Li Yang's brows also frowned slightly. After a moment of silence, he nodded slowly. "Yes, it's me." Luo nodded and turned away. He took out a black box from his storage ring and handed it to Li Yang. When it was opened, inside the black box was a silver-white token with a dragon pattern printed on it. It is completely different from the identity token given by Tang Xuanzi. Both in terms of refinement and materials, it is much more exquisite than the one from Tang Xuanzi. However, his name was not engraved on the back of the token. Instead, the word Shenong was carved firmly in ancient characters. "This is Tianfu." No, it should be said that it is a gift given to you by that gentleman, the Dragon King's order. Once you have this card, the power you possess will be directly comparable to that of Tianfu. No matter what action we take, we could directly contact Tianfu and dispatch it to the 6 ministries for execution. Also, I can communicate with that person directly beyond Tianfu. Li Yang was dumbfounded. Although he was mentally prepared, when he discussed the matter with Dongfang Changming last night, the official attitude was already very clear. However, the reward was still beyond his expectations. What's going on? A golden medal of immunity from death, or some awesome pass? What do the 2 words Shinnon written on it mean? As if seeing Li Yang's doubts, Luo gave a brief explanation. The token is custom made just for you. Actually, there are some other candidates besides you. As for the meaning of the above name, the Dragon Emperor will explain it to you personally later. Also, there was nothing wrong with your previous decision to bomb Sakura country. Tianfu has always supported you. For a long time, the Sakura country has used their despicable means to do countless similar things. Especially this time, it is too much. According to the previous management, even if problems were found, they would throw up their hands and say that they were incompetent and unable to manage, that the drilling platform where the accident occurred was an abandoned site, and that they were also victims. All countries, especially the ugly country and the bear country, are balancing each other, and we can't easily take sides and express our attitudes. We can only condemn and send aid to solve the troubles caused by the Sakura country as soon as possible. However, after seeing your strength, Sakura country will definitely reevaluate our current situation. After all, it is a level between countries. If there is no strength to support overturning the table, everyone should value peace. But now, things seem a little different. Luo paused for a moment, then began to narrate. The next World Conference will be held in a few days. Given your outstanding performance in the underworld, I'm afraid all the countries on the entire blue planet will be extremely wary of us now. So, I wonder if now is the time to show our cards. We still have important hostages from the ugly country in our hands, and they can't easily stand against us. So anything that could really threaten us no longer exists. In that case, I guess there's no need to play house games with them anymore, right? Dongfang Changming also made some additions. According to what Li Yang said before, you already have power comparable to that of a nuclear weapon. At the same time, Miss Bai Ji can further strengthen it on this basis. Tianfu wants to use this as a basis to intimidate other countries on the blue planet. Now, it is almost time for China to promote changes in the entire blue planet. So, Li Yang suddenly felt relieved. He had already thought about it when he demonstrated his strength in the underworld. This operation will definitely have an impact on the entire blue planet. I just didn't expect it to happen so soon. Other countries may be nervous, questioning, or opposing. For China today, it doesn't matter at all. And now, after having enough strength, the world structure should have changed. There is no need to talk about any pattern or human nature. In the face of absolute strength, they are nothing more than foils. Dignity is only above the edge of the sword, and truth is only within the range of the cannon. Today, the time, place, and people are all right. If we don't act now, when will we? Luo and Dongfang Changming both stopped at the same time and looked at Li Yang silently, as if asking for his opinion. Li Yang smiled slightly and raised his hand to activate his sixth talent. In the office, a dormant mushroom of destruction was grown. Without saying a word, he just waved his hand, indicating that they should look at the panel of this thing. A black mushroom as tall as a person rose from the wooden floor. The moment it appeared, the temperature in the entire room seemed to drop to freezing point. Everyone present felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. The two men in high positions looked at each other, then raised their hands at the same time and released the identification spell. Name: Destruction Mushroom. Plant characteristics: after being activated, the Destruction Mushroom will explode after 1 second of chanting, with the power of a nuclear weapon explosion equivalent to 10,000 tons. The damage will directly kill all job changers below level 150 within the range. The damage is lower the farther away from the explosion center, and a shock wave caused by the explosion can spread up to 5 kilometers. The radiation effect it causes will exist for a long time, so please use it with caution. Tip: the upper limit of this plant will increase as the occupation level increases. No further words needed. This thing is enough to express Li Yang's attitude. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. In front of this thing, no matter how many words you say, they are pale and powerless. Chapter 149, Plan to Repair the Apostle Core. The discussion went very smoothly. After Li Yang expressed his opinion, Luo's expression obviously became a lot more relaxed. Then, he pointed at the Dragon King order in Li Yang's hand. This token can directly connect to the 6 ministries' communication systems and issue tasks to them. At the same time, the whole process is anonymous, and the mission level is the same as Qianfu. The Dragon Emperor can also contact you through this token. In addition, there are some other small functions. If you're interested, you can study them slowly. These few days, I have to prepare for the upcoming World Conference, so I'll be away from Tongshuansi for a while. During this period, if you need to contact me for something, you can also use this token to get in touch with me. As he spoke, Luo slowly nodded towards Dongfang Changming, standing beside him. Dongfang Changming returned the gift and was about to say something. Li Yang suddenly called Luo, who was about to leave, and took out something from his storage ring. By the way, just in case, I would like to ask Qianfu for his opinion. Where would be the best place to plant the world seed that was spawned from the Necromancer City? Luo was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Seed of the world. This thing was also mentioned in the report submitted by Jiang Xiaoxiao. The information about this thing has been written in great detail in the report. Able to plant a world tree and increase the area where the world tree is located to a certain extent. Luo had indeed thought about whether he should inquire about this matter before. But this is the reward Li Yang got for killing the boss, and it should be Li Yang who decides how to use it. Luo suppressed his curiosity and didn't ask any questions. Unexpectedly, Li Yang would come and ask about this matter on his own initiative. Seeing Luo was hesitant, Li Yang smiled and said, "If it doesn't work, please help me find a better position. This is a rare good thing. It would be a loss if we don't plant it and cultivate it early." Luo nodded. "Okay, I'll arrange it for you as soon as I get back. Besides the world seed, is there anything else that requires Tianfu's help? I will try my best to solve everything within my ability." Li Yang nodded. "Yes, it is. It was also found in the underworld. I wonder if anyone in Tianfu has seen something similar." Hearing this, Luo also became interested. The report that Jiang Xiaoxiao put together temporarily in Yinzhou at that time was very brief. Even the gains from the copy only mentioned the seed of the world and the necromancer from the ugly country. Luo himself was actually very interested in other gains from the underworld. If the World Conference was not imminent, he would really like to find an opportunity to have a good chat with the young people who participated in the dungeon. Afterwards, under the expectant gaze of Luo, and Dongfang Changming, Li Yang took out a broken, glowing green crystal from his storage ring. This thing, Dongfang Changming was a little confused. Obviously, he had never seen it before. What surprised Li Yang was that Luo, who was standing opposite him, had a serious look of surprise on his face. It seems like he knows the origin of this thing. After Dongfang Changming obtained Li Yang's consent, he used the identification technique on the crystal in his hand. Apostle Core, planting incomplete. Type, material. Quality, gold, legend. Item description, a crystal containing the power of vegetation. which can connect to a specific authority and create an apostle with miraculous power. The so-called apostle is an agent of a certain existence, with strength beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But this core seems to be slightly defective. It's actually a legendary material. Dongfang Changming showed a very shocked expression on his face. However, Luoan on the side seemed familiar with the process. Then he asked a very strange question. It's the core. You must have encountered some very strange enemies in the dungeon, right? Liang seemed to be thinking about something. Is it the vegetation order? In fact, Liang was a little curious at that time. How could there be such strange monsters in a dungeon like the underworld filled with zombies and undead creatures? Controlling plants. This kind of ability seems so inappropriate no matter how you look at it. Could it be that the causal relationship between this core and the magical beast called the Vegetation Envoy is exactly the opposite of what he thought? It was not the Vegetation Envoy that dropped the Apostle Core, but it was because of the existence of the Apostle Core that the monster named Vegetation Envoy was born. It seemed to confirm Li Yang's guess. Luoan suddenly stroked his chin thoughtfully and began to explain. This is indeed not the first Apostle Core discovered in China. About 20 years ago, one of the 6 ministries housed a similar core. Of course, it was also incomplete. Based on the introduction and origin of this thing, we speculate that these cores can be used to create some powerful monster-like creatures. So, relevant tests were conducted on this. But perhaps because the core is incomplete, the creature we created using the core is just an empty shell without consciousness. And now, a second incomplete core has appeared. Maybe it's time to do another round of testing. This thing is indeed used to create living things. Hearing this, Liang nodded thoughtfully. Luoan thought for a moment and casually mentioned, "Unfortunately, I've been busy lately and can't add more work to myself. Otherwise, I would like to personally accompany you to see what kind of creature a complete Apostle Core can create. I'll go back and tell the 6 departments to bring you the other Apostle Core. As for the work of repairing the core." As Luoan spoke, he gradually frowned. "It seems that I can't think of any suitable candidate for the time being. Fortunately, the selection of personnel is an area where Dongfang Changming is good at." He tapped his forehead lightly, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. "If you want to repair something, I have a suitable person here. In the research department of Tongxian Division, there is a very interesting life-related job changer. His name is Ali. He's a blacksmith, and his innate ability is something called the Hand of God. This ability can combine 2 things of similar nature into one. It is usually used to do some repair work in the research department. If Liang doesn't mind, I can bring the 2 broken cores to him to try to repair them. Once the repair is complete, I'll give it to you and find a place to conduct experiments." I didn't expect these troubles to be solved so easily. Liang nodded and stuffed the Apostle Core into Dongfang Changming's hand. Chapter 150. The Arrogant Little Sakura. The repair work on the Apostle Core will probably take a few days to complete. It would take Luo a few days to finish dealing with the affairs of the World Parliament. In this way, we can also wait until today to participate in Li Yang's experiment on the complete version of the Apostle Core. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Luoan is looking forward to this. When leaving with Liang, we actively chatted about a lot of random things. I paid attention to the situation in Yunzhou and learned about Li Yang's new abilities. At the same time, I lamented how fast the world is changing. What Liang did to Sakura country might have caused a lot of trouble in the past. Afterwards, the Sakura country will definitely make a big fuss about their attack at the World Congress. But today's China really doesn't care about these things at all. Let the Sakura country do whatever they want. When a country has the power to overturn the table in the whole world. In the face of those clowns who are secretly doing evil, do we still need to talk about humanitarianism? If nothing unexpected happens, this World Parliament will be the last one in human history. From then on, wherever I looked, I saw the vast 9 provinces, and every word in ink was like the dancing of phoenixes and dragons. The light of China will surely cover the blue planet for thousands of years. Liang seemed to be thinking about something. He took out some seeds from his Zen garden and gave them to Luo and asked him to carry them with him in case of emergency. Luo nodded and put it in his pocket. "No need to say much. Everything I want to say is in my heart." Finally, the 2 said goodbye. Liang and Baiji stood outside, watching Luo and board the return airship under the protection of a group of guards. Baiji saluted solemnly, while Luo stopped at the boarding area, looked back at the 2 young men from Tongshuansi, and saluted slowly. The engine started, the sail was set, and the next time we saw each other, it would be a few days later. In the next few days, just as Dongfang Changming said, nothing major happened. Liang finally had a rare few days of leisure. Every day, Bai Ji would wake him up with breakfast, and the two would go to the research department together to test the richness and hybridization results of a new batch of plants. In your free time, you can stroll around, get to know the people and things in Tongshuansi, and experience the local customs and culture of the imperial capital. Until that night. As usual, Li Yang stayed in the research department until the evening. After having dinner with Baiji, we said goodbye to each other and returned to our own residences. I lay down on the sofa and watched TV programs out of boredom. What was broadcast on TV was an international news. The reporter in the news was holding a microphone and interviewing a large fishing farm in the land of cherry blossoms in awkward English. Judging from the content of the interview, it seems that Sakura country has begun preparing new black technology weapons for future battles. Moreover, the surviving fishermen in the coastal cities were gradually recovering from the previous horrific corn bombing. A stable and orderly life began again. Until this point, Liang actually didn't have any major psychological fluctuations. Even felt like laughing. As the camera turned, the factory wall behind the interviewee appeared. Something suddenly appeared and caught Li Yang's attention. It was a green plant, swaying its body slowly in the windless conditions to a certain rhythm. Laugh, right? Full of rhythm. 6. Isn't this his pea shooter? How could you be in a place like this? Is this what Sakura calls the black technology that will be used in future battles? Liang turned off the attack mode of the pea shooter without even thinking about it. At the same time, he also remembered that when he used the corn cannon to bombard the Sakura country, he detected that there were many of his plants distributed in the Sakura country. But those plants were basically sealed off as some kind of experimental subjects. Even if you switch over and use the third talent to gain vision, it will be blocked by a large area of black. There was nothing useful to be seen at first glance. Unexpectedly, after only a few days, the little Sakura moved his plants out to bask in the sun. It seems like these guys haven't been bombed enough. Liang originally wanted to directly convert it into an explosive plant to give them a quick death. But on second thought, an idea came to his mind. This situation means that the Sakura people over there have dispersed his plants. In that case, he might as well confirm where his plants are scattered. After the World Parliament opens, China will officially turn the table. Just go for the big one. It would be great if the damn little cherry blossoms could ascend to heaven across the country. Taking advantage of the situation, I will kill the chicken to scare the monkeys and show the whole blue star what it means that those who go against me will die. After making up my mind, Li Yang changed his mind and wanted to see what means these Sakura people use to get his plants over. The third talent is activated. Li Yang chose a pea shooter with the farthest distance and established a connection with himself. When I opened my eyes again, what I saw was an extremely unfamiliar scene. Right now, this pea shooter of his should be locked in a sealed culture chamber somewhere. The culture chamber is in a carriage. Through the car window, you can see the scenery outside constantly changing. Outside is a large area of unfamiliar woods and sky. Some scientists in white coats were sitting in the car, communicating in Sakura language with serious expressions. Luckily, there are still stocks elsewhere. I didn't expect that the plants in the Kyoto laboratory would run out first. Gunma Prefecture and Ishikawa Prefecture in the north, Kagawa Prefecture and Kochi Prefecture in the center, and Iwate Prefecture. Although there are some plants left in cities of all sizes in the empire, all places are vying for ownership of these plants. When the number is evenly distributed, the number is pitifully small. These strange plants cannot be cultivated by ordinary means. If we want to break through, we can only keep trying other species. The current stock of plants in the empire is very limited. I'm afraid it will not be enough to support future experiments. Why don't we notify the people above and ask them to send agents to China? Previous agents have already stolen a lot from the backward border town called Yinzhou. The Chinese are wary of this. If we go there again, we might risk our lives. Damn it, where on earth do these Chinese people get their power from? Have they surpassed us in their research into the realm of God? The last sentence obviously caused an uproar among a group of scientists. A large group of people looked at each other, and no one dared to say a word. Then, the guy who should be the head of the laboratory laughed awkwardly and broke the silence. How is that possible? How could the Chinese be stronger than us? We are far ahead in the research of the God's realm. Everyone cheer up and quickly analyze what kind of power is hidden in these strange plants and find out if they are related to the gods' realm. Such a wonderful power must be used by our great Sakura Empire. Ha ha ha. Still no one responded, obviously not having confidence in what he said. But the scientists present all became busy again, as if as long as they didn't think too much, Sakura country would always be the most advanced. Chapter 151. The killing intention has begun. The World Parliament convenes. Then, as if to boost morale, the guy who was talking just now grinned again and started to speak wildly. Have you noticed that among the new plants we transported this time, there are things we have never seen before? Ha ha. I have a feeling this is the key to solving the mystery of the plants. To be honest, it would be a waste of resources to give these plant weapons to China. Once we master this power, we will definitely develop firepower stronger than China. If he dares to bomb our coast, we will bomb him back, blow up their imperial capital, and destroy their northern border. This God-given opportunity is fleeting. Come on, everyone, be serious. Several people nodded yes, but their attitudes were a bit perfunctory. Looking at the images transmitted through the connection, Liang narrowed his eyes and sorted out the information he had just heard. It is obvious how my plant came to the land of Sakura. In addition to their small actions and world-class copies, this group of guys also sneaked into Yunzhou and stole local plants. Such a despicable operation is something that ordinary people would never easily think of, except for those bastards from Sakura country. In addition to this, there is another point that Liang cares about very much. God's domain. Liang had heard this word many times by Sakura man in the underworld. If you don't know them, you might think they are some kind of fanatical religious believers. But the fact is obviously not the case. Liang decided to pay more attention to the new term God's realm in the future. If conditions permit, you can also ask Luo about the specific situation. In addition, this time, in addition to his own plants, the truck also contained a lot of other strange things. These are probably what the Sakura people think are objects related to the realm of God. And, according to the little cherry blossoms in the car, this train seems to be on its way to Kyoto to transport cherry blossoms. That would be great. You should know that in the territory of Sakura country, 50 of the advanced copies are located in Kyoto, plus the various monsters and other area dungeons. With these kills, unlocking the cart would only take a moment. In this case, all we have to do is wait for this truck to arrive in Kyoto. Almost all cities across the country of Sakura fell within the firing range of the destruction mushroom. Then, it will be the best time to take action. The next day, in the northern part of Blue Star, on a neutral zone at the junction of Europe and Asia, there are many airships from various countries. The headquarters of the World Parliament stands here. The Parliament building stands majestically and solemnly on a square that can be described as vast. The entire building is constructed of white marble, presenting a majestic modern style. The towering gate, more than 10 meters high, was open to welcome representatives from all over the world. On both sides of the gate stand two tall stone statues, one holding an olive branch and the other holding a scale. Just by looking at it, you can tell that it is very expensive. Oh, isn't this Mr. Luo, and from China? Will you be attending the meeting in person as a representative this year? Nice to meet you. Mr. James of the Sun never sets. And this one, should he be the representative of the Bear Country? He looks very young. Hello, I am Julia from the Bear Country, and I am here as a representative of the Bear Country. Some representatives shook hands and greeted each other with polite smiles on their faces. But when they noticed a guy with a cane and bandages on his hands, everyone's faces froze. This injured representative is from Sakura Country. As I recall, his name is Yamamoto Benjiro, and he is the head of the Sakura Country Military Command. I wonder why he is injured like this. Listening to the chattering of the crowd, a complex smile gradually appeared on Luo An's face. At this time, Yamamoto Jiro was limping forward with a cane, with the help of several assistants. He walked slowly with a frown on his face. All I could think about was what I was going to say later and the anger that had been building up over this period of time. The corn missile attack a few days ago brought him to the brink of death. When golden corn falls from the sky, bringing with it the breath of death. Even for him, his brain suddenly stopped working for a long time. The horrific explosion that followed is still fresh in his memory. To be able to survive that explosion and even move around freely on crutches. This in itself is a miracle and also an opportunity given by God. So here he comes. Come and ask China for an explanation, and let the entire blue planet see clearly how brutal and terrifying China is today. He will exchange his broken body for the future of the glorious emperor of Sakura country. However, so far, his appearance seems to have had the opposite effect. This funny look caused a lot of people to laugh. A bunch of people were happily pointing fingers and mocking the Sakura country for actually sending injured people to attend the meeting. Is it possible that there is no one left in the entire Sakura country? Boom, boom, boom. The meeting officially began with the world bell ringing 3 times. Representatives from various countries, under the guidance of relevant personnel, entered the huge Parliament Hall in batches. The World Parliament is an institution that was created to respond to changes in the world since the world gamification incident occurred. It is somewhat similar to the former United Nations. Representatives from a large group of countries gather here to decide the direction of some major events by voting, collectively pass some bills, or announce some new regulations for everyone to follow. After all the representatives have taken their seats, the representative of the ugly country slowly came up to the stage and, with the attitude of a person in a high position of power, spoke about some things that no one cared about and were not important at all. Then, he suddenly changed the subject. The focus of the topic is on the strategy for this world-class dungeon. The spearhead was pointed directly at Huaxia and began to question. Huaxia representative, looking at the reporting records of various countries and the final results. In this strategy, the difficulty of the world-class dungeon, Necropolis, is higher than ever before. However, the Chinese team of job changers still managed to clear the dungeon at an extremely fast speed under such circumstances. This power is far beyond the imagination of all of us. I wonder if the Chinese representative can give us some explanation? As soon as he finished speaking, Yamamoto Benjuro, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly slammed the table and stood up angrily. Well said. Huaxia representative, the fact that you have strange plants is no longer a secret on Blue Star today. Can you please publicly explain what happened to the corn missile attack that our Sakura country encountered just after the dungeon raid ended a few days ago? As one of the 3 major powers in the world today, is this how you abuse your military power? Chapter 152, Bullshit. The questioning from the Sakura country caused many countries present to fall into silence. Many people looked at each other, not daring to speak. Ever since the world was gamified, all conflicts between countries have been directed to copies. As a result, they fell into a kind of tacit balance. To date, such a fire attack has not occurred for nearly 100 years. And now, China, which gives people the most gentle impression, has taken the lead in breaking the balance. Does this mean that the structure of Blue Star is about to be reshuffled? While everyone was in deep thought, Yamamoto Jiro walked to the front of the stage, leaning on a cane and trembling. He was in such a fragile state that he seemed as if any gust of wind could blow him down. He walked onto the stage, looked at the complicated expressions of the representatives below the stage, and said with a gloomy face, "Dear members of Parliament, we are here today not to fight for leadership or interests, but to discuss a more important issue. We all know that the big countries all have strong economic and military power. This is what they rely on and also their characteristics. But do these powers mean that they have the right to oppress other weak countries at will? Should they use their advantages to trample on the territories of other weak countries at will? The country being bullied today is our Sakura Empire. But tomorrow, it could be someone else, every powerless and weak country here. Although we are a weak country, we also have our own dignity and rights, and we also have a responsibility to protect our territory." As he spoke, he waved his arm. This has caused many other small countries to respond. At first glance, this speech seems to be full of pearls. But if you think about it carefully, it is actually a very simple theory of great power threat. Upon hearing this, the representatives of several major countries frowned. The representative from the bear country said bluntly, "Come on, there's no need to beat around the bush. What do you want? Just say no." Yamamoto Jiro couldn't help but smile as he looked at the many representatives from small countries who had been brought to the same side by him. Pointing the finger directly at China, "We are just a small country. How dare we have any extravagant expectations? All we want is to be the victim and hope that China can give a convincing explanation for its actions." Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to Luo. The latter smiled coldly and replied, "Explain, huh? Of course. But before that, I would like to ask the representative of Sakura country. Mr. Yamamoto, when the beast tide broke out around the world, what did Sakura country do? Why did the magical beasts that were supposed to appear in your territorial waters suddenly begin to invade China's border in large numbers? As soon as the voice fell, the Korean representative, who had been very excited since a while ago, slammed the table and stood up. Right. Before you blame others, give an explanation for your own actions first. The Korean nation's military strength is not sufficient to begin with, and it is already difficult to fight against the beast tide around them. And then you suddenly caused trouble again, causing a beast tide that was almost twice our number to attack our territory. Do you know how many innocent people in our country were killed in this beast tide? You talk a lot about morality, but you don't do anything humane. You say one thing in public and another in private. This is what I mean by people like you. Before the Korean country finished speaking, the representative of the bear country took over the conversation again. After the incident broke out, the official explanation given by your country of Sakura was that an unexpected accident occurred on the offshore drilling platform, resulting in a leakage of some special pollution sources. Afterwards, the beast tide was affected and coincidentally avoided the territory of Sakura country and scattered to other nearby countries. Isn't this a coincidence? Yamamoto seemed to have guessed that this kind of problem would be faced at this meeting, so prepare in advance. Facing the doubts from the Korean and Mao countries, he sighed helplessly, spread his hands lightly, and acted as if he was powerless. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. In a way, reality is much more magical than we imagine. For this, we have already publicly apologized. These two simple sentences sounded like a tantamount mockery to the representatives from South Korea, which was the worst-hit country. These words instantly broke down my defense. He pounded the table and roared angrily. Shit. Bullshit. If it was really an accident, why didn't you solve it earlier? Do you have to wait until the entire tide of beasts is driven to the territories of other countries and causes irreparable damage before you come forward to apologize? What do your troops eat? Everyone is dead. What's the point of your apology? The Sakura country still looks like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. We have already explained this issue when we made our public apology. The accident happened so suddenly that even we were unprepared and couldn't solve it right away. After all, we are a weak country and don't have that much strength. After saying that, he nodded to the audience. It immediately resonated with many weak countries. A large number of small countries felt the same way and expressed that they also wanted to make progress. But in the process of progress, it is inevitable to encounter things that are beyond your control, and it is indeed difficult to resolve them on your own. Because they are too weak, any troubles they cause have to be borne by the entire blue planet. Looking at the reactions of the people below the stage, Yamamoto narrowed his eyes and glanced at the representative of the bear country with considerable pride. In this incident, the bear country was not as severely affected as the Korean country. But the most important port city on the East Coast has also fallen, and the losses are heavy. However, at this time, the Sakura country insisted that it was unable to solve the problem. Anyway, the apology has been made. You powerful countries, you won't bother with a pitiful and weak country like us because of this kind of thing, right? As soon as Yamamoto's thoughts came up, Luoen's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting everyone's discussion. It seems that Sakura country has explained the cause and effect very clearly. Then we don't have much to say. Since Sakura country is unable to solve the trouble it has caused, then, as a major country, we should help them shoulder the responsibility of cleaning up. So after we noticed that there was a problem with the offshore drilling platform in Sakura country, we immediately took action. It's just a coincidence that we encountered some unexpected situations during the execution of the operation. The missile that was originally intended to lock onto the drilling platform accidentally lost its target, and the landing point of some of it was slightly deviated. I believe you can understand. After all, Mr. Yamamoto himself said so. To some extent, reality is much more magical than we imagine. Chapter 153. Free plants? Is China really that generous? Faced with Luoen's words, Yamamoto opened his mouth and was speechless. He never expected the rhetoric he would use against Russia and South Korea. He was actually used as a boomerang by the Chinese and hit himself on the head. To dwell on this matter now would be tantamount to denying one's previous words and deeds. I saw that everyone switched to other topics. Yamamoto frowned and spoke again. Wait a moment. Does the Chinese representative have anything else to say? You secretly mastered unknown powers and put them to use in battle. Now you don't intend to give any explanation for this power? Upon hearing this, the representative of the British Empire, which was once one of the most powerful countries, could not help but complain. That's a power that China developed on its own. Why should I explain it to you? Isn't this representative from the Sakura country pushing his luck a bit too far? Yamamoto raised his eyes with a nonchalant expression. As we all know, the World Congress is composed of representatives from various countries on the Blue Star. It is an international organization that adheres to the principles of fairness, justice, and openness. The principle of the World Congress is to eliminate all injustice on the blue planet. Obviously, the power that China possesses has given them greater advantages and influence, and has provided them with more opportunities for development. Such a powerful force, enough to change the world, but China has kept it to itself. Is this really appropriate? Even if you don't take weak countries like us seriously, shouldn't you take the World Parliament seriously? Should we also take the ugly country and the bear country, both of which are also powerful countries, into account? Sow discord and divert conflicts? Juia, the female representative from the bear country, had a serious expression. Then he immediately turned his head and looked at Luoan. Mr. Luoan, don't listen to his nonsense. Your powerful strength is something you created and discovered by yourself. It has nothing to do with anyone else. No matter how you use it, we have no opinion. Oh, huh? Are the Russians starting to take sides now? Seeing the attitude of the representative of the bear country, Yamamoto narrowed his eyes and looked at the representative of the ugly country standing beside him. He never had any expectations for the bear country. But the ugly country is different. The ugly country's greed and power are known to everyone on the entire Blue Star. If it were them, they would definitely not miss this rare opportunity to put pressure on China. But surprisingly, the ugly country is surprisingly calm today. In addition to the accusation against China at the opening, there was no other movement. It is indeed a bit abnormal. But what a pity. No one present knew that the most precious necromancer of the ugly country was now in the hands of China. The ugly country dared to confront China and test its attitude at the beginning of the parliament, which was already its limit. After hearing Huaxia's remarks against the Sakura people just now, they already knew Huaxia's fearless attitude today. In this case, it is naturally impossible to go against them anymore. Right now, the only ones who responded to the Sakura country were some small countries that were mobilized by him. Just like a clown. Although both the bear country and the ugly country looked down on each other. But looking at a bunch of weak countries gathering together to denounce China, I couldn't help but want to laugh. Immediately following, Luoan calmly took out a storage ring and put on his hand. Smile and look at everyone present. It seems that you're all very concerned about our Chinese new firepower. In that case, I might as well fulfill your wishes. After saying that, Luoan rubbed the storage ring on his hand. Next second, a large number of strange and bizarre plants suddenly appeared in front of everyone. At this time, in the Chinese imperial capital, inside Tangshuansi, Liang, who got up early, was already waiting in front of the TV. While watching the live broadcast of the World Conference, he leisurely ate the breakfast brought by Baiji. Last night, Luoan called him alone. I hope he can give me some help to establish my authority at the World Conference. The specific approach is that Luoan will distribute the plants first. When the table is completely overturned, Liang will take action. Using the distributed plants, the entire place was instantly suppressed. As for those guys who try to cause trouble, there is no need to hesitate. Just deal with them directly. No matter what, they must take advantage of this opportunity to let the entire Blue Star take a good look at China today and see whether it is still someone they can afford to provoke. Similarly, Liang also told Luoan that he had a large number of plants in Sakura country. According to Luoan and speculation, Sakura country might have noticed Li Yang's special powers since the hidden copy of Yinzhou. These Sakura people use various means to steal a lot of Li Yang's plants for research, trying to crack the secret of this power and use it for your own benefit. Afterwards, Liang told Luoan about his plan to transform those plants into destruction mushrooms and blow up Sakura country after the end of the World Parliament. Luoan pondered for a while, but did not deny Li Yang's plan. And he said that the two sides could cooperate a little. In a sense, this action against the Sakura country can also be a warning to the entire blue planet. As for how to act, Liang drank some soy milk, looked at the scene on the TV screen, and squinted his eyes slightly. At this time, World Congress here. After Luo took out the plants from his storage ring, he asked people to distribute them. Make sure everyone present gets a gift from China. Everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment. No one had expected that China would actually take such a move. Directly brought out this powerful force and gave everyone a copy. But things have come to this point. China, can it still be so generous? Right now, all the representatives of small countries who protested, including Yamamoto from the land of Sakura, were dumbfounded. I never expected that China would be so generous. If I had known this, I would have directly paid the money and asked Huaxia to buy it. Why bother sending ninjas there specifically to steal at the risk of their lives? Or in the copy, use those despicable means that harm others and do not benefit yourself? China's sudden action made all the previous secret efforts made by the Sakura country look like complete clownish behavior. The treasure that I had worked so hard to get from China is now being given away by China. Bang! A pot of big-mouth flowers was placed in front of Yamamoto, which scared him. He had seen this thing in the Research Institute a few days ago. It could swallow a level 70 or 80 monster in one bite. It is extremely powerful. There is only one plant in the entire Sakura Kingdom. This. Yamamoto raised his head and looked at Luo An's face, which showed no emotion. The greedy fire in my heart ignited again. The representative of China is willing to give away such a precious sample. Then the technologies and research results related to these mysterious plants should also be made public, right? After all, we are just a weak country. Even if we get these plants, we can't cultivate them ourselves. If an accident similar to the drilling platform accident occurs during the experiment, it will be a huge loss to the entire blue planet. Chapter 154. Is this difficult? Then don't do it. And following what Sakura country said, more and more small countries have also been aroused by this desire. They all follow the team. Representative of the White Elephant Nation. That's right. As one of the three great powers, China should also hope that small countries like us can become better together, right? Representative of Kangaroo Country. The World Parliament has always been about fairness, justice, and openness. We are all part of Blue Planet and should make progress together. If China could be more generous, I believe our development will be faster. Maple Leaf Country Representative. Hey, I don't have that much to say. Huaxia Representative. Can we make a gentleman's agreement? When we develop any high-tech technology in the future, we will share it with you as soon as possible. Okay. The Korean representative said, as expected of you, you are the big brother. Brother China, we will follow you from now on. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west. Camel Country Representative. Cough, cough, cough. I think that even if China would share such valuable information with us, we should still maintain our autonomy and independence. Blue Star is a country of diversified development. Everyone comes to the World Congress to share and refuse to be selfish. A large group of people were chattering, making the entire Parliament Hall full of smoke and chaos. The footage was broadcasted on television stations around the world. People of different skin colors were excited and felt as if they were standing at a critical juncture in the progress of the times. Zhuya, the female representative of the Bear Country, looked at the wall of nuts that was as high as a person in front of her, and her brows furrowed more and more. She had no control over what decision Huaxia made. But the fawning looks and the arrogant attitude of these large groups of national representatives really made her feel very uncomfortable. These guys, while taking China's handouts, righteously stand on the side of the weak and pick and choose about the handouts. There is absolutely no backbone at all. If she were put in the position of the representative of China, faced with these guys who are becoming more and more aggressive, I might not be able to help but swear or even hit them on the spot. Aside, representatives of the British Empire held the same view. As one of the former powerful nations, they also have their own pride. After receiving the gift from China, I wanted to express my gratitude politely and wondered if I could have something of equal value to exchange with China. But before he could even open his mouth, he was drowned out by the roar of the whole audience. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he simply couldn't believe it. Why can some weak people trample their dignity into the dirt without hesitation and be so humble and fawning? Looking at the scene before our eyes, it can be described as morbid. Zhuya, the female representative of the Bear Country, finally couldn't help it anymore and started cursing angrily. What a bunch of shameless villains. Where are your faces? Especially Sakura. I have never seen anyone so lowly and despicable. As a representative of a country, don't you feel the slightest bit of shame for what you say and do? Hearing this, Yamamoto Jiro fell silent, restrained his smile, and looked at Juya. Then, he slowly opened his mouth, revealing an almost sinister smile. Shame? They're a weak country, fundamentally different from strong country. In the face of opportunities for survival and development, ridiculous integrity is completely useless. After all, Juya is still young and is just a temporary substitute representative. When I saw this expression, I suddenly felt a buzzing in my head. I opened my mouth but couldn't say a word. Seeing her like this, many representatives from weak countries present took it as an added bonus and laughed even more happily. Then, relying on his momentum to rush to the top of the wave, Yamamoto slowly spoke again. How is it, the representative of China, Luo, Anjuan? What have you considered? Just in case, we have to say this in advance. If you don't provide enough data as support, our research on these plants may cause unexpected trouble. By then, if there is any movement that threatens Blue Star, I'm afraid everyone will be in trouble. When the time comes, you will still be the ones who have to bear the main responsibility. Wouldn't that make things even more difficult? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience burst into laughter. But at this moment, a faint laugh suddenly sounded. Luo, who was sitting in the main seat, slowly stood up. Looking at the representative of the Sakura country in front of him, he smiled meaningfully. And in that smile, there was a hint of danger. Is it difficult? Then don't do it. Yamamoto Benjuro's pupils shrank, and his face turned pale. He is the director of the Sakura Country Military Administration. This feeling is all too familiar. It's murderous intent. This Luo, and is going to take action at the World Congress. Is he crazy? The next moment, Luo's words fell. Liang on the other side also started to act. The third talent is connection. The fifth talent, activation. All the plants in the parliament were replaced with big mouth flowers. They opened their bloody mouths, blocking the way of everyone present. Alarm bells rang in Yamamoto's mind. He had a premonition that China was targeting him. Fortunately, I am a Sakura person. Apart from anything else, his escape method is amazing. He had seen this big mouth flower in the Research Institute and knew it very well. The range of the attack is only 5 meters in total. When the skill was activated, Yamamoto's body instantly turned into black mist and teleported 5 meters away. After staggering a few steps, he ran out of the hall in a panic. With that speed, it was hard to tell that he was a man who had experienced a missile bombing and was seriously injured. It's a pity that the devil is 1 foot high, but the Tao is 10 feet higher. What Liang prepared for the representative of the cherry blossom country was not an ordinary big-mouthed flower, but it is the plus version after being enriched by Angelica de Hurica. Bang! Accompanied by a snap of fingers. The big-mouthed flower belonging to Yamamoto Benjiro suddenly crashed into the solid ground. Bricks and stones flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose up. The thick vines flew up and down, and soon appeared in front of the mountain. Then it broke out of the ground, opened its bloody mouth. Oomph! He swallowed it into his mouth in an instant, and then pulled it back to its original position. Everyone in the audience suddenly fell into deathly silence. For a moment, the only sound in the huge hall was Yamamoto's miserable wails. It seems that the long period of comfort has gradually made everyone slack off. Everyone seems to have forgotten what kind of existence we Chinese are. Yes, the Chinese are gentle and kind-hearted. They never want to make enemies. They long for peace and long to unite with you for common development. However, even the most gentle people have their bottom line and cannot withstand repeated temptations and provocations. What Sakura country has done has seriously violated China's interests and turned the entire parliament upside down. Since no one is stopping it, let's take action to rectify this. With a loud bang, the representative of the White Elephant Kingdom was stunned. His legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. Chapter 155. Anyone who offends China will be punished no matter how far away they are. In an instant, the entire Parliament Hall was as silent as death. Everyone in the audience was immersed in this sudden change. Everyone was stunned and dared not take any action. In the entire audience, only the representative of the Sakura country, Yamamoto Jiro, screamed continuously. Apart from that, the only sound was the slow chewing of the big-mouthed flowers. No one from any of the countries present, even including the representative of the ugly country, dared to say a word. You know, this is a grand global live broadcast. In front of more than 7 billion people on the entire blue planet, China actually made such a bold move. This is not something that can be achieved by courage alone. This action is a direct expression of China's current attitude. China, this thousand-year-old dragon that has always been gentle and modest. Now, he finally opened his slightly closed eyes and looked down upon the villains. The infinite pressure makes people dare not look directly at it. Damn my legs. Damn it. Bagia Road. I don't know if it was intentional. The big-mouthed flower that was eating Yamamoto Benjuro did not bite it to pieces immediately. Instead, it chewed his body slowly, bit by bit, with irresistible force. But unexpectedly, this would actually make the director of the Sakura Military Management Office anxious. He coughed up a lot of blood that had flowed into his throat due to his shattered lungs, and his face gradually became crazy. With the blood all over his body, he looked like a devil crawling back from hell. This guy laughed hysterically, swung his remaining arm desperately, and roared in a sharp voice. Chinese people, you are so stupid. You had so many other ways to take revenge on us, but you chose the stupidest one. Sakura Country's research on the God's Realm is almost complete. In a short time, we will be able to find a way to summon the gods from the God's Realm. When they heard the words, God's Realm, the expressions of everyone present changed slightly. In particular, the representatives of the two countries, the Russian Bear and the Ugly Country, looked at each other with some worry in their eyes. Yamamoto's clamor is not over yet. Your current actions have completely blocked your retreat. When the gods descend, everything on Blue Star, everything you've worked so hard to build will be reduced to ashes without a trace left. Although I die today, it won't be long before all of you will be sent down to accompany me. When the gods descend from the sky, China will be destroyed. I'll be waiting for you on the other side of Hades. Li Yang, who was far away in the imperial capital, was watching Yamamoto, who was still stubborn even when facing death, from two perspectives at the same time. With a thought, he increased the force of big-mouth flowers squeezing, forcing the guy to scream again. Unexpectedly, such behavior made Yamamoto's emotions become even more excited. Crack! Crack! Ha 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 ha! Along with the sound of breaking bones, this guy screamed and laughed loudly, and had already fallen into unconsciousness. This scene made everyone present feel chilled down their spine. It's not just because of the cruelty of China's methods. It's even more because of the madness shown by this little cherry blossom. But who would have thought that Luo and was not affected by this crazy guy at all? Instead, he slowly took a step forward and faced everyone present. With righteous words, he made the final statement. Okay, everyone, I think this little episode is almost officially over. The Sakura people have gone to such lengths to provoke us. How can China, a great country, tolerate the Sakura people being so rampant again and again? If there are still people who mistake China's past tolerance for cowardice, then this is your fate. The words were clear, loud, and powerful, like the roar of thunder. Luo En's words echoed in the quiet hall, constantly bouncing back and forth on the top of the beams and reaching the ears of everyone present. Shocked, this was the deepest feeling of everyone present, apart from the fear at the beginning. Luo En's speech was like the roar of a lion, not harsh but shocking. And the next moment, the lights in the entire Parliament Hall dimmed at the same time. All the large screens used to project slides were connected to the same signal, the symbol of which was a Chinese dragon with gold patterns on a black background. This is a live broadcast. It was a live broadcast sent from the sea area on the edge of China, facing the small Sakura Island on the distant sea level. The field was in chaos instantly, and many people looked at each other and exclaimed, "This symbol is the Chinese Tianfu? What's going on? Could it be that the parliamentary system has been hacked by China?" No, this channel is prepared in advance. They actually planned ahead to this extent. What on earth do they want to do? Right now, Yamamoto, who was still laughing wildly with his last bit of strength, suddenly had his pupils shrink drastically. Looking at the images displayed in all directions, looking at the familiar shape of an island on the sea. You don't even have to think about it to know what this means. It turns out that what Luo En said was referring to this. This is not just about killing him. China is preparing to attack the entire Sakura country. Thinking of this, Yamamoto suddenly became furious and wanted to shout. But nothing came out of his throat except a little blood clot that was about to solidify. Without exception, everyone present was staring at the image displayed on the screen. Hold your breath, waiting for what might happen next. At this time, in the Chinese imperial capital, inside Tongshuansi, Li Yang felt that the atmosphere was almost right and was ready to take action. Suddenly, a slight buzzing sound was heard. He turned around and looked at the Black Dragon King order placed on the coffee table and fell into deep thought. When he handed it over to him, Luo and told him one thing. The Dragon Emperor can communicate with him directly through this token. However, after so many days, he still hasn't figured out the operating logic of this token. Until now, the token that looked like it was made of metal gradually began to show some liquid-like properties. The side that was originally engraved with the words Shinnong melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and four completely different words emerged. Even if they are far away, they must be punished. Oh, that's even necessary. Leon smiled faintly and raised his hand slightly, then patted down gently. Pa! All talents activated. Connections are made and plants are replaced. Li Yang's plants distributed throughout Sakura Island began to turn into black destruction mushrooms, one after another according to the plan. Later, under the guidance of Li Yang, activate and detonate. Chapter 156. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey and unify the world. The moment Li Yang gave the order, dramatic changes have already begun in various parts of Sakura country. At this time, in the Kyoto Research Institute, several researchers who had been monitored by Li Yang looked at each other in confusion, because just now, the pea shooter in front of them somehow suddenly turned into a huge black mushroom that they had never seen before. They watched the entire live broadcast of the World Conference and were deeply shocked by China's sudden action of flipping the table. Therefore, when the live broadcast scene changed to Sakura Island, many people have already thought about what will happen next. According to their assumptions, China might launch more corn missiles to bomb them. After all, in their impression, the most powerful of China's plants with amazing destructive power is the corn cannon. But who knew that the next moment, such a strange thing suddenly happened before their eyes? The plants that were originally used for research suddenly turned into the black mushrooms in front of us. Under normal circumstances, they would probably be so excited that they would jump for joy. But with the live broadcast of the World Conference as a precedent, they all understood that this sudden change was definitely not a good thing. One of the guys who was a little braver stood up, raised his hand tremblingly, and used the identification spell on the black mushroom. According to previous logic, because Li Yang did not have open permission, they could not read the information of these plants. But this time, I can see it. Before he could get excited, the researcher noticed the description of the mushroom of destruction. Name: Destruction Mushroom. Plant characteristics: after being activated, the destruction mushroom will explode after 1 second of chanting, with the power of a nuclear weapon explosion equivalent to 10,000 tons. The damage will directly kill all job changers below level 150 within the range. The damage is lower the farther away from the explosion center, and the shock wave caused by the explosion can spread up to 5 kilometers. The radiation effect it causes will exist for a long time, so please use it with caution. This upper limit will increase as the occupation level increases. After reviewing the plan information, the researcher's expression instantly froze on his face in an extremely strange posture, like solidified lava. A few tenths of a second later, he turned around as fast as he could and let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Run! Before he finished speaking, boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, a bright light burst out from nowhere, pressing the mute button of the Sakura country for the entire blue star. Right now, all over the country, in cities big and small, cherry blossoms are everywhere. The huge black mushrooms suddenly opened their scarlet eyes at the same time. Then, they exploded one after another. The pale fireball burned fiercely and spread in all directions with unstoppable force. It swallowed up everything it encountered along the way and turned into a sun, rising high in the sky. The extremely high temperature is enough to instantly vaporize any living thing it touches, leaving a dark shadow on the ground. The shock wave generated by the explosion instantly razed the buildings and even the natural terrain in the central area to the ground. Although the power of the impact will continue to decrease as the distance increases. But the shock wave generated by an ordinary mushroom of destruction can easily kill all living things within a 5-kilometer radius. And in the suburbs further away, or a little closer to the center, those creatures that managed to survive the first round of explosions, they were not so lucky to survive. After the high heat and shock generated by the explosion gradually dissipated, what followed was an even more terrifying existence. Radiation. This is something that is bundled with the introduction of the mushroom. A large amount of radioactive dust was swept up by the impact and sent into the sky, and under the influence of air pressure, a giant mushroom cloud hundreds of meters high was formed. Then it condensed when it got cold and turned into rain, falling to the earth. Countless tiny radiation particles turned into bullets, traveling through the air at nearly the speed of light, penetrating everything in their path. They can smash the genes of organisms, destroy the structure of cells, and eventually cause an intact person to watch himself slowly melt before his eyes. Such bullets will be spread to every corner of Sakura Island along with rain and wind, and will be fired here continuously for more than 100 years. At this point, the Sakura country was completely destroyed. This side of the World Congress Hall. The explosion sound that spread from the center reached everyone's ears through the live broadcast. Loud and deafening, the shock waves spread all the way to the sea, creating huge waves and causing the ship with the camera to sway from side to side. The images captured by the camera were also significantly affected and became blurry. But this did not affect the shock that the picture brought to everyone. Over the small Sakura Island, the several blazing red suns lasted for several minutes before completely dissipating. And where the red sun rises is planted with mushrooms. It was a mushroom cloud hundreds of meters high, composed of steam and radioactive dust. Crack! The big-mouthed flower that was chewing on Yamamoto Benjiro finally exerted its strength. He bit the completely dazed, lifeless fellow into pieces and swallowed him. Plop! At the conference table, the representative of the White Elephant Country, who had finally climbed up, suddenly felt weak in the legs and fell down uncontrollably. The guy's face was full of fear, and his legs couldn't stop shaking. After all, this destroyed an entire country in an instant. This Luo, and didn't even blink. Thinking about how I had just taken advantage of the chaos in Sakura country and kept shouting at China, one of the representatives of the White Elephant Country couldn't hold it back and peed his pants. Of course, White Elephant is not the only country that has such a reaction. Throughout the hall, representatives from all countries that had not stood on the same side as China were frightened and turned pale. I was shaking all over, unable to stand straight, and even dared not breathe. It was the representative of the Maple Leaf Country, who had seemed somewhat neutral just now, who was the first to get up from the ground and staggered to the center of the venue. He knelt down in front of Luo and clapped his head twice. The Maple Leaf Nation is willing to follow China to the death. All resources in the Maple Leaf Nation will be managed by China. Since someone has already set an example, the rest of the people naturally dare not slack off. He quickly ran up and began to show his obedience, imitating the Maple Leaf Country. The White Elephant Nation is willing to follow China until death. The Camel Nation is willing to submit to China. The British Empire is willing to. Everyone rushed to kneel and kowtow. They were afraid that if they kowtowed too late, the Chinese would be displeased and would exterminate their entire clan with a single wave of their hands. After all, no one can guarantee that the next country to be cleaned out by China will be their own country. In the face of such terrifying strength, no matter how many sweet words are used, they're nothing more than a clown's trick to amuse himself. In the end, representatives from nearly 200 countries and regions, more than 180 in total, expressed their obedience to China. Among them, even the ugly country, which was once a powerful country, is included. As for the bear country, it did not surrender like other small countries. But he also put aside his attitude and expressed his obedience seriously. Luoan raised his head with a smile, looked at the people on the field, and bowed slowly. You can take these plants on the table back to your own country later and use them for other purposes. That's all I have to say. I hope everyone will take this as a warning and not make the same mistake as Sakura country. China still hopes to live in harmony with you all and work together towards a better tomorrow for Blue Star. And for those who intentionally break the precepts, the end of Sakura country is your end. Goodbye. After saying that, Luo slowly packed his briefcase. He walked around the blood and limbs that had just fallen from the mountain and left with his assistant. 10 minutes later, the sound of an airship was heard outside the door. Inside the huge hall, hundreds of high-ranking and powerful people began to pack up their things silently. No one dared to speak. After all, the big-mouthed flower is still there. China's plants still hold many secrets. No one can guarantee that if they say something offensive, they will not end up like Yamamoto Jiro. Chapter 157. Little Sakura is destroyed, and all nations come to pay tribute. The World Parliament ended in this way with a tacit understanding of all the representatives. The iron-armed China brought shock to the audiences of the entire blue planet that had never been seen in 100 years. At this time, in China, the imperial capital, in Tangshuansi, Jiang Xiaoxiao, who was squatting in the archives department watching TV, finally slowly closed her jaw. She had always been naive and had no interest in the serious live broadcast of the World Parliament, which took place once a year. As a result, hearing the people in the archives department shouting louder and louder, she became a little itchy and couldn't help but climb in through the window to see what was going on. As a result, the moment I turned over, I saw the explosion of Sakura Island. The mushroom cloud rising into the sky caused a great shock to her young mind, and the bombing that raised dust all over the sky and the red sun hanging high in the sky. And it is said that it was China that bombed Sakura. Jiang Xiaoxiao thought of Li Yang in an instant, being able to make such a noise without anyone noticing. It's definitely him. This power is much more terrifying than what was displayed in the underworld. At this moment, including Jiang Xiaoxiao, the entire Tongxian division was immersed in the shock brought about by this World Parliament. A large number of students ran around to tell each other and cheered. It was exciting enough to flip the table and take revenge on Sakura at the World Congress. What happened later was that a large number of representatives from other countries came forward and knelt down to worship Luo, and everyone in Tangshuansi wanted to grin so hard that their mouths stretched to their ears. The other side, in Li Yang's vegetable garden. Congratulations on successfully killing the Sakura Deer King. LV.27. Experience gained. 3,200. Congratulations on successfully killing the Rotten Wood Ghost. LV.65. Experience gained. 7,820. Congratulations on successfully killing the Netherwalker. LV.80. Experience gained. 17,250. Your experience has reached the upper limit. Congratulations on your level upgrade. Current level. LV.118. Countless monsters spawning information popped up one after another. Leon kept closing them, but he couldn't stop them. A large number of prompts kept popping up for more than half an hour before finally stopping. The wave of destruction, mushrooms, just now swept the ground, clearing out about 70 of the creatures on the surface of Sakura country at the moment of explosion. Apart from the Sakura people, the largest group, of course, are the various magical beasts distributed everywhere. Just look at the frequency of the messages popping up to tell you how many monsters Li Yang eliminated with this bombing. However, the copy resources in Sakura country are not that abundant, and on average they're only slightly higher than those in Yinzhou. There are only a handful of high-level copies. So after rounds of bombing, among the many monsters killed by Li Yang, the majority were still those at level 40 or 50. Moreover, the amount of experience required to upgrade after level 100 is completely different from that required before level 100. After blowing up a small Sakura country, I was still 2 levels away from reaching the level required for job change. This was indeed a bit beyond Li Yang's expectations. However, as far as his current situation is concerned, there are actually only a few high-level job changers in the entire Blue Star. At least in terms of current strength, it is enough worldwide. And now, more importantly, there are other things. Before the World Conference, Li Yang went to Luo, Un, and others to ask. Things like where to plant the World Seed and how to use the Apostle Core. Luo Un and Dongfang Changming said they would help him solve the problem, but it would take some time. Luo Un, in particular, had been busy for several days and nights in preparation for this unique World Conference. Now that the Parliament is over, they should be able to arrange these things, right? Sure enough, not long after Li Yang had this idea, a phone call came in. The caller was Luo, and who was on his way back home. Li Yang picked up the phone, and Luo N's familiar and steady voice came over. Little friend Li Yang, sorry to have kept you waiting. Remember that I asked the 6 ministries to help us find a suitable place to plant the world seed? They investigated many places in the north and south of China and finally found the most suitable location. It is the Zhenlong Mountain in the southwest of the imperial capital. I plan to go back and personally supervise the planting of the world seed. If young Master Li Yang is willing to honor me by going with me, that would be great. Zhenlong Mountain? It was a strange name. He had never heard of it before. According to the nature of this world, if someone said there really was a dragon under the Zhenlong Mountain, he would not doubt it. But I traveled so far just to see people from the 6 departments planting trees. Well, I always feel that it is meaningless. Liang blinked, thinking about how to tactfully reject Luo's request. Then, a new message popped up on the phone that was on the call. Dongfang Changming. Mr. Liang, I would like to express my gratitude to you first. Because of your help, China has successfully won the absolute right to speak in the World Congress and dealt a devastating blow to the Sakura country. In this way, those soldiers and civilians who died because of the Sakura country will surely be able to leave with peace of mind. Dongfang Changming. If time permits, I would like to invite you to have a drink together to celebrate, but the incident happened suddenly and was beyond everyone's expectations. The Apostle Core has been repaired, but there are some unexpected minor problems. If time permits, please come and take a look. Oh, just right. Liang directly relayed this reason to Luoan. After hearing this, Luoan nodded repeatedly, praising Liang for putting the overall situation first. He then quickly stated that with his personal supervision, there would absolutely be no problems in the planting of the world seed. After saying goodbye to Liang again, he hung up the phone. Luoan handed the phone to his assistant, sat in the cabin of the airship, looked out the window at the clouds that kept receding, and sighed from the bottom of his heart. Huasha's current status would not be possible without Li Yang's help. It won't be long before we can see the grand scene of all nations coming to pay tribute as recorded in history books. Pilot, there's no need to go back to the imperial capital. Fly directly to Jinlong Mountain. A moment later, in the imperial capital's Tangshuansi, downstairs of the Scientific Research Department building. As soon as Liang arrived here, he was startled by the beam of light in the sky that shot straight into the sky. Wow, this is what Dongfang Changming called a small problem? It's so small that it's almost sky-high. Buzz. I don't know if it's since Li Yang's approach. The beam of light suddenly became stronger, emitting some vibrations and a buzzing sound. At first glance, it looks like it's about to explode. Student Liang, you're here. The entire research department was watching the live broadcast just now. That explosion was so spectacular. It was like destroying the heavens and the earth. Although I've known for a long time that you're very powerful, I never thought you could be this strong. You really impressed me. Liang originally thought that it would be Dongfang Changming who would come to pick him up. As a result, when he turned around, he saw Senior Du Shengding waving his hand and jogging towards Liang. Liang blinked and raised his hand to respond. Senior Du, long time no see. Although Liang and Bai Ji also go to the research department every day, it is probably because of their different majors. It can be said that they have absolutely no intersection with Du Shengding, who is also in the scientific research department. If he hadn't seen it today, Liang would have almost forgotten that Du Shengding had his own laboratory in the scientific research department. Chapter 158. Unlock the cart and achieve 1 million kills. Today's Du Shengding probably looks like his most common self. He was still wearing a pair of jeans that were almost faded from washing, but it was different from the first time we met. Du Shengding changed into a loose white lab coat. There are 2 ballpoint pens of different colors in the chest pocket. His hair is a mess, like a bird's nest. He still wore the same pair of thick glasses on his face. A pair of simple and honest eyes shine through the lenses, giving people the feeling of a science and engineering student who works hard for his graduation thesis. Ollie, who is in charge of repairing the core, is from my lab. After removing the impurities and using my abilities to repair the core, the complete core suddenly became like this. This beam of light is emitted by the core. It can even ignore the laws of physics and penetrate the ceiling into the sky. I've been doing research for so many years, and I've never seen anything like this. Du Shengding explained the current situation to Li Yang, but I don't know if it was Li Yang's illusion, but when he said these words, the expression on Du Shengding's face became obviously more excited. After a pause, Du Shengding continued. We tried to touch the core, but it seemed to have merged with the light, and we couldn't touch it. It suddenly occurred to us that this core was something that was spawned from a dungeon, and it should be bound to the identity of the job changer. So, Director Dongfang immediately sent you a message. Oh, and more, because this core is a fusion of 2 incomplete cores. So, just in case, we also called people related to the other half of the core. You can try it together then. Someone related to your other half's core? Liang turned back subconsciously. I happened to see a petite figure running towards me from a path in the distance. After seeing the familiar long white hair, Liang called out the man's name without even thinking. Baiji, why is it you? Baiji ran all the way here and seemed a little out of breath because she was in such a hurry. Her little face turned slightly red but she tried her best to maintain her normal state and greeted Li Yang actively. But Baiji is related to the other incomplete core. Lianka had never heard of it. Just as I was about to ask, Du Xingding beside me started to explain. The connection between Miss Baiji and this core is full of coincidences. Student Liang should have heard of it. This core appeared about 20 years ago. After obtaining the core, Tianfu summoned 6 ministries to conduct a thorough study on it. The research lasted for 2 years. Finally, Tianfu used special means to successfully use this core to create a life called an apostle. But because of the damage to the core, the created creatures have extremely low IQs. Just like the monsters in the dungeon, they can only act on instinct. So shortly after it was created, the creature went into a rampage, causing considerable damage to the surrounding research facilities. The one who led the people to suppress the attack and successfully killed it was Miss Baiji's mother, Ms. Lin Huayu. But what's strange is that after the monster was defeated, the settlement of the monster did not fall on Ms. Lin Huayu's head. Instead, it fell on the child in her belly. That is this Miss Baiji. The research accident occurred 2 years after the core was discovered. That is 18 years ago. It just happens to be Baiji's age. Come to think of it, I also heard Lin Huayu talk about it when I was in the northern border. It seems that she is not a native of the north, but came from the imperial capital to be stationed there. But I didn't expect that Lin Huayu had already been the backbone of China 20 years ago. So how old is she? Why do you look so young? Well, so that's the story. At that time, everyone thought I was a chosen one who had a level before I was born, and that I was someone who could change the world. I never thought that I would awaken a life-related profession. Hehe. Fortunately, my ability is still online. Well, anyway, Liang, shall we go up first? Baiji spread her hands slightly and smiled gently. The past is somewhat hard to recall, but having faced 2 beast tides together with Liang, she no longer feels inferior about her profession. Liang smiled and, under the leadership of Du Shengding, walked towards the interior of the Scientific Research Department building. On the way, Baiji said with a little excitement that she had watched the entire live broadcast of the World Conference. The final nuclear explosion that could destroy a country made her scalp tingle even through the screen. Although she had long known that Li Yang was extremely powerful, but this performance really refreshed Li Yang's status in her mind. It is no exaggeration to say that he can make clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. I'm afraid there's no need to continue to become stronger. With Li Yang's current strength, he is already invincible in the entire Blue Star. But Li Yang smiled calmly, saying that the destruction mushroom was nothing special. After all, even though the destruction mushroom is so powerful, it is just a plant unlocked after the 5th turn. And now, he is at the 6th level. Clover, watergrass, magnetic mushrooms. These 3 brothers are all at the level of conceptual gods. Maybe it can't cause as big a scene as the destruction mushroom, but its power is not weaker than it. And, speaking of this, Liang suddenly thought of another conceptual existence. An existence that can be said to be beyond the reach of heaven. When he was in Yinzhou, he had already accumulated kills for him, and he had been accumulating them until now. Trolley. Normally, when you go to a dungeon, killing hundreds or thousands of monsters is already the maximum you can do. But he just destroyed the entire Sakura. Under this circumstance, the requirement of killing a mere 1 million monsters is simply not difficult at all. Sure enough, after entering Dave's prop shop, a red car that he was very familiar with appeared in front of him. The single selling price is 1 billion sunshine value. Seema's profiteer, why don't you go and rob him? Although considering the sufficient total number of sunflowers that Liang currently has, 1 billion sunbeams is not an astronomical figure that is out of reach. But this was the first time he had seen something priced over 8 figures in all the time he had been using Dave's store. While cursing Dave for being a dishonest businessman, Liang clicked on the detailed introduction of the cart. Name, Invincible Cart, Lawnmower version. Lawnmower. The lawnmower cannot be destroyed, but can be activated after being placed. After activation, it can only move forward in a straight line along the currently specified plane, and cannot be stopped in any way. While moving forward, it will directly annihilate everything it touches along the way, including any obstacles, enemies, temporary terrain obstacles generated on the plane, etc. Without further ado, pay in full and pick up the car. Chapter 159, Mythical Level. The Fusion of the Apostle Core. After reading this amazing introduction, Liang took the cart without even a second's hesitation. Joke. cannot be destroyed, cannot be stopped. It can also annihilate everything it touches along the way. Just these 3 short sentences have already infinitely increased the value of this thing. As we all know, what his system provides are all conceptual in nature. Once the conceptual things are combined with the words cannot and everything, which are extremely certain and cover a wide range. That is God. 1 billion per car? Joke. No need to talk about the price. Give me 10 first. Huh? You said I don't have enough sunshine? You can even buy it with a loan. If Dave's store didn't provide lending services, Li Yong would have bought a dozen carts at once. Imagine if these indestructible, unstoppable, all-destroying carts were placed side by side on the ground. What would happen? The blue star is a planet, and a planet is a ball. A large row of carts started simultaneously on the surface of the blue planet. Without any effort, you can flatten the entire world. Due to his own lack of funds and the problem of waiting for time for Dave's store to refresh, Li Yong ended up buying only a small car with tears in his eyes, looking at the almost empty wallet. Impulsiveness, regret, and self-blame. A strange emotion lingered in Li Yang's heart. He learned from his mistakes and made up his mind. Save enough money and then buy it. 10 billion. It's just a matter of time. After completing the purchase, Li Yong subconsciously wanted to test it on the spot while it was still hot. But in the end, I was persuaded by my own reason. It is written in the description of a stroller. Once it starts running, there's no way to stop it. If I just casually throw this thing on Blue Planet, who knows when it will finish its run and come back. This thing, if used well, is a killer. If you don't play well, it will be a disaster. Crack. The laboratory door was unlocked. Under the leadership of Du Xingding, Li Yong and Bai Ji finally arrived at the place where the light came from. Looking at the ceiling that was almost melted by the light, Li Yong, who had just come to his senses, couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my God, the roof is burned through." Dongfang Changming heard the familiar voice, turned around quickly, smiled, and explained to Li Yong, "The integrity of the ceiling has not been affected at all. It's just that this light penetrated the ceiling in a very strange way. The light from above was refracted down, and it looked like the ceiling was melted through." After that, he stopped smiling, stood up straight, and nodded to Li Yong solemnly. "Student Li Yong, thank you for your efforts, which made this unique world conference a success. From now on, China will officially ascend to the top of the Blue Planet. The era of the 3 kingdoms has passed. The future of Blue Star will be dominated by us. Without your assistance, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. On behalf of the entire Tongxin division, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to you." After saying that, he bowed deeply. To be honest, a month ago, if someone said that China would be the first to break the 3 kingdom situation and crush other countries into submission, it would be unbelievable. He would definitely think that person was crazy. And because of Li Yang's existence, he witnessed history. Li Yong smiled and politely accepted Dongfang Changming's thanks, and remind him that business is important. Dongfang Changming then returned to work and made way for the other party. He showed Li Yong and Bai Ji the core floating over there. The original emerald green, incomplete core of Li Yong has now merged with the other black and red half. The two were melted and intertwined by some strange force. Like 2 pieces of glowing plasticine, they mixed together under the pull of each other to form a churning sphere. A male researcher wearing round glasses and looking a little chubby like a teddy bear came out. He nodded to the 2 of them shyly and rubbed his hands. Hello, Li Yong and Bai Ji. My name is Ali, and I'm the one in charge of repairing the core. We have done a good job of supervising and recording the core situation. Now, I'll report the situation to you." As he spoke, he picked up a stack of booklets in his hand and began to tell the story in a disjointed manner. During the break, Dongfang Changming also briefly described Ali's origin to the 2 of them. He was born in a small commercial town in southern China, from a single-parent family, and had excellent academic performance. On the night when he awakened his unique talent, this boy unintentionally used his ability to destroy buildings within 1 kilometer of his home, merging them into a giant concrete ball with a diameter of more than 300 meters. It was because of this incident that Dongfang Changming discovered his potential and recruited him into Tongshuansi. Although this guy did not show strong fighting ability due to his personality problems. However, his excellent grades and special abilities successfully earned him a place in the scientific research department. Seeing Ali sweating profusely, Li Yong and Baiji looked at each other and raised their hands at the same time to stop him. They have heard enough written reports. What is more important now is practice. Li Yong took a deep breath and released the identification technique on the core first. Apostle core, plantation. Apostle core, love and beauty. Type, material. Quality, red myth. Item description, a crystal containing the power of plant life, which can connect to a specific authority and create an apostle with miraculous power. The so-called apostle is the agent of a certain existence, with strength beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The defect of the core has been repaired and miraculously merged two completely different powers. This vegetation was originally present on Li Yang's core. Li Yong knew this a long time ago. Therefore, the other love and beauty is obviously the effect brought by another core. The power of the vegetation core can actually be roughly guessed just by listening to the name, and you can also refer to the vegetation apostles encountered in the underworld city at that time for details. But love and beauty is a bit abstract. It is detected that this item is bound to you. Due to the special quality of this item, it is recommended that the job changer store it separately. Li Yong is still carefully considering the capabilities of this core. The sound of the system suddenly interrupted his thoughts. It also reminded him. That's right, it's exactly what Li Yong thought at the beginning. After the apostle core was fully restored, it possessed extremely special qualities. Above the golden legendary level is the red mythical level. Student Li Yong, what did you see? Is there any way to contact it? After Li Yong finished the identification operation, he suddenly fell into deep thought. Dongfang Chaming on the side quickly asked with concern. Chapter 160. What if there's more charm? Isn't it? This thing. Li Yong briefly explained his discovery. After hearing about the so-called mythical rarity, everyone present immediately showed an expression of disbelief. Red, mythical. This is a quality that has never been seen on the blue planet. There was a hypothesis in the research department before, saying that there are higher levels above the mythical level, but there is no evidence, so it cannot be proved. I didn't expect to see it here. Mythical material. What kind of terrifying existence would a monster created with it be? This time, it shouldn't go berserk, right? Listening to everyone's discussion, Li Yong frowned again and asked with some doubt. Speaking of which, what are the characteristics of the magical beast created by the experiment using the other incomplete core? What abilities did they have? Why did they lose control? Are there any detailed records? Hearing Li Yang's question, Dongfang Chaming hurriedly stepped forward, and while thinking, he told the story of what happened 18 years ago in a disjointed manner. Back then, people explored this core to the point of using almost every possible means. I have tried almost every method, except for trying to create a so-called apostle with it according to the description of the item. After much consideration, the scholars at that time decided to take the risk and try it according to the instructions. In order to facilitate subsequent control, scholars chose to use some domesticated feline monsters as experimental materials. When the core and the monster were fused, no one noticed anything unusual. I just feel that the things that were fused together don't seem to be smart enough. It's not even as good as the Warcraft before the fusion. In this way, after several days of continuous research in a closed laboratory, I don't know if it's due to the high-pressure environment in the laboratory or the guy's careful preparation. The monster that had merged with the core of the apostle suddenly went berserk on a certain night when the defense was weak. It used its abilities to forcibly charm all intelligent creatures within a radius of more than 10 miles, even humans. Then, as if by brainwashing, he controlled them to surround himself, rushed out of the cage, and started wreaking havoc. The military immediately sent Lin Huayu to respond. After a fierce battle lasting 7 or 8 hours, Lin Huayu finally led his men to kill it and recover the core. Since then, the core has been labeled critically endangered and has been sealed until now. Charm is the ability of love and beauty charm. Li Yong was thoughtful and muttered to himself. Then a more critical question was asked. Since the purpose was to make it controllable, a tame monster was chosen as the base. Did this choice at that time have any reflection on the apostles after the experiment was completed? This time, Dongfang Chaming didn't have time to speak. Ali, who was standing by, raised his hand tremblingly. Report to Li Yong. According to the records, the original owner of the cat-like monster, a level 68 beast trainer, played a crucial role in finally dealing with the artificial apostle. His skills can still have some influence on the transformed artificial apostles to some extent. Is that so? Then I understand. Hearing this, Li Yang nodded, and he understood in his heart. Then, on the interface that popped up on my system, I selected the confirm storage option. Then he put on a ring that had been empty for a long time and reached out to the core that was emitting light. Everyone present was attracted by Li Yang's actions. He stared at the core intently, fearing that something unexpected might happen when the two things were fused together. After all, this is the first time that China has tried to fuse two apostle cores together. Whether it is the appearance of the second core or the mythical level that has never appeared before, it can be said to be unprecedented. No one can guarantee that this mythical core will not suddenly burst out with some properties that have never appeared before. Buzz, accompanied by a shrill, buzzing sound. The light that shot through the ceiling and straight into the sky began to gradually dissipate. The light gathered from the core, transformed into a small red and green ball, and flew into Li Yang's storage ring. The messy laboratory finally calmed down. Sure enough, even if the two are combined into one, the core will still obey the owner's wishes. Then the next step is... The expression on Dongfang Changming's face gradually became excited. Then, he slowly turned his head and looked at Li Yang. It seemed like she was waiting for him to tell her what to do next. The current core is a completely complete version. What kind of existence can a red mythical core create? Will the new apostle be a monster that destroys the world, or some kind of power that can be controlled by Li Yang? The core is Li Yang's property, so how to deal with it depends on Li Yang's choice. Dongfang Changming's eyes became a little worried. Du Shengding, who was standing aside, seemed slightly excited. Li Yang did not hesitate. It's better to do it now than to wait for the day. Let's just find a laboratory. Let's see now what kind of outrageous existence this mythical core can create. Baiji, you come too. After saying that, he nodded to Baiji. Okay, I'll go apply for a combat test room. Du Shengding responded quickly and then left in a hurry. Baiji came over with some concern. Li Yang, are you okay? My mother also told me about that battle. The injuries she received in that battle have not healed yet. If the Warcraft this time, Liang Patit has Shuldet Kaimni. Don't worry, I know my limits. Since the beast tamers of that time could use their skills to influence the transformed beasts, then Li Yang can naturally do it too. That's right, he didn't plan to use Warcraft to create apostles. Instead, he planned to use his plants. After all, the core of this time is not just the attribute of love and beauty. There are also the two words vegetation. Even if it really goes out of control, he can directly use the system's capabilities to shut it down forcefully. Moreover, Li Yang was very curious. Angelica de Hurica now has the ability to hybridize plants multiple times. So, if he used the hybridized quadruple fertile plant as the base for the apostles, what kind of horrible existence can be created? Quadruple abundance mushroom? Or a tetraploid corn cannon? Or develop it in terms of functionality? The entire map has cattail, charm mushrooms with built-in tracking. He remembered that the core of love and beauty inherently had the ability to charm, right? If charm is added to charm. Chapter 161. Cattails in abundance? What kitty? If charm is added to charm, wouldn't that mean we have to come up with something very abstract? Could it be a monster like the Succubus King? Thinking of this, Li Yang felt goosebumps all over his body. On the other side, Du Shengding's movements were still very quick. Carrying Dongfang Changming's message, he returned here soon with a door car to the combat test room. Immediately, Li Yang and his group followed Du Shengding and came to the test room he applied for. On the way here, Li Yang had already roughly read through the research materials on the love and beauty core in the previous 6 volumes. I have already mastered the specific operation procedures. The test room is a large, completely enclosed area. It consists of a test field specifically used for conducting experiments and a monitoring station for monitoring progress. The main test site covers an area as large as a football field. The ceiling is about 7 or 8 meters above the ground. The only entrance and exit is a sealed hatch that requires an extremely complicated process. The monitoring station is a small room isolated by 3 or 4 layers of one-way reinforced crystals. Various instruments for recording certain data are placed in the room. The main purpose of this place is to test all kinds of new weapons and equipment. Because of this, in order to avoid various unexpected situations, the defense level of this place is considered to be the highest in the entire scientific research department and even in the entire Tongshin division. Li Yang and Baiji, as the core personnel of the experiment, entered the testing field. The rest of the people stayed in the monitoring station, responsible for recording all phenomena that might occur in the experiment. After arriving at the place, Liang first used his sixth talent that had just been unlocked to plant 2 cattails and 2 charm mushrooms in the test room. Looking at the plants growing from the hard metal floor, Dongfang Changming, who had already taken position in the monitoring station, couldn't help but be stunned. During this period, there were world-class dungeons and the World Parliament, which made him extremely anxious. It has indeed been a long time since I cared about Li Yang's job change. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, Li Yang possessed this outrageous ability again. It can make plants grow out of steel. This talent, if combined with Li Yang's highly lethal plants, is it true that there is no unit in this world that he cannot destroy? Just like the steel fleet that the neighboring ugly country is proud of, in front of Li Yang's terrifying ability, it is probably just a paper boat that can be destroyed with ease. Li Yang's existence really refreshes Dongfang Changming's understanding of the word job changer. After planting the plants, Li Yang turned around and gestured to Baiji. Baiji nodded quickly, walked forward, and added the abundance buff to the plants in front of her one by one. In a blink of an eye, 4 fertile plants in full bloom. Charm Mushroom, plus version, a rich and upgraded version of Charm Mushroom. It is a special plant and cannot be recorded in the formation safeguard. Plant characteristics. The state of abundance lasts permanently. During this period, the charm effect of the charm mushroom does not require the target to devour it. Just touching it will charm it, and the control effect will be strengthened, enhance the target's strength, and extend the control time. Cattail, plus an upgraded version of Cattail, a special plant that cannot be recorded in the formation safeguard. Plant characteristics. The fertility state lasts forever, during which the cattail will become a monster-like being, gaining the ability to act independently. It can move on its own while assisting the planter in combat. While inheriting the original cattail's abilities, it can also perform short bursts of output. The rich version of the charm mushroom had been seen as early as when it was tested in the north. But this is the first time that the rich version of cattail has been tested. Liang originally thought that this little thing would be like some of the pitchers or shooters before. The enhancement after abundance would be towards higher damage and more intense firepower. Unexpectedly, the abundance of this thing is so great that it has actually turned into a Warcraft-like existence. Even the species was changed. Puff! Followed by a sound of breaking out of the cocoon. The 2 cattails with the cat's head on top suddenly split apart. Then 2 real cats with pink and white fur crawled out. The cat crawled out, except that its tail was still covered with cattail thorns. Brown vertical pupils, long and thin whiskers, and an occasional meow sound. Elsewhere, there is basically no difference between them and the common cats on the blue planet. Even the size is normal. Alas, I turned into a cat. Baiji withdrew her hands and looked at the 2 pink kittens that broke out of the shell in front of her, and her eyes suddenly widened in surprise. This is the first time that plants have transformed into animals. I don't know whether Baiji's ability has been enhanced or cattail is just so special. After seeing this scene, the people in the monitoring station quickly started to record it, although it is not yet known what these pink cats are used for. But Li Yang has never officially used this plant. The cat born from abundance might possess the power to destroy the world. Meow. One of the cats walked to Li Yang's feet with cat steps. It bent its reed-shaped tail into an S shape, squinted its eyes comfortably, and rubbed its neck against Li Yang's trouser legs. The other one also tacitly tried to please Baiji in the same way. These 2 little guys. The external lethality does not stop there for now, but internally, it could be said to be a decisive blow. Seeing Baiji's girlish heart being moved, stars seemed to be popping out of her eyes. Liang coughed quickly, bent down, picked up a cattail cat, and held it in front of her. We will slowly study the usefulness of this cattail kitten later. Now, don't forget business. Okay, sorry, got distracted for a bit. Baiji quickly came back to her senses, rubbed her face, and responded quickly. Then he squatted down, gently picked up the cat at his feet, and put it together with the one in Li Yang's hand. Skill activated plant hybridization. I was a little worried at first, not knowing whether my abilities would be useful against this kind of animal-like plant. But fortunately, the development of things was not unexpected. Under the gaze of everyone, the 2 pink and white fur cats gradually merged together. Cattails of abundance, stacked with cattails of abundance. What was born was a 2-in-1 version of the cat, with 2 tails and a slightly larger body. Looking at the new cat, Liang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, not bad. This thing didn't turn into some monster with 8 legs and 4 eyes. 2 tails are still acceptable. Meow. The new 2-tailed cat did not seem to have any strange emotions due to its changes. After a soft cry, it made a gurgling sound and rubbed against Li Yang's hand. Baiji touched the head of the cat-tailed cat reluctantly, and then quickly released the same skill on the abundant charm mushroom next to it. What comes next is the highlight. Chapter 162. An accident? A beam of light shooting straight into the sky. Li Yang put the 2-tailed cat on the ground. The little guy seemed to have understood Li Yang's purpose and walked to the side of the charm mushroom very consciously. After circling the colorful mushroom twice, it gently raised its head, meowed twice, and then sat down next to it. The brown, even slightly golden eyes stared at Li Yang's hands, silently waiting for what is going to happen next. Li Yang gently rubbed the storage ring on his fingers, and a red and green spherical crystal flew out. It releases a dazzling light, and it seems to be about to break through the ceiling again. However, Baiji, who had been prepared, immediately activated her new talent. He picked up the charm mushroom and cat-tail cat on the ground and walked straight to the core released by Li Yang. Then, the skill is activated. Use the hybrid version of the rich plant in your hand to carry out a second hybridization. The power of fusion was released from her hands, and the 2 plants began the familiar decomposition and reorganization. Even Baiji felt as if her soul was being pulled out by that force and was twisted along with the plant. Could it be that the other core is related to her? Buzz! Along with a shrill, buzzing sound, the core became brighter and brighter. Too bright, even a little too bright. Wait, it wasn't this bright just now, is it? Is this normal? Or is there something unexpected? All instruments are out of order. We can't detect any parameters in the test field. What on earth is this? All I can see is white. Dongfang Changming and others at the monitoring station were shocked by the scene before them. The Apostle Core, which was already dazzling enough, suddenly burst out with a light that was even brighter and more intense than before. The light shot straight into the sky, piercing through the roof and into the clouds, as it did before. It was unknown where it was heading. No one knows whether this is a normal fusion of the core or a runaway situation. Dongfang Changming tried to inquire about the situation of the 2 people in the test field through the microphone in the monitoring station. But due to instrument failure, all equipment was offline. I guess the only way to see the situation inside is to go directly in. This, according to the records, there was no strong light or anything like that in the experiment 18 years ago. Director Dongfang, Senior Du, what should we do? We can't wait any longer. We have to check their status immediately. Dongfang Changming said in a low voice, and then looked at Du Xingding. Leaving behind the panic-stricken Ollie, they all rushed out of the monitoring station. Along the way, Dongfang Changming tried to get in touch with Li Yang and Baiji by various means. But there was no response at all. Thinking of Li Yang's previous assurance that there was absolutely no problem, Dongfang Changming suddenly felt like crying, but had no tears. The connection has been lost. How can it be said that there is no problem? He is a rare genius in China in a century, and he has just made an indelible and great contribution to China. Is he going to die because of an experiment? When Dongfang Changming thought of this possibility, his hands began to tremble with panic. Du Xingding next to him frowned, and a rare, gloomy expression appeared on his usually honest face. Fortunately, the distance between the 2 doors is not too far. It didn't take much time for the 2 of them to arrive at the sealed door of the testing site. Dongfang Changming unlocked the door manually as quickly as possible, and even when all the locks were unlocked, the door remained motionless, like it was welded from the inside. Dongfang Changming was so anxious that his palms were sweating. He cursed loudly, summoned his weapon, and chopped at the door with a knife. But this door was specially forged to prevent such accidental leaks. With his level of over 80, he couldn't even leave much of a mark after just one cut. Director Dongfang, please move aside. Du Xingding's voice came from behind. Dongfang Changming turned around and happened to see Du Xingding taking out a coffee bean from the storage ring and chewing it in his mouth. The next second, accompanied by a loud roar, the giant's fist hit the gate hard, accompanied by the sound of trees breaking with a crack. The thick sealed hatch was opened by a punch, and the scene in the test field was finally exposed in front of the 2. This, whether it is the knowledgeable Dongfang Changming or Du Xingding who has gone crazy because of the abundant coffee beans. After seeing the scene inside, they were all shocked. The light produced by the fusion gradually dissipated, and what appeared before everyone's eyes was an overly dense, primeval forest. What's going on in the sky outside? Damn it, what's going on today? We just watched the cherry blossoms explode, and this is happening here. I have never seen the Chinese sky become like this in my life. Also in Tongshuansi, at the same time, on Jiang Xiaoxiao's side, a large group of people suddenly became chaotic. They all ran to the window and leaned on it to look at the wonderful sight outside. Outside the window, there's another spectacular sight that is rare in 1,000 years. For people like them, this life is a very rewarding one. At this time, the sky above the imperial capital, which was originally sunny and full of white clouds, has completely changed. The thick clouds shattered into pieces, pulled by some strange force, forming a huge vortex that looked like the eye of the sky. And the sky above the clouds had already turned pitch black. It was as if the sun was blocked, and the background color of the entire sky had completely changed. The sky was filled with stars so densely packed that their number was outrageous, illuminating the ground as bright as day. Everyone in the Tongshan division was attracted by this strange scene before they could recover from the live broadcast of the World Parliament. Everyone was dumbfounded and looked up at the sky. I was so shocked by the continuous visual impact that I was speechless. Jiang Xiaoxiao, who originally just wanted to watch TV, was pushed outside by the chaotic crowd. The people around were chattering nonstop, and many were busy contacting their relatives and friends far away to share with them the magnificent view that suddenly appeared. Jiang Xiaoxiao stood in the courtyard, looking up at the strangely changing sky, with a sea of stars reflected in her eyes. Hello, Grandma. Yes, it's on our side. Oh my God, the whole sky has turned black. It looks so spectacular. Are you okay over there? Be sure to be safe. I'm fine here. I haven't encountered any danger. The sky is beautiful. I'll take a picture for you. While immersed in the sea of stars, a rough shout attracted Jiang Xiaoxiao's attention. Turning around, I saw Meng Qing standing in the crowd, not far away, holding his mobile phone and taking pictures of the sky with the camera. This guy seems to have a good relationship with his family. So enviable. But having said that, the eye formed by clouds in the sky seems to be facing the scientific research department. Could this be something that happened in the research department? Chapter 163, Breaking Out of the Cocoon, by Ji's twin body. This strange phenomenon of heaven and earth that shocked the entire imperial capital lasted for about 10 seconds before disappearing without a trace. The sky returned to normal again. The sea of stars disappeared in an instant. Looking at the familiar blue sky and white clouds, people on the street looked at each other in confusion, thinking that they had just encountered a collective hallucination. At this time, in the very center of the incident, in the scientific research department of Tanshuansi, Dongfang Changming and Du Shengding, who had shrunk again, slowly walked into this extremely dense primeval forest. It was originally only an area the size of a football field. Today it is occupied by a dazzling variety of plants. Among them are even many very ancient tree species that have almost disappeared from the world. The thickest one requires 5 or 6 people to hug it completely. It would take at least 300 to 500 years for it to grow to such an exaggerated size. Walking in it, looking at this primitive jungle clinging to the metal. Somehow, Du Shengding thought of something extremely familiar. The inner city forest that I had seen in the Netherworld city at that time, which was occupied by the vegetation order. But in comparison, the forest in front of us is much more dense, making it difficult to move. This change was obviously brought about by the part of the fuse core that belonged to the vegetation core. It looks like some kind of rampage. Thinking of this, Du Shengding couldn't help but become more impatient. According to the last memory in their minds, the two finally found where Liang was. After pushing aside the layers of bushes, I finally saw 2 familiar figures in the dense forest. Student Liang, Student Baiji. Great. I'm glad you're all okay. At this time, Liang had his back to the two of them. He put his hands in his pockets, looked at the sky, and seemed to be lost in thought. Baiji was sitting on a pumpkin head summoned by Liang and taking a rest. He covered his head with his hands, his face showing a slightly tired and confused expression. After hearing the voices of Dongfang Changming and Du Shengding, they both turned around at the same time, and the expressions on their faces eased a little. Baiji breathed a sigh of relief. That's great, Senior Du, Director Dongfang. This thing seems to block all signals. Liang was just thinking, if I still can't see you guys later, I'll just use the cherry bomb to blow the door open. Dongfang Changming breathed a sigh of relief, and then paid attention to what Baiji said. Is something blocking all signals? This thing, what is it? Thinking of Liang's gaze just now, he also raised his head slightly and looked upwards. Then, a rare look of horror appeared on Dongfang Changming's face. A cocoon, a black and red cocoon with a faint green glow, was being held up by countless branches and vines, hanging above everyone's heads. What is this? Dongfang Changming was startled and asked questions. But the matter is actually very clear. This cocoon is the apostle created by Liang and by Ji using the apostle core. Du Xingding quickly took out a notebook from his pocket and began to record the experiment in it. Liang slowly withdrew his gaze and said thoughtfully, "This thing is still within my control. But it was a little beyond my expectation that such a large forest could be created in the instant of light emission. I'm a little curious about what kind of thing it can hatch." As he spoke, he casually threw out an identification spell and showed it to everyone. Apostle's Cocoon. Introduction. The cocoon created by the apostle core is the intermediate state of the complete apostle. After hatching, an apostle of God with great authority will be born. Hatching countdown, 30s. It will hatch in half a minute. The situation this time was too sudden. Dongfang Changming originally wanted Liang and the others to leave first and make sufficient preparations before discussing it next time. As a result, look at this 30-second countdown. Well, why don't we first see what the situation is? The perfect apostle. It was mutated using the powerful nesting doll plant as the base. What kind of monster could this be? Time passes by every second. The expressions on everyone's faces gradually change from calm at the beginning to a little nervous. During this period, communications inexplicably returned to normal. Dongfang Changming also received messages from other directors and teachers in Tangshuanzi. I learned about the great changes that took place outside the research department during the time when the white light appeared. There were strange phenomena in heaven and earth, and the sun and moon changed color. I never expected that this time it would cause such a big commotion. The cocoon on the top of the head flickers like breathing and beats like a heart. It looks both weird and bizarre. 10 seconds left. The giant cocoon began to gradually become transparent, and the heartbeat became louder and faster. Liang frowned slightly and was ready. If anything that hatched out of the cocoon was harmful to him in the slightest, he would immediately activate his innate skill to decompose it. 5 seconds left. Baiji felt vaguely uneasy. Looking at the giant cocoon above my head, I feel a little familiar. It's like an old friend that I am very familiar with, but I don't want to meet. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Du Shangding put the coffee beans Liang gave into his mouth, ready to transform at any time. Dongfang Changming had a serious expression on his face, with a storm in his mind as he recalled the consequences of the experiment with the Apostle Core 18 years ago. What exactly is an apostle who holds great authority? The countdown returns to 0. Crackle. The giant cocoon above his head made a loud bang, and a dark crack appeared. A flash of pale light flashed across the crack. Then a not-so-big white shadow emerged from it, passed through the crack, and fell vertically downwards. After seeing the white shadow's appearance clearly, this being that hatched from the cocoon truly surprised everyone present. Is this the true form of the perfect apostle? How come this looks so similar to Baiji? The person who fell down was a girl with long silver white hair and a pretty face. She was not too high from the ground, and the gap was just the right size. When it fell, it landed right in Liang's arms. Liang caught it subconsciously. Looking at that familiar face, I was stunned for a while. Whether it's face shape or bone structure, even the color of the pupils glimpsed through the slightly closed eyes. The so-called apostles in his arms are almost identical to Baiji beside him. Logically speaking, using plants and cats as the basis, shouldn't the creation be something related to these two things? How? How did they create a human being? Baiji, who was resting, was also shocked. Looking at that all-too-familiar face, I fell into deep self-doubt. Chapter 164. Li Yangshi is happy to be a father? Baiji, in Li Yang's arms, murmured softly and gradually opened her eyes. A pair of eyes flickered slightly and looked into Li Yang's eyes. The atmosphere froze for a moment, and Dongfang Changming and others still looked on high alert as before. After all, no one knows whether the guy who has just emerged from the cocoon will suddenly start to run wild in the next second, like the monster 18 years ago. Although her appearance looks harmless, she even feels a little fragile. But the powerful force of the core of the apostles was right before their eyes, and they could not afford to slack off. This is the ability to instantly create a large virgin forest in a place without soil. God knows how many tricks she has hidden yet to be used. After a brief silence for a while, the Baiji slowly turned his head and glanced at everyone's faces. His eyes were as calm as water, without a trace of emotional fluctuation. Then, he looked into Li Yang's eyes again, and finally spoke, uttering the first word. Father. Everyone present was stunned. The person involved, Li Yang, was even more confused. I'm a father. Wait, this guy recognizes him as his father. Isn't Baiji? Sure enough, as soon as this thought popped up in Li Yang's mind, the guy turned his head, blinked, and looked at Baiji. Then you are the mother. As soon as he opened his mouth, his tone became firmer. Baiji stood up immediately, looking somewhat bewildered. Mimi? No matter what, it's too strange to see this face calling me mother. Different from Li Yang and Baiji, who were out of the situation. Dongfang Changming and Du Shengding on the side looked at each other, with shock written all over their faces. They all did their homework for this experiment. Especially Dongfang Changming. Although he did not experience the disaster personally, he was fortunate enough to see related reports on TV. The apostle created using the damaged apostle core is a bloodthirsty monster through and through. But the situation now is completely different from that 18 years ago. This new apostle, obviously an intelligent creature that can communicate. As expected, Liang has never disappointed anyone. The two people before us have once again created unprecedented history with their actions. And now that we can communicate, Dongfang Chaming looked at the girl in Li Yang's arms and took a deep breath. He looked at Li Yang, who turned around and nodded. Out of a rigorous and responsible attitude, he prepared to carefully study and record this new apostle. After a while, Tong Xuanxi, Scientific Research Department. The apostle, who had emerged from the unusually large cocoon, was wrapped in Li Yang's coat and sitting next to Baiji, looking around with curiosity on his face. Through communication, Li Yang and others basically know everything about this guy. As a newborn life, all the knowledge she has comes from her creator. That is Li Yang and Baiji. She could clearly realize that she was not human, but she also had no idea why she was so similar to Baiji. It was just a natural joke, saying that there was nothing strange about children being like their parents. As for the features, only after Liang put her back on the ground did he finally have the chance to take a closer look at her, although it looks almost exactly the same as Angelica de Hurica. But in fact, many differences can be seen from the details, although the height is similar to Baiji. But the figure of this apostle girl is obviously fuller than Baiji. Moreover, two long cattail tails grew behind her coccyx. The place where the human ears originally were also slightly distorted, becoming pointed and flat, and also growing a lot of very fine pink and white hairs. The following characteristics obviously come from the cattail cat provided by Liang, in addition to these small features that can be discovered through careful observation. In terms of her words, actions, and demeanor, she is completely different from the humble and reserved Baiji. It can even be said to be the exact opposite. More enthusiastic, more cheerful, and more clingy. Compared to Baiji, her closeness to Liang is completely on a different level. After landing, as long as he got some free time, he would actively move towards Liang. They were shaking their ears and secretly making heart shapes with their tails, appearing to be very affectionate. Baiji, who was standing beside him, was dumbfounded by these actions, and she suddenly felt an inexplicable discomfort in her heart, and about the abilities this guy has. She also blinked innocently, indicating that she knew nothing about it. After all her knowledge comes from Liang and Baiji. Oh right, father daddy, can you give me a name? While Dongfang Changming and Du Shengding were busy recording experimental information, the apostle, who was staring at Baiji's face, suddenly hugged Li Yang's arm again, rubbed it with a smile, and asked in a coquettish tone. Baiji almost vomited blood when she saw this. I could only hold back the emotions that were about to explode and comfort myself in my heart. It's okay, it's just an illusion. This little girl is less than an hour old, so it's normal for her to be a little clingy. As a girl, it is natural for her to have a good relationship with her father. She also liked to play with her father when she was a child. Really, I am too immature. Why would you compete with a child who has no experience in the world? Oh no, I just want my father to give me a name. The little kid over there suddenly wrapped its tail around Li Yang's arm and started to act coquettishly in a voice that made people feel itchy. Baiji stuffed a few coffee beans into her mouth, and with a crunch sound, she almost broke her teeth. I immediately gritted my teeth and took 2 steps at a time and walked forward. That Li Yang, you haven't had a good rest since just now. You must be very tired after standing for so long. Come here, let me rub your shoulders. How about that? With the excitement brought by the coffee beans, she finally mustered up the courage to say these words. At the same time, we must go all out. He took the initiative to grab Li Yang's other arm and pulled him onto the pumpkin head with a little force, and sat close to him. The apostle on the other side blinked when he saw this. In eyes that were very similar to Baiji's, a hint of thoughtful playfulness emerged. A strange look flashed across his face and then disappeared in an instant. The next moment, she also started to act coquettishly around Li Yang. Then, I will come and give my father a leg massage, whether it's the expression or the clingy attitude. They all look very much like the cat that had been rubbing against Li Yang's hand just now. Chapter 165. From now on, I will call you Xiao Pu. Looking at Li Yang, he was hugged by 2 stunning beauties with silver hair. Dongfang Changming and Du Shengding on the side couldn't help but swallow hard. We are all men. It is impossible not to be envious. Thinking of his miserable single life for the past nearly 20 years, Du Shengding, a man of excellent character and academic performance, shed tears of regret. Dongfang Changming's face was filled with satisfaction. It's like seeing your own child succeed. Nothing else, just pride. It was originally thought that by using such a powerful core, a powerful weapon would be created that would obey Li Yang's orders. Who would have thought that in the end he would give birth to a beautiful cat girl? It makes their worries seem so cheap. At this time, Li Yang, sandwiched between 2 Angelica Dehirica, only felt as if he smelled a strong smell of gunpowder. Oh, woman. But let's put the rivalry between these 2 girls aside for now. You really need to think carefully about the name of your daughter. You can't call her Apostle from now on, right? What should I call it? Can't think of it. Damn it. I'm so bad at naming. Why should I let him come up with a name? Li Yang scratched his head, turned around, and looked her up and down again. Then, an idea came to my mind. He nodded and said solemnly, Okay, you can be called Li Xiao Mao from now on. What a great man who never stops talking until he shocks people. Li Yang's words instantly silenced the 4 people present. This upright name has a kind of cultural desert beauty in it. After a long, awkward moment, Li Xiao Mao himself responded with high emotional intelligence. My father gave me this name. What a lively image. Li Yang held his forehead and swallowed back the names Li Xiangpu and Li Bai that he had chosen as alternatives. I'm sorry to all the Chinese teachers who taught me. I, Li Yang, feel ashamed of your education. Ahem, once our personnel file is established, it is difficult to change it. Student Li Yang, are you sure you want to give her this name? Dongfang Changming held a pen and paper in his hand, but had not started recording yet. Li Yang made a tisk sound and slowly raised his head. After thinking about it, it turns out that, how about, you give me another week to think about it. Are you kidding? Registering your household registration is such a serious matter. Shouldn't I go back and look up a dictionary or something? Dongfang Changming nodded. Of course you can, but I suggest you do it as soon as possible. After all, after the information is registered, there is still a series of processes, such as review and certificate production. If she doesn't have a formal status, it will be inconvenient for her to move around in Tangshan Division. Li Yang was helpless and sighed. That's right. Having said that, it was really a headache for him to think of a name for a girl in such a short time. How about Suihua? Li Yang, what do you think of the name Xiao Pu? Baiji asked as she gently massaged Li Yang's shoulders. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Pu smiled, hugged Baiji at the speed of light, and gave her a kiss on the face. Hey, this is good. Thank you, mother. Touching the remaining warmth on my face, I savored the fleeting, soft touch. Baiji suddenly felt that all her concerns about her seemed unnecessary. This child is not trying to compete with her for Li Yang. Just as a newborn child, with an innocent heart, I express my love to the people closest to me. Yeah, that's stupid. Why should I be jealous of a newborn baby? When Baiji thought about how she had gnashed her teeth in anger just now, she felt a little guilty. He quickly raised his hand and touched Xiao Pu's head, smiling gently, and said, Well, as long as Xiao Pu likes it. Xiaopu rubbed Bai Ji's palm happily. Mom is so good to me. Then give me your father as well. Let me. Give it to me. I, Tinting. Bar. The smile on Bai Ji's face didn't even last for a few seconds before it broke. The whole person was petrified on the spot. I opened my mouth and wanted to swear like Liang, but I found that I was not very good at swearing. I can only shout in my heart. One innocent child. He was simply a demon sent to punish her. From now on, I won't have to be on guard against her stealing my house, right? But I'm happy to accept this name. Liang also nodded and agreed to Bai Ji's proposal. Dongfang Changming recorded Li Xiaopu as the name of this new apostle, and then he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After confirming that Liang and Bai Ji still had absolute control over Xiaopu through their innate skills, they gave up the idea of isolating her alone. But don't isolate her. I have to find an empty house for Xiaopu to live in temporarily, but I feel a little uneasy. After all, if she really went berserk like the previous apostle, the only ones who could stop her in the first place would be Liang and Bai Ji. So it would be best if Xiaopu could be under their surveillance at all times. As for who will monitor, Dongfang Changming just raised this question. Xiaopu ran to Liang with a smile on his face. Before she could open her mouth, Bai Ji suddenly raised her hand. I'll do it. My place is quite big. Let Xiaopu live with me. After all, Liang is a boy. If I live with Xiaopu, there are many inconveniences. Liang nodded in agreement, then patted Xiaopu on the shoulder and made a gesture of come over here quickly. There was a sudden and visible look of disappointment on Xiaopu's face. However, after getting close to Bai Ji, he quickly recovered his original mental state. Bai Ji breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest gently. Are you kidding? Let Xiaopu and Liang live together? She was really afraid that this girl would sneak into Liang's bed in the middle of the night. Afterwards, Liang used his fourth talent to turn all the dense vegetation in the test field into his plants. He simply cleared the screen with one click and stuffed the plants back into the Zen garden. The test field, which was so messy that it was almost impossible to see the direction, was clean as new in just a few seconds. Dongfang Changming and others were amazed. Then, they collected the cocoons left over from Xiaopu's hatching and prepared to do follow-up research. After agreeing with Liang on a time to bring Xiaopu back for testing, they left the research department together. Along the way, Xiaopu looked like a prisoner who was released from prison for some fresh air. Walking on the street, looking left and right, my eyes are full of curiosity. Naturally, the scene of two girls with silver hair appearing at the same time attracted a lot of people's attention. Chapter 166. Rainbow falls from the sky, meeting with the Dragon Emperor. Just like when I was in the research department. Seeing the scene of these two women and one man, many people on the roadside showed expressions of great envy. As expected of someone who can lead a team through a world-class dungeon. The sight of him hugging two beauties on both sides makes me feel itchy inside. Damn it, why don't any pretty girls like me? If you have the ability to clear a world-class dungeon, you will definitely have a lot of beautiful women around you. Damn it, another beautiful girl appears next to Liang. There is one more competitor. Among the crowd, there were also many people who knew the eldest daughter of the Bai family, and their faces were full of surprise. They all sighed and wondered when the eldest daughter of the Bai family had a sibling. What's more, this pair of sisters actually like the same person. Is there still law? Is there still law? Why can others have lots of girlfriends, but I have to remain single all my life? Not long after Liang and his two companions left the research department, they ran into Jiang Xiaoxiao, who had come looking for them following the unusual phenomena. The latter simply greeted him, and then suddenly showed an extremely relieved expression on his face. Liang, tell the truth. The vision just now must be related to you, right? When Xiaopu was born, a huge eye in the sky appeared above Tongshuansi, as well as a magnificent scene of starry sky. Dongfang Changming had already told them about this matter when they were in the scientific research department. Liang nodded and pointed at Xiaopu beside him. Almost. In fact, it's mainly related to her. Only then did Jiang Xiaoxiao notice the second Bai Ji beside Liang. I originally thought it was a new friend of Liang. But take a closer look. This girl actually looks very similar to Bai Ji. Oh, hello, sister. My name is Li Xiaopu. I'm an apostle, and also their child. Before he could finish his words, Liang and Bai Ji hurriedly covered his mouth. Liang's expression was slightly serious. I've stressed it before, don't say that outside. Jiang Xiaoxiao on the opposite side was shocked, and it took her a long time to recover. What the hell? She was a little confused. Li Xiaopu is an apostle and the child of Liang and Bai Ji. Could it be that I just looked at the starry sky too much and became a little insane? Bai Ji pulled Xiaopu and smiled apologetically to Jiang Xiaoxiao. Liang took Jiang Xiaoxiao to a deserted place with a somewhat helpless look and briefly explained the whole story. The more she listened, the wider Jiang Xiaoxiao's mouth opened. What plant fusion? What two apostle cores? I already know where the strange phenomenon in heaven and earth came from. But Jiang Xiaoxiao could not understand the information that followed. Finally, he could only slap his face helplessly and put his brain back into standby mode. Okay, I won't go into it anymore. Anyway, if you need help, just come to me. I'm glad you're all okay. There's nothing to worry about. Jiang Xiaoxiao said casually, waved her hand, and turned away with a swagger. The research department and the government building are about 10 minutes away. Jiang Xiaoxiao came all the way here just to confirm if they were okay. This surprised Li Yang a little. But after walking out for a while, Jiang Xiaoxiao suddenly turned back and mentioned something thoughtfully. By the way, Li Yang, although I don't know if it has anything to do with the strange phenomenon in the sky and earth just now, but on the way here, I heard the students discussing something else. After the visions on your side ended, other visions appeared in other parts of China. Of course, it's different from the starry sky you have this time. Those are rainbows falling from the sky. They look more gorgeous than the starry sky. As he spoke, Jiang Xiaoxiao took out his cell phone, did a quick search, and sent the link to Li Yang. It's breaking news. Li Yang clicked on the link, but before the picture was loaded, he was attracted by the news headline. A rainbow waterfall falls from the sky at Zhenlong Mountain. Is it a good omen or a bad omen? Zhenlong Mountain? This seems to be the place where Luo and the 6 tribes planted the seeds of the world. Could this rainbow be the same as the starry sky just now? Is it the special effect of the world tree's appearance? But as he scrolled down, Liang gave up the idea, because the relevant news headlines are all about rainbow waterfall. Yinzhou, Shuzhou, Jinghai. Even at overseas borders, traces of rainbow waterfalls have been observed. According to the speculation of some so-called experts, the scope of this rainbow-related phenomenon may be the entire blue planet. Many people have linked this sudden phenomenon to the recent destruction of the Sakura country, or even the clearance of a world-class dungeon earlier. Many people speculated that perhaps because of the changes in the world pattern, the ecology of the blue planet will also undergo earth-shaking changes. Xiaopu also squeezed over, rubbed Li Yang's arm, and looked at the contents on the phone curiously. But when asked if she knew where the rainbow came from and whether it had anything to do with her, she just shook her head helplessly and emphasized the matter again. Her understanding of the world comes from Li Yang and Bai Ji. The amount of information the two of them possess determines the upper limit of her cognition. Since Li Yang and Bai Ji don't know what this thing is, of course she didn't know either. Bai Ji also naturally came over to take a look. But then his expression changed slightly. Li Yang, look at the photo. This rainbow seems to have fallen vertically from the sky. Li Yang smiled and said, yes, otherwise how can it be called rainbow falls? Bai Ji shook her head. But because the angle of light reflected in the water droplets is fixed, the rainbow can only be in the shape of an arch bridge. If the rainbow were a bridge, where do these vertically descending rainbows lead to at the other end? Hearing this, Liang also fell into deep thought. How to say it? She does have some truth in what she said, but there are too many things in this world that don't make sense. Who knows if this rainbow is a sign of the emergence of a new world-class copy? Drop. Just thinking about it. A black car slowly stopped in front of Li Yang. A man in a black suit walked out of the car and bowed slightly to Li Yang in front of him. You are Mr. Shinnong, right? Can I take up a moment of your time? The Dragon Emperor wants to talk to you alone. Shinnong. Li Yang subconsciously touched the Dragon King order hanging around his waist. By the way, he hasn't asked about this title yet. Luo said before that the Dragon Emperor would explain everything to him himself. It seems that the time is now. I have been really busy this day. I have encountered so many major events in a row. However, he was indeed very curious about who this Dragon Emperor of China was. Thinking of this, Li Yang smiled lightly and nodded. Well, I am Shinnong. Let's go. Chapter 167. Fong Wen's Concern. See, Li Yang is about to leave. Xiao Pu subconsciously wanted to follow, but he was stopped outside by a driver in a black suit. I'm sorry, the Dragon Emperor only wants to meet Shinnong. I will drive him back later and ensure his safety along the way. Please don't worry. After saying that, he opened the car door for Li Yang. After Li Yang got in the car, He returned to the driving seat, started the engine, and drove away with Liang. Xiaopu looked in the direction the vehicle was leaving, looking a little depressed. Baiji stood at the back and suddenly felt like an old married couple. It's the kind of life where the husband is busy with his career and social activities, while the wife stays at home and breastfeeds the child. Boring, but safe. If there were no disaster of the gamification of the world, that would be the life most people deserve. Call, Mom. Can you help me find some nice clothes? The white coats in the research department are really a bit awkward to wear. Xiaopu quickly recovered his composure and turned to Baiji to make a request. Her frame is about the same size as Baiji. She is considered to be on the petite side of normal people. The clothes she was wearing were what Du Xingding had found while rummaging through boxes and drawers just before she came out. It is something that you just put on when working. Even if a normal person wears it, it will look loose, let alone on Xiaopu. The mother was dressed in bright and beautiful clothes, but the child was wearing a rough white coat. If you tell others about it, you will be laughed at. Baiji nodded quickly and took out a black card from the storage ring. Well, come with me. I'll take you to buy some suitable clothes. On the other side, in the center of the imperial city, Liang sat in the backseat of the car, flipping through the news that popped up on his mobile phone. When he originally heard Jiang Xiaoxiao's description, he thought that the strange phenomena in heaven and earth caused by Xiaopu would attract a lot of attention. As a result, the internet is now flooded with photos of rainbow waterfalls. Click on any one of them, and you will see abnormal rainbows appearing in a certain area. There are a lot of photos coming out, and more places are showing rainbows. Even after the information spread throughout the blue planet, more and more people discovered it. It turns out that the rainbow phenomenon is not only seen in China. Similar situations have already occurred in many regions outside of China. Research organizations in various countries are stepping up their investigations to try to find out the cause of these strange rainbows. But until now, there is still no definite conclusion. Ding-ling-ling. While I was scrolling through my phone, a call suddenly came in. It's Yunzhou's number, and it's not unfamiliar. Caller, Fong Wen. Liang picked up the phone, and Fong Wen's voice sounded simultaneously on the other end. Liang, I haven't seen you for a few days. Are you okay? I heard Suge and his friends talking on duty, saying that a spectacular phenomenon appeared in the capital, with the day turning into night and the clouds turning into eyes in the sky. Looking at the photo, it looks scary. Is there anything wrong with you? It turned out to be concern from Yunzhou. Liang smiled with satisfaction and briefly talked about how he used the Apostle Core to create a daughter. This strange phenomenon in heaven and earth is actually just the special effect of Xiaopu's appearance. Hearing this, Fong went on the opposite side, inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, such a big scene is related to you again. I was really scared. I thought it was a sign of some major disaster. So, these rainbows that appear one after another should be the same principle, right? Could it be that this is the special effect of your second daughter's appearance? Liang was slightly stunned. Is there a rainbow in Yunzhou? I didn't see in the news just now, but Fongwen didn't need to lie. On the contrary, she seemed to be expecting Liang to give a positive answer. After all, Fongwen is now the head of the military in Yunzhou and should be responsible for the safety of the people of Yunzhou. If this strange phenomenon above their heads was related to Liang, then they didn't have to worry about it. But, unfortunately, where did this sudden rainbow vision come from? Even Liang was unaware of it. After hearing this answer, Fongwen was silent for a moment, as if she could not accept such a statement. But then, he sighed helplessly and said, I see. I will protect Yunzhou well. You don't have to worry too much. After experiencing the baptism of the previous beast tide, the average level of our Yunzhou military has basically reached around level 70. It's no longer the small place that had to do everything it could to resist the beast tide. This strange phenomenon is affecting more and more areas, and may eventually affect the imperial capital. You must be careful. It has to be safe and sound. Danger often comes with opportunity. After experiencing the baptism of the beast tide, Yunzhou's job changers also made rapid progress with the bonus of huge experience points. Liang was at a loss, then smiled and responded, Okay, you too. If Yunzhou needs you, call me anytime. Afterwards, when she was about to hang up the phone, Fongwen suddenly called Liang. After a pause, he asked a question. Liang, the Chinese New Year will be here soon. Are you, coming back? Ahem, don't get me wrong. This question was asked by Niao and Yang. I just remembered it. I heard her tone as she hurriedly started explaining before she even finished speaking. Liang laughed in silence, thought for a while, and replied, "It depends on the situation. If you think about it carefully, although Yunzhou is a remote small town, it is actually not too far from the imperial capital. If he wanted to go back, he could always ask for help from the airships of the imperial capital military or the space mages in Tongshuanzi. Mr. Shinon, we're here. For the safety of you and the Dragon Emperor, this meeting will be kept secret, and I will not be accompanying you. When you finish your meeting, I will still be here to take you back to Tongshuanzi." The driver in the front seat had driven him into an underground tunnel in the city center without him noticing. After saying these words, the driver hurriedly got out of the car and opened the door for Liang. The tunnel was pitch black, with dim emergency lights embedded in the dark walls. After seeing the logo printed under the light, Liang suddenly realized, what kind of tunnel is this? It's basically a wartime air raid shelter, judging from the depth of the hole and the thickness of the surrounding walls. Even if his destruction mushroom exploded outside, the facilities here would probably still be able to operate normally. What on earth did the Dragon Emperor want to discuss with him that made him come to such a deep place? At the driver's signal, Liang walked forward along the dim emergency lights. After a while, I saw a flash of red metal sealed door. The largest lock on the door is almost half a meter thick. Even if Du Shengding came, it would be difficult to open it. Key. The gate made a dull sound of pressure release, and several hydraulic locks began to retract. The complicated structure on the gate is linked together and opened one after another. Then slowly open it. Chapter 168. There's a god above your head. Emir Liang, well, you're finally here. Before the sealed door was fully opened, a very steady voice came from inside. Liang walked towards it and squeezed in through the partially open door. After entering, I was surprised to find that the room was too simple. The entire room is only about 10 square meters. The walls were all a rough, silvery metallic color. The only furnishings in the room were a table and chairs. There is nothing else besides this. There wasn't even a socket to power any electronic devices or even electricity. Once the door is closed, the entire room becomes a complete secret room. The level of confidentiality can be achieved to this extent. Liang was truly enlightened. The entire room is sealed with lead, which can isolate all common eavesdropping methods and block damage from the outside world to a great extent. Also, there's no need to worry about oxygen. Under this room, there's a larger air chamber that will constantly exchange gases with this room, so you won't suffocate. The man across the table spoke slowly, and every word he said made people feel his overly calm personality. It's just out of curiosity. Liang looked up and down at the man in front of him. This legendary Dragon Emperor, who was elusive and could not be seen from head to tail, met him in this way. The man had a standard square face, and his black hair was mixed with many silver strands that had slowly grown due to his age. The nose is straight and the eye sockets are very deep. What is most concerning is the deep eye sockets. Vertical golden pupils. It's actually vertical pupils. Liang muttered to himself, inadvertently raising his first question. The man opposite smiled gently and looked up at Liang. There was an exceptionally heavy and steady look in his eyes. "Don't mind it. It's just a blood inheritance. Please take a seat, Mr. Liang. I will answer all your questions in this absolutely confidential room. But before I answer your questions, I would like to ask Mr. Liang a question. Do you believe that there's a god in this world?" Faced with the Dragon Emperor's sudden question, Liang was a little confused for a moment. In this day and age, there probably aren't many people who believe in God. Could it be that the Dragon Emperor of China is actually a theist? But the Dragon Emperor just sighed slightly, shook his head, and said, "Unfortunately, that is not the case. The gods I'm talking about are not some vague concepts or fantasies that people just repeat. It's some real existence with great power. Perhaps speaking directly of God is a little too abstract. Let me give you another example. It seems to be mentioned in Luo An's report. Mr. Liang, it seems that you have learned about the concept of God's domain from somewhere else through your special talent?" After hearing this familiar word, Li Yang's eyes lit up. Coincidentally, this was one of the several questions Li Yang wanted to ask the Dragon Emperor. So he nodded and affirmed what the Dragon Emperor said. The Dragon Emperor smiled and began to explain. Generally speaking, the term God's domain will appear together with certain special items. For example, the Apostle Core you just used is an item produced from the realm of God. And the biggest feature of this type of item is that it has nothing to do with the replica it is in. Even just like the impact that the copy rift has on our world. These items produced from the god's realm can also erode the dungeon they are in, causing changes to the environment. To give you a simple example, Li Yang mentioned something in the report he provided in the guide to the underworld. In the inner city of the dungeon, you encountered plant-based apostles that were completely different from ordinary undead creatures. The area where the apostle of plant life is located also has plants growing all over half of the city. This plant-born apostle is a creature created by combining an ordinary undead beast with an apostle core. And Mr. Liang has witnessed the ability of this core to transform the environment, right? What the Dragon Emperor was talking about was the primeval forest that appeared with Xiao Pu when she was born. Liang still remembers this vividly. But how long has this happened? He is worthy of being called the Dragon Emperor. The efficiency of obtaining information is simply too fast. The Dragon Emperor's narration continued. In fact, the countries of Blue Star have started their research on the god's domain since a very early time. In decades of research, generations of scholars have unraveled these bizarre objects and found a common origin and some shocking facts. These strange objects are actually traces left by some powerful beings. These beings, who are completely different from us, have the ability to absolutely control certain powers, whether it is vegetation, emotions, beauty, ugliness, good, and evil. And there is no doubt that their strength far exceeds that of humans. We don't know where they came from, nor do we know their purpose in the world. The only thing that is certain is that they all come from the same place and have the same composition, namely divinity and power. That place is what we call the realm of God. And these beings are, of course, called gods. Liang narrowed his eyes and frowned slightly. So there really is a god in this world? The Dragon Emperor nodded, raised his index finger slightly, and pointed to the top of his head. Just 3 feet above your head, it is. At this moment, in the military headquarters far away in Yunzhou, Fang Wen, who had just taken office as the minister of the Yunzhou military department, stood up, rubbed his aching waist, and slowly walked to the window of the office. The scene outside the window is quite stunning. The sky is clear and the air is fresh, with not a single cloud in sight. In the blue sky, a huge rainbow falls vertically like a waterfall. The entire Yunzhou is shrouded in the colorful light emitted by the rainbow waterfall, appearing colorful. If she were 10 years younger, she could go back to being that ignorant little girl. She would surely be thrilled by this dreamlike scene. But now, from the perspective of a military leader, she simply found this strange sight disturbing. No one knows where this strange rainbow waterfall comes from, not even Liang. If this kind of phenomenon only occurred in Yunzhou, she could still regard it as a sign of the emergence of some abnormal copy, or a warning of a large-scale beast outbreak, and calmly apply for support from the imperial capital. But the whole of China? No, the entire blue planet. Such scenes have appeared in various parts of the world. This obviously cannot be explained by a beast tide or an abnormal copy. You know, the underworld, which was just conquered by Liang not long ago, did not cause such a huge wave on the global scale. This thing only made her feel deeply uneasy and apprehensive. Senior Fang Wen, reports on Warcraft activity in several nearby dungeons have come out. This rainbow did not cause abnormal activity among the monsters like the red fog in the underworld city did before. And the soldiers patrolling the city didn't find anything special. At the moment, it looks like the rainbow is just hanging there and has no impact on us. A young man in a military uniform walked into the office and placed the reports he had collected on Fang Wen's desk. On his back was a two-handed staff as tall as a person, which was the same one that Li Yang had given to Su Gui in the hidden copy. Chapter 169, Eyeball Rainbow Bridge, God's Peering. Listening to Su Gui's words, Fang Wen sighed and frowned slightly. I've been told many times that you have to call me minister in the military. Su Gui smiled and said, Isn't there anyone else? If you keep calling me minister all the time, won't it become alienating after a while? By the way, what does Liang say about this strange phenomenon? Fang Wen sighed. The strange phenomenon of the eye in the sky in the imperial capital was caused by his daughter. But he didn't know what these rainbows were about. This one sentence shocked Su Gui twice. Su Gui's eyes widened, and he repeated those 2 words in disbelief. Girl, daughter? How long has it been since Liang graduated? And he even has a daughter? With whom? Fang Wen burst out laughing and repeated what Liang had told her. After hearing that Liang used the Apostle Core to create a powerful daughter, Su Gue slowly showed a relieved expression on his face. I cleared the only world-class dungeon on Blue Planet and created a new life with 2 magical cores. If it were someone else, they would be able to brag about it for the rest of their lives. But for Liang, it's just a drop in the bucket. Fangwen showed a similar expression and nodded. He picked up the report that Su Gue handed over and took a quick look at it. Since Liang left Yinzhou, Fangwen became the acting minister of the Yinzhou military. As an outstanding graduate, Su Gue took over Fangwen's position and became the leader of the 2nd military team. By the way, he also recruited the twin brothers who had leveled up with him at the beginning and others to train as soldiers. And after entering the military, Su Gue was just like Fangwen at the beginning, and he did not slack off at all. Relying on his own talent and hard work, and also taking advantage of the great opportunities brought by the last beast tide, he broke through to level 70 in a short period of time. At this moment, he was taking Liang as his target and making rapid progress at his own pace. The content of the report in Fangwen's hand was similar to what Su Gue had just summarized, although there was a strange rainbow appearing in the sky. But that's all. The rainbow did not cause any danger. The monsters are still wandering around the dungeon, and the citizens are going to work and school as usual. This strange rainbow waterfall just adds a little fun to people's ordinary and complicated lives. This rainbow has been hanging in the sky for more than 10 minutes. Nothing strange happened. Just now, I sent some job changers with the ability to fly up there to try to collect some close-up photos of the rainbow. And by the way, see if they can collect some samples. If there is nothing unusual, just put it aside for now. Maybe it's just a new kind of weather that's never been seen before. As Su Gue was speaking, his cell phone suddenly rang. He lowered his head, opened his phone, and took a quick look. Then, his face turned pale in an instant. The cell phone also fell uncontrollably to the ground, hitting the wooden floor and making a bang sound. What's going on? Have the job changers who came into contact with Rainbow sent back messages? Fangwen was frightened by Su Gue's appearance and quickly bent down to help him pick up the phone. The result is the next moment. After seeing the content on the phone, my brain suddenly started buzzing. My mind went blank, and I almost couldn't understand the scene before me. On Su Gue's phone, there were indeed messages from those job changers who flew up and touched the rainbow. But they did not collect samples. I just took a few photos at a slightly closer distance. As for the reason, just look at the photos they sent. The rainbow flowing down from the sky. This beautiful bridge with all its colors. The things that made them up were actually large pieces the size of a fingernail, in various colors, and densely packed. Eyeball. No wonder it's not in the shape of an arch, because it is not the refraction of light at all, but it is a large group of eyeballs that radiate light on their own. What on earth is this? Fangwen's expression became similar to Su Gue's. His face was pale and his lips were blue. She had never seen such a bizarre and terrifying sight in her life. Ding dong. Several more messages came to my phone. These eyeballs are alive. They're moving. And at this time, far beyond the blue planet in the vast universe, the surface of the grayish-white planet that revolves around the blue star forever. Suddenly, a brilliant 7-color rainbow light appeared. A pure white female figure emerged from the rainbow light and slowly fell to the ground under the gravity of the moon. The dust floated up gently and then was pushed away by some strange force. The pair of snow-white jade feet did not completely land on the ground, but maintained a distance from the surface of the moon steadily and reservedly. If someone could watch this scene nearby, they would definitely be impressed by the beautiful appearance of this human figure. The golden ornaments are interlocked, weaving a complex totem on the soft body. Fireflies turned into colorful clothes and drifted away spontaneously in the vacuum of the universe, emitting a glow that was completely different from the bleak space. From a human perspective, a being with such great power and perfect body can be summed up in one word. God. The goddess, illuminated by the rainbow light, raised her eyes slightly and looked towards the blue planet in the distance. She was attracted by the beacon. On this blue planet before us, some very interesting creatures appeared. Some seem to have been tainted by their power. These forces that transcend the limits of civilization are like a shining lighthouse in this vast sea of stars, loudly proclaiming their position to everyone. And in her view, this is a calling. She is the rainbow goddess, the bridge between heaven and earth, the intermediary between gods and believers, the transmitter of divine voice, and the messenger of gods. So, she traveled from light years away to fulfill her duty here. She would show the power of gods to mortals and stop their research on the power of gods with absolute authority. Then, this thriving seedling was strangled in the cradle. The reason why gods are gods is because their power is unparalleled. But this strength is not an innate gift, but the result of the development of civilization. However, due to years of activities, some of the remnants were inevitably scattered in the dark corners of the vast universe. These things are enough to bring about a qualitative leap in the development of an indigenous civilization. Therefore, they always have to do something to ensure their uniqueness. Although it's a bit tedious, it's all worth it. They are gods, and only they can be gods. So go ahead, continue to explore the blue planet. Chapter 170, Godhead and Authority. In the imperial capital, in an underground air raid shelter. After telling everything, the Dragon Emperor slowly withdrew his hand. Sitting in the distance, looking at Li Yang with a smile. Waiting for his question. Li Yang, who was sitting across the table, held his forehead and sorted out all the information he had received so far. According to the Dragon Emperor, there are gods in this world. It's just that the gods here are not the illusory phantoms in myths and legends, but it is a real, extremely powerful and advanced being. Humans have confirmed the existence of gods by studying items related to the realm of gods. The sources of these items are all copies. After the world was gamified, a rift in another world appeared on the blue planet, the copy. In other words, these gods may also be related to the copy. Li Yang figured it out a little bit. After briefly digesting the knowledge he had acquired, he looked at the Dragon Emperor in front of him and asked his next question. So, are those rainbows in the sky also related to the so-called gods? The Dragon Emperor nodded. His expression did not change. Obviously, at least as far as I know, there's no job changer on Blue Star who can create such a phenomenon. Li Yang nodded. Have you found out where that guy is? After all, we've made such a big fuss. We should be able to find it by following the clues, right? Hearing this, the Dragon Emperor couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Oh, that's what you mean. Student Li Yang seems to be very eager to know the location of this deity. Could it be that Li Yang has any idea about it? Li Yang smiled disdainfully. I have no interest in supernatural things. But the area covered by these rainbows is so large that they can even appear in a remote place like Yinzhou. I just don't want anything to go wrong over there. The Dragon Emperor was silent for a while, then burst into laughter. Very good. Very good. I agree with Li Yang's ambition and his desire to protect his hometown. It's a pity that, after all, gods and the realm of gods belong to us. They are things that humans have never come into contact with. Today's situation is the first time in the history of Blue Star. So, I want to use the vision to find the location of the god and confirm the god's information. We still need some time. Once I figure it out, I'll let Lu Owen inform you as soon as possible. How about that? Li Yang nodded casually. Okay, good luck to you guys. If I find anything... The Dragon Emperor raised his head slightly and pointed at the Dragon King order on Li Yang's waist. If Li Yang also finds any valuable information, just use that thing to contact me directly. Lu Owen seems to have not told you how to use the Dragon King order yet. Later, I will go to Tianfu in person to get a copy of the instructions for you and send it to your residence. It's just a token. Why is it so troublesome? Li Yang smacked his lips, a little surprised. Then, he lowered his head thoughtfully and looked at his Dragon King order. He raised his head and asked, Then my next question is, what does Shinong mean? Is it just a simple code name? Or is there any other meaning in it? The Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes with a half-smile on his face. I'm glad you asked. In fact, this is also one of the experiments related to God. Student Li Yang should still remember what I just said, right? Li Yang raised his head, a little confused. About what? The Dragon Emperor nodded slightly. It's about the composition of gods. Through research on items related to the realm of God, we learned that every god is composed of two parts, divinity and authority. We don't know what the Godhead refers to. We can only infer based on the information we have, and guess that it might be something like a spirit or soul. And this authority, we in China just happen to accommodate some of them. The last sentence really scared Li Yang. Does China today hold the authority of gods? This is a joke. China already possesses such outrageous power. Why doesn't it turn the table on the world sooner? I had to wait until he appeared before I could start my own actions. Li Yang's doubts were written all over his face. The Dragon Emperor understood and waved his hand slightly, signaling Li Yang to calm down. Then, he explained the issue of authority and the origin of the word Shinong in one breath. First, the question about the divine authority held by our Chinese people. Although authority and Godhead together constitute God, but the relationship between the two is not complementary in the traditional sense, but rather a relationship of damage and completeness. Without the corresponding Godhead, even if you have the authority, you cannot use it. What's more, the authority we have is not complete. I just said that what we Chinese have taken in is only a part of the authority. Due to various factors, this thing can only become our research material, rather than a force that can be utilized. After saying this, the Dragon Emperor still seemed a little lost. Liang also suddenly realized and nodded slightly. But then, the Dragon Emperor added, "Fortunately, the authority of God stores a part of God's memory. Thanks to this, we have more information than other countries. We know that there have been wars among gods. The war caused the authority of many gods to be shattered and scattered throughout the vast universe. The weaker ones are the products of the gods' domain that are currently being collected by various countries, and the stronger ones are recycled by the gods. We were fortunate enough to obtain a piece of it and sealed it away. In fact, the knowledge about the composition of gods was also obtained from our investigation of that memory. So we want to try to bring this power into play. And you, Liang, you are the best person to use this power. We want to grant you divinity and make you a god who holds this authority, commonly known as creating a god." After hearing what the Dragon Emperor said, Liang couldn't help but get goosebumps. What's going on? The Dragon Emperor of China wants him to become a god? Isn't this a bit too out of line? Liang frowned, looked at the Dragon Emperor's golden pupils, and asked slowly, "Why?" The Dragon Emperor paused for a moment and replied slowly, "The divine authority that we have taken in is called Jisheng, and I also hope that I can use this powerful force to make China last forever." Chapter 171, Xiao Pu's ability. When expressing that sentence, the expression on the Dragon Emperor's face and his pair of golden vertical pupils both appeared exceptionally resolute. Liang stared into his eyes for a long time. After confirming this guy's true thoughts, he sighed slightly and replied, "Okay, but before that, at least let me take a look. What on earth is that so-called authority?" I had thought that for such a valuable item, the Dragon Emperor would definitely need to prepare a lot of complicated methods to hide it. The next second, he rubbed the golden storage ring on his hand and took out a square lead box. Liang was speechless for a while. He looked at the lead walls around him that were who knows how thick they were and nodded slightly. That's right. After all, they all communicated in this kind of place. What other messy preventive measures are needed? We don't know how to use this thing yet. Perhaps if I keep it on you forever, maybe one day it will be transformed into a controllable force for you to use. So, actually, according to the original plan, I wanted to give this thing directly to you for safekeeping. But the current situation is somewhat special. After saying that, the Dragon Emperor raised his head and pointed directly above himself. Now, a god associated with rainbows has covered the entire blue planet with a rainbow. This can't be an unwarranted behavior. That guy must have noticed the existence of this power of plant growth, so he came to me on purpose. If he just walked out of the door with this authority, it would probably bring unnecessary trouble to Liang. Therefore, whether to take it away now depends on how Liang makes a choice. But it was different from the Dragon Emperor's hesitation. Liang opened it the moment the Dragon Emperor put the box on the table. Looking at the emerald green dewdrops in the lead box, Liang became a little absent-minded. The next moment, buzz, accompanied by a sharp buzzing sound. The dewdrops in the box suddenly emitted light. The texture suddenly became translucent and then floated into the air at an extremely fast speed. No authority, vegetation damaged. Quality, red myth. Introduction. The original godhood has been broken, and the powerless authority on the verge of dissipation has now been broken. After merging with a qualified person, it can be given a certain amount of divine authority. When the authority is complete, it can be created in any space and any terrain, and can control all plants in the world at will. Liang didn't even actively release the identification technique. The information of this drop automatically unfolded before his eyes. What follows is the damaged memory stored in this dewdrop. An internal struggle among gods, many shattered godheads and authorities, and countless civilizations that disappeared along with them. A lot of the content is very similar to what the Dragon Emperor just said. This also proves from another perspective that what the Dragon Emperor said is true. After Liang confirmed his acceptance of authority, the emerald green dewdrops flew into Liang's body at an extremely fast speed. All the power that can be used by this part of authority was also displayed in Li Yang's mind. It's not that complicated. After detecting that Li Yang possessed the apostle corresponding to the authority of vegetation, he was given the function of being able to share authority with your apostle. In short, he can also use the ability of Xiao Pu's plant core. Wait, Xiao Pu's ability. Li Yang then remembered that after creating Xiao Pu, he had not yet looked at her information specifically. I quickly opened the relevant interface and took a quick look. The result is that you don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. I originally thought that he was invincible as he owned Dave's store. Unexpectedly, there's always someone stronger than the strong. Dual core apostle and agent. Contractors, Li Yang, Baizi. Core composition, vegetation, love, and beauty. Level, LV.100. Introduction. An apostle with powerful authority will clear all obstacles for his god when the god comes to the world. An agent apostle born from the fusion of the power of the two cores can, to some extent, simultaneously appropriate the authority represented by the two cores. Authority ability, vegetation. A portion of the authority of the god of vegetation, able to create and control all plants within a 10-kilometer radius at will, and even merge oneself into the plants. Authority and ability, a love and beauty. A portion of the authority of the god of love and beauty, in charge of love and beauty, can change its own form at will, and to a certain extent, can control all lower creatures that can be enchanted, including humans, with the power of charm. In fact, to put it bluntly, Xiao Pu's ability of vegetation authority is a deluxe and enhanced version of the vegetation apostle in the underworld. Absolute control over all plants within a 10-kilometer radius, as well as the ability to quickly move inside plants or even escape. This alone may not be enough to destroy the world. But what if Li Yang could use his professional skills to create a mushroom of destruction that could instantly cover 10 kilometers? 10 kilometers of destruction mushrooms exploded at once. The power is simply unimaginable. And this is just the ability to destroy authority. If I can piece together the authority and master all the power in the future, then Li Yang can directly transform into the real god of vegetation. It is probably completely feasible to instantly cover a planet with a layer of destruction mushrooms and shatter a planet with a wave of the hand. After all, the guy who controls the rainbow above your head is already doing something similar. TSK. I have to find an opportunity to find that guy and kill him. Li Yang made a light tisk sound and raised his hand to close the various information interfaces covering his eyes. Behind the interface, the Dragon Emperor's face finally appeared. For the first time, an expression of extreme shock finally appeared on that calm and steady face. In fact, ever since he obtained this broken authority, the Dragon Emperor has had the idea of creating a god. But to this day, including him, he has searched for no less than 1,000 people in succession. But without exception, they were rejected by the authorities. And Li Yang, just by opening the box, the things inside flew out by themselves and actively merged with Li Yang. This scene was truly beyond his expectations. The Dragon Emperor sighed again and again, saying that Li Yang was born to become a god. Then, he hurriedly asked Li Yang if he was feeling unwell or if he needed Tianfu's help with anything. Li Yang shook his head lightly, and his whole temperament seemed to be different from before. After confirming Li Yang's condition, the Dragon Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he slowly stood up. He bowed solemnly to Li Yang and expressed his sincere gratitude to him. Today is a day worth remembering. Li Yang used facts to prove that God is not something insurmountable and denied the uniqueness of God's existence. Perhaps from today on, China and even humanity. Then we will begin to move towards the unreachable realm of God. Chapter 172. A god descended upon Jinlong Mountain? I continued to ask some questions that I was curious about. Li Yang left the underground air raid shelter while studying his new abilities. As agreed, the driver was waiting at the entrance of the air raid shelter to take him back. Sure enough, after walking to the entrance of the cave, Li Yang saw the familiar black car. But when I got a little closer, I found that the driver sitting in the driving seat was holding his cell phone tightly, his face turned pale. I don't know what he saw. Li Yang walked straight over and knocked on the car window. By the way, raise your head and look outside the cave. As a result, as soon as I looked up, I saw the magnificent rainbow waterfall spreading over the imperial capital. The colorful colors hang above the clouds like a curtain. It rises and falls slowly in waves, and looks more like an aurora than a rainbow when viewed from below. After learning about the gods and experiencing their power firsthand, Liang had been mentally prepared for this. No matter what the god who controls the rainbow wants to do, it is easy for him to rely on his own authority to cover the entire planet with his power. So sooner or later, you will see a rainbow in the imperial capital. Just look at the people outside. Everyone, including the driver, looked horrified. Everyone huddled inside vehicles or buildings, as if afraid of being illuminated by the rainbow's light. But if Liang remembers correctly, before I officially entered the air raid shelter, people outside didn't seem to have this attitude toward the rainbow, right? Most ordinary citizens even thought that this was a once-in-a-century spectacle and went out to the streets to record it with their mobile phones. He had just chatted with the Dragon Emperor for a while, so how come a situation outside turned out like this? Boom, boom, boom. Liang knocked on the car window again, and the driver who obeyed Yulondi hurriedly opened the door. Mr. Shinnom, come in quickly. Don't expose yourself outside. You'll be seen. See? Liang was completely confused. What saw you? Did I miss some important event? However, seeing that the driver was in a mess, Liang quickly got into the car and closed the door. Just when I was about to ask about the situation, I accidentally caught a glimpse of the driver's cell phone out of the corner of my eye. It was open with the headline news. The content is unforgettable at a glance. The rainbow is actually the eyeballs that fill the sky. Who is monitoring us? Rainbow, eyeball? Damn, what a weird thing. Liang moved closer to the car window and looked up. The rainbow in the sky was still beautiful, floating slowly like silk, emitting an evil light. But I can't see what it has to do with eyeballs at all. That, Mr. Shinnom, you haven't seen the news yet, have you? Please look. The driver in the front seat turned around timidly and handed his cell phone to Liang. Liang took it and was frightened by the ghost picture on the cover. Wow, that's a lot of eyeballs. It was so crowded that Li Yang's trypophobia was almost brought out. This picture was taken by some astronomy enthusiasts using their own telescopes. After the wonder caused by the rainbow waterfall spectacle passed, many scientific research enthusiasts around the world began to spontaneously study and get in touch with rainbows. As a result, after adjusting the focus and putting my eyes close to the lens, the first thing I saw was this picture. It really caused great psychological trauma to those scientific research enthusiasts. Not to mention those unlucky guys who rely on their profession's flying ability and want to fly into the sky to get close to the rainbow. From the news, it seems that there have been reports of job changers dying from being frightened and falling from great heights in many places. Looking at those eyeballs piled together, emitting 7 colors of light, Liang swallowed and felt a strong discomfort. He finally understood what the rainbow god was doing. It turns out that the entire blue planet is being monitored. No, with so many eyes, does that guy have enough brains? That, Mr. Shinnom. Now I don't know what these eyes are looking for. But for safety reasons, we should not act rashly. After these strange phenomena completely disappear, I will send you back to Tongshuansi, okay? The driver in the front seat completely lost his taciturn attitude. For an existence like Tianshang that is completely incomprehensible to humans, even a job changer of a high level would be forced to endure severe psychological pressure. Those eyeballs do nothing, just quietly piled up there, emitting colorful light, staring at everyone on the ground. He doesn't look like he can drive. Liang sighed helplessly. Forget it. You take a rest. I will go back by myself. After saying that, he pushed the door and got out of the car despite the driver's attempt to stop him. The divine authority is activated, controls plants within a 10-kilometer radius, causing their roots to become entangled with each other. Then, Liang bent down and gently touched the grass at his feet. The whole person suddenly turned into a black shadow, just like the plant apostle he met in the underworld city. He disappeared into the grass and trees. However, in the driver's eyes, Liang simply pushed the door open, bent down, and suddenly disappeared. This. It must be that the eyeballs are starting to catch people. The unlucky driver immediately let out a scream. His face turned pale with fear, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. After a moment, Liang appeared in his own sunflower field located in Tongshuansi. The first thing I did after coming out was to check my phone. Tongshuansi is located in the suburbs of the imperial capital. The straight line distance from there is about 20 kilometers. Liang created plants while traveling through them. It took less than a minute to travel the 20-kilometer distance. This speed is comparable to teleportation. No wonder the vegetation apostle at that time was able to wipe out the attacking teams from so many countries in one go. Liang stretched slightly, squinted his eyes, and looked at the rainbow spreading across the sky again. I raised 2 middle fingers to those eyes hidden behind the rainbow and grinned. Look at your dad. Then he returned to his house without looking back. As a result, upon entering the door, Dad, you're back. Xiao Pu suddenly jumped out from behind the door and threw himself onto Liang enthusiastically. The 2 cattail tails, one on the left and one on the right, tightly embraced Liang's waist. Liang was startled and hugged her subconsciously. Why are you here with me? Where's Bai Ji? Xiao Pu curled her lips and said, My mother was called away by that man called Dongfang Changming. He said he wanted to discuss something important and asked me to stay here, and he would remind you to come over when you come back. Important? What's the matter? Liang asked casually, but he knew without thinking that it must be related to these rainbow eyes in the sky. But Xiao Pu blinked, held up Liang's face, and said seriously, They said that a god descended from Jinlong Mountain. Chapter 173, Lost Contact, the Goddess's Punishment. A descent? That guy in the sky, has he started to take action? Why so fast? Moreover, why is the target Jinlong Mountain? According to the Dragon Emperor, this god who suddenly descended most likely sensed the power and came to take it back. Liang was even ready to face this rainbow god, but that guy actually ran to Jinlong Mountain? Oh, by the way, they seem to be in some government building now. Dad, are we going over there? Xiao Pu asked. Although he'd been put back on the ground by Liang, he was still rubbing against Li Yang's body very intimately. Liang nodded. Let's go and see what's going on. Hey, speaking of which, Bai Ji took you clothes shopping. Only then did he notice Xiao Pu's outfit. The white coat that was originally brought from the research department had long been thrown away and no one knew where it was. At this time, Xiao Pu was wearing a very well-fitting women's outfit. She wore a black and purple crop top with a white and pink long sweater on the outside. She was wearing a pair of dark-colored, low-waisted, slim-fit trousers, which made her legs look much longer than Bai Ji's. Dressed like this, she's obviously much bolder than Bai Ji's reserved and modest look. This is also the most obvious feature of the two. As for the reason for choosing low-waist clothing, in addition to being beautiful, there is actually a very helpless point. She can't keep her tail tucked in her pants all the time. Fortunately, there are all kinds of strange professions in this world. There were a lot of job changers with some minor changes on their bodies, so 2 cattail tails were no big deal. So Xiao Pu can walk outside with confidence without attracting too much attention. Xiao Pu took Liang's arm and went out with him. The two of them used their authority and the twin sunflowers in the garden to teleport to the lawn outside the government building through the plants. As soon as he popped his head out, he bumped into Jiang Xiaoxiao, who was walking out of the government building. Jiang Xiaoxiao was startled and subconsciously clenched her fists. Only after seeing the person's face clearly did he feel a little relieved. It's you two. I was so scared that I thought a god had descended from heaven and landed here. Is this a new ability? Liang nodded. Before he could ask about the whole story, Dongfang Changming appeared from behind Jiang Xiaoxiao. Student Liang? I didn't expect you to come back so soon. What did the Dragon Emperor tell you? No. I better not ask any more questions. Since the Dragon Emperor personally invited you over, it must be a very important secret. Liang smiled and put away his intention to explain. Then he asked with some doubt. So, what exactly is the matter with the descent of the gods at Jinlong Mountain? Dongfang Changming took a deep breath, spoke slowly, and completed the information that Liang missed. After strange phenomena appeared in the skies over various places, countries across the blue planet began to conduct research on the phenomenon in full swing. After only about 10 minutes, the fact that rainbows are made of eyeballs was discovered by people in many areas and spread throughout the blue planet in a very short time. Just when everyone was worried about this. On the Chinese side, Tang Xuanzi, together with Qian Fu and the 6 ministries, finally reached the place where the rainbow vision first appeared. That is, Zinlongshan and got in touch. The signal from the other end was extremely weak, and the information that was barely sent out was also intermittent. It was obvious that it was transmitted at a considerable cost. Based on the information transmitted from Zinlongshan, the people here finally figured out the sequence of events. First, the team sent by the 6 departments arrived at the area selected in advance, carrying Li Yang's world seed. A temporary guard post was set up locally, and a sufficiently large area was cleared. After Luo arrived, the planting operation began under his supervision. The seed of the world completed the steps of germination and growth in just a few minutes. Not long after it was buried in the soil, it grew into a golden sapling almost 1 meter tall. But when everyone thought it was done and cheered for it, suddenly, a strange rainbow waterfall fell from the sky. The colorful light filled the entire Jinlong mountain, like the aurora surrounding the mountains for dozens of kilometers. After that, they lost contact with the outside world. The arrival of the rainbow blocked all signals in the mountain and forced all the electronic equipment they brought with them to shut down. The vehicles could not start, and the airships could not take off. At the same time, some strange monsters began to emerge from the rainbow and attack them. Through identification techniques, we can understand that the monsters that emerge from the rainbow are essentially magical beasts around level 80. According to Luo and Judgment, it was probably because of this strange rainbow that the entire Jinlong mountain had become some kind of copy-like existence. Fortunately, we brought enough people, and we were able to barely resist the attacks of those monsters. There are just some scattered villages near Jinlong Mountain that need special personnel to protect. With the combat power dispersed, it will inevitably be difficult to deal with the increasing number of monsters. Although this situation had never happened before, the experienced Luo and still came to the conclusion as quickly as possible. It should be that the rifts in some copies were opened too large, causing the entire Jinlong Mountain to be swallowed up, just as they were preparing to protect the villagers while trying to escape. The development of the matter was still beyond everyone's expectations. Amidst the brilliant rainbows in the sky, a phantom of a goddess surrounded by holy light emerged. The goddess spoke slowly, saying that she was a messenger who conveyed the will of the gods. To say that humans hold power that they should not have is a serious taboo. The wrath of the gods is difficult to quell. If you don't want to suffer a catastrophic disaster, you must honestly hand over the forbidden power and offer sacrifices to the gods to show your sincerity. And what those monsters that looked like the gods' minions were fighting for was the world tree that had just emerged. Of course, Luoan would not give in to such a strange thing of unknown origin. After scolding it, he led the brothers from the 6 departments to hold their positions. However, the Phantom of the God did not show any emotion because of Luo An's indignation. He just sighed with a slight regret and said calmly that divine punishment would be brought down soon. Afterwards, the phantoms gradually dissipated, and the attacks of the monsters in the rainbow became more and more fierce. The reason why Tang Xuanzi gathered everyone together was very simple. According to Luo An, under the increasingly fierce attack, they might not even be able to hold out until the so-called moment of divine punishment. We can only find ways to get in touch with the outside world and ask for support. Chapter 174. So what if it's a god? The cart is instantly destroyed. On the other side, the Dragon Emperor also expressed a very firm attitude after learning about this. The attraction of the world tree to the gods is actually greater than the damaged authority of the gods. This is enough to illustrate the importance of the world tree. Then, the more the other party wants it, the less likely it is that you will be able to fulfill it. In a defeated country, the captured people will ultimately become nothing more than slaves. If China surrenders in this battle, there will be no chance for it to rise again. Therefore, we must never give in. It will take time for the military to gather the troops and prepare them. Therefore, before the main force was ready, an elite team from Tang Xuanzi would quickly rush to complete the support mission. And the strongest person in Tang Xuanzi, there is no doubt that it was Li Yang and others who had just opened the door to the underworld not long ago. Jiang Xiaoxiao was obviously very sad about this sudden overtime work. But with a powerful enemy at the doorstep, she could not afford to shirk her responsibilities. Liang also held his chin thoughtfully and fell in a deep thought. But the specific content of the thinking was not about support tactics or ways to evacuate local residents. But what should I do? Send the cart to the face of that damn god? Perhaps most people think that the gods who descended from the sky are powerful enemies that cannot be offended and cannot be overcome. But in the eyes of Liang, who owns a cart, it's just a high-level monster that's a little difficult to kill. Instead of exploring what the outcome of victory or failure will be, we should focus on what the consequences will be. He still prefers to go straight to the point and wipe it out first. Lawnmower. The lawnmower cannot be destroyed, but can be activated after being placed. After activation, it can only move forward in a straight line along the currently specified plane and cannot be stopped in any way. While moving forward, it will directly annihilate everything it touches along the way, including any obstacles, enemies, temporary terrain obstacles generated on the plane, etc. Well, what about gods? Under the absolute rules, you have to be annihilated, right? The rules are here. Everyone is equal in front of the cart. By the way, why not make use of the divine authority I just obtained? Didn't that guy say he would come in person and bring down divine punishment? That's as long as it is within Li Yang's ability. Li Yang can directly use his abilities to create a plant bridge with a vertical height of 10 kilometers. Use it as the designated plane and let the cart rush up along the plant bridge to kill it instantly. However, the plant bridge is still connected to the earth. When the cart reaches the end, it will return to the ground again, clearing all obstacles. Hiss! The wheelbarrow is indeed a powerful weapon, but if it hurts 1,000 enemies but also hurts 800 of your own people, who can bear this? Still need to think about it. Dongfang Chaming saw that Li Yang suddenly fell silent and thought that Li Yang had some concerns. Suddenly, he became a little nervous and said cautiously, Li Yang, do you have any other concerns? Actually, if you don't want to go, we won't have any objection. After all, you're the most powerful person in Tongshan Division and even in the entire China. If you have your own strategic plan, we will fully support you. Li Yang looked up. No, I didn't say I wouldn't go. Who are the people summoned by Tang Xuanzi? Time waits for no one. It's best to set off now. Hearing this, Dongfang Chaming's expression relaxed a lot, as if he had been pardoned. Then, he quickly invited Li Yang into the house. As soon as he entered the door, Li Yang heard a familiar noise. Director Dongfang, are you still not well? Can we take action immediately? I still can't get in touch with my grandma. I want to know what's going on over there. The guy who was talking was also an old acquaintance of Li Yang. It was the first person I met after entering Tang Xuanzi, Meng Qing. At the same time, there were two other familiar faces next to Meng Qing. They are Bai Ji and the female pharmacist who had participated in the strategy of the Dead World City before. But neither of these two is as eye-catching as Meng Qing. Meng Qing, at this moment, was completely different from his previous state. There was no longer the cowardly, playful, soft-hearted look he had before, and instead, there was an impatience and anger that was beyond words. His face was red, and his neck was thick, just like a goblin in a frenzy. Dongfang Changming nodded to Meng Qing, signaling him to stay calm, and then introduced to Li Yang. The Tongshan Division has gathered a number of job changer teams. Most of them are responsible for transporting resources and evacuating people. Many of them have already set off. And the team led by Yu and Jiang Xiaoxiao can serve as the rare main output and go directly to the front line to provide support. Meng Qing's hometown is a village at the foot of Jinlong Mountain. He knows the local terrain best, so he will be the deputy captain to help you move in the mountains. At the same time, in order to facilitate your command, I plan to group you together according to the previous lineup in the Necromancer City. The only pity is that Du Shangding needs to stay in the research department and continue his research on Rainbow with other researchers, trying to find a way to deal with the god's body as soon as possible. As for the missing personnel, I decided to fill in with the pharmacist from the team that previously conquered the underworld city with you guys. Li Yang will be the team leader, responsible for preparing the tactics and division of labor among the team members, while Bai Ji will follow as a logistical assistant. I wonder if Li Yang can accept this arrangement? Dongfang Changming finished speaking very quickly, then looked into Li Yang's eyes and asked seriously. Li Yang nodded lightly without saying anything more. It was probably because they saw that Li Yang played a crucial role in the previous strategy of the underworld city, so they arranged him to be the team leader. Jiang Xiaoxiao could not avoid this position. But Li Yang didn't care, as long as the team members were obedient and didn't make trouble. Well, be obedient. Li Yang glanced at Meng Qing, who was anxious beside him. Look at this guy's mental state. I guess it's hard to be honest and obedient. Never mind. If this guy really wants to cause trouble, just use the pumpkin head to pin him down. Okay, since Li Yang has no objection, then let's proceed without further delay. Meng Qing, it's up to you. Meng Qing, who was feeling uneasy, finally got his approval. He quickly ran to an open area and raised his hand to draw a dark portal. The effect was different from what he had seen in the underworld before. It was obvious that he had taken away other people's skills at some point. Okay, let's go. After Meng Qing finished speaking, he turned around and looked at everyone. Jiang Xiaoxiao and the pharmacist walked in first, and Meng Qing suddenly turned around and looked at Li Yang with a complicated look in his eyes. Brother Yang? Li Yang could see the worry and fear in this guy's eyes. Add to that the word grandma he just mentioned, and you can tell without even thinking why he's so anxious. Li Yong walked up and patted him on the shoulder. Afterwards, he took Baiji and Xiaopu into the portal. Chapter 175, Airborne Support. Sure enough, the situation was similar to what Luo and the others described. The entire Xinlongshan area has turned into a huge copy due to the influence of the rainbow. Mengqing's portal can take everyone to travel through any known area on Blue Star, but it was unable to penetrate the shimmering, colorful barrier in front of it. Hello, Liang. My name is Nada, and I'm a level 92 pharmacist. I've been wanting to find a chance to thank you, but you seem to be busy all the time, so... Anyway, thank you. Thank you for taking care of me when I was in the underworld. If it weren't for your extraordinary strength, I'm afraid our entire team would have been wiped out by the necromancer from that ugly country. As soon as he passed through the portal, the pharmacist in a white coat bowed solemnly to Li Yang and expressed his gratitude to him. It is worth mentioning that Li Yang's height of 1.8 meters is actually not considered short among the current people. But this Nada is half a head taller than Li Yang. With such long legs and such a figure, she could be a supermodel. Well, Captain, what are we going to do next? Jiang Xiaoxiao asked casually. After the previous experience of the underworld, Jiang Xiaoxiao was deeply aware of Li Yang's strength. When I'm with Li Yang, no one will say anything if I slack off. So this time when she teamed up with Li Yang again, her mood was indeed much better. When asking questions, his tone seemed very relaxed. Li Yang stretched a little, walked in front, and answered. According to Director Dongfang, let's go support the world tree first. As long as we make a slight modification to the mountain with that side as the center, there will basically be no problem. When the time comes, take a rest if you want. Looking for someone who wants to find someone. After saying that, Li Yang casually glanced at Meng Qing beside him. It was like a shot in the arm for him. The biggest purpose of this kid coming here is probably to find his family. No wonder. The situation in Zhenlong Mountain is not necessarily much better than that in Yinzhou, which is under siege by a tide of beasts. If Yinzhou was also turned into a high-risk dungeon by Rainbow with monsters of level 90 or above roaming everywhere, Li Yang's first reaction would definitely be to go back and save people first. After hearing what Li Yang said, the expression on Meng Qing's face finally eased a little. Although I still feel uneasy, I feel a lot more at ease with these words. Afterwards, the group immediately passed through the rainbow barrier and entered Jinlong Mountain. I haven't felt it yet. After stepping in, Li Yang was almost dizzy by the bright rainbow swaying in the sky. The rainbow is distorted, and the eyeball is not hidden at all. The entire sky was wriggling little by little at the same frequency. It was as weird as it could be. When he first arrived, Li Yang even thought he had entered the belly of some strange monster. I came here last year, but I didn't expect that in just half a day, Xinlong Mountain would be transformed into this state. It's horrible. Baiji hid behind Li Yang, looked at the distorted sky above her head, and sighed from the bottom of her heart. Xiaopu looked around thoughtfully, sticking close to the other side of Li Yang. The expression on his face was very excited, more like he was out for a picnic than a battle. According to the information provided by Dongfang Changming, Li Yang determined the location where Luo En and others planted the world tree. Then, the authority of God was activated. The effective range of the third talent, plant empathy, was spread to every plant within 10 kilometers. It was easy to find a location of the so-called front line. After informing the others of the approximate location, Meng Qing suddenly stood up and said seriously, "Brother Yang, I'm coming." After saying that, he raised his hand and opened another portal. This is the unique skill that he sees from a space mage in Tongshuansi. Within one day, 5 portals can be opened continuously, but it is limited to 5 times a day, and the mana consumption is astonishing. But for Meng Qing, who has all kinds of outrageous skills at his disposal, it is perfect. Just as they were about to step into the portal, pharmacist Nada suddenly stopped everyone and asked hesitantly, are we going to parachute onto the battlefield like this? Do we need to discuss tactics in advance and determine how to act later? Or something like that. Jiang Xiaoxiao smiled with relief, patted Nada on the shoulder, and told her that she was worrying too much. This is not the first airborne operation led by Li Yang. Li Yang and Meng Qing had already done this when they had just finished defeating the underworld and supported Yinzhou. And confirming tactics is totally unnecessary. Make it clear that the person in front of you is not an ordinary job changer, but Li Yang. With him around, everyone else just needs to lie down and prepare for takeoff. Li Yang also smiled lightly, waved his hand, and said lightly, Okay, after we land, go to the rear and see if there are any wounded who need help. I will kill all the monsters in this dungeon alone. After saying that, he entered the portal and stepped into empty air. Just like before in Yinzhou, in order to make it easier for Li Yang to select the skill range, Meng Qing directly opened the portal high in the sky. Looking at the extremely tragic battlefield below, with the wind whistling in his ears, Li Yang remained calm. Afterwards, the divine authority, combined with the innate skills, were activated together. At the same time, at the Zenlongshan position, in front of the World Tree defense line, a large group of military soldiers gathered here and used their bodies to form a solid steel defense line. Luo stood at the back, staring seriously at the strange monsters that were dying in groups in front of him. He had never felt so heavy-hearted. He could only use fierce words to boost his own morale and encourage his soldiers to fight with all their might. As long as you can hold on, even if you hold on for one more second, you will be one step closer to hope. However, whether hope will come remains unknown. They had previously tried to send a message to the outside world. But for the time being, I still know nothing about the situation outside. What if the entire blue planet becomes like this? Will the reinforcements from the Imperial capital be able to arrive in time? How long will it take for them to hold on? There is no fixed number for everything. We can only hold on and protect the seedling of the World Tree. Even if they all died here, at least they had worked hard for this. Lord Luo and the Western Front has been breached. Most of the people we brought this time are not combat-type job changers, so their strength is really limited. Why don't we retreat a little further? If we continue to fight at this pace, we will be left with no one available. A non-commissioned officer hurried back, apparently wounded. Luo frowned. There is no way back. Behind us is the World Tree. If we take another step back, we will give away the tree species. Send support to the Western Front. No matter what, we must hold on until the last moment. The sergeant was silent, then nodded. Just as he was about to leave, an extremely surprised expression suddenly appeared on his face. What is this? Why is there suddenly so much grass growing under our feet? Chapter 176. Prepare for battle. Wait, grass. Luon was a little dazed. When I lowered my head, I saw an extremely strange scene. A large number of green plants sprouted from the soil under their feet. Even more than just soil. Many of the collapsed rocks and destroyed machinery have grown into dense flowers and plants. Lush vegetation grew vigorously, and in less than a few seconds, the entire blood-stained hillside turned green. What the hell is that under my feet? Can grass grow on this iron plate? Is it another deity? Damn it, what now? Why don't we just go and destroy the World Tree? We'd rather die than surrender. Yes, I would rather die than surrender. Wait, these plants have changed again. Following an exclamation from someone at the front line, Luo's gaze was also drawn to the front of the line following the exclamation. Outside the front line, among the surging eyeball monsters. Suddenly, a huge red cherry appeared. Many people saw that the plants suddenly changed. The first reaction was to think of the scenes in the World Parliament that they had seen on TV before. Could it be? Many people suddenly understood something and reacted immediately. Without caring about anything else, he ran away immediately. The next moment, the cherry exploded. Huge flames rose from the ground, and the gusts of air created by them caused the silk-like rainbow in the sky to tremble violently. The monsters that were originally as densely packed as an ant colony were instantly engulfed by the flames produced by the explosion. Those that were a little further away were also blown away by the huge impact. It was floating in the air, and before it hit the ground, it was smashed into pieces by fist-sized peas. Pale eyeballs and scarlet flesh and blood were scattered all over the sky, falling dripping onto the green lawn, creating an extremely tragic picture. Along with the explosion, more and more plants began to mutate at a speed visible to the naked eye. The weeds that were harmless to humans and animals in the last second suddenly turned into a person-high purple flower with a bloody mouth. The defense line that was originally difficult to maintain was instantly built into a thick 2-layer nut barrier more than 3 meters high. Thousands of machine gunners and watermelon shooters piled together, unleashing fire on the enemies outside the defense line. Various large-scale lethal plants also grew without scruples near the nut wall, emitting extremely dazzling light and extremely loud roars. More than half of the monster army that had surrounded the place tightly was now dead or wounded, and all the blood plasma and body parts that fell to the ground were absorbed by Li Yang and used as nutrients by plants. It's just in time. Luo and didn't even need to think about it to know who the support came from. This sudden spread of green almost covered all the nearby areas from a distance. A conservative estimate is that it is at least 5 or 6 kilometers away. This is comparable to the work of a god, and only the young man called Shinnong by the Dragon Emperor can do it, although he had long known how powerful Liang was. But after experiencing such a spectacular scene in person, I couldn't help but exclaim, Is this really something a human job changer can do? Why not? Didn't I do it? Liang suddenly appeared behind Luo and made a casual joke. This dramatic performance of transforming a living person also scared Luo. But compared with the spectacular scene that spread across the entire forest, it was truly insignificant. At this time, Luo's face was covered with blood and mud, and there were many wounds of various sizes on the exposed skin. The soldiers around him were naturally not in much better condition. Their faces were filled with fatigue, their clothes were torn, and their weapons had broken blades. There are also many who are so seriously injured that they are unable to move. After all, at the beginning, everyone thought it was just an ordinary tree planting mission. Bringing along some combat-type job changers is mostly just a guard against monsters in the mountains or other unexpected situations. Who could have thought that this mere seed that exploded from a world copy could attract such a mysterious thing as a god? A large group of clerks from the 6th Department faced a tide of beasts over level 90, and even the type of monsters was something they had never seen before. It is the greatest luck for each of us to be able to survive until now. Liang glanced at the condition of everyone and asked Luo to take the soldiers back to the rear to rest first. He alone is enough to deal with these continuous waves of beasts. By the way, he also told Luo that the military was gathering troops and a large force would be coming to reinforce in a while. These words came as a great surprise to the many exhausted soldiers present. Many people cheered, and their mood became happy as they looked at the golden saplings that had grown slightly taller in the back. It was as if he had already seen the victory of this battle in advance. Luo held Liang's hand gratefully and said sincerely, "Thank you for your timely support, Liang. It's a bit embarrassing to say that our western front had just been lost before you arrived. Based on the speed at which those monsters are invading, if you had come a few minutes later, you would have been unable to see anything." At this point, Luo's voice was even slightly choked. To be honest, he has lived for most of his life and has seen many big scenes. Even this morning, he turned the table on behalf of China at the World Parliament, bringing about an unprecedented world order in the history of Blue Planet. Who could have thought that after returning, he would encounter gods descending from the sky and a surging tide of terrifying beasts? He anticipated that the era of Blue Star would begin a new chapter from today. But he never thought that he, who had spent his whole life in military service, would almost die on China's Jinlong Mountain on this day, when history turned a new page. Thanks to Liang's appearance, he was able to survive this massive battle, being able to live and see tomorrow morning, the rising sun from the next era. Liang had no idea what this guy was sighing about. I just thought that Luo had experienced too much every day and was frightened into having some mental problems. I quickly patted him on the back and asked him to go to the back to rest first. By the way, I went to confirm with Meng Qing about the resettlement situation of the villagers in the 2 villages at the foot of the mountain. As for myself, accompanied by continuous artillery fire, Liang slowly walked to a high platform. Holding the railing, he looked at the extremely fierce battlefield outside the nut wall. These monsters seemed to be in unlimited supply. They kept emerging from the rainbow waterfall, and then charged at the world tree one after another. The thick and tall nuts seemed to be a clear dividing line. Separate the battlefield outside that has turned red from the people inside, who have returned to peace and tranquility. Chapter 177. Sweating? Give God the middle finger. Of course, at this critical moment, it is impossible for Liang to work alone. After arriving at the place, Baiji wandered around the border of the battlefield for a while. Several key locations with weak defenses were strengthened using the abundance ability. Then he ran back, without stopping to help pharmacist Nada to take care of the wounded. Jiang Xiaoxiao sat on the highest nut, searching for possible survivors on the battlefield. If there is, just rush into the beast tide and bring it back. Meng Qing was still a little anxious, and checked with Luo and a number of villagers who had taken refuge here. A pair of small green eyes kept looking around, trying to find a familiar face among them. But no, there are 2 villages at the foot of the mountain with a total population of 1,300 people. Before the eyeball monster's offensive expanded, Luo had dispatched 4 small teams to evacuate the villagers and bring them here for unified resettlement. However, out of the 4 teams, only 2 returned. The remaining 2 teams, with about 500 people, were blocked on the way up the mountain and all lost contact. I'm afraid it's too dangerous. When Meng Qing heard Luo and come to this conclusion, he suddenly felt like the sky was falling. He took 2 steps back with a pale face and his lips trembling. Then, he subconsciously let out a loud bang. Impossible. I don't accept it. My grandma. There's no way she's going to be okay. Luoan seemed to understand Meng Qing's current feelings very well, so he sighed slightly and raised his hand to put it on his shoulder. It seemed to be persuading him to accept reality. The 2 villages at the foot of the mountain are not considered developed places. There aren't many job changers in the village, and their levels are only around 30 or 40 at most. Without protection, there is absolutely no chance of survival against these level 90 monsters. Meng Qing didn't listen at all, but frowned and walked outside. He looked at the eyeball monsters flying in the sky with extreme impatience, not knowing whether he was angry or scared. Seeing Meng Qing's expression, Li Yong also frowned slightly, and his hands were already prepared. If this kid loses control and causes trouble, just pin him down with a pumpkin head. In Li Yang's eyes, Meng Qing is the most unstable among them. He has a childish personality, is timid, and likes to quibble over every detail. If something unexpected happens, he will probably be the first one to have problems. It doesn't matter if this kid runs out and dies. But if this kid goes crazy and opens the portal, it will make a mess of this place. That's fucked up. But unexpectedly, after Meng Qing took 2 glances at the beast tide in the sky, he took 2 deep breaths and muttered something to himself. Then he raised his eyes and looked towards Li Yong. Brat-Yang. When the beast tide is smaller, can I go out and look for someone? That's more than 400 lives after all. We can't give up so easily, right? If they're trapped somewhere, I can also teleport the injured back directly. This kid is actually discussing something with me seriously? I really didn't expect this. Although I feel like this guy is still looking for an excuse to go out and look for his grandma. But after clearing out these monsters, it wouldn't hurt to send some people out to do some proper search and rescue. After all, the purpose of my visit was a rescue operation. Of course, he himself did not participate. His next plan was to plant his own plants within a 10-kilometer radius to use them to clear out the monsters. The rest of you can do whatever you like. Anyway, this was what he had agreed upon when he first landed. Li Yong emphasized this matter again. Meng Qing was immediately surprised and bowed to Li Yong repeatedly. Afterwards, he hurried back to help accommodate the wounded. Li Yong stood on a high place and continued to expand the coverage area of his plants calmly. But suddenly, Xiaopu came to Li Yong mysteriously. First, it bent down, wrapped its tail around Li Yang's arm, and rubbed Li Yang's wrist affectionately. Then he stood up, looked towards the forest in the east, and spoke slowly. Dad, I've been having a very strange feeling since I came in. It's probably over there. There seems to be something very familiar. As he said this, he pointed his mouth slightly towards that direction. That direction. Li Yong narrowed his eyes and activated the power of God. But after detecting all the way to the limit of 10 kilometers, nothing worth noting was found. At most, we saw some abandoned household garbage on the mountain road. It looks like this is the route the team took to evacuate. Dad, don't look at it anymore. The place where that strange feeling came from is more than 10 kilometers away. I am curious. After the number of monsters decreases, I will go out and take a look. Maybe I can find something useful for Dad. As he spoke, Xiaopu winked playfully. He grinned, showing his very obvious fangs. Li Yong also fell in a deep thought. Something that makes Xiaopu feel familiar. What can it be? The authority of gods, strange plants, or another core of the apostles? Or simply another apostle? Could it be the elite monster sent down by the rainbow goddess? Hiss. If I get another core, can he create another guy like Xiaopu? Oh, if I think about it this way, after the beast tide is over, we will have motivation to search the mountains. Anyway, no matter what he finds, he won't lose anything. And by walking a little, you can spread your plants to farther places. It can deal with these scattered monsters to the greatest extent. Why not? T.S. Kid. As he was thinking about it, Li Yong suddenly felt a creepy feeling. It was as if someone was staring at him from a distance. It's almost making me sweat. Li Yong followed the strange feeling and looked up at the sky. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that those densely packed eyeballs behind the rainbow are closer to the ground. Well, it looks like someone has finally been noticed. Li Yong smiled silently, raised his hand, and raised his middle finger toward the eyeball in the sky. You like to watch, right? Come, I'll show you more. Xiao Pu at the side also had the same feeling as Li Yang. After turning around and seeing Li Yang's actions, he imitated him, grinned wickedly, and raised his middle finger to the sky. Hee hee, you big loser who doesn't even dare to come on stage in person and can only hide in the distance and peek. How can such a thing call itself a god? Jiang Xiao, who was sitting on a high nut, heard Xiao Pu's voice, turned around, and happened to see the two of them performing an ancient and mysterious ritual. He immediately grinned, whistled as if to join in the fun, and lazily raised his middle finger. It's just a mere god, what's the big deal? I still despise you. Chapter 178. The World Tree, where the gods desire. Beyond the blue planet, on the surface of the moon. The bridge between heaven and earth, the intermediary between gods and believers. The messenger of divine voice, the messenger of gods. The rainbow goddess Iris finally showed a little emotion on her beautiful face. According to her estimation, with the strength of those humans, it is impossible for them to resist her own followers. Although he is not a god who is good at fighting, he is still fundamentally different from these ants. When she was descending, she actually had a playful attitude and sent the projection down to the mortal world. Just like some people who have nothing to do and would use boiling water to scald an ant nest. With this mentality, she used her authority to cover the area where the World Tree was located. He planned to use his lowest followers to slowly grind those stupid humans to death, carve despair deeply into their bones. For thousands of generations to come, all humans on this planet will fear the name of Iris. Result: the boiling water did not kill all the ants. She also saw 3 ants leisurely performing such rude behavior towards her. This drama is just too intense. A hint of anger finally appeared on the goddess' beautiful face. Like a child who couldn't bear to play, she stretched out her slender white fingers and casually threw out a spherical crystal with rainbow hues. He casually threw it down along the rainbow bridge connecting Jinlong Mountain. How dare such a humble and weak being do such a rebellious act? It would be my greatest mistake to waste my time with you, a bunch of uncivilized apes. Once the World Tree is taken away, notify Prometheus to destroy this hopeless planet. Iris murmured to herself, with a hint of determination in her eyes. To be honest, this World Tree was really an unexpected gain for her. She was originally attracted here by the divine authority that remained in this place. But it was discovered that these stupid ants actually obtained this thing unintentionally through luck. The coincidence of fate really surprised her. Let's not talk about the potential of the World Tree for now. Just by planting this thing, the area where it is located can be expanded and the resources can be doubled. And there is no limit to this growth. It can be predicted that this blue planet before our eyes will continue to expand without any supervision. Subsequently, the galaxy in which it is located and even the entire star cluster expanded rapidly. This expansion speed will grow rapidly at a collective level as the local civilization grows. What this growth can bring to mankind is not only almost unlimited territory that can be developed, but also inexhaustible resources. If not restricted, such an increase would surely lead to an explosive development of their civilization and technology. Until finally, gods evolved. This is an old path they have already taken, and they're very experienced, so they will definitely not let an unfamiliar civilization repeat it. The World Tree that had prompted their evolution to this day has now been destroyed because of the war between gods. She never expected that in the cracks on the other side of the distant universe, she would find the seeds that could give birth to the evolution of civilization. She was determined to bring back this undeveloped World Tree, sapling, and promote the continued development of the gods' realm. The civilization of the gods can continue, immortal and indestructible until eternity. And right now, let these stupid clowns continue to struggle for a while. Only the illusory hope can make the despair after its shattering more profound. China, Jinlong Mountain. Li Yang sighed helplessly as he looked at the number of enemies he killed, which was decreasing and even did not reach 1 or 2 in half a day. After more than 20 minutes of continuous attacks, those eyeball monsters were finally killed. Although I don't know whether the god in heaven can continue to create. But at least now they have gained some rare free time. Roan clamped the ladder and climbed to the top of the tall nut. Looking at the piles of monster corpses outside, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Joke. He had experienced the worst wars, but he couldn't even describe half of the horror of what he saw. In just 20 minutes, nearly tens of thousands of the eyeball monsters below died. And such a terrifying number of casualties were all caused by Li Yang alone. No wonder the Dragon Emperor wanted to make a Dragon King token specifically for this young man. With this kind of strength, Li Yang can probably take on the whole world by himself. Oh my god, I barely made it to level 120 without doing anything. Li Yang, your lethality is really a bit terrifying, isn't it? Are you really still human? Jiang Xiaoxiao jumped down from the nut wall with an unstoppable surprise on her face. Li Yang shrugged with an indifferent expression on his face. In fact, it is certainly impossible that she did nothing. As Li Yang noticed, this guy had gone in and out of the dense tide of beasts several times in order to save people. Jiang Xiaoxiao, on her part, was simply expressing her emotion. Although she had thought about this more than once, this time she was more determined to do so. Li Yang is simply her dream teammate. Hanging out with Li Yang, you don't have to put in much effort. Just sit next to him and watch, and you can level up 20 times. It's like cheating. If there weren't two Baizhis beside Li Yang, she would have jumped up and given Li Yang a hug of love. Another person who made such an exclamation was Baizhi, because she also frequently goes to the front line, and many of the plants used by Li Yang are hybrid plants that are more convenient and cost-effective. Just by getting assists, she was able to reach level 100. It's only been 20 minutes. It took her 2 or 3 days to advance from the first level to the second level. The pharmacist Nada didn't gain much experience, but as a rare person who changed his job to the medical department, she definitely did the most and most tiring work. Nothing else to say. The soldier that Jiang Xiaoxiao carried back from outside had 3 broken limbs, a split head, and fractures and open wounds all over his body. She held the life firmly in her hands and snatched it back from the hands of death. The white coat on his body turned scarlet from top to bottom, but the reputation of being a miracle healer has successfully left a deep impression on everyone. As for Meng Qing, he had determined the route of the evacuation team through communication with hundreds of villagers. Based on the testimonies provided by everyone, the 10 caves most likely to have survivors were found among the thousands of caves of all sizes in Jinlong Mountain. When he unfolded an extremely detailed map in front of Li Yang, even Li Yang couldn't help but marvel at it. I never expected this little goblin to look so impatient. When it comes to really doing things, he can be so meticulous. Brother Yang, shall we set out to find the survivors? Meng Qing was like a primary school student who had passed both the exams at the end of the month and begged his parents to take him to buy toys. Holding the topographic map that he had drawn stroke by stroke in his hand, he asked for Li Yang's opinion. Chapter 179, The Old Village. Looking at the sincere expression on Meng Qing's face. Before Li Yang could answer, Xiao Pu suddenly jumped out from the side and snatched the map from Meng Qing's hand. Meng Qing was stunned, but Xiao Pu had already taken a quick glance and roughly understood the contents of the map. Then, he raised his head thoughtfully and looked at Li Yang. Dad, this is the place I was talking about. Let's go together. What a coincidence. Li Yang nodded without hesitation and agreed. Anyway, after listening to Xiao Pu's words just now, he had the idea of going into the mountains for a walk. He was very curious about the familiar feeling that Xiao Pu mentioned and wanted to know what interesting things he could find there. Anyway, it is an established fact that all the strange phenomena in Jinlong Mountain are related to gods. This time, maybe I can find a way to kill that god. Li Yang used his abilities to slightly strengthen the defense here. By the way, let Baizhi guard this place. If any unexpected situation occurs, she can also release different kinds of abundance according to the various plants to change the situation of the battle. Jiang Xiaoxiao was too lazy to run so far, so she decided to stay here and guard the stronghold with Baizhi. Pharmacist Nada has basically treated all the seriously injured people here, and the remaining lightly injured patients do not need her care. She volunteered to do more. He decided to take the initiative to join Meng Qing's search and rescue team, and if any survivors were found, he could provide them with emergency treatment. As for Li Yang and Xiao Pu, the two of them placed greater emphasis on the anomaly over there. Xiao Pu was actually only interested in the strange feeling of familiarity over there. Li Yang was a little curious why Xiao Pu's so-called strange feeling had such a high degree of overlap with the hiding place of the survivors. After a short period of preparation, Li Yang and his 4 companions got ready beside the portal opened by Meng Qing and officially set off. Those locations are just a long distance away from the World Tree Stronghold. The distance between each other is not far. Mengqing directly opened a portal near one of the locations to make it easier for everyone to start searching. With a slight, buzzing sound, a clear crack appeared in the empty air. The surrounding space was like a calm surface of water that was disturbed, with faint ripples forming. Then, Liang stepped out first. This place is far away from the World Tree Stronghold and has basically no signs of human intrusion. All the plants grew wildly under the influence of sunlight and nutrients, forming an impenetrable canopy more than 10 meters high in the sky, greedily blocking most of the sunlight outside. Some vines and weeds, nourished by the faint light that shines through the cracks, cover every inch of the land. And it can be seen that this should be somewhere like halfway up the mountain. Not far ahead is a rugged rock wall covered with plants. After standing on the ground, Liang immediately began to activate divine authority and innate abilities. Continue to cover the original plants with your own plants to clear out other monsters that may be hiding in the mountains. Mengqing immediately walked along the mountain road towards the rock wall without stopping. According to the markings on the map, Liang understood that this was the first place he wanted to explore. Mengqing skillfully pushed aside the layers of branches and leaves, revealing a dark cave behind that was more than 10 meters high. Several people were immediately shocked by the situation before them. At the entrance of the cave, there were many corpses of eyeball monsters lying. And inside, there was a bonfire that had been extinguished for a long time. Next to the campfire, there were some dirty, blood-stained strips of cloth and a number of emergency food bags stained with mud and blood. Obviously, there were people here not long ago. But judging from the situation, the people who take refuge here will not have a good end. My grandmother said that this place was a tiger's den a long time ago. There are tigers in Jinlong Mountain, and they have been wreaking havoc for quite some time. There are still fresh signs of life here, which means we have found the right place. If we check the surrounding caves, we will definitely be able to find the survivors. Mengqing said this, but his eyes were still somewhat uneasy. There are no bodies, which means at least no one is injured here. Maybe they are hiding in other caves. Although pharmacist Nada didn't like this skinny dwarf very much, she felt pity for Mengqing when she saw his pale face and spoke to comfort him. Liang casually flipped through the information about Jinlong Mountain that he had just received from Lu Owen and asked casually. The most abundant resource in Jinlong Mountain is a kind of crystal that was discovered only after the world was gamified and can only be mined by hand. These crystals can be enchanted in a special way and become very popular enchanted crystals on the market. They're mostly used to make enchanted equipment and some magic props. So, the village in Jinlong Mountain is essentially a small pioneer village like the gold mining town in the west of the ugly country. Seeing that Liang was interested in his hometown, Mengqing quickly explained. When the world was first gamified, beast tidal waves could be seen everywhere. Some powerful job changers have pioneered new lands and taken back many places that originally belonged to humans from the monsters. They also established a village in this Jinlong Mountain. Later, many people gradually discovered the mineral veins in Jinlong Mountain. With the idea of getting rich, they traveled thousands of miles here and settled down. The two villages on the Jinlong Mountain side have also grown from less than 100 people at the beginning to become larger and larger. During its heyday, there were even tens of thousands of people stationed there, almost like a small town. But later, when the crystals were almost mined out, Jinlong Mountain lost its economic value, and many people just left. So in the mountains, you can actually see a lot of crystal mining facilities, as well as large and small mine caves. Many of the caves are interconnected. Most people who live here know about them and have played in them as children. That's why I said the probability of there being survivors is very high. With so many villagers living in Jinlong Mountain, they must know how to use the complex terrain to deal with those monsters. Who knows where they are now, waiting for us to rescue them. After saying that, Mengqing's expression finally eased a little, then prepared to take the lead and move to the next place on the map. But at this moment, Xiao Pu suddenly turned his head, looked in a certain direction, and narrowed his eyes slightly. He said thoughtfully, "Dad, this is a bit strange." The source of that strange feeling suddenly became two, and it seems to be very close to us. Chapter 180, Mengqing's Grandma. After listening to Xiao Pu's words, Liang raised his eyebrows slightly. Then, he imitated Xiao Pu's actions and looked in that direction. What a pity. I don't know why. He couldn't feel anything. Perhaps this is the limitation of incomplete authority. Liang asked Meng Qing to take out the map and give it to Xiaopu. Ask her to point out the specific location. Xiaopu was quite quick and decisive. He quickly pointed out 2 locations that were quite close to each other on the map. Meng Qing looked at her fingers, and the expression on his face suddenly froze. The place Xiaopu pointed to was the next place he was going to. He didn't know what Xiaopu was talking about, but he had seen the vegetation apostles in the underworld, and he understood that Xiaopu was similar to the vegetation apostles to some extent. That would make Xiaopu feel familiar. It is very likely something similar to the vegetation apostle. If 2 of those things actually collided with the survivors. Thinking of the existence of the elite job changers who wiped out several countries one after another, standing in front of unarmed civilians, Meng Qing suddenly got goosebumps all over his body. If ordinary people encounter something like that, there's no way they can survive. I didn't see anything weird, but there are indeed people in that place. There are quite a few of them. Most of them are ordinary people who have no fighting ability. It looks like we found the right place. When Meng Qing was anxious, Liang suddenly raised his head and spoke at the right time. After seeing Xiaopu point out the specific location, Liang used the divine authority and his 3rd talent to connect with the plants over there and gained a vision of those plants. After observing for a while, he didn't see anything strange that made him feel familiar. But the survivor saw a lot. First, he used his plants to build a sufficiently safe defense network and cleared out the nearby monsters. Liang roughly determined the distance to the other side, and then asked Meng Qing to lead the way and go over to take a look. Anyway, using the power of divine authority, he and Xiaopu can use plants to teleport point to point in the mountains. By keeping his surveillance on the situation, no matter what happens over there, Liang can ensure that he can arrive at the first time. After listening to Liang's story, Meng Qing looked at Liang with a look of gratitude on his face. Then he quickly ran to the front and actively led the way. While walking, he asked Liang carefully, "I want Liang to help me see if there's an old lady among the survivors over there who always wears a plush shawl and a classical cheongsam." It goes without saying that this guy is definitely describing his grandmother. It was just a piece of cake anyway, so Liang casually took advantage of the plants near the survivors to take a general look. But then, he closed the plant vision interface with a puzzled look on his face and said, "The old lady didn't see it, but I saw a woman who was about 30 years old, dressed similarly to what you described. Your grandmother looks quite young." It was just a casual joke. After all, it is not impossible to wear the same clothes. After hearing this, Meng Qing, who was walking hurriedly in front to lead the way, suddenly stood there in a daze. Dumbfounded, he muttered to himself, "That should be my grandma. But she said she won't use it anymore." These 2 short sentences really brought great shock to Liang and Nada, who were present. The person Meng Qing asked Liang to find was a white-haired old man. This means that in Meng Qing's own impression, his grandmother should look like that. But Liang still insisted that the woman he saw was his grandmother. This illustrates a problem. Meng Qing's grandmother possesses some kind of ability to rejuvenate and even achieve immortality. This is really amazing. It has been a long time since the beginning of the gamification of the world. Over such a long period of time, it is a well-known fact that as the level of a job changer increases, his lifespan will be extended accordingly. But no matter what, there is no profession that can directly give humans the ability to rejuvenate. Chinese job changers, after awakening their profession, need to register at regular intervals. If there really was such a miraculous job changer, it would have been written into textbooks long ago. But they have never heard of it. Rejuvenation, in a sense, is the reversal of the human growth process. It is unprecedented in medical history that an old and frail person can become strong and healthy again. Nada, a medical worker, was the first to ask out of curiosity, "Meng Qing, who exactly is your grandma? Where does this ability to rejuvenate come from?" Meng Qing opened his mouth and was about to respond. He met Liang's slightly serious gaze. "There is no way, I can't hide it anymore." He could only open his mouth to explain, but before that, he frowned and looked seriously into the eyes of the 3 people around him. I'll tell you, but you have to keep a secret from me, okay? After all, even Director Dongfang doesn't know about this." Hearing this, Liang and Nada looked at each other and then nodded. "You go first." Meng Qing gritted his teeth, as if he had made great mental preparations, and then he slowly spoke. "What I'm about to say may sound too bizarre to you. and you may not believe it. But I can swear on my own life that what I said is absolutely true. My grandma, she's not actually a human. To be precise, Meng Qing should have discovered the problem when he met his grandmother for the first time. But I was young and ignorant at that time and didn't care too much. That year, he was 7 years old and in the second grade in a town near Jinlong Mountain. One day after returning home from school, he learned some bad news. My parents originally worked in a mine on Jinlong Mountain. A blasting operation at the mine went wrong, causing a large area to collapse. He was once an ordinary and happy family of 3, but now he was the only one left. Because there was no parental restraint, Meng Qing gradually developed the bad habit of stealing. After being caught red-handed 5 times in a row, he was finally persuaded to drop out of school and go home on leave. It was impossible for Meng Qing, who had no one to rely on, to survive alone. So his fellow workers in the mine tried their best and finally contacted his grandmother in Meng Qing's hometown, an old lady who was said to have lived at the foot of Jinlong Mountain during the pioneering period. No one knew how old she was or what her past was like. Even his identity, like that of other old people who built the village together back then, was obtained slowly later. Rumor has it that Meng Qing's father was actually an orphan adopted by this old lady. However, those who come to Jinlong Mountain to make money cannot even take care of their own lives. Who cares about this? Chapter 181, The Warcraft of Retirement. Meng Qing's grandmother is an old lady with white hair and a kind face. She doesn't like to go out on weekdays, and she's not as keen on playing cards or mahjong as other old ladies in the village. Instead, she likes reading and embroidery. She had a fairly high level of education, which made her seem out of place in this environment filled with mostly unsophisticated people. Although she never opened a private school, many adults of the village's parents' generation would respectfully call her teacher. It is said that many young people in the village were named by her. Of course, Meng Qing is also included. The old lady took meticulous care of Meng Qing and gave him a lot of warmth that he had never felt from his parents before. Although he didn't say it on the surface, Meng Qing already had great respect for his grandmother in his heart. However, there are always some bad rumors among the local children. After Meng Qing returned to the village, he entered the local private school. The habit of petty theft still existed, but due to his grandmother's status, the private school teachers mostly just reprimanded him, but never fired him. As a result, Meng Qing became more and more arrogant, causing dissatisfaction among many of his peers. Those children began to form a group to exclude this lonely and unpopular guy. While mocking him for being an orphan, he also said that his grandmother was an old man-eating witch and a monster transformed from a demon beast. Meng Qing couldn't stand the ridicule, so he started fighting with those who said bad things about him and was beaten up badly. After returning home, his grandmother did not scold him or comfort him. Instead, he took his hand and told him a story that his father often heard when he was a child. An old-fashioned heroic story that even 7-year-old Meng Qing found childish. The protagonist of the story has a tragic life experience, but he is an upright person. He slays demons and monsters, punishes evil and promotes good along the way, and finally has a happy ending. But for some reason, Meng Qing was able to listen to this old-fashioned and boring story. The next day, Grandma took Meng Qing to visit each of the children and apologize to them. Regardless of whether they accepted it or not, Meng Qing felt much better. Since then, with the help of his grandmother, Meng Qing has made up for the lack of education on how to be a good person from his parents. Although each story is more cliché than the last, Grandma's telling is particularly attractive. As he grew older and gained more experience, Meng Qing also understood his grandmother's good intentions. Instead of listening to those messy and cliched stories, he paid more attention to the connotation of the story. In this way, Meng Qing slowly grew up and awakened to his unique profession. He was noticed by Dongfang Changming and submitted an application to Tangshuanzi. But then, something happened. This once again impacted Meng Qing's worldview. 5 months ago, when the underworld city had just appeared, tides of beasts began to erupt one after another around the world. Even a small village like Zhenlongshan, located in a mountain valley, was inevitably besieged by the beast tide. The village had already fallen at this time, so how could it have the spare energy to resist the attack of monsters? Just when everyone thought they were going to die, the huge beast tide was repelled by a wooden dragon that descended from the sky. The wooden dragon turned into a barrier and surrounded the village, and did not leave until the beast tide subsided. The The villagers cheered and devoted themselves to the restoration work of the village with great enthusiasm. But Meng Qing discovered that his grandmother was missing. He risked his life and led people into the mountains to search for a day and a night, determined to find the person alive or dead. Finally, one night, Grandma returned home unharmed. However, my grandmother's behavior and temperament were no different from before. But Meng Qing felt completely different. She said she was injured, and her head, hands, all the exposed skin was wrapped in bandages. Only 2 eyes were exposed, still rolling around. But Meng Qing could still see it at a glance. She got younger. She was shockingly young, even younger than the mother he remembered. After holding it in for 2 days, Meng Qing finally couldn't bear it anymore. He secretly used his professional skills to steal the bandages from her body. After seeing that youthful appearance, I fell into deep self-doubt. Be it his daily little gestures, his personality, tone of voice, behavioral habits. This is definitely his grandmother. But the only thing is that the age doesn't match. When Grandma saw that the truth was exposed, she was helpless. I had no choice but to lock the door and tell my story. She is the wooden dragon that descended from the sky. Decades ago, he obtained some strange powers by accident and used them for his own benefit. She possesses an extremely high level of intelligence and the power to change her form at will. Therefore, she despised the bloodthirsty and brainless habits of her kind, and instead disguised herself as a human being, blending into the pioneer team of that year. After going around in circles and living with the pioneer team for more than 20 years, I feel like I have experienced everything. I have been hiding all the time, and it is really tiring to try hard to keep myself from exposing my beast form during battles. So he stayed in this village and planned to spend his retirement. Moreover, she adopted a child from the town. On the one hand, it could dispel other people's doubts about her, and on the other hand, she also wants to stay in the village more legitimately. She watched with her own eyes as the village was transformed step by step from the thatched huts it had at the beginning into what it is today. I also hope to see it become a town or a city with tall buildings in the future. When the beast tide invaded, she also realized that it was impossible for the village to survive relying on its own strength. He attacked without hesitation and fought back the beast tide with all his strength. I just didn't expect. And because she had been a human for many years, she felt unfamiliar with her own power for the first time. It takes a lot of effort just to change back to human form, not to mention making other minor adjustments. So, as a human being, you learn the principles of being a human from a monster. No wonder Dad always says you have a weird personality. Haha, cough cough, sorry. Xiao Pu grinned, then quickly covered his mouth and stopped talking. Liang gained some new insights. Stories of animals transforming into humans and marrying others are common. This is the first time that Warcraft has transformed into an elderly person and hidden in a village to live out his retirement. Meng Qing paused and finished his last words. She said that she had been a human for too long, and subconsciously she could no longer accept that she was a non-human race. She wanted to die a natural death as a human being rather than be captured as some rare monster and sliced up for research. It took her several days to return to her normal appearance. She was afraid that if she used her powers again, she would never be able to change back. So she told me that was definitely the last time she would use her powers. No matter what, she will never be like that again. But this time, Meng Qing didn't finish his words. What Liang saw through his innate ability is enough to explain everything. Chapter 182, Creatures in the Rainbow Column. Dad, that feeling is coming again, and it seems to be getting closer. I feel it. It comes from the sky. The group continued to move forward. On the way, Xiao Pu suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. The remaining few people also looked in the direction her eyes were looking, and soon they saw a cluster of extremely gorgeous rainbow light beams suddenly descending from the distant sky. The place where the light column is located happens to be where the group of survivors are. This is a rare sight that is rarely seen. But in this rainbow-covered Jinlong mountain, it is definitely not a good thing. Maybe it was the god who came down on his own. Meng Qing, who was standing by, saw this unusual situation and could no longer suppress his panic. Liang also frowned slightly and looked back at Meng Qing. Goblin, how many times do you have left the teleport? Meng Qing opened his mouth. Brother Yang, there are 2 more times. Li Yang nodded. Okay, take us there. Seize the moment, whatever comes under the rainbow, don't let it get away. After saying that, he used his innate ability to connect to the nearby plants and took a quick look at them. Unfortunately, the light of the rainbow pillar was too dazzling. Nothing could be seen from inside, and only a glowing pillar could be seen from the outside. Meng Qing over there raised his hand and waved it in the air a few times. The expression on his face immediately became stiff. Young brat Todiang. Oh no, I don't know why. My portal doesn't work. Liang turned around, looking confused. Nada and Xiao Pu beside him also looked at him at the same time, seeming a little surprised. What happened? Why did you fail at the critical moment? Meng Qing is still troubleshooting the problem, constantly looking for the cause in his career system. But there's no problem with my display. My skills are not banned, and I still have 2 remaining times. That's all correct. Why? Meng Qing said this and waved his hand again. The expression on his face suddenly changed, and he read out the prompt that popped up in front of him word by word. Scene restrictions. Cannot use teleportation skills. It was normal just now. What on earth is going on? Meng Qing talked to himself. Liang looked at the rainbow beam of light shooting down from the sky and roughly guessed the reason. The gods hold absolute authority over certain things. The power held by the rainbow goddess is probably some kind of power similar to teleportation, right? Including those eyeball monsters that emerge from the rainbow, they also seem to be teleported through the rainbow. Under God, all beings are equal. In the face of the absolute strength of the rainbow bridge, the portal that Meng Qing snatched from others is naturally not worth mentioning. If this is the case, it further proves that something extraordinary is descending from the rainbow column of light. Liang thought for a moment, then turned to look at Meng Qing. You and Nada should just head over there slowly for now. Xiao Pu and I will go ahead and see what's going on. After saying that, he turned around and patted Xiao Pu on the shoulder. He activated divine authority and merged into the plants and trees around him. Then, it escaped through the roots of the plants towards the place where the beam of light was descending. Meng Qing and Nada watched Liang and Xiao Pu's performance and were shocked by this dramatic comeback. But they reacted instantly, looked at each other, and ran towards the beam of light. He had only run a few steps when a dragon roared out from near the light column. A huge wooden dragon rose into the sky, carrying the grass and trees beside it, surrounding the place where the rainbow descended. Meng Qing staggered and almost fell to the ground. Nada looked back at him and realized that he suddenly understood something after hearing the dragon's roar. According to Meng Qing, after his grandmother transforms back into her original form once more, she probably won't be able to transform back into human form. In today's era, the ending of Warcraft needs no further explanation. Just as she was about to say something comforting, Meng Qing slapped himself twice, covered his red face with his hands, and raised his head with a determined look. Speed up, don't stop. Whatever it is that forced Grandma's true self out, I will never let it go. After saying that, he shouted, "Aw," and ran wildly in the direction where the wooden dragon was flying. He was still shouting hysterically, "Grandma, wait for me." Nada froze in place, startled by the boy's sudden outburst. Then he quickly followed. But the next moment, boom! In the sky, from the place where the rainbow light beam was ejected, several more rainbow lights shot down one after another. Like a bright meteor, it streaked across the sky and rushed towards a fixed direction. This direction, Nada was suddenly stunned. The place where the rainbow meteor shower flies to is exactly where the world tree is located. The gods in the sky may have shown true cruelty and decisiveness in order to take control of the world tree, and also to take revenge on the foolish humans who dared to disobey him. Make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Do your best. Don't leave them any way out. Only then did Nada realize the gap between humans and gods. They fought against the beast tide with all their might. To powerful gods, it may be just a small trick not worth mentioning. The god only needs to make a slight move to reach the limit that ordinary humans cannot reach. Buzz, along with the sound of some flying objects appearing in the air. Densely packed eyeball monsters once again filled the entire sky. Nada got goosebumps all over her body and quickly followed Meng Qing and ran towards Liang. At this time, it can give them a little sense of security. At the same time, the survivors gathered in the settlement. The beam of rainbow light projected onto the ground has gradually dissipated. Liang and Xiao Pu teleported here with the help of plants, and just happened to see the wooden dragon soaring into the sky accompanied by a column of light. A large number of neatly arranged tree stumps rose from the ground, forming a thick barrier that blocked hundreds of survivors behind them. The wooden dragon, with antlers and flowers on its horns, fell back to the ground. With four claws firmly grasping the ground, he glared at the guy emerging from the rainbow beam of light over there. It was a humanoid creature. The whole body is pitch black, with 7 colors of rainbow light flowing. Where the head used to be, there was a huge eyeball. The dense optic nerves hung behind him like long hair dragging on the ground. There are also some small eyeballs floating slowly around it. This appearance is as weird as it can be. Is this the real rainbow goddess? I heard from Luo and the others that the rainbow goddess is a woman wearing gold and silver. Isn't she? Why does this thing look so strange? Li Yang held his chin, stood between the wooden dragon and the strange creature, and expressed his opinions leisurely. And under his feet, there was already dense vegetation. A large amount of green plants spread out, stretching endlessly. Chapter 183, Rainbow Apostle. Xiaopu stood next to Li Yang. He looked thoughtfully at the silent figure in front of him and raised his eyebrows slightly. Dad, this is that familiar thing. But it doesn't seem to be God. Li Yang blinked. Really? Then let me see. After saying that, he raised his hand and cast an identification spell. Lord level Warcraft, pure rainbow envoy. Level, LV.120. Introduction, a pure apostle, a lord-level monster born purely from the power granted by the gods. Possessing the authority to control the rainbow, it can use a part of the power of the gods to open the rainbow bridge at will to transmit everything, and use this power to move freely within the range of the rainbow bridge. The huge eyeball is a symbol of the authority of the god of rainbow. As the messenger of the gods, the rainbow goddess, Iris, uses her eyes to spy on everything in the mortal world. Dad, what's up? What did you see? Xiaopu pulled Li Yang's arm and began to ask questions. She is not a job changer in essence, so she cannot use the identification techniques reserved for job changers. If you want to know the information about the monster in front of you, you can only ask honestly. Li Yang laughed in silence and casually put away the information panel in front of him. Looking at the guy with the big eyes on top of his head, he said, "Nothing, just a camera that has become a spirit." Xiaopu. The atmosphere suddenly became very relaxed. After 2 moves, the wooden dragon, whose true form was forced out by the rainbow apostle, was stunned. She didn't know where these 2 job changers came from. All she knew was that these eyeball monsters that fell from the sky possessed some terrifying power that even she had never seen before. If you underestimate it, you will definitely suffer a great loss. Moreover, these 2 job changers seem to be very young. Based on her experience, even if these 2 juniors were geniuses among geniuses, they would be at level 60 at most. A magical beast of her level couldn't even fight against the existence in front of her, let alone these 2 juniors. She wanted to try to open her mouth to remind the 2 humans, but when she opened her mouth, she found that she was in no condition to utter a human word. For a moment, a hint of loneliness flashed in the huge eyes, until Li Yang snapped his fingers. A bright red chili suddenly sprouted from the plant on the ground, expanding rapidly. 0.5 seconds later, a violent explosion occurred. The flames that shot up into the sky covered the entire vicinity, forming a huge wall of fire that was more than 10 meters high. The high temperature generated made her feel like she was about to be burned just by being slightly close. But looking at the abilities that this young job changer showed at the beginning, weren't they related to plants? Plants that catch fire. Even for a dragon like her, who was born from plants, this was unheard of. The hundreds of villagers who were protected behind the wooden dragon's tree stump barrier were so frightened by the scene that they dared not make a sound. For these unlucky, ordinary people, the scenes before my eyes have already reached a point where they are beyond comprehension. Until one of the seriously injured 6th Department Transformers raised his hand tremblingly, pointed at Li Yang, and made a staccato but excited voice. Yes, it's Tong Xianxi. Support from Tong Xuanxi is here. We are saved. We are saved. A large group of villagers looked at each other, then turned to look at Li Yang, who had his back to this place. The soul, which had long been numbed by the cruel scene, was finally nourished by hope. And the 3 words, Tong Xuanxi, slowly floated into Mulong's ears along with the discussions of the crowd. Tong Xuanxi. Then, is Meng Qing here too? She had only heard that the people in Tong Xuanxi were very powerful and were masters who could fight against 100 people alone. I just wonder if Meng Qing is as powerful now. But she couldn't wait any longer. The masters from Tangshuansi have come to rescue people. After dealing with the eyeball monster, I will probably kill her as well. She can't stay any longer. At most, I'll see if Meng Qing has arrived. Just go after watching. Liang inexplicably felt a burst of heat on his back. When he turned around, he saw the wooden dragon staring at him with a very strange look. Suddenly my scalp felt tingling and I got goosebumps all over my body. This is Meng Qing's grandmother. It looks pretty cool, such a big wooden dragon. The eyes look a little weird, but then again, didn't Xiao Pu say that there were two familiar feelings? The current rainbow apostle is one. So what else? Liang activated his third talent and took a general look around. But nothing noteworthy was found. How strange. Gee, as he was thinking, a faint rainbow ripple suddenly spread out in front of him. Then, a thin, dark arm emitting rainbow colors suddenly stretched out from the ripples and grabbed Li Yang's neck. Teleport? Liang was not surprised at all. After all, the introduction of the rainbow apostle also mentioned that it had this ability. Xiao Pu beside him reacted instantly, raised his hand, and firmly grasped the thin arm. Then his tail suddenly stretched out, turned into a sharp weapon, and pierced the guy's palm. The rainbow apostle made a rustling sound, and his entire body suddenly turned into rainbow ripples again. He retreated a distance before revealing his true form. Xiao Pu stood in front of Liang, stretching lazily, squinting his eyes, and looking at the rainbow apostle opposite with a slightly playful expression. You are such a brainless guy, but you actually understand the principle of capturing the leader first. I really don't want to admit that you and I are the same type. Really? After saying that, he slowly turned around, looked into Liang's eyes, and smiled gently. Dad, leave this guy to me. I won't embarrass my father. In fact, to a certain extent, the existence of God's apostles has more symbolic significance than practical significance. In terms of quantity, they cannot compare to the unlimitedly produced clans. In terms of strength, they're no match for the gods themselves. Apostles, who embody the authority of gods, are neither high nor low, and are essentially more like some kind of exquisite dolls. When ruling the lower world, they're the spokespersons of God. Among gods, it is an object used to show strength and flaunt. This is the information Li Yang obtained from the remaining memories of the god of vegetation. As Li Yang's creation, Xiao Pu naturally also acquired this knowledge at the same time. As an apostle born from man, she also acquired a lot of human nature and felt that both she and her father were special. Therefore, when facing the apostle sent by another god, he inexplicably developed a competitive mentality. No matter what, I can't embarrass my father. Chapter 184, Waterweed. Force kill. Seeing Xiao Pu so enthusiastic, Liang nodded and agreed to her action. It just so happens that I'm a little curious about Xiao Pu's strength. Anyway, according to the information he got from the memory of authority, apostles have always been the agents of God's will. I have never seen anyone like Xiao Pu who has such a strong self-will. Moreover, she is a special apostle formed by the fusion of two damaged cores. Compared with the pure apostle in front of him, would such an existence be stronger or weaker? Liang waited and watched. I was just about to find a small stool to sit down and watch the show. A sudden loud noise caught his attention. Following the direction of the sound, Liang slowly raised his head. Then, a scene of a rainbow-colored meteor shower flying towards the World Tree Stronghold was seen. Is this a diversion? Liang looked at the rainbow meteor shower and gradually frowned. Baiji and the others and the World Tree are all over there. Boom! A huge wooden stake rose from the ground beside him and rushed towards the rainbow apostle over there. Then, a large number of thorny plants suddenly spread out directly below the rainbow apostle and began to spread one after another, trying to restrain its hands and feet. The two tails behind Xiao Pu swung lightly, shooting out countless sharp spikes and flying straight toward the guy. The cattail needle has tracking properties and cannot be completely avoided even if the opponent has the ability to teleport. It seems like Xiao Pu is completely crushing the opponent in all aspects. In this case, Liang waved his hand slightly and said, "You fight here first. I'll go back and take a look at what's going on." Xiao Pu took the time to raise his hand and made an okay gesture. Then, he started chasing the rainbow apostle and fighting him again. Liang once again activated his power, hid among the grass and trees, and rushed towards the stronghold. It's similar to the way we came. Although the authority of the Rainbow Goddess can block the spatial teleportation ability of ordinary job changers. However, Li Yang's authority and ability are not included in the scope of space transmission. At most, it can only move quickly through the roots of plants. In an instant, Li Yang appeared out of nowhere on the battlefield outside the stronghold. Although my speed is already fast enough, but those monsters that drop from the sky through the rainbow were obviously faster. The soldiers in the stronghold once again joined the battle. The plants planted by Li Yang also grew at full capacity, and some of them, of course, also had the fertility effect of Angelica Dihirica. However, the interior of the stronghold became a gloomy place. Li Yang used authority to move behind the nut wall. I happened to see the scene where Jiang Xiaoxiao was fighting with another Rainbow Apostle. There's nothing I can do. After all, I just saw it. Things like the Rainbow Apostle have the ability to teleport. It is only natural to rely on this power to teleport directly behind the tall nut. Jiang Xiaoxiao, who is at level 120, faces the Rainbow Apostle, who is at level 120. The two sides were at loggerheads, and it was almost a draw. Baiji took the others to take refuge in the rear. Watching the heroic scenes of Jiang Xiaoxiao fighting, I couldn't help but become nervous too. Going further back is the World Tree. If we retreat there, not only will we lose our lives, but we will also lose the World Tree. We need to think of something. Looking at Jiang Xiaoxiao's Qi possessed, the apostles who were teleporting were running around the field. Baiji suddenly had an idea and raised her hand to sprinkle a handful of seeds in front of her. Hybrid version, Waterweed Bomb. A hybrid of Waterweed and Cherry Bomb. As for the characteristics, Watergrass Bomb. A hybrid of Watergrass and Cherry Bomb. It cannot be saved as a plant card, but can be recorded in a formation save card. Plant characteristics. It combines the advantages of Watergrass and Cherry Bombs. After being planted, it can cause a large-scale splash after a short chanting burst. Enemies affected by the splash will suffer the same binding effect as Watergrass. That is, depending on the amount of watergrass covered, it will cause varying degrees of immobilization effect. After being completely bound, the enemy will be dragged to the bottom of the water and completely killed. Two small bumps of earth appeared in front of Baiji. Then, some green rhizomes crawled out. Large patches of watergrass broke out of the ground and rushed towards the Rainbow Apostle. Before rushing nearby, Baiji directly crushed the coffee beans and made the two watergrass bombs fertile. The apostle, who had just teleported from the illusory rainbow to behind Jiang Xiaoxiao, bent his waist slightly, and a huge eyeball on his head smashed down heavily like a hammer. The next moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao's energy surged, and she threw a backhand punch towards him. The punch was so powerful that the apostle realized something was wrong, so he planned to continue teleporting and retreating in order to maneuver. But at the moment when the body just became weak, two clusters of water plants suddenly broke through the ground and bulged high. The next moment, it expanded rapidly and exploded like a cherry bomb. A large amount of aquatic plants spread out, carrying a pungent smell of the sea. There was no spectacular explosion damage, but a large number of water plant tentacles erupted and entangled the hands and feet of the Rainbow Apostle. The Rainbow Apostle was visibly stunned and tried to struggle and use his abilities to escape, but found that it was of no use. How could it know that Li Yang's plants were all freaks of the rule system? The restraint given by water plants is also absolute restraint in the literal sense. No matter how powerful you are, once you are tied by water plants, you will be unable to move. Jiang Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief, with a fierce look in her eyes. Dead rat, I finally caught you. Having said that, he began to prepare himself. The Qi was mobilized on a huge scale, and the cyclone around Jiang Xiaoxiao was so strong that it was almost like a tornado. The Rainbow Apostle let out a shrill cry and increased his efforts to break free, but it still didn't help at all. It was not until Jiang Xiaoxiao's fist hit its eyeball head firmly that the guy was shocked, and his body flew up slightly, breaking a lot of water plants. The forced restraint effect was finally lifted. It released its skills the moment it was hit, and in just 1 second, it teleported no less than 20 times in order to dissipate the force of Jiang Xiaoxiao hitting its head. Finally, it stopped under the tall nut, staggered back 2 steps, and its complete body emerged. This guy's hands and feet were all torn because of his crazy behavior of breaking free from the water plants just now. The eyeball and head that were hit by Jiang Xiaoxiao were also shattered. A large amount of milky white liquid flowed out of the eyeball, and it was impossible to tell whether it was fluid or brain matter. However, it survived, and I know who I should target. The rainbow apostle slowly raised his head and stared at Baiji behind him with his eyes that had long since lost their shape. Then, the body turned translucent, transformed into a rainbow, and began to teleport. Baiji frowned and began to think of a solution. If she wants to protect herself, she has many ways. The difficulty lies in how to protect the unarmed wounded and civilians behind while protecting yourself, or even just kill it. After hesitating for a moment, she made up her mind and quickly threw a handful of seeds into her mouth. The next moment, the rainbow apostle appeared in front of Baiji. The broken head was almost touching her face, and the shrill screams hurt her eardrums. But then, puff! Baiji suddenly opened her mouth and spurted out a huge amount of wildly twisted water plants, wrapping up the guy. As long as there is water, it is an environment for aquatic plants to grow. That saliva is also water, right? Chapter 185, Comprehensive Defense. In front of Baiji, water plants several times larger than her body gushed out. Under the stunned gaze of the crowd around him, a large amount of water plants instantly entangled the rainbow apostle in front of him, and then shrank rapidly. The rainbow apostle screamed loudly, trying to break free from the restraints of those things. But the rules that come with plants are absolute. Although it has a strong desire to survive, it is still as humble as an ant in front of Li Yang's plants. In the end, this guy's broken body was completely covered by water plants, crumpled into a ball, and dragged into Baiji's mouth. Or maybe it was in the saliva from some piece of watergrass in her mouth, and then disappeared. The whole scene was dead silent. When the rainbow apostle teleported to get closer, all the wounded and villagers hiding behind Baiji broke into a sweat and felt uneasy. Baiji's direct action and the strange method of killing the horrible monster instantly surprised everyone. As everyone looked at each other in silence, Baiji staggered 2 steps, swayed, and almost fell. Jiang Xiaoxiao rushed forward and supported Baiji's body, her face full of worry. "Xiaobai, are you okay?" Baiji slowly shook her head and was about to say something. A nauseating feeling surged in his mouth, and he couldn't hold it in any longer, so he knelt on the ground and started retching. Someone patted her back gently from behind and handed her a bottle of water. Baiji raised her head and happened to meet Li Yang's eyes. Li Yang smiled and said, "Well done, you acted decisively. It really impressed me." Just now, Li Yang was ready to help. Unexpectedly, Baiji came up with his countermeasure in a very short time. Not only did he block the attack of the rainbow apostle, he even caught the backswing of its teleport and used the characteristics of water plants to kill it instantly. Although there should be a better way to deal with this guy decently. But given her ability, it is very rare that she could think of such a solution in such a short time. It seems that although this girl is a little stubborn, she is much smarter than she looks. "Miss Baiji, it's all thanks to you this time. If that guy just now had rushed to the back, the consequences would have been disastrous. Although the battle is not over yet, I would like to thank you on behalf of the people you saved just now." Luoan, who was standing next to him, also limped forward and expressed his gratitude to Baiji. Baiji forced a smile and shook her head. "No, I didn't do anything. If it weren't for Li Yang's plants. By the way, Li Yang, why are you back? Aren't you going to look for the survivors trapped in the mountains?" Baiji simply took the credit on Li Yang. At the same time, after seeing the familiar faces, Baiji's mood finally calmed down a little. Although even she herself found it hard to accept how she had just killed the monster when she recalled it. But receiving praise for it still made her feel good. Li Yang briefly explained what he had done. Of course, in front of so many people, we must temporarily omit the matter of Grandma Meng Qing. Jiang Xiaoxiao on the side hadn't recovered from the battle yet, and the carefree expression on her face didn't seem as casual as usual. After hearing Li Yang say that Meng Qing's teleportation skill was blocked by Rainbow, his brows unconsciously frowned slightly. Without Meng Qing's teleportation, it would be difficult for them to run back and forth along the 20-kilometer mountain road to pick up hundreds of people in this state. Now monsters are starting to spawn again on Jinlong Mountain. If Li Yang is gone among the survivors, the main fighting force will only be Li Xiaopu. How can she resist the tide of beasts whose average level is over 90? Does Li Yang have to keep running back and forth? Let's not talk about the efficiency issue for now. It is a question whether Li Yang can withstand such long-term consumption. Student Li Yang, do you have any ideas about the survivors over there? Luoan glanced at the monsters surging in from outside the nut wall, took a deep breath, and looked at Liang. Liang nodded, indicating that he came here to solve the problem. The beast-hide problem is not a problem. Letting all the soldiers guarding the wall retreat, Liang directly climbed to the commanding heights and planted a large number of cherry shooters there. Just like in Yinzhou, being in a high position and relying on the solid walls, it was easy to keep the beast tied out. The only difference is that most of these eyeball monsters can fly. Although the accuracy of plants is good, they cannot hit the target every time. But it's okay. Liang also has something called cattail. Liang found an open space and used his sixth talent, extreme sprouting, to cover the surface of all buildings within 1,000 meters with cattails. Countless furry tails stood up high, forming a terrifying anti-aircraft firepower network. As long as no one is impatient and goes out to kill monsters. If they all just hide in the nut wall, they will be safe until the beast tide ends. However, the most dangerous ones here are actually the rainbow apostles who fell from the sky and mixed in with the beast tide. There were quite a few beams of light falling from the sky just now. This means that there must be more than one apostle left behind by the rainbow goddess. Those things can penetrate heavy defenses and get directly behind the crowd to launch a sneak attack. We have to find a way to stop those guys. What can we do? Liang thought for a moment and turned to look at Jiang Xiaoxiao. At this time, Jiang Xiaoxiao has changed her previous laziness. Standing in the open space, closing his eyes slightly. He spread out his own qi and surrounded the entire stronghold with that light qi. This operation is similar to opening up a field that belongs exclusively to her. Through this, she can gain insight into all living things within the domain. As long as something is teleported in, she can react immediately and rush over to repel it at the first possible moment. However, this is also the problem. She can find the enemy's location in the fastest time. However, it was difficult for my speed to keep up with the rainbow apostle who could teleport without cooling down. If not like Baiji just now, there would be a suitable assistant to help him with control. Even if she noticed the rainbow apostle's attack, it would be difficult for her to protect everyone. Is the arrangement complete? Liang walked up to Jiang Xiaoxiao with a smile, holding a cloth bag in his hand. Jiang Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, nodded, and took what Liang handed over. Inside are frozen mushroom seeds and coffee beans that have been harvested. You should have seen these two things. With your own skills, you should have no problem dealing with those vegetation apostles that teleported in. As Liang spoke, he raised his head again and looked into the eyes behind the rainbow. Jiang Xiaoxiao nodded and put the things away. Then he asked, "And you?" Liang had already activated his authority and turned his head to answer. "I'll go to the survivors first. I can rest assured that you and Baiji are here, but I may not be sure about that over there. But I'll keep an eye on this side. If a seance really happened, I would definitely rush here to deal with her as soon as possible. Take care of yourself." Liang waved his hand, and his body instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared into the weeds under his feet. Chapter 186, The Battle of the Apostles. Not long after Liang left, Baiji, who had been retching, was supported by the soldiers from the 6 divisions and pushed to the back. After resting for a while, he suddenly covered his mouth and spit out a rainbow-colored spherical crystal with his hands. The crystal hit the ground with a loud bang, surprising everyone present. The well-informed Luo and some of the accompanying Tianfu personnel were the first to recognize the thing and immediately blurted out, "Apostle Core? Is it because of the killing of the rainbow apostle just now?" Baiji's face was still a little pale. Looking at the sparkling crystal, an idea suddenly came to my mind. If it's the same as when I created Xiao Pu, if this core is fused with Li Yang's plan again, will it become Li Yang's new strength? But she suppressed this thought at the first moment. The danger of the apostle core is beyond doubt. When doing the experiment to create Xiao Pu, Dongfang Changming had emphasized this many times. The battle is intense right now, and Baiji doesn't want to suddenly create an uncontrollable and powerful enemy to cause trouble for everyone. This core must be useful to Li Yang. Let's put it away for now. Damn it, the smell of the rainbow apostle mixed with the fishy smell of water plants is still lingering in my mouth. Whenever I have some free time, I can't help but savor it. It's so disgusting. Obviously, if I just grabbed the watergrass seeds and threw them into the apostles' eyeballs and heads, the effect should be similar. My brain sigh. Baiji helplessly held her forehead, wiped the core on the ground clean, and put it back into the storage ring. Then he got up and continued to nourish the plants that were involved in the battle. On the other side, Xiaopu was fighting with the Rainbow Apostle. The entire venue became a mess because of the battle between Xiaopu and another apostle. Of course, the one who has been destroying the terrain is mainly Xiaopu. After all, he represents his father's reputation. During the battle, Xiaopu tried his best to use the power of the vegetation core to attack the Rainbow Apostle. Various wooden stakes, several meters thick, poisonous pollen, and dense vines are scattered all over the ground. But in front of the Rainbow Apostle, who can teleport without cooling, it has basically no effect. The wooden dragon on the side, and the survivors protected by the wooden dragon. Seeing such a brutal battle scene, everyone was frightened to the extreme. Even many people with weak psychological endurance were frightened unconscious by the continuous earthquakes caused by the growth of plants. Even the wooden dragon that had lived for nearly 100 years and had become a spirit had a look of surprise on its face. She's not bragging, but she is at least one of the top Chinese wood-attributed magical beasts, right? Even she couldn't release skills of such a large scale at such a high frequency, let alone such a young human. Who is this little girl in front of me? Boom! An extremely thick birch tree broke out of the ground and pointed straight towards the Rainbow Apostle like a spear. The force is so great that it can even plow a trench on the ground on the spot. At the same time, a large number of thorny vines grew under the feet of the Rainbow Apostle. The paralyzing toxins carried in the thorns could kill an elephant within seconds. But this level of attack still did not catch the eyes of the Rainbow Apostle. Its body swayed slightly, then disappeared in an instant. The next moment, it appeared on the birch tree that had already grown. The huge eyeball head was staring at Xiaopu, as if mocking him. You've been hiding here and there with your tail between your legs. It's disgusting. Xiaopu finally felt a little tired and slowed down the pace of attack a little. Gasping for breath, he stared into the eyes of the Rainbow Apostle. The Rainbow Apostle raised his head slightly and made a rustling sound, as if he realized that Xiaopu posed no threat to it. So he turned around again and looked at the huge wooden dragon. Its arrival is not just to demonstrate the power of its master. You are also responsible for collecting things that should not appear in this world. The world tree, and some of the remnants of the gods picked up by lesser creatures. The huge wooden dragon in front of us is not an apostle of a certain god, but it has such a thing on its body. Taking advantage of the gap when Xiaopu was attacking, the Rainbow Apostle teleported directly in front of the huge head of the wooden dragon. He raised his hand and grabbed it. Mulong dodged subconsciously, but found that the guy's raised hand was just a precursor to some kind of attack. As it moved, the small eyeball surrounding the Rainbow Apostle flew up and hit the wooden dragon's cheek like raindrops. The fragile eyeballs shattered like eggs after hitting the wooden dragon's hard scales. The milky white juice flowed out and slowly flowed along the gaps between the scales. But it seems no harm. As soon as Mulong thought this, a sharp pain came from his cheek, accompanied by a sizzling, burning sound. The part stained by the eye juice began to rot and mutate at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, a large number of densely packed eyeballs were generated, clinging to the surface of the scales. Roar! The wooden dragon let out a cry of pain, and its huge body couldn't help but twist violently. The survivors she protected behind her screamed in fear and held their heads in terror. Each of these beings before their eyes is beyond the reach of mortals like them. If the huge wooden dragon goes crazy, its body weighing dozens of tons can easily crush a group of people to death. Of course she understood this, so she could only wail while trying her best to control her impulses so as not to hurt the humans who had lived with her day and night. The Rainbow Apostle's actions angered Xiaopu even more. According to her idea, she should be able to easily deal with this guy with overwhelming strength and make her father proud. She couldn't accept that after fighting with all her might, she seemed so powerless in front of this so-called pure apostle. This is equivalent to proving in disguise that one's existence is not special, but just incomplete. Even the being that gave him life and power, his own father, was weaker than those gods. It's simply embarrassing, Liang. Roar! The wooden dragon suddenly became furious, roared in pain, opened its mouth, and bit the apostle who was about to teleport away. The speed was so fast that the Rainbow Apostle didn't even have time to react before half of his body was bitten off. However, it still relied on its own speed to instantly create a huge distance between itself and the enemy. He kept his distance and continued to look at the people in front of him with his big eyes. It seemed that he had already started thinking about how to completely deal with the enemies in front of him. TSK. Xiaopu bit her lip, pulled up a thorny bush, and stood in front of the wooden dragon. It slightly blocked the apostle's sight, forcing it to turn around and become its enemy. At this time, Meng Qing's frightened voice suddenly sounded from behind. Grandmother. Sister Na, do you have any idea? Chapter 187. Eyes of the Succubus. Because there's a lack of sufficient means of transportation. Xiaopu fought with the Rainbow Apostle for 300 rounds before Meng Qing and Nada arrived. As a result, Meng Qing saw the scene where his grandmother was disfigured by the Rainbow Apostle. Looking at the wooden dragon with scary eyeballs crawling on his cheeks and a look of weakness in his eyes, Meng Qing's head buzzed and went blank. Originally, he firmly believed that his grandmother was alive because he knew that his grandmother was an extraordinary magical beast and she had enough means to protect her life. Those eyeball monsters are powerful, but Grandma is not incapable of fighting them. What he was afraid of was what would happen to him in the future after his grandmother revealed her true identity in front of everyone. Unexpectedly, as soon as I arrived, I saw this tragic scene. Those eyeballs that grew out of the gaps in the dragon scales were still spreading at an extremely fast speed. In just a few moments, the scales had grown from the original size of a few scales to cover half of the face. That look was as curious as it could be. There is no doubt that after a period of time, this wooden dragon will be eroded by the eyeballs and turned into part of the eyeball monsters flying in the sky. Meng Qing was extremely anxious. While stroking the half of Mulong's face that was still intact, he looked back anxiously, hoping that Nada, the pharmacist, could come up with a solution. But let's not talk about the principle of eyeball growth for now. Even if Nada really wanted to treat it, she had never attacked a monster before. He could only frown and repeatedly say that he would think of some solution. He frantically took out various potions from his storage ring, but without exception, none of them had any effect. Grandma, it's okay. Not only Tongshuansi, the Imperial Capital Military Department, has sent a large number of people to support us. Brother Yang knows the person in charge of Tianfu. He can discuss with Tianfu and let you continue to live in the village. The village will be fine, and neither will you. Meng Qing spoke hurriedly, his heart already in a mess. Somehow, I recalled the day when I received the bad news about my parents. A fellow worker from a mine went to the school in the town and told his teacher the news. He sat in his seat, unable to shed a single tear, just repeating the last sentence of the worker over and over again. Mom and Dad won't be coming back. Call. The wooden dragon grinned slightly and exhaled some air. The green eyes looked at Meng Qing in front of him, without any of the ambition and cruelty of a monster. There is only calmness and the unique kindness of an old man. Got it. The juice of golden wheelgrass can inhibit the spread of eye diseases to a certain extent. Although I don't know the principle, it is indeed effective. But there is not much of this stuff in China, and I don't have much in stock. I can only use all of these first and barely delay it for a while. These eyeballs don't look like a disease or a wound, but more like some kind of curse. Maybe things will get better after we kill that guy. Nada on the side finally found some usable herbs, took out a small bottle, and dripped the potion on Mulong's cheek. But for a huge dragon, this amount of potion is just a drop in the bucket. Nada could only speculate based on the existing information and hope that the Rainbow Apostle would die. But right now, through the gaps in the thorn bushes, you can see the battle outside. Xiaopu's strength is very strong, beyond everyone's expectations. She is almost catching up with her father Li Yang. But it was obvious that this power was restrained by the Rainbow Apostle. To put it simply, Xiaopu's ability is to create and control any plant at any location within his ability. The Rainbow Apostle can teleport within a larger range without any cooldown time. Before the plants grow out, the Rainbow Apostle can completely avoid them by teleporting. Xiaopu's attacks were so intense that the Rainbow Apostle had no time to attack at the same time. But in the same way, Xiaopu's attacks were unable to catch up with that guy. The two apostles of the gods were stuck in a zone that was neither up nor down, caught in an awkward balance. If only I could control it for a second. It's disgusting, running around like a rat. If you have the guts, stop running around, you bastard. Are the apostles of the Rainbow God just going to run away blindly? Xiaopu's defense was indeed a bit broken. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of his own uniqueness and use another core to charm the Rainbow Apostle to buy time for his subsequent attacks. But the core is defective after all. Authority and ability, a love and beauty. A portion of the authority of the god of love and beauty, in charge of love and beauty, can change its own form at will, and to a certain extent, can control all lower creatures that can be enchanted, including humans, with the power of charm. The lowest level of creatures that can be charmed are humans. The apostle in front of her was at the same level as her, so it cannot be charmed. That's enough. Buzz. The wooden dragon, lying on the ground, raised its head stubbornly and released some skills. The green eyes changed color, emitting a pinkish glow, but she couldn't concentrate because of the severe pain in her body. After trying several times, he was unable to fully unleash the skill. Meng-Qing was so frightened that he quickly hugged his grandmother's cheek and shouted hurriedly, "Grandma, don't move, don't move." Sister Na has finally managed to slow down the spread of the eyeballs. If you move, those things will continue to spread. Mu Long fell to the ground, still looking somewhat unconvinced. His eyes kept switching between green and pink, trying to use some skills on the apostle over there. From her performance, Meng-Qing finally understood the situation and asked quickly, "Grandma, are you going to use some skill on that thing? You take a rest, I'll do it." Then he raised his hand and pressed it on Mu Long's nose. Mu Long was still lying on the ground, raising his head slightly and looking at Meng-Qing with kind eyes. Anyway, she couldn't interfere with what Meng-Qing did at this time. If Meng-Qing can really achieve something unexpected, then it would not be in vain for her to raise him to this age. Meng-Qing immediately activated his ability, and after hesitating for a moment, he took away the skill that his grandmother had just tried to activate. Then, he replaced the portal on his body. There is no doubt that skills lead to success. But when he saw the skill introduction, Meng-Qing was stunned. Skill, succubus eyes. Skill details. This is an authority skill granted by the Apostle Core of Love and Beauty. It can use some of the authority of God to exert the power of love and beauty. It can charm any being below the rank of God, and add a control effect of 3 seconds to permanent depending on the rank of the target. This thing comes from the Apostle Core. My grandmother also has an Apostle Core. She is the Apostle of the God of Love and Beauty. Chapter 188, The Towering Christmas Tree. Meng-Qing actually didn't know much about apostles. At most, we knew from other people that Xiao Pu was some kind of apostle. The monster that Xiao Pu is fighting in front of him, and the plant creation envoy that he had encountered in the netherworld before, are all some kind of apostles. These things all represent some kind of powerful force. His status and strength are incomparable to those of ordinary job changers. The only ones who can defeat him are people like Li Yong and Jiang Xiao. As for myself, people like me are far inferior to them. But now, I can't care about that anymore. Although at present, Xiao Pu's tide-like attack can temporarily have a certain restraining effect on the Rainbow Apostle. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Xiao Pu's endurance was gradually being consumed. If this continues, sooner or later the Rainbow Apostles will seize the opportunity and take him down in one fell swoop. And if Xiao Pu fell down, let alone Grandma, hundreds of survivors, including him and Nada, will be treated as small monsters and killed by the Rainbow Apostle. Grandma, I'm going. Meng-Qing opened his mouth, as if he had a lot to say to his grandmother. But looking at her tired eyes and cheeks eroded by her eyeballs, Meng-Qing couldn't help but feel his heart palpitating. There is no time for him to hesitate now. No one knows how long Xiao Pu can hold on, so every minute and every second must be fought for. He patted the wooden dragon's nose and then stood up suddenly. Under Nada's astonished gaze, he shouted and rushed out of the thorn bushes, rushing towards the battlefield where the two apostles were fighting. At this time, Xiao Pu was gradually becoming unable to cope with the situation. I felt anxious and angry. What was worrying was that he seemed unable to defeat the apostle on the opposite side before Liang came back, and he was afraid that he would disappoint Liang. What made me angry was that I seemed to have been suppressed by the guy on the opposite side in terms of ability. Even though he launched such intensive attacks, he couldn't even touch the hair of the Rainbow Apostle. She was so angry that she cursed. After being dodged by the Rainbow Apostle for the 100th time, she finally stopped what she was doing, slowly put away all her sharpness, and stood up shakily. The Rainbow Apostle on the opposite side seemed to have noticed Xiao Pu's frustration. It also stopped its continuous teleportation movements and stopped at the place where Xiao Pu released the huge wooden stake in the last phase. He raised his head with huge eyeballs and looked at Xiao Pu, who was dozens of meters away. The look in his eyes was full of derision and mockery. He seemed to appreciate her predicament and laugh at her imperfections. The Apostle Core is actually the remnant of the power of God. Xiaopu was made up of parts pieced together from two incomplete cores. One of them even came from a destroyed god. Her existence is really from top to bottom, from head to toe. They all look like the shabby remnants of some kind of divine war, like the dying embers of a dying campfire. Simply put, it is a defective product among defective products. If the Rainbow Apostle was not merely God's agent, he would not be allowed to mix in his own free will. Seeing such a shameful existence, I really want to laugh out loud. How dare you hurt my grandma, you bastard! I will destroy you. As the two apostles were confronting each other, a roar suddenly sounded from the thorn bushes next to them. Xiaopu and the Rainbow Apostle were both stunned, and then turned their heads towards the direction where the voice came from at the same time. Just then, he saw Meng Qing struggling out from the bushes, covered in wounds, looking up and glaring at him. His blood-stained face revealed an exceptionally resolute expression. And what was gleaming in this boy's eyes was a power that the two apostles were all too familiar with. Bursting out from those pink-purple eyes was the all-too-familiar divine power, something only the core of the apostles that made up them possessed. When did this kid? Before he could react, Meng Qing's skill was instantly activated, affecting the Rainbow Apostle who was looking at him. Succubus's eye activate. In an instant, the huge eyeball on the Rainbow Apostle's neck also turned pink and purple. The originally extremely agile body became extremely stiff and even began to twitch, completely out of control. Thanks to Meng Qing's innate abilities, even the Apostle's skills can be used without any mistakes. When used on a Rainbow Apostle of the same status, the control time can only reach the shortest limit of 3 seconds. But this period of time is enough. The surprised expression on Xiaopu's face had not even faded away when his body started moving. Raise your hands and activate your power. A pine tree suddenly broke out from under the Rainbow Apostle's body, drilled into the Rainbow Apostle's body like a rocket, and pierced through him violently. At the same time, the pine wood itself continued to grow thicker and longer, and it almost burst the body of the Rainbow Apostle in a second. Bright red flesh and blood splattered all over the ground. The huge eyeball was also pierced and nailed high above the treetop. The small eyeballs that were originally floating next to the Rainbow Apostle also lost control and fell to the ground. From a distance, the whole scene looks like a carefully decorated Christmas tree. 3 seconds passed, and Xiaopu still maintained the posture of raising his hand, looking at the corpse that was torn into pieces by the pine tree over there, slightly dazed. Meng Qing was so angry that he stomped on the apostle's eyeball that fell at his feet. The white liquid splattered everywhere, forming strings and emitting a faint fishy smell, which was simply disgusting. But it's over. The Rainbow Apostle, who had been in a stalemate with Xiaopu for such a long time, was torn to pieces by Xiaopu's skills because of Meng Qing, who suddenly appeared. Although I don't know where Meng Qing's ability comes from, it is a good result after all. The plants that Li Yong had originally arranged beside him were still relying on their own rules to continuously kill the eyeball monsters flying around. The survivors who were attacked by the Rainbow Apostles were finally safe for the time being. Xiaopu felt mixed emotions and raised his hand to remove the thorny bushes that blocked the survivors. Although it is true that we won the victory, it was somewhat unfair because we relied on foreign aid. His own strength seemed to be much worse than that of this pure apostle created from a complete core. This should be considered a bit embarrassing for Li Yong, right? Grandma, it's okay. It's okay. That thing was killed by Brother Yang's daughter. There are also Brother Yang's plants guarding the surrounding area. We should be safe in the short term. Meng Qing didn't care about the wounds on his body caused by thorns and hurried to the wooden dragon to report the good news. Looking at the wooden dragon that seemed to be dying due to the erosion of the Rainbow Apostle, Xiaopu frowned slightly. The Rainbow Apostle has been killed. The erosion caused by it should also dissipate. But why are there so many eyeballs on Mulong's face? Could it be that? Swoosh! The huge eyeball on the top of the pine tree suddenly activated its ability and teleported into the rainbow. The next moment, it appeared above Xiaopu's head and instantly accelerated and smashed down. Chapter 189, The Survivors. The situation on the scene changes rapidly. The survivors over there were celebrating and cheering for their survival just a second ago. The next second, the huge eyeball suddenly appeared on Xiaopu's head and fell down at an extremely fast speed. That guy's not dead yet, and is even trying to attack. What kind of structure is this thing? How can it still be alive after its body exploded? Little Pooh girl. Damn it, be careful. Nada and Meng Qing screamed at the same time. They wanted to help, but they were powerless to do anything. The speed of that eyeball was so fast that there was no way they, with their non-combat professions, could catch up with it. A single hit from a small eyeball could put the giant wooden dragon in such a half-dead state. If such a big eyeball fell down, Xiao Pu would die instantly. Xiao Pu, who was right below the eyeball, was startled. He looked up and quickly took 2 steps back. But when she looked up, she found that the huge eyeball with the red pupil was staring at her. There's always a feeling of being ready to die. This guy would replace her even if he had to blow himself up. After all, compared with other low-level races present, the disabled Xiao Pu is already of a relatively high status among these guys. As long as she is replaced, her master will not be at a loss. Puff! At the moment when the eyeball is about to collide with Xiao Pu, some dark green aquatic plants suddenly rushed out from the huge eyeball. Like tentacles, they surged out from the translucent milky white eye fluid, wriggling in large pieces and wrapping around the eyeball that had not yet fallen to the ground. Then it shrank rapidly, gathered into a ball in a few tenths of a second, and melted into a certain liquid. Pa! Finally, the giant eyeball head disappeared. Only some of the liquid that inhabits the aquatic plants drips to the ground and is absorbed by the soil. A rainbow core popped out from where the eyeball used to be, staggered, and landed on a hand. Li Yang's voice then sounded, appearing extremely calm. What he said was even more shocking. Sure enough, something will explode. Is Baiji going to swallow this thing? Can she digest it? Can she poop again when she poops? Xiao Pu looked a little surprised. Dad, you're back. Has the matter at the base been resolved? Li Yang nodded, grabbed her head casually, and then walked towards the survivors. The wooden dragon was lying on the ground, and the eyeballs growing on its face were slowly disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It looks like there is no danger to his life. Meng Qing sat in front of the wooden dragon's face. Looking at the wooden dragon that was out of danger, he finally realized his own injuries. When I rushed forward to control the apostle, just now, I was too excited and my adrenaline was overflowing. Now that the excitement was fading away, the scratches and toxins from the thorns on my body were slowly beginning to take effect. Looking at Meng Qing's lips, which had swollen like sausages, Li Yang suppressed his smile and bent down. What did you do? Why are you injured like this? Meng Qing opened his mouth and managed to spit out the words with his swollen mouth. Ongu, the needle is needed for urgent treatment. Brother Yang, you came just in time. Every time this guy spoke, he gasped in pain. His eyes were filled with tears, and he looked very pitiful. But he still tried to speak, trying to express his admiration and gratitude to Li Yang. It wasn't until Nada came up and smeared a large amount of sticky green liquid on Meng Qing's mouth that she blocked his mouth. Okay. Be quiet for now. The more you move, the faster the poison in your body spreads. After applying the medicine to Meng Qing skillfully, Nada breathed a sigh of relief, slowly stood up, and bowed to Li Yang. You saved me again? Thank you, Li Yang. If you hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid that after Miss Xiao Pu, everyone here would have suffered. The strength of this rainbow apostle is beyond our expectations. Even a powerful being like Miss Xiao Pu can only barely suppress her, and cannot completely kill her. Xiao Pu just caught up and wanted to explain. As a result, after listening to Nada's direct report on the battle situation, he could only open his mouth slightly and stammer for a while. As an apostle, he lost in single combat to the apostles of other gods. It is really a loss of face for his own god, that is Li Yang. I thought he would be disappointed by this. Unexpectedly, Li Yang didn't care. He just nodded and patted Xiao Pu on the shoulder. Very good. You did well. You're not hurt. Xiao Pu never thought that Li Yang's first concern was her safety. He nodded quickly and responded somewhat slowly. It's okay, Dad. I'm fine. Li Yang responded, looked at Nada's empty medicine box, and asked, I remember your profession is a pharmacist. If you need any herbs, just tell me. Nada nodded and wanted to refuse. But after looking at Mu Long beside him and Meng Qing, who was crying out in pain, he could only nod helplessly and report the names of the herbs he needed. Li Yang raised his hand and activated his authority. Controls many strange and bizarre herbs growing around them. Many of these herbs have completely different growth habits, and some even take hundreds of years to grow. Looking at those precious herbs that popped up at the same time, Nada was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth for a long time. It's still possible. That's amazing. If you use this ability to mass-produce some priceless herbs, you will definitely never be short of money in the future. Li Yang laughed in silence and just nodded, without mentioning the matter of marigolds. While waiting for Meng Qing to recover, Li Yang also briefly checked the survivors here. They were basically all ordinary people living in the village at the foot of Zhenlong Mountain, and they had never seen such a horrific scene in their lives. The faces of every man, woman, old or young were filled with expressions of shock and joy at having survived the disaster. However, when they saw Li Yang walking towards them, the leading few people stood up immediately, knelt down in front of Li Yang, and kowtowed several times in a row. Thank you, hero, for saving my life. I wonder what the heroes are called. When we return alive, we must erect a monument to honor all the heroes. We will never forget the heroes' great kindness. Li Yang shook his head and stepped forward to help the leading man up. No, we're just doing our routine. After this is over, the people from the 6th Department will help you with the cleanup. As for you, I remember the report from the base said that there are still more than 500 people missing. Are these the only ones left now? Chapter 190, The Gift of the Wood Dragon. Listening to Li Yang's questions, the leading villagers looked at each other and sighed helplessly. What they experienced along the way almost made them see what hell on earth is like. They were extremely lucky to have survived such a disaster. Others, under the overwhelming attack of a beast tide of more than 90 levels, once you get separated from the main force, not even a complete body will be left. Even those who had rushed to protect the evacuated villagers from the 6 divisions were almost all gone. If it weren't for Meng Qing's grandmother's timely intervention, all of them would have died here long ago. After listening to everyone's words, Li Yang nodded helplessly. He had personally experienced overwhelming beast tides. Therefore, we understand that in such a disaster, it is just wishful thinking to expect more survivors. The more we can save, the better. Afterwards, Nada told Li Yang about the battle that had just happened. After hearing her say that Meng Qing had seized some skills from the wood dragon, rushed out of the thorns to control the apostle, and helped Xiao Pu destroy the body of the rainbow apostle, Li Yang couldn't help but look at Meng Qing with some admiration. Although the portal is wasted. But if he hadn't acted decisively just now, it would have been impossible to save so many people. In a sense, this kid saved his grandmother and hundreds of lives in the village with his own hands. This kid is quite useful at critical moments. Li Yang connected to the plants in the base and took a look at the situation there. After confirming that there was no major problem with the stronghold, they let everyone rest here for a while before preparing to set off. Without Meng Qing's teleportation portal, they could only cross more than 10 kilometers of mountain roads and run back to the base. Afterwards, he used his abilities and utilized various plants to strengthen the defenses of the place. The villagers felt relieved and sat down on the spot one by one. After living in fear for so long, they can finally get some respite. As the eyeballs on his face disappeared, the wooden dragon gradually regained some strength. His expression became much softer, but it was just as Meng Qing said. After being a human for too long, once you reveal your true identity, you can no longer find the human side of yourself. It is hard for her to regain her old age look now. He could only snort helplessly and lie there motionless. During the break, Li Yang kept observing the huge wooden dragon out of the corner of his eye. Xiao Pu came a little closer and added some details of the battle just now, especially the power Meng Qing displayed after breaking out of the thorns. That was actually the so-called familiar feeling that attracted Xiao Pu here. After witnessing it personally, Xiao Pu could be sure that it was the power of the apostle. Combined with what Nada said not long ago, Meng Qing took some skills from Mulong and helped Xiao Pu control the information of the rainbow apostle. Li Yang also roughly guessed it. What Meng Qing took from the wooden dragon was the apostle's skill. In other words, this wooden dragon is probably the same as the original plant apostle. It is a magical beast that has been distorted and mutated by the apostle's core. Thinking about it this way, it seems easier to understand why this wooden dragon could possess human intelligence, transform into a human, and live in a human village for decades. And since she still retains her consciousness, the core in her body might be more complete than the one dropped by the apostle of vegetation. Thinking of this, Li Yang slowly stood up and walked towards the wooden dragon. Mulong naturally also noticed Li Yang's actions. He straightened his body slightly and lowered his posture. With an attitude of submissiveness and respect, he bowed his head slightly to Li Yang. Meng Qing had almost recovered by this time, and quickly stood up by holding the wooden dragon's snout, and greeted Li Yang. Brother Yang, thanks to you just now, when I saw that thing's head flying up and hitting people, I almost despaired. Li Yang smiled and turned to look at Mulong. Looking into her humane eyes, I asked, "Is this your grandma?" "What's the old man's name?" When it comes to Warcraft, most people's first reaction would be to use an identification spell to take a look. Not only Mulong, even Meng Qing did not expect Li Yang to ask such a serious question. After being stunned for a moment, he quickly stammered, My grandma's name is Dongfang Jiamu." Li Yang blinked. "Her last name is also Dongfang." Meng Qing scratched his head awkwardly. I was also surprised when I first met Director Dongfang, but the name Grandma is actually older than Director Dongfang. So if there is any connection, it might be related to Director Dongfang's ancestors. I didn't have a chance to ask her. If I want to know the whole story, I guess I can only wait until she turns back into human form. Li Yang nodded and then got back to the point. "I just heard that when Xiao Pu was confronting the Rainbow Apostle, it was you who stole a skill from Grandma Jiamu and broke the situation. I'm a little curious. What kind of skill is that? It can even control the apostles." Hearing this, the smile on Meng Qing's face suddenly froze in embarrassment. This. It's just a control skill. He actually didn't want to hide it from Li Yang. But Brother Yang's attitude seems to be that he wants to hunt down all the apostles. If he knew that his grandmother was also an apostle, he really didn't want to see Brother Yang and his grandmother standing on opposite sides. But unexpectedly, Meng Qing was still racking his brains to find an excuse. Grandma Jimu beside him suddenly moved. The wooden dragon dragged its huge body and moved in front of Li Yang little by little. Then he raised his head slightly, and a bright pink-purple light emanated from between his eyebrows. A spherical core emerged from the light and slowly floated in front of Li Yang. Then Mulong's gaze moved slightly downwards, and he looked at Li Yang with a submissive attitude. She didn't actually know what it was. All she knew was that this strange core gave her the power to transform into a human. Relying on this ability, she lived among humans for decades. Now it's time to let go. These humans before their eyes saved their grandson, and also saved the village and the villagers that they loved so much. Even when he saw her for the first time, he didn't want to take the opportunity to hunt her down, but asked her name as an equal. That's enough. As a magical beast, her life is already wonderful enough. She had long thought that after enjoying so much happiness that did not belong to her, she would naturally have to pay a price for it. So, although she was a little reluctant, she still had no complaints. Li Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, and before reaching out to touch the core, he used the identification technique to test it first. Apostle core, love and beauty. Type, material. Quality, red myth. Item description, a complete crystal containing divine power, capable of connecting to specific authority and creating an apostle with miraculous power. Tip, your apostle can enhance his own ability by devouring cores of the same type. Xiao Pu can swallow this thing to enhance his own strength. Can we play like this? Chapter 191, Believers of God. Looking at the core floating in front of him, Li Yang held his chin and thought without taking any action. After all, no one knows what consequences will result from taking away the core of the wooden dragon. Laugh. Grandma Mulong snorted and shook her head slowly. He pushed the core slightly towards Li Yang with the bridge of his nose, signaling him to keep it. Meng Qing originally wanted to say something, but seeing his grandmother's attitude, he had to give up. He could only sigh silently, look up at Li Yang, and remain silent. Li Yang thought for a moment and no longer hesitated. He raised his hand to take the core and then threw it into Xiao Pu's hand. Try this, it should make you stronger. Xiao Pu quickly caught it. The moment she touched the core, a pink-purple light burst out from her heart, as if in resonance. The light was so bright that everyone present could hardly open their eyes. This scene is similar to the one when Xiao Pu was just born. Li Yang was also very familiar with the power that burst out. After a moment, the light shot straight into the sky. According to Li Yang's impression, what will happen next is a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth that will spread over a certain area. Only, the sky now is a mess because of the influence of the rainbow goddess. Will the vision created by Xiao Pu be superimposed on the rainbow in the sky, or will it penetrate it and replace it? As soon as the curious thought came to my mind, the sky suddenly became gloomy. The beam of light released from the core pierced through the rainbow light in the sky like a sharp sword. Large pieces of rainbows released by the eyeballs began to dissolve and dissipate, shattering into pieces. The blue sky emerged from behind the rainbow, revealing its true color. Everything has changed, and there is a feeling that a disaster has passed, and we have survived. Even the wooden dragon, who had decades of experience, couldn't help but look up and open his mouth wide after seeing this scene. It can actually eliminate the rainbow directly. This is truly astonishing. Nada temporarily put down the work in her hands, wiped the sweat from her forehead, looked up, and exclaimed, Liang nodet sleekly. Although it is indeed a bit unexpected, it is not incomprehensible. After all, whether it is these rainbows or the apostle cores, they are all manifestations of divine power. The two have the same origin, so when they are compared, we have to distinguish which one is superior. But now it seems that Xiao Pu, who has integrated two cores, is more powerful. The apostle core was successfully integrated, and the apostle's authority was enhanced. Authority and ability, a love and beauty. A portion of the authority of the god of love and beauty, in charge of love and beauty, can influence all beings of appropriate rank, up to other apostles, with the power of charm to a certain extent. Can appropriate the authority of the gods to grant power to followers of lower ranks. It can change the form and appearance of oneself and the controlled creatures at will. Hints about the new abilities appeared in the minds of Liang and Xiao Pu. Then, the dazzling light gradually dissipated. Xiao Pu fell back to the ground, and his whole temperament underwent some inexplicable changes. He raised his head slightly and looked at Liang. His eyes were full of respect and gratitude. But when her eyes swept over the others, especially the survivors, they all made them feel an inexplicable pressure. Especially some people who accidentally made eye contact with Xiao Pu, even lost their consciousness at a certain moment. After a short while, I gradually recovered. How does it feel? It seems that she doesn't have any adverse rejection reaction due to the fusion of the new core. Liang asked Jaswali. Xiao Pu nodded repeatedly. It feels good, Dad. If I face something like the Rainbow Apostle again, I should be able to kill it easily. Oh, yes. I can show you right now. After saying that, she raised her hand. A pink light burst out from the palm of her hand. Then it dissipated into the air at an extremely fast speed. Liang could not clearly feel the spread of the disease, but the effect it produced was instantly displayed in front of Liang. The eyeball monsters flying around stopped attacking one after another. Each of them seemed to have lost the ability to think, standing still in the same place, looking extremely sluggish. If you look closely, you will see that the color of the pupils has changed from the rainbow colors of the rainbow goddess to a uniform light pink. Xiao Pu grinned slightly and moved his fingers lightly. The eyeball monsters in the sky all followed Xiao Pu's instructions and formed a formation in the air one after another. Then, like some kind of bomb-dropping drone, it began to free fall straight towards the ground. The fragile lens collided with the hard sand, gravel, and grass on the ground, making a puff-puff sound. The milky white, translucent liquid splashed everywhere, making the entire forest echo with a faint fishy smell. But all enemies who came within the range of Xiao Pu's skill, without exception, began violent suicidal behavior. In this way, the survivors don't even need to take any precautions and can return to their base safely. No matter how many monster minions the Rainbow Goddess sends down, they no longer pose any threat. This ability is extremely domineering. Looking at Xiao Pu's eyes that were emitting pink light, Liang inadvertently thought of one of the two plants that were used as the base to fuse her. Char Mushroom. Isn't Xiao Pu's current ability a deluxe, an enhanced version of the humanoid Char Mushroom? Ultra-large range, distinguish between friend and foe, perfect control. Oh no, I shouldn't have named him Xiao Pu in the first place. Judging from her current pace of evolution, she will probably move more towards the direction of the Char Mushroom in the future. Well, it's worth his painstaking efforts in carefully selecting the plants. Oh, there's one more thing. After Xiao Pu had enough fun, he suddenly remembered something. He turned to look at the wooden dragon next to Meng Qing and smiled slightly. Why don't you be my father's dependent? In exchange, I will turn you back into a human. These two simple sentences gave Mu Long and Meng Qing a great shock. Become Li Yang's dependent? Can I turn back into a human again? At first glance, this sounds like a deal. But in fact, for the wood dragon, which is a magical beast, there is nothing difficult to accept. Just imagine that, given your current situation, the best outcome would be to receive a golden medal of immunity from death from the imperial capital after the incident is over. Afterwards, it was barely able to communicate as an intelligent monster, living in the wilderness far away from humans. With the chance to become human again right in front of her, how could she not cherish it? Liang was a little surprised and called Xiao Pu. Tisk, stop it. What's the use of me having followers? Xiao Pu turned around solemnly and explained carefully. Dad, you are a god. As a god, how can you have only apostles but no believers of your own? Chapter 192. Next step, killing gods. This system is the God Planner system. This system promises to fully assist you in becoming the strongest being and reaching the pinnacle of life step by step. Liang suddenly thought of this sentence for no reason. This was the first sentence the system said when I first awakened it. God Planter. Since then, has the system been silently pushing him towards the path of becoming a god? This is really, it's fate. Liang smiled and didn't say much. The wooden dragon next to him let out a slight exhalation sound, looked at Xiao Pu, and nodded slowly. This is a chance to transform into a human again. How could she let it go? Moreover, although she was not very well informed, her decades of experience still gave her a very sharp intuition. The young man, named Liang, is definitely not an ordinary person. Liang had saved her life, so no matter how excessive his demands were, they were not excessive. Now, she is directly given an opportunity to become a follower of God. What else is she hesitating about? Becoming a follower and receiving the protection of the gods. Isn't that much better than being a lonely wild monster? No, she doesn't actually have to choose. From the moment Xiao Pu was willing to let her return to human form, Liang is already her god. Dad, look, she's willing to. When you have millions of believers in the future, we can build a church or something. When the time comes, let her become the high priestess of the Liang cult. Isn't that great? Xiao Pu said this with a smile, and at the same time quickly walked to Mulong's side, looked back at Liang, and asked for his consent. Liang held his forehead with his hand, looking speechless. Meng Qing and a large number of other survivors over there were already dumbfounded. After a brief silence, the group of villagers rescued by Liang suddenly became lively and cheered one after another. Yes, let's do it. This Lord Liang saved everyone in our village. No matter how much I thank him, it's not enough. Once the economic situation in the village improves, we will all contribute money to build a temple for Lord Liang. I know Carpenter Liu in town. I'll ask him to carve a wooden statue for worship. From now on, this will be the most important place in our village, and the incense must never stop burning. Xiao Pu also joined in the fun, and even clamored to compile a Liang religion Bible and regard the sugar cake as a treasure of the religion. Liang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he quickly stepped forward and knocked Xiao Pu hard on the forehead. Stop playing around and get down to business first. After changing Grandma Jimu back to her original form, let's go back to the base together. There have been a series of obstacles down there, and I think that petty guy up there is getting impatient. After saying that, he raised his head slightly and glanced at the empty sky. Because of the fusion of Xiao Pu and the core just now, a large number of the eyes in the sky that were responsible for surveillance were destroyed by the light column. The apostles he sent down were all killed instantly, and countless followers were also bewitched and controlled by Xiao Pu. If he were put in the position of the rainbow goddess, he would be so angry that he would vomit 3 liters of blood. Xiao Pu nodded quickly, then quickly put his hand on Mulong's nose. As a light pink light lit up, the huge body of the wooden dragon was gradually enveloped by the gentle light. Then, under the stunned gaze of everyone, it began to twist and deform. After a while, she turned into the noble lady that Liang had seen before. Her slightly curly brown hair fell behind her shoulders, and her eyes began to emit a faint pink glow due to Xiao Pu's ability. Standing next to Meng Qing, it is hard to tell their generations. If someone who doesn't know the situation were to come and tell the difference, it wouldn't be surprising to see them being siblings. Nada, who was shocked from beginning to end, opened her mouth slightly uncontrollably when she saw this appearance, surprised at the beauty of this Grandma Jimu. This appearance, even without any care, is considered to be that of a high-quality model among humans. Meng Qing looked like he wanted to cry, but had no tears. Family members, who understands? The grandmother who raised him with great difficulty became his sister after not seeing him for a few days. How can he face his own chaotic family relationships in the future? Liang held his forehead and said to Xiao Pu helplessly, "She's a grandmother. You know what a grandmother is, right?" Xiao Pu scratched his head apologetically. "Sorry, Dad. I've never seen her like that. I can only roughly describe her like this based on what I just saw and a little bit of my own understanding. I try my best. Besides, everyone loves beauty. Who doesn't want to be beautiful? Dad, doesn't he want a beautiful high priestess?" Liang almost suffocated and hit her on the head again in anger. Meng Qing's grandmother, Dongfang Jiamu, finally recovered from the changes in her physical body. He opened his mouth and managed to spit out a few words before he finally regained the feeling of speaking. As she said, the second time she indulged herself was when her human side died. Now, it's more like rebuilding the body than recovery. This feeling was very strange, but for her, it was a great surprise. Jiamu shed 2 lines of tears unconsciously. When he came to his senses, he quickly wiped them away with his hands. Then he came to Liang respectfully and saluted. "Thank you so much for everything. Respected. God, I really didn't expect that I would have a second chance to become a human being in this life. I can never repay you enough for what you have done." After that, he knelt on the ground and leaned down heavily. Liang nodded, bent down, and helped her up. Xiao Pu beside me reminded me in time. Before, you couldn't bear the power of the Apostle Core. Although you had the authority, you couldn't use it freely. But it's okay now. I am the one who gave you the power. You can now freely switch between your dragon body and human body. If you follow our father from now on, you must be obedient, understand? In our Liang divine religion, loyalty is the most important thing. Jimu nodded repeatedly without a single complaint. Meng Qing next to him had a very interesting expression on his face. My eyes turned blue and white, and I still don't fully understand the situation. Our dad, my own grandmother, also has to call Brother Yang dad. What is the relationship between Brother Yang and him? What should he call Brother Yang? What's going on here? Liang quickly stopped Xiao Pu and told Jimu not to believe everything he heard. If I really plan to have a family in the future, I will let her take the lead, but not now. The most important thing now is not to deal with the messy Liang sect, but to quickly bring the survivors here to the stronghold. With Xiao Pu's new ability, any existence below the rainbow goddess can basically pose no threat to them. Then the next most important thing, it is to kill gods. Chapter 193, God is coming. While Liang and others were busy leading the survivors to evacuate Jinlong Mountain, the stronghold of the World Tree. After the rainbow barrier in the sky disappeared, the support troops sent from the imperial capital finally successfully entered this place. After the head of the military department contacted Luo, and he quickly deployed the soldiers. Just when we were preparing to concentrate all our strength to fight those eyeball monsters. On the battlefield front, however, there was an unexpected change. Those monsters flying all over the sky suddenly seemed like drones with their lines cut off. One by one, they became dazed and then crashed one after another, smashing into pieces on the ground. The milky white liquid splattered everywhere, and the scene of the monsters turning against each other and killing each other was simply amazing. Jiang Xiao held the 3 rainbow cores in her hands and looked at the grand scene outside. She probably guessed that this scene must be related to Liang. The military's airships rose and landed. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the eyeball monsters were killing each other, they continuously transported the villagers who had taken refuge in the stronghold out of Jinlong Mountain through the crack that had just been torn open by the unknown light. Everyone knew very well that this sudden farce should be coming to an end. After a moment, there was a dragon roar. A huge brown wooden dragon rose into the air from the mountains and flew towards the stronghold. Just as the soldiers in the stronghold were preparing to be on alert, someone saw a familiar figure standing on top of the wooden dragon's head. That's Liang. Luoan followed the sound and looked over there. Liang was standing on top of a giant wooden dragon, riding on the dragon and flying towards this side calmly. The huge body of the wooden dragon was filled with many ordinary people in plain clothes. All of them were crowded together at the front, and, at a glance, there were about 100 people. Are those on that wooden dragon the other survivors? Liang actually rescued those survivors. Oh my God, there were so many beast waves just now, and there are still people alive in Jinlong Mountain. The soldiers in the stronghold were extremely surprised. After the wooden dragon approached, they quickly cleared an area for it to land. No one doubted the existence of the wooden dragon. After all, many people have already known about the existence of Shinon Liang through what happened in the World Parliament. Now that this giant wood dragon has descended from the sky, people just subconsciously think that this is some kind of ability of Liang. Only some soldiers who participated in the defense of the beast tide at Jinlong Mountain a few months ago could barely feel familiar with this dragon. But because of Li Yang's presence, this familiar feeling was soon forgotten. This is Li Yang. When the stronghold was about to collapse, he descended from the sky and performed a miracle to turn the tide of the battle. The creature created can instantly kill the rainbow apostle, who can teleport infinitely. He was even able to go in and out of such a dangerous beast tide 7 times and rescue so many survivors. With so many amazing achievements, it is no exaggeration to call him a legend, even though I didn't see the whole thing with my own eyes. But the soldiers who had experienced the previous 2 rounds of stronghold defense battles had no doubt that these changes in the battlefield situation were the result of Li Yang's efforts. After Liang landed, he saw airships coming and going. He was stunned at first, then went straight to Luo and told him the location of the survivors. Luo was surprised and delighted, and quickly ran to find the people in charge of military support and asked them to arrange the transfer of the survivors. As for Jiamu, he complied with Li Yang's request and stayed here temporarily to guard against unexpected situations. She changed back into human form, and facing the astonished looks of the people in front of her, she turned around nonchalantly. On the way here, just now, she also casually discussed some matters concerning herself with Li Yang. The retirement life that I had originally expected is gone forever. Fortunately, things did not all turn into a tragedy at once. After all, there's still some gap between her and ordinary humans, but this does not mean that she will never be accepted by humans. Tongshuansi, a place where many weird people gather. Maybe it's just right for her. The only awkward thing is Meng Qing. How should she, who has been reborn, get along with Meng Qing? This problem can only be figured out by the 2 of them slowly. After Li Yang handed over the location of the survivors to Luo, I stretched and leisurely returned to the empty and busy square. Li Yang, thank you for your hard work. The support operation seems to be going smoothly. Bai Ji came up from behind and greeted Li Yang with a smile. Then he took out a white handkerchief from the storage ring, unfolded it, and placed it in Li Yang's hand. All right, this is the core dropped by the Rainbow Apostle. I think it should be useful to you. Xiao Xiao has some too. They exploded after killing the Rainbow Apostle just now. As he was speaking, Jiang Xiao Xiao waved over here in a lazy manner and threw a small package over. There were 3 cores inside the package, including the ones Li Yang already has. There are a total of 5. This time, I will move forward courageously on the path to becoming a god. However, since the Rainbow Goddess is still alive, creating his own Rainbow Apostle now may run the risk of losing control. Li Yang decided to keep these things for now, and after the matter of the goddess was over, he would return to Tongshuansi to make a long-term plan. But then again, this goddess is really able to keep her composure. Almost all the apostles and followers she sent down were dead, yet she still didn't come up with some new methods. Is this because they have seen that there is no hope of winning, so they have given up and are ready to give up? As a great god, you can't just be this capable, right? Liang opened his system, glanced at the card inside, and felt a little restless. Oh, really? Dear God, please come soon. If you don't come, who should I find to sacrifice my card? Luo and others were discussing matters concerning the Rainbow Goddess. Before the support of Liang and others arrived, the Rainbow Goddess used illusions to warn them. They said they were going to convey the wrath of the gods to them, and that they were going to bring down some kind of catastrophe on them. Now, both the beast tide and the apostles have been eliminated. Will the gods give up just like that? Or will they stop for a while and then continue to bring down even more horrific divine punishment? Buzz, just as everyone was discussing this endlessly. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard in the sky. Along with the sound, the crack torn by Xiao Pu was filled and slowly began to heal. More and more eyeballs began to gather, casting dense glances at the people on the ground through the colorful rainbow light. Then, boom! An extremely sacred bell sounded, and a lingering sound echoed throughout the entire Jinlong Mountain, unable to dissipate for a long time. Then the gods descended. Chapter 194. The Invincible Cart Attack. At this time, in the forest of Jinlong Mountain, among the whereabouts of the survivors, Xiao Pu slowly raised his head. The rainbow light in the sky is reflected in the pink eyes. Tell Dad, don't let those people drive the airship over here yet. Through the increasingly heavy rainbow, Xiaopu could vaguely see a dark human figure gradually approaching. Although judging from the appearance alone, this human figure is not as curious as those eyeball monsters. But the sense of oppression it brings is stronger than all the previous things combined. Everyone on the ground, just by looking up slightly, can come to the same understanding without any prior agreement. That thing is the god himself, unable to disobey, unable to resist. Boom! There was a dull echo in the sky. It sounds like thunder, but in fact it is the echo of heavy alien eyeballs piled up one after another and colliding with each other. Then, a bridge with an eyeball as the base and a rainbow as the road was projected down from the sky. A majestic rainbow-colored beam of light fell vertically, standing high above the ground, creating a spectacle never before seen or to be repeated. An airship responsible for transporting supplies had no time to dodge and staggered into the spreading rainbow eyeball. Immediately, the metal blades and narrow wings were instantly covered with a thick layer of scarlet growths, exactly the same as the eyeballs that covered the wooden dragon's cheeks before. The pilot fled in a hurry, and the out-of-control airship, emitting billowing black smoke, fell into the forest below the rainbow bridge, causing a violent explosion. The flames shooting up into the sky made the eyeballs behind the rainbow more obvious. Looking at those extremely hideous beings, everyone in the World Tree Stronghold felt their scalps tingling at the same time. This is not a god at all. It's basically a demon god. The arrival of the Real Rainbow God brought a much greater sense of oppression than the previous Phantom. Is this thing really something they can fight against? Boom strapje. As those eyeballs continued to spread, the huge rainbow bridge was getting closer and closer. Finally, it smashed heavily to the ground, causing the entire stronghold to tremble. This power is truly terrifying. Luoan stood on a high place, looking at the scene outside the stronghold, and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The eyeball, which served as the backbone of the rainbow bridge, smashed into the ground and began to spread out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. The grass, which had become lush and green because of Yang's arrival, was now infected with large patches of scarlet. A dreamy rainbow light was spread around the entire stronghold. For a moment, it was even difficult to distinguish between dreams and reality. Boom! The second bell rang. The oppressive feeling coming from the sky suddenly increased several times. Some villagers who had not yet evacuated their legs became weak one after another and fell to the ground. Some of them even experienced difficulty breathing and confusion. Baiji covered her rapidly beating heart and stood anxiously behind Liang. Liang narrowed his eyes and opened his system thoughtfully. Lawnmower. The lawnmower cannot be destroyed, but can be activated after being placed. After activation, it can only move forward in a straight line along the currently specified plane and cannot be stopped in any way. While moving forward, it will directly annihilate everything it touches along the way, including any obstacles, enemies, temporary terrain obstacles generated on the plane, etc. Move forward in a straight line along a specified plane, destroying everything it touches along the way. The right time, the right place, the right people. Right now, Liang selected the lawnmower and then released it. And the goal is the rainbow in front of us. Following Li Yang's actions, a red cart suddenly appeared on the grass in front of him. It is not very big, and at first glance, it looks like an electric baking pan with wheels. Luo and others nearby saw this scene and showed very puzzled expressions. Obviously, this small car was taken out by Li Yang. But a stroller? It is the consensus of all of them that Li Yang's plans are quite powerful. I thought that at this critical moment, Li Yang would come up with some new plans that had never been used before. But this little car was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Although I have heard before that Li Yang carries gardening supplies, such as flower pots and rakes with him. But it's not an offensive weapon after all, right? Faced with the threat of a god descending from the earth, is he just going to solve it with a simple cart? Buzz! The cart started and rushed out with a whoosh. It rushed forward along the target plane set by Li Yang. The first step was to crush Li Yang's indestructible high nut wall under the wheels. In everyone's impression, those giant nuts created by Li Yang cannot be easily crushed by ordinary means. Even when facing several rounds of beast attacks in succession, it can remain calm and steady as a rock. Unless Li Yang dismantles them himself, these high nuts can be regarded as indestructible. As a result, the cart that Li Yang had just released crushed it under its wheels without any hindrance. The almost indestructible wall of nuts was instantly crushed into pieces of paper, even more than the nut wall. Everything the cart encountered on the road, including the mountains of monster corpses and many wandering magical beasts, was crushed to pieces. After the car passed, it disappeared without a trace. Then, under the stunned gaze of everyone, the cart drove straight towards the Rainbow Bridge. It drove 90 degrees vertically to the ground and directly onto the rainbow, speeding upwards, leaving the dust far behind. After just a few seconds, it disappeared without a trace. Liang stood there, squinted his eyes, and raised his head hard, trying to see the trace of the cart going away. But unfortunately, as time went by, it disappeared. The cart is not a plant, and it cannot share vision through its own innate ability. It's a pity that I can't see the moment when the wheelbarrow flattens the god. Liang, who has played the game, knows it very well. The combat effectiveness of the cart itself is unquestionable. At this time, outside the blue star at the other end of the Rainbow Bridge, the sullen-looking rainbow goddess Iris had completely changed her appearance. Her overall temperament is completely different from her previous elegant and noble goddess image. The originally jade-like eyes turned into densely packed tiny eyeballs due to the activation of his own authority. Even a clay figure still has some temper. What's more, it's her. Her apostles and followers were defeated one after another. As a god, it would be too unreasonable for her not to take action. So, she stopped hesitating and began to perform the trance. I plan to visit that land in person in my true form. Chapter 195. The Power of Origin, Killing Gods. She exerts her strength and authority. Build a colorful bridge between heaven and earth. Even if she is not a god who is good at fighting, she is still a god after all. It is no problem to destroy a planet easily. The Rainbow Bridge, carrying her divine power, continued to spread downwards and then slammed heavily into the ground. The eyeballs that continue to grow will slowly transform the area within 100 miles into her territory. When she arrives, the indigenous creatures on this blue planet will fully understand what true terror is. This was divine punishment, and she had personally carried out countless times, so she was very good at it. This time is no exception. Her body slowly fell. The gravitational pull of this blue planet was gradually getting stronger, but it was still pitifully small for a being like her. If she wasn't in a bad mood, she would even be happy to laugh at it. The result is the next moment. Through her 100 eyes, she observed some unusual things happening on the ground. After seeing the Rainbow Bridge fall to the ground, those weak ants did not kneel down and beg for mercy like the other races they had seen before. Instead, he threw his hand and placed a strange object on the Rainbow Bridge. A red, four-wheeled mechanical. Nothing else to say. The size of this thing is ironic enough. Faced with the arrival of a true god, these humans can only come up with such a tiny thing? Is this some special defensive measure? Or is it their way of asking for forgiveness? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of the cart's motor was incessant. The speed is also getting faster and faster. Through the eyeball that formed the main body of the Rainbow Bridge, Iris could easily see the speed of the red car. The speed of the cart is definitely not slow. But compared with Blue Star, it is at best an upper middle level. Even many of their own aircraft cannot compare to it, let alone her as a god. The only thing worth noting is that this car can actually run up the Rainbow Bridge in reverse. But what is there to be afraid of? Iris smiled lightly. Then he slowly descended along the Rainbow Bridge, until she saw the car with her own eyes. The red cart, like a ghost seeking its own life, rushed along the Rainbow Bridge that had almost no physical form. You know, the skeleton of the Rainbow Bridge is made up of constantly growing eyeballs. Because the sizes and directions of growth vary, there are inevitably some bumpy potholes among them, and the cart seemed to be unaware of the obstacle. He simply ignored all terrain issues and rushed straight towards her at lightning speed. This situation suddenly made Iris feel nervous. Although the possibility is not high, she is unwilling to admit it. But what if? What if this funny little red car is actually some kind of god-killing weapon treasured by the Blue Star people below? Thinking of this, he looked at the cart that was almost rushing towards his face. Iris suddenly frowned and waved her hand to cut off the Rainbow Bridge in front of her. Anyway, this cart ran up along the road. Just cut off the road, let it lose control, and be lost forever in the endless universe. Just in case. No one saw it anyway, right? The next moment, the cart speeding along the Rainbow Bridge was approaching the edge of being cut off by Iris step by step. Under Iris's gaze, the four wheels stepped into the air and left the rainbow bridge. Then, he continued running. The rainbow bridge was forcibly fixed and kept spreading out from under the front wheels of the cart. There is no way. The logic of the cart is to keep moving forward along the current plane. The plane that Liang chose for it was the rainbow bridge. It will run nonstop on the rainbow bridge until the entire rainbow bridge disappears at the end of time, as a manifestation of divine power. As long as Iris is alive, the rainbow bridge will not disappear. In a sense, the rainbow goddess Iris is the rainbow bridge itself. Looking at the cart that was getting closer and closer to me, Iris, who had been a god for a long time, finally sensed something was wrong. He quickly stepped back a distance, frowned, and observed carefully. The cart is like a vehicle that runs on fundamental rules. Ignoring all matter and consciousness, it just keeps moving towards a certain predetermined goal until the end of the universe. Iris tried to launch some attacking methods, and even urged her own eye followers to erode the small car that kept creating roads and moving forward. But without exception, everything he threw out turned into powder under the wheels of the cart. Finally, after countless attempts, Iris had to accept this desperate fact. The funny little red car in front of her seemed like something even more terrifying than her. Essentially, it is indestructible and unstoppable. Anyone who comes into contact with it will end up being annihilated. She didn't know how the humans on this blue planet got this power, but the source of this power is obviously above her. Anyone who touches it will die, and it is absolutely invincible. And no matter where she goes, they will chase her relentlessly, and the speed will be getting faster and faster. The look on Iris's face finally changed. After several unsuccessful attempts to stop it, his face turned extremely pale. She wants to escape. She finally realized that she seemed to have offended someone she shouldn't have. But who would have thought that on such a remote planet, there would be such a creature? Buzz! The cart was going faster and faster. There is no sound in a vacuum, but the sound of the motor turned into the deepest fear and was imprinted in Iris's mind. I order you to stop. Iris retreated repeatedly and gave orders in a stern voice. From time to time, rainbow marks flashed by her side, trying to teleport away from here. But she knew in her head that before she could use the rainbow bridge for long-distance teleportation, the cart would run over her head mercilessly. She had no choice, unless someone can be found to free this cart. She had seen clearly before that the cart came from the hands of the human named Liang. Beg for mercy, kneel down, and become his slave. As long as she can survive, she can do anything. As long as you can survive. Thinking of this, she quickly dodged the oncoming cart and rushed towards Blue Star. He stretched out his hand desperately, trying to touch the section of the rainbow bridge he had just cut off. It's a pity that her realization was a little late. The cart drove over it mercilessly and crushed it. The authority of the rainbow goddess turned to dust along with her body, and the rainbow bridge that surrounded the entire blue planet began to dissipate from the source. There is silence in the empty universe. Chapter 196, Second Generation Plants. Here they come. Congratulations, your lawnmower successfully killed the rainbow goddess Iris, third-level deity. Defeating a god will not provide you with experience, but will increase your god rank. Your god rank has been upgraded. Your current rank is 4th rank godman. Your authority and ability to plant have been improved. You have obtained sufficient authority to bind with the world tree. Warm tips. After completing the binding with the world tree, your first talent, Day's Plant Shop, will be enhanced, and you can connect to the store in the other world to buy more kinds of plants. Please select whether to bind with the world tree. Liang looked up and looked in the direction of the rainbow bridge for a long time. A system prompt suddenly sounded in my mind. Not only does it tell him what skill he used to kill what target, it even provides him with rewards for the kill. This process made Liang feel inexplicably familiar. Isn't this the kind of monster spawning prompt that pops up when you're fighting monsters in a dungeon? What's the meaning? Are those gods from outer space actually monsters that emerge from some dungeon? If this is true, then would the divine realm that the Dragon Emperor has been thinking about be some kind of large-scale copy that is even larger than a world-class copy? Originally, I had no interest in these supernatural things. After seeing the system's settlement, Liang suddenly became enlightened. At the same time, I also expressed doubts about the new content displayed in the system. Alas, the system. How was the rank of this god calculated? Bite. The ranks of gods are divided into 5 levels from bottom to top according to their strength. They're fifth-order gods, demigods, fourth-order gods, godmen, third-order gods, domain gods, second-order gods, true gods, and first-order gods, god kings. As your rank increases, you will gain greater power and authority. By killing god-level enemies, you can gradually advance your own god level. Please take advantage of this system and move forward step by step towards becoming a god king. Li Yong understood. The so-called gods are nothing more than a step further than the level of ordinary job changers. But in fact, it is still the old routine of constantly upgrading and changing jobs. It's just that the target he wanted to kill changed from an ordinary dungeon monster to a god-level creature. Just as he was about to close the interface in front of him, Li Yong suddenly noticed something else and asked casually, "By the way, this function of expanding Dave's store is great. After the expansion, what new things can Dave's store have? Logically speaking, I've already bought everything that can be bought in the original game." Li Yong was very curious. What new things could this system give him? After a short delay, the system popped up some information about the plant card. Ice lettuce. Each planting consumes 0 sunlight. Cabbage boxer. Each planting consumes 150 sunlight. Xiantao. Each planting consumes 125 sunlight. A dazzling array. There are a large number of unlocked plant cards, even more than all the plants he unlocked in his previous job changes combined. And these familiar names. Finally, it's the turn of the second generation of plants to appear. Student Li Yong, look. When Li Yong was still taking a quick look at the new plant cards, he suddenly heard Luo An's voice. He turned his head and happened to see the excited expression on Luo An's face. The person in charge of Tianfu, who was always known for his steadiness, was now pointing at the towering rainbow bridge over there and clapping his hands excitedly. Look in the direction he pointed. The scene before my eyes was truly shocking. The rainbow bridge made of eyeballs began to collapse one after another after losing the support of the power of gods. The illusory rainbows spread by the eyeballs also disappeared without a trace. Without the cover of this dreamy color, the bloody scene of the entire Jinlong Mountain was clearly displayed before everyone's eyes. But all this still couldn't hide the excitement of the people around. Look, the rainbow bridge is collapsing. The building is about to collapse. Isn't this too spectacular? I don't know what happened, but is this over? It seems that the god in the sky was killed, or was he chased away? It's so scary. Today has been like a nightmare. Hey, something fell down. With the last exclamation, many people raised their heads. Crystals sparkling with rainbow light fell like raindrops. It was dripping heavily, and the rain fell on the ground with a ping-pong sound. I never expected that the rainbow domain covering the entire Jinlong Mountain was actually maintained by the Apostle Core. Grandma Jimu transformed into a dragon and stood above the stronghold to prevent the falling core from hurting anyone. Luoan on the side quickly ordered the soldiers to grab the sacks and collect these dangerous things. Liang bent down, picked up a core, and gently brushed off the dust. Only then did they realize that what fell were some incomplete and damaged cores. I wonder if I, now that I'm a 4th level god, can learn to do the same and mass-produce a bunch of these cores. Date, we're back. Congratulations on successfully killing the god. Xiao Pu's shout came from outside the stronghold. Li Yong raised his eyebrows and happened to see a number of military transport vehicles driving out of the mountains. After the rainbow goddess was killed, there were basically no living creatures left in the mountains except humans. Xiao Pu directly used the power of vegetation to teleport to the vicinity of Li Yong and ran over waving his hand. Meng Qing continued to repeat his previous work, comparing the list of people in the village with the soldiers who evacuated the villagers. Luoan felt relieved. He limped to the corner outside the stronghold and got a rare moment of respite. Baiji stepped forward and helped Li Yong take off his coat, which was soiled by the battle, and change him into clean clothes. Jiang Xiaoxiao sat on the eaves of the stronghold building at some point, looking at the battlefield outside covered with grass and trees, wondering what she was thinking about. Some survivors who returned to the base recognized their relatives and friends as soon as possible. With tears in his eyes, he recounted what he had seen and heard along the way. All kinds of people were in tears, wishing they could worship Li Yong as a god for appearing in time to protect them. When no one was paying attention, Li Yong slowly walked to the world tree behind the stronghold and extended his hand to it. Please select whether to bind with the world tree. Just now, when Li Yong was browsing the unlocked new plant cards, he already had an idea about it. There are only benefits and no harm, so what is there to hesitate about? Confirm directly and start binding. Chapter 197. Jiamu, Jiaoan. Following Li Yang's actions, the golden tree planted behind the stronghold gradually spread out in all directions. Just like the plants Li Yang had seen before, the growth rate was quite exaggerated. In just a few minutes, the branches and leaves had already covered everyone's heads. Then, the ground began to rumble and shake. Everyone in the stronghold was startled by the sudden vibration. A group of people looked at each other, and for a long time, they didn't react to what had happened. Until a hint exploded in everyone's mind. The world tree has been successfully bound. Based on the growth stage of the world tree, the area where the tree itself is located, Huaxia, all copies of the drop resources are doubled. China's land area increased by 20%. As the world tree grows, the area it can cover will become larger and larger, and the changes it brings will also increase. This is really a sudden happiness. You know, in today's world, copy resources cover almost every aspect of human society, big and small. Don't tell all. At least 70% of the operation of human society is based on copies. And the copy resources are doubled. This will undoubtedly increase China's overall strength several times over. A large group of people gathered in front of the giant tree that was still growing, excitedly discussing everything related to it. Some people originally doubted whether it was worth making so many sacrifices for a tree. But after seeing the clues appearing before my eyes, everyone's expressions gradually became relieved. Then, Luo gave the order personally. This stronghold under everyone's feet was turned into a true military restricted area. Not only were special troops assigned to guard the area, but a large number of related construction agreements were also signed, with the intention of arming the area well after this incident was over. After all, this is a tree that even the gods want to obtain, and it must bring them many benefits. Moreover, as the world tree grows, in the future, more and more gods will surely descend here, and crises like this will break out. They must make appropriate countermeasures. Afterwards, Luo followed Li Yang and his party and returned to the imperial capital on the military's airship. As soon as he landed, he was warmly welcomed by Dongfang Changming and others. Due to the influence of the rainbow god's domain, people outside cannot know what is happening inside at the first time. We can only gain a partial understanding through the reports sent back by the follow-up troops. But from those intermittent contents, Dongfang Changming was shocked enough. God's followers, the 90-plus level alien beast tide, the rainbow apostle who can teleport infinitely, and the final god killer. Each of these events, taken individually, is shocking enough. Not to mention stringing them all together, even on the same person. All of Li Yang's actions in the rainbow field gave Dongfang Changming and others a great shock. Even recently, the Dragon Emperor came to Tongshuanzi in person and expressed his intention to give Li Yang sufficient rewards for this matter. Oh, blame me for talking so much. You've been busy all day. You must be exhausted. Go. Take a rest first. Li Yang nodded and got off the airship. Then, he suddenly stopped and looked back thoughtfully. Hey, Director Dongfang, take a look at this person. Do you recognize him? Dongfang Changming was slightly stunned and looked in the direction Li Yang pointed. Meng Qing's grandmother, Dongfang Jiamu, slowly walked out of the cabin. Dressed like a classical noble lady, she exudes an extraordinary temperament at this moment. He gives people a more mature feeling, and is very clearly distinguished from Li Yang and others next to him. Although Meng Qing said that his grandmother's name, Jiamu, might be older than Dongfang Changming. But Li Yang still wanted to ask, by the way, what if he could find out something? The result was just as Li Yang had expected. The moment Dongfang Changming saw Jiamu, the expression on his face changed slightly. Although it was fleeting, it did not escape Li Yang's eyes. Look at the expression on Director Dongfang's face. It seems like he is very familiar with her, but Dongfang Jiamu looked confused. Obviously, he had no impression of the young man in front of him. This lady looks like someone in our old family photo, but I really have no idea who it is. If Li Yang is curious, I'll let him take a look at it after I get back. Maybe he can find something. Dongfang Changming said this and looked at Jiamu thoughtfully. Li Yang was a little curious and asked a few questions, wanting to know the origin of these so-called old photos. Dongfang Changming smiled and shook his head and explained briefly. That's right. My grandfather and my father were both members of the Huaxia Pioneer Team back then. Ah, the so-called Pioneer Team is a profession that appeared when the world was transformed into a game and all parts of the world were occupied by Warcraft. The humans at that time gained strength from their job transfers, and with that strength, they gradually regained control of the blue planet. In order to improve efficiency and avoid unnecessary sacrifices, some strong people formed various pioneering teams to specialize in clearing out monsters in various parts of China. That is also the prototype of the current job changer team. My father was in a small team with about a dozen people. They traveled across China from west to east, meeting and parting along the way, and left behind many photos. In those photos, there's a person, someone who looks like this lady. As he spoke, Dongfang Changming nodded slightly toward Jiamu politely. Hearing this, Dongfang Jiamu seemed to suddenly remember something. Holding his chin, he half squinted and looked over here. So, what's your father's name? Dongfang Changming bowed slightly. My father's name is Jiawen, Dongfang Jiawen. Hearing this name, Dongfang Jiamu's pupils shrank slightly. While Dongfang Changming was greeting others, he moved a little closer to Li Yang and whispered, Jiawen, I still remember. That was the first human being I ever met. My name was actually made up after him. Later, I followed their group to many places and lived with all kinds of people for nearly 10 years. Finally, the team disbanded in Jinlong Mountain, and I settled there. Dongfang Jiawen, Dongfang Jiamu. Liang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was such obvious plagiarism. Didn't Dongfang Changming's father see at the time? Liang stood beside Dongfang Jiamu, crossed his arms, looked at Dongfang Changming who was facing away, and said, Then, why don't you go and meet Director Dongfang? Dongfang Jiamu shook his head. Forget it. The old man is gone. Mentioning him now will only add to my sadness. I am now reborn as your believer, and I will live as such from now on. Except for my beloved grandson, it would be better to let go of everything from the past as much as possible. Chapter 198, The Dragon Emperor's Gift. Speaking of the past, I suddenly remembered something. Student Liang, do you still remember the core of love and beauty? Dongfang Changming was chatting with Luo and about the matters at Jinlong Mountain. Then he suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Liang. Hearing this, Liang nodded. Just kidding. That was one of the important items in creating Xiao Pu. How could he not have any impression? Dongfang Changming nodded slightly and said, That core of love and beauty was brushed out about 20 years ago. But according to some unofficial history from the early years, similar things actually appeared one after another at the beginning of the world's gamification. It's just that there's been a lack of clear evidence, so it cannot be recognized by the authorities. Among the relics left by my father, there are some similar records. If Liang is interested, I'll sort it out and bring it to you later. It is said that they once encountered a magical beast in the mountains and forests in the southwest of China. It was a good-speaking, charming, and human-shaped monster. The characteristics displayed are very similar to the abilities used by Xiao Pu in the report. Based on the information, we may be able to find a similar core. As he spoke, Dongfang Changming took a special look at Xiao Pu, who was holding Li Yang's arm with a lazy look on his face. At that time, apart from the villagers, the only official witnesses of the battle in the survivor camp were Nada and Meng Qing. Since Liang was too lazy to write, the task of writing the report was naturally given to Meng Qing, the deputy team leader. Meng Qing would definitely not expose his grandmother's affairs, so he ignored the fact that he had seized the skills to control the apostle. It only wrote about Xiao Pu showing his magical powers, using his charm skills to kill the apostles and control the rainbow followers on a large scale. The strength displayed by Xiao Pu naturally shocked Dongfang Changming, who could only see the report. By the way, I saw in a report that you brought back a special job changer who can transform into a wood dragon from Jinlong Mountain and recommended her to join the Tongxin division. It should be this lady, right? Dongfang Changming took 3 or 2 steps forward and extended his hand to Dongfang Jiamu. The latter naturally responded with a smile, raised his hand, and shook it lightly in Dongfang Changming's palm. Nice to meet you. Dongfang Changming nodded repeatedly. Since it was recommended by Liang himself, I can definitely trust him. When I have time, I will take you to register the file in person. Record your abilities and talents, and you can then act in China as a member of the Tongxin division. Dongfang Jiamu smiled and didn't say much. However, Meng Qing, who was standing by, was sweating coldly on his forehead. Good boy. My grandmother came in as a classmate. It really makes me sweat. After chatting for a while, everyone left. Dongfang Changming personally sent Liang back to his residence and told him to have a good rest. The reward from the Dragon Emperor had been placed in his room, so don't forget to check it. Baiji wanted to travel with Liang for a while first, but not long after he left, he received a call from his father. There was no choice but to leave this place first, without even having time to take Xiaopu with him. After returning to the residence, Liang pushed open the door and went back into the house with Xiaopu. Xiaopu was not at all restrained. He rushed in after opening the door, threw himself onto the soft sofa, and stretched out his arms and legs. There was a not-so-small package on the dining table in the living room. It looked very delicate from the outside, and there was a layer of dragon pattern on the surface, the same as the one on the Dragon King's order. It was obviously the work of the Dragon Emperor, so he walked over and opened the package. Xiaopu hugged the pillow on the sofa, squinted his eyes, and made a comfortable gurgling sound. Seeing Liang unpacking the package, he immediately leaned closer out of curiosity. Inside the package was a box, and inside the box were a pair of glittering longevity locks, one made of gold and one of silver. It looks like it's been around for quite some time. There was also a note underneath, on which the Dragon Emperor wrote his instructions. The annihilation of the gods is an invaluable achievement, which will benefit the present and future generations. I am sending you the treasures of Tianfu, hoping that they can be of some help to you. The core of love and beauty that was previously found was also found in Tianfu, right? It feels like Tianfu is a treasure trove where all kinds of things can be found. Liang used an identification technique and took a quick look. Longevity lock, gold. Life protection. Quality, legend gold. Equipment introduction. After equipping, it can give the wearer a life-saving effect. It will be activated when the wearer is threatened with death and will protect the wearer from all attacks in the next 10 seconds. The effect has a cooldown of 300 hours. Longevity lock, silver, soul calming. Quality, legend gold. Equipment introduction. After equipping, it can give the wearer a permanent soul calming effect. During the equipment period, the wearer will be immune to all mind control skills. These two things are equivalent to two matching life-saving outfits. However, for Liang, who now has the status of a god, it is not of much use. Today's Liang has far surpassed the level of ordinary job changers. Under the absolute level suppression, his rake is enough to destroy any enemy who dares to have ideas about him. What's more, besides the rake, he had a lot of other ways to save his life. A little disappointed, but this is indeed the best thing that talent can bring out. Going further up, it's basically the level of God's realm. Tianfu himself hasn't figured out that kind of thing, not to mention giving it as a gift to Liang. If you don't operate it properly, it will be like sending a bomb. Dad, what is this? Xiaopu sat cross-legged on the sofa, holding his chin and wagging his tail, with a look of curiosity on his face. Seeing her like this, Liang also had an idea. He directly picked up the silver longevity lock and hung it around Xiaopu's neck. Xiaopu was flattered and almost jumped up from the sofa. Holding the glittering silver longevity lock, he blinked repeatedly. Dad, you gave it to me? Really? Liang nodded. It's just taking up space anyway, why not give it to you guys? Xiaopu laughed and threw himself on Liang. Hey, thank you, Dad. You're the best. By the way, is the other one for Mom? I'll give it to her. Liang nodded and placed another golden lock on her hand. Then he stretched, prepared to wash up and go upstairs to sleep. Xiaopu grabbed the lock and was about to go out. After seeing Liang's actions, he stopped, turned around with a puzzled look, and looked at the package on the coffee table that had already been opened by Liang. Dad, there's something in there. Don't you want to take it out and have a look? Chapter 199, Ice and Fire Core. Besides, after hearing Xiaopu's words, a puzzled expression suddenly appeared on Liang's face. Turning around, he looked at the pile of torn waste paper. Finally, I found that among the waste paper, there was a very inconspicuous talisman paper package, about the size of a thumb. The cinnabar and yellow talisman depicts some obscure pattern. Even if Liang didn't understand it, he could probably guess what it was used for. Seal the contents inside to prevent the aura from leaking out. The yellow paper outside smells weird. It feels like blood? Well, I can't really explain it. Anyway, the things inside are completely blocked. I can't feel them. Things that can be sealed in this way must be very special, right? These words really express Liang's true feelings. Since Tianfu has used this method to preserve the contents, the stuff inside must be full of murderous intent. But since it was sent by the Dragon Emperor as a gift, it means that this thing is not dangerous to him. Thinking of this, Liang decided to go all out. He tore open the yellow talisman on the spot and poured out the contents. A red and blue spherical crystal rolled into Liang's palm. On one hand, it exudes burning heat, while on the other hand, it reveals biting cold. It's like holding a hockey puck that's on fire. This feeling is really amazing. More importantly, this spherical gem carries a certain color. Liang is really familiar with it. The core of the apostles. It's the same as Xiaopu's 2-in-1. Liang directly brought the core to Xiaopu and asked, "Can you absorb this?" The complete core of love and beauty obtained from Jiamu was directly absorbed by Xiaopu, and it also enhanced Xiaopu's strength. Then this one might be able to play the same role. But Xiaopu seemed to be almost stung by fire, and immediately jumped back a distance, waving his hands repeatedly. No, I am Dad's apostle, and I was transformed from a plant. The contents of this core are completely contrary to vegetation. How can they be integrated together? Liang nodded. Is that so? What a pity. Go and deliver the things to Baiji first. I'll think about this thing. The Dragon Emperor is a smart man. It is impossible for him to be given something useless, since this core cannot fuse with Xiaopu and increase her strength. Well, maybe there will be other ways to play. For example, how about merging another apostle similar to Xiaopu? Thinking about it, Li Yang used identification techniques on this thing. Apostle core, flame/ocean. Type, material, quality, red myth. Item description, a crystal that combines two powers. It can connect to a specific authority and create an apostle with miraculous power. The so-called apostle is an agent of a certain existence, with strength beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The introduction of this thing is exactly the same as Xiaopu's fusion core at that time. And this time, the authority? Fire, ocean? Where did the Dragon Emperor come from? Isn't it said that the core of love and beauty is the only core recorded in Tianfu? TSK. That's outrageous. The Dragon Emperor probably also knew about Xiaopu's birth process, so he helped him find similar things. To be honest, Liang was a little curious about what kind of apostle this fusion core could create. As for the fusion base, as for flames, he thought of things like hot peppers. But the ocean, I really can't think of it right away. Liang sighed and put the fusion core into his storage ring, which was specially used to store the apostle core. There are already quite a few rainbow cores stored in that ring. It was dropped by the rainbow apostle who had been fought before. We haven't figured out how to play with these things yet, so don't touch the ice and fire core for now. After all, there's only one ice and fire core, and it would be a waste if it melted. Let's go to the research department tomorrow and try out what the rainbow core can create. Thinking of this, Liang finally felt relieved. After clearing the garbage on the table, he stretched himself and walked upstairs leisurely. At this time, in another corner of Tongshuansi, Xiaopu borrowed the power of vegetation and teleported out of the ground. In front of us is another complex of villas. They all have their own courtyards, and the architectural style is a small two-story duplex. It is a little smaller than where Liang lives, but it can also be considered luxurious. This is Baiji's residence. When Liang was taken away by Dragon Emperor's men for questioning, Baiji personally brought her here. Xiaopu put the gold lock in his pocket and slowly walked along the road, intending to give Baiji a surprise. As a result, when I walked near Baiji's house, I suddenly heard the sound of a conversation. One of them was Baiji, and the other was a male voice. And he sounded like an old man. Xiaopu's cognition comes from the cognition of Liang and Baiji. So she knew very well that there were only a few old people in the entire Tongshin division. Who was Baiji talking to? Xiaobai. That's all I have to say. You can think about the rest slowly. Things have come to this point. It's hard for your mother and I to do anything more for you. No one knows what you will encounter if you continue to move forward at this pace. But as long as you don't regret it, we will always support you. Seeing your achievements today, Dad is very satisfied. I can say that I have no regrets in my life. I will die without regrets. A slightly old voice came from the other side intermittently. Xiaopu narrowed his eyes slightly and noticed the key words in the words. Father? The person who is talking to Baiji now is her father? It can be based on Baiji's cognitive memory at birth. Her father should still be a young man. Now his voice doesn't sound very healthy. The conversation over there came to an end. Baiji and another person walked out of the yard and happened to see Xiaopu standing outside. Baiji's expression looked very lonely, and her eyes were slightly swollen, as if she had just cried. The white-haired old man next to him looked at Xiaopu in surprise. This is... He subconsciously pinched his fingers, then quickly put them down. He turned to look at Baiji. The doubt on his face became more and more serious. Xiaobai, this is you? Baiji has never mentioned Xiaopu to by phone. After seeing this scene, I opened my mouth subconsciously, but for a moment I didn't know where to start. Xiao Pu just grinned and didn't care about all the messy interpersonal relationships at all. He took out the gold lock from his pocket and threw it far away. Mom, take this. This is the gift Dad gave us. Grandpa next to you? I'm Xiao Pu. Please take care of me. After seeing the old man, Xiao Pu was subconsciously stunned for a moment. The old man looked a little strange, but what he was wearing was very familiar. Every move he made was exactly like the father in Baiji's memory. White Peak. It's just that. Baifeng shouldn't be this old. Chapter 200, Li Yang es statue. Baifeng looked Xiao Pu up and down, revealing a somewhat emotional expression. Then he bowed slightly and left alone. Xiao Pu looked at Baifeng's back, which was getting farther and farther away, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. After Baifeng walked away, he turned around and looked at Baiji. Mom, this is... Baiji looked a little lonely. After hearing Xiao Pu's words, his eyes flickered slightly, and he quickly shook his head and said, It's my father. Divinated something that ordinary humans shouldn't see, so he became like this. Xiao Pu looked thoughtfully at the direction where Baifeng left, holding his chin and muttering to himself. I see. Perhaps because my cognition includes Baiji's memories, I can empathize with Baiji a little bit. However, the strange feeling that emerged in my heart was only fleeting. Xiao Pu places all her emotions on Li Yang, and only things that are closely related to Li Yang can directly arouse her concern. So she blinked and immediately turned her head back. That's right, Mother. Dad got some new cores. Do you have time to help him create some new apostles? Baiji wasn't in the mood to do that right now, so she just nodded vaguely. Xiao Pu smiled indifferently, turned around, and used his power to escape into the bushes beside him and disappeared. Now that she has completed the task given to her by Li Yang, there is no reason for her to stay here any longer. I wanted to go back directly, but Li Yang should have rested by now. After all, although Li Yang is powerful, he is still a fragile human body, and his energy is pitifully little compared to an apostle like her. It's not a good idea to disturb my father's deep sleep now. Xiao Pu took a stroll through the plant roots of Tongshuansi and finally decided to go and see how the followers he had accepted for Li Yang were doing. According to memory, Dongfang Jiamu's destination should have been arranged by that kid Mengqing. Dongfang Jiamu does not have an identity that can be certified by Tongshuansi now, so he cannot be directly assigned his own residence like other job changers. Speaking of which, Xiao Pu slapped his forehead. I don't seem to have any identity proof at the moment. However, Dongfang Changming said that he would help her get it done in the shortest possible time, so it's not a big problem. Dongfang Jimu should be living with Mengqing temporarily now. According to Xiao Pu's existing knowledge, neither Li Yang nor Baiji had ever been to Mengqing's residence in person. But according to the information available, Mengqing should be living with another person in a standard double dormitory in Tongshuansi. That place is not particularly difficult to find. Xiao Pu followed the unique aura of his family and soon came to a relatively simple building area in Tongshuansi. The atmosphere here is much more lively than that of Li Yang and Baiji. After all, in fact, people like Mengqing make up the majority of people in Tongshuansi. The structures of the buildings here are very simple. They are all straight tube-shaped buildings. According to the layout of the room, it is divided into single room, double room, and quadruple room. Chaos and noise are basically the only impression this place gives people. There are a lot of strange things piled up in the garbage station in front of the building, such as old sofas and broken wardrobes. There was a thin wire mesh in front of the window, with all kinds of clothes and towels hanging on it, fluttering in the wind. Various voices of men and women came from the building, and one of them sounded most familiar to Xiao Pu. Oh, Grandma, people nowadays don't do that anymore. If Brother Yang were here, he would definitely say something about you. The other guy in the bed is also a man. I don't live with little girls. No, why do you still carry the ancestral hall with you? Following the direction where the sound came from, Xiao Pu narrowed his eyes slightly. He locked a window and then used his power to cause an inconspicuous ivy to grow out of the ground and all the way to the outside of the half-open window. Then, teleport directly in. This is a room less than 20 square meters and has no living room. After leaving out the toilet, what remains is the living room separated by partition. Mengqing and Dongfang Jimu were in the left half of the room cleaning the house. No, for Mengqing, this should be considered a transformation. Many messy objects in the room were dragged out. Beds, Tables, benches, and other things were also replaced. The original simple iron bed was replaced with solid wood furniture. The wardrobe made of plastic boards worth a few dollars was also thrown aside and replaced with a mahogany cabinet carved with a dragon. The whole room looked a lot cleaner. But it doesn't look like a dormitory at all. Near the balcony, there's a wooden shrine that is almost half a person's height. Inside the ancestral hall, there's a small statue of Li Yong. It goes without saying that this is definitely the work of Dongfang Jiamu. The two rooms, one on the left and one on the right, show the huge aesthetic differences between two generations. Meng Qing stood at the door, looking helpless. Until now, he still finds it difficult to accept the current situation. The grandmother with whom he lived day and night had unexpectedly transformed into a graceful, imposing, and classical beauty. And I don't know if it's influenced by Li Yong and Xiao Pu, but Grandma seems to have gradually accepted her current appearance. The originally mature mentality has gradually changed imperceptibly. Really, how am I going to live the rest of my life? Ahem, Xiaoqing, what is this? Jimu was lying there tidying up the bottom of the bed. And then, with a puzzled look on his face, he pulled out a pile of magazines with revealing images of beauties from under the bed. He coughed twice deliberately and slowly stood up. Meng Qing looked ashen and wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Jimu half closed his eyes, smiling. Okay. Young man, you must learn moderation. You should learn from your father and find a young and beautiful wife as soon as possible. Meng Qing was really sweating profusely now. As a result, when I looked up, I saw a few swaying ivy plants popping up from the window. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Pu appeared there out of nowhere. He was looking over here with a weird smile in his eyes. Oh my God, Yang Ji's daughter. Meng Qing was startled. Dongfang Jimu also quickly turned around, and after confirming who was coming, he knelt down and saluted solemnly. Dongfang Jimu, meet the envoy of God. I wonder what the God's messenger is here for. Xiao Pu smiled and waved his hand. Nothing, just wandering around because I'm bored. Dongfang Jimu nodded, and then as if he remembered something, he quickly turned around and pointed to the small ancestral hall next to him. That's right, God's messenger. What do you think of the altar I built for Master Li Yong? Nowadays, I can't build it too big due to the influence of the terrain. After this, I will try to communicate with the Dragon Emperor of China directly in Tanshuansi. No, I will find a way to communicate directly with the Dragon Emperor of China. Ask him to allow me to build an unprecedented huge temple in the imperial capital. In this way, everyone will be able to see the power of Lord Li Yong. Build an altar for Li Yong? Xiao Pu became interested and jumped down from the window. He said enthusiastically that he must make a big enough statue, several hundred meters high. Dongfang Jimu said lightly that she could do even 1,000 meters, let alone a few hundred meters, as long as she had enough time. The two became more and more excited as they talked. Meng Qing, who was standing by, felt his scalp tingling and wanted to escape. What? Are these two women crazy? It is both an altar and a statue. If there really was a 1,000-meter-high statue of Li Yong in the center of the imperial capital, the scene would be, damn, this is unimaginable.